The sound of a stampede reached everyone's ears first, a distant rumbling that grew steadily louder. Soon, they could feel it vibrating through the ground beneath their feet.
"Something's coming,"
Harry said, his hand tightening on his sword hilt.
"Something big."
Due to the open area they were standing in, it didn't take long before they spotted what was heading toward them. In the shadow-plague corrupted area, just over the distant hill, strange, giant, pig-like creatures appeared, running at full speed in their direction.
"What are those?"
Flynn asked, squinting at the approaching forms. The creatures weren't the normal pink color of pigs. Instead, purple markings covered their entire bodies, clear signs they were infected by the shadow plague. Their backs were covered in razor-sharp quills, sticking out like a hedgehog's spines. When the creatures reached the peak of the hill, they all started doing something strange.
"What are they doing? Are they stopping?"
Flynn asked, confused.
"Oh, no,"
Martha said, her eyes widening with recognition.
"Quick, everyone get ready. They'll be here any second."
The others immediately moved into defensive positions as Martha commanded, but the students looked confused. The hill was about 150 meters away, and the creatures' running speed didn't seem that impressive. But then, the creatures reached the top of the hill and suddenly tucked their heads inward toward their bottoms, forming a wheel-like shape. This revealed their razor-sharp quills on the outside while completely hiding their pink underbellies. Then, as they tipped over the edge of the hill, their speed increased dramatically.
"They're rolling!"
Wendy shouted in alarm. Like razor-sharp tires spinning at incredible velocity, 50 or so beasts were now barreling toward them at terrifying speed.
"You guys deal with the creatures. Bliss and I will focus on clearing the corrupted land,"
Lenny shouted over the noise.
"Wait, you're not going to help us fight?"
Wendy said, her voice rising with fear at the sight of so many beasts coming their way. She'd thought they might encounter a small group of creatures, but not this many on their very first expedition outside the city.
"If we defeat these creatures and then clear the land again, only more will come. It's best if we purify the corrupted land as fast as possible and get out of here before reinforcements arrive,"
Lenny explained quickly.
"He's right,"
Bliss added.
"The shadow knows we're here now. We need to work fast."
Bliss and Lenny quickly ran behind the combat group and immediately started drawing large magical circles on the ground in specific areas. The circles were intricate, with complex patterns that had to be exactly right. Once this step was completed, they could place the special purification solution they'd created and cast a spell to spread it as far as possible across the corrupted territory. But even for geniuses like Bliss and Lenny, drawing these precision circles would take several minutes.
"Oh, and make sure those hogs don't get past you,"
Bliss called out without looking up from her work.
"If they do and ruin the magic circle, we'll have to start drawing everything all over again from scratch."
Harry drew both of his swords, the blades singing as they left their sheaths. Martha brought out her impressive king-tier bow, the weapon humming with contained power.
"Don't worry too much,"
Harry said to Flynn and Wendy, who both looked shell-shocked and still hadn't moved from their spots.
"These are only basic-tier beasts originally. Although the shadow plague infection will make them seem stronger, their actual power level is about intermediate tier at most." "Intermediate tier? We've barely fought anything above basic tier in training,"
Flynn thought, his throat going dry. Although Harry's words were meant to calm the students down, they actually made them more frightened. 50 intermediate-tier beasts were charging directly at them, and their group was tiny. Most kingdoms would have to send a small army to face such a threat. Martha drew her bow back, but there was no physical arrow knocked. She'd been practicing intensively ever since Ray had demonstrated the destructive power achievable with proper technique. She'd perfected her wind magic to the point where she could shoot compressed air arrows. As she released the bowstring, nothing but a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. But when the students looked in the direction she'd fired, the spiked hogs at the front of the charge started instantly falling to their sides, dead.
"I guess that's the power of a king-tier weapon, huh?"
Kyle said admiringly, watching Martha systematically take down the charging beasts.
Well, I'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Kyle immediately charged forward, swinging his massive weighted chain over his head in wide, powerful arcs. But something strange started happening. After being hit by Martha's invisible arrows, the spiked hogs that weren't killed immediately started to strike back. While continuing to spin like wheels, they somehow managed to fire large quills from their bodies like projectiles.
They can shoot their spikes?
Kyle thought in alarm. Moving his body with surprising agility, bending and twisting in strange ways, Kyle was able to avoid the incoming quills, but he looked off balance nearly the whole time. For anyone looking at him, it may appear Kyle would fail any time, but the Black Knight Master was confident in his skills.
"Oh my, that one's quite flexible, isn't he?"
Scarlet said with an amused chuckle, watching from her position near the magic circles.
Follow me!
Harry shouted to Flynn and Wendy as he ran forward into the battle.
Stay close behind me!
The students did as they were told, staying within a few feet of Harry's back. Using his two swords in a defensive pattern, Harry was easily able to knock away the quill projectiles that came flying toward them.
Fire your arrows, Wendy! We can't let them get past us to the magic circles,
Harry ordered, without taking his eyes off the enemy. By now, Wendy had finally snapped out of her initial shock. Seeing Harry's incredible skill, she knew he would be able to protect them. She raised her bow and began firing at the rolling beasts. Flynn drew his sword and moved to Harry's left side, trying to copy the defensive pattern he'd observed. The two students, Kyle and Harry, were now deep in the fight with the spiked hogs. They were holding the line admirably, but there were simply too many enemies. Some of the hogs chose to ignore the fighters entirely and continued rolling forward toward the magic circles behind them. Even Martha, with her enhanced bow, could only shoot her arrows so fast.
"I told you to protect the magic circles,"
Bliss shouted angrily without looking up from her delicate work.
"Weren't you listening? Most of you went charging in, rather than forming a proper defensive line."
Easier said than done. There are too many of them,
Harry thought, blocking another volley of quills.
Give them a break. It's difficult with such a small number of people, and especially difficult while trying to protect two inexperienced students,
Lenny replied, carefully finishing a complex section of his circle. Several spiked hogs had broken through the defensive line and were now rolling directly toward the two large magic circles being drawn on the ground.
"Don't you guys worry about a thing. I'll stop them,"
Scarlet said calmly, stepping forward to position herself directly in front of the magic circles. The others, who could spare a glance, were surprised by her words. They thought she had simply come along for the experience, to see what the expeditions were like. Was she actually a great warrior? How would she be able to stop the remaining spiked hogs by herself? The only person who wasn't surprised was Bliss, who had a knowing smile on her face.
"I wondered when she'd reveal her abilities." "Magic,"
Scarlet announced, snapping her fingers with a sharp crack. Two small flames appeared, hovering in the air in front of her like tiny stars. Then, throwing her arms outward dramatically, the small flames shot into the air. As they reached their peak and began falling back down toward the ground, they suddenly exploded. The tiny droplets of fire transformed into massive balls of flame, each explosion consuming multiple spiked hogs in an instant. The beasts didn't even have time to squeal before they were incinerated. For the few hogs that managed to avoid the initial explosions, Scarlet quickly hurled precisely aimed fireballs at them. Each fireball found its target with deadly accuracy. It was clear that Scarlet wasn't just any ordinary mage. She was powerful. Very powerful. After a few more intense minutes, the battle finally came to an end. All of the spiked hogs lay dead across the battlefield. The magic circles Bliss and Lenny had been drawing were completed, but they hadn't activated them yet. While everything was quiet, they decided it would be best to quickly collect the beast crystals from the fallen creatures. The crystals had value and could be used for various purposes back in the city.
"Wow,"
Kyle said, jogging over to Scarlet with an impressed grin on his face.
So you're not only beautiful, but incredibly strong as well. No wonder Ray is also good with fire magic. He must have inherited it from you.
Scarlet's expression suddenly changed to confusion.
Huh? What did you say?
You know, fire magic. Just like you demonstrated. Ray can throw balls of fire too. He must have gotten that ability from you, right?
Kyle replied, still smiling.
But I don't understand,
Scarlet said slowly, her mind struggling to process what Kyle was saying.
Ray can't use any magic at all. We went to test him when he was younger at Roland Academy, and the examiners clearly stated he couldn't use magic. That's why he wasn't accepted as a student there.
When Slivia had told her the story about Ray's time at Roland, she'd explained the major events rather than the specific details. Slivia hadn't actually mentioned that Ray had attended Roland as an actual student. She didn't know that the only reason he could get in was that he'd somehow disguised himself as a mage. Right now, Scarlet was looking at Kyle like he'd said something completely insane.
He's right,
Martha confirmed, pulling a beast crystal from one of the hog's bodies. The purple-tinted crystal glowed faintly in her hand.
Ray can definitely use magic. Not just fire magic either. Ice, lightning, transformation magic, maybe even more types we haven't seen yet.
Scarlet stood frozen, unable to speak for several moments. This information had clearly come as a massive shock to her, and it was taking time for her to process it all.
My son can use magic? But that's impossible. The testers at Roland were very clear. They said he had no magical aptitude whatsoever. How could they have been so wrong? Or did something change? Did Ray somehow gain the ability to use magic later in life?
The only person who understood why Scarlet was so confused was Bliss, who watched the interaction with knowing eyes but said nothing. As the group continued to extract crystals from the fallen beasts, Martha found herself thinking back to the past. The last time they'd traveled this far out from the kingdom was when they'd been searching for the strange beast, a creature that was supposedly killing and eating all the other beasts in the area.
That was months ago,
Martha remembered. This was actually another reason why they'd needed to come to the Shadow Plague corrupted area today. All the normal beasts that used to live near the kingdom had simply vanished. The Shadow Plague territory was the only place left where beasts could still be found, even if they were corrupted and dangerous. But that previous journey had terrible memories attached to it for Martha. That was the expedition when Monk had been taken away. A few days after his disappearance, Monk had suddenly returned to the city, claiming he had joined the Dark Guild of his own free will. He'd looked different, harder, colder, changed by whatever he'd experienced.
What really happened to you that day, Monk? What did they do to you to make you turn against everything you believed in?
Martha wondered, her hand tightening around the beast crystal she held. The question haunted her, and she still didn't have an answer. After everyone had finished collecting the crystals from the fallen spiked hogs, they were all placed into a dimensional storage bag. The bag belonged to Lenny.
How were you able to afford something like this?
Kyle asked, examining the bag with interest. Dimensional storage items were notoriously expensive, and Lenny was not a wealthy adventurer or in the service of Roland Academy as a tower master to have such an amount of money. Lenny puffed out his chest with a proud smile.
I created it myself, of course.
You made it?
Wendy said, her eyes widening.
That's incredible.
Smiling at the young woman's reaction, Lenny explained further.
The dimensional bag functions as a teleporter. Usually they all belong to particular companies that keep the items safe and store them in large warehouses. But since I couldn't afford one, I made mine so that anything put in the bag goes directly to my research room back at Avrion.
For now, Kyle was put in charge of carrying the dimensional bag. After seeing how flexible he was and how well he dodged those quill attacks during the battle with the shadow-corrupted hogs, They felt it was the safest choice.
Okay, we're about to activate the purification circles,
Lenny announced, moving toward the magical formations he and Bliss had drawn.
Now remember, everyone, there may be another horde of beasts coming after this. I hope you all had a nice rest.
That's actually fine with us. We need more beast crystals anyway, Harry said, checking his sword blades for damage. There were 4 people in their group set to go through the beasting process eventually: Harry, Kyle, Flynn, and Wendy. Ideally, they would have liked to gather as many different types of basic tier beast crystals as possible. This would give them more options to choose from when deciding which beast traits to integrate. I don't like the idea of having spikes growing from my back, so I'm definitely eager to encounter different types of beasts, Harry thought, glancing at the dead spiked hogs. Both Bliss and Lenny placed their hands on the ground, touching the edges of their respective magic circles. The intricate formations immediately began to glow with bright light. The special purification solution that had been placed in the center of each circle started to spread outward, becoming thinner as it covered more ground. A glowing pulse of energy rippled outward from the circles. With each pulse, the corrupted black ground began to look healthier, brown earth appearing where corruption had been moments before. Slowly, a dark purple shadow could be seen rising from the ground itself, as if being expelled by the purification process. The 2 circles had been positioned to cover approximately 100 by 100 meters of land each. A fairly large area was being cleansed. Finally, it seemed like all the shadow corruption had been completely removed from the ground. Unlike in the test tube, where the cork stopper had prevented it from escaping, here the shadow could be seen floating above the purified land like a dark, ominous cloud. It quickly began gathering and condensing, becoming denser and more concentrated. Then it swirled away, moving deeper into the shadow plague territory like it was being called home. Shivers ran down the spines of both students as they watched.
That was creepy,
Flynn said, his voice slightly shaky.
It looked alive, like it was thinking on its own. I can't believe we were standing on ground infested with that just a few moments ago.
Do you think the shadow is going back to the person who caused all this? Maybe we could follow it and find out who's behind the shadow plague,
Wendy asked, staring after the retreating darkness.
And do what exactly?
Bliss replied sharply.
Follow it deep into enemy territory? Knowing where the shadow plague originates has never been the problem. The problem is that we're not strong enough to confront it directly,
Bliss thought.
When the shadow first appeared in a small city up north, the kingdoms that used to exist there were said to be just as powerful as the major kingdoms today. Yet every single one of them was completely wiped out,
Bliss continued, her voice taking on a teaching tone.
All of them?
Flynn asked in disbelief.
All of them,
Bliss confirmed.
Perhaps if the other kingdoms hadn't been too busy fighting each other and had reacted quickly to the threat, they could have stopped it when it was small. But at first, the shadow didn't seem like a big deal. By the time they realized how dangerous it was too late.
Martha nodded grimly.
This is the main problem with the shadow now. As quickly as we can defeat it or purify corrupted areas, it regrows just as fast. Just like how the shadow corruption constantly regenerates around a true infected person. I have a question,
Scarlet said suddenly, raising her hand like a student in a classroom. Everyone turned to look at her.
Yes?
Lenny said awkwardly, pointing to her like a teacher calling on a student.
If this purification solution is able to remove the shadow corruption from land, then what about infected people, or true infected individuals? Would it work on them too?
Scarlet sounded eager and excited. For a long time, Scarlet had searched desperately for a way to remove shadow infection from a human body. She'd traveled to different kingdoms, consulted with various mages and healers, spent considerable money on research, but she'd found no solution. Now, seeing this purification method work so effectively on the land, hope was rekindled in her heart. Lenny looked to Bliss for this answer, since she had the secret ingredient that she still hadn't told him about. All he knew was that the liquid she added at the final step was red in color, but that could have been almost anything. He tried many different substances before in his own experiments, but nothing had worked like Bliss's solution. Bliss was quiet for a long moment, considering how to answer. But when Scarlet refused to back down and kept staring expectantly at Bliss, the divine being finally answered.
Look, Scarlet, I won't lie to you. There is a good chance this liquid could work on infected individuals, but only if we made the solution much stronger and more concentrated. A true infected person is far more deeply connected with the shadow compared to a corrupted land. It would require significantly more of the key ingredient.
A huge smile appeared on Scarlet's face upon hearing this news. There was hope. After all these years, there was actual hope. However, her smile quickly faded at what Bliss said next.
But,
Bliss continued, her voice becoming firm,
the ingredient needed to prepare this liquid is very hard to come by. Even I don't have a large supply of it. We'll only be able to clear limited amounts of land with what we have. Creating a solution strong enough for a true infected human would use up almost everything. Please,
Scarlet said desperately, stepping forward.
Tell me what the ingredient is. Whatever it is, I promise I'll get it for you somehow. I don't care how difficult it is or how much it costs. If I can get you the ingredients, will you create the solution for me? Please. I'm telling you, it's impossible for you to obtain,
Bliss said, starting to turn away to pack up her supplies.
She doesn't understand. It's not about money or difficulty. It simply doesn't exist in sufficient quantities anymore,
Bliss thought. Lenny and the others could tell from the way Scarlet was acting and from the desperation in her voice that someone very close to her had been infected by the shadow. Many people knew someone who had been infected over the years. Due to the past belief that nothing could save true infected individuals, people had no choice but to kill them before they could spread the corruption further or transform into shadow beasts.
Please, wait. I don't want to use his name in front of everyone here, but this is extremely important to me,
Scarlet said, her voice breaking slightly. She took a breath, then continued more forcefully.
You work for Ray, don't you? He's your king, so shouldn't you do everything you possibly can to help his father?
The revelation hit the group like a physical blow.
Ray's father is true infected?
Martha thought, her eyes widening.
He never mentioned this. In all the time I've known him, he never said a word about it,
Harry realized. Pieces began to fall into place as Martha figured it out.
That explains so much. Why Ray is so driven to fight the Shadow Plague. Why he seems to take every loss so personally. He's not just fighting for the kingdom. He's fighting to save his own father. It's not only about people, but his own family.
Bliss turned back to face Scarlet, her expression complicated.
First of all,
Bliss said, her voice sharp,
Ray is not my king. He and I have a mutual agreement for cooperation. That's all.
Bliss wanted to say more, wanted to explain that Ray's tragic past wasn't this woman's fault, that the circumstances were far more complicated than anyone realized. In fact, in a strange way, it was partially because of Bliss's actions that Scarlet's child had been cursed with the soul of the Red Dragon in the first place. But that was a truth too complicated and too painful to explain right now.
Look,
Bliss said, her tone softening slightly.
It wasn't that I didn't want to tell you all what the secret ingredient was. It's more that I felt there was no point in revealing it. The ingredient isn't just hard to find.
She paused, meeting Scarlet's desperate eyes directly.
It's impossible to find, because it doesn't exist anymore in any meaningful quantity. What is it? Just tell me. Whatever it is, I'll find a way,
Scarlet pressed.
The secret ingredient,
Bliss said, cutting her off,
is dragon's blood.
The group had mixed reactions to hearing Bliss mention dragon's blood as the secret ingredient. The students found it particularly hard to take it seriously. Flynn tried to hold in his laughter, but eventually he couldn't contain it anymore.
Seriously?
Flynn said between chuckles.
I know you might want to keep the secret ingredient actually secret, but dragon's blood? Come on, that doesn't even exist.
However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed the expressions on everyone else's faces. They were all completely serious. Not a single person was laughing or even smiling. Flynn's laughter died in his throat.
Wait, you're not joking.
Wait, you mean dragons are actually real?
Wendy asked, her eyes wide.
Well, to be completely honest, we're pretty sure they are indeed real, or at least they were real at some point,
Martha replied carefully.
Yeah, we've even seen one,
Kyle added casually.
Stop your nonsense,
Flynn protested.
Do you really think I'm going to believe that? Dragons are just legends and fairy tales.
Well, not exactly a dragon. It was a wyvern, if I remember correctly. You kids are new to the kingdom, so you don't know the full history. But when the Shadow Plague launched that massive attack on our city, a giant blue wyvern was what saved us. It appeared out of nowhere and drove back the mountains,
Harry clarified. He crossed his arms, looking at the students.
If wyverns can exist, and we saw one with our own eyes, then I'm pretty confident that at some point in history, true dragons also existed.
While saying these last words, Harry couldn't help but glance at Bliss's expression. She maintained her usual calm demeanor, giving nothing away.
She truly is an ancient being who's lived for a very long time. She knows things that aren't common knowledge to regular people. She wouldn't be lying about something like this.
The real question that nagged at Harry was how Bliss had even obtained dragon's blood in the first place, given that dragons were supposed to be the most fearsome and powerful beings that ever existed.
A dragon, huh?
Scarlet mumbled quietly, her head down as she processed this information.
I didn't mean to disappoint you or give you false hope, Scarlet,
Bliss said, reaching out her hand in a gesture of sympathy. But when Scarlet raised her head, she wore a serene, determined smile.
No, don't worry about it. This actually means I'm one step closer to achieving my goal, not further away.
How so?
Martha asked gently.
Now we know something actually works against the shadow infection. Maybe we can find something that replicates dragon's blood, some kind of substitute with similar properties. And who knows, maybe dragons aren't completely extinct. Maybe they've just gone into hiding somewhere remote. All we have to do now is find a way forward.
Scarlet's eyes shone with hope, leaving everyone stunned.
She's turning devastating news into motivation. That takes real strength,
Kyle thought with admiration. Everyone present felt that Scarlet was truly an amazing person. Somehow, she was able to put a positive spin on even the most crushing information. Her resilience was inspiring. Ray's friends also thought about Ray and what he must be feeling about the whole situation. This entire time, he carried this pain inside him while helping everyone else. Bliss didn't want to ruin Scarlet's positive outlook by mentioning certain facts. Like Scarlet said, maybe not all dragons had died out completely. Some might have gone into hiding over the centuries. In fact, there was technically one dragon-blooded being right under Scarlet's nose, her own son, Ray. But his blood wouldn't work for this purpose right now. Maybe one day, as he continued to evolve and his dragon heritage became stronger, they would eventually be able to use his blood for purification purposes.
That's assuming Ray would even let us use his blood.
Bliss sighed inwardly because she knew the answer. The group continued with their task of clearing out the corrupted land over the next several days. They needed to purify several acres if they wanted to grow a decent amount of crops to significantly help the city's food supply. They would also need to build a storage facility and most likely construct living quarters for the guards who would protect the farmland. If everything went according to plan, this agricultural expansion would bring tremendous benefits in the near future. Each time Bliss and Lenny activated their purification circles, a new set of shadow-corrupted beast creatures who were nearby would sense the disturbance and come toward them. But most of these beasts were dealt with quickly, since they were only basic tier in strength. This was expected, given their location along the outskirts of the Shadow territory. Only deeper into the Shadow continent did the high-tier shadow beasts exist. This made their purification work relatively safe and straightforward.
We're making good progress. At this rate, we'll have enough cleared farmland to make a real difference,
Lenny thought, carefully drawing another magic circle. The expedition continued for several days in total. One evening, as the sun was starting to set and paint the sky orange and purple, the group decided to move back away from the infected land, even further than the areas they'd already purified, just to feel a bit safer while sleeping. They set up camp, pitching their tents in a rough circle. Someone started a campfire in the center, and soon everyone was gathered around it, sharing stories with each other and trying to make the atmosphere enjoyable, despite the dangerous location. Most of the stories the team members shared involved Ray in some way. Since they were all connected to him through the Red Wings, tales of Ray's achievements and adventures at the academy were always entertaining topics for Scarlet to hear. She listened eagerly to every detail, learning about parts of her son's life she'd never witnessed. Bliss and Lenny, however, had decided to keep mostly quiet throughout the night, preferring to listen rather than share. "So, what about you, Scarlet?" Martha asked after a lull in the conversation. "What's your background? Ray never really talked much about you or his childhood."
Well,
Scarlet replied, absently playing with small flames that danced between her fingers, the firelight reflecting in her eyes.
it's probably because Ray doesn't know that much about me, to be honest. Just like you all, he moved away to Avrion at the age of 5 to attend the academy. What I find particularly funny is discovering that Ray was actually able to use magic all along.
She smiled sadly.
You see, I originally attended Roland Academy myself when I was younger. That's where I met his father. At the time, Ray's father was an adventurer, skilled with weapons and combat techniques. Oh, so Ray got his fighting skills from his father and his magic skills from his mother. That makes perfect sense,
Harry said, nodding as the pieces fit together.
Actually, I never taught him a single thing about magic. I didn't even know he could perform it until very recently. If I had known, perhaps there were a few things I would have done differently in how I raised him.
The sadness and guilt in Scarlet's voice were unmistakable. She paused, her expression becoming more guarded.
You see, I'm originally from the Empire. When Ray's father got sick with the shadow infection, I went back there desperately looking for answers and potential cures. That's when I saw the news report about Ray becoming king.
From the Empire? Does Ray know about this? Kyle exclaimed, sitting up straighter.
No, he doesn't, Scarlet said firmly, and maybe it's best to keep it that way for now. Otherwise, it might just become an unnecessary distraction from everything else he's dealing with.
She looked around the campfire at each of their faces.
I trust you all to keep this information confidential. Can you do that?
Everyone nodded their agreement. Whatever complicated history existed between Scarlet and the Empire, it wasn't their place to reveal it to Ray. After this evening's break, the group repeated the same purification process for the next 2 days. They cleared more and more corrupted land while fighting off the shadow beasts that were drawn to the disturbance. By the end of their expedition, they had collected an excellent variety of beast crystals, enough for Harry, Kyle, Flynn, and Wendy to all have good options to choose from when they eventually began their beasting processes back in the city. All of Bliss's purification solution had now been completely used up. The small vial was empty.
"We have no choice but to return now. We've accomplished our primary objectives anyway,"
Lenny announced.
"We should try to get some of those former Black Ring Guild members and other volunteers to come here as soon as possible. That way they can start building structures and preparing the soil for planting before the corrupted land tries to reclaim this territory.
Lenny suggested. Won't the shadow just take it back over? Flynn asked.
Not if people are actively working the land and maintaining it. The shadow plague spreads where there's no resistance. Active human presence seems to slow or stop its advance,
Bliss explained. Everyone agreed it was an excellent plan. The group began packing up their camp and started making their way back toward the Red Wings' kingdom. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, at almost the exact same time, the expedition group was beginning their return journey. Slivia had just received a particular letter. She stood in her office, staring at the sealed envelope in her hands. The wax seal was red, a deep blood-red color that seemed almost ominous in the afternoon light streaming through her window. Slivia didn't have a good feeling about it. She immediately sent out an emergency summons to all council members. This wasn't something she could handle alone or make decisions about without consultation. Within the hour, the council had assembled in the main meeting chamber. They all took their seats around the large table, looking at Slivia expectantly. She stood at the head of the table, the sealed letter placed in the center where everyone could see it clearly. The red wax seal was still unbroken. No one had read its contents yet.
What's this about? Why the emergency meeting?
Sir Kay asked, taking a glance at the envelope.
That letter, Slivia said, pointing to it, arrived by special courier this afternoon. Look at the seal carefully.
The council members leaned forward, examining the wax seal more closely. Several of them gasped when they recognized the emblem pressed into the red wax.
That's...
Humphrey started.
Yes,
Slivia confirmed, her voice tight.
This isn't an ordinary letter. This is an official communication from the Empire itself.
The group led by Ray and Jack had nearly completed their journey back from Zeray and were approaching the border between the Allure Kingdom and the Red Wings Kingdom. Throughout the entire trip, Jack had remained unusually silent, his head clearly filled with thoughts about everything that had just happened, especially Rachel's death.
I hope I will meet you again someday, big brother. And I am sure you will never let what happened with Rachel happen with another of our kind.
In the carriage with them was Katie. She had officially taken on the role of being in charge of the other freed slaves, and they had all agreed she was the best choice. Ray also felt she was the most loyal of the group, partly because she was the only one who bore the official Red Wings marking on her body. Katie had been wanting to say something for hours, but the heavy silence between Jack and Ray made the atmosphere awkward. She didn't want to interrupt whatever thoughts they were processing. Finally, Ray broke the silence first. "Jack," Ray said quietly, "what happened to Rachel wasn't your fault." Jack's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond. His eyes remained glued to the road ahead, but the way his shoulders tensed, Ray knew how his words affected Jack. When terrible things happen in life, you can't let the what-ifs consume you. For example, imagine two carriages crash into each other one day, and a merchant's goods are spilled everywhere. The merchant would spend the rest of his day worrying, if only I had woken up sooner, or if only I had stopped to take a break earlier. Ray looked directly at Jack. But the if exists in the past, and we can't change the past. Similarly, we also can't see or confirm what the future holds. Perhaps if that merchant hadn't crashed into the other carriage, he might have been killed by bandits later that same day. We simply don't know. Katie watched Ray in awe as he spoke.
He's speaking from experience, but he looks so young, early 20s at most. What could he have experienced at that age to speak with such certainty about loss?
Ray was indeed speaking from experience. There had been many times in his past life as a dragon when he tried to save his kind, yet he'd always seemed to fail. He, too, had spent countless hours thinking about how he could have done things differently. But as time went on, he slowly learned that dwelling on unchangeable past events only brought more pain. Instead, one should focus on their present to shape their future, though it holds uncertainty. As Ray thought about his own tragic history, his head suddenly started to hurt. Sharp pain lanced through his skull. He lifted both hands and pressed them against the back of his head, wincing. "Are you hurt, Your Majesty?" Katie exclaimed, immediately moving to his side.
Are you okay, boss?
Jack asked, snapping out of his depressed daze, his concern for Ray overriding his own grief. Images flashed through Ray's mind, visions he couldn't quite grasp. A dragon settlement he'd tried to build in the distant past appeared in fragments. It was located high up, in the middle of what looked like an ancient forest, surrounded by thick, heavy trees. And there were dragons, many dragons, more than Ray had seen gathered in one place in centuries, and many of them appeared familiar. The peaceful image was suddenly crossed over with another vision. The same place, but destroyed. The dragons had been killed, all of them. The settlement burned to ash.
What is this? A memory I chose to lock away? Why can't I remember it clearly? Maybe it happened a very long time ago, back when I was getting rather old in my previous life. But what does it mean, and why now? Why do I get to see these memories now?
The headaches slowly started to fade, and so did the fragmented visions. Ray lowered his hands, taking a deep breath. "I'm okay, you two. You can sit down now. I think I might just have a little bit of mana sickness. Nothing serious," Ray assured them. Katie sat back down in the carriage, though she still looked worried. Jack also returned to his seat, but he didn't believe what Ray had just said for a second.
Ray is lying, I can tell that. I've never seen him become sick from mana sickness before. Not once in all the time I've known him. And when we were entering Zuray, something similar happened. What's really going on with him, and why is he hiding it?
As the carriage continued rolling along the road, Ray started to notice something. The scenery around them was becoming more familiar. They passed a distinctive mountain formation that Ray recognized. Then he noticed people, travelers walking along the same road in the same direction they were heading. "Wait! Stop the carriages!" Ray shouted suddenly. The crystal-powered carriage came to a sudden halt, followed by the rest of the carriages pulled by horses. Ray stepped outside and looked around more carefully, taking in the landmarks and terrain. "We've already crossed the border. We're currently in Red Wing's kingdom territory," Ray said with surprise. Jack climbed out after him.
I didn't notice it either. I thought we'd be running into blockades or trouble from those guild members the Empire hired.
"What are you guys talking about?" Katie asked, joining them outside the carriage and looking confused. "We just passed the border checkpoint area. It wasn't so easy to cross the borders after Red Wings announced their independence. On our way to Zuray, and for quite a while now, the Empire has been hiring different guilds to stop people from entering the Red Wings kingdom. They've had checkpoints set up, guard station, the works," Ray explained. As Ray spoke, he watched more travelers continue walking past them on the road, clearly heading toward Avrion, the only city in the Red Wings kingdom. "So why did they suddenly stop the blockade then? That seems odd," Katie asked. "That's exactly why I'm concerned. The Empire wouldn't suddenly stop its pressure campaign. They have more money and resources than they know what to do with. They would normally keep picking and chipping away at us for as long as possible until they achieve their goals," Ray replied, his expression darkening. "They're planning something," Ray concluded. "Jack, you stay here with everyone. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the situation in Avrion." "Wait," Katie interjected. "Why don't you take one of the horses? It'll be much faster than you running there on foot. We can rearrange things. One horse should be strong enough to pull the other carriage if we redistribute the weight, and we can use your special carriage for all the valuable treasures we collected."
Don't worry about it, Katie. Ray has something a lot faster than any horse,
Jack said with a slight smile. Ray walked off to the side of the road, away from the carriages. He placed his hand flat on the ground, and immediately a large, intricate magic circle appeared beneath his palm, glowing with bright light. Katie's eyes widened as she watched. From the very center of the magic circle, a giant wolf slowly materialized. It was massive, easily as large as a small house. Its fur was pitch black, and its eyes glowed with intelligence. "Noir," Ray said with genuine warmth, patting the wolf's enormous head. "It's been a long time, girl." He hopped onto her back with practiced ease. "Let's go." In almost a flash, the massive wolf shot forward and could be seen running off into the distance at incredible speed, covering ground faster than any horse could possibly manage. Katie stood there with her mouth hanging open. "Does this person ever run out of surprises?" Jack chuckled. "No, he doesn't. Never." Traveling on Noir at tremendous speed, Ray was able to get a much clearer picture of the situation. He could see that quite a few people from the towns near the Allure border were all traveling freely toward Avrion. No one was stopping them. There were no guild members, no checkpoints, nothing.
"The blockade is definitely gone, but why? What changed?"
Ray confirmed. As Noir continued running, Ray eventually reached a point where he could see Avrion itself in the distance. The city walls stood strong against the horizon. But on the big green grass fields before the city, there were other people he recognized. "Hey, isn't that Noir?" Martha said, shading her eyes and looking at the approaching massive wolf. "Oh, it is!" Kyle exclaimed. "It means Ray is back from Zeray. Maybe he can give us a lift back to the city." It was still quite a distance to walk from where the expedition group stood to the city gates, and Noir definitely had more than enough space on her back to fit several people. "Hey, over here!" Kyle shouted, waving his arms above his head. Ray's enhanced hearing picked up Kyle's shout even from a distance. That's when he spotted the group more easily, particularly Lenny, who was hard to miss given how tall he was. From a mile away, Lenny stood out like a landmark.
"That's the expedition team. They must have just returned from their mission,"
Ray realized. Steering Noir slightly off the main path, Ray decided he would pick them up and take them to the city, since that was clearly where they were heading anyway. "Noir, are you guys talking about that giant beast running toward us?" Scarlet was confused, as she had never seen such a giant beast before. Within moments, Noir had covered the distance and arrived near the group. She slowed to a stop, her massive paws leaving impressions in the grass. "You guys need a lift to the city?" Ray called down from Noir's back. Then his eyes locked onto one particular person in the group. His entire body went rigid. "Mother?" Ray stammered, his usual composure completely shattered. Scarlet beamed up at him with the brightest smile. "Hello, my little sunshine. You never told me you had such an adorable cutie pie as a pet. She's so fluffy and beautiful." She walked right up to Noir without any hesitation and began petting the giant wolf's leg, the highest part she could reach. Noir, surprisingly, seemed to enjoy the attention. Everyone in the expedition group had the exact same thought simultaneously. How in the world, with a mother like this, did Ray turn out to be the way he is? The contrast was staggering. Scarlet was warm, openly affectionate, and completely unintimidated by a house-sized magical wolf. Ray was usually reserved, serious, and carried himself with the weight of a king. After spotting the expedition group, Ray had climbed down from Noir's back to talk with them and find out how their mission had gone. The absolute last thing he'd expected was to see his mother walking among them. He hadn't seen his mother in years. Truthfully, seeing her now made him feel guilty.
"She left when I was young, but I know she cared for me. She's one of the few people who genuinely did, and yet I never bothered to check on her to see how she was doing. I was too focused on uncovering the truth of my past life instead of living my current one."
"Don't look so sad, my sunshine," Scarlet said warmly. She walked over and started pinching his cheeks outward playfully. "She's touching Ray like that," Kyle whispered in shock to the others.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone approach him that way before without getting a fist to their face, Harry added quietly. Oh, will you two calm down? Martha said, rolling her eyes. It's his mother. Of course she is allowed to act like that with her son.
Scarlet pulled Ray into a big warm hug and whispered in his ear.
You've been through so much, haven't you? I'm so sorry I wasn't there to see you grow up.
A familiar scent reached Ray's nose. His mother's perfume, the same one she'd worn when he was a child. A fuzzy, warm feeling spread through his stomach. The smell reminded him of the times when he was very young, of how much she used to look after him and make him feel safe. Almost instinctively, a genuine smile appeared on Ray's face. Seeing this smile, even Martha was so shocked that she dropped her beloved new king-tier bow onto the ground with a thud.
Now what do you say? Any opinion, Miss Woodlock?
Harry taunted, clearly enjoying Martha's shock. There had been many times they'd all seen Ray smile before, but those smiles were usually ones of satisfaction after beating someone to a pulp, or excitement when facing a challenging fight. But this smile was completely different. It was warm, comfortable, peaceful almost.
Who would have thought that mighty Red Wings king is in fact a mama's boy?
Kyle commented, thinking no one could hear him. The mother and son separated from their hug.
It's indeed been a long time, Mother. I'm glad you are here. There is so much I want to share with you. Come, let's go.
The smile on Ray's face instantly vanished, and his stomach churned uneasily. His mother was here after years, and now it was time to reveal the gruesome truth.
It's time to tell her about Father,
Ray gulped, suddenly aware of the brutality of fate.
Okay, hop on, everyone,
Harry called. Everyone began climbing onto Noir's back to ride to the city gates together. But before Ray mounted Noir, he casually placed his hand on the ground.
Ice-bind,
Ray said calmly. A trail of ice suddenly shot across the ground at incredible speed. It reached Kyle's legs in an instant and froze around them, keeping him completely in place.
Wait, what? Ray, why did you do this?
Kyle yelled in confusion. Ray just ignored him and joined others on Noir's back. Then it dawned upon Kyle.
Crap! Did he hear what I said earlier?
Kyle thought frantically, trying to break free from the ice encasing his legs. He was tired and craving a nice bath and a proper feast. He had no intention of walking all the way to the city alone while others took a ride. The rest of the group waved cheerfully at Kyle.
We'll see you in the city, Kyle,
Martha called with a big, exaggerated wave.
Wait! You're just going to leave me here? What about my legs? You can't just leave. What if a beast or something comes and eats me while I'm stuck? Ray, you can't do this to me only because I called you a mama's boy. Please!
Kyle shouted.
Jack and the others with the carriages will be arriving soon. Ask them to help you,
Ray called back. With that, the entire group departed, Noir carrying them swiftly toward the city gates.
This isn't funny,
Kyle yelled after them, but they were already too far away to hear. It didn't take long with Noir's incredible speed to reach the city gates. When they arrived, Ray was about to ask Noir to simply jump over the walls and carry them directly to the main building. The city guards had been informed about Noir and given her description, so they knew she was a safe, friendly beast. However, Scarlet asked Ray to stop right at the city gate instead.
Can we get off here?
Scarlet requested. As everyone dismounted, Ray decided maybe it would be best to enter the city through the normal gates anyway. He allowed Noir to wander freely near the stables outside the walls. It wasn't fair to keep her trapped inside his system all the time, and there were no immediate threats near the city. He could safely let her explore the area. Once they'd all gotten down from Noir's back, they immediately noticed something unusual. There were massive crowds of people gathered at the front gate of the city. Many of them had set up temporary camps, pitching tents in the open fields. Others stood directly at the gate itself, trying desperately to gain entrance, but the guards refused to let them in.
What is going on here? Bliss asked, frowning at the chaotic scene.
I don't know. It definitely wasn't like this when we left. We've only been gone for a few days,
Lenny replied, equally confused.
Flynn, Wendy, Harry called to the two students. Go and try to gather information from the nearby citizens. Find out what's happening and why all these people are here.
Yes, sir,
both students responded immediately, heading toward the edge of the crowd. Scarlet turned to Ray with a gentle smile.
It looks like you might have another serious problem to deal with here, but do you mind if we take a short walk around?
Ray nodded and walked alongside his mother, leaving the rest of the group behind. Bliss noticed the visible tension in his jaw and shoulders and knew the reason behind it.
How are you doing, my son? I have heard about all your feats from Slivia and your friends. They are all very fond of you, but I want to hear it from you. How are you, Ray?
Ray was suddenly awkward. He hadn't felt like that in a while. He slipped his hands inside his pants pockets, keeping his gaze ahead of him.
Fine, I guess.
Scarlet chuckled at the expected response.
Anyway, Ray, I wanted you to stop at the gate because I'm not actually staying in the city. I still have more work to do out there.
Work? But you just got here. Ray suddenly stopped walking and faced his mother.
You don't need to work anymore, Mother. You can stay in the city. You'll be safe here. And maybe I can help with whatever you're working on, or I can get one of these people to help. They're good at all sorts of different things. Ray, I'm proud of you. I'm so proud of what you've built here. I know these people are wonderful. I've spent time with them over the past few days, and I trust them completely. Thanks to them, I now have the answer I was looking for.
Scarlet placed her hand on Ray's shoulder.
But this particular task is something I have to do on my own. It's my responsibility. It's about your father, Ray. I think I can find a way to get him back and heal him. I just need to keep trying until I succeed.
Ray felt like his stomach dropped into an unfathomable pit. His mother was still hopeful. She was still trying to heal his father when he was already dead.
I killed him. His son killed him with his own hands.
But how could Ray tell her the truth? He never really gave it a thought before and thought he would do it easily when the time came. But now that he stood before his mother, watching her eyes twinkle with determination, he didn't find enough courage to say the truth.
I can't. I simply can't. Not yet.
I have to go, Ray. I'm sorry.
Ray didn't fully understand why, but her words were causing him physical pain. All he knew was that he desperately wanted her to stay. If he didn't know where she was or what she was doing, it would worry him constantly.
I have lost my father. Now I can't lose her either.
If you're going to leave, then at least sign this, Ray said urgently. Using the system, Ray immediately pulled up the Red Wings contract and sent an offer to his mother. It was unfortunate that individual adjustments couldn't be made to the standard contract, but it was something every member had to agree to. By signing, their life would be connected to Ray's. He could protect them, enhance them, and locate them anywhere. Reading through the contract terms that appeared before her eyes, Scarlet suddenly understood what the marking was that she'd seen on some of the other Red Wings members.
What amazing power you have, Ray. You've truly become someone extraordinary,
she thought with pride. But quickly, she declined the contract offer.
Ray, I'm your mother, not the other way around. I'm still in charge of you, not vice versa. Ray, I know there is a lot we need to talk about. I want to learn more about you, your experiences and your powers. And one day, when everything is all right, I will. As long as this city is still standing here, I promise I will come back in the future. You have my word.
She paused. Then her expression became more serious.
Also, I've heard you've been getting involved with the Empire. That's dangerous, Ray. Very dangerous. Do you remember that pendant I gave you before I left all those years ago?
Ray quickly looked down at his chest. He could feel something there against his skin. He reached under his shirt and pulled out a small chain. Hanging from it was a black gemstone pendant.
Good, you still have it, Scarlet said with relief. Keep it safe. One day I'm sure it will come in handy for you.
She smiled mysteriously.
Or it might bring you more trouble, depending on how you choose to see it.
What does that mean? What is this thing really?
Ray wondered, holding the pendant. With that cryptic statement, Scarlet arranged for a hired carriage. Within minutes, she was boarding it, preparing to leave on her own journey, one that Ray had no part in and knew nothing about.
Wait, Mother,
Ray started.
I'll be fine, my sunshine,
Scarlet assured him through the carriage window.
Take care of yourself and take care of your people. They believe in you.
The carriage pulled away, carrying Scarlet down the road and away from the city. Ray stood watching until the carriage disappeared from view, an unfamiliar ache in his chest. He wished he could tell her about his father. It was unfair to her.
One day I will. I promise, Mother.
She was a nice person, Martha said quietly, standing beside Ray.
Perhaps she played a significant part in Ray's change of character. If the future of this world turns out well, I will have to greatly reward that woman for raising him the way she did,
Bliss thought, having observed the interactions between mother and son. Seeing the enormous number of citizens still standing and camping in front of the gate, the group decided to take a detour around to a side entrance. An announcement that the king and other high officials had arrived could almost cause a riot with so many desperate people trying to gain access to the city. Flynn and Wendy returned to Harry, having completed their information gathering from the crowd.
What did you find out?
Martha asked. Harry's expression was grim.
I think it's best if we all talk to Slivia about this situation. It's more complicated than we thought.
The group made their way to the side entrance, where the guards immediately recognized Ray and the others. They were granted access without question. As soon as they entered the city, one of the head guards came rushing toward them, clearly having been watching for their return.
King Ray,
the guard said breathlessly,
I have urgent news. Leader Slivia has requested everyone's presence for an emergency meeting immediately. She specifically told me to inform you the moment you returned.
An emergency meeting about what?
I don't know all the details, sir, but it involves the Empire. That's all I was told,
the guard answered. Ray's jaw tightened instantly as he realized something.
The Empire? So that's why the blockades were lifted. They're planning something bigger.
Not only Ray, but the entire expedition group, everyone except the two students, were immediately told to meet Slivia in the council room. There was no time for Ray to check on how things had been running in the city or catch up with anyone. They were taken straight to the emergency meeting. Flynn and Wendy were escorted back to their regular academy classes for now. They'd be informed later about what they needed to do regarding the beasting process, which had been put on hold due to the urgent situation. At first, the two students were disappointed. They were certainly nervous about going through the beasting process, but they were also excited and wanted to get it over and done with. The waiting was torture. However, when Flynn and Wendy returned to the academy grounds, they discovered they were suddenly being treated like celebrities. All the other students gathered around them, eager to hear about their first real expedition outside the city walls. "Gather round, everyone," Flynn announced dramatically, standing on a bench. "Let me tell you the tale of how I, Flynn the Brave, defeated the great spiked hogs and saved our very king's mother from certain doom." Wendy rolled her eyes. "That's not exactly how it happened." "Is it just me, or is Flynn beginning to sound more and more like Master Knight Kyle?" one student whispered to another. Inside the council room, all the elder council members were already present and seated around the large table. Ray hadn't seen some of them in quite a while, but this clearly wasn't the time for casual chit-chat. The severe expression on Slivia's face made that perfectly clear. Once everyone had settled into their seats, Slivia looked around the room and noticed that neither Kyle nor Jack was present. "Don't worry about them," Martha said with a slight smile.
We'll update them about everything when we can. They should be arriving with the carriages soon.
Slivia nodded and began the meeting.
You're all probably wondering what happened during the short time you were away on the expedition. And, Ray, although I would genuinely love to hear your stories about what you've been doing with Jack and Zeray, I'm afraid there's something far more urgent we must deal with immediately.
She gestured to a letter on the table, the one with the broken red wax seal.
A few days ago, we received an official letter from the Empire. To put it simply, they have invited us to compete in the All-Kingdom tournament this year.
Several council members shifted uncomfortably in their seats.
Not only that, but this year's tournament will be hosted in the Empire's capital city itself.
Hearing these words sent a visible shiver through many people in the room. During the last major fighting tournament at the Academy, the Dark Guild had attacked and caused numerous casualties. Many students and teachers had died that day. It was specifically because of that tragedy that the Allure Kingdom had sent a substitute team instead of fighters from Avrion to the most recent tournament. Martha's brows furrowed in thought.
So, are they actually acknowledging us as a legitimate kingdom then, since they're personally inviting us to participate? Wait, is that why they had no choice but to open the borders and allow people to enter our city? I view this situation quite differently, Slivia said, leaning forward. On the Empire's behalf, this is actually a very clever strategic move. Let me explain my thinking.
She began counting points on her fingers.
First, they arranged it so no other city or kingdom would be able to trade with us freely. With the limited amount of land we control and our primary source of income coming from selling beast-derived weapons and materials, they knew exactly what they were doing to economically strangle us. Meanwhile, they hired guards around our borders who thrived on collecting high taxes and harassing travelers. This caused significant trouble in all the nearby towns that used to support us.
Lenny nodded grimly.
We saw evidence of that on our journey.
Most kingdoms in our position would have tried waging war by now, perhaps attacking one of the weaker kingdoms nearby to gain resources and territory. Then the Empire could have pinned the blame on us as the aggressors who attacked first, giving them justification to destroy us.
Everyone agreed to Slivia's analysis of the entire situation.
But that never happened. We didn't attack anyone. So, the Empire correctly guessed that we must have come up with some kind of solution to our problems, perhaps a temporary one, or maybe not a perfect one, but something that's keeping us stable.
She tapped the letter on the table.
This invitation accomplishes two major things for them. First, by opening the borders, all the people who wanted to move here before are now coming to knock on our door, asking for help and refuge. Simply put, the farmland you all just cleared and purified isn't ready for planting yet. We barely have enough food to feed our current population, let alone hundreds of extra mouths,
Slivia said with frustration.
We tried going to Allure and the other neighboring kingdoms to ask them to resume trade with us like they did before,
Slivia continued.
But they've tripled their prices on everything, grain, vegetables, meat, all basic necessities, almost certainly ordered to do so by the Empire.
Harry slammed his fist on the table.
They're trying to force us into starvation or submission. The second thing this invitation accomplishes is putting us in an impossible position. If we don't send representatives to the tournament, the other kingdoms will see us as weak and cowardly. Ray's impressive display of power from before would only deter them for so long. Our reputation would be destroyed,
Slivia explained.
And if we do attend, we're walking directly into what could be an elaborate trap on enemy territory,
Vaughn added quietly.
Exactly,
Slivia confirmed.
That's why I called this emergency meeting. I've thought extensively about why the Empire is doing what they're doing, but I honestly don't know what the best course of action is for us. I need all of your input.
Everyone at the table fell into thoughtful silence, each person trying to think of potential solutions to this complex problem. Until Ray spoke up with an unexpected answer.
Take in all the people waiting outside the gates. Every single one of them. Accept them into the city.
Several council members looked shocked.
But, Ray, we don't have the resources,
Humphrey started.
Let me finish,
Ray said firmly.
The city is nearly at maximum capacity as it currently exists, so we expand it. Take those refugees in temporarily and put them to work building the expansion. They can construct their own homes and lodgings, which will make them feel more invested in this place as actual citizens, rather than just refugees. They'll earn their keep through their labor. We'll supply them with the necessary materials and provide protection while they work,
Ray continued.
Make them official members of the Red Wings. Give them purpose and belonging.
Slivia looked thoughtful but concerned.
That could work for the housing problem, but what about food? As for food,
Ray said with a slight smile,
call the other kingdom's bluff. Whatever outrageous prices they're offering, 2 times, 5 times the normal cost, whatever it is, accept it immediately. Bite their hand off and take the deal. We'll use them as our food supply for the time being.
But, Ray, we don't have the money for that. Most of our treasury was already spent on previous necessities and building projects,
Vaughn concerned. A confident smile appeared on Ray's face.
Don't worry about the money, old man. Jack will be arriving here soon with the carriages, and I'm absolutely certain he'll have a very nice surprise for everyone.
The gold and treasures from the Zeray auction house should cover our expenses for quite a while. The trip to Zeray wasn't a total waste, but very profitable,
Ray thought with satisfaction.
On top of that, Jack is bringing significant physical labor power with him. Put them to work on construction projects for the time being. I guarantee you they'll be able to build whatever normally takes weeks in half the time. They're incredibly strong and fast workers.
The elders were confused. Who could be so efficient and fast, they wondered. But they decided to wait and see it themselves, since they had more pressing matters to attend to. The council members were beginning to look more hopeful. Ray's solutions were actually addressing their major problems.
Finally, as for the All-Kingdom tournament, let me fight. I'll represent our kingdom.
This last statement didn't surprise anyone in the room. They were impressed and somewhat shocked that Ray had come up with so many practical answers for the city's problems, but they'd all expected he would volunteer to fight in the tournament.
Of course he would. That's just who Ray is,
Martha thought.
Ray, I thought you would say that, and I need to remind you of several important things about this tournament,
Slivia replied carefully. She held up one finger.
First, this is a pure fighting tournament. Competitors are not allowed to use magical abilities during matches, only physical combat skills, weapons, and martial techniques.
Slivia held up a second finger.
Second, each kingdom is allowed to send exactly 2 fighters to participate. We can also send a small support group to accompany them, perhaps 4 or 5 people maximum, but that's it. You'll be deep in enemy territory with minimal backup. And third,
Slivia said, her expression becoming grave as she held up a third finger.
And this is perhaps the most important point, the All-Kingdom tournament is scheduled to occur at approximately the same time that Gary said he would launch his attack.
The room went completely silent.
Gary, how could I forget about him? He gave us 1 year to prepare, and that deadline is approaching.
Ray's mind raced as he thought about the whole situation.
So you're saying,
Lenny said slowly, working through the implications,
that if Ray goes to the Empire for the tournament, he won't be here to defend the city when Gary attacks?
Exactly,
Slivia confirmed.
We'll be splitting our forces at the worst possible time. Ray would be in the Empire's capital, far from here, while our most dangerous known enemy strikes at our home.
The destined time that Gary had mentioned was always lurking in the back of everyone's minds. It seemed like only weeks ago when he'd issued his 1-year warning and now that deadline was finally approaching. The question weighing on everyone was simple but terrifying. Was Ray strong enough now to face the demon possessing the dragon hammer? According to information Bliss had provided them, the demon within the hammer was equal in power to a god, or at least what humans referred to as gods, beings like Bliss herself. This was also similar to whatever entity existed inside Eddie, the prince, except the hammer's demon was aligned toward evil and destruction rather than balance.
When we fought before in that underground chamber in Kelberg, Gary won decisively. The demon was completely confident in its victory. The only thing that stopped it from finishing me was Gary's own will fighting against it. The demon knew I stood no chance against it at that time, but now I have gone through an evolution and have many skills unlocked. But the question still remains, am I able to defeat the demon without harming Gary?
Ray thought, his jaw tightening at the memory. Essentially, Ray and the possessed Gary were in a race to see who could become stronger faster. Ray needed to surpass the demon's power before their inevitable confrontation. But there was a clear problem. There were only two reliable ways for Ray to increase his strength dramatically, by consuming higher-tier beast crystals, which neither the Allure Kingdom nor the Red Wings Kingdom possessed, or by saving large numbers of people, which activated his system's reward mechanisms.
I am surprised I didn't gain any new skills after the events in Zuray. I saved those slaves, defeated Russell and his organization, and freed an entire hidden population. But the system gave me nothing. It often acts in ways I can't understand or predict,
Ray thought. Regardless, the most important thing was that Ray needed to push himself further before meeting Gary again. And this tournament might provide exactly that opportunity. I think I need this tournament more than anything. My strength lately has been on a bit of a plateau. I need something to break through to the next level. I know I can't and shouldn't rely on my magical abilities all the time, Ray confessed. The others hearing this could hardly believe it. After all, every time Ray returned from a journey, it seemed like they were meeting a completely different person. He improved that rapidly. A plateau? He just took down an entire city's corrupt leadership practically by himself. But if Ray still isn't confident in his strength, that means he indeed needs to work harder before facing Gary, Martha thought. Ray continued. The fact that I can no longer use magic during this tournament is actually great for me. It will force me to hone my pure fighting skills, which have grown somewhat blunt from relying on magic too much. Vaughn, Sir Kay, I hope during this preparation time that you will both be willing to take me as your student again. Vaughn and Sir Kay, two of the most skilled knights in the kingdom, both nodded seriously.
Of course, it would be an honor,
they replied in unison.
Well, I can't say I 100% agree with your decision,
Slivia admitted.
But honestly, because of your teleportation abilities, if Gary or the Shadow Forces attack at any point while you're away, you could easily return to us within seconds. That does provide some reassurance.
She looked around the table.
I guess the next question is, who should accompany Ray to the tournament? We're allowed to send 2 fighters total.
Isn't that an easy choice?
Dan said immediately.
It should be Jack. I mean, no offense to anyone else here, but in terms of raw physical power, he's the strongest out of all of us by a significant margin.
Several other council members nodded in agreement. Jack's werewolf strength was undeniable. But Ray rejected the idea. He had complete faith in Jack, and after spending so much time alongside him, Ray thought they had developed a deeper understanding between them. It could be beneficial to them in the tournament, yet he couldn't allow Jack to join him in this journey. That won't work. When Jack returns with the carriages, it's best that he stays here with the people he's bringing with him. They trust him specifically. I think it would be best if they were kept under his direct care for a while until they become comfortable with the rest of us.
Ray, who are these people you are referring to frequently? Why do they need Jack specifically to look after them? I'm sure we all can do that for them.
Sir Kay was curious to know the details about Ray's visit to Zeray and the people he had brought with him. Ray paused before answering. "You'll all understand when you see them. They've been through significant trauma. They need stability, and only Jack can provide that." The room went silent as everyone considered this reasoning. It made sense, even if it meant losing their strongest physical fighter as an option. Until a single person volunteered. "If no one else wants to go, I would like to," Harry said, raising his hand calmly. Everyone turned to look at him. Harry, I actually think you might be the best choice. You're calm under pressure, skilled with multiple weapon types, and most importantly, sensible and level-headed. You might actually be a better tournament choice than Jack, even if you're not quite as physically strong," Slivia said thoughtfully. "Yes, and after Harry goes through the beasting process with one of the crystals we collected, his natural physical abilities should increase significantly. That will close the gap even more," Martha added with an approving smile. "I have no complaints about Harry accompanying me," Ray agreed.
Truthfully, I don't really care who participates in the tournament with me,
Ray thought.
because I'm planning to defeat everyone there regardless. It doesn't matter who my partner is.
Dan raised his hand tentatively.
Can I ask something? What position does the Allor Kingdom usually place in this tournament?
It was the first time Wilfred spoke since the meeting began. "Every single year, even when Avrion was still part of the Allor Kingdom, we would come in dead last place." He sighed heavily. "While we kept our strongest warriors on the front lines defending against the Shadow Plague, we would send the winners from our own Academy tournament to the All-Kingdom event. Of course, the difference in experience between students, essentially children, and fully trained adult warriors from other kingdoms was enormous. Still, the Allor Kingdom had developed a reputation as the weakest kingdom militarily, so the other kingdoms accepted whichever representatives we sent, even knowing they were students. It was almost considered charity, allowing us to participate at all. We never stood a chance of winning anything." The information did nothing to help the situation. Everyone's face fell as they heard about it, realizing how difficult it was going to be for Ray and Harry. They not only had to win the competition, but also bring glory to the name of the Red Wings. None of them wished for the world to consider the Red Wings a weakling, like they considered the Allor Kingdom. Sensing the sudden shift in the air, Slivia interrupted, trying to lift the atmosphere. "Let's not keep the mood so depressed. We shall proceed with Ray's plans. We'll also decide on a small support group, perhaps 3 or 4 people, who will be able to accompany Ray and Harry to the tournament. We'll update everyone when we have more specific information from the Empire about dates and requirements." The meeting concluded, and people began standing and gathering their things. Ray was about to head toward the city gates to make sure Jack and the others had arrived safely with the carriages when an unexpected person tugged gently on his sleeve. "Do you have a second?" Bliss asked quietly. "In private." She glanced meaningfully at the others who were still lingering nearby, clearly indicating she didn't want them to overhear whatever she needed to discuss.
This can't be good. Whenever the Divine Being wants to talk to me privately, it's usually to ask a favor or deliver bad news.
Ray pressed his lips in a thin line before nodding in approval. The two of them walked away from the council chamber, moving to a more secluded area of the building. They entered one of the rooms that served as office space for one of the elder council members. Currently, no one was inside. It was perfect for a private conversation. Bliss closed the door behind them and turned to face Ray with an unusually serious expression. "I wanted to ask you something, Ray. When you were away in Zeray, did you use the Mana Steel ability on people who were contracted to you?" Ray thought back to the battle. Yes, he had definitely used Mana Steel to supplement the massive amount of power needed to create that giant fireball attack. After all, half of his own mana had already been depleted from using other spells. It was specifically because of Mana Steel that he could be so reckless with his power usage. He could always borrow from his contracted allies when needed. "Yeah, I did use it," Ray confirmed. "How did you know?
You don't have a contract with me, so none of your mana was taken." "I could sense the disturbance in magical energy patterns. Even from a distance, when you draw that much power from that many people simultaneously, it creates ripples I can detect," Bliss explained. "Okay," Ray said, still not understanding why this mattered. "Is there a problem with me using that ability? It's part of the contract system. That's what it's designed for, right?" Bliss was quiet for a long moment, seeming to struggle with how to phrase what she needed to say. "I don't know if you care about this or not, or if you're even aware of it, but I thought it would be best to tell you the truth," Bliss finally said. "Tell me what?" Ray asked, feeling a sense of dread building. "Even though you can take mana from your contracted allies and give it back freely, and even though it seems harmless on the surface—" Bliss paused, meeting his eyes directly. "Each time you use mana steal, you're taking a small portion of their life force along with their mana, Ray." Ray felt like the floor had dropped out from under him. "What?" "That's right," Bliss continued, her voice gentle but firm. "Every time you borrow their power, you're slowly killing all of your allies." For several seconds, Ray didn't know how to process the news Bliss had just delivered. It was entirely possible the divine being was lying to him, but why would she? After all, they both shared a similar ultimate goal.
I am killing all my allies?
Now knowing this terrible truth, Ray started recalling all the times he'd used mana steal. Every tough situation he'd encountered, he'd relied on it. During his time as a human in this life, the number of times was simply impossible to count.
The skill Mana Steal always saved me when I was in a desperate situation. It was my emergency solution,
Ray thought. In some cases, Ray had used Mana Steal directly on individuals, most often on enemies, but there were definitely times when he'd used it on Jack as well during battles.
Does it affect people more when I use it directly on them versus drawing from the general contract pool?
Then he started thinking about when he'd used it as a large-scale ability. As long as someone was contracted to him through the Red Wing system, Ray could draw mana from them. When using it that way, there was no mechanism for him to pick and choose who contributed. The power taken was distributed equally among all contracted members.
That doesn't really bother me when it comes to most people,
Ray was about to think, but then he started remembering exactly who was contracted. It included elderly individuals like Vaughn, his first teacher at the academy. Ray didn't know Vaughn's exact age, but the man was clearly in the later years of his life. Taking life force from someone who probably didn't have much time remaining anyway, someone who had only ever helped and taught Ray with kindness and patience. That thought started to make Ray feel genuinely sick to his stomach.
Vaughn trusted me. He believed in me when no one else did, and I've been slowly killing him every time I borrowed power. Damn it!
Seeing how Ray had completely paused and fallen silent after hearing the news, Bliss could tell this revelation was affecting him quite deeply. Although he didn't say a word, the tension in his jaw was evident. "You really have changed, Sen, and you don't even fully realize it yet, but one day I hope you will." At first, Bliss had been genuinely unsure if informing Ray about this would even matter or change his behavior. The Sen she'd known in his past life as the Red Dragon didn't care about human lives beyond their immediate usefulness. As long as something benefited him and moved him toward his goals, he wouldn't have cared at all about taking a bit of their life force. He would have seen it as simply the price of power. But seeing Ray's current reaction, the genuine distress and moral conflict written across his face, Bliss was genuinely happy she'd chosen to tell him the truth. Yes, Ray's hatred toward humans drove him forward on his path to seeking power and control, but unknowingly, Ray had become deeply connected with the people around him in this life. Many of them had chosen to follow and trust him completely. That trust was now a heavy weight on his shoulders.
How could he possibly betray that trust by unknowingly stealing years of life from them? "Thank you," Ray said suddenly. It was such an unexpected phrase that Bliss was completely taken aback. In all her centuries of knowing Sen's soul, she'd never heard him say those words with genuine gratitude. Before she could respond, Ray turned around and started walking toward the door to leave. "Wait," Bliss called out. "Don't you want a more detailed explanation? Or maybe to discuss potential solutions? Or are you going to tell me that you don't actually care after all? You don't even want to accuse me of hiding things from you, or say it is all my fault and I am trying to trick you?" Ray stopped at the door but didn't turn around. "Why would I need those things?" "Because this is the solution is a simple one," Ray interrupted, his voice calm and steady. "I just need to stop using the Mana Steel skill entirely. I should have done this from the very beginning anyway. I need to rely on my own power, not constantly borrow from others. This is actually good for me. It will force me to grow stronger individually." A slight, dark smile appeared on Ray's face as he considered another aspect. "Besides, this skill gives me another effective way to deal with enemies who truly deserve punishment. Not only will I take away their ability to use magic or ki temporarily, but I'll also cause them pain and damage they can't even see with their eyes, a hidden permanent cost for opposing me." With those final words, Ray left the room, closing the door firmly behind him. Bliss stood alone, slowly shaking her head with a mixture of approval and concern. "Although he's improved significantly in how he treats allies, he still has a long way to go regarding how he views enemies. Cruel to those who oppose him, but kind to those who follow him. I guess this isn't a terrible result overall." She understood the historical context that Ray didn't. The Mana Steel skill was indeed an extraordinarily powerful ability, but it had been classified as forbidden magic and made taboo among humans a very long time ago. Originally, it had been developed to draw life force from plants and natural sources to sustain mages during long campaigns. As a dragon in his previous life, Sen's natural presence when angered had allowed him to drain life force from his surroundings effortlessly and unconsciously. It wasn't surprising that Ray had never noticed the life-draining aspect of Mana Steel before. "He's managed to surround himself with incredibly strong-willed people. The mana drain doesn't seem to affect them as severely as it would weaker individuals. Their robust life force can withstand the drain better." Still, after spending considerable time in the company of the Red Wings Kingdom's people, Bliss genuinely felt like it was partially her duty to look after the humans who were currently helping her achieve her own goals. "They've been good to me. Warning Ray was the least I could do." With everything currently happening and a clear plan of action forming, Ray decided there were several important things he needed to accomplish before the tournament. If possible, he wanted to travel to the Empire ahead of time, before the official tournament start date. There were multiple reasons for this decision, but the primary one was straightforward. He wanted to reach the King Tier evolution level as quickly as possible before facing Gary.
Hopefully the Empire has plenty of high-tier beasts in their territory for me to hunt. They control vast lands. There must be advanced and king-tier creatures somewhere.
Before leaving the government building, Ray activated his transformation ability. He disguised himself completely, covering up his distinctive red hair and taking on the appearance of Ness the Adventurer, one of his established alternate identities. His reasoning was practical. Now that his real face was well known throughout the city and beyond, it was nearly impossible for Ray to walk around on his own outside the city without constantly getting recognized, stopped, and surrounded by people. With the growing number of enemies, he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention and waste his time and energy in dealing with them. The disguise provided necessary anonymity. Ray's destination was the city gate. He was hoping to catch Jack and the others when they arrived with the carriages from their journey. His mind was constantly at work as he made his way toward the city gate while passing the academy grounds. As Ray approached the gate area, He spotted them. Just a short distance ahead, he could see Jack and several carriages moving toward the entrance. It appeared they'd managed to pick up Kyle along the way. He was riding on top of one of the carriages, looking somewhat disgruntled but unharmed.
I guess the ice melted eventually,
Ray thought with slight amusement. The guards at the gate quickly approached the arriving group. They helped the freed slaves disembark from the carriages and escorted them around to the side of the gate structure. This was because most of the main gate guards were currently overwhelmed by the massive crowds of citizens registering to officially become part of the Red Wings kingdom.
The refugee situation Slivia mentioned. It's even worse than I thought. There must be hundreds of people waiting,
Ray realized as he looked around. Although he had come up with some solutions, he knew they were only temporary, and he needed to find a way to grow and sustain his kingdom soon. As soon as the freed slaves were safely off the carriages and being processed, something unexpected happened. A system notification suddenly flashed into existence directly in front of Ray's vision.
Task complete, times 10. 32 of 1,000 tasks remaining. New skills have been unlocked.
Ray blinked in surprise, reading the notification again to make sure he'd understood correctly.
10 tasks completed at once? That must be from freeing those 10 slaves in Zeray. Each one counted as a separate save-a-life task,
Ray figured. He focused on the second line of the notification.
32 out of 1,000 tasks remaining. I still have so many left to complete.
The number was genuinely daunting. Ray had been working toward completing these life-saving tasks for quite a while now, and he'd only managed to finish 968 out of 1,000 total. The finish line still seemed incredibly far away.
At this rate, how long will it take to complete all 1,000 tasks? Years? Decades?
Ray wondered. But he pushed those discouraging thoughts aside. Every journey began with single steps. Every massive goal was achieved through consistent small victories.
10 tasks completed today. That's significant progress, and I've unlocked new skills because of it,
Ray reminded himself. The notification screen had appeared before Ray, and he'd been starting to wonder if this reward would ever trigger. It seemed that as soon as the slaves Ray had saved from the Zeray auction stepped through the gates into the Red Wings kingdom, the system had officially deemed Ray as having saved their lives.
Does this mean if I had left them to fend for themselves outside the city, they still would have died eventually? I remember the divine beings say she could predict a little about what would happen to people, and that ability was somehow linked to my system.
Not fully understanding the exact mechanics, this was the only logical explanation he could come up with for why the tasks were completed now instead of when he'd first freed them. With many urgent matters to handle, Ray decided to examine the new skills later. After greeting Jack at the gate, he quickly informed him about everything that had happened during the council meeting and mentioned his plans to travel to the Empire ahead of schedule. "Ray, you have to let me come with you. I can help. I want to," Jack pleaded immediately. "No," Ray interrupted firmly but kindly. "I understand your wish to come with me, Jack, but look at them. They need you more." He pointed toward the werewolves standing nervously behind Jack. They were looking around at all the humans with obvious fear and anxiety. Although they had chosen to come with Jack and intellectually understood there would be humans in the city, they were still deeply traumatized from their experiences.
Their bodies are here, but their trust isn't. They need time and someone they feel safe with,
Ray observed. Looking at the frightened werewolves, Jack knew immediately that Ray was right. These people needed him specifically. He was the bridge between their world and this one. "Ray, just don't do anything stupid while you're gone," Jack said with resignation. "And I say the same to you," Ray replied. They both laughed, the tension breaking for a moment. After finishing with Jack, Ray went to speak with Katie. There was important information he needed to convey to her as well. "Katie, while I'm away, You're to follow Slivia's orders to the best of your ability. She'll guide you and the others on how to integrate into the city properly," Ray instructed. Katie didn't argue. She would do whatever was asked of her. But she couldn't help wondering about this mysterious woman named Slivia and what her relationship to Ray actually was. "Is Slivia the queen?" Katie asked, trying to sound casual. Ray paused for a moment, genuinely thinking about the question. Slivia certainly ran the kingdom far more than he did. All the council members and citizens respected her as if she held that position. "I guess she kind of is," Ray replied honestly. At those words, Katie felt like a dagger had been shoved directly into her heart. Without realizing it, she had begun to fall for Ray's kindness and his bravery, but she kept a brave face and gave Ray a sharp salute. "Of course he has a queen. What did I expect? He's a king," Katie thought, fighting back unexpected emotion. "I shall deliver all the goods from the carriages to her as you ordered," Katie said formally, then quickly turned and walked away before her expression could betray her feelings. There was one more important reason Ray had decided to meet the group at the gate rather than waiting for them to come to the academy buildings. He knew it would take considerable time to sort through everything and process all the freed slaves through registration. He wanted to personally retrieve certain valuable items from the carriages himself. They had completely raided the auction house in Zeray, and there were some genuinely excellent items among the haul. This included multiple king-tier beast crystals, extremely rare and valuable.
Perfect timing. I can take these to Rusty. He can create a replacement weapon for Jack, and perhaps forge some new equipment for me as well."
After taking all the king-tier crystals he could carry, Ray headed toward Rusty's workshop. Meanwhile, after the council meeting had ended, both Bliss and Lenny headed directly to their shared research room. They'd also send messages inviting Kyle, Harry, Flynn, and Wendy to meet them there. Everyone gradually gathered in the room. Behind Bliss and Lenny, a large reinforced table could be seen with several heavy metal cuffs attached to its surface, along with thick chains bolted to the floor. It wasn't a pleasant sight by any measure, and seeing this setup, everyone knew the upcoming process wasn't going to be easy or comfortable. In front of that restraint table was another workbench to the side. It was covered with beast crystals that had been carefully separated into organized piles based on which creatures they'd come from. On the table sat a total of 6 different basic tier crystals, even though only 4 people were scheduled to undergo the beasting process.
"Okay,"
Lenny said with a huge breath, clearly preparing himself mentally.
"Bliss and I have been discussing the best approach, and it looks like we should be able to match appropriate beasts to any of you. What I will emphasize, though, is you need to make absolutely sure you choose one that will complement your existing fighting style and natural abilities."
He gestured toward the door where Martha had departed earlier.
You all saw firsthand how much Martha improved after her beasting process, and how perfectly it complemented her bow skills out in the field. That synergy is what you're aiming for.
Lenny's expression became stern.
If your combat movements require you to be fast and stealthy, then there's no point choosing a beast that provides heavy defense and slow power. Think strategically about what you actually need.
Lenny panned his eyes around the room, studying each of the 4 candidates carefully before his gaze settled on Harry.
I believe it's only fair that Harry gets the first choice. After all, he will be competing in the All-Kingdom tournament representing our kingdom. It's best if he gets first pick to maximize his chances.
The others nodded in agreement. Harry had also done the most work when it came to actually hunting and killing the shadow beasts during the expedition, so everyone thought it was completely fair. Walking over to the crystal table, Harry carefully looked at each option. He started thinking back to when they'd fought against each specific beast, trying to remember their abilities and characteristics. What traits would be most useful for tournament combat? Finally, after several minutes of careful consideration, Harry made his decision and picked up one of the crystals. "Yes!" Kyle suddenly cheered in excitement. "Oh no, that's the one I was going to pick." Everyone turned to stare at Kyle like he was an idiot. Did he really think no one could see or hear his obvious attempt to save face? "Smooth, Kyle, real smooth," Harry thought with amusement. Due to the ridiculous way Kyle had acted, Lenny decided to allow the two students, Flynn and Wendy, to make their selections before Kyle, essentially punishing him for his childish behavior. When it was finally Kyle's turn to approach the table, he dragged his feet dramatically across the floor with his head hanging down in exaggerated depression. The crystal he would have genuinely chosen had already been selected by Flynn. Not caring anymore, Kyle didn't even think strategically about what would be most suitable for his fighting style. He just grabbed one of the remaining crystals from the table at random. "Okay," Bliss said, in an unusually cheery, upbeat voice that sounded almost sinister given the circumstances. "The first people to undergo the process will be you two." She pointed directly at Flynn and Wendy. Both students immediately started shaking visibly. "Wait, why can't we let one of them go first?" Flynn protested, gesturing toward the adults. "That way we can, see how bad it actually is." Wendy didn't say anything out loud, but for once she actually agreed completely with Flynn's suggestion. The idea that the beasts they'd just fought against would somehow become part of them physically was still too surreal and terrifying to fully process. "The reason is simple. We need the adults to hold you down during the process. If you start going out of control and thrashing about violently, which you will, they're going to physically restrain you so you don't hurt yourself or damage the equipment," Bliss explained matter-of-factly. "Oh gods, that sounds absolutely horrifying," Flynn thought, his face going pale. Bliss's clinical explanation wasn't helping calm anyone's nerves at all. The students were now vividly imagining just how excruciating the process must be if violent thrashing and physical restraint were considered normal and expected. But as Wendy thought about her little brother back home and how Ray had consistently kept all his promises about looking after him and making sure he was safe, she decided to step forward bravely. "I'll go first," Wendy announced, her voice only slightly shaking. Wendy walked up to the restraint table and climbed on top of it, lying down on her back. Lenny began securing the metal cuffs around her wrists and ankles, while Bliss continued preparing the other crystals for the subsequent procedures. "You disappoint me, Flynn. If it were me in your position, that would have been the perfect moment to volunteer heroically. You should have said, 'No, I'll go first instead.' It would have been a very, very cool and impressive thing to do," Kyle said dramatically, shaking his head. At this point, Flynn took a deliberate step away from Kyle. Other than their teacher-student training relationship, Flynn didn't spend much personal time with Kyle. Now he was starting to understand why. The man was genuinely strange. "Is he always like this? How does Martha and Dan put up with him?" Flynn wondered. The research room doors were shut and sealed. Then the process began. For the next several hours, screaming echoed through the reinforced walls. Each participant bore through tremendous pain, as their bodies were fundamentally altered at the cellular level, beast DNA integrating with their human form. Wendy went first, gritting her teeth and trying desperately not to scream. She failed after about 30 seconds, her shrieks of agony filling the room. Flynn went next, looking absolutely terrified but trying to maintain some dignity. He lasted maybe 20 seconds before he too was screaming. When it was the adults' turn, more guards had to be called in to help with physical restraint. Harry and Kyle were both significantly stronger than the students, and their enhanced strength while thrashing made them genuinely dangerous. But despite some close calls, there were no serious complications. One by one, each of them completed their beasting process successfully. By the time it was finished, all 4 participants lay exhausted on various surfaces around the room, their bodies still adjusting to the profound changes. "How do you feel?" Lenny asked Harry, who was the first to sit up. Harry flexed his hands experimentally, then stood. His movements were different, more fluid, more powerful. He could feel the beast's instincts and abilities integrated into his own consciousness. "Stronger, much stronger. I feel like I could take on 10 opponents at once." Harry smiled with confidence. "I'm ready to compete in the All-Kingdom tournament and show them what the Red Wings can do." The special human-beast combat unit had been successfully created, and Harry was feeling more powerful than he ever had in his entire life. "Let the Empire bring their best fighters. We'll show them what real strength looks like." Multiple crystals of different colors, shapes, and sizes were spread across the work table in front of Rusty, the dwarf. When the little dwarf stopped stuffing his mouth with food to look up and see who had arrived, he immediately recognized an old friend despite the disguise. Rusty was currently in the middle of teaching a class. Many new people had been recruited into the blacksmith group over recent months, and they all needed training in Rusty's unique techniques. He often had to demonstrate different concepts and methods that had been developed by the dwarves over centuries. Because of Rusty's expertise, the city could enjoy his innovative creations, like the self-propelled carriage that required no beasts or horses to pull it. Around the workshop, other students and workers were hard at work. Hammers rang against anvils, steel glowed in the furnaces. Everyone was focused and productive. Everyone except Rusty, that is, who sat at the back of the room eating, his favorite pastime when he wasn't actually working.
I could swear that in the short time I was away, the little dwarf has gotten even more plump, but I wouldn't dare say that out loud, at least not to a non-human. They're sensitive about these things,
Ray thought, studying Rusty's rounder form. Ray was still disguised as the adventurer Ness, so the students and other workers in the forge didn't recognize who had come to visit. But Rusty knew immediately who stood before him. It was a feeling between the two that the dwarf couldn't quite explain or put into words. No disguise was going to fool him when it came to Ray. "How are you, Bob?" Rusty started to say, but before he could finish his greeting, his eyes suddenly locked onto the crystals Ray had placed on the table. His jaw dropped. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had never witnessed so many different types of king-tier beast crystals gathered in one place before in his entire life. Rusty had been incredibly pleased when he'd been allowed to work on Martha's king-tier bow. That had been a professional highlight. But now this? This was a treasure trove beyond his wildest craftsman dreams. A broad, delighted grin spread across Rusty's weathered face. Instead of continuing with pleasantries, he went straight down to business. "What do you need made?" Rusty asked eagerly, his hands already itching to start working. "Jack needs a new weapon, a large one. It doesn't matter exactly what form it takes or what it looks like, as long as he can swing it around and hit things with tremendous force. The bigger and heavier it is, the better. Those were his exact words, not mine," Ray explained. "I like it," Rusty said enthusiastically. "Simple requirements are the best. They allow me to be as creative as I want without restrictions." The dwarf paused, studying Ray more carefully. During Ray's time ruling this kingdom, Rusty had created numerous items for the city and its people, but he'd hardly ever created anything specifically for Ray himself. "And for you?" Rusty asked pointedly. "How could the king carry on using those basic gauntlets while everyone else around him is using king-tier equipment? A king should use king-tier equipment at the very least, wouldn't you agree? It's about respect and symbolism as much as function." This made Ray genuinely think about his combat approach. He'd been relying on magic far more than his actual physical fighting skills for quite a while now. The level and quality of his equipment hadn't really mattered to him, because magic didn't depend on what he was wearing. But now that he'd promised himself not to use monosteel on his allies anymore, he would need to rely more heavily on his own physical abilities. Perhaps new equipment would genuinely help bridge the gap. If there's anything left from these crystals after creating Jack's equipment, then go ahead and make something for me. I won't turn down quality gear, Ray said. Excellent! Oh, and there's one more thing. Ray reached into his dimensional storage space and pulled out a thick book. He handed it to Rusty, then also retrieved several pieces of the distinctive yellow armor he'd collected from Zeray and placed those on the table as well. Apparently that book contains detailed smithing techniques on how to create that special armor there. According to my sources, the armor has the power to increase a normal knight's capabilities around 5-fold. Strength, speed, and durability, all enhanced. Rusty's eyes began literally glowing with excitement as he processed this information. He loved challenges, and Ray had now presented him with a feast. I thought you had already brought me the main course, but now you're saying what came before was only the appetizer? Smithing techniques I don't know about? Mysterious armor with mystical enhancement properties? What else could I ask for to make my day better? He started giggling to himself in that strange way of his.
That is definitely an unusual laugh. Sounds like a dying walrus.
Ray quickly stopped himself from saying that out loud. I don't regret the day I started working for you, Ray. Not for a single moment. I'll start working on the weapons and equipment for you and Jack first. Those are the immediate priorities. Then I'll move on to studying this special armor project. I would like to enjoy this learning process at my own pace, Rusty said seriously, his laughter subsiding. Rusty carefully picked up one of the yellow armor pieces, examining it closely with his expert eye. I heard you'll be participating in the All-Kingdom tournament. I want to make you something truly special before you set off for the Empire, something worthy of representing our kingdom. I'll let you know through Slivia or one of the others when everything is ready. Thank you, Rusty. I appreciate your work, Ray said.
If Rusty can figure out how this yellow armor works before the inevitable war with the Shadow Plague, then we'll have a significant advantage, a real chance of winning.
The one major advantage the Shadow Forces had over humans was the corrupting power boost that infection provided. If someone or something was infected with shadow energy, it gave them a substantial increase in strength and abilities. That applied to both humans and beasts. The Red Wings' army was currently small, but filled with highly skilled knights. However, the newest additions, including all the people who'd just entered from nearby towns seeking refuge, were not at a considerable skill level yet. It would take years to train them to the point where they wouldn't just be cannon fodder against shadow-infected enemies. This yellow armor could skip all that extensive training. It would be an enormous help to the army's fighting capability. And since nobody else knew about its design, it would be a huge advantage for the Red Wings during the battle. However, Ray was certain there had to be some kind of catch or limitation. Otherwise, why didn't Mayor Russell Glee, Jack's father, sell the yellow armor equipment to other kingdoms and make massive profits? Why only outfit a limited number of men? Why not mass-produce it and create an empire of his own?
Either way, I'll find out soon enough. Rusty will discover the secret.
Outside the forge, near the Green Sash training area, the students' lessons had ended for the day. The training grounds were mostly empty now, as young knights headed back to their dormitories. The lessons were no longer taught by Martha personally. She was too busy with other responsibilities now, and she would also be one of the people traveling with Ray to the All-Kingdom tournament. Leadership of the Green Sash program had been handed to one of her trusted assistants. Martha stood alone on the observation balcony, looking out at the small model town below that the Green Sash Knights used for tactical training exercises. In her hand, she held a regular practice bow rather than her king-tier weapon. After the accidental destruction she'd caused during training last time, though, admittedly, most of the actual damage had been caused by Ray's magic, Slivia had given her quite an intense lecture about being more careful with powerful equipment in civilian areas. Martha continuously fired standard arrows at red targets that appeared throughout the model town below. Her aim was perfect as always. Every arrow found its mark precisely. But for some reason, Her heart just wasn't in the practice today. Her mind kept drifting elsewhere. After returning from the recent expedition with Bliss and the others, Martha had been reminded of that terrible day when they'd lost Monk. They'd been searching for the mysterious beast that had escaped from beneath the kingdom that day. When she'd returned to the city, Martha had immediately asked Sir Kay if there was any news or information about that beast. She'd hoped that finding it might provide clues about what had happened to Monk that day and why he'd chosen to join the Dark Guild. However, Sir Kay had reported there had been absolutely no sightings, no reports of dead beasts matching the description in the surrounding area. Nothing at all. Sir Kay's conclusion was that the beast had moved on from this region entirely, quite possibly heading north toward the Shadow Plague continent or escaping to some other remote location. But what if there's a connection I'm missing? What if that beast is related to why Monk changed? Martha wondered, lowering her bow. Monk, Martha whispered to the empty training ground. I promise I will save you. Whatever happened to you, whatever they did to you, I won't give up. I'll find you and bring you back. Martha had made up her mind with absolute conviction. She would discover the truth about Monk's transformation, and she would find a way to help him, no matter what it took. What Martha didn't know, what none of them knew, was that on that fateful day, Monk had encountered something far more terrible than just an escaped beast. Monk had met the actual person behind the entire Shadow Plague continent, the source of all the corruption and suffering. That encounter had changed everything, and Martha, standing on her balcony in the present, had no idea just how difficult saving him would actually be. Monk remembered everything that had happened that day with perfect clarity. He'd been out searching for the mysterious beast with his group when disaster struck. He could still see it in his mind, Martha being grabbed by strange, writhing tentacles that emerged from the thick fog. Without a moment's hesitation, Monk had thrown himself forward to save her, cutting through the appendages and pushing her to safety.
If I had the choice to do it all over again, I would make the same decision in a heartbeat. Martha deserved to be saved. I can never see her getting hurt. Never!
What surprised him, though, was what happened next. When the beast's remaining tentacles wrapped around him instead and began dragging him down into the darkness below the cliff, Monk had genuinely thought he was finished. He'd made his peace with death. His eyes had closed. All he could do was wait. Wait to keep falling until eventually he felt his bones being crushed by whatever awaited at the bottom. And even in such a situation, his mind was clouded by Martha's thoughts. Her concerned face just before he was dragged consumed his mind.
I'm just upset Martha and I never got to start a family together. That's my only real regret.
Monk had thought in what he believed were his final moments. But then something unexpected happened. The wind pressure from falling began to slow down gradually. The sensation of being dragged decreased until eventually Monk came to a complete halt, suspended in midair. Opening his eyes cautiously, Monk could still only see the thick, unnatural fog that seemed to blanket everything. Although he couldn't see the beast clearly, he could make out its massive outline through the mist. The sheer size of the creature made it look like a moving mountain. Monk would have genuinely mistaken it for a geographical feature if it weren't for the steady breathing. The beast's enormous body slowly rose and fell as the enormous beast inhaled and exhaled. But then Monk spotted something else that made his blood run cold. Standing on the very top of the beast's head was a shadowy figure. The fog obscured any identifying details, but the silhouette of a person was unmistakable.
Someone is controlling this thing,
Monk realized with growing dread.
Place the boy down,
A voice commanded from above. The tone was calm, authoritative, almost casual. As ordered, the beast gently lowered Monk to solid ground. The tentacles that had been restraining him withdrew, releasing him completely. Although he was no longer physically restrained and was technically free to move, Only a complete fool would try to run in this situation. The beast could easily recapture him in seconds. The more pressing matter to Monk was why he was being kept alive, and who was this powerful individual who could control such an enormous and clearly dangerous creature.
"That seal,"
the man said, his voice drifting down from above.
"Who gave you that marking?"
Monk instinctively looked down at his forearms. They were mostly bare. He didn't like wearing heavy armor since he focused on speed and agility rather than defense in combat. The seal the man was referring to was clearly visible on his skin, the mark of the Red Wings, the dragon symbol that identified him as one of Ray's contracted allies. "A friend gave it to me," Monk replied, trying to keep his voice steady. The man started laughing at the response. It wasn't a cruel laugh, but it carried an edge of bitter amusement.
"A friend?"
the man repeated.
"Now, why would a friend need to place a binding seal on you? Does he not trust you enough to serve him willingly?"
As the man spoke these words, the beast's tentacles lifted him gently off its head and placed him on the ground. The shadowy figure began walking toward Monk slowly, deliberately. But strangely, the fog seemed to move with him. Even though the man was getting physically closer, he remained completely invisible, hidden within the shifting mist. "He must be controlling the fog, or maybe it's the beast behind him creating it. Either way, this is someone with incredible power," Monk thought.
"The mark of a dragon?"
the man said, his voice becoming harder as he examined Monk's seal more closely.
"Now, why would a human choose to use a symbol like that? Something that humanity outcasted, hunted, and chased to the very edge of extinction."
When the man spoke these words, Monk could clearly sense genuine anger in his voice, not directed at Monk specifically, but at the concept itself, at the hypocrisy of humans using dragon imagery.
"No human should bear the mark of a dragon in front of me,"
the man declared. His hand moved forward through the fog, hovering just above Monk's head. Multiple thoughts raced through Monk's mind in that instant. Should he try to flee? Should he attempt to fight, perhaps shoving his blade through the man's outstretched hand? If he was going to die anyway, shouldn't he at least try something, anything? Yet, for reasons Monk couldn't fully explain, he found himself unable to do either of those things. But it was not because of fear, Monk realized. His years of sensitive key training allowed him to sense the intent behind actions, and surprisingly, he could tell this man meant no immediate harm. "Whatever he's doing, it's not to hurt me." The hand descended and touched the top of Monk's head gently. Suddenly, the Red Wing seal on Monk's forearm began to glow intensely. The light grew brighter and brighter until a sound like shattering glass echoed through the foggy valley. Monk looked down at his arm in shock. The seal was completely gone. The dragon marking that had been a permanent part of his skin for months had simply vanished, leaving unmarked flesh behind. He immediately tried to send a message to the others using the Red Wing's communication system. Nothing happened. The system connection was gone. He was completely cut off from Ray and everyone else.
"I have freed you from your chains. I saw what you did earlier, how you saved that girl without hesitation. Think of this as a reward for your brave and selfless actions. You are free to go now, free to choose what you wish to do with your life."
The man withdrew his hand. The man turned and began walking back toward his massive beast. Monk stood frozen, suddenly very confused. Was this man not aligned with the Shadow Plague? Was he not going to try to infect me or kill me? Why isn't he asking me to betray my friends? More questions filled Monk's mind. What was even the purpose of attacking us with this beast in the first place? The curiosity was overwhelming. During this entire interaction, not once had Monk felt the evil, corrupting presence he'd grown familiar with. He'd felt that dark energy in the tunnels beneath Avrion. He'd sensed it radiating from Dark Guild members. But right now, facing this mysterious man? Nothing.
This doesn't make sense. If he's not evil, then what is he?
Monk thought.
Who are you?
Monk called out, unable to stop himself from asking. The shadowy figure stopped just before climbing back onto his beast. He seemed to pause, considering the question.
I believe you already know the answer to that, but I like you, young warrior. You have spirit and genuine courage,
the man replied. He gestured vaguely toward the south.
If you want to learn more, if you truly want to understand what's happening in this world, then come to the south harbor of the Allure Kingdom. You'll find what you're looking for there.
The man began ascending onto his beast's back, but then paused once more.
Or,
he continued,
you can choose to continue following the person who originally gave you that marking. That's your choice to make. But let me give you one small warning before I go.
His voice became more serious.
There is only one way to break a binding seal like the one you just had. The person removing it must possess more power than the person who placed it originally. Significantly more power.
Monk's eyes widened at the implication.
You can stay out of this coming war entirely if you wish, or you can choose to stand against me when the time comes. Either way, the decision is yours alone now,
the man said. With those final words, the beast lifted the man with its tentacles and began moving away. Within moments, both the enormous creature and the obscuring fog were retreating into the distance, leaving Monk alone in a rocky valley. After a few minutes, the beast and fog had disappeared completely from view. Now that his vision was clear, Monk could see his actual location. He stood in a valley of some sort, surrounded by steep rocky walls. Behind him rose the tall cliff he'd apparently fallen from.
How did I even survive that fall? The beast must have caught me partway down,
Monk wondered. He looked down at his bare forearm again, where the red-winged seal had been. The skin was completely unmarked, as if the seal had never existed. Monk closed his eyes and took a deep breath, making a difficult decision.
I'm sorry, Martha. I'm sorry to everyone. But if we want to have any real chance of winning this war, we need to find out more about who our enemy truly is. We need to understand what we're actually fighting. The man said I already know the answer to who he is, and I think I do. There's only one person it could be. Only one individual with that kind of power over shadow beasts, who would care about dragon symbolism, who could break Ray's seal so easily. He's the one behind the shadow plague, the source of all the corruption, and he just invited me to meet him.
Monk opened his eyes, his decision made. He began walking, his destination clear in his mind. The south harbor of the Allure Kingdom. That's where he would find answers. That's where he would learn the truth about their enemy, not as a corrupted servant, but as someone seeking knowledge to help his friends.
Or at least, that's what I'm telling myself. I hope I'm strong enough to resist whatever I find there. I hope I don't lose myself completely. Seal! It's gone! But how?
After the seal was removed from his arm, Monk understood he was no longer officially part of the Red Wings. An uneasy feeling settled into his pit. Without the seal, Monk felt like the distance between him and his friends had grown indefinitely, as if he had forgotten the road back home, and now he was alone. He knew the others would be desperately worried about him, but he thought perhaps he could use this situation to his advantage. He wanted to help his friends. He wanted to be useful, and maybe this was how he could accomplish that.
Missions like this are almost impossible to carry out, and Ray would never willingly allow something so risky. He would probably have me bind with his ice-binding skill in a place and have Jake guard in his werewolf form, rather than let me walk into danger alone. So this is my chance of gathering some useful information about our enemy.
On top of practical considerations, the strange man's words had made Monk intensely curious.
What exactly was waiting at the south harbor of the Allure Kingdom? What would he find there? Traveling from Avrion to other parts of the Allure Kingdom was surprisingly easy at this point in time. Although the Red Wings had technically taken control of Avrion, most outsiders still treated it as just another city within the Allure Kingdom's borders. The political separation wasn't widely recognized yet. To afford the cost of travel, Monk made a difficult decision. He sold his Avrion-issued equipment and everything else that would identify him as a knight from that city. The coins he received were modest but sufficient. The only weapons he kept were his twin daggers, the weapons he'd carried since his early training days. Those he couldn't part with.
These daggers have saved my life too many times to count. I'm keeping them no matter what,
Monk thought, checking that they were secure at his belt. When Monk finally arrived at the South Harbor after days of travel, his first impression was anticlimactic. The place looked exactly like any other ordinary city or town he'd visited. The only distinguishing feature was its position right beside a massive river, with numerous docks for ships to deliver goods and passengers. Walking through the town's streets, Monk tried to notice anything unusual or suspicious.
I don't know why, but I half expected everyone here to be infected by shadow corruption. Is that mysterious man hiding somewhere in this town?
Mark thought, scanning the crowds. What Monk could observe were several other people who, like him, seemed to have never been to this place before. They wandered the streets looking equally lost and confused. Not only that, but their clothes were ragged and torn. Some of them didn't even look to be in particularly good physical condition.
Did they just wander in randomly? Or are they here for the same reason I am?
Monk wondered. After walking around aimlessly for a while, Monk decided to start asking locals some questions. He approached a fruit stall run by a friendly-looking woman, but as he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly realized something important.
What am I supposed to ask? I have absolutely no clue what the man looks like. I can only remember the sound of his voice. How do I find someone when I have no description?
Monk thought with frustration.
Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know who runs this town? Who's in charge here?
Monk asked the woman behind the counter politely. Maybe the mayor or local lord would have information. It was worth trying. The woman was quite plump and middle-aged, but she had a genuinely warm smile that immediately put Monk at ease.
Of course I know who owns this place. There's a little inn not too far from here where you can get some food and drink. The owner is inside right now. You're quite lucky, actually, because it isn't every day that he comes by to stay,
she replied cheerfully.
What do you mean? Doesn't the owner live here?
Monk asked, his interest sharpening.
You don't know much about this place, do you?
The woman said with amusement.
This entire harbor town is privately owned. Technically, it's not even part of the Allure Kingdom, although we still have to follow their laws and pay taxes like everyone else. But the actual owner, you see, is often away traveling. He rarely comes back home.
She leaned forward conspiratorially.
But when he does return, it seems like everyone somehow knows about it. Word spreads fast. They all go to that inn to find him, and then after a few weeks, he takes groups of them away on his ship to somewhere else. This mysterious owner sounds exactly like the lead I'm looking for. I didn't expect to find results this quickly,
Monk thought excitedly.
Where does his ship take people?
Monk asked. The woman shrugged.
Nobody really knows for certain. The people who leave with him don't come back here, but they go willingly, so I assume wherever it is must be better than where they came from. So I'm not the only one looking for this man. All these other people are searching for him too,
Monk realized, glancing at the other lost-looking travelers in the street. Suddenly, Monk heard an embarrassingly loud grumble from his stomach. He realized he hadn't eaten anything substantial in quite a while. Most of his limited money had been spent on travel costs, and when he became too focused on a mission, he often forgot about basic necessities, food being one of them.
Here,
the woman said kindly. She picked up a bright red apple from her display and held it out to Monk.
Take this.
Monk automatically reached toward his pocket, then froze when he realized he had no coins whatsoever remaining.
I can't,
Monk said, pulling his hand back.
I'm sorry, but I don't have the money to pay you.
Just take it, the woman insisted, pressing the apple into his hand.
I wasn't planning to charge you in the first place. We all need to eat. This town is a little more special than you might think.
She smiled sadly.
One way or another, we've all been in your situation at some point. Times when we haven't had enough food to fill our bellies properly. How does it make any sense that there's enough food being produced to go around the entire continent, yet we still have people literally dying of starvation in nearly every major city?
The woman shook her head with disgust.
It's clear that something is fundamentally wrong with the system we live under.
Monk couldn't agree more with the woman's sentiment. He too had come from one of those struggling families originally. He'd almost forgotten about that part of his past during his comfortable time at Avrion. When his parents had first heard the news that he'd been accepted into Avrion Academy, they hadn't been happy because they thought he'd become a prestigious knight. They'd been relieved because they knew he would be consistently well-fed and properly looked after there. One less mouth to feed at home.
Poverty shapes everything about how we see this world,
Monk thought. Taking the apple gratefully, Monk promised himself he would return when he had earned a few coins and pay the woman back properly. Money wouldn't be a concern for long. He could always visit the local guild hall and complete a few simple quests to earn income. But first, Monk decided he should head to the inn the woman had mentioned to see what was happening there. As he walked, Monk noticed that many of the wandering people he'd seen throughout town were all heading in the same direction he was going. The inn was located right at the edge of the harbor, near the river and port area. There was a lot of open space in front of the building. When Monk finally arrived at his destination, he stopped short in surprise. There was a massive queue of approximately 100 people lined up outside the inn's entrance. Not all of them, but certainly the majority, looked either poor, sick, or suffering from some kind of disease or malnutrition. They were thin, pale, with haunted eyes. Monk looked down at his own appearance, the travel-stained clothes, the dirt under his fingernails, his unwashed hair.
I don't look too different from them myself,
he realized with some embarrassment. Lifting his arm experimentally, Monk took a cautious sniff and immediately pulled his head away, scrunching up his face in disgust.
Ugh, I absolutely stink. I haven't had a proper shower or bath in days.
He remembered what the fruit seller had said. The owner would be here for a few weeks. There was enough time.
Maybe I should complete some guild quests first. I should earn some money, get cleaned up properly, and buy some decent clothes. Then I can approach this mysterious owner looking more presentable and professional.
Just as Monk was turning to walk away from the inn and head toward the guild hall, he heard screaming coming from one of the ships, docked not too far away. The screams were genuine terror, someone in immediate danger. Monk's trained instincts took over instantly. Without conscious thought, he found himself sprinting in the direction of the screams. His hand moved to one of his daggers, ready to draw it.
Someone's in trouble. Whatever's happening, we need to help them,
Monk thought as he ran. But he wasn't the only one responding. 2 other men who'd been near the inn also broke into a run, heading toward the same ship. As they got closer to the docks, the screaming continued. Desperate, terrified sounds that made Monk's blood run cold. Whatever was happening on that ship, it was serious, and Monk was about to discover that his journey to the South Harbor was going to become much more complicated than he'd anticipated. Monk was rapidly advancing to the ship without thinking twice. Not only Monk, but 2 other men had also arrived at the scene where the screams had originated. They stood on the ship's deck, all 3 breathing hard from their sprint. Both men wore proper beast-hide armor and carried professional weapons. What Monk saw made his eyes go wide in shock. On the deck before them, they could see several crew members being attacked by strange, enormous jellyfish-like creatures. The beasts had large, bulbous heads with two huge, glowing red eyes. Using their many writhing tentacles, they could grip onto the ship's railings, and they were even strong enough to walk on land with those appendages. The terrifying jellyfish were approximately the size of grown humans. At the moment, there were only 2 of them, but Monk's trained eye immediately assessed their strength level.
These can't be any higher than the intermediate tier. They are dangerous to civilians but manageable for trained fighters.
As one of the tentacles from a jellyfish reached out to grab a worker who'd fallen across the wooden deck, a sword came swinging down at the last possible moment. One of the 2 armored men cut the tentacle cleanly off with a precise strike. The other man was also actively helping the civilians. He wielded a spear skillfully, continuously pushing the jellyfish creatures back, while allowing terrified workers to flee toward the safety of the inn and other buildings away from the dangerous riverside. Seeing that the 2 armored men were handling the situation competently, Monk stayed back, observing and ready to assist if needed, but not wanting to interfere with their practiced teamwork. Then, just when it looked like they had the situation under control, 3 more enormous jellyfish emerged from the river. They climbed up onto the wooden port with disturbing speed.
Crap! We need more people! There are too many now!
The spear wielder shouted in alarm. Just then, both armored men caught movement in their peripheral vision. Someone in ragged, travel-stained clothing ran past them at full speed, holding 2 daggers ready in his hands.
Is he a civilian? He can't be thinking of fighting those things. He doesn't even have any armor!
The swordsman exclaimed. The man finished dealing with the first jellyfish, slicing downward through its head to kill it cleanly. Then he shouted a warning toward the running figure.
Careful, young man! If those tentacles touch your bare skin, they deliver a powerful electric shock. One touch and you're completely paralyzed. You'll be helpless.
After giving his urgent warning, the swordsman fully expected the unarmored youth to reconsider his reckless charge, perhaps back off and let the professionals handle it. Instead, the young man continued running forward directly toward the 3 new jellyfish without hesitation.
Ah, damn it! I can't let this foolish kid die like this, the swordsman cursed.
He started sprinting after the unarmored fighter, intending to protect him. But what he witnessed next froze him completely in his tracks. The tentacles lashed out toward Monk from multiple directions simultaneously. Monk managed to avoid not just one attack, but all of them, attacks from all 3 jellyfish at once. His movements were like water flowing around rocks. At exactly the right moment, he ducked low. Then he bent backward at an impossible angle, placing one hand on the deck for balance, while his body tilted at nearly 45 degrees. While performing these acrobatic evasions, Monk was simultaneously able to strike with his daggers with surgical precision. In just a few breathtaking seconds, most of the tentacles from all 3 jellyfish had been severed and were lying, twitching, on the deck. Not a single appendage had successfully touched Monk even once.
Incredible! I've never seen footwork like that before,
the swordsman thought, his mouth hanging open. The 2 armored men watched in stunned silence. They had struggled significantly against just 2 of these creatures, even with the specialized beast-tier armor that protected them from the electric shocks. These dreaded jellyfish were genuinely dangerous opponents. They appeared seasonally and were considered the bane of the harbor's existence. That's precisely why these 2 men had specific equipment designed to counter the jellyfish threat, allowing them to fight with confidence. But they had never, absolutely never seen someone so young display such incredible skill before. And before they could fully process what they were witnessing, the mysterious young fighter had already defeated all 3 jellyfish creatures without taking a single hit. After the last creature fell, Monk quickly moved to extract the beast crystals from inside their bodies. He pulled them out with practiced efficiency and placed them carefully in the small pouch at his side.
Maybe I don't have to do any guild quests after all. If I sell these, I can easily pay that fruit seller back and have money left over,"
Monk said with a genuine smile, examining the crystals. Then he noticed the two armored men walking toward him with intense expressions.
"Oh no, do they want the crystals? It wasn't an officially sanctioned quest after all, and I'm in their town. Different places have different customs about loot distribution, don't they?"
Feeling somewhat upset but not wanting to cause any conflict or arguments, Monk pulled the crystals back out of his pouch and held them out toward the two men. He didn't desperately need the money anyway. He could earn more.
"Young man, I think you've misunderstood our intentions," the spear user said quickly, waving his hands. "Those crystals are yours to keep. We aren't going to take them away from you. You earn them fairly."
The swordsman stepped closer, his eyes bright with excitement.
"We've never seen anything like what you just did. You're incredibly skilled. Have you ever received any kind of formal combat training? And we have to ask this, but do you currently belong to any guild, or perhaps work as a guard for some city?"
The spear user was clearly hoping Monk would say no. Judging by Monk's worn, dirty clothing, it didn't logically make sense for him to belong to an established guild or work as a guard for any major city or town. The two armored men were looking at Monk like they'd just discovered a gold mine. If they could recruit someone with this level of natural talent and bring him to their leader, they would be praised endlessly for the find. Thinking carefully about how to respond, Monk finally decided on his approach. He had purposely gotten rid of all identifying signs that he was a trained knight of Avrion. Based on the armored men's equipment and their presence at this specific harbor, they might have some connection to the mysterious man he was searching for.
"No, I don't belong to any guild. My family was extremely poor, you see, so I did everything I could to earn money by completing solo quests to help feed them. I tried joining a few different guilds over the years, but they always wanted unreasonably large cuts of the rewards from the hard work I had personally done. Or I would be cheated outright, promised one thing and paid another."
Monk shrugged with apparent bitterness.
"So I preferred to work independently. At least then I knew I was only relying on myself."
He'd crafted this story by looking at the desperate people in the queue outside the inn, mixing elements of their likely backgrounds with fragments of his own true past to create something believable.
"Well, trust us when we say we're not like those other guilds at all. You see that massive queue over there?"
The spear user pointed toward the 100+ people lined up outside the inn.
"We don't discriminate against anyone based on their background. Anyone can apply to join, and everyone who's accepted gets properly looked after and paid a guaranteed minimum amount. That minimum would be more than enough for you and your entire family to live comfortably on."
The swordsman nodded enthusiastically.
"Right now, we're conducting recruitment tryouts for new members. Normally, applicants have to go through multiple tests and evaluations, but honestly, based on what we just witnessed, I think you would immediately pass all requirements and be welcome to join our organization without question."
Hearing these last words, Monk's suspicions were confirmed. These people definitely belonged to some kind of organized guild structure.
"May I ask, what is the name of this guild that all those people are trying out for? The guild that you both belong to?"
The two men looked at each other with an expression Monk couldn't quite read. Then they both laughed nervously, almost apologetically.
"You mean you came all the way to this town without knowing?"
the swordsman asked in genuine surprise. Monk didn't respond, maintaining a neutral expression.
"Well, if you didn't know beforehand, this may sound bad at first, but please let us explain before you make any judgments. It really isn't some terrible secret we're hiding," the spear user admitted.
Both men took a breath, then spoke simultaneously.
"The tryouts are for the Dark Guild."
The words hung in the air between them. Monk kept his face carefully neutral, not allowing his shock to show. Inside, his mind was racing.
"The Dark Guild? The organization that attacked Avrion Academy. The group that works with shadow-corrupted individuals. The enemy. This is it. This is my way in. This is how I learn about our real enemy from the inside." "The Dark Guild?" Monk repeated slowly, as if processing the name. "I've heard stories, rumors, but I don't know much about your organization, honestly."
Most of what you've probably heard are lies spread by kingdoms that fear us. We're not evil. We're just people who have been rejected or mistreated by the established system. People looking for a better way," the swordsman explained. The spear user nodded.
Our leader gives opportunities to those the kingdoms have thrown away. He gives them purpose, training, and protection, a real future instead of slow starvation.
They genuinely believe what they're saying. They're not lying. They truly think they're helping people.
Monk was surprised by the way both men spoke with such dedication toward the Dark Guild.
"I'd like to try out, if you'll have me."
Monk finally made his decision. Both men's faces lit up with excitement.
"Excellent," the swordsman exclaimed. "Come with us. We'll take you directly to the front of the line. Normally we make everyone wait their turn, but someone with your obvious skills deserves priority treatment."
Our leader is going to be very pleased to meet you,
the spear user added. As Monk followed the two men toward the inn, his heart pounded with a mixture of fear and determination.
"I'm sorry, Martha. I'm sorry, Ray, but this is the only way to truly understand what we're fighting against. I just hope I'm strong enough to come back from this, to not lose myself completely to whatever I find inside the Dark Guild."
The queue of desperate people watched with envy as Monk was escorted past them all, heading inside the inn where the mysterious guild leader waited. Monk's ambitious mission had begun, and there would be no turning back. At first, Monk was genuinely startled by hearing the words Dark Guild spoken so openly.
Can they really operate this publicly? Isn't this organization wanted by multiple kingdoms?
But then, looking at the desperate people standing in the massive queue outside the inn, Monk began to understand the situation. These were people with nowhere else to go. They were barely hanging on to life, surviving day by day with no prospects or hope. The Dark Guild was offering them an opportunity, perhaps their only opportunity. If they needed to perform morally questionable deeds to survive and provide for their families, then they would do so without hesitation.
Most of these people probably have accumulated hatred for the cities and kingdoms that did nothing while they suffered. The system failed them completely.
Apart from the obviously desperate civilians, Monk also noticed another distinct group of people in the queue. Not as many, but he could identify them by their build, posture, and the way they carried themselves.
Former knights from various cities are here too. They must be the ones cast out for one reason or another.
There had been persistent rumors in Avrion that the Dark Guild's leader, Morfran, had once been one of the city's elders. When he'd been expelled for researching forbidden dark magic, he'd created the Dark Guild specifically to oppose Avrion and everything it represented. Many knights over the years couldn't follow Avrion's extremely strict codes and rules. They ended up getting kicked out, eventually finding their way to the Dark Guild seeking purpose or revenge. Perhaps similar things happened in other cities and towns, where skilled warriors who'd been rejected now desperately wished to be knights of some kind again.
Honestly, it's not as terrible as everyone thinks. You're completely free to leave the Dark Guild whenever you want. There are no repercussions or punishments if you choose to walk away. I'd say at least give it a fair try before judging.
The spear user tried to ease Monk's concern. Monk paused for a moment, as if genuinely considering the decision, even though he'd already made up his mind. Although a selfish part of him wished to go back home, to Avrion and unite with his friends, Monk knew what needed to be done in this situation, and he would do just that instead of being a coward.
It's okay. You're right that I didn't know this was recruitment for the Dark Guild when I came here, but it's not like I have anywhere else to go or any other opportunities waiting for me.
Both armored men broke into huge smiles at Monk's acceptance. The three of them walked toward the inn together. Since the two men were already established members, they were able to bypass the long queue entirely and enter the building directly. Once inside, Monk immediately noticed that someone had cleared the inn completely of all its normal tables and chairs. The entire floor space had been opened up. The inn was still serving drinks and snacks from a bar area, though, and the crowd of spectators was cheering with excitement and energy. Everyone inside seemed focused on the center of the room, which had been marked off as an open fighting circle. Currently, no one was standing inside the circle itself, but when Monk moved closer to get a better view, his eyes widened for the second time in a short span of time. He was surprised to see blood splattered across the wooden floor, and upon close inspection, Monk realized it was still fresh.
That's a lot of blood for supposedly friendly tryouts,
Monk thought with concern. The swordsman noticed Monk's worried expression.
Don't look so worried. No one has ever actually died during these recruitment fights, although I can say there's always someone who's gotten a tooth or two knocked out while fighting each other. Minor injuries are expected.
At one section of the circle, there was a clear pathway leading to a registration table, where a man sat with papers and writing materials. The queue that extended outside the building continued inside as well. Dozens of people lined up, waiting to register and be assigned fights.
Okay, great. Just step into the circle for me,
the registration man said to the next applicant. The nervous contestant stepped into the fighting circle and waited. Soon after, the following person in line was also directed to step in, creating a matched pair.
The rules of the tryouts are extremely simple,
the swordsman explained to Monk, speaking quietly at his side. They both watched what was happening in the ring. Two wooden practice swords were tossed into the center of the circle. Both contestants quickly picked them up from the floor, testing their weight.
Show us your fighting skills and defeat the person standing across from you. The top 50 participants who demonstrate the most promise will be accepted into the Dark Guild, regardless of whether they win their individual matches. The rest will be given a small amount of coins for participating and sent on their way.
Monk was genuinely surprised by the swordsman's explanation.
So even losing doesn't mean you get nothing. That's surprisingly generous. Since when has the Dark Guild become so kind?
It explained why there were so many people willing to try out. Perhaps not everyone was genuinely interested in joining the Dark Guild. Some of these people were probably just here for the guaranteed payment. Whether they win or lose, they'd receive something. But those who truly wanted to join would fight with everything they had.
The spear user huffed with slight annoyance. In a way, your success depends significantly on luck. Sometimes you'll be matched against someone who's never held a sword before in their entire life. Other times, you could be going up against an ex-knight from Avrion or another major city who has years of combat training.
Then that just means they weren't meant to join. If fate puts you against a stronger opponent, that's the test you were meant to face,
the swordsman replied philosophically. Watching the current fight, Monk could immediately tell both contestants were complete amateurs who'd likely never held weapons before. Their attacks were sloppy and uncoordinated. Their footwork was terrible. Their guards were full of openings. But surprisingly, both were genuinely trying to win with desperation in their eyes. Perhaps being accepted into the Dark Guild represented the comfortable, stable life they'd always dreamed of but never thought possible.
The old Avrion would never have accepted people like this. They only recruited children at age 5 who showed exceptional natural promise. At least here, these desperate people are being given some chance at a better life.
Monk's dilemma was growing deeper with every new piece of information he received about Morfran and his Dark Guild. He couldn't believe the man who was bloodthirsty for hundreds of innocent lives at Avrion only months ago was now known and almost worshipped for his generosity. The fight finally came to an end after several minutes of clumsy back-and-forth exchanges. Both participants had accumulated bruise marks and minor cuts. Eventually, one contestant managed to knock the wooden sword from his opponent's hand, then held his own sword threateningly against the other's throat. The disarmed fighter collapsed to his knees, too exhausted to continue. The winner was declared.
All right, young man, your turn is up. I put in a good word with the registration desk, so they've allowed you to skip the entire queue,
the swordsman said suddenly, turning to Monk.
Seriously? Right now?
Monk said, genuinely unprepared for such immediate action.
I haven't even...
Just go,
the spear user interrupted, physically pushing Monk toward the fighting circle.
You don't need to worry or overthink this. Just show them what you showed us at the docks.
When the crowd of spectators saw Monk entering the circle, many looked disappointed and began muttering to each other. Although Monk was 17 and nearly an adult, he'd always had a naturally small frame and was noticeably shorter than most people his age. This made casual observers assume he was just a child, maybe 13 or 14 years old. The crowd quickly lost interest in the upcoming fight, assuming it would be a quick, boring defeat for the undersized boy. The next person directed to step into the ring was a significantly larger man. He was easily 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and visible muscle. He was one of the very few participants who didn't have ragged clothing and actually looked like he bathed recently, unlike the desperate civilians. When the man picked up his wooden sword from the ground, he immediately performed several practice swings, deliberately showing off his skill to the crowd and intimidating his opponent. The sound of the sword cutting through the air was genuinely impressive. His swings looked fast, controlled, and powerful. Monk's sharp eyes observed his opponent carefully, not getting distracted by his display of skills.
This guy has real training. He must be a former guard, probably. Maybe even night training at some point.
You were extremely unlucky to be matched against me, boy. I used to be a city guard in Leeburg. Unfortunately, due to being a little too rough with some prisoners during interrogations, I was told to leave my position,
the large man said, beginning to advance confidently. He grinned unpleasantly.
But I haven't lost my edge. I'll try not to hurt you too badly, kid. Just surrender now and save yourself some pain.
Monk bent down and picked up his wooden practice sword calmly. He didn't perform any fancy flourishes or practice swings. He simply settled into a proper fighting stance, weight balanced, sword at the ready, eyes focused.
Former city guard from Leeburg who was fired for excessive violence. So basically, he is a bully who enjoys hurting people who couldn't fight back. Perfect.
From the outside, just looking at the two fighters standing in the circle, there was an obvious size difference. The large former guard towered over Monk by at least a foot, with significantly more muscle mass. There was most likely a substantial age gap as well, perhaps 10 years or more. With that age difference came the assumption of greater combat experience, and judging from the man's confident practice swings, he was clearly a skilled fighter. His declaration of being a former city guard only confirmed that fact. Some spectators felt genuinely sorry for the poor boy who perhaps just wanted to earn a few coins to buy a decent meal for the night. Others were actively upset at Monk for wasting their time with what they assumed would be a one-sided beatdown rather than an entertaining fight. The taunts from the crowd were loud and merciless.
Get out of there, kid!
This isn't a place for children.
Someone stop this before the boy gets seriously hurt!
Monk could hear every single comment clearly, but he chose to ignore them all. He blocked out the noise completely, concentrating on only one thing, his opponent. This intense focus and ability to tune out distractions was exactly what had made him become the best Black Sash Knight trainee Avrion had ever produced when it came to pure technical skill.
Begin!
The referee shouted, and the fight officially started. The former guard immediately began showing off again, swinging his sword in flashy circles and switching it dramatically from one hand to another. Part of the crowd gasped and cheered in response, while the more experienced observers chuckled quietly, finding the display a bit over the top.
What a show-off,
The swordsman muttered, one of the two men who'd originally found Monk at the docks.
Don't worry. We both know what happens to showmen when they actually get into real combat situations. They do well for a few days against weak opponents, impressing civilians. Then they get overconfident, take on too much, and end up dying in the process,
The spear user replied. He gestured toward Monk with his drink.
And look at the kid's eyes. He's not concerned or worried about this man even slightly. That tells you everything you need to know.
Monk walked forward calmly with his wooden practice sword. Before engaging, he took a single measured swing through empty air.
Weight, speed, balance,
He mumbled to himself quietly. That was all he needed. One practice swing to gauge how heavy the wooden sword was, how fast his strikes would be, and whether he should prioritize blocking, evasion, or aggressive attacks. As Monk inched closer, the large man stopped his flashy displays and began to focus seriously. He continued moving his sword, but now in a defensive pattern, weaving it in an S-shaped motion in front of his body. It was a specific style focused on parrying an opponent's first attack and immediately counterattacking in the opening that was created.
Ah, I recognize that style.
Someone from the knowledgeable section of the crowd shouted.
It's from the Cobra Snap School of Swordsmanship. I've heard that knights at certain high ranks get taught that technique. He must have been quite a high-ranking official in his past position. No, you're making me feel sorry for the kid.
Another spectator said with a sigh.
Why is this former guard bothering to go all out against someone so young and small?
Seeing the serpentine defensive movements didn't intimidate or bother Monk whatsoever. When he reached optimal striking distance, he threw a direct attack downward from the side, aiming for the man's exposed ribs. The former guard reacted exactly as his training dictated. He quickly moved his sword into position, preparing to whip it across and parry the strike away before snapping back with his own devastating counterattack. But just as his defensive sword was about to connect with Monk's attacking blade, something impossible seemed to happen. Monk's sword appeared to phase directly through the defensive sword as if it were made of smoke rather than solid wood.
Damn, did I mess up my timing? I guess I am a little out of practice after all. Well, I'll just have to take the hit and still follow through with my counterattack. A strike from someone his size shouldn't hurt much anyway.
The ex-guard cursed himself internally. But Monk wasn't throwing a normal attack at all. He was throwing one infused with key energy, reinforcing the wooden practice sword so it wouldn't snap on impact, while simultaneously making his strike exponentially more powerful than his small frame would suggest possible. When the key-enhanced strike connected with the man's ribs, a distinct cracking sound echoed through the suddenly quiet inn. The impact was so powerful that the large man's feet actually lifted slightly off the floor. His eyes went wide with shock and pain. The sound of the impact was like a whip cracking. Before the man could even process what had happened or attempt any kind of recovery, Monk's next strike came from above, hitting him cleanly on the top of the head. Though Monk did hold back significantly with this final blow, enough to knock the man unconscious without causing permanent brain damage, it was still more than sufficient. The former city guard collapsed to the wooden floor in a heap, completely defeated. A few seconds of stunned silence passed through the entire inn. Then, the next moment erupted with cheers and shouts of excitement. The crowd didn't care anymore about Monk's age or small size. They'd wanted to see an intense, surprising fight, and they'd absolutely witnessed one. After the match concluded, the swordsman and spear user quickly guided Monk away from the fighting circle to stand with them near the back of the room. They told him to continue watching the remaining tryout fights that would continue through the evening.
You'll need to stay here until nighttime when we kick out all the failed participants and spectators. Then we'll tell you what happens next,
the spear user explained. They offered Monk several drinks, but he politely refused each time. He wanted to maintain complete focus on observing everything happening around him. The three of them now stood positioned near the back wall as the other two drank and commented on the ongoing fights. Then, a strange middle-aged man approached from the side and casually positioned himself near Monk, also watching the matches.
"You're not drinking? Everything's complimentary for successful recruits,"
the man asked conversationally.
I don't drink alcohol.
Monk replied simply.
It slows down reaction speed, and you never know when a beast attack or other emergency might happen. I prefer to stay sharp.
"True enough,"
the man agreed with a knowing smile.
"but that concern doesn't really matter if someone was skilled enough to use ki to actively dispel the alcohol's effects from their system. I'm quite sure you could easily accomplish that technique."
Monk was instantly alert as the mysterious man's words rang a bell in his head.
He noticed me using ki during the fight. He must be extremely strong himself to have caught that detail. Who is this man?
"But where's the fun in drinking if you're just going to magically remove the effects?"
the mysterious man continued, taking a casual sip from his own drink.
"Seems like a waste of good alcohol."
The tryout fights continued for hours. The swordsman and spear user who'd recruited Monk were genuinely enjoying every moment, cheering and placing small bets with each other on outcomes. But Monk's attention had shifted. Now he was far more interested in the mysterious man standing calmly at his side, observing everything with the air of someone who missed absolutely nothing. The man had distinctive black hair tied back neatly, and on his face he wore a well-groomed mustache combined with a pointed goatee. The styling reminded Monk of the many aristocratic nobles he used to encounter during his time in Avrion's upper circles. Eventually, the final fight of the evening concluded. The referee announced it was time to clear the inn. Everyone who hadn't passed the tryouts or wasn't already a member of the Dark Guild needed to leave immediately. That's when Monk noticed just how many people had actually been present purely as spectators, not participants. As the massive crowd dispersed and filed out through the doors, the remaining Dark Guild members began cleaning up the fighting area and resetting tables and chairs.
"Now that everyone unimportant has departed, how about we have a match of our own, just the two of us?"
the mysterious man said casually, turning to face Monk directly. He smiled knowingly.
"I can tell you're interested in me. It's quite difficult to hide curiosity with those intensely piercing eyes of yours, young man."
Now that everything was considerably quieter, the swordsman and spear user standing by the bar could clearly hear the stranger's voice. They turned to look at who was speaking to their recruit. When they saw who it was, both men immediately dropped to their knees in formal submission, heads bowed low.
"We're deeply sorry, sir,"
they said in unison.
"We didn't notice your arrival. Please forgive our disrespect."
One of them frantically tugged on Monk's sleeve, trying desperately to get him to kneel as well. But Monk would never bow down to a stranger, only to someone he genuinely owed something to, the red-haired man with a brooding face. He remained standing, meeting the man's eyes steadily.
"You fool!"
the swordsman hissed urgently at Monk.
"Don't you know who that is? That's the Dark Guild's leader himself, Morfran."
Hearing that name caused terrible memories to surface violently in Monk's mind. Images from the tournament attack flooded back. The screams, the blood, the bodies of students and teachers who'd been murdered that day. His blood began to boil as he remembered how many innocent people had died because of this man's orders.
This is him. The one who launched the attack that killed my friends. Ian. We could have saved him that day if it wasn't for this man. The monster responsible for so much death and suffering.
Every instinct Monk possessed screamed at him to draw his daggers and attack, to avenge the fallen, to strike down evil where it stood. But another part of his mind, the part that understood tactics and long-term strategy, held him back.
If I'm going to learn about the Shadow Plague, about our real enemy, I need to get close to this man. I need him to trust me. I can't blow this opportunity for revenge. I can't even successfully carry it out. Come on, let's do it. I'd be honored to spar with the legendary Morfran himself,
Monk said, forcing enthusiasm into his voice despite the rage burning in his chest. Morfran's smile widened with genuine pleasure.
Excellent. I do so enjoy testing promising new recruits personally.
Monk returned the smile while hatred churned beneath his calm exterior.
I'm going to learn everything you know, and then I'm going to make sure you pay for every life you've taken. Just not today. Today, I become your trusted student. Tomorrow, we'll see.
After discovering that this harbor town was being actively used as a recruitment center for the Dark Guild, Monk had thought perhaps some high-ranking officials might be present in the inn to govern the things and keep an eye on the city business. But he never imagined for a single second that the guild leader himself would be here personally overseeing operations. The more Monk considered it, though, the more strategic sense it made. By staying relatively close to Avrion, Morfran could gather as much intelligence as possible on his primary enemy while maintaining a safe distance. It was actually brilliant positioning. Although Morfran was Avrion's #1 enemy, Monk couldn't help but admire his smart brain.
Morfran is no fool, which only makes my task more challenging.
As Monk walked toward the center of the cleared fighting area, the other Dark Guild members, including the swordsman and spear user who'd recruited him, noticed that Morfran was also moving toward the circle.
It can't be,
The spear user said with growing excitement.
Are the two of them actually going to fight each other?
It's been a very long time since I've seen the boss engage in personal combat. He must have seen something truly special in that kid to bother testing him directly,
The swordsman replied. A few seconds later, Monk bent down and picked up a wooden practice sword from the floor. He watched Morfran do the same, selecting his own weapon with casual confidence. Looking at Morfran now, terrible memories began flooding back into Monk's mind. He remembered the tournament attack, how Morfran had burned dozens of people with his devastating lightning powers, how almost none of them could even move that day, paralyzed by electrical shocks coursing through their bodies. If it hadn't been for Ray arriving disguised as the adventurer Ness to save them, Monk probably wouldn't be alive right now.
It's been a while since then. I learned my lesson and have worked hard to improve myself. I've grown stronger. I've learned new skills. I've trained constantly. I'm ready for this,
Monk thought, trying to steady his breathing. But Monk had to admit, even to himself, that Morfran's legendary lightning barrier technique would be extremely difficult to overcome. That defense had been nearly impenetrable. Looking at how Morfran was dressed now, though, everything seemed different. There was no strange, powerful magical armor like he'd worn during the tournament attack. He just looked like a well-dressed noble who'd wandered in from the street, completely normal. For a brief moment, Monk wondered if this could possibly be the same mysterious man he'd encountered at the cliff after falling, the one who'd removed his Red Wing seal. But immediately, Monk dismissed that thought.
No, that mysterious man and Morfran have completely different energies when speaking, different presences. This is definitely Morfran, not that other person.
You're a knight of Avrion, correct?
Morfran asked casually, not appearing to remember who Monk was at all. Monk hadn't made much of an impression during their previous encounter. He was just another student among dozens being attacked. Besides, Morfran's whole attention was on Sir Kay, Matthew Hart, and of course the young adventurer who ruined all his plans.
You don't have to answer,
Morfran continued with a knowing smile.
I already know you're from Avrion. That specific skill level and footwork you displayed during your tryout match, those techniques were both taught to you by... what does he go by now? Sir Kay, I believe.
Staying completely silent, Monk decided he would just concentrate on the upcoming fight. Perhaps winning this match might prove to himself that he'd made the right choice joining Avrion all those years ago.
The more time I spend here, the more conflicted I'm starting to feel. The Dark Guild members are just normal people, exactly like those at Avrion. The only real difference is their ultimate goal. Maybe it's just their extreme methods I object to, not the people themselves.
Silence, huh? Morfran said, beginning to swing his wooden sword in loose, experimental motions. Well, you certainly suit the black sashes as I remember them. Always so serious and focused, just like Caden. I mean, Sir Kay. He settled into a ready stance. Let's conduct this match using standard tryout rules. I won't use any of my lightning magic or other abilities, just pure sword work. I think that would be considerably more fair, don't you agree? The adrenaline was building inside Monk more and more with each passing second. Usually, he could calm himself down effectively using the breathing techniques and mental discipline he'd learned. He was trying to employ those methods now, but his anger toward the man standing before him ran incredibly deep. It was one thing to attack people who'd done you direct harm. Monk could almost understand seeking revenge against specific enemies. But attacking innocent civilians, students, teachers who'd done nothing wrong, that was something Monk could never, ever forgive or accept. "Let's fight!" Morfran shouted with an anticipatory smile. As soon as those words left Morfran's mouth, Monk exploded forward. He used the distinctive dancing footwork technique taught exclusively to Black Sash Knights, a strange, unpredictable pattern that made you hop and skip in ways that tricked opponents and made your exact movements nearly impossible to predict. When Monk got close enough to strike, he suddenly jumped and attacked from Morfran's left side. Using the Black Sash dance technique, he abruptly swirled behind his opponent with incredible speed. Morfran managed to follow this movement, surprisingly spinning around to face Monk again. But Monk had expected this response. Of course, Morfran had to be extremely confident in his fundamental knight skills to even suggest a magic-free duel in the first place. Monk launched a strike toward Morfran's exposed neck, but it was a phantom attack, a feint. His real strike was coming from a completely different angle, aimed at Morfran's head. Just as the true attack was about to connect, it stopped dead, held firmly in Morfran's hand.
He caught it? How did he?
Monk thought with shock. I never liked that stupid, overly fancy fighting style, Morfran declared. With casual strength, he snapped the wooden sword, even though it was reinforced with Monk's key energy, breaking it cleanly in half. Then Morfran swung his own sword downward. There was absolutely nothing special about Morfran's swing. It had no finesse whatsoever, no beauty or elegance, no clever tricks or techniques. It was just a completely regular downward strike, as if someone who'd never held a sword before had simply been told to swing as fast and hard as possible. The attack was full of openings and technical flaws that any properly trained knight should be able to exploit. Yet somehow, for reasons Monk couldn't comprehend, he couldn't do a single thing to counter it. The blow, the sheer speed, the overwhelming power behind it, was simply too fast for Monk to move, dodge, or even attempt a counterattack.
This is impossible.
Monk's thoughts scattered. Before Monk recovered from the shock and thought of a countermove, the strike came crashing down, hitting him squarely on his right shoulder. He knew the bone had broken the instant the attack connected. He could feel it shatter. But the devastating blow didn't stop there. The incredible force continued through, shifting Monk's entire body forward and launching him violently toward the ground. He hit the wooden floor so hard that his body actually bounced slightly before settling. A few seconds later, Monk was coughing up blood. He was unable to move, and the pain radiated through his entire upper body.
What just happened? How is someone that strong? That was just raw power. No technique, just overwhelming force.
Monk's mind struggled to process. I was never destined to be a knight at Avrion. I honestly don't even know why I was originally selected for training. Perhaps it was some type of administrative mistake, Morfran said, standing calmly over Monk's fallen form. He gestured dismissively with his wooden sword. But look at this result. All those sophisticated skills you spent years perfecting, all that training, all that practice, all that discipline, it all turned out to be completely useless when confronted with pure overwhelming power. Morfran's expression became thoughtful, almost philosophical. I didn't realize this truth before, but what Avrion actually did to me by kicking me out was a blessing in disguise. At first, I wandered around seeking petty revenge, plotting ways to hurt them for rejecting me. But then I realized my entire perspective was fundamentally wrong. He walked closer to where Monk lay struggling to breathe, then extended his hand downward in an offer to help him up. My whole outlook on life, and by extension the entire Dark Guild's philosophy, changed completely that day when I met him. You met him too, didn't you? That's exactly why you're really here at this harbor, Morfran said quietly. Monk looked up at the extended hand, then at Morfran's face. The guild leader's expression wasn't mocking or cruel. It was almost understanding, sympathetic even.
He knows. Morfran knows I didn't come here just to join the Dark Guild. He knows I met the man at the cliff, and he is the reason I came here. But then, why did he not mention earlier? Why does he allow me to participate in the trials and be part of the Dark Guild?
Through the pain radiating from his shattered shoulder, through the blood in his mouth, Monk had to make a critical decision. Accept the hand and continue his infiltration, or refuse and potentially blow everything he'd sacrificed to achieve.
What are Morfran's ulterior motives? And who was that mysterious man who changed Morfran so much?
The questions were enormous, and the answers demanded patience. Monk remained on the floor, beaten and in pain. But more than that, the anger and confusion clouded his mind. As he stared at Morfran's outstretched hand, only one thought swirled in his head.
What should I do?
Refusing to take Morfran's extended hand that hung in the air above him, Monk slammed his fist against the wooden floor in frustration. The impact sent pain shooting through his already injured body, but he didn't care.
After all those years of dedicated training, after all that work and discipline, I still couldn't even touch him, not even when it came to pure swordsmanship without magic.
The rumors about Morfran had always claimed he was terrible with a blade, that he'd earned his elder position at Avrion through political connections and his powerful lightning magic, not through combat skill. People used to whisper that he was incredibly weak in hand-to-hand fighting. So why? Why did Monk lose so completely and humiliatingly? What had changed Morfran so drastically? The curiosity was beginning to consume Monk's thoughts, but he still couldn't bring himself to accept the guild leader's offered assistance. Instead, using only his uninjured arm, Monk pushed himself off the ground and started walking away on unsteady legs. He clutched his broken shoulder protectively as he made his way to the bar counter. Morfran watched him go, then decided to leave the matter alone for now. He had time. The boy would come around eventually, or he wouldn't. Either way was acceptable. From there, several days passed in a strange routine. During those next few days, Monk continued coming to the inn regularly. Having passed the initial tryouts, he was permitted to sleep there and was given a set daily allowance of coins. This stipend was more than enough to buy proper meals and even save up gradually if he wanted to purchase equipment or other supplies. He spent his time watching as desperate people arrived day after day at the special inn, hoping for a chance at a better life. Monk continued hanging around with the swordsman and spear user who'd first recruited him. He'd since learned their names were Zane and Perry, respectively. Morfran also remained at the inn, personally watching each tryout fight every single day. And constantly, throughout each day, he would glance over at Monk. Just brief looks, but Monk always felt them.
He's watching me, waiting to see what I'll decide.
Truthfully, Monk still hadn't made up his mind about what he should do. It didn't seem like Morfran particularly cared whether Monk joined the Dark Guild or not. The guild leader appeared completely indifferent to the outcome. But Monk himself was starting to genuinely worry about the implications of his choice.
If I formally join, will my views slowly start changing? Will I begin thinking like Morfran and the others? Will I lose myself?
Yet another voice in his mind countered.
Or could I use this opportunity to learn about the Dark Guild from the inside, to discover information about the person truly behind everything, to find a way for us to actually win the coming war?
After each day's tryouts were completed, Monk would accompany Zane and Perry on various tasks assigned by the Dark Guild. Most commonly, this involved delivering food to hungry people throughout the harbor town, both to participants who'd failed the tryouts and to random civilians who simply looked like they needed help. What genuinely surprised Monk about these charitable activities was that not once did anyone mention the Dark Guild's name or take credit for the assistance.
That's unusual,
Monk thought as they dropped off another box of supplies. Several established guilds performed similar charitable acts from time to time, but they always made absolutely certain everyone knew exactly where the help was coming from. It was a calculated strategy to build a positive reputation and make people think favorably of the organization. Even the Red Wings army had been specifically instructed by Slivia to publicly advertise their charitable work because their reputation had been terrible initially and needed rapid improvement. As Monk and Zane dropped off yet another box of goods at a family's small house, Monk finally had to ask the question bothering him.
How do people even find out about this trial location? It's not like it's advertised anywhere publicly. If it were, I'm certain the Allure Kingdom would try to shut this place down immediately. How do you keep the people who don't get selected from revealing the secret?
Zane smiled slightly.
We do absolutely nothing to keep it secret, actually.
What do you mean?
Monk pressed.
I honestly don't know when it started,
Zane admitted.
but somehow people just know what Morfran is doing here. I've heard stories that this is probably how the entire Dark Guild originally started in the first place.
He continued as they walked to the next delivery.
At first, there were many people like you. They would arrive here completely unaware, only finding out later that a mysterious man was paying good coin for people willing to join his organization. Back then, there wasn't even an official name for it, but people respected the leader for helping them when no one else would. They continued working for him out of genuine gratitude. This pattern spread further and further through word of mouth.
Zane's expression darkened slightly.
However, we eventually started getting a terrible reputation. Some people in the guild were known ex-criminals. Some had even committed murder in their pasts. This caused our bad reputation to spread. The name Dark Guild became associated with criminals and outcasts.
But still, nothing has fundamentally changed about how we operate. People find their way here by learning from others who have been helped. It's almost like people in desperate situations can somehow sense their own kind and share information,
Perry added. Zane nodded.
And even those who don't succeed in joining the guild are genuinely grateful for the assistance they received, the food, the shelter, the small payment for trying. At this point, I'm sure they understand it would be insane to publicly mention the Dark Guild to authorities.
Think about it. Everyone knows our reputation. If someone saved your life or gave you food when you were literally starving to death, would you put them in that kind of trouble with the law? People stay quiet out of gratitude, not fear. Things have just continued this way naturally, and we haven't had any serious problems because of it,
Perry explained. The more time Monk spent with Zane and Perry, the more convinced he became that they were genuinely good people with honest intentions.
Is this all some elaborate trick? Some type of sophisticated brainwashing technique? They perform all these charitable acts for people who desperately need help, They make people think everything the Dark Guild does is fundamentally good. Then, when Morfran gives them a morally questionable job to complete, he can spin the narrative however he wants. Tell them once again that it's for a noble cause. After they've done so many genuinely good deeds and helped so many people's lives, they think, this has to be for a good cause, right? We've only done good so far. They trust Morfran completely because of all the positive experiences.
Monk wondered. Right now, this was the most plausible explanation Monk could construct, because otherwise, nothing made logical sense.
Can I ask you both something personal? Have either of you ever killed anyone?
Monk said carefully. Both men were quiet for a moment.
Morfran has never asked us to kill. He always allows us to make our own choices about how we operate. We're given remarkable freedom within the organization,
Zane finally replied. He paused, then continued more seriously.
But Morfran has looked after us for so long, given us purpose when we had nothing, that we genuinely wish to return that favor someday. If he were to ask us to kill someone for the sake of the Guild's larger mission, then I honestly believe I would do it without question.
Perry nodded in agreement.
Same for me. He saved my life. I owe him everything.
There it is. My theory confirmed. Looks like my understanding was exactly right,
Monk thought. But looking at the two innocent, well-meaning people standing before him, Monk felt genuine sadness. He didn't want Zane and Perry to eventually transform into cold-blooded murderers who'd been gradually manipulated and brainwashed over time.
I could have easily been in their exact position. If circumstances had been slightly different, I might have been just as susceptible to this influence.
Monk wanted to help them, wanted to help the many others like them who'd been recruited through genuine need and were now being slowly conditioned for darker purposes they couldn't see coming.
Maybe that's my real purpose here. Not just gathering intelligence, but saving people who don't even know they need saving.
The next morning, Monk returned to the inn very early and walked directly up to where Morfran sat at the counter, reviewing recruitment documents.
I want to join the Dark Guild. Officially. I've made my decision,
Monk stated clearly. Morfran looked up from his papers and studied Monk carefully for a brief moment, his eyes seeming to see right through to Monk's true intentions. If you genuinely want to join, then all knights from Avrion who wish to become Dark Guild members must complete one specific requirement first, Morfran finally said.
What requirement?
Monk asked, steeling himself for whatever test Morfran would demand. Go back to Avrion, Morfran said simply. Tell them in person that you're leaving for good, that you're abandoning your oath as a knight. Make it official. Monk felt his stomach drop.
He wants me to go back? To face my friends? To lie directly to Ray and Martha and everyone who trusts me?
That's the requirement, Morfran continued, watching Monk's reaction carefully. Cut your ties cleanly. Burn your bridges completely. Only then will I know you're truly committed to this path rather than playing some kind of infiltration game.
He suspects, or maybe he knows for certain, and this is his test. Can I go back to Avrion, look my friends in the eyes, and lie convincingly enough to maintain this cover?
Monk realized.
When do I leave?
Monk asked, keeping his voice steady despite the turmoil inside. Morfran smiled slightly. Whenever you're ready. Take your time. This is a permanent decision after all. You should be absolutely certain before taking this final step.
This is it. The point of no return. Once I go back and tell that lie, once I officially cut myself off from everyone I care about, there's no going back. I'll be completely alone in enemy territory. But if I don't do this, I'll never learn what I need to know. I'll never find out the truth about the Shadow Plague and how to stop it. Martha, Ray, I'm sorry. I have to do this, even if you end up hating me for it. Even if I end up hating myself.
It had been a solid couple of weeks since Ray had returned to Avrion, and surprisingly, Things seemed to be progressing smoothly overall. The former members of the Black Ring Guild had been sent out along with Dan to the section of Shadow Plague territory that Bliss and Lenny's team had successfully purified. They weren't just defending the cleared land, they were actively helping to build infrastructure and cultivate the soil for farming at the same time. The agricultural project was developing well. Using the substantial gold that Ray had brought back from Zeray, the kingdom was able to purchase all the necessary farming supplies and equipment. Combined with additional aid that Queen Isabel had sent from the Allure Kingdom, it looked like soon they would have quite the productive farm operation. Both Lenny and Bliss were also dedicating time to developing special chemical solutions that could help crops grow faster, while simultaneously teaching the newly selected students and adults about basic magical principles and applications. There still weren't many magic users, only around 20 people total, but every specialized program had to start from somewhere small. As for the hundreds of citizens who'd recently joined the kingdom seeking refuge, the major city expansion project was well underway. The bulk of the heavy construction work was being performed by Katie and the werewolves, who'd chosen to come with Jack. They were incredibly strong and fast workers, completing in days what would take normal humans weeks. There were no questions or complaints when they were assigned tasks. They simply did what needed to be done with remarkable efficiency. However, problems had started arising when city officials tried to get the refugee citizens themselves to begin building the homes they would eventually live in. This request was highly unusual compared to standard practices. Usually, when people moved to a new city, they were simply allowed to work regular jobs as long as they could pay taxes. The city provided housing that already existed. But Ray's order had been different. He felt the refugees would appreciate and care about the city more if they were the ones who actually built the homes they'd be living in. Some refugees flatly refused this arrangement and decided to leave Avrion, heading back to wherever they'd come from. But most decided to stay in the end. In a practical sense, it was still a form of paid labor anyway. They were receiving plenty of food and comfortable temporary shelter in the city while the expansion construction was ongoing. Still, other problems emerged along the way. Some of the human citizens seemed genuinely uncomfortable with the fact that there were half-human, half-beast creatures living and working among them. The werewolves made regular citizens nervous. They worried that if there was ever an argument or physical altercation, the werewolves might accidentally kill someone due to their vastly superior strength. Because of these concerns, a few more people decided to leave the kingdom. There were still citizens who harbored doubts and fears, but ultimately decided to stay, mostly because Jack was personally looking after the werewolf integration. Jack had developed quite a positive reputation throughout the city as the king's trusted right-hand man. If Jack vouched for the werewolf's safety and good intentions, then most people were willing to trust his judgment.
King's right-hand man, huh? Unfortunately, that position was already taken by someone else long before I came along,
Jack thought wryly when he heard people using that title. He was obviously thinking of Gary, who had been friends with Ray since childhood. It was a strange period for Ray. He felt simultaneously extremely busy and oddly unproductive. Every single day, Slivia would provide him with detailed updates on various matters throughout the city: construction progress, food distribution, citizen complaints, and military training developments. Ray would dutifully go check on these various operations, talk with the public, visit different sections of the army, and inspect ongoing projects. Whenever he returned home at the end of these days, he felt completely exhausted, even more drained than after intense combat.
This administrative work is harder than fighting in some ways, at least in battle. You know immediately if you're succeeding or failing,
Ray admitted to himself. There wasn't much else for Ray to do productively. It was pointless to hunt beasts in the local area due to the complete lack of high-tier creatures. He'd already absorbed all the basic and intermediate tier crystals available nearby. But finally, Ray had something genuinely exciting to look forward to. Both his and Jack's new weapons had been completed by Rusty the Dwarf. Remembering how devastatingly powerful Martha's king-tier bow was in her hands, Ray couldn't deny his high expectations. He was genuinely anticipating something equally impressive. For the meeting location, Rusty had instructed Ray to come to the outdoor training area behind the academy, the large open field where students practiced. The dwarf knew Ray would want to test the weapons immediately upon receiving them. When Ray arrived at the designated spot, he could see the small dwarf Rusty standing beside two of his young forging students. Each student held a piece of equipment in their hands, but both weapons were carefully covered by thick cloth, awaiting the grand reveal.
"I've worked extremely hard on these, my dear friend,"
Rusty said with obvious pride. His hands and forearms were still covered in a strange black substance, soot and oils from the forge. It looked as if he'd been working on the weapons until this very last moment.
"First, let me show you this one."
Rusty gestured, and the student holding the larger covered object pulled back the concealing cloth. Underneath was what could only be described as a massive warhammer. It was so enormous that it stood as tall as the student carrying it. The bottom of the handle rested on the ground, while the top of the hammer's head, which was wider than the student's shoulders, extended slightly above his head height.
"That's bigger than I expected,"
Ray thought. Although the size seemed excessive, it probably wouldn't be too much of a problem for Jack, since he was naturally quite tall compared to most people, and even larger in his werewolf form.
"As you specifically requested something big, I delivered exactly that. I thought, what would be better than reviving the ancient war club design? Starting from the bottom with a relatively thin handle that slowly gets thicker as it progresses upward. Then, when we reach the top, we have this massive tooth-like design,"
Rusty explained enthusiastically. He pointed to different parts of the weapon as he spoke.
"On one side you have the flathead, a huge surface area that will be able to slam and crush any giant beast into the ground. And on the opposite end, a sharp-pointed spike that can be used to hook into creatures and literally pull them apart with raw strength. Of course, like with most of my premium equipment, I kept to the stylish black and red color scheme. Although the weapon design looks deliberately ancient and primitive, literally appearing as if it was carved directly from a living beast's bone, there are several red lines of energy from the king-tier beast crystals running throughout the structure. It almost makes the whole thing look like an active volcano."
Rusty paused dramatically.
"And one more thing, the special feature I'm most proud of."
The dwarf walked over and took the giant hammer from his student. The entire scene looked absolutely ridiculous. The hammer was nearly 3 times Rusty's own size. Yet somehow, through what must have been tremendous dwarven strength, he managed to hold the massive thing with just one hand. His muscles bulged dramatically, veins running visibly through his entire exposed arm.
"Watch this!"
Rusty shouted excitedly. Gripping the hammer now with both hands, using all his considerable strength, Rusty lifted the enormous weapon above his head. The 2 student assistants who'd been standing near him quickly scrambled out of the way. With a mighty grunt, Rusty swung the hammer downward as hard as he possibly could, smashing it against the ground with tremendous force. The impact created a small crater where the hammer struck. But then, something strange and impressive continued to happen. From the initial point of impact, underneath the ground surface, it looked like something was alive and moving, bringing up sections of earth with it. The disturbance traveled outward in a straight line from where Rusty had struck. When the effect reached about 2 meters away from the impact point, a large pillar of earth suddenly erupted upward from the ground, shooting up violently. Looking at the earthen pillar that had appeared, Ray could tell the force behind it was both powerful and fast, easily capable of launching an opponent into the air or impaling them if they were standing in the wrong place. "Impressive," Ray said with genuine appreciation.
The king-tier crystals I selected all came from Earth element beasts. They each had natural abilities to control and manipulate the Earth in various ways. I was able to transfer and concentrate that power into this weapon's core,"
Rusty explained proudly. He gestured at the dissipating Earth pillar.
"I'm calling this an active skill. Anyone can use it. You don't need to be a mage or have any magical ability. Just swing the hammer and strike a solid surface. Although I would say what Martha's bow can do with those compressed air arrows is technically an active skill as well. The force and power of the pillars that rise up are always consistent. It doesn't matter how hard or soft you physically hit the ground, the pillars maintain the same striking power. However, the weaker your swing, the shorter the distance the effect travels. The stronger your attack, the further out the Earth pillars will appear."
Jack will need to practice quite a bit to get properly used to controlling the range,
Randon added.
and of course, this attack only works when used on the ground or another solid surface. If Jack was to hit a person directly with the hammer or strike a flying creature, nothing special would happen beyond the pure physical force of the original impact.
That's actually a smart limitation. It prevents the weapon from being too overpowered while still giving tremendous tactical versatility.
Thinking about it more carefully, Ray wondered if this weapon might actually be a bit too complex for Jack to master quickly. But perhaps if Ray tried it himself first, he could better understand its mechanics and teach Jack properly.
"May I test it?"
Ray asked.
"Of course, that's why we're out here,"
Rusty said. Picking up the enormous hammer with one hand, which required significant strength even for Ray, he decided to give it a proper test. He swung the hammer down quite hard against the open field. Immediately, the ground started rising in a straight line from the impact point. The effect traveled outward rapidly, and this time, the Earth pillars appeared about 10 meters away before erupting from the ground with considerable force. "This is genuinely impressive work, Rusty. It will give Jack significant variation in his attack patterns and capabilities. He'll be able to defeat opponents at range when he needs to, not just in close combat," Ray said with appreciation. He carefully placed the massive hammer into his dimensional storage space. After he finished testing his own new equipment, he'd return to the city and personally deliver Jack's new weapon to him. But now, it was finally time for what Ray had been most anticipating. Rusty had saved the best for last, Ray's own upgraded gauntlets.
"I wonder what abilities he managed to incorporate,"
Ray thought with building excitement.
"Are you ready?"
Rusty asked with a knowing smile. "Absolutely," Ray replied.
"Then here we go,"
Rusty said, gesturing to his other student.
"Let's show him what real masterwork craftsmanship looks like."
After days of anticipation, now was the time for Ray to finally see his new weapon. The student pulled away the cloth, and Ray's eyes widened. There, resting in the student's hands, was a pair of gauntlets unlike any he'd seen before, his first king-tier gauntlets. Ray stepped closer, studying them carefully. Slowly, a smile spread across his face, a rare sight. "I like it. I like it a lot." The gauntlets gleamed with 3 colors, gold, red, and black. The base was gold, though not too shiny. It had an almost silvery tone that caught the light just right. Between the joints and across the palm, black material formed the underline. Red trimmings finished the design, giving it a fiery appearance.
"These are beautiful,"
Ray thought as he examined the intricate patterns. Spiral flames were engraved throughout the surface, filled with black and outlined in red on both sides. At the elbow, the gauntlets extended slightly, creating wavy patterns that looked like dragon fire spitting from the edges. Just holding them, Ray could feel their power. He lifted them up and started putting them on, eager to test them. "Are they powerful?" Ray asked as he slipped on the first gauntlet. Rusty scratched his beard.
If you're asking about pure attack power, they're actually the same as your old gauntlets.
Ray froze. His hand stopped halfway to the second gauntlet.
I knew you'd react like that, but let me explain.
Ray lowered his hand and waited. Rusty was prepared for this.
You see, gauntlets weren't originally made as striking weapons. They're mainly for defense. Punching your enemy instead of cutting them has always been a last resort. When I forged these from the crystals you gave me, I had to make them the way they were meant to be made. Otherwise, the results would have been terrible.
So the attack power hasn't increased at all? Ray asked.
No, but the durability and defense are top-notch,
Rusty said, his eyes brightening.
In the tournament, you'll face the best fighters from every kingdom. They'll have king-tier weapons, maybe even better. With these gauntlets, a king-tier sword won't leave a scratch. They can even withstand attacks from a tier above.
Ray nodded slowly.
That's actually useful.
Rusty continued to add,
As for an active skill, I'm sure it has one. I couldn't activate it myself. Maybe it's like Martha's bow and runs on magic. Either way, you'll figure out how to use it.
Ray felt a twinge of disappointment that the gauntlets wouldn't boost his strength, but at least he wouldn't have to worry about them breaking in battle.
Maybe I need to focus more on swordsmanship.
Dragons were gone, but there were still beasts with scales and hides as tough as steel. Punching them wouldn't always work. He'd need a sword for those fights. He had the purple crow sword and had been training with Sir Kay, but the weight and balance still felt off. For now, he'd stick to martial arts as his main fighting style. Maybe he could practice defeating opponents with the sword first, then switch to gauntlets if that didn't work. Ray shook off these thoughts and quickly put on the second gauntlet. Just like with Martha's bow, a message appeared in his vision.
Please input elemental mana to create a shield.
Oh, now this is interesting, Ray said aloud. He concentrated and activated his fire attribute. Instead of flames covering his gauntlets like usual, something different happened. Red energy started appearing from the sides of his forearms. On both sides, the energy formed large semicircles, which quickly became complete circles. Looking at himself, Ray saw discs of energy extending from both forearms. They looked like shields made of pure fire. Rusty bent down and picked up a clump of dirt. Without warning, he threw it at Ray. Ray understood what he was doing and blocked with the red circle. The dirt hit the energy shield and burst into flames. A shield of flames. Interesting. Try that again. Ray couldn't put the grin on his face away. Rusty threw another clump of dirt. This time, Ray had an idea. The circle was thin, almost like a blade. He swung his arm, using the edge of the circle, and slashed at the dirt. It cut smoothly in half.
It works like a weapon, too,
Ray thought. It was hard to tell how well it would work against armor, but it had cut the dirt as cleanly as any sword.
Maybe the stronger my magical attribute, the stronger the shield and cutting edge will be,
Ray realized. He tried switching to a different attribute. Fire shield changed to ice. Then he switched to lightning, which sparked and crackled, attacking anything that came within a certain distance. Though the lightning attacks seemed weak, it confirmed his theory.
So it creates shields based on my elemental attribute, and there are slight differences in what each shield does, depending on my attribute points,
Ray thought, slowly starting to understand the working of his new weapons.
This would be perfect against elemental beasts. I could chain shields on the go, giving me an advantage. Same with magic users.
But then, disappointment settled in his chest. The active skill required mana. That meant it counted as a magic ability, so he couldn't use it in the tournament. It was the same problem with the 10 new skills he'd acquired from saving the slaves. Since his past powers focused on magic, all the new ones were magic-based too. Things like lightning bolt and a healing ability. He couldn't use any of them in the tournament.
But maybe that's good. I don't want to be someone who just relies on magic anyway.
You did a good job, Rusty. I look forward to seeing what you create in the future, including what you'll do with the yellow armor. Rusty smiled. Yes, I'm still studying the book you gave me. It's certainly interesting, but it'll take time before anything's done. There's a certain material mentioned that I've never heard of before. I've sent a team back to that strange town of yours to see if they can find anything about it. He paused, then asked, Will you be leaving tomorrow? Who's going with you? I won't know until morning. I'll be waiting by the gate. I've left it up to Slivia to decide who travels with me, Ray replied, shrugging his shoulders. She's a good girl, that one. Make sure you keep her by your side, always. When Rusty said this, he was thinking of Slivia as potential queen material, or perhaps a good wife. She treated him well, and even in the short time he'd been here, he could tell something else was driving her actions. It went beyond just doing a favor for a friend. But Ray thought he was just talking about her as a companion. Indeed, she's done more for this city than I could have ever wished. Rusty opened his mouth to say more, but when he noticed Ray was lost in admiring his weapon, he sighed, closing his mouth. I hope one day you will get to know what that poor girl's heart holds. After delivering Jack his new weapon, Ray headed back to get a good night's rest. He didn't bother explaining how the hammer worked. It was better for someone like Jack to figure it out himself anyway. Besides, Jack looked more pleased than ever, mainly because of the hammer's size. The weight was perfect for him, too. The next morning arrived. Ray headed toward the carriage in his usual disguise, making sure not to attract attention. He planned to enter the Empire disguised like this, too. The tournament hadn't started yet, but Ray wanted to arrive early, hoping to find some beasts to help him level up. He'd keep the disguise, but fight as his real self during the tournament. When Ray arrived at the front gate, Harry was already waiting. Martha and Kyle stood nearby, too. Is this everyone? Ray asked. He thought it was a really small group to send to the Empire, but he didn't mind. The people in front of him were the ones he'd first met when he came to Avrion. He trusted them most. It took him back to those early days.
If only Monk, Gary, and Ian were here too, he thought.
No, that's not everyone, a familiar female voice called out. Ray turned around. Slivia stood there with a bag over her shoulder, a sword and shield strapped to her back. It was something Ray hadn't seen in a long time. What? Slivia said, noticing the strange look on Ray's face. Am I not allowed to come? Slivia, Ray started. She crossed her arms. I've made all the arrangements. The city will be fine without me for a while. Besides, you think I'd let you go to the Empire without me? Harry chuckled. She's been planning this for days, Ray. You're not going to change her mind. Ray looked at Slivia, at the determined set of her jaw, the fire in her eyes. She'd grown so much since they first met. Back then, she was uncertain, still finding her place. Now she stood before him as a leader, a warrior, someone he could count on. And yet he couldn't hold back from letting a frown appear on his face.
What was she even thinking, deciding this? Am I seeing things?
Ray wondered. He stood frozen, staring at Slivia. Of all the people he expected to join them, she was the last one. He'd been absolutely sure she would stay behind to run the city. Every time he'd seen Slivia lately, she wore the plain robes of the elders, the official uniform that hadn't changed since Avrion's early days. But now she stood before him in full adventurer gear from head to toe. She had an improved armor, a fancy sword, and a shield. Everything looked professional and ready for battle. The sight reminded Ray of their early days at Avrion, when they participated in various assessments and academy tournaments. And truth be told, Ray preferred to see Slivia in this avatar than as an elder. Ray noticed the colors of her gears had changed too. Before, her equipment bore her family's colors of blue and white, but now everything was red and black,
matching the Red Wing theme. Seeing her like this made his mind race.
What was she even thinking, deciding to come along? What if she gets hurt? Can she really take care of herself? She hasn't been out on a mission before like others. What if someone tries to kidnap her? Is it even safe for her to travel with us?
The feeling surprised him. He was worried, yes, but why? Ray hadn't been worried when Martha was in Roland and messed up with Roland's powerful guild. He wasn't this worried when Jack was on his own in Zeray, leaving him cryptic messages. But now, he was. It was like a parent worrying about their child going out into the world for the first time. "Are you worried?" Slivia asked. Ray realized he'd been frozen in place for a full minute without saying a word. The others were watching him with strange expressions. They'd seen this reaction from Ray twice now in such a short time, first when he saw his mother, and now with Slivia. "Of course I'm worried. Who will look after the city?" Ray finally said. Harry winced. Martha covered her face. Kyle looked away.
Did I say something wrong?
Ray thought, confused by their reactions. Slivia's expression hardened. Without another word, she stormed past Ray, her footsteps hitting the ground hard. She threw her belongings onto the carriage and climbed into the back, then sat with both arms crossed.
What's wrong with her?
Ray wondered, genuinely confused by her reaction. "If you haven't forgotten," Slivia said coldly, her soft tone completely gone, "there are 5 other elders in the city who are more than capable of running the place." The others could tell she was really upset, though Ray still didn't understand why. Martha thought of throwing some light on the situation for Ray, but the look on Slivia's face made her throw her plan out the window. "Anyway," Slivia continued, "if you must know why I decided to join, it's because of my brothers." Ray tilted his head slightly, then blinked. "Your brothers?" It had been a long time since he'd heard about Slivia's brothers. Of course, other than Max Hartz, whom he had met and befriended in the Roland Academy. The last time Ray saw Slivia's remaining 3 brothers was during the Avrion tournament. If he remembered correctly, all 3 were soldiers in the Allur Kingdom army with lots of experience fighting on the front lines. Matthew Hartz, the eldest, was a general, while the other 2, John and Jake, were captains. "What about them?" Ray asked. "The Shadow Continent didn't just expand toward Avrion. It swirled around us and reached the Allur Kingdom borders too. My brothers have been stationed there, defending against shadow attacks," Slivia explained. "But their powers are in magic, not swordsmanship. What would they be doing at the tournament?" Ray was still trying to figure out Slivia's motivation behind this journey. "Technically, we're not part of the same kingdom anymore since I'm with the Red Wings, but I've been in touch with them regularly. They told me the battle on the border has calmed down. They've been asked to escort the Allur Kingdom's contestants to the Empire." Slivia paused, looking out at the road ahead. "It's been a long time since I've seen them, and there are things that couldn't be said in a letter in case it was intercepted." "I see," Ray said quietly. "So that's why I'm coming," Slivia finished, still not looking at him. The rest of the group didn't wait for that conversation to prolong and quickly loaded all their stuff into the back of the carriage. With everything settled, the group boarded the carriage and started their journey to the Empire. The carriage was special, powered by beast crystals instead of horses. They wouldn't have to worry about feeding animals or letting them rest. At first, Ray had been against the idea of Slivia coming, but as the journey continued, his mind changed. The group started talking and laughing together, and it reminded him of his childhood. Even though he stayed mostly silent, watching their excited faces made him smile.
They really do look like they're going on an adventure,
he thought. But Slivia remained silent too. Whenever she accidentally made eye contact with Ray, she quickly turned her head away.
I definitely did something wrong, but what?
Ray was still clueless. The others felt the weird tension too. After an hour of uncomfortable silence between Ray and Slivia, Martha decided something had to change. They couldn't continue like this for the whole trip. After all, Reaching the Empire meant passing through at least 3 kingdoms. Even with the fast-moving carriage, the journey would take about a week.
Ray, can I ask you something?
Martha said, breaking the silence.
Sure,
Ray replied.
When this is all over, say we get rid of the shadow, the Empire isn't our enemy anymore, and the Red Wings are living happily and comfortably, what do you plan to do?
Ray thought about it. The only thing truly on his mind was getting his body back. If he achieved everything he wanted, maybe he'd finally rest like a peaceful dragon. That was all he'd ever wished for.
I'd finally be able to have some rest,
Ray answered. The others exchanged glances. Ray sounded like an old man, even though he was only 17, barely touching 18. He looked a little bit older than his age, but those words sounded tired and weary. They all felt sorry for him. But Martha wasn't finished.
And when you rest, do you see yourself with someone, maybe a family or something?
Kyle and Harry suddenly became very interested in the scenery outside. Slivia's eyes widened. She stomped on Martha's foot under the seat, trying to signal her to stop.
I don't need an answer right now. I'm happy being ignorant. If I know how Ray feels, it might change everything. I'm scared of his answer,
Slivia thought desperately. A family. Ray paused, looking at everyone in the carriage. Martha looked at him hopefully, finally getting something useful out of him. Then he said something none of them expected.
The Red Wings are like a family to me, but I don't see myself as part of the family.
Silence filled the carriage. What do you mean? Harry asked. But Ray stood up and left the carriage, climbing out to the front.
I need to make sure we're still going in the right direction, he called back.
Martha sighed.
That went well. You shouldn't have asked,
Slivia muttered, though her voice was quiet.
Someone had to,
Martha replied gently. As they traveled through different kingdoms, they made a decision about their approach. They wouldn't lie at the borders. They'd say exactly where they were from to see if the Empire was really planning something. Of course, they didn't announce that their king was traveling with them. Instead, they pretended to be regular citizens of the Red Wing Kingdom. The main issue they encountered was taxes. Usually, a small toll fee had to be paid when crossing into a new territory, but the Red Wings were being charged nearly triple the normal price.
This is ridiculous,
Kyle muttered as they paid another inflated toll.
Don't cause a fuss. We pay and keep moving. We are already walking on the dangerous territory and don't need unnecessary hurdles,
Ray said. They did this at every border, gritting their teeth but staying calm.
Ray,
Kyle said after they'd passed through the Third Kingdom, do you want to stop at any of these places? We could explore a bit, make this more fun.
I think it's best if we only stop for supplies or food. Completely stopping isn't a good idea.
If you really want, we can stop at a kingdom on the way back. That is, if the shadow hasn't attacked us by then. As he spoke, Ray played with the pendant around his neck. His mother had given it to him when she left. According to the others, his mother was originally from the Empire. I didn't know that. I wonder what's so important about this. Maybe there's more to find at the Empire than just getting stronger, Ray thought, turning the pendant over in his fingers. Days passed. They traveled through all different weather and terrains. Rain, sun, heat, cold. Finally, they could see the Empire ahead. Even from a distance, the border was impressive. A high wall had been built all around it, stretching as far as they could see. It looked like something built around a city, not a border.
Is that wall around the entire continent?
Martha asked, staring. It might be, Harry said. When they take over a kingdom, do they extend it? Probably, Kyle added. Ray studied the wall carefully. This shows the Empire's true strength, he thought. The Red Wings had a single small city. Somehow they called it a kingdom. Looking at the Empire's border, it was like comparing an ant to a mammoth.
It's huge,
Slivia said softly, breaking her long silence. Yeah, Ray agreed. For a moment, they just sat together, staring at the massive wall ahead. Are you nervous? Harry asked Ray.
Ray smiled slightly. "No, I'm ready."
So this is the place that tried to cause so much trouble. Let's see if I can return the favor.
The carriage rolled closer to the massive wall. It stretched 10 meters high and gleamed gold in the sunlight. "This feels like we're entering a city, not crossing a border," Martha said, craning her neck to look up. "Look at all those guards," Kyle added, pointing at the soldiers posted along the wall and at the gate. The wall extended left and right as far as they could see. The only way in or out of the continent was through the gate ahead. A few hundred meters away, Ray noticed a separate gate for people leaving. The guards wore flashy armor, gold finish on most of the equipment, with silver chest pieces and leg armor so shiny they could see their reflections.
They really want to show off their wealth,
Ray thought. As they reached the gate, guards approached the carriage. They walked around it, examining it with curious expressions. "They're staring at the carriage again," Harry muttered. "Every city we've stopped at has been interested in it," Slivia said quietly. "I should ask Rusty to build a few more before we sell the designs to other cities." "For now, we keep the designs to ourselves," she thought. One guard finished his inspection and turned his attention to the passengers.
"Papers, please,"
he said, looking into the back of the carriage with his hand extended. Slivia stood up and walked over. She handed him an envelope with a strange seal.
"Getting into the Empire isn't easy, not like other kingdoms where you just pay a tax,"
Ray thought, watching the exchange. The guard opened the envelope and pulled out its contents. His eyes widened slightly as he read. An invitation letter with the official seal of the Emperor himself.
"Let them in!"
the guard shouted. The gate doors began to rise. The carriage rolled forward, continuing its journey. As they passed, the guard walked over to another soldier and mumbled something Ray couldn't quite hear.
"Looks like they were right. They came earlier than expected,"
the guard said with a smile.
"So they knew we were coming. Our early visit won't be a secret, not with these strict entrance policies,"
Ray realized. Once they passed through the gate, the sight before them was something none of them were ready for. "I thought we'd see more fields and mountains," Kyle said, staring. "Me too," Martha agreed. Instead, settlements spread out everywhere. People walked along the streets. Houses lined both sides of the road. Pathways wound through the area for carriages and horses. In the distance, several large buildings rose above the rest, and among them there was one particular building that towered over all the others, appearing to be made entirely of gold. "This reminds me of all the old kingdoms they took over," Slivia said quietly. Harry studied the larger buildings. "Those were castles once, weren't they?" "Yes, the people lived around them. The Empire has its own theme now, but you can still see the different structures from before," Slivia confirmed. Looking around, they saw more houses and buildings than they could count. The settlement stretched beyond what their eyes could see. "We'll continue down this pathway until we reach the main city. Then we need to explore the area. This is a good chance to see how much power the Empire really has. Maybe they're hiding something that could turn the tide of war," Slivia explained. "What, like a bigger army? Better equipment? More money? More land? More mages? And possibly hiding something else? Remind me why we're in this war in the first place?" Kyle tapped his chin, pretending to be thinking. Martha lifted her foot and stomped down hard on Kyle's leg. "Ow!" Kyle yelped, rubbing his leg. "It's not entirely Ray's fault. We all know he wouldn't start a war on purpose. One way or another, given the Red Wings' growing aspirations, we were doomed to get into this trouble with some great power. It just happened to be the Empire itself. And what Ray did to Blake definitely sped things up," Harry thought, watching the exchange. The ride to the main city took longer than expected. The sights they saw continued to amaze them. "Look at all these guards," Martha said, pointing at soldiers patrolling the streets. "There are so many of them." "And everyone looks happy? Am I seeing something wrong?" Kyle said, sounding confused. It was true.
The people they passed wore smiles. Children played in the streets. Merchants called out their wares cheerfully. I heard rumors that people here were kept against their will. They are all forced to do whatever the Empire asks. Harry had his brows furrowed in confusion as the things he had heard about the Empire were a complete contrast to what he saw around him. These people don't look forced, Ray observed. Another thing caught his attention, or rather, something he didn't see. Where are all the beggars? Ray asked. The others looked around, realizing he was right. Every city has beggars, especially in rich areas, Martha said. I don't see a single one, Kyle confirmed. Maybe this is the poor area? Harry suggested. The whole place looks nice compared to most kingdoms. It's hard to tell what they consider poor, Slivia said. As they got closer to the main city, the buildings grew fancier and larger. Before they knew it, they were inside. There were no additional checks beyond the one at the border. Before the group could decide its next plan of action, Ray stood up. You guys can go research and find whatever you need. You can even have some fun if you want. Wait, where are you going? Maybe we can help together, Slivia called out. I promise I'll send you a message when I'm done, Ray said. Before anyone could respond, he had already hopped off the carriage and disappeared into the crowd. As much as he can blend in anyway, Slivia thought, watching his retreating form. There he goes again. I would have thought he sneaks like this every now and then to meet his secret girlfriend, but then I remember it's Ray we're talking about. That man is denser than iron when it comes to such things, Martha sighed. Slivia bit her lower lip, fidgeting with her fingers, but remained silent. Well, should we follow him? Kyle asked. He'll be fine, Harry said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. Ray moved through the crowd with purpose. He had two reasons for splitting from the group.
First, someone's been following us, ever since we entered the border. Just one person, but they're skilled. If we split up, they'll have to decide who to follow.
Ray knew that the moment they crossed the border, because of his dragon eyes. The second reason was more personal. Ray wanted to reach the evolution stage as quickly as possible, and the best way to find beasts to fight was to visit the public guild hall.
That should be easy to find, even with my terrible sense of direction,
Ray thought. Sure enough, the guild hall was a large, church-like building that stood out from the others. Ray walked through the entrance and was greeted by a familiar scene. People drank and cheered at tables. Some stood at quest boards examining the postings. This was exactly where Ray wanted to be. He walked over to the bulletin board and started reading through the quests. Not that one, Ray muttered, scanning down the list. Not that one either. Why do all these quests sound like a pain?
Wait, none of these quests have anything to do with killing beasts, he realized.
Ray turned to a man standing nearby. Excuse me, sir. Are there any quests to defeat beasts on your side of the board? The man looked at him and smiled.
Huh, I guess you're not from around here. First time in the Empire?
Is it that obvious? Ray asked.
A bit,
the man chuckled.
Let me explain something. You see, there's an area called the Free Zone. It's on the east side, the opposite end from the main entrance where most people come in.
The Free Zone? Ray repeated.
Yes, there's a wall there, just like the one you entered through. The Empire built it behind their territory as well. No kingdom can reach that area without going through the Empire's land first. But if you go beyond that wall into the Free Zone, there are plenty of beasts to fight.
So I just need to go there? Ray asked.
Well, that's one option. But if you want an alternative closer to the city, there's something else you can do,
the man said. What's that? The man leaned closer.
You can go to the arena.
Arena? Ray's interest piqued.
When the Empire took over the old kingdoms, they cleared out the land as quickly as possible. They captured many beasts or chased them out. Those captured beasts are now used in the arena,
the man explained. Well, for what purpose?
Entertainment and training, the man said. You pick the level of beast you want to fight. People bet on whether they think you'll win or lose. You can keep fighting stronger and stronger beasts, moving up the levels.
Ray felt excitement building in his chest. Well, that sounds interesting.
It's quite popular. the man continued. Fighters from all over come to test themselves. Some do it for money, some do it for glory, some just want to get stronger.
Well, this is perfect. I can fight beasts, gain experience, and maybe even learn something about the Empire's strength,
Ray thought. Well, where can I find this arena? Ray asked. The man pointed down a street.
Follow that road for about 10 minutes. You can't miss it. It's a huge circular building. Look for the crowds.
Thank you, Ray said, already turning to leave.
Wait, the man called out. A word of advice? Start with the lower levels. The beasts in the higher tiers have killed experienced fighters. Don't be overconfident.
Ray nodded. I'll keep that in mind. He left the guild hall and headed in the direction the man had indicated. As he walked, he touched his new gauntlets, feeling their weight.
Let's see what these can really do.
Inside the Empire City, back at the carriage, the group stood together discussing their next move since Ray left them on their own. Well, should we go after him? Kyle asked, looking in the direction Ray had disappeared. Ray can take care of himself, Harry said, though he didn't sound completely certain. I'm not worried about him. Well, not too worried anyway, Martha added. He better message us if he gets into serious trouble, though knowing Ray he probably won't, Slivia thought with a sigh. So what do we do now? Kyle asked. Slivia pulled out a small notebook. We need to find a place to stay. The tournament is still 2 weeks away. Our official invitation says to arrive 3 days before, and then we'll stay in the Empire's main building where the Emperor lives. We're staying with the Emperor? Kyle's eyes widened. Not with him, Slivia clarified. In the building. There are guest quarters for tournament participants, but until then we need lodging. Well, let's start looking. The sooner we find something, the sooner we can explore, Harry suggested. Meanwhile, Ray walked through the Empire's streets, heading toward the arena. No one paid him any attention, which suited him fine. Just like the city of Zeray, the buildings and houses here were well constructed. The people wore good clothing, not the worn-out rags he'd seen in other places.
How do they afford to treat so many people this way? Zeray has the auction house and werewolves bringing in money from outside. The population there is smaller too, but the Empire? How do they manage it?
Ray considered the possibility that the Empire was hiding something, some secret source of wealth they didn't want people to know about.
Still, these aren't my people to look after. I'm here for the tournament and to get stronger,
Ray thought, pushing the concerns aside. The arena came into view, and Ray stopped walking. He didn't need to ask for directions. It was impossible to miss. The structure was massive, about 3 times the size of the Avrion Arena.
That's huge,
Ray thought, studying the building. The architectural style was completely different from Avrion's smooth, rounded design. This arena fit the Empire's overall aesthetic, made mostly of large columns and arching hallways. Detailed patterns had been carved by hand into the stone.
Even with werewolf help, I can't imagine how long this took to build,
Ray mused. He approached the entrance and stepped into the reception area. Signs pointed in different directions, showing people where to go. A separate area had ticket booths where people could purchase admission. What surprised Ray most were the advertisements for the All-Kingdom tournament. A man stood at the entrance, handing out papers to anyone who walked by. Ray took one and skimmed it quickly. The paper explained where the tournament would be held and how much tickets would cost.
They're really going all out for this event.
Currently, people could buy tickets to watch the Beast Show, fights between participants and captured creatures. On the opposite side of the reception area, betting booths were set up. People crowded around them, placing wagers on the fighters. Then, Ray spotted what he was looking for, a registration area for contestants. This queue was completely empty.
Perfect.
He approached the desk. A single guard sat there, looking extremely bored. The man wiggled his writing tool between his fingers, clearly surprised to see someone new. I'd like to register for the... Ray glanced at the sign above the desk. Beast Hunt.
The guard perked up slightly.
The next event starts at 2 o'clock. There's someone participating right now, so you'll have to wait for your turn.
He slid a form across the desk.
Fill this out. We'll use it to decide your betting odds.
Ray picked up the form and started reading. It asked for several pieces of information.
Adventurer rank? I haven't actually done much adventuring in a long time.
Ray had focused on making the others in his group increase their ranks instead. Right now, he was only one rank above the lowest, an F rank, making him an E.
That's embarrassing,
Ray thought. The form also asked about his equipment level. Ray mentally assessed his gear. His chest piece was an advanced tier. His new gauntlets were king tier. Everything else, legs, arms, helmet, was around the intermediate tier.
Excuse me,
Ray said, looking up from the form.
Are we able to choose what level of beasts we face?
The guard stared at him.
You mean you're entering and you don't even know how it works?
The man sighed heavily. His initial excitement at seeing a confident young participant had vanished completely.
This guy's just a fool,
the guard thought.
Everyone starts by facing the same level beast, the lowest possible, a basic tier creature. The specific beast might be different for each participant, but they're all basic tier. From there, it keeps increasing. If you win, you face the next tier. It goes all the way up to Emperor tier beasts, the guard explained in a tired voice.
Ray's eyes widened.
Emperor tier?
A level above King tier. This was definitely the right decision. Coming here was worth it.
Ray felt the excitement building in his chest.
Yes, Emperor tier, the guard confirmed, though very few people make it that far.
Ray finished filling out the form and handed it back. The guard's face fell as he read through it.
E rank adventurer,
the guard muttered. He looked up at Ray with disappointment.
At best, I'd guess you could beat an intermediate tier beast. Maybe.
He gave a big sigh and handed Ray a special pass.
This shows you're a contestant. Wait for your time to be called around 2 o'clock. You're free to roam around the arena or watch the current fight. Your event time might be delayed depending on how well the current participant is doing, but it won't start earlier than 2. Please stay nearby.
The guard paused, then added with a slight smile,
I encourage you to watch what a real fight looks like. Maybe you can pick up some tips. Another person underestimating me,
Ray thought. He was used to it by now. The words simply bounced off him. Still, he decided to enter the arena stands and watch. There was nothing else to do in the meantime anyway. Ray walked through a corridor and emerged into the main viewing area. He stopped, surprised. The stands were about 70% full. People cheered, ate food, and placed bets with attendants walking through the aisles.
All these people for a regular event? According to the notice board, these fights happen every single day. Why are so many people here when there's no set schedule?
What Ray didn't realize was that the arena had a system. When a participant registered for an event, promoters went outside and advertised the time and place. In a city this large, enough people passed by who were interested in watching fights. Word spread quickly and crowds gathered. Ray found an empty seat and looked down at the arena floor. It was made of hard orange material. In certain places, he could see dark stains.
Blood!
Suddenly, a loud thump echoed through the arena. A large ape-like creature with 8 arms crashed to the floor. A man stood on top of the fallen beast, sword held high. He wore strange blue spiked armor made from beast materials, with a helmet covering his head. The crowd erupted in cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Roki has just defeated the advanced tier ape. He must now decide. Will he move on to the next tier beast?
An announcer's voice boomed through the arena. The announcer paused for dramatic effect.
Please cheer as loud as you want if you want him to face the next challenge.
The reaction was immediate and deafening. The crowd screamed at the top of their lungs, stomping their feet, waving their arms.
Next beast! Next beast! Next beast!
They chanted. Ray watched the fighter called Roki. The man raised his sword, acknowledging the crowd. Then he nodded to someone off to the side. probably a judge or arena master.
Roki has accepted,
The announcer declared.
he will now face an intermediate tier beast. Prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. This is where things get dangerous.
The crowd's energy intensified. People leaned forward in their seats, not wanting to miss a moment. A gate on the far side of the arena began to open. Darkness filled the space beyond. Something moved inside, something large. A massive creature emerged from the gate. It walked on 4 legs, covered in thick scales that gleamed under the arena lights. Its head resembled a crocodile's, but with 3 rows of teeth. A spiked tail dragged behind it, leaving scratches on the orange floor.
A scale devourer,
The announcer shouted.
one of the most dangerous intermediate tier beasts in our collection. Roki will need all his skills to survive this encounter.
Roki took a defensive stance, raising his sword. The scale devourer circled him slowly, assessing its prey. Then it attacked. The beast lunged forward with surprising speed for its size. Roki rolled to the side, barely avoiding snapping jaws. The creature's teeth closed on empty air with a sound like a steel trap. Roki came up from his roll and slashed at the beast's side. His sword struck scales and bounced off, barely leaving a mark.
The scales are too thick. He needs to find a weak point,
Ray observed. Roki seemed to realize the same thing. He changed tactics, going for the creature's eyes. He feinted left, then darted right, bringing his sword up toward the beast's face. The scale devourer jerked its head back, but not quite fast enough. Roki's blade caught the edge of its eye, drawing blood. The creature roared in pain and fury. It swung its massive tail in a wide arc. Roki tried to jump over it, but the tail caught his legs. He flew through the air and crashed hard against the arena wall. The crowd gasped.
Roki is down. Will he get up? Can he recover?
The announcer called out. Roki struggled to his feet, clearly hurt. He favored his left leg, limping as he raised his sword again. The scale devourer charged, sensing weakness. But Roki surprised everyone. As the beast charged, he didn't try to dodge. Instead, he ran directly toward it. At the last possible moment, Roki slid on the ground, passing under the creature's open jaws. As he slid beneath it, he drove his sword upward into the beast's soft underbelly. Blood poured down as Roki emerged on the other side. The scale devourer took 3 more steps, then collapsed. The arena fell silent for a heartbeat. Then the crowd exploded with noise.
Incredible! Roki has defeated the intermediate tier scale devourer. What an amazing comeback! What skill! What bravery!
The announcer shouted excitedly. Roki stood over the fallen beast, breathing heavily. Blood dripped from his armor, some his own, some the creature's. He relished the crowd's admiration. It was his primary motivation for participating in such fights. But as his eyes swept around, he noticed one person who stood there with a straight face, his hands folded across his chest. But what caught Roki's attention was the intense look in his amber eyes.
Who is this guy? And that look? I've never seen it on someone before.
Forgetting about his own achievements, Roki was now intrigued by this young stranger. Ray sat in the stands, but he'd missed the beginning of the current fight. He'd been too focused on observing everything around him, the structure of the arena, the way the crowd moved, how the gates operated, where the guards were positioned.
I need to understand how this place works,
Ray thought, his eyes scanning every detail. But now his attention shifted to the action below. The contestant in the arena, a fighter called Roki, had just defeated an advanced tier beast with minimal damage. The crowd was going wild, chanting for him to continue. Arena staff rushed onto the floor, working quickly to clear the stage. Ray watched with interest as they removed the beast's body. He noticed they harvested the crystal and carried it off in a different direction from the corpse.
So the prizes are the crystals and fame.
The betting money goes to the arena, not the contestants. Perfect. That's all I want anyway, the crystals.
Ray's mind drifted to a problem he knew all too well. Not all tiered beasts had the same strength. Even within the same tier, power varied significantly. But worse than that was his system's limitation. He could only absorb a crystal from each type of beast once. After that, fighting the same beast again gave him nothing. The arena floor was clear now. Roki stood ready in the center, soaking in the crowd's energy. He raised his sword high, acknowledging their cheers. The man seemed to genuinely love the attention and the thrill of battle. Then something caught Roki's eye. His gaze swept across the stands, taking in all the screaming, waving, excited people. But one person stood completely still. Out of everyone in the arena, this one man had his arms folded across his chest. No movement, no cheering, no reaction at all. The man stood out, not just because of his stillness, but because of his appearance. Red armor that seemed to glow slightly in the arena lights, black hair that contrasted sharply with his gear. But it was the intense look in his eyes that really caught Roki's attention. Those eyes were focused, calculating, and dangerous.
Is he a fighter as well?
Roki wondered briefly. But he didn't have time to think about it further. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, Roki has chosen to face a king-tier beast. Prepare yourselves for an incredible battle!
The crowd's energy reached a fever pitch. People jumped up and down, screaming their support. The beasts were held underground in a complex network of cells. Ray had learned this from listening to conversations around him. All the different tiered beasts stayed locked behind cells made of glytherium, an incredibly strong material that could contain even the most powerful creatures. When it was time for a beast to fight, the cell bars would lift, and the creature would be led by the scent of blood. Roki stood in the center, watching the large exit gate carefully. His heart pounded in his chest. Ray could see the man's chest rising and falling quickly. The long sword in Roki's hand shook slightly. That wasn't fear, but the excitement of the challenge. Finally, the gate opened. The creature that emerged was massive, as big as a standard house. It stood on two powerful legs, each one thick with muscle. Spikes ran down its spine, starting from its head and continuing all the way down to its tail. It was similar to the beast Roki had fought before, but an advanced tier. The tail was the beast's most prominent feature. It looked like a giant blade, with a sharp edge that gleamed under the arena lights. The tail was nearly as big as the creature's main body.
A non-elemental ability, then. But it looks physically strong,
Roki said aloud, assessing his opponent. Ray nodded to himself from the stands.
Good analysis. That beast is all about raw power.
The creature used its large snout to sniff the air. Its nostrils flared as it searched for the scent of blood. After a moment, it caught the smell and roared so loudly that Ray felt the vibration in his chest. The beast charged straight for Roki in the center.
Is its eyesight bad? It should have spotted Roki immediately. Why is it relying on its nose?
Ray wondered, watching the beast's behavior. Both fighter and beast charged toward each other. The crowd held its breath in anticipation. But when the beast reached the halfway point, something unexpected happened. It spun its massive body, swinging its blade-like tail in a wide arc toward Roki. The attack was clearly unexpected for Roki. Ray could see the surprise on the fighter's face. Roki had fought beasts with tails before. That much was obvious from his stance, but never one like this. The intermediate-tier beast he fought earlier had a dangerous tail, but this one had a deadly one. The blade-like tail seemed to cut through the wind resistance itself, making it move faster than any normal tail attack. The air whistled as it sliced through. Roki had no time to dodge. The only thing he could do was block. He placed his sword to his side just as the tail struck. The impact was tremendous. The sound of metal meeting scale echoed throughout the arena like a thunderclap. Roki's body flew backward,
completely airborne for a moment. Then he slammed into the arena wall with a sickening bang. Dust and rubble exploded from the impact point, raining down onto the floor. The crowd roared in excitement. They didn't care who won or lost. They just wanted to be entertained, to see blood and violence and drama, and they were getting it. Roki quickly pushed himself up from the floor, spitting blood from his mouth. Without hesitation, he charged forward again. When Roki got close enough, the beast tried the same attack again, spinning its body and swinging the blade tail. But this time, Roki was prepared. He infused ki into his blade. Ray could feel the energy shift in the air. Roki tried to match the power and timing of the heavy tail with his own strike. For a second, it looked like it had worked. The tail stopped when the two forces collided. Metal met scale again, and they seemed evenly matched. But then the tail pushed through. It hit Roki once more and slammed him into the opposite wall with even more force than before. But Roki made a quick recovery. He picked himself up from the rubble and charged forward yet again.
Is he an idiot?
Someone in the crowd said loudly enough for others to hear.
Does he think he can win by doing the same thing over and over?
Another spectator added, shaking his head. But Ray saw something the others didn't.
He's learning. Each time, he's getting closer to the right timing.
The beast spun again, throwing out its tail in the same devastating arc. Roki lifted his sword, prepared to strike the tail once more. He has the timing right now, Ray mumbled to himself. This time, Roki swung his sword downward at exactly the right moment. The blade hit the tail at a perfect angle, deflecting it downward instead of trying to stop it head-on. The tail slammed into the arena floor with incredible force, slicing about a meter deep into the hard orange surface before it finally stopped.
Now,
Ray thought, seeing the opening. Roki saw it too. He didn't waste a single second. He jumped onto the embedded tail and ran upward, using the beast's own body as a ramp. His feet pounded across scales as he raced toward the creature's head. The beast tried to move, tried to shake him off, but it couldn't free its tail from the ground quickly enough. When Roki reached the head, he gathered all his strength. He infused his sword with ki until the energy became visible to everyone watching. A faint green aura surrounded the blade, pulsing with power. With a single powerful swing, Roki brought the sword down. The beast's head separated from its body and flopped onto the floor with a heavy thud. The massive body swayed for a moment, then collapsed shortly after, raising a cloud of dust. The crowd erupted in cheers. People jumped to their feet, screaming and clapping.
Roki, Roki, Roki,
they chanted. The fighter stood on the fallen beast, breathing heavily. He raised his sword high, acknowledging the crowd's energy. Then the chanting changed.
Next stage, next stage, next stage.
They wanted him to continue. They wanted him to face an Emperor-tier beast. Roki looked up at the stands. Ray could see the internal struggle on the man's face. Unlike the previous fight, Roki was quite injured this time. His movements were slower. Blood dripped from several wounds. His armor was dented in multiple places.
He wants to please them, but he's not stupid enough to risk his life for entertainment,
Ray observed. Roki made his decision. He placed his sword into the ground, the universal signal that he would not continue to the next round. The regular audience members immediately understood. These people had watched many of Roki's matches over time. They'd been hoping that today would finally be the day they'd see him attempt the Emperor stage, but it was not that day. Moans of disappointment rippled through the crowd. Some people threw up their hands in frustration. Others started gathering their things to leave. "Are you going to watch the next contestant?" one audience member asked his friend.
No way! Have you seen the odds they gave him for the advanced tier? He's an E-rank adventurer. We're just going to watch someone beat a basic tier beast, maybe an intermediate one if we're lucky, then give up. That's so boring.
You're right, the first man agreed. Let's get out of here. Many people had the same thought. They decided to leave even though a new contestant was about to participate. After the excitement of Roki's fight, watching a low-ranked adventurer seemed like a waste of time. Ray also stood up and left the stands. It would soon be his turn. In the reception area, Ray found a wooden bench with no back and sat down patiently. His red armor drew a few curious glances, but most people were too busy talking about Roki's fight to pay him much attention. There were many people in the reception area now, milling about and trying to find information about the next participant. Some chose to stay for the next fight. Most decided to leave. Then Roki himself emerged from a side corridor, his wounds freshly bandaged. He'd clearly received medical attention. White wrappings showed beneath his armor in several places. Within seconds, he was completely swarmed by a crowd of admirers who wanted to talk to him.
That was incredible, Roki.
The way you deflected that tail, brilliant.
When will you try for Emperor tier? Can I get your autograph?
Roki smiled politely at them, nodding and saying a few words here and there, but his attention wasn't really on them. While looking through the crowd of people pressing around him, his eyes found one person sitting alone on a bench. It was the same person from the arena, the one who'd stood completely still with no reaction while everyone else cheered. There was something about the way the man sat. Not nervous, not excited, just calm, waiting, like someone who had nothing to prove but everything to show. Suddenly the speaker system crackled to life.
Will the contestant known as Nestalin please make their way to the arena floor now?
The announcement echoed through the reception area, cutting through all the conversations. Ray stood up from his seat. He stretched his neck once from side to side, producing small pops. Then he headed toward the corridor that led to the arena. He walked right past the crowd of people surrounding Roki. He didn't look at them. He didn't acknowledge them. His eyes were focused straight ahead, on the path to the arena. But as Ray passed, Roki noticed something that made his breath catch. The strange man had a smile on his face. Not a nervous smile, not an excited smile, but a confident smile. The smile of someone who knew exactly what they were capable of and was looking forward to proving it.
That smile. I've seen that look before, on the faces of truly powerful fighters, right before they show everyone what they can do,
Roki thought, watching Ray disappear into the corridor. Roki gently pushed through his crowd of admirers.
Excuse me, everyone. I need to rest and watch the next match.
He made his way toward the stands, his eyes never leaving the corridor where the strange man had vanished.
Perhaps I should stay and watch this fight. Something tells me this won't be as boring as everyone thinks.
In fact, he had a feeling it was going to be very interesting indeed. After dealing with the crowd of admirers, Roki rushed toward the arena stands. He didn't know why, but something in his gut told him he should watch this mysterious contestant.
I need to see what this man can do,
Roki thought as he hurried through the corridors. When he entered the stands, he stopped short. There were far fewer people than he'd expected. Then his eyes caught something on the opposite end, a large black chalkboard displaying numbers, the betting odds for the next contestant. Roki's eyes widened as he read them.
Was my instinct off this time?
He wondered, staring at the numbers in disbelief. The odds weren't just bad, they were terrible, worse than any average contestant who had ever participated in an event like this. Now Roki understood why so few people had stayed. Even with new contestants, many usually remained because they could watch another match or make easy money betting against inexperienced fighters. Before entering the stands, Roki had quickly changed out of his armor. Not many people knew what he actually looked like beneath all that gear. He had a short gray beard that framed his mouth and short gray hair on top of his head. If others knew he was quite an old middle-aged man, they wouldn't believe how quickly and fast he could move in battle. Roki found a seat next to a wealthy-looking man with a large, rounded belly and an odd-shaped hat that slanted to one side. Living in the Empire himself, Roki knew how to spot wealthy people, but the dead giveaway was the young man standing beside the large man, taking all his orders. a smaller, scrawny-looking fellow, still well-dressed but clearly not as fine as his employer.
So I brought you the betting odds of the next contestant,
the scrawny man said, holding out a paper. The large-bellied man took it and studied the information carefully.
I also managed to get information about his adventurer rank and the equipment he'll be using,
the scrawny man added. After looking over the details, the large-bellied man laughed. His whole body jiggled with the sound.
Ha 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 ha! This is an easy one if I've ever seen it. We can make a killing with this fellow.
Sir?
The scrawny man asked.
Put the maximum amount available on him winning against the basic tier beast,
the large man instructed.
Also, maximum on him beating the intermediate tier. Then place a large bet on him getting beaten by the advanced tier. That is, if he even decides to take on the advanced tier.
The scrawny man looked confused.
What makes you think he'll beat the intermediate tier? Based on his adventurer rank, it looks like he might struggle.
You might be right,
the large man admitted, stroking his chin.
But the only reason I think he'll succeed is his equipment. Look at the report. It's high tier. That's probably why he decided to participate in the first place.
He paused, then added with a smirk.
But he'll quickly learn that good equipment can only take you so far. Skill and experience matter more.
Usually, though Roki hated to admit it, he would have agreed with the large man completely. The Empire was wealthy, so many people could afford high-level equipment. They often trusted their gear too much and lost at a certain stage, realizing too late that equipment couldn't compensate for a lack of skill. But for some reason, Roki couldn't shake the feeling from earlier. That smile he'd seen on the mysterious man's face kept replaying in his mind. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena.
Everyone, our next contestant, Ness Talon, will now attempt the first stage.
Ray stood in the center of the arena floor, the orange surface solid beneath his feet. He reached back and pulled out his purple crow sword, an advanced tier weapon. Even though his gauntlets were a higher tier, he'd chosen to practice his swordsmanship as much as possible, only using his fists when absolutely necessary.
I need to get better with the sword. Against stronger opponents, I'll need more than just my fists.
The metal cage across the arena opened with a loud grinding sound. A beast emerged, roughly the size of a lion. It was a strange, plant-like creature with a clear head. Around its neck, what could only be described as petals decorated its body like a collar. It moved slowly on two thick legs. Its body was green, and it appeared to have no eyes. The creature opened its mouth, and a seed shot out directly at Ray. It moved fast, whistling through the air. Ray chose to do nothing. He simply stood there. The seed hit his chest armor with a dull thunk and fell harmlessly to the floor.
As expected, my chest piece is advanced tier, 2 levels higher than this basic tier beast. It stands no chance of penetrating.
Ray started walking toward the beast calmly, his sword held loosely at his side. The plant creature continued firing seeds, each one hitting his chest armor and bouncing off. Then occasionally it would aim for his face. When this happened, Ray used the flat side of his sword to casually deflect the seed, barely moving his arm. Finally, when he was close enough, Ray threw a diagonal swing. The blade cut cleanly through the creature's neck, and it fell dead instantly. Some members of the small crowd cheered. They'd made easy money betting on Ray to win this stage, but there was a maximum bet allowed on the first stages, so the arena didn't risk losing much. Up in the stands, Roki watched intently. Because Ray hadn't done much beyond a single swing, it was hard to tell if the man was skilled.
That swing. It was neither exceptionally good nor particularly bad, like someone who received night training from a young age but was never called a prodigy. Competent, but not outstanding. Was I wrong about him?
Roki wondered.
Stage 2 begins now. Our contestant will face an intermediate tier beast,
the announcer called out. Another cage opened. Ray watched as the next beast emerged, slightly larger than the previous one and with similar features. Another plant-type creature.
Seems like I'm dealing with mostly plant types today.
This creature had the same basic abilities as the first, firing seeds from its mouth,
but the seeds were larger, about the size of Ray's fist. The beast opened fire immediately. Seeds flew through the air one after another. This time, Ray didn't let them hit his chest piece. Instead, he swung his sword, striking down each seed as it approached. His blade moved in controlled arcs, intercepting the projectiles. When he finally reached the intermediate-tier beast, Ray raised his sword high and brought it down in a powerful vertical slash. The blade sliced the creature perfectly in half, killing it instantly. A few cheers came from the crowd, but there were also some upset faces. Several people had expected Ray to lose at this stage and had bet accordingly. The large-bellied man now had a slightly concerned look on his face. He'd expected the contestant to win. The problem was he'd never expected it to be this easy.
Sir,
The scrawny assistant said nervously.
should we adjust our bets?
No, not yet. Let's see what happens with the advanced tier,
The large man said slowly. Inside the waiting area beneath the arena, Ray stood catching his breath. He was starting to understand the difficulties of no longer being able to use mana steel, his old ability that let him absorb mana from his surroundings.
Every bit of ki I use consumes mana. The tough part is these fights happen one after another with hardly any rest time in between,
Ray thought, feeling the drain. Before, he could rely on mana steel to replenish whatever he used, but that ability was gone now. He'd have to be more careful about how he spent his energy.
I need to be smart about this. I can't waste ki unnecessarily.
Contestant Nestalin,
A guard called out.
you're up for stage 3.
Ray nodded and walked back onto the arena floor. The announcer's voice boomed.
Stage 3! Our contestant will now face an advanced tier beast. This is where many fighters fall. Let's see if Nestalin has what it takes.
The crowd grew more interested. This was where things usually got exciting. A larger cage opened. The creature that emerged made several people gasp. It was a massive snake-like creature, easily 20 feet long. Once again, it was green in color with the same flower pattern around its neck area. But unlike the two beasts before it, this one moved incredibly fast. The snake slithered around the arena at high speed, circling Ray. Then it opened its mouth and fired seeds, larger, faster, more dangerous than before. Not wanting to waste energy, Ray didn't try blocking the seeds with his sword or armor. Instead, he started using his footwork techniques, skills from the Black Sash style. He dodged the attacks with minimal movement, his body shifting just enough to let each seed whistle past. His footwork had returned to what it once was. Sir Kay had given him a refresher course during his stay at Avrion, helping Ray recover the skills he'd lost when he started learning magic.
Thank you, Sir Kay. Your training is paying off,
Ray thought, as he moved smoothly across the arena floor. Slowly, Ray and the snake moved around the arena. To most watching, it looked like all Ray was doing was dodging. He could never win like this, just running away. But a few sharp-eyed observers realized what he was actually doing.
Look at his positioning,
Someone whispered.
He's controlling where the beast moves,
Another person added. Roki's eyes widened.
he's hurting it. While dodging, he's moving in specific directions, pushing the snake back toward the wall.
Sure enough, the snake now had its back against the arena wall. It was basically trapped. The creature fired one more attack, a seed the size of Ray's head, flying straight at him. Instead of dodging, Ray swung his blade and sliced through the large seed, cutting it in half. The two pieces flew past him harmlessly. Then Ray leaped high into the air, raising his sword above his head. He channeled a large amount of ki into the blade, much more than he'd used in the previous fights. With a powerful downward slash, Ray brought the sword down on the snake's head, hitting the floor with tremendous force. The cut was strong but not clean. The blade had only managed to slice through 3/4 of the snake's neck. The creature rolled around on the floor, thrashing wildly and spewing black blood everywhere. But a few seconds later, the beast stopped moving, dead. This time, unlike before, The crowd didn't just have a few scattered cheers or disappointed moans. They erupted.
Yeah!
Did you see that?
That jump! That strike! Incredible!
People were on their feet, clapping and shouting. Perhaps they would have a new warrior in the arena that would be exciting to watch after all. The large-bellied man sat back in his seat, his face pale.
I may have made a mistake.
His scrawny assistant nodded nervously.
Sir, should we?
Quiet!
The man snapped.
I'm thinking.
Up in the stands, Roki smiled for the first time since sitting down. His instinct had been right after all.
There it is. Real skill combined with that high-tier equipment. He's not just some rich fool playing warrior. He actually knows how to fight.
Ray stood in the center of the arena, breathing heavier now. The advanced tier beast had taken more out of him than the first two combined.
I used more ki than I wanted on that last strike, but it got the job done,
Ray thought. The announcer's voice rang out.
Incredible! Talon has defeated the advanced tier beast. Will he continue to face a king tier beast?
The crowd started chanting.
King tier! King tier! King tier!
Ray looked up at the announcer's box and nodded once.
I'm here to fight beasts and collect crystals. There's no point stopping now,
Ray thought. Up in the stands, Roki leaned forward even more, his hands gripping the edge of his seat.
Now let's see how you do against the king tier. That's where the real test begins,
Roki thought, his heart racing with anticipation. The bored crowd had suddenly come alive with interest. The new contestant had captured their attention, and word was spreading. People started filtering in from outside the arena, though it was still difficult to gather a large audience on such short notice. Of course, not everyone was happy with the results.
What the hell are the workers doing?
The large-bellied man shouted, slamming his fist down on his thigh.
They cheated me. They must have given me false information.
His scrawny assistant flinched at the outburst.
How in the whole of Bronze Land is such a low-rank adventurer able to defeat an advanced tier beast?
The large man continued, his face turning red with anger.
And now he's going up against a king tier? This makes no sense.
He had a choice now. He could bet on the mystery man winning his next fight, or he could bet against him. After thinking for a few seconds, he made his decision.
Put the remainder of my money on him losing,
the large man ordered his assistant.
Sir, are you sure? He's proven quite capable.
Do it,
the large man snapped.
I don't care. For some reason I feel like that man in the ring is partly to blame for my losses. I'll be more thrilled if he loses, and I'll make a big profit doing it.
The assistant nodded nervously and hurried off to place the bet. Inside the arena, Ray stood waiting patiently for the king-tier beast. Staff members were clearing the previous beast's body, but for some reason, it was taking much longer than before.
They're taking their time, though I don't mind. It gives me a chance to rest and regain my stamina.
Ray's breathing had returned to normal. The fight with the advanced tier snake had drained more energy than he'd expected.
I need to be smarter about conserving ki. The higher tier, the tougher this will get.
Unknown to Ray, the delay had a specific reason. Inside one of the watching booths, high above the arena, a man sat in strange, long-robed clothing. His hands and neck were covered with jewels and gold, clearly someone of high authority in the arena.
This is quite entertaining. Why don't we make it a little more fun?
The man said to his attendants.
Sir?
One of the attendants asked. The robed man smiled.
Get the recording crystals ready, and select King Tier Beast B as well.
The attendants exchanged glances. Beast B was known for being particularly challenging.
Yes, sir,
they replied, bowing before rushing off to make the arrangements.
We haven't had this much excitement in weeks. Let's see what this mysterious contestant can really do,
the robed man thought. After a few more moments, the glytherium bars started to rise from the arena floor with a mechanical grinding sound. Ray could hear heavy footsteps in the distance, growing louder with each second. Ray drew his purple crow sword, gripping it firmly.
Remember what you promised yourself. Don't use your gauntlets or magic. Rely only on your swordsmanship. Otherwise, you'll never improve and get stronger.
He knew it would be a tough battle. Even if he was skillful with the sword, his weapon was only advanced tier, while he'd be facing a king-tier beast.
The equipment disadvantage is real, but that's exactly why I need to do this, to push my limits. They won't show me any mercy in the All-Kingdom tournament just because I don't have a better weapon.
Finally, the beast emerged from behind the bars. It gave out a terrifying roar that echoed throughout the entire arena, shaking the stands. The creature started sniffing around, searching for its prey. Upon seeing the beast, the crowd erupted. They cheered louder than ever before, jumping to their feet and screaming with excitement. Up in the stands, Roki had a smirk on his face. He glanced at the direction of the booth where the arena organizer sat. "You sly man," Roki muttered, shaking his head with amusement. He'd recognized what they'd done. They'd deliberately chosen this specific beast. "They want to see if he's the real deal. This will be a true test," Roki thought. Along the edge of the arena, several guards now stood holding recording crystals in their hands. The crystals would capture everything that happened in the current fight, allowing it to be broadcast and preserved. When Ray saw which beast had appeared, even he felt a surge of excitement. It was a massive dinosaur-like creature that stood on its two back legs, easily 15 feet tall. But its main feature was its enormous tail, bladed like a giant sword. The tail was nearly as long as the creature's entire body.
It's the same kind of beast Roki fought. Perfect. I saw how it moves. I know its attack patterns,
Ray realized immediately. Up in the stands, Roki leaned forward, his heart thumping with excitement. "Let's see how you do against this. I barely managed to defeat it. Can you?" As soon as the beast caught the scent of the person in front of it, it immediately charged. Its heavy footsteps made the ground shake beneath Ray's feet.
Here it comes,
Ray thought, his grip tightening on his sword. As the beast got close, it suddenly stopped and swung its giant sword-like tail toward Ray in a devastating arc. Ray used his black sash footwork, stepping back smoothly. The massive tail passed through the space where he'd been standing just a split second before. The crowd gasped, thinking he would be hit. But instead, it looked like the tail simply passed through his body like a ghost.
Did you see that?
Someone in the crowd shouted. "He dodged it perfectly!" Those watching more carefully could see what Ray had actually done. He'd stepped back and moved forward at precisely the right time, creating the illusion.
Good. The footwork is coming back to me naturally,
Ray thought. The king-tier beast, feeling no impact from its attack, suddenly stopped its tail mid-swing and reversed direction, swinging back again from the opposite side. Ray had moved in close to the beast's body, expecting to deliver an attack of his own. He'd assumed the beast's momentum was too great for it to stop so suddenly and throw a counterattack from the other side.
I underestimated it,
Ray realized, eyes widening. The tail came swinging back faster than before. Ray had no time to dodge completely.
I have to deflect it,
he decided in a split second. As the giant tail came toward him, Ray raised his sword and tried to parry it upward. He managed to make contact at the right moment, but his blade was tilted at a slightly wrong angle. Instead of fully deflecting the tail away, he was pushed back by the tremendous force. The impact sent Ray flying through the air. But unlike Roki, who'd been slammed into the wall, Ray managed to recover midair. He twisted his body and stabbed his sword into the ground as hard as he could the moment he landed. The blade cut cleanly into the arena floor. Ray used it as an anchor, stopping his momentum before he could crash into the wall. He skidded to a halt, leaving a trail in the orange surface. The crowd went silent for a moment, then erupted in amazed chatter.
What amazing strength!
Someone shouted.
Did you see that recovery?
Up in the stands, Roki's eyes widened. What incredible body control this guy has. The sudden stop from that much force should have dislocated his shoulder.
It might have even ripped his entire arm off, but he's completely fine.
Roki studied the contestant more carefully now, analyzing everything he'd seen.
His footwork was perfect when avoiding the first strike, but that parry could be considered poor. The angle was wrong. The only reason it had any effect at all was because of his brute strength.
Roki stroked his gray beard thoughtfully.
That was a simple mistake, something a master swordsman would never make after practicing hundreds of thousands of times, at least not that badly. If the fight continues like this, and if the two of us were to get into a sword fight, I could easily outduel him. His strength is incredible, but his technique still needs work.
While the fight continued in the arena, something else was happening outside. The arena had started broadcasting the battle to the streets, hoping to draw in more spectators and gamblers. Hecklers stood on street corners, shouting to passers-by and pointing at projection screens showing the fight.
Everyone, we have a new contestant by the name of Ness Talon. He's facing off against a king tier beast right now. Come in, see the action for yourself.
One heckler shouted at the top of his lungs. Behind him, a magical projector displayed the fight happening inside the arena. Walking through the city streets, a certain person dressed in ragged robes shuffled along with dead, defeated eyes. He looked completely broken, like he was one push away from giving up on everything. But the sudden mention of a name made his ears perk up.
Ness?
The robed man muttered, stopping in his tracks.
Damn that cursed name. Why is it so popular these days?
Curiosity getting the better of him, he turned his head to look at the projector screen. He could see a close-up of the person currently doing battle with the king tier beast. The camera focused on the fighter's face as he lifted himself from the ground, holding a purple sword in his hand. The robed man froze. He rubbed his eyes a few times, thinking he must be seeing things.
That face.
He had seen this face before. Not exactly the same, but nearly identical to someone he once knew, only a few years older.
No, it can't be,
the man thought, his heart starting to pound.
Is it you? But how? You were dead. I killed you.
His hands started to tremble. Memories flood back, memories he'd tried to bury for months.
I need to confirm this with my own eyes,
the man decided. He started walking toward the arena, his pace quickening with each step. His dead eyes now showed a spark of something, fear, anger, confusion, all mixed together.
The person known as Ness ruined my life. I was once the great Tower Master Roy, a grand wielder of fire magic, respected, powerful.
And then Ness destroyed everything,
the robed man thought darkly. His pace became almost a run.
If that's really you in there, if you're somehow alive, I need to see you with my own eyes. I need to know how this is possible.
Using his sword to face off against the king-tier beast was proving much harder than Ray had initially thought. He defeated king-tier beasts in the past, the minotaurs, the flaming lion, but with all of those, he'd relied on his dragon skills rather than his own human abilities.
This is different,
Ray thought, circling the massive creature. It was a bit of a wake-up call. If he had never been blessed with his old dragon skills from the past, where would he be right now? Would he have been able to achieve as much as he did just as a regular human, like everyone else?
Probably not. I've relied on those powers too much. But that ends now,
Ray admitted to himself. These thoughts only made Ray more determined to defeat the beast in front of him. He needed to improve himself, to prove he could be strong without relying on his dragon heritage. The large tail swung toward him again in a devastating arc.
Focus,
Ray commanded himself. Once again, Ray tried to get the timing down, attempted to deflect the attack just like he'd seen skilled swordsmen do. He managed to make contact, but it was only thanks to his raw physical strength that the blow didn't hit him full on.
Still not right. The technique is off,
Ray thought, frustrated. Come on, Ray shouted at the beast, taunting it. Again! His swordsmanship wasn't the best, he knew that, but he also knew enough to recognize when his timing and technique were off. Something he was doing wasn't right.
So what better time to practice than right now, against a real opponent with real stakes?
The large beast changed its strategy. It no longer struck once and then took a break. Now it swung its tail from side to side continuously, doing everything it could to crush the annoying pest in front of it. However, Ray thought this was perfect. Again and again, he attempted to deflect the massive tail. Each time, he learned a little more about the timing, the angle, the force required. Still, once in a while, Ray would mess up. A large sword-like tail would connect cleanly, hitting him despite his attempts to block. Ray managed to cover most of the impact using his sword, but it was still a powerful strike that sent his body flying from side to side. "You damn giant beast!" Ray shouted after being hit for the third time. "If I was my past self, I would have defeated you with a simple swipe of my own tail."
I'm getting angry. That's not good. Anger leads to mistakes.
He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. But the beast wouldn't let up. This particular creature seemed to have developed a true hatred for Ray. It was more agile than the one that had fought Roki, faster, more unpredictable. 1 second it was in front of Ray. The next second it was in the air.
What?
Ray's eyes widened. With its massive body, the beast had jumped high into the air. It tucked its head down and performed a forward flip. The momentum carried its speed tremendously, and its tail was now about to hammer down on Ray like a meteor. Ray looked at his sword, calculating quickly.
If I block this blow with just a sword, it'll break for sure. I have no choice,
he realized. With hardly any time to spare, Ray made a decision. He placed the purple crow sword in his mouth as a placeholder, something he hadn't done since he was much younger, training in basic combat. "You said these were pretty much unbreakable, right?" Ray muttered around the sword in his teeth. "Then let's put it to the test, Rusty." He lifted both his hands above his head, gauntlets gleaming. At the same time, he reinforced his legs with ki, channeling energy throughout his entire lower body to anchor himself. The whole weight of the massive tail slammed down onto Ray's raised hands. The impact created a shock wave that rippled across the arena floor. Dust exploded outward in all directions. The audience gasped collectively, many covering their mouths. They thought the new hopeful contestant was surely done for. No one could survive a direct hit from that attack. But as the dust began to clear, something strange became visible. The giant beast appeared to be suspended in the air for a moment, hovering impossibly above the arena floor.
He's holding it! He's holding the beast with his hands!
Someone in the crowd shouted in awe. The attack had indeed landed, but Ray's gauntlets had managed to withstand the full power of the king-tier beast. His 2 feet were sunken into the ground about 6 inches, creating small craters around his legs, but he was still standing, still holding, still conscious.
Impossible!
Someone shouted from the stands.
What kind of strength is that? Those gauntlets must be incredible!
Up in the stands, Roki's jaw had dropped. Those gauntlets, they're not just king tier, they might even be higher quality than I thought. Ray's arms trembled with the effort of holding the massive weight. His muscles burned. His ki reserves were draining rapidly.
Can't hold much longer,
Ray thought, gritting his teeth around the sword. Eventually, the beast could no longer remain in its awkward position. Gravity took over, and it fell backward onto the ground with a thunderous crash, landing heavily on its back. Ray immediately spat out the sword, catching it smoothly with his right hand. "This doesn't count as me not using my sword, right?" Ray said to no one in particular, a slight smile on his face despite his exhaustion. The beast wasn't hurt from the fall, but it was on its back, vulnerable. Its legs kicked in the air as it struggled to right itself, but the massive tail made it difficult to flip over quickly.
Now's my chance. I have to end this now before it recovers,
Ray thought. He took the sword firmly in both hands. Using all the ki he could possibly gather, every last drop he had remaining, Ray jumped into the air. He spun his body, adding momentum to the strike just like the beast had done with its tail.
He brought the sword down toward the beast's exposed neck with all his might. The blade made contact. At first, it seemed to struggle against the thick scales and tough hide. The purple crow sword, only advanced tier, was having difficulty penetrating a king-tier beast's natural defenses.
No, I won't let this fight continue. I can't. It needs to end here and now.
Ray refused to accept failure. He pushed harder, channeling even more ki into the blade. Without relying on mana steel to replenish his energy, he was running on pure reserves and willpower alone. Finally, with a sickening crunch, the sword broke through. Ray cut cleanly through the beast's neck in one powerful slash. The creature's legs and arms, which had been flailing wildly, soon stopped moving. The king-tier beast was defeated. But it wasn't the only thing that was completely exhausted. Ray collapsed onto the arena floor, gasping desperately for air. His chest heaved. His limbs felt like lead. Sweat poured down his face.
It's been a long time since I pushed myself this hard,
Ray thought between ragged breaths. He had used far too much ki in that last attack. His body needed time to recover. He lay there on the orange floor, staring up at the arena ceiling, completely spent. The crowd erupted in cheers that shook the very walls of the arena.
He did it!
He beat a king-tier beast!
Incredible! Ness Talon! Ness Talon! Ness Talon!
They hadn't seen many people defeat king-tier beasts over the years. Now they knew of two, Roki and this mysterious newcomer. Some in the audience noted that Ray had seemed more troubled when fighting the beast, compared to how smoothly Roki had handled it. But people understood that fighting style made a huge difference. There would often be some beasts that one fighter could deal with easily, while another struggled against. Just because one person could beat a certain type of beast while another couldn't, didn't necessarily mean they would win in a one-on-one duel against each other. It all depended on compatibility and circumstances. As for Ray, though, he was upset about the results.
In the end, I cheated myself. I used my gauntlets when fighting instead of just a sword. I broke my own rule,
Ray thought bitterly, still lying on the ground. But then something happened that made him feel slightly better.
King-tier crystal obtained. 1.
The familiar system message appeared in his vision.
At least there's that. Some reward for all this effort,
Ray thought. The reason he'd come to the arena in the first place was to gather king-tier crystals for his evolution, and it seemed like the plan was working.
Would you like to absorb the king-tier crystal?
Ray didn't hesitate.
Yes. 8 of 100 king-tier points received.
The moment he absorbed the crystal, Ray felt the effects immediately. His lost stamina began returning. His aching muscles relaxed. The burning exhaustion started to fade, replaced by renewed energy.
This is amazing. My body feels almost brand new,
Ray thought, sitting up slowly. He knew this was the effect of absorbing the crystals, and now, if he wanted to, he was ready to fight again.
Though I probably shouldn't,
Ray thought, standing up and brushing dust from his armor. But the crowd had other ideas. A few seconds passed, and then the crowd started chanting something new. They weren't satisfied yet. They wanted more.
Emperor! Emperor! Emperor!
They shouted in unison, stomping their feet rhythmically. The entire arena shook with their enthusiasm. Ray looked up at the stands, surprised by their reaction.
They want me to fight an Emperor tier beast? Are they crazy? I barely survived the King tier,
Ray thought. But part of him, the part that had once been a dragon, the part that lived for challenges, felt a thrill of excitement. Up in the stands, Roki leaned forward even more, if that was possible. His hands gripped the edge of his seat so hard his knuckles turned white. A huge smile spread across his weathered face. "Let's see, will you try to go past me?" Roki said aloud, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. "I've never attempted the Emperor tier. Always stopped at King tier because the risk was too great. But if this man does it, if he actually faces an Emperor tier beast and survives,
Then he'll have accomplished something I never could.
The thought both thrilled and terrified Roki. He'd been the arena's champion for years, the one everyone came to watch. But now there was someone new, someone who might surpass him.
Let's see what you're truly capable of, Ness Talon.
While Ray had gone off to do his own thing, Slivia and the others were busy looking for a place to stay. The Empire offered free accommodation to all tournament guests, but because they'd arrived earlier than expected, nothing was available for them yet. The group had been walking around for a while after putting their carriage away in a secure stable. They knew the unique vehicle would bring too much unwanted attention. When they first pulled up in it, people had already started gathering around, asking questions.
Better to keep a low profile,
Slivia had decided. Now walking on foot, the city felt far larger than it had seemed from the carriage, and they were only in the main area. There were still outer districts they hadn't even seen yet.
Come on,
Kyle complained, dragging his feet.
that's like the 5th inn we've walked past already. Are we ever going to stop?
Usually the others would tell Kyle off for his remarks, but honestly, both Martha and Harry felt the same way this time. Although they hadn't done much besides walk, traveling in general was exhausting. They didn't understand why they needed to stop at one specific inn instead of just picking the nearest one.
just a bit further,
Slivia said, her eyes scanning the building signs.
You said that 3 inns ago,
Kyle muttered. Martha elbowed him in the ribs.
Quiet. She obviously has a reason. All right, this one,
Slivia said suddenly, stopping in front of a modest-looking establishment. She'd been staring at the inn markings for a while, and finally found what she was looking for, a wolf with a scar above its right eye and a scarf around its neck. The sign was painted in faded blue, clearly old but well-maintained. After entering the inn, the others were just happy they could finally rest. They wanted a good meal and a proper sleep before doing any more exploring. By their estimation, they'd been walking for nearly 2 hours.
I'm claiming the first bath,
Kyle announced.
You'll have to fight me for it, Harry replied with a tired smile.
The group decided to sit at a table in the common room and ordered some food, a quick bite to eat before heading to their rooms. Meanwhile, Slivia went to the counter to get everyone's keys and pay for the accommodations. While she was gone, the others started to wonder among themselves.
Why this inn specifically? It looks no different from the others we passed,
Martha asked quietly.
Maybe it's cheaper?
Kyle suggested. Harry shook his head.
We passed 2 inns with budget rate signs. This one looks mid-range.
Then I don't know, Kyle admitted. But there was a reason, one Slivia hadn't shared with the group yet. Their party wasn't the only one to arrive early for the tournament. Later today, she was scheduled to meet her brother. He'd made it clear in his letter to select this specific inn, giving her detailed instructions beforehand.
I hope everything is okay. Judging by the contents of his letter, it sounded like something quite urgent was going on,
Slivia thought as she handed coins to the innkeeper. The letter had been carefully worded, but she could read between the lines. Her brother wouldn't ask her to meet in secret unless something was wrong.
But what could it be?
She wondered. After paying for the rooms and collecting the keys, Slivia returned to join the others at the table. She sat down and tried to smile, but in truth, she felt a little sad.
I thought maybe on this trip I'd get to spend some time with Ray, and the first thing he does is rush off alone.
If it was going to be like this, it would be exactly the same as when she was back in the city, Ray dropping by for a few moments before wandering off again on some mission or training session.
I wish things were like they were back at the academy,
Slivia mumbled quietly. But Martha had sharp ears. She caught what had been said and turned to her friend.
Don't worry about him too much,
Martha said gently, placing a hand on Slivia's arm.
I think once this is all over, you two will have all the time in the world to spend together.
She delivered a wink at the end, trying to lighten the mood. Slivia felt her cheeks warm slightly. For some reason, she always felt awkward when talking about her love life, or at least her feelings concerning Ray.
Here I am complaining that I don't get to spend time with him when Martha can't even see her apparent boyfriend,
Sylvia thought guiltily. She looked at Martha, who was smiling despite everything.
You're such a strong girl,
Sylvia thought with admiration. The food and a few drinks arrived at the table. Plates of roasted meat, fresh bread, and vegetable stew were distributed among the hungry travelers. However, Kyle's attention was focused on something else entirely. His eyes kept drifting upward. The Empire seemed to have things inside their inns that he'd never seen before. Up on the ceiling were quite large black rectangles. There wasn't just one, there were several placed all across the ceiling in odd locations, allowing a person to see at least one from any angle. "Excuse me? Do you mind telling me what those are?" Kyle said, calling over one of the pretty servers who'd brought their food. He pointed up at the ceiling. The server followed his gesture and smiled.
I guess you guys aren't from around here, are you?
"Is it that obvious?" Harry asked with a slight smile.
A bit, the server admitted. We call them picture shows. All the taverns and inns have them, and even some of the richer nobles have them installed in their homes. Whenever there's a big event going on, all of the picture shows will display it. That sounds incredible. How does it work?
Martha said, looking up with interest. It sounded quite interesting, but the technology seemed too advanced for Kyle to wrap his head around. The server could see the confusion on their faces.
Dom,
she shouted toward the counter,
turn on the picture show.
From behind the counter, a burly man named Dom lifted up a smaller square rectangle that fit into the palm of his hand. When he pressed a button, the black square device on the ceiling came to life, showing various colors and movements. Now the others understood why it was called a picture show. At first, they were impressed by the moving images and the clarity of the display, but after a few seconds of watching, their mouths were left hanging wide open at what they could see.
Is that Ray?
Sylvia shouted, her face immediately going red, not with embarrassment but with anger. Right now, being displayed on the picture show was Ray in what looked like a fighting arena. He was facing off against some giant beast, dodging and attacking.
No way,
Kyle said, leaning forward.
That's definitely him. Look at that red armor.
And the black hair, Harry added.
What is he thinking?
Martha exclaimed. The group watched in stunned silence as Ray battled the massive creature. They couldn't believe it. When he'd said he was going to do something, they never imagined it would be this public, this dangerous, this stupid. After watching for several tense minutes, they saw Ray finally defeat the beast with a powerful strike. The crowd in the arena erupted in cheers. Then an announcer's voice came through the picture show.
Will our contestant move on to face an Emperor-tier beast?
He better not,
Sylvia muttered dangerously. Standing in the arena, Ray was debating what to do. The king-tier beast had proved more challenging than he'd thought. It wasn't that he didn't think he could face an Emperor tier. The problem was he knew he wouldn't be able to defeat one using just his gauntlets and sword. He would have to go all out, using his magic abilities.
And using magic would violate the whole point of this training,
Ray thought. Still, he could always see what the Emperor-tier beast looked like and try fighting it for experience, dropping out halfway through if necessary.
Just to test myself,
Ray reasoned. Just as Ray was in the middle of debating, a screen appeared in front of him, a message notification from Sylvia. He opened it and started reading.
Ray, what on earth do you think you're doing? Your match is being broadcast to the whole city. Stop right now and get back here this instant. If people know who you are before the tournament, or if the Empire knows you're here, this is meant to be a discreet operation. Discreet. I know you may have trouble understanding that word, but this is serious.
Ray winced.
Okay, she's definitely angry.
The message continued.
Look, I know you're free to do what you want. You always have been that way, and you'll continue to be. That's what I like. That's what's great about you. But please consider my advice. Leave the arena now and come back to this location. Look for the Blue Wolf Inn. It should have the marking of a wolf with a blue scarf around its neck and a cut going through its right eye. Please listen to me.
It was quite a large message and seemed emotional as well, especially that part where she'd struggled to type something and changed it.
Was she about to say like? Like what?
Ray wondered, still confused and clueless as usual. He read the message again, focusing on that awkward part. Ray wasn't that interested in fighting the next beast anyway. It would require breaking his own training rules, and the message from Slivia had managed to convince him completely.
She's right. I wasn't thinking about the bigger picture. If the Empire identifies me before the tournament.
He gave a quick wave to the announcer, showing that he would not be taking on the next tier beast. The crowd sighed in collective disappointment, their "Emperor! Emperor!" chants dying away.
Aw, come on! Just one more fight? He's scared!
However, most people understood. After seeing how difficult it was for him to defeat the king tier beast, not many expected him to attempt the next stage anyway. Up in the stands, Roki nodded approvingly.
I guess you aren't a complete fool. Smart choice, kid. Perhaps we'll see each other again someday. He has potential. With more training, he could become truly formidable.
Roki was more than just impressed by this stranger. With the event over, it was time for the arena to close for the day. There were no more scheduled participants, and anyone who wanted to participate would have to register for tomorrow's events. As Ray made his way down to the reception area to collect his prize, he was stopped by one of the workers just outside the arena exit. "Excuse me, sir?" the staff member said politely. He was a young man, probably in his early 20s, dressed in the arena's official uniform. "Yes?" Ray asked. "We're very sorry, sir, but we can't seem to find the beast crystal inside the king tier beast that you killed. This is the first time something like this has ever happened. We've checked thoroughly, but there's simply no crystal in the remains." The staff member seemed genuinely apologetic about this matter.
Of course you can't find it. I already absorbed it into my system. There's nothing left to find,
Ray thought. "We apologize for the inconvenience," the staff member continued. "Usually the participants take the crystals from the beasts they've killed as their prize, but because we were unable to find one from the king tier beast, and because you put on quite a show for us today, we've decided to give you a replacement crystal as a gift." Ray's eyes widened slightly. "A replacement?" "Yes, sir. It will be a king tier crystal of equivalent value, waiting for you at the reception desk. Consider it our thanks for an excellent performance." This was a surprise Ray wasn't expecting at all.
A free king tier crystal? Just for entertaining them? That's actually quite generous.
"Thank you," Ray said sincerely. "It's our pleasure, sir. We hope to see you again tomorrow if you'd like to participate in more events." Ray nodded and continued toward the reception area. When he entered, there were many people leaving, audience members heading home after the day's entertainment, disappointed that there wouldn't be an Emperor tier fight. What Ray didn't notice was that there was a certain individual watching him more closely than others. A man in ragged robes stood partially hidden behind a pillar, his eyes locked onto Ray's every movement.
Is it really you? It has to be. That face, even older. I'd recognize it anywhere.
Roy thought, his heart pounding.
But how?
Roy's mind raced.
I killed you. I watched you die. How can you be standing here, alive months later?
Once Ray entered the reception area, he was guided off to the side by one of the arena staff to a separate section. Several guards positioned themselves around him, creating a protective barrier. They led him to a corner of the room where he could sit down while they retrieved the crystal they'd promised.
Why all the guards?
Ray wondered, sitting on a wooden bench. The answer became clear quickly. While waiting, many people leaving the arena spotted Ray in the corner. They started approaching, wanting to talk to the new fighter who defeated a king tier beast.
Ah, that's why the guards are here, to manage the crowd,
Ray realized. "Hey, that's him, right? The new guy," one crowd member said excitedly. "Good job today," another called out. "I hope we can see you fighting again." A third person pushed forward.
"Yeah, maybe you can take on the Emperor tier beast sometime. No one has been able to beat it yet. I think Roki was the closest anyone's gotten."
As the crowd slowly filtered out of the arena, Nearly all of them had nothing but words of praise for Ray. Some thanked him for the exciting match. Others talked about the bets they'd won because of him. Eventually, the place grew quiet and mostly empty. That's when Ray finally saw an older-looking man enter the reception area and head toward the registration desk. Ray's enhanced hearing allowed him to pick up the conversation easily.
I would like to register again for tomorrow, as usual, please, the older gentleman said to the clerk.
Of course, Roki,
The man replied, writing something in his ledger.
Same time slot?
Yes, that would be perfect.
Before leaving, the man, Roki, walked over to where Ray was sitting. He looked him over with an appraising eye.
I hope you can fight again tomorrow. Let's see who can beat the Emperor Tier Beast first,
Roki said, his voice carrying genuine interest.
So he's planning to attempt it too,
Ray thought. As the old man walked away, Ray got a better look at his armor. It was the same distinctive gear the contestant before him had worn during the King Tier Beast fight.
Roki was his name, if I'm not mistaken. He was quite skillful with the sword. Far more skillful than me, actually. But I don't believe he's ready for the Emperor tier just yet.
Ray considered what had just happened. It seemed like the beast fighting event ran every single day until the All-Kingdom tournament began. Maybe a bit of competition was exactly what he needed. It would push him to improve faster.
And it would give me more chances to collect King Tier crystals. What better way to hunt for them than this? They're practically being given to me.
After a while, the arena staff member returned with a crystal in hand. It was clear in color, showing the high quality of the crystal itself. The clarity indicated it was genuinely King Tier.
Thank you,
Ray said as he took the crystal. He continued to hold it in his hand, which felt a bit awkward. Usually he would have put it directly into his dimensional storage, but the staff member was standing right there watching him. Ray couldn't exactly make it disappear in front of witnesses.
What am I supposed to do with it now?
Ray wondered, feeling the weight of the crystal in his palm. The staff member seemed to be waiting for Ray to do something with the crystal, maybe put it in a bag or secure it somehow, but Ray just stood there holding it, unsure. Ignoring the man's strange looks, Ray walked over confidently to the registration area with the crystal still in his hand. It was the same clerk who'd registered him this morning.
Oh, you!
The man said excitedly when he saw Ray approaching.
Are you here to register for tomorrow as well?
The tone of the clerk was completely different from before. This morning he'd been skeptical and dismissive. Now he was enthusiastic and welcoming.
Yes,
Ray replied simply. The clerk practically beamed.
Excellent. We'd love to have you back. Same tier progression as today?
Yes, that's fine.
From now on, Ray would be able to use these daily events not only to collect King Tier Beast crystals, but also to improve his swordsmanship skills in time for the tournament. However, he would have to be more careful going forward.
If I kill another beast and the crystal mysteriously disappears, they'll know something's up,
Ray realized.
I need to make it look like I'm extracting the crystal before the organizers check the body.
They'd been friendly enough this time to give him a replacement King Tier crystal, but if it happened again, they'd definitely become suspicious. After completing his registration for tomorrow's event, Ray left the arena to search for the inns Slivia had mentioned in her message. Back at the arena, news of the new contestant registering again spread quickly through the staff. The organizer, who also owned the arena, was immediately informed. A large smirk appeared on his face as he listened to the report.
Who would have thought something so interesting would occur before the tournament? This is perfect,
he said, leaning back in his ornate chair.
Sir?
One of his attendants asked.
Make sure that tomorrow both Roki and his new fighter face the same beasts. I want a direct comparison. Try to convince him to keep registering day after day. We'll build up this fierce competition between the two,
the organizer commanded.
An excellent idea, sir.
Also,
the organizer continued,
were you able to record everything from today's fight?
Yes, sir, every moment.
Good. Then broadcast both his match and Roki's match with the King Tier Beast today, side by side. Show the highlights. Make it dramatic. I want people comparing their techniques, their styles, their power. And make sure those recordings are shown all over the city tonight. I want this arena completely filled tomorrow, standing room only.
The organizer's smirk widened. While walking outside and trying to locate the Blue Wolf Inn, Ray noticed strange reactions from people on the street that he hadn't experienced before. Quite a few would point at him, then whisper to each other.
What's going on?
Ray wondered, feeling increasingly self-conscious. From time to time, some people would approach him.
Great fight today.
That King Tier Beast didn't stand a chance.
Are you fighting tomorrow? I'll be there.
Ray assumed these people had watched the fight in the arena, but there seemed to be far more people recognizing him than could have possibly fit in the arena during his match. Finally, he found the Blue Wolf Inn and entered. When he did, the reaction from inside was no different from outside. People, including the workers, quickly whispered while glancing at him from the corners of their eyes. Some pointed, others nudged their companions, a few stared openly.
Just what is going on?
Ray thought, genuinely confused now.
Over here!
A familiar voice shouted. Ray spotted Kyle sitting at a table opposite a young woman. It was only him, though. There was no sign of the others.
Come on, take a seat,
Kyle said, gesturing to an empty chair. He pushed one of his drinks across the table toward Ray. The girl sitting opposite Kyle couldn't stop staring at Ray. Her face started turning red, not from embarrassment at being caught staring, but from something else entirely. Sure, Ray was handsome, but that wasn't the main reason for her reaction. She felt like she was sitting opposite a celebrity. Kyle noticed her attention shift completely away from him and sighed heavily.
Why the hell did I invite you over? You're the worst wingman ever. You just steal all the girls away from me without even trying,
Kyle muttered, shaking his head.
Sir,
the girl said breathlessly, ignoring Kyle completely.
Are you the man from the picture show? I saw your fight, and it was very impressive.
Ray had a genuinely confused look on his face.
Picture show?
You don't know?
The girl asked, surprised.
Kyle laughed. He has no idea what's happening. Let me fill him in.
Over the next few minutes, Kyle explained how Ray's match had been broadcast throughout the entire empire using the picture show technology. Every inn, every tavern, every wealthy household with the devices had been able to watch the fight.
Well, that explains everything. The whole empire saw me fighting. No wonder people keep recognizing me. And no wonder Slivia was so mad at me,
Ray thought, feeling slightly embarrassed.
So where are the others?
Ray asked, wanting to change the subject. Kyle took a big sip from his beer before answering.
Most of them have gone to sleep. They were exhausted from walking around all day looking for this place.
He paused, then added with another sip.
As for Slivia...
Yes? Ray asked, sensing hesitation. Kyle looked directly at Ray.
I would stay clear of her for a while, honestly. She stormed off after watching your fight for the third time. She was in a fit of rage.
Kyle took another big gulp of his beer, then casually looked out from the corner of his eye before placing the mug down.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but you're being followed,
Kyle said quietly. Ray's expression didn't change, but internally he became more alert.
Followed? Yeah, guy in ragged robes. He's been watching you since you entered. He's over by the fireplace now, pretending to read a newspaper.
Although Kyle and the others thought Slivia had stormed off in a fit of rage, that was only partially true. The real reason she'd left was that she needed to meet someone. She stood waiting behind the tavern in a dark alleyway, wearing a hood that hid her face. The shadows concealed her completely from the main street.
Where is he?
Slivia thought, checking the time. Finally, from the deeper shadows, another person appeared, a tall man in military attire.
It's been a long time, sister,
the man said warmly.
It sure has, Matthew,
Slivia replied, pulling back her hood so her brother could see her face. Matthew was Slivia's eldest brother and held the rank of general in the Allur Kingdom army. He'd been asked by the Queen to escort the Allur Kingdom's tournament contender, which was the reason for him being in the Empire. However, both siblings had frequently contacted each other over the months, updating each other on what was happening in their respective locations. Eventually, that regular communication had led to this meeting.
I would love to catch up and ask how you're doing, but just seeing you here, well and healthy and as beautiful as ever,
I can tell you're doing good, little sister, Matthew said, stepping closer to examine his sister's face in the dim light. He smiled, a rare expression from the usually serious general. Perhaps I was wrong about Ray. He certainly would make a good husband for you in the future. Who would have thought that our little sister could possibly become a queen one day? Hearing all these remarks caused Slivia's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Her brothers had always been teasers when they were younger, but not Matthew. He'd always been serious and focused on his military career. The fact that he was the one joking about her romantic life made it somehow worse and more embarrassing.
Matthew, stop it,
Slivia protested. All right, Matthew said, raising his hands in surrender. His smile faded, replaced by his usual serious expression. That's enough of that now. His tone changed completely. You're a clever girl, Slivia. I'm sure you've already noticed that this city is unlike others. Slivia nodded slowly.
Yes, the wealth, the organization, the technology, it's all far beyond what most kingdoms have.
Exactly. I'm not only here as an escort, you understand. I'm also under strict orders to conduct an investigation. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small test tube. Inside was a black liquid that seemed to move on its own, swirling and shifting like it was alive. Slivia's eyes widened in recognition. She'd seen this liquid once before. It had been used at the tournament in Avrion. Dread instantly filled her stomach, and suddenly she felt weak in the legs. This liquid is being traded here in the Empire, Matthew said grimly, holding up the test tube so the faint light caught it. Seeing the black liquid in front of her brought back bad memories. Not just any memories, but painful ones. The last time Slivia had seen this substance was during the Avrion tournament, when the Dark Guild had used it to turn students into mindless zombies.
So many died that day. I lost my classmates. And Ian,
Slivia thought, her hands trembling slightly as she stared at the test tube. In the end, her brother Matthew had managed to save most of the infected students by using his water magic to extract the liquid from their bodies. But still, many had died that day. The Red Wing Kingdom had taken a devastating hit. As I said, I'm sure you've noticed that the Empire seems just a little too perfect, Matthew continued, his voice serious.
What do you mean?
Slivia asked, though she had her own suspicions. In such a wealthy place, there would usually be a clear divide between the rich and the poor. But here, I see no such thing. At first, it seems like some type of utopia. But when you start digging into things, it doesn't appear to be the case at all, Matthew explained. Slivia nodded slowly.
I noticed that too. No beggars on the streets. Everyone seems well fed and clothed.
Exactly. Matthew's expression darkened. Not too far from the Empire's borders, from time to time, we would pick up people who were infected with this exact substance. Leads went from one to another, which eventually led us here, to the Empire itself.
The Empire is connected to this,
Slivia realized with growing dread. Now, I'm not asking for your help or anything like that, but I just don't want a repeat of what happened at Avrion to happen here. We're still unsure if this has anything to do with the Emperor himself, or if it's just someone hiding within the Empire's borders, Matthew said firmly.
Understood,
Slivia said. It's best if we keep this meeting as short as possible. All I'll say is this: stay safe, stay aware, and be prepared for anything. If possible, never travel alone or in pairs. Always have your full group with you, Matthew added, glancing around the dark alleyway.
I will,
Slivia promised. With the quick message delivered, just as Matthew had said, there was no time for catching up. He was already walking away, disappearing back into the shadows without giving his sister a proper goodbye. She stood alone in the alleyway, her mind racing with dark possibilities.
What timing for all this to happen? Are these separate movements, or is this all the Shadow Plague's doing? Perhaps this was their plan all along.
The geography made terrible sense. The Empire was located below the other kingdoms, and the Shadow Continent loomed above. If the shadow forces took over the empire, then all of the kingdoms, including the Red Wing Kingdom, would be surrounded and crushed between two enemies.
If it turns out the Empire isn't working with the Shadow, and if they can't beat the Shadow's advance, then we might have to give a helping hand to our enemy.
The thought made her sick, but strategy sometimes required unpleasant alliances. With all these troubling thoughts swirling in her head, Slivia made her way back toward the inn entrance. Meanwhile, inside the common room, the pretty lady at the table continued chatting away with Kyle. Originally, she'd been interested in Ray when he first appeared, but that interest had quickly disappeared when she realized it was almost impossible to have a conversation with him.
So, do you fight too?
She asked Kyle, batting her eyelashes.
Well, Because your friend was amazing in that arena.
Right, but I actually... With every question she'd asked Ray earlier, he'd replied with one-word answers. Eventually, she'd grown tired of it, thinking nothing else would progress with such a quiet person. So she'd refocused her attention on the more talkative Kyle.
Finally, my chance,
Kyle thought. Well, why don't you go up ahead and enter your room, Ray? Kyle said, pulling out a key with a wooden tag attached. He handed it over to Ray across the table. The wooden tag had a number on it, 17, showing which room Ray would be staying in. I'll stay here for a little while longer and see if anything happens, Kyle said with a wink. The reason for Kyle doing this wasn't just to spend time with the young woman. He wanted to see if the person who'd entered after Ray was truly following him or just giving him strange looks because of his newfound celebrity status. After all, Ray had become a type of overnight sensation. Maybe someone was just fascinated with him.
Better to be sure,
Kyle thought. As Ray stood and walked toward the staircase leading to the rooms above, a large man stood guard by the stairwell. He was built like a wall, broad shoulders, thick arms, and intimidating presence. The guard would check each person's room key before allowing them to ascend.
Security seems tight,
Ray observed. After showing his key, Ray passed the guard and continued onward to his room on the second floor. Then, after a few seconds, the person who'd entered the inn shortly after Ray tried to follow.
There he goes. I guess he really is being followed. But who is this guy?
Kyle thought, watching carefully. When Roy approached the staircase, the large guard stepped forward and blocked his path. The guard held out one meaty hand.
Room key,
the guard said flatly. Roy tried to smile pleasantly.
Oh, I'm with the gentleman who went up earlier. You mind letting me pass?
The large guard looked Roy up and down with obvious skepticism. His clothes had holes in them. The fabric was ripped in several places. Dirt stains marked the ragged robes.
Probably just a bum trying to get in for free,
the guard thought.
Sorry,
the guard said, not sounding sorry at all.
No room key, no entrance. Even if there are multiple occupants per room, we provide each guest with their own key. In policy.
Scowling at the man, Roy wished he could just burn him right here and now with his fire magic. But he knew better than to cause a scene in a kingdom like this. The Empire's law enforcement was notoriously efficient and brutal.
Control yourself. You need to get upstairs. Find another way,
Roy thought. Instead of arguing further, Roy decided to head to the front counter.
Excuse me, I would like a room for the night.
The clerk looked up from his ledger.
Of course, sir. That will be 2 silver coins.
2 silvers for a single night was expensive, very expensive, but it seemed like everything in the Empire cost more than in other kingdoms. The prices reflected the supposed quality and safety. Fishing through his pockets, Roy eventually brought out some coins. When he opened his palm to count them, all that could be seen were 5 bronze coins.
These are not enough,
Roy realized with sinking dread. The clerk looked at Roy for a long second, taking in his ragged appearance and meager funds. Then he called over the guard.
Excuse me, we have a situation here.
A few seconds later, Roy found himself flying through the front door, literally thrown out onto the street by the massive guard. He landed hard on the cobblestones, pain shooting through his shoulder.
Don't come back unless you can pay,
the guard shouted before slamming the door. Inside the inn, Kyle had watched the entire scene unfold. He took a sip of his drink and smiled.
Maybe we don't have to worry so much about him after all. He can't follow Ray if you can't get inside.
Kyle turned back to the young woman with a charming smile.
Now, where were we?
You were telling me about your adventures, she said.
Right. Well, let me tell you about the time we fought a pack of advanced tier beasts.
Kyle paused, then thought to himself,
Now, Ray, for what I've done for you tonight, you can thank me later.
Entering his room, Ray looked around and had to admit he was impressed. Although the rooms were expensive, they were certainly worth the price. The floor was made of polished marble that gleamed in the lamplight. There was a luxurious bathtub in the corner, large enough for a full soak. 2 beds stood perfectly made with crisp white linens.
Nice. This place is much better than most places I've stayed.
Ray was tired after fighting for most of the day. The king-tier beast had drained more energy than he'd anticipated, even with the crystal absorption helping him recover. Now that he was in the privacy of his own room, he was free to remove his beast gear. He placed the armor back into his dimensional storage space.
That's better,
Ray thought, rolling his shoulders. Taking off his top, he wished to change into something more comfortable. When looking at himself in the mirror, he could see he was still disguised as Ness, the black-haired appearance he'd been using in public.
I'm tired of this disguise. Just for tonight, I want to be myself.
He decided to cancel the transformation and just be in his true form for a while. He focused, releasing the magic that maintained his altered appearance. His black hair started to turn red, shifting from root to tip like fire spreading. The scales on his arm became visible. Little patches of scales appeared on other parts of his body as well, remnants of his dragon form. This was his current true form, the appearance he hadn't seen in a while. He stared at himself in the mirror, at the red hair and the scales that marked him as different.
Will I ever turn back into a dragon? Or is this human form permanent now?
Ray wondered, touching one of the scales on his forearm. The question haunted him. He'd once been a mighty dragon, and now he was trapped in this hybrid state, not fully human, not fully dragon. "Ray!" Slivia's voice suddenly called out. The door had opened. She had apparently used a master key or her own key to the shared room. Ray spun around, shirtless, his red hair and scales fully visible. Slivia stood frozen in the doorway. She couldn't keep her eyes off Ray's body. For more reasons than one. Moments before Ray had entered the inn, the group had still been together. Slivia had split from the rest, saying she had something important to do. Then she'd rushed off to see her brother Matthew. Before leaving, though, she'd handed the in-room keys to Kyle in a hurry. Now Martha, Harry, and Kyle sat at their table. Kyle spread out the 3 keys in front of them, studying the wooden tags with room numbers. "I'm assuming it's 2 per room," Martha said, picking up one of the keys.
"So one of us gets a room to ourselves, then?" Kyle added.
"Well, I think it's pretty obvious, right? Martha and Slivia share a room. Kyle and I take another. That leaves Ray with the room to himself."
Harry pointed at each of them while mentioning their names. Kyle made a face.
"Pfft, you guys are so boring. Besides, why should Ray get the room to himself?"
The others didn't even bother to reply to Kyle's complaint. They felt it was obvious why Ray should have the single room. After all, technically he was their king and leader.
"Though he never acts like it,"
Martha thought with a smile.
"Here's my suggestion,"
Kyle said, leaning forward with a mischievous grin. "Martha and Harry in one room, me in the single room to have some fun." He waggled his eyebrows.
"And that leaves both Ray and Slivia in the last room together."
Martha's eyes widened. Then, surprisingly, a smile spread across her face.
"You sly dog, Kyle. You're a genius. I'm tired of those 2 tiptoeing around each other. Maybe a night together is exactly what they need."
Martha practically bounced in excitement in her seat, and Kyle seemed proud of himself for coming up with such an idea. Harry, on the other hand, looked between them.
"Are you 2 serious?" "Completely," Martha said.
What if they— They won't, Kyle interrupted. Ray's too dense, and Slivia's too proper, but at least they'll have to talk to each other. And all of that scheming was what had led to this exact scenario that Slivia found herself in now. After getting to know about the dark liquid from Matthew, Slivia decided to head to her room and have some rest before deciding what to do next. She'd opened the door, and the first thing that came into view was Ray's bare upper body, completely shirtless and exposed. Her eyes were immediately drawn to his chiseled abs that looked as if they'd been carved from rock.
Oh no,
Slivia's mind went blank. But when she came back to her senses, her eyes went wide in realization. "I'm so sorry," she cried, quickly slamming the door shut. Her face felt hotter than it had ever been before. She was so embarrassed and flustered by what had just happened that she leaned her back against the door and slowly slid down it until she was sitting on the floor with both hands covering her face.
That was Ray's body,
she thought, her heart pounding. When she closed her eyes, trying to calm down, the image of his body appeared in her head again. First, those hard, muscular abs came into clear vision. But then, as her mind started to move past the initial shock, a clearer whole picture began to form.
Wait, what was that on Ray's arms? And his face? What was that?
The image started to become clearer in her memory. She focused on the details she'd initially missed. From Ray's hand up to his forearm, they had been covered in a red scale-like material, and on top of the scales were small protrusions like fins. Even Ray's face had scales going down the sides.
How is this possible? And why didn't I notice it earlier? I'm sure I wasn't wrong. Those were definitely scales. But what does that mean?
Slivia thought. Although she'd been initially distracted by seeing him shirtless, she was certain about what she'd seen. Ray had always been one to hide things. He could do amazing feats that the others had never heard of before. So far, Slivia had avoided pushing him to explain why. She had her own reasoning, because he was the chosen one, picked by the divine being. Perhaps she had even given him a blessing that changed his body. But now that she'd seen his true form, it reminded her of what Martha and the others looked like when they'd gone through the beasting process. Except Ray hadn't done any such thing, or at least nothing that she was aware of.
Could he have done it in secret? When? Why didn't he tell me?
Slivia wondered. After shaking off the more inappropriate thoughts in her head, she waited a few minutes. Then she took a deep breath and proceeded to knock again. "Come in," Ray's voice called from inside. Slivia opened the door slowly. Ray was now fully clothed in something more relaxing, a short-sleeved shirt and shorts made of thin cloth material meant for sleeping. His arms were fully visible. Slivia couldn't help but look at them carefully. They were completely bare. Normal skin. There were no scales, nothing unusual at all.
But I know what I saw. I couldn't have imagined it,
Slivia thought. She knew Ray was able to alter his entire appearance. She'd seen him do it before many times. Altering just his arms would be simple work for someone with his abilities. Ray wasn't oblivious to the constant stares Slivia was giving him. Her eyes kept drifting to his forearms, studying them intently. He'd let his guard down for a single second, and for the first time, he'd been caught showing his true form.
Should I tell her the truth? Slivia has always been supportive. She never questioned, never judged. Maybe she'd understand if I explained it to her,
Ray wondered. The last person who had seen Ray's real body was Gary, and he'd had a more than accepting approach to Ray's dragon form. But even Gary didn't know the complete truth. Deep down in his heart, Ray didn't know why, but he just couldn't bring himself to tell anyone about his past. It made him question himself.
Am I ashamed of my dragon past? Do I care what people think of me? When did I start caring about what humans think?
These mixed feelings were beginning to frustrate him. He felt like he needed to make a decision, either tell the truth or keep lying.
Ray,
Slivia said softly, breaking the silence.
Those scales on your arms, and the fins, and the scales on your face. I didn't imagine it, did I?
Ray opened his mouth, then closed it. Slivia waited patiently for him to explain, to say something. But when it never came, disappointment washed over her. Yet she kept her face void of it.
It's okay if you don't want to tell me. I agreed to help you and follow you no matter what. But please.
Her voice became quieter.
I want to know everything about you.
As she said this, she lifted her hand and brought it closer to Ray's arm. She gently stroked his forearm, seeing if she could feel anything unusual beneath the skin. But nothing was there, just normal, smooth skin.
The disguise is complete,
Slivia realized. Then, a few seconds later, she pulled her hand away after realizing what she was doing. Her cheeks colored slightly. Ray observed her for a few moments, contemplating his next action. And at the end, for some unknown reason, he made his decision. He'd lie.
The truth is, Ray began slowly, I also went through the beasting process like the others. I just didn't want to tell anyone. Lenny and I did it in secret, in preparation for this tournament.
It was a logical explanation, believable even. Slivia stood there for a moment, just looking at him. Then, without saying anything, she walked over to her bed and lay down. She covered herself with the bedsheets and reached over to turn off the lamp by her side. The room went dark. Ray stood there, completely confused by her reaction. Everything had happened so fast, like a sudden storm.
Did she accept the explanation? If yes, then why does she seem upset?
Ray wondered. In the darkness, Slivia's voice cut through the silence.
Ray, we've known each other for so long,
she said quietly. Her voice sounded tired and hurt.
It's fine if you don't want to tell me the truth, but what I didn't expect was for you to lie to my face like that.
She paused, then added,
Good night.
The words hit Ray like a physical blow. It was a strange feeling. He hadn't felt it before, not with such intensity, and Ray didn't understand why.
She knows I lied,
Ray realized. The two of them sat in darkness. Ray remained standing, frozen by the weight of what he'd just done. He didn't really understand humans that much, and women seemed even more confusing to him. However, what he did know was that Slivia's words had stung and hit him hard, harder than any physical attack. He stood there for several minutes, wrestling with his thoughts. Then he made a different decision. Ray eventually walked over and sat on the edge of the bed.
You're right,
Ray said quietly into the darkness. Slivia didn't respond, but he could tell from her breathing that she was awake and listening.
If you want the truth, then I'll tell you the truth.
He took a deep breath. This would be the first time he'd fully revealed himself to anyone in this new life.
My real name is not Ray,
he began.
It's Sen.
There was a pause. Then he added the words that Slivia couldn't imagine even in her wildest dreams.
You may have heard about me before. I am Sen, the great red dragon from the legends that used to cause fear and destruction on this land, the last survivor of my kind and its leader.
Finally, Ray had done it. He'd told someone about who he really was. The feeling coursing through him right now was hard to describe. This deep, dark secret that he'd kept hidden for so long had finally been released. A weight he hadn't even fully realized he'd been carrying was suddenly lifted off his shoulders. It felt good, really good.
Why didn't I do this sooner?
Ray wondered, feeling lighter than he had in years. The relief was so overwhelming that Ray decided he would continue telling Slivia everything, the whole story, from beginning to end.
When my death came as the great red dragon Sen, I was reincarnated into a weak and pathetic human body.
Slivia remained silent, listening.
I was blessed with two wonderful parents,
Ray said softly.
but to me, they were complete strangers. I had no memories of being a child, no understanding of how to be human. I only knew what it was like to be a dragon. He paused, collecting his thoughts. As time went on, I eventually learned that I was still able to use some of my dragon abilities, but I was stuck in this body, trapped between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. Right now, I'm on a quest to get my body back, to return to what I once was, a true dragon. What I didn't realize, though, was that since my death and reincarnation as a human, the world has vastly changed. There was a new threat I'd never encountered before, the shadow. Ray decided to stop there. Any other details about himself could be filled in later. If he gave too much information all at once, it would perhaps be too overwhelming for anyone to handle. He needed to see Slivia's initial reaction first, before going further into talking about the divine being and the deeper mysteries of his existence.
Please understand. Please don't be afraid of me,
Ray thought, although he never imagined having such a feeling about any human before. Yet for some reason, he wanted Slivia to understand and accept. Slivia had lifted herself up from the bed. She was still partly covered in the bedsheets. Her face was looking down toward the bed, and she still hadn't made eye contact with him. Her body was slightly shivering.
Is she cold?
Ray wondered. But the room temperature was fine. He could tell even without the sheets, which meant only one thing. She was reacting to what he'd said.
Oh, she must be scared. I knew this would happen,
Ray realized, his heart sinking. Ray began quietly. If you no longer wish to follow me, I completely understand. Before Ray could finish his sentence, the bedsheet was suddenly thrown over his face, covering his head completely. What? Ray started to say. Slivia quickly grabbed both ends of the sheet and proceeded to tie them together, wrapping Ray up like he was some kind of package. Hey! Ray protested, struggling against the improvised bonds. Slivia then jumped up from the bed and headed straight for the door. You little brat, Ray! Slivia shouted, her voice filled with anger. Reincarnated into a human? A dragon? I thought you were better than that. Ray managed to pull one arm free, trying to unwrap himself. Slivia continued, her voice rising. I told you not to lie to me, and then you come up with an even bigger lie. She reached for the door handle. Wait, Slivia, I'm telling the truth, Ray called out. Save it, Slivia yelled. She slammed the door so hard that the vibrations could be felt even on the bed where Ray sat. The sound echoed through the entire hallway. Ripping through the sheets completely, Ray freed himself and looked around the empty room. She'd really left. She didn't believe me? Ray said aloud, stunned. The good feelings and the weight that he'd felt lifted off him just moments ago suddenly came crashing back down, heavier than before.
I guess that's quite the normal reaction. Too unbelievable, even after everything that has happened. Even after I showed her my scales, my true form, she thinks I'm lying,
Ray thought bitterly. He sat there alone, feeling worse than he had before confessing anything.
Maybe some secrets are better kept hidden,
Ray thought. Slivia stormed out of the room and went next door. She gave a loud knock before entering without waiting for permission. As she burst in, both Harry and Martha were standing in the middle of the room with worried looks on their faces. What's with you two? Slivia asked, noticing their expressions. Well, I'm not going to lie to you, Slivia, but we heard you shouting. I think the whole inn heard you shouting. What happened? Martha replied carefully. Harry nodded. The walls aren't that thick. Are you okay? Slivia looked around and spotted Harry's bed. She could tell which one was his because of the weapons packed neatly near the side. She walked over and proceeded to jump onto it, still fuming. You can go stay with Ray, Harry. I'm not going to sleep in the same room as that guy tonight, Slivia said, her voice tight with anger. Wait, what? What happened? Harry asked. Did he do something? Martha asked, concern evident in her voice. Slivia took a deep breath, then went into details about her conversation with Ray. She told them almost everything, how she'd walked in on him, how she'd confronted him about what she'd seen, how he'd finally decided to tell her the truth. She carefully didn't mention the exact appearance she'd seen,
The scales, that felt too personal somehow. Whenever she thought back to that image, her face would get flustered for reasons she didn't want to examine too closely. Instead, she focused on the absurd claim.
I was curious about Ray's powers, so I asked him about them, about where they came from,
Slivia explained.
And?
Martha prompted.
And he claims to be the great red dragon Sen, the one from the legends. He says he died and was reincarnated into a human body.
Martha and Harry exchanged glances.
The dragon?
Harry asked slowly.
Yes. Can you believe it? I asked him not to lie to me. I specifically said I'd rather he not answer than lie, and then he comes up with this ridiculous story.
Slivia threw her hands wildly into the air, her voice rising again. She punched the pillow beside her.
Reincarnation? Dragons? It's insane. I thought he respected me more than that. I thought we had trust between us.
After she was done complaining, exhaustion suddenly hit her. The emotional roller coaster of the evening had drained her completely. Slivia pulled the blanket over herself.
I'm going to sleep. Wake me when the world makes sense again, she muttered.
Within minutes, she was out, the only thing that would calm her down after such an infuriating conversation. Harry looked at Martha, silently asking what he should do. Martha gestured toward the door.
Go sleep with Ray. Give her space.
Harry nodded and quietly left the room, heading back to where Ray was. Martha was left alone with her sleeping friend and her own thoughts.
A dragon,
Martha thought, sitting on her own bed. Although the idea seemed far-fetched and crazy, she couldn't help but start wondering if it might actually be true. She remembered so many things that didn't add up, so many strange occurrences that had never been properly explained.
Ray knowing the great wyvern, and not just knowing it, the wyvern listened to his commands like he was its master. The black blood, when he was cut during an attack against the Black Rings Guild, black blood would ooze from his wounds, not red like a normal human, black, a beast's blood. And he claimed to have gone through the beasting process before us. But when we first learned about beasting, he sounded just as surprised as everyone else. He was clearly hearing about it for the first time.
Martha counted each point on her fingers. If you looked at all the evidence, the story actually made a strange kind of sense. Ray had red hair, the color of the legendary red dragon. He knew the divine being personally, spoke to her, and he didn't look much pleased with their interactions, nor did he respect her as a god like others. Dragons were considered myths as powerful as gods. How else would Ray be so close with a divine being unless he himself was something more than human?
And there's one more thing, the biggest clue of all,
Martha realized. The crest that every member of the Red Wings had, the symbol they wore proudly. It was a red dragon. Even the name of their entire organization, the Red Wing Kingdom. Not red bird, not eagle, dragon.
If Ray isn't the red dragon, Sen, then he's someone completely obsessed with it, and that doesn't fit his personality at all.
Ray had never seemed particularly interested in dragons or legends. He'd chosen that symbol for a reason, a personal reason.
What if he's telling the truth? What if he really is Sen, reborn?
The more Martha thought about it, the more the pieces fit together.
Poor Slivia. She probably thinks Ray made up an elaborate fantasy. But what if it's real?
Martha thought, looking at her sleeping friend. Martha lay down in her own bed, her mind too active to sleep.
Tomorrow, I'll talk to Ray myself. If he really is a dragon, we need to know. We need to understand what that means.
The next morning arrived with pale sunlight streaming through the windows. A note had been left for the boys to read, slipped under their doors early in the morning. Harry woke first and spotted the paper. He picked it up and read it, then knocked on Kyle's door.
Kyle, there's a note from the girls.
Kyle emerged, still half asleep.
What's it say?
Harry read aloud.
Apparently, both Martha and Slivia have gone out together. They've decided to do some exploring without us.
Without us? Why?
Kyle said. Doesn't say, Harry replied, though he had his suspicions. The truth was that Slivia was going to try to help out her brother during this short time in the Empire. She wanted to see if there was anything she could find out about the black liquid Matthew had shown her. Originally, she wanted to go as a group, but she still didn't want to look at Ray after last night's disaster. The hurt and anger were too fresh.
I need space. I can't face him yet,
Slivia had told Martha that morning. The note continued with instructions for Harry and Kyle. The boys were free to do what they wanted, but they were left with a single task. Watch over Ray and make sure he didn't do anything crazy. Make sure Ray doesn't do anything crazy, Kyle read, shaking his head. That's literally impossible. I know, Harry agreed. Right now, both Kyle and Harry stood in the hallway, having read the note that had been placed under their room doors. However, as Harry looked around and then checked Ray's room, there was no sign of Ray at all. The bed was empty. The room was empty. Ray was already gone. Oh no, Harry said. Kyle joined him at the doorway. Where is he? I don't know, Harry admitted. He's not here. Kyle groaned. Oh, of course he's not. Why would our job be easy? Harry sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. Why would you give me such an impossible task, Slivia? How am I meant to control that monster? Stepping out from the tavern, the two girls stood on the street, wondering where they would start their investigation. So where do we begin? Martha asked, looking around at the busy Empire streets. Slivia's goal was clear. Find out more information about the black liquid. Her brother had somehow managed to link the substance from the shadow to the Empire, or at least he'd found proof that it was being traded here. If I asked Matthew where he found the evidence, he'd never tell me. He'd say it's too dangerous, that I should stay out of it. But Slivia felt like she had to get involved. This matter was perhaps bigger than her brother realized. If the Empire was working with the shadow, or if it got taken over by shadow forces, then they were all doomed. The Red Wing Kingdom would be crushed between two enemies. I can't just sit around and do nothing, Slivia decided. Let's start by asking questions, see what we can learn, Slivia suggested. From the inn, they decided to go in a random direction and start asking questions around the city, but that approach didn't seem to help much. They went down street after street, passing shop after shop, but it was hard trying to get a direct answer from anybody. Excuse me, sir, have you heard anything about strange substances being sold? Martha would ask. The shopkeeper would look confused.
Strange substances? Like what?
Never mind, Martha would say, moving on. Miss, do you know anything about black liquid? Slivia tried with another person. The woman looked at her strangely. Black liquid? You mean ink? The stationery shop is 3 streets over. No, I mean... forget it. Thank you. In the end, it looked and felt as if the two girls were wasting their time. Perhaps it would have been better spent researching Ray's opponents for the upcoming tournament. We're getting nowhere, Martha thought after the 10th dead-end conversation. This isn't working. We need a different approach, Martha said aloud, voicing her frustration. Slivia nodded, thinking hard. You're right. Let's think about this differently. They found a quiet corner to talk strategy. This liquid, Martha said thoughtfully. If it's here, it means it's being used somewhere, right? Remember what happened at Avrion? That liquid turned the students into mindless zombies. Yes, Slivia agreed. So if they're testing it out, they can't exactly do it in the open. And who would be crazy enough to try it for free? They'd need test subjects. Slivia replied, frowning. Well, that's the problem. It seems weird that the liquid is even being traded here in the first place. What need would the Empire have for it? She gestured around at the prosperous city. The Empire is one of the strongest forces in the world, stronger than any of the other kingdoms. Why would it need to rely on help from the shadow? Exactly, Martha said. And look at this city. It's so nice here. There isn't a single person who looks unhappy. So who would be desperate enough to turn to the shadow for help?
Just then, the two girls spotted someone walking down one of the streets in a full set of ragged clothing. They both noticed him immediately, and they weren't the only ones in the street staring. The man stood out dramatically. He was the first person they'd both seen dressed like this in the entire empire.
Finally, someone who doesn't fit the perfect picture,
Slivia thought.
Damn that Ness,
The ragged man muttered as he shuffled along.
I waited all morning for him to leave the inn, and then I fell asleep outside. This is all his fault. Why did this have to happen to me?
The person everyone was staring at was Roy. After not having enough money to enter the Blue Wolf Inn last night, Roy had quickly realized he didn't have enough money to enter any inn at the Empire. Everything here was expensive.
I thought with my skills it would be easy to get work, but no one will even look at me twice.
The truth was worse than simple poverty. While Roy had been asleep in the forest one day, someone had stolen all of his belongings and most of his clothing. He'd been left with almost nothing. He'd done odd jobs to scrape together enough money to buy the absolute basics. Every proper job he'd applied for in the Empire, they'd turned him down at the doorstep. It seemed like one's appearance was a very big deal here.
If I could, I would have left this place long ago, gone to a different kingdom where they're not so obsessed with looking perfect.
The problem was how large and vast the Empire was. To leave, he would have to travel for weeks, and that required money. Money for food, money for lodging, money for transportation. Whatever little coin he did earn, he needed to spend immediately on food just to survive.
I'm trapped,
Roy realized. Seeing Ness fighting in the arena yesterday had brought back painful memories. Everything was his fault. Roy was sure of that. And he was certain that Ness and his old student were one and the same person.
I always thought it was strange. That day the student died from my fire attack. I was so careful to measure his power against mine. I made sure it wouldn't kill him.
Yet somehow the student had just disappeared, vanished, not even a body left behind.
The more I think about it, the more stupid I feel. How easily I was fooled. How easily Roland Academy was fooled.
His belly rumbled with pain. He hardly had any energy left. If he got into a fight now, he wasn't even sure he could perform at his full capabilities, especially since he'd spent most of his money on booze rather than food. Martha suddenly realized they'd been walking behind the ragged man for several minutes without discussing it.
Wait, what are we doing? Why are we following him? Did you spot something?
Martha said quietly to Slivia.
Kind of. Remember what we said earlier, right? About who would be desperate enough to do such a thing? Who would be tempted by the shadow?
Slivia replied, keeping her voice low.
Yes. Well, I think we found our answer. Isn't it strange that there are no poor people anywhere in this city? We haven't seen a single beggar until now,
Slivia said, nodding toward Roy. Martha's eyes widened as she understood.
You think?
Slivia nodded.
Perhaps that's because these are the very people they're targeting. Getting rid of two birds with one stone. Eliminate poverty from the streets, while also getting test subjects for their experiments. Wow, that's horrible.
Martha couldn't disagree with Slivia's reasoning. She'd always been a smart girl when it came to deductive thinking, and they had no other leads at all.
So what better thing can we do but watch this poor man and see where he goes?
Slivia said.
Agreed.
Martha nodded. After following Roy for around 30 minutes more through winding streets, it looked like their hunch was paying off. They weren't the only ones following him anymore. Two hooded men, one large and broad-shouldered, one small and thin, were now closely tailing Roy as well.
There, I knew something was off,
Slivia thought. Everywhere Roy stopped, the hooded men would stop nearby. They weren't exactly being discreet about it, but Slivia supposed they never expected trained knights to be following the same person. Eventually, Roy suddenly took a turn into an alleyway between a few market stalls. It was a strange move. There was no through passage visible.
Why would he go in there?
Martha wondered. The two hooded men looked at each other briefly, sharing a quick nod. Then they decided to go in after him.
"Should we follow?"
Martha whispered.
"Carefully. Stay quiet,"
Slivia replied. They crept closer to the alleyway entrance, pressing themselves against the wall to listen.
What sort of thing did I do to have the pleasure of two fine gentlemen like yourselves following me around?
Roy's voice echoed from the alley. The girls exchanged surprised glances.
"He knew they were following him?"
We thought you'd caught on to us. We weren't trying to hide it, but we wanted to meet you and cut a deal,
the large man's voice replied.
A deal?
Roy asked suspiciously.
You need money, right? We can give you enough to last you a lifetime. You'll never have to work again. All you need to do is follow us.
There it is, the trap,
Slivia thought, her heart racing.
And by us,
Roy said suddenly,
are you referring to those two girls who were with you as well?
Both Slivia and Martha froze.
He knows we're here?
Slivia thought, panic rising. The two hooded men were clearly confused by Roy's words. They quickly turned their heads toward the alley entrance. At the last second, Slivia and Martha tried to pull their heads back behind the wall, but it was too late. They'd been spotted.
There!
The small man shouted. One of the men remained with Roy to discuss further details, while the other, the large one, started walking toward the girls with heavy footsteps.
What do we do now? Should we run?
Martha asked urgently, her back pressed against the wall. Her hand moved instinctively toward her weapon. Slivia hadn't run, so Martha had chosen not to run either. She trusted her friend's judgment.
Think. What's the best move here?
Slivia's mind raced. Right now, this was the only lead they had on the black liquid trade. If they let this chance slip away, how long would it be until they found another golden opportunity like this one? Days? Weeks? Never?
We came here to investigate. Running now means we learn nothing,
Slivia thought. But confronting them could be dangerous. These men were clearly involved in something illegal and sinister. They might be armed. They might have backup nearby.
But we're trained knights. We can handle two men if it comes to a fight,
Slivia reminded herself. And there was something else, something important. If these men were recruiting desperate people for the black liquid experiments, then following them might lead directly to where the operations were based.
This could be exactly what Matthew needs. Real evidence, a real location,
Slivia realized. The large hooded man was getting closer, only a few meters away now.
I said, what do we do?
Martha repeated, more urgently. Slivia made her decision.
We stay,
Slivia said firmly. Harry and Kyle walked through the Empire's busy streets, searching for Ray. Their job for the day was simple: find Ray and keep him out of trouble. But they were beginning to realize that simple and Ray didn't belong in the same sentence.
Where would he go?
Harry wondered, scanning the crowds. If there was one thing they were genuinely scared of, it was returning to the inn and meeting Slivia empty-handed. After last night's argument, she was already in a terrible mood. After searching the nearby streets and area around the inn for over an hour, they could see no signs of Ray anywhere.
Where would he have rushed off to so early in the morning?
Harry asked, frustrated. Kyle kept walking. Something had clicked inside his head. A thought. Something that only Ray would be brave enough or stupid enough to do. You don't think, Kyle began slowly. What? You don't think he decided to go to the arena again, do you? I mean, I know Slivia told him to stop and come back yesterday, but she didn't specifically tell him to stop going to the arena completely, right? Harry stared at him. Are you serious? What? Do you really think Ray's that dense that he wouldn't understand why Slivia was calling him back? It was to stop calling attention to himself before the tournament, Harry asked. Well, yeah, but... As Harry spoke those words, a man walking past started yelling in the streets, advertising something. Everyone! We have a special event for you tonight! Come see the newbie Ness go head-to-head with Roki. Who will be faster to defeat the King Tier Beast this time? Please come, place your bets, the man shouted. Harry and Kyle looked at each other. He wouldn't, Harry said. He absolutely would, Kyle replied. That idiot! Without another word, they both rushed off toward the arena. When they finally arrived, they could see that advertisements were spread everywhere, trying to get people to come watch the fight. The outside of the arena was already packed with crowds. Large screens displayed recordings of both Ray's match from yesterday and Roki's. Side by side, the two fighters were being compared, their techniques, their speed, their power. They're really making this into a big competition, Kyle thought. People were placing bets everywhere, trying to predict who would defeat the King Tier Beast faster this time. Look at all these people. This is insane, Harry said, amazed. After looking everywhere outside for Ray without success, they could only assume they were too late. He was already inside, probably preparing for his match. Well, we might as well just go in and support him, right? Kyle said with a cheeky laugh. I suppose, Harry agreed reluctantly. Kyle walked up to the betting counter. He pulled out a single gold coin, his entire travel budget that Slivia had given him, and placed it down. 1 gold on Ness to defeat the King Tier Beast faster than Roki, Kyle said confidently. The clerk took the coin and handed him a betting slip. This better pay off. That's literally all my money, Kyle thought. As Kyle returned, Harry noticed there was also a chance to bet on whether Roki or Ness would take on the Emperor Tier Beast. The odds for either of them attempting it were pretty low. You're betting on that too? Harry asked. Nah, Kyle said, shaking his head. Even Ray wouldn't be mad enough to take on an Emperor Beast, at least not without being able to use his magic. I hope, Kyle added silently. When they entered the arena and got to their seats, they looked around in amazement. As they'd suspected, the place was completely packed. Not a single seat was empty. Whatever advertising and marketing the arena had done, it had clearly worked. I've never seen it this full, Harry commented. It's the competition angle. People love seeing rivals face off, Kyle explained. First, they watched the warm-up contestants. These fighters would take on basic tier beasts and mostly get up to intermediate tier before dropping out. Some reached the advanced tier, but no one went further than that. Then, finally, it was time for Roki to enter the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers. Roki was clearly a favorite. Many people had been watching him for weeks or even months.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the announcer's voice boomed.
Give it up for our veteran fighter, Roki!
Roki walked to the center, sword in hand, acknowledging the crowd with a slight bow. Roki had to start from the beginning, like everyone else, fighting his way up from basic tier. But before his event started, the announcer had a special announcement to make.
Today is a special day for you all. We know why most of you are here, to see how Roki and our newcomer Ness face off against each other,
the announcer declared. The crowd cheered louder.
So we're going to change the rules a little for our last two contestants. After one contestant finishes dealing with a beast, the next one will step in and fight the exact same beast. The two will take turns going up in rank. This will give each contestant more time to rest and hopefully bring out their full potential,
the announcer explained. Usually, the beasts selected were randomized, but to make the betting fair and the competition exciting, they'd chosen to do it this way for just these two fighters. And judging by the crowd's reaction, no one was complaining. The fight started. A basic tier beast, a large wolf, charged at Roki. Roki was able to kill it with a single swing. It was fast, clean, and effortless. The crowd cheered appreciatively.
Flawless!
The announcer shouted.
Now, let's see how our newcomer handles the same challenge.
Next was Ray's turn. Kyle leaned forward, watching intently. Come on, Ray. Don't embarrass me. I've got money on you, Kyle thought. As an identical basic tier wolf came charging toward Ray, he also swung his sword down. Only his strike wasn't as smooth or elegant as Roki's. However, it produced the same result. slicing the beast's head off cleanly, killing it in one hit. But Ray's was done with raw power rather than refined technique. The two contestants continued to take turns, moving up through the tiers, intermediate, then advanced. Each time, both fighters succeeded, though their methods remained distinctly different. Roki with precision and skill, Ray with overwhelming power. Eventually, it was time for them to face off against king-tier beasts again. The crowd's energy reached a fever pitch. This was what everyone had come to see.
Now for the main event, King Tier Beasts. Let's see who can defeat theirs faster.
This time, the king-tier beast was a large lizard-like creature with mottled green scales. Its most distinctive feature was its tongue, long, muscular, and incredibly fast. "That thing looks dangerous," Harry observed. The creature mainly used its tongue to attack, whipping it out at lightning speed to stick to objects and pull them in toward its massive jaws. Roki entered first. He faced the creature with his usual calm demeanor, dodging most of the tongue attacks with practiced ease. He was hit a few times and slammed to the ground by the powerful appendage, but each time he recovered quickly. After getting several hits on the tongue and finally slicing it off completely, the fight became much easier. Without its primary weapon, the beast was vulnerable. Roki finished it off efficiently. The crowd erupted. His time was recorded on the large display boards, 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
An impressive time. Can Ness beat it?
The announcer amplified the excitement. Then it was Ray's turn. An identical lizard beast was released. Kyle sat on the edge of his seat, hands clasped together. Come on, please be faster. That gold coin was my entire expense budget for this trip. Slivia's going to kill me if I lose it, Kyle thought nervously. When Ray entered the arena, he struggled more than Roki had. The tongue attacks were difficult to predict and harder to dodge with his less refined footwork. But while watching the fight, Roki noticed something from his position in the waiting area. His experienced eyes caught a detail most would miss. Its swordsmanship hasn't improved, but something else has. His movements are more powerful now. His strikes hit harder. How's that possible in just one day? Roki might have thought he was imagining things, or that Ray had been holding back the previous day, but he wasn't wrong in his observations. What is this man? Roki wondered. The truth was that Ray had consumed the king-tier crystal from yesterday's victory. The improvements were small, almost imperceptible, but Roki's trained eye was able to detect them. Eventually, Ray defeated the beast. His time flashed on the board, 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Kyle slumped in his seat. No, he was slower. At least he won, Harry pointed out. But I lost my bet, Kyle moaned. Well, there goes my spending money. I'm going to have to eat cheap street food for the rest of this trip, Kyle thought miserably. The announcer's voice rang out again.
Roki takes this round, but both fighters have proven themselves against king-tier beasts. Now, the question everyone's asking, will either of them attempt the Emperor tier?
The crowd started chanting.
Emperor! Emperor! Emperor!
The announcer turned to Roki first.
What do you say, Roki? Will you attempt the Emperor tier beast?
Roki shook his head and gave a thumbs down. The crowd moaned in disappointment.
And what about you, Ness? Will you take on the Emperor tier?
Ray also shook his head and gave a thumbs down. More disappointed groans. Thank God. At least he's not completely insane. Kyle was relieved by Ray's choice.
Well, that's understandable. Both fighters showed incredible skill today, but the question is, will they compete again tomorrow against a new king-tier beast?
The announcer said, keeping the energy up. He turned to Roki.
What do you say?
Roki put his thumb up. The crowd cheered.
And you, Ness?
Ray's response was the same.
Thumb up.
The crowd went wild.
Tomorrow, same time, don't miss it,
the announcer declared. Kyle and Harry looked at each other with identical expressions of concern. We better tell Slivia about this, Harry said. Yeah, she's going to lose it, Kyle agreed. She's the only one who might be able to convince Ray to stop, Harry added. When Ray exited the arena through the competitor's exit, he was surprised to see Harry and Kyle standing there waiting for him. But they seemed distracted, looking at their messaging devices and talking to each other rather than paying attention to him.
They're here? How did they know?
Ray thought. What are you two doing here? Ray asked, approaching them. Kyle looked up, then glanced at Harry nervously. He seemed to be choosing his next words very carefully. Ray, Kyle began hesitantly, it might not be a big deal, but... But what? Ray asked. It's just Slivia and Martha. They went out this morning to explore the city. Okay, what's the problem? Ray said, not understanding Kyle's concern. Harry spoke up. They're not replying to the messages we're sending them. Not at all, Kyle added. We've been trying for the past hour. Nothing. Ray felt a chill run down his spine. Nothing? Are you sure the messages are going through? Harry confirmed, nodding his head. They're being delivered, but no response. And that's not like them, especially not Slivia. Did I do something wrong in my previous life or something? Kyle said, stomping his foot on the ground repeatedly. Dust rose and fell with each impact. Both Kyle and Harry were waiting outside the arena venue. As soon as Ray had finished fighting the king-tier beast, they'd left the stands. They knew Ray would be inside for a while. The arena staff needed to finalize paperwork, collect prizes, and they preferred not having contestants leave at the same time as the audience members. At least we beat the crowd, Harry thought, looking at the masses still streaming out of the exits. Why did he have to use his sword throughout the whole fight? Couldn't he have just punched it like he usually does? Or even better, he could have used magic. Kyle continued complaining, pacing back and forth. I believe magic isn't allowed in these types of events. It's for physical combat only. That's why I was selected for the tournament instead of someone like Bliss, Harry replied, watching the crowd around them. But still, Kyle protested. The reason for Kyle's frustration was simple. He'd lost his only spending money. The gold coin he'd bet on Ray. He'd been absolutely sure Ray would win the speed competition. And although Ray had defeated the beast easily compared to yesterday, his time had been slower than Roki's. His technique is sloppy. Even I could see that, Kyle thought. To Kyle, it was clear that Ray had been relying far too much on his magic and dragon abilities. He hadn't kept up with regular sword training like the rest of them had. But there was one thing Kyle had to admit. The person Ray was going up against, Roki, was a true master swordsman. His skills reminded Kyle of the former White Sash Master Knight. Though I wouldn't say that in front of Harry. That was his so-called dad, after all. Master Delbert is a sensitive topic, after all. What was more concerning for both of them at this point, though, was that Slivia still hadn't replied to any messages. During Ray's fight, they'd sent her a message explaining what was happening. They had expected her to reply instantly, just like when she'd found out about Ray fighting yesterday at the inn. She'd sent a message to Ray immediately, furious and demanding he come back. So they'd expected her to do the same thing today, tell them to make Ray stop, to not draw attention, to be sensible. But there was nothing. No reply at all, and it was starting to worry them more than a little. Still nothing? Harry asked, checking his message screen. Nothing, Kyle confirmed. They sent a few more messages while waiting outside. Still no response. This isn't like her, Harry said, frowning. No, it's not, Kyle agreed. That's when Kyle decided to send a message to Martha instead, thinking maybe Slivia was just too angry to respond to them specifically, but Martha didn't reply either. Harry, Kyle said slowly, Martha's not responding either. Harry's expression became more serious. What? I just sent her 3 messages. Nothing. Now that's really strange. If Martha were playing some kind of game, Slivia wouldn't go along with it. She'd tell us, Harry thought. At that moment, Ray emerged from the arena exit, walking toward them. He looked tired but satisfied with his performance. "What are you two doing here? What's wrong? You both look worried." Kyle and Harry exchanged glances. "Ray," Harry began carefully, "we have a situation." "What kind of situation?" "It's Slivia and Martha. They're not responding to any of our messages. We've been trying for over an hour now," Kyle explained. Ray's expression immediately changed. "Not responding at all?" "Nothing," Harry confirmed.
Well, this isn't good.
Ray thought, feeling concern rise in his chest. Now in his dimensional storage, Ray had 2 king-tier crystals from today's fight. He hadn't been lucky enough to obtain the crystal directly from killing the beast this time. He had to let the event people extract the crystal, and then handed it to him. Ray decided to register again for the next day's competition. There was only a week or so before the main tournament event, and he needed every advantage he could get. But now, hearing about Slivia and Martha not responding, Ray felt torn. After listening to what the guys said, Ray decided to send his own message, one that sounded more urgent than their previous attempts. He started typing. "Wait, maybe you should also add an apology in there, for last night," Harry said carefully, feeling like he was treading on dangerous territory. Ray paused mid-typing. He thought about it, then decided to reword the message before sending it. "So, what did you send?" Kyle asked curiously, leaning over to try to see Ray's device. Ray read it aloud. "I'm sorry about yesterday's matter, but you shouldn't scare the other 2 like this. Reply immediately, or we will turn this whole city upside down looking for you. If you don't reply, I'll assume you may have died." Kyle and Harry looked at each other with identical expressions of disbelief. "Ray," Harry said slowly, "that message is strange." "Very strange," Kyle agreed. "And not really apologetic either," Harry added. "What do you mean? I said sorry at the beginning," Ray asked, genuinely confused. He really doesn't understand, Harry realized. Kyle sighed. Never mind, let's just see if she responds. They waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Nothing. Well, the good thing is, we know they aren't dead. They still come up on the Red Wings members list, Harry said, trying to stay calm. The Red Wings had a system that tracked all members' vital status. As long as someone was alive, they appeared on the list. If they died, their name would disappear from the list. Maybe we should head back to the inn for now. Perhaps she really is playing a joke on us because she's still upset with you, Ray, Harry suggested. You think so? Ray asked. Maybe, Harry replied, though he didn't sound convinced. With that decision made, the three boys headed back to the inn. Honestly, Ray had expected to see the two girls there when they arrived, sitting in the common room laughing about their prank. But there was no such thing. The inn room was empty. No girls, no note, nothing.
This is wrong,
Ray thought, looking around the quiet room. Slivia, no matter how angry she was, would never leave without at least leaving a note explaining where she'd gone. And Harry doubted she would be able to pull off a cruel joke like this for this long, especially when they were in an unfamiliar city where anything could happen. She's too responsible for this, Harry thought. Maybe we're panicking too much? What could happen to them here? This place is the Empire. It's safe. As safe as it gets, right? Kyle said, trying to lighten the mood. He looked at the others for confirmation. Kyle continued. Why don't we rest for today and get some sleep? If they don't come back by tomorrow morning, then we can start to panic properly.
Oh, that sounds reasonable,
Ray thought, though his instincts were telling him something different. The boys decided to do just that. They ate a quiet dinner, barely speaking. Each checked their system interfaces repeatedly, hoping for a message. Then they went to their rooms to sleep, or try to sleep. Ray lay awake most of the night, staring at the ceiling.
Where are you, Slivia? Are you safe?
When they woke up in the morning, it was the same thing all over again. No new messages, no replies, no notes slipped under the door. "Okay, now we have permission to panic," Kyle said as the three of them sat at a table in the common room for breakfast. "Agreed. This isn't normal. Something's wrong," Harry said. "What do we do?" Kyle asked, looking at both of them.
I should be out there searching, not sitting here eating breakfast,
Ray thought. Just then, an advertisement came on the picture show screen behind them in the inn. It was a similar promotion to yesterday's, advertising the arena.
Come watch today. Roki versus Ness, round 2. Who will be faster? Who will be stronger? Place your bets now.
It showed highlights from yesterday's battle between Roki and Ness, with dramatic music and slow-motion shots of their best moves. They're really milking this competition, Kyle thought. Ray started to stand up. I should help search for the girls. Wait, sit down for a second. Let's think about this, Harry said, putting a hand on Ray's arm. Ray sat reluctantly. I think you should go to the arena, Ray, Harry said carefully. What? While Slivia and Martha are missing? Harry continued. Hear me out. We know why you're going to the arena. You want to get stronger before the big fight with Gary at the tournament. There aren't any king-tier beasts in the Allure Kingdom, so this is the only place where you can find them with ease. Ray started to protest, but Harry held up a hand. The girls are strong, and I'm not just talking about Martha. Slivia is incredibly capable too. She's smart, well-trained, and careful, Harry said firmly.
But even smart people can get into trouble,
Ray thought. They will be fine, and you can trust both Kyle and me to find them for you. We'll search every street, every shop, every corner of this city if we have to, Harry insisted. But, so you go to that tournament, Harry interrupted, and you get a faster time than that Roki fellow. Get stronger, because when the real tournament comes, we're going to need you at your best.
He's making sense, but it feels wrong to not help search,
Ray realized. For some reason, Ray's instincts were screaming at him to go look for Slivia himself. He knew getting stronger was important, crucial even, for the upcoming battles, but something deep inside was telling him to ignore the arena and search for her instead.
Why do I feel this way? Why does it feel so wrong to leave this to the others?
Ray wondered. But Harry's words had managed to convince him, at least partially. If the words had come from Kyle alone, Ray probably would have ignored them. But Harry was a smart, level-headed person. He was right that both girls were still alive, according to the member list. Harry, I'm leaving everything to you. You're in charge of finding them, Ray said, finally, standing up and looking his friend in the eye. I understand. I won't let you down, Harry nodded seriously. Ray turned and headed for the door, walking quickly toward the arena. After he left, Kyle turned to Harry with an annoyed expression. You're in charge? Kyle repeated, making air quotes. Does he not remember that you two used to not even be friends? You literally fought on opposite sides at one point. And why does he trust you more than me? I've been his friend longer, Kyle continued, sounding hurt. Because you are a fool, and bet your expense money on him yesterday and lost it all, Harry replied dryly. That's completely irrelevant, Kyle sputtered. But Ray had already disappeared around the corner, heading toward another day at the arena. The two girls still had their backs pressed against the alley wall. The large hooded man was walking toward them from the alleyway entrance, his heavy footsteps echoing off the narrow walls. What do we do? Martha thought, her heart racing. The girls were hesitating, trying to decide on the best course of action. But whatever was going to happen, Martha had already made up her mind about one thing. She would stay by Slivia's side. Even if she didn't completely agree with whatever risky decision Slivia was about to make. She's going to do something crazy. I can feel it, Martha thought. Martha was worried for a specific reason. Unlike her, Slivia hadn't gone through the beasting process. Yes, Slivia was strong, well-trained and intelligent, but not Empire-level strong. definitely not strong enough to mess with people connected to the shadow. On top of this, Slivia hadn't really fought in a long time. She'd been too busy with her administrative duties back at the kingdom, managing resources and coordinating with the other elders.
She's out of practice. If this goes wrong, I don't know how well she can handle herself,
Martha realized. Slivia suddenly turned and faced the robed man walking toward them, her posture straightening with confidence.
I'm so sorry we were eavesdropping on you, good sir, but we heard what you said about the opportunity, and we were just thinking that perhaps we could come with you as well,
Slivia said politely, an apologetic smile on her face. The hooded man stopped and looked at the girls up and down carefully. He could see they were well dressed. Their clothes were clean, well maintained, clearly not the garments of desperate poverty. He couldn't imagine what reason they would need to be taken along, unlike Roy, who stood disheveled behind them in the alley.
We don't look the part. I need to give him a reason,
Slivia realized. Seeing the man's skeptical expression, Martha was quick on her feet. Martha was quick to jump in to support the story.
We're sisters, you see, and our family. They recently bet all our money on one of the fights in the arena. Apparently, there was a new unexpected fighter that showed up yesterday. It surprised everyone, including our father.
He lost everything?
The man asked.
Everything,
Martha confirmed, making her voice sound distressed.
Our parents told us to go look for work to help repay the debts. We want to help them, but we aren't strong enough to go out and hunt beasts or do dangerous jobs. That's actually believable,
Slivia thought, impressed by Martha's quick thinking. Turning around, the robed man looked at his partner back in the alley, the smaller man who had already convinced Roy to come along with them.
You believe them?
The large man called out. The smaller man shrugged.
I heard about that arena upset too. Lots of people lost money. It's possible.
The two recruiters exchanged glances. Their aim was to bring as many people as they could anyway. If people were volunteering to come with them willingly, why should they worry too much about their backgrounds?
All right, you can come, but you'll have to follow all the same rules as everyone else,
the large man said.
Thank you so much.
Slivia gave her best smile. The girls and Roy were escorted by the two men through the city streets. Roy had willingly agreed to go with them based on their financial offer. He'd thought there was no harm in going. It wasn't like he had anything left to lose. They couldn't trick him out of money he didn't have.
Besides, Roy thought confidently, if someone tries to do something to me, harvest my organs or sell me, I'm confident in my fire powers to deal with them.
It was something the two men escorting him didn't know. They had no idea they were leading a former tower master, a skilled fire mage, even in his weakened state. They continued following the men, and it became clear they were being led away from the center of the city toward the outer districts. The buildings became less ornate, the streets less crowded. Finally, they reached a large wall closer to the outside edge of the empire. It was massive, at least 20 feet high, made of solid stone.
What is this place?
Slivia wondered, studying the wall carefully. It was hard to tell exactly where they were or what went on behind such a wall. The barrier extended far to both the left and right, so far that they couldn't see where it ended in either direction.
This wall wasn't on any of the city maps I studied. It's like a city within a city,
Slivia thought.
Here is where you three will be staying,
one of the men announced, stopping in front of a section of the wall.
This place operates differently from the rest of the Empire.
How so?
Slivia asked.
You're free to leave at any designated time, but if you want to leave, you must let us know a week in advance. We'll process your exit request and escort you out when the time comes,
the man explained.
A week?
Martha asked.
Why so long?
Administrative purposes, record keeping, making sure everything's in order,
the man replied vaguely.
That's suspicious,
Martha thought.
And how many people usually want to leave?
Slivia asked, trying to sound casual. The man smiled slightly.
Most people never leave. They're just like yourselves, nowhere else to go. And we offer them comfort here. Maybe it gets a little too comfortable.
He chuckled at his own words. The man looked at the three of them seriously.
I'm going to ask you one more time before we enter. Are you sure you want to do this? Once you walk through that door, you're committed for at least a week.
Roy shrugged. I'm in. Got nothing better to do.
We're sure,
Slivia said firmly. Martha nodded in agreement, although internally she was screaming.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
From the sound of it, they could leave whenever they wanted, after the required week's notice. It seemed almost too good to be true.
Which means it probably is. But this is our only lead. We have to see this through.
Slivia was determined to help her brother. They walked up to what appeared to be an unguarded section of the wall. There was a simple wooden door set into the stone. One of the men pulled out a normal key. Nothing special, no complex locks, no magical seals. When the door opened and the girls walked through, Slivia ran her hand along the doorframe and the wall, inspecting the material carefully.
It's not made of glytherium,
she confirmed. Once they entered, they saw what looked like a miniature town inside the walled area. There were people everywhere, men, women, children, all wearing the same basic clothing. The garments were simple and plain, but they weren't dirty or ragged, just uniform.
Everyone's dressed the same, like a uniform,
Martha noticed.
All of these people were like you once, struggling to eat, struggling to find work. So we took them off the streets, gave them housing and a place to live.
One of the men explained as they walked through the small settlement. They started heading toward a larger building at the back of the compound. Looking around the place, Slivia realized something.
This is why we haven't seen any poor people on the Empire's streets. They've all been brought here.
So you're solving your poverty problem by hiding it behind a wall, Slivia said. The man didn't seem bothered by her bluntness.
We're giving people a better life. What they do with that opportunity is up to them.
At the moment, just from first impressions, it didn't look like the type of place that would be involved in sinister experiments. It actually looked fairly clean and organized. People were walking around freely. Children were playing. No one seemed distressed.
Maybe we're wrong. Maybe this is just what it appears to be,
Martha thought hopefully. But Slivia wasn't buying it. Not yet, at least. The Empire had a reason for hiding this place, and she intended to find out what it was.
You said this was all free?
Martha asked, hoping to confirm their suspicions.
Of course not. Nothing in life is truly free,
the man replied matter-of-factly.
We're heading to the registration area now to get you registered, the man continued. Remember, if you want to leave this place, you must come back here and give a week's notice. Someone will then come and collect you, escorting you out.
He paused, then added,
And by the way, your week started as soon as you walked through that door, so even if you wanted to leave right now, you'd still have to wait the full 7 days.
Slivia and Martha slightly glanced at each other, exchanging a worried look.
If this really isn't the right place, if we're wrong about what's happening here, then we'll be stuck for a week. We'll miss Ray's tournament,
Slivia thought. Whatever the cost, they needed to be there for Ray. He was their king, their friend. They couldn't abandon him.
We'll just have to make sure we find what we're looking for quickly,
Slivia decided. They approached 2 buildings facing each other across a small courtyard. One had a sign reading Registration Center. The other read Research Center.
Research Center,
Slivia noted, her eyes focusing on the second building. The man pointed at the research building.
That's our research center. There's nothing too dangerous inside. It's all supervised and controlled. Groups will be asked to enter at scheduled times. You're free to decline an experiment at any point if you're uncomfortable. A doctor will explain all the possible side effects beforehand.
What kind of experiments?
Martha asked.
Medical studies mostly. Testing new treatments, medicines, that sort of thing.
Sounds simple enough, Roy muttered. The man continued.
However, to stay in this facility, you must participate in at least 1 test per month. That's what we ask in exchange for housing and food. All the people here already know this and have agreed to it.
And what happens if someone refuses?
Slivia asked.
Then they're free to leave, after giving their week's notice, of course,
the man said with a shrug. Slivia looked at the research center building more carefully. It was larger than she'd initially thought, with multiple floors. Windows lined the upper levels, but they were covered with curtains or shutters, preventing anyone from seeing inside.
That's where we'll find our answers,
Slivia thought with certainty. What possible experiments could the Empire be conducting in a hidden facility for the poor, if not something related to the black liquid? This had to be it. This had to be where they were testing the substance on unwilling or desperate subjects. The registration center looked like it served double duty as a barracks for the guards. It was a kind of a dorm for them, sleeping quarters, common areas, and administrative offices all in one building. On the way there, they saw several knights stationed around the place, patrolling the compound. However, they were all wearing different equipment than the regular Empire knights.
That's strange. Their armor is unmarked. It does not have the Empire crest,
Slivia noticed. She couldn't tell if this was a private organization operating within the Empire, or if it was secretly run by the Empire itself, but kept off the official records.
Either way, they're hiding something,
Slivia thought. Inside the building, there was a reception room with a waiting area and several seats. Not many people were being recruited into the place regularly, so there was no line for registration, and no one was waiting inside. There were a few forms on the desk that they needed to fill out. The paperwork asked certain questions: where they were raised, who their family members were, and if they still kept in contact with them. Slivia picked up a form and started reading carefully.
Basic information gathering. They want to know if anyone will come looking for us,
she analyzed. Of course, all the information Slivia and Martha provided was completely fake. Even if the facility staff discovered the lies later, it wouldn't be too much of a problem.
After all, we're high officials in our own kingdom. It's not like Ray would give in to any demands from the Empire anyway,
Slivia thought. The man behind the desk glanced over their completed forms, then looked up at the two girls.
You'll have to hand your equipment over to us as well. There will be no need for weapons here.
The girls looked at each other, immediately uncomfortable. The equipment they had was top-tier quality, especially Martha's bow, which was a king-tier item. Giving it up felt wrong on every level.
Is that really necessary?
Slivia asked carefully.
It's just a formality. We'll keep everything in the storage room for you. From time to time, there may be arguments between residents, and we don't have the time to deal with fights in this place. We'd rather minimize potential damage,
the man explained. He gestured broadly.
There are quite a few low-ranked adventurers here who were never able to make a living. It wouldn't be fair to allow some people to carry weapons while others have none. It creates tension.
And we'll get them back? Martha asked.
Of course. If you decide to leave this place, we'll return your equipment when you submit your week's notice,
the man assured with a smile.
We don't really have a choice. Refusing to submit our equipment would make us look suspicious,
Slivia realized. The two girls reluctantly complied. Slivia handed over her advanced tier sword along with her shield. Martha gave up the king tier bow and an advanced tier dagger she also carried. They were, however, allowed to keep their armor on. Roy had nothing to give and stood there empty-handed. However, he noticed something important when the girls handed in their equipment, the quality level of their gear.
That's not ordinary equipment,
Roy observed, his experienced eye catching the details. Maybe these desk workers, whose job was simply to recruit people, couldn't tell the difference. But Roy could. He'd been a tower master once. He knew quality when he saw it.
That bow is king tier. You can't just buy something like that easily. It must be obtained with either skills or an insane amount of money.
A feeling grew in Roy's mind that the girls' reasons for being here might differ completely from his own.
Their eyes are different too. The people here have already given up and become complacent. But these two, they're alert, watching, planning.
The problem was, Roy needed to decide. Should he stay well away from them, or find out what they were really trying to do?
Could be dangerous to get involved, but I'm curious, and I have nothing else to lose,
Roy finally decided. There were a few more things they needed to complete before registration was finished. They had their weight and height measured, and did a series of basic strength tests, simple exercises to gauge their physical condition. While completing these tests, the three of them noticed a desk stationed not too far away. As they were wrapping up their final measurements,
they saw another man enter the registration area and approach the desk. All three of them, Slivia, Martha, and Roy, instinctively leaned closer to listen. "Hi, I would like to give my week's notice and leave this place," the man said nervously. His eyes darted around constantly, looking to see if someone was following him or listening. "He's scared," Slivia observed.
Certainly, I can process that for you. Do you mind telling us why you're leaving?"
the staff member replied pleasantly. The nervous man rubbed his arm up and down anxiously. "I feel like if I stay here, I might end up staying here forever. I want to go back and try to reconnect with my family, change my life."
"If you'd like, we could try to contact your family and bring them here,"
the staff member offered. "No!" the man snapped back immediately. Then he seemed to realize how harsh that sounded. He forced his voice to calm down. "I mean, it's okay," the man said more quietly. "If I could just leave on my own, that would be fine. I don't want to bother my family." "He doesn't want his family anywhere near this place. Why?" Martha thought. The staff member filled in some paperwork and gave several sheets to the man for him to complete.
"Okay, someone will escort you out of here in a week's time. Hope you have a nice day,"
the worker said with a professional smile. The nervous man took the papers with shaking hands and quickly left the building. Slivia, Martha, and Roy all noted how strangely the man had acted when requesting to leave. "We need to talk to him and find out what he knows about this place and the business they're running down here," Slivia decided.
That happens quite commonly. Some people, once they get back on their feet again, feel the need to leave this place as soon as possible.
Their escort smiled as if this was completely normal. "They get homesick?" Martha asked innocently.
Something like that,
the escort replied. The girls just smiled back politely, but internally they were both thinking the same thing. "That man wasn't homesick. He was terrified," Slivia thought. After completing registration, the three were taken to their living quarters. There were many large buildings filled with individual rooms. It reminded the girls of the dormitories back at Avrion Academy. "Except this isn't a school. It's a prison disguised as charity," Martha thought grimly. The only difference from their academy days was that each person got their own separate small room containing everything one would need: a bed, a small desk, a wash basin, even a wardrobe with simple clothes. And there was a hot meal waiting for them on the desk. "That smells good," Martha realized, her stomach growling. They hadn't eaten since breakfast.
You get 3 meals a day, delivered at the same time each day. You're free to do as you wish with your time between meals. As for the research lab,"
their escort pointed back toward the courtyard they'd passed through earlier.
"there's a bulletin board in the center of the compound. It will inform you when slots are available to volunteer for research trials. If you don't participate in at least one trial within a month, someone like me will come collect you. You'll be forced to either do a research trial or leave this place."
"Understood," Slivia said aloud. With that explanation finished, the two escorts left, closing the doors behind them. Finally, the three of them were on their own. Roy looked at the hot meal on his desk. He was absolutely starving, and the smell was captivating. Without hesitation, he picked up the spoon and started eating. The girls, however, were more cautious. They stood in the hallway between their rooms, talking quietly. "Should we eat it?" Martha whispered. "I don't know. There might be something in the food. Drugs, sedatives, something to make us compliant," Slivia replied. "Besides, if we can, we should try to leave this place by the end of today. We can't waste a whole week here," Slivia thought. But it seemed like escaping might prove harder than anticipated. Their weapons had been taken, the wall was high, and guards patrolled regularly. "We need more information first," Slivia decided. "Let's go talk to that nervous man before we do anything else," she said, standing up from the bed and already making her way toward the door. "Agreed," Martha nodded. They started walking down the hallway. Roy, who was in his room eating, noticed the two girls leaving through his open door. He paused mid-bite. "Where are they going?" Roy wondered. He didn't know why, but he felt strangely attracted to their presence. Maybe it was the fact that he hadn't talked to anyone in a long time. Maybe he just wanted to be doing something again, something meaningful. "Perhaps helping these girls would make me feel less worthless," Roy thought. He put down his spoon and called out to them before they could get too far. "Where are you girls going?" Roy asked, stepping into the hallway. The girls stopped and turned.
We were going to find that man who wanted to leave, the nervous one from the registration desk. We want to ask him why he's so desperate to get out of here,"
Martha replied honestly. She paused, then added,
"We're still unsure if this place is for us or not."
"That's reasonable," Roy thought. They didn't even know what the research trials would involve. The facility could be using humans as experiments for anything, medical testing, drug trials, or worse. "Do you mind if I tag along? I don't exactly get the best feeling from this place either," Roy asked. The girls looked at each other, communicating silently.
"Can we trust him?"
Martha's expression asked.
"You don't have much choice,"
Slivia's look replied. Besides, hundreds of people around the compound could see what they were doing anyway. And if this place really was conducting sinister experiments, Slivia would want to inform all these people and help them escape. Roy noticed something in that moment of silent communication. The girl who had wielded the bow, Martha, was waiting for the other girl to make the decision. The silver-haired girl was clearly the leader of the two.
"Sure,"
Slivia said finally.
"You can come with us."
"Thank you," Roy said, genuinely grateful. Roy followed the girls happily through the compound, stuffing his face with pieces of meat from the meal that had been delivered to his room. He hadn't eaten anything good in weeks and desperately needed to regain his strength. "Especially if my gut feeling is right about what's going on here," Roy thought between bites. Unlike the girls, the idea of the food being drugged or tampered with didn't cross his mind for even a second. He was just grateful to have real food again. The girls moved through the compound purposefully, going from area to area, searching. They were trying to spot the nervous man from the registration desk, the one who'd been so desperate to leave the facility.
"He'll have answers,"
Slivia thought. It hadn't been long since they'd left the registration building, so they figured he'd be nearby. And they were right. They spotted him heading into one of the dormitory buildings not far from their own quarters. Even as he entered, they could see the man looking around nervously before disappearing through the doorway, still checking to see if anyone was following him.
"Wait, don't approach yet,"
Slivia said quietly, holding up a hand.
"Why not?"
Martha asked.
"Why don't we just stand by for a while and watch?"
Slivia suggested. Martha and Roy both understood immediately and agreed. "She's smart. She wants to see if anyone else is following him," Roy thought, impressed. Their small group was tailing the man, but what they were really waiting to discover was whether another person was following him too. Was he just being paranoid, or was someone in the facility actually tracking his movements? "This confirms my suspicions. These girls aren't random adventurers. They've been trained. They know tactics," Roy realized. After waiting several minutes in a shadowed alcove, nothing happened. It didn't seem like anyone else was following the nervous man. At the same time, it didn't seem like he was going to come back out of his room anytime soon.
"He's locked himself in,"
Martha whispered.
"Then we go to him,"
Slivia decided. The three of them approached the door together. Slivia gestured for Martha to knock. Martha rapped her knuckles against the wooden door.
"Hello? Is anybody inside?"
Silence. They waited. No response at all.
"We know you're in there. We're new here and just wanted to ask a few questions. Someone told us you've been here a while and might be able to help us,"
Martha called out more loudly. Still no answer. Off to the side, Slivia noticed that facility workers were starting to deliver the evening meal to all the dormitory rooms. She watched them work their way down the hall, knocking on each door and leaving trays outside. An idea formed in her mind.
"No matter what, everybody needs to eat,"
Slivia thought. She motioned for Martha and Roy to step back slightly, hiding around the corner. They watched as the food delivery workers reached the nervous man's door. The workers knocked. "Meal delivery!" No response. The workers shrugged, placed the food tray just outside the door, and continued down the hallway.
"Now we wait,"
Slivia thought. They stayed hidden, watching the door. Minutes passed. The food sat there, steam rising from the covered plate. Then, finally, the door cracked open just slightly. A hand emerged, reaching for the tray. "Now!" Slivia whispered. Martha moved with incredible speed. She grabbed the edge of the door before the man could pull it shut.
What the hell?
The man shouted, trying to slam the door closed.
Let go!
He yanked with all his strength, no longer caring about the food. His hands gripped the door frame, his feet braced against the floor as he pulled. But Martha held the door with just one hand.
We just want to ask you a few questions,
Martha said with a pleasant, friendly smile on her face. The man was terrified. He was pulling the door with his entire body weight, both hands, all his strength and power. But the door wasn't budging even an inch. The girl looked like she was using no effort at all, just casually holding the door open with one hand.
But I'm a grown man, and she's a small woman. How is this happening?
This impossible display of strength only set even more fear into him. Giving up on closing the door, Martha simply pulled it wide open. The girls walked in calmly, and Roy followed behind them, though he looked considerably more nervous now.
Maybe I should just stay clear of this. That kind of strength isn't normal,
Roy thought, eyeing Martha warily.
You,
Slivia said, pointing at Roy.
Keep watch for us outside.
Roy didn't know why, but he immediately complied. Something about the tone of her voice commanded obedience. It sounded like someone used to giving orders and having them followed without question. Not wanting to get into a confrontation with these clearly dangerous women, Roy stepped outside and stood by the door. But he pressed his ear up against the wood so he could hear what they were saying inside.
I'm not missing this conversation,
Roy thought. Inside the room, the nervous man sat on his bed, visibly shaking. His whole body trembled as if he'd been expecting this confrontation, dreading it, but knowing it would come eventually.
Just please,
the man begged, his voice breaking.
Let me leave. I promise I won't tell anyone about what I saw. I swear it. I'll disappear. You'll never hear from me again.
He thinks we're with whoever runs this place, Martha realized.
I think you have us wrong,
Slivia said in a calm, soothing voice.
We really are new people here. We just registered today, remember? You saw us at the desk.
The man's eyes darted between the two women, searching for deception. Slivia continued.
This place seemed a little too good to be true. Free housing, free food, just for participating in some research? Then we overheard you wanting to leave, and we wanted to know why.
The man didn't calm down after hearing this explanation. His eyes continued to dart around the room, looking at the walls, the ceiling, the corners, as if checking to see if someone was listening through hidden devices.
I don't know if what you're saying is the truth, but if you really aren't lying, if you really are new, then leave this place. Now, right now. Leave before they do anything to you,
the man whispered frantically.
Before who does what?
Martha asked.
I can't say,
the man stammered.
But if you leave now, maybe nothing will happen to you. Just please, whatever you do, don't go to the research facility.
Martha and Slivia exchanged knowing glances. Their suspicions solidified.
What happens at the research facility?
Slivia asked directly. The man shook his head violently.
I can't. They'll know. They'll know I talked. Who will know?
Martha pressed.
Everyone. The doctors, the guards,
He stopped himself, biting his lip hard enough to draw blood. The two girls tried pressing the man for more specific answers. They took turns asking questions, trying different approaches. Slivia played the sympathetic listener, speaking gently and offering understanding. Then Martha would switch tactics, becoming more aggressive and demanding.
Tell us what you saw. What happens in that building?
Martha demanded, her voice hard.
I can't,
the man cried.
You can and you will,
Martha said, standing up and moving closer. Outside, Roy heard something break, wood splintering, something heavy hitting the floor.
Oh no, what is she doing with the poor man?
Roy thought, wincing. Inside, Martha had indeed broken the small table in the room, smashing it with one hand to intimidate the man. She hoped the show of strength would convince him that cooperation was his best option, but it didn't work. Whatever had happened to this man in the research facility, Whatever he'd seen there, he was more frightened of that than he was of the two dangerous women in front of him.
I can't tell you,
the man repeated, curling into a ball on his bed.
I can't. They'll do it to me again.
He broke down completely, sobbing. Slivia looked at Martha and shook her head slightly.
We're not going to get anything more from him. He's too traumatized to say the truth,
Slivia realized.
Come on,
Slivia said aloud.
This is a waste of our time. Let's go.
Martha nodded reluctantly. She had felt bad for scaring the man, but they needed information.
At least we learned one thing. The research facility is definitely where the answers are,
Martha thought. When the two girls left the room, they walked straight past Roy without stopping. They were heading in a specific direction, back toward the center of the compound. "Wait, where are you going?" Roy called after them, jogging to catch up. Slivia stopped and turned to face him. Her expression was determined, almost fierce.
You can go home,
Slivia said firmly.
I don't have time to waste here anymore.
But, Roy started.
Ray is waiting for us back in the city. We came here for answers, and we're going to get them. I'm heading to that research facility right now, and we're going to see what the hell they're hiding from us.
She's going there now? Roy thought with alarm. You can't just walk into the research building. They'll stop you. Or worse, they'll let you in and you'll never come out, Roy said.
Then we'll deal with that when it happens,
Martha said. This is insane, Roy protested. You saw how terrified that man was. Whatever's in there.
Is exactly what we came to find out,
Slivia interrupted.
We didn't come all this way to give up now.
The first step to entering the research facility was to check the bulletin board stationed in the middle of the settlement. As the girls walked toward it, Roy continued following them.
I know what they're planning, but I need to do one trial anyway if I'm living here. Might as well get it over with now,
Roy thought. Despite Slivia's warning, Roy decided to follow the girls. It was partly because of his curiosity and partly because he had to go through the trial sooner or later anyway. He knew the girls would be up to something dangerous. He'd follow them, but he'd try his best not to get too involved. When they reached the bulletin board, they found several different time slots listed for research facility appointments. But other than that, there wasn't much information.
Nothing about what kind of tests they're doing,
Martha noticed, reading the board.
Or why they're doing them,
Slivia added. Secretive, Roy muttered.
Most kingdoms would have banned an operation like this,
Slivia thought, studying the sparse information. She knew it was important to be transparent with your people. Even when they'd asked students to go through the beasting process at Avrion, they'd made sure to explain everything, all the risks, all the possibilities. They could have easily done what this facility was doing, keeping everything secret.
But we chose honesty, because people deserve to know what's being done to their bodies.
Slivia was quite proud of the Red Wing's ethics and work.
Let's sign up for the next available slot,
Slivia said. When the three arrived at the research facility building, it reminded them immediately of a hospital. Inside, many men and women wore long white robes, doctors and scientists. However, there seemed to be just as many armed guards as medical staff.
That's the first warning sign. Why does a medical facility need so many soldiers?
Slivia observed.
Why so many guards?
Martha whispered.
Exactly what I was thinking,
Slivia replied quietly. After the three registered for a trial, they saw about 10 other people already present in the waiting area, including the three of them. That made 13 total participants. They waited in the reception room and weren't allowed to go anywhere else. Several times, Slivia stood up, pretending to stretch, trying to see down hallways. Each time, a guard immediately approached her. "Please sit down until you're called," the guard said firmly.
I just wanted to...
"Sit down." Slivia sat.
They're watching us very carefully,
she realized. She even tried asking to use the toilet. Permission was granted, but a female guard followed her the entire way, waiting outside the bathroom door. It didn't seem like they'd be able to freely explore the facility anytime soon.
This is ridiculous. We're being treated like prisoners,
Martha whispered when Slivia returned.
Because that's what we are. We just don't know it yet,
Slivia replied quietly.
All right, everyone, we'll be changing rooms now. Please follow me,
one of the guards announced. From the reception area, the group was escorted down a hallway to a different room. The space here was much larger than the waiting area, and seats had been prepared in rows, spaced quite far apart from each other.
They don't want us talking to each other,
Slivia noticed. Standing at the front of the room was a man wearing glasses and a pristine white robe, presumably one of the doctors or lead scientists.
Please, everyone take a seat. Make yourselves comfortable,
the man said with a professional smile. The 13 participants sat down, spreading out across the room.
Before we begin, I wanted to inform you all what this trial will be about. I see there are a lot of new faces here, so I think this explanation will help ease any concerns,
the doctor explained.
Here it comes,
Slivia thought, her muscles tensing. The doctor walked to a metal box on the table beside him and opened it. He pulled out a syringe. Inside the syringe was a black liquid that constantly moved, swirling and shifting like it was alive. Slivia's breath caught. It looked exactly the same as the liquid her brother had shown her. The other participants stared at the syringe with varying expressions: curiosity, concern, fear.
What is that?
One person asked nervously.
Now, not to worry. I guarantee you all there will be no harm involved in this. I won't lie to you. Transparency is important.
The doctor held up the syringe so everyone could see the moving black liquid.
Inside here is a small sample of the disease you've all come to know as the shadow plague,
the doctor explained calmly. Several people gasped. One man stood up.
You're going to inject us with the plague?
The man exclaimed.
Please let me finish. As you know, more and more people are falling to this disease every day. That's why we're doing this research, to save lives.
The doctor maintained his calmness, as if he was used to such a reaction.
How does injecting us save lives?
Another participant asked.
Excellent question. What we're trying to do is create a vaccine. Think of it like this. We introduce a very small, controlled amount of the shadow into your body. Your body learns to fight it. Then, if you're ever exposed to the real plague, you'll be immune. I assure you, this is as safe as it can possibly be. A small amount of shadow will be injected, and we'll monitor how each of you reacts. You'll be split into groups based on experience. If it's your first time, the dose will be very minimal, and we'll monitor you for the first hour. For those who've participated before, we'll gradually increase the dose.
Some people have done this multiple times,
Martha thought, looking around at the other participants. Inside, Slivia was smiling slightly.
We came to the right place after all. This is exactly what we were looking for.
But at the same time, she was deeply worried.
What now? What am I supposed to do? There are guards everywhere. I can't fight them all. I just wanted information.
She knew a few things about the black liquid from the Avrion incident. Not everyone was affected in the same way. There were times when Dark Guild members and others had taken it to gain a boost in their strength. Their minds hadn't been completely taken over, and they'd seemed to function fine. Then there was the liquid the students had been forced to take at Avrion. That version had turned them into mindless zombies.
The question is, which type is this?
Slivia wondered. Judging by the fact that some people here had apparently taken the liquid before and were still functional enough to return for more doses, she was inclined to believe this was the strength-enhancing type.
But there's no way to be certain, not until we see the effects,
Slivia admitted. The participants waited nervously as white-robed staff members prepared syringes. One by one, people were called forward and injected.
They're not even fighting it,
Martha observed with growing concern. It didn't look like any of the participants were putting up resistance. They didn't really have a choice, and it seemed the facility's offer of free housing and food had already won them over. They were willing to take the risk. Slivia watched each injection carefully, waiting to see some dramatic change or transformation. But there was nothing obvious. The injected participants simply returned to their seats, and several more white-robed medical staff came to monitor them with clipboards.
They look fine,
Roy whispered.
For now,
Slivia replied. Martha leaned close to Slivia.
Slivia, Are we really going to let something like that inside our bodies?
Her voice was quiet but urgent, filled with barely controlled fear.
After what happened with Monk and Gary at Avrion, I really don't think I can do this. I can't let that thing inside me.
But what were their options? Fight their way out now? Run and try to escape? Or try to learn more about what was really happening here?
We could always escape and ask Ray for help, and then come back with a backup,
Slivia considered. While she was busy thinking through their options, one of the white-robed female staff members approached their group. The woman opened her metal briefcase, revealing 4 syringes filled with the black liquid.
Okay, let's see. Who's going first?
The woman said with a professional smile. Roy looked at the syringe without much concern. He didn't know exactly what the liquid did, but he was confident his body could reject any harmful substance, perhaps too confident. Martha's hands were clenched in her lap, knuckles white. She looked at Slivia desperately, silently asking, "What do we do?" After hearing Martha's worried words, Slivia made her choice.
I can't let Martha do this. She's been through the beasting process. Her body has already been altered once. Who knows how the black liquid would interact with that?
Slivia decided.
I'll go first,
Slivia said firmly.
Slivia, no,
Martha started.
It's fine,
Slivia interrupted.
Someone has to, and it should be me. I'm the leader. This is my responsibility. And if something goes wrong, you can get out of here and warn Ray. Tell him what we found.
Slivia took a deep breath, remembering her brother. She had seen Matthew extract the black liquid from the students' bodies at Avrion before. She hoped if something went wrong, he would do it again for her. The needle was prepared. The woman held it up to check for air bubbles, and Slivia could see the black liquid moving inside the glass tube. It swirled and shifted like it was alive, like it was aware.
Here goes nothing,
Slivia thought, rolling up her sleeve. The woman pressed the needle into Slivia's shoulder. There was a sharp pinch, then a cold sensation as the liquid slowly pushed into her body. Slivia could feel it, could actually feel the black substance entering her bloodstream, spreading through her shoulder. The injection finished. The woman pulled out the needle and placed a small bandage over the injection site.
There we go. That wasn't so bad, was it?
The woman said pleasantly. Slivia didn't respond. She was too focused on the sensation spreading through her body, the coldness moving from her shoulder toward her heart.
How do you feel?
The woman asked, making notes on her clipboard. Before Slivia could answer, a massive explosion shook the entire building. The floor trembled, ceiling tiles fell, people screamed. Then the alarm started blaring, loud, piercing sirens that made everyone cover their ears.
What the hell was that?
Roy shouted over the noise. A voice came over the intercom system, urgent and commanding.
This is an emergency. Will all guards please come to the ground floor? I repeat, will all guards please come to the ground floor? This is not a drill.
The guards in the room immediately started moving toward the door.
What's happening?
Martha asked, standing up. Everyone, stay in your seats, one of the medical staff shouted. But chaos was already spreading. Some participants stood up, looking for exits. Others ducked under their chairs, thinking there might be an attack.
Something's happening in the facility,
Slivia realized, her mind racing despite the cold sensation still spreading through her body.
Something big.
Ray stood outside the massive arena, staring up at its towering walls. The roar of the crowd inside echoed through the stone corridors, but he barely heard it. His teammates had told him to come here, to participate in today's Beast Hunt event. They said it was important, but standing here now, preparing to fight, Ray felt a heavy weight in his chest.
I shouldn't be here, not while the others are out there searching.
The girls were missing. Slivia and Martha had disappeared without a trace. His friends were out there right now, desperately trying to find them. And what was he doing? Getting ready to fight beasts in an arena for entertainment. Ray opened his system interface and stared at it. The last conversation he'd had with Slivia kept replaying in his mind. She'd been upset with him when they parted ways.
What if I never see her again? What if those were my last words to her?
The thought made his stomach turn. He couldn't let it end like that. Before the event started, Ray decided to try one more time. He typed out a message to Slivia and hit send. Then he waited. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5. Nothing. Ray sent messages to the guys searching for the girls. At least they replied quickly.
No update yet. Still looking. This isn't easy.
Ray's jaw tightened.
Wherever they are, whatever's happening, it sounds bad. Contestant Ray, you're up next,
A staff member shouted from down the hallway. Ray looked at the message screen one last time. Still no response from Slivia. The arena was set up exactly like last time. Contestants would face beasts in order of difficulty, starting with the weakest and working their way up to the strongest. The crowd had packed the stands, and the betting pools were overflowing with activity. Everyone wanted to see the rematch between the top two contenders. Ray stepped into the ring for his first match. A low-tier beast was released from the opposite gate. It was a simple fight. He drew his sword and moved forward.
Just focus. Kill it quickly and move on.
But something was wrong. Ray's movements felt sluggish. His sword strikes lacked their usual precision. Even though the beast was weak, it took him longer than it should have to finish it off. Roki watched from his resting area, arms crossed. His experienced eyes caught every detail of Ray's performance.
He's hesitant. His mind isn't here. It's somewhere else entirely,
Roki muttered to himself. The matches continued. Each time Ray entered the arena, his performance was noticeably worse than before. His clear times were significantly slower than Roki's today, a complete reversal from their previous competitions. The betting booths noticed immediately.
Put 500 on Roki,
someone shouted.
Roki's going to win this easily. Look at Ness. He's completely off his game.
I'm betting everything on Roki defeating the King Tier Beast faster.
The arena staff had to adjust the betting odds. With so many people favoring Roki, they improved Ray's odds to try to balance the pools, but it didn't help much. The crowd had made up their minds. In the stands, a large, heavy-set man smiled wickedly. He'd lost a fortune betting against Ray during their first competition. Today felt different. Today felt like his chance to win it all back.
Everything I have on Roki,
he told the bookmaker, shoving a thick stack of credits across the counter. The matches progressed through the tiers. When it was Roki's turn to face the advanced tier beast, something remarkable happened. Roki didn't just win, he was perfect. The beast lunged at him with deadly claws. Roki sidestepped smoothly. It snapped with powerful jaws. Roki ducked under the attack and countered with a precise strike. Every movement was calculated. Every dodge was timed perfectly.
Is he actually getting better?
Someone in the crowd asked.
He's middle-aged, isn't he? I thought he was past his prime. Look at him. He's fighting better than ever.
It was true. With each fight, Roki seemed to improve. His movements became sharper. His strikes are more efficient. By the time he delivered the final blow to the advanced tier beast, he hadn't taken a single hit. The crowd erupted in cheers.
Do you think today's the day?
A spectator asked his friend.
You mean you think he might challenge the Emperor tier beast? He's not injured at all. He's in perfect condition. Why wouldn't he try?
The excitement built. Contestants didn't have to defeat Emperor tier beasts. They could simply fight them and forfeit if necessary, but the attempt alone would be legendary. Ray's turn came to face the advanced tier beast. He walked into the arena, still using his sword.
I came here to improve my swordsmanship, to get better while earning crystals. That was the goal,
he reminded himself. But his heart wasn't in it. His mind kept drifting back to Slivia, to the search, to everything happening outside these walls. The advanced tier beast was a three-tailed creature with razor-sharp claws and incredible speed. Ray raised his sword, but he was too slow to dodge its first real attack. The beast's massive tail whipped around and slammed into Ray's chest. The impact sent him flying backward several feet. He crashed into the arena floor hard, gasping for air. Looking down, he could see that his chest armor had cracked. The damage was visible to everyone.
This armor's getting old. I need to craft something better with the king tier equipment I've been collecting,
Ray thought, struggling to his feet. The fight continued, but it was a struggle. Ray eventually managed to cut off the beast's 3 tails, then landed several heavy strikes to its head before finally killing it. The performance was sloppy, uncoordinated, his worst showing yet. The crowd sat in disappointed silence as Ray left the arena. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived, the King Tier Beast matches. But the excitement from previous days was gone. Looking at Ray's performance today, the outcome seemed obvious. When Roki entered the arena first, however, some of the energy returned.
Come on, Roki! Show us what you can do!
The King Tier Beast was released. It was a massive fox-like creature with sleek orange fur and flames dancing along its body. A fire element beast. Roki gripped his sword and channeled his ki into the blade. When the fire fox launched a fireball at him, Roki deflected it with his ki-enhanced sword, sending the flames right back at the creature. The fire fox shrieked. Even though it could produce fire, it wasn't immune to being burned. Roki continued this strategy, using the beast's own attacks against it. When it was weakened enough, he charged forward and drove his sword straight through its skull. The crowd went wild. Another perfect performance, not a single scratch on him.
That's it! Roki has to fight the Emperor Tier Beast now!
This is the best he's ever been.
Forget about Ness. I want to see Roki take on the Emperor.
In the glass booth overlooking the arena, 2 men watched the events unfold. The arena owner stood with his arms behind his back while his assistant spoke nervously.
Sir, should we let Roki advance to the Emperor Tier Beast? Or should we proceed with the original schedule and have Ness fight the King Tier Beast next? Ness hasn't exactly been performing well today.
The owner stroked his chin thoughtfully. The crowd clearly wanted to see Roki fight the Emperor Tier Beast. It would generate massive betting revenue. But something about Ray's behavior today bothered him.
What's wrong with that kid? He's clearly capable of much more.
The owner wondered. After a long moment, the owner made his decision.
Stick to the normal schedule,
he said firmly.
Besides, if Roki is going to fight the Emperor Tier Beast, he'll need time to rest first. Let Ness have his turn.
Ray walked out into the arena for his King Tier match. The crowd barely acknowledged him. There were a few scattered claps, but nothing like before. They were just waiting for him to finish so they could see Roki's next fight. The gate on the opposite side began to rise. Ray could hear the fire fox growling behind it.
What am I even doing here? I need to get stronger, yes, but why am I wasting time playing around with this sword?
Ray thought, staring at the gate. The fire fox emerged, flames flickering across its massive body. Its eyes locked onto Ray with predatory focus. Ray reached for his sword, then stopped. His hand moved away from the weapon entirely.
No more games. I need to get out of here.
He started walking toward the fire fox. Just walking. Calmly.
What's he doing?
Someone in the crowd asked.
Did he forget his weapon?
The fire fox reared back and launched a massive fireball directly at Ray. Everyone expected him to dodge. Roki leaned forward in his seat, waiting for the evasive moment. But Ray didn't move. The fireball hit him head-on. Flames engulfed his entire body. For a moment, all anyone could see was a burning human figure. Then Ray walked out of the flames. His clothes were singed. Burn marks covered his exposed skin, but he was barely injured. He kept walking forward as if nothing had happened.
The fire-resistant skill is working, and with my high fire element stats, this fox's attacks hurt, but they won't kill me,
Ray thought. The crowd sat in stunned silence. Ray got close enough to the fire fox, then channeled ki into his legs. He launched himself forward with explosive speed, pulled back his fist, and slammed it directly into the fox's face. The impact was thunderous. The massive King Tier beast flew backward across the entire arena, crashing into the far wall with enough force to shake the ground.
What? What did I just see?
Someone whispered.
How can a human have that kind of strength?
Ray didn't stop. He charged forward again, hitting the fire fox over and over with his bare fists. The beast tried to fight back, swiping with its massive paws. Ray blocked each strike with his gauntlets, the reinforced metal holding perfectly, not a scratch on them. Another fireball came at him. Ray took it head-on again, walking through the flames like they were nothing. The brief distraction was all he needed. Ray grabbed the firefox's head with both hands and slammed it into the arena wall. The stone exploded outward, forming a massive crater. The fox's body went limp. Ray released it and stepped back. The match was over. He turned and walked toward the exit without looking back. In the viewing booth, the timer stopped. The owner's eyes widened. Ray's clear time was far faster than Roki's perfect performance. The arena sat in absolute silence, trying to process what they'd just witnessed. Harry and Kyle pushed through the heavy wooden door of yet another tavern. The smoky air and smell of ale hit them immediately. It was the 7th tavern they'd visited today, and their faces showed their exhaustion. "Excuse me," Kyle said, approaching a group of men at a corner table. He held up a piece of parchment with sketched faces. "Have you seen these two girls? One's a silver-haired girl with, well, her eyebrows kind of scrunched together when she's thinking." The men glanced at the drawings and shook their heads. "Sorry, friend, haven't seen them." Kyle's shoulders sagged. Harry watched from the doorway, his jaw tight with frustration. "This isn't working. This city is too big. We could search for weeks and find nothing," Harry thought. They stepped back onto the street. Crowds of people moved past them in every direction. Merchants, soldiers, travelers. Any one of them could have information, but asking everyone was impossible. "This is pointless," Kyle said, crumpling the parchment slightly in his fist. "We're just wandering around hoping to get lucky." "I know, but what else can we do?" Harry replied. Neither of them had an answer. After another hour of fruitless searching on the streets, Kyle and Harry found themselves at a different tavern. This one was busier than the others, filled with loud conversations and the clatter of mugs. They found 2 empty seats at a table in the back and ordered drinks. Kyle took a long sip and stared at the table. "We need to think about this differently." "Agreed," Harry said. "Let's approach this logically. What would Slivia be doing? What could have been so important that she'd just disappear like this? And even if she is unable to respond to our messages, or has decided to completely ignore them, why would Marth do the same? Wait! Ray hasn't managed to upset her too, right?" Kyle thought about it for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. "Not that I'm aware of, but maybe this is some kind of cis code she's following. Like a bro code, you know? Hate the world because my best friend does." Harry was already worrying about the girls, and Kyle's words didn't make any sense to him. "Kyle, you are not helping. Think. Where Slivia could be, and I am sure we will find Martha there." Kyle snorted. "You know Slivia. She's a busybody, always sticking her nose where it doesn't belong." So my guess is she got mixed up in something with the Empire," Kyle said, his voice dropping lower. "Probably caught snooping around somewhere she shouldn't have been." Harry's expression darkened. Kyle was saying it casually, like it was just a theory, but they both knew it was probably true. Slivia had a habit of investigating things that could get her killed. "If the Empire caught her," Harry thought, his stomach twisting. "No, don't think like that. We'll find her. Things cannot get worse than they already are." A system notification pulled Harry from his world of thoughts. He opened the window before him and saw a message from Ray. "Any updates?" Harry typed back quickly. "No news yet, but we're still searching. No news is good news, right? At least we haven't found anything bad. And their names are still showing in the Red Wing member list, so they have to be alive." He hit send, then looked at Kyle. "Ray's asking about them." "Of course he is," Kyle muttered. "He's probably beating himself up over that fight he had with Slivia, and honestly he should." Before Harry could respond, the screens mounted on the tavern walls flickered to life. The arena broadcast was starting again, the big event that had been running for the past few days. Kyle looked up at the screen and groaned. "Oh man, look at him." On the screen, Ray was fighting a low-tier beast. But something was clearly wrong. His movements were sluggish, his strikes imprecise. He looked completely unfocused. "The missing girls are really affecting him," Kyle said. Harry nodded slowly.
He never used to be like this. Before, he could compartmentalize, keep his emotions separate from the fight. But now
Now he's a mess.
if we don't find the girls soon, Ray won't be in any condition to fight in the All-Kingdom tournament.
Harry shook his head in concern.
Hey, did you say the All-Kingdom tournament?
Both Harry and Kyle turned toward the voice. A woman with short brown hair sat at the bar a few feet away. She had 2 daggers strapped to her waist and a confident smirk on her face. Beside her stood a large, heavy-set man with an axe slung across his back. That's when Harry noticed something odd. He looked around the tavern more carefully.
Wait, these aren't regular customers.
There were too many people carrying weapons and wearing armor. Too many warriors. And as he studied them more closely, he saw the different kingdom crests on their clothing.
Oh no.
"What is it?" Kyle whispered.
Look around. Look at their crests.
Harry said quietly. Kyle's eyes widened slightly as he scanned the room. "They're from different kingdoms."
Exactly. I guess it's about that time for the other participants in the All-Kingdom tournament to start arriving in the city. Looks like they all decided to meet up beforehand.
"And our kingdom didn't get the memo," Kyle finished. Harry did a quick count. He noticed 6 different kingdoms were represented in this tavern, 7 if you included the Red Wing Kingdom. Each kingdom was allowed 2 fighters in the tournament. That meant most of the competitors were here in this room right now. Many of them had brought guards as well, though that seemed unnecessary. These were supposed to be the strongest fighters each kingdom had to offer. If they needed guards to protect them, what business did they have competing? The woman at the bar was still watching them. Her smirk widened.
So I'm guessing you 2 are from the Red Wing Kingdom?
She said, gesturing at the screen showing Ray's poor performance.
And that's one of your fighters?
She laughed, sharp and mocking.
Well, looks like the rumors were greatly exaggerated about your strength. I can't believe our leaders were actually worried about you people. I hope your other fighter is better than that. Otherwise, you'll be the first ones knocked out of the tournament.
Several other warriors in the tavern chuckled. Kyle calmly finished his drink in one long gulp. He stood up and walked over to the woman at the bar, stopping directly in front of her. Harry tensed.
Kyle, please have mercy on me and don't do anything stupid. I will not be able to handle the missing girls, Reckless Ray, and your foolishness all at once.
Kyle looked at the woman for a long moment, then smiled and held out his hand. "Would you care to have a drink with me? My room isn't far from here," he asked smoothly. The entire tavern erupted in laughter. The woman laughed the hardest, nearly doubling over.
Is there something wrong with your head? Do you know how many men try to court me every single day? And you think some bald-headed freak like you can win me over?
More laughter rippled through the crowd. The woman's expression turned cold.
I only go out with men who are stronger than me.
On the screen above them, the scene changed. Roki was entering the arena for his turn against the advanced tier beast. The laughter died down as everyone watched. Roki moved with perfect precision, his swordsmanship flawless. He dodged every attack, countered every strike. When he killed the beast without taking a single hit, the room fell silent. "That's one of the Empire's men," someone said quietly.
Yes, he's very skilled. He'll be tough to beat in the tournament.
Another fighter responded.
I doubt the Empire would let its best fighter show off like this. They must have someone even better hiding behind the scenes.
The third voice added. Kyle turned to address the entire room. "Please," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Harry could do the same kind of swordplay when he was 15 years old. If you're impressed by that, you're all really fools." The temperature in the room dropped.
Kyle, what are you doing?
Harry thought in alarm, standing up quickly. Every warrior in the tavern stared at Kyle with hard eyes. These were fighters with pride, warriors who had trained their entire lives. Being mocked like this was an insult they wouldn't take lightly. The large man standing next to the woman at the bar stood up. His chair scraped loudly against the floor.
He took a step toward Kyle, his hand moving to the axe on his back. Then Kyle vanished. 1 second, he was standing in front of the large man. The next second, he was at the bar counter, several feet away. The large man blinked in confusion.
What?
Kyle pulled a small pouch from his belt and placed it on the counter with a heavy thunk. Harry's hand immediately went to his own waist.
When did he... That's my money pouch.
Kyle had stolen it without Harry even noticing. The entire room was staring now. Kyle's speed had impressed them, though most would never admit it out loud.
If you all think that man on the screen is so skillful, why don't we make a bet?
Kyle said loudly, addressing the whole tavern.
A bet?
The woman asked.
Yes, your champion versus ours. We bet on who can clear the King Tier Beast faster.
Murmurs spread through the crowd.
Your champion?
Someone scoffed.
You mean that pathetic display we just watched? The one who can barely handle low-tier beasts?
That's right. Our fighter against yours. Whoever clears the King Tier Beast fastest wins, Kyle said with a grin. The woman at the bar studied Kyle carefully.
And what exactly are we betting?
This pouch of gold, against whatever you're willing to wager, Kyle said, hefting Harry's money. The large man next to the woman cracked his knuckles.
I'll take that bet. Your man doesn't stand a chance.
Perfect, Kyle said. Then we have a deal. Harry stared at Kyle in complete disbelief, shaking his head slowly.
I can't believe he's doing this. It's not that I don't think Ray can beat Roki's time. It's that Kyle is the one making the bet.
Harry had a theory about Kyle. In some past life, Kyle must have angered the goddess of luck herself. Everything Kyle touched went wrong. Every bet he made ended in disaster. And now he was betting with Harry's money, money that wasn't even his to gamble with. Kyle had already lost all his own coins days ago. If he lost Harry's money too, they'd be completely broke. And the worst part? Slivia was the one who usually handled their funds. She'd taken most of the group's money with her when she disappeared, leaving only what she thought was a reasonable amount with Harry because she trusted him to be responsible.
If we lose this bet, how will we pay for the inn? Where will we even sleep tonight? Forget that. How will we pay for the drinks we just ordered?
Harry thought, his stomach sinking. Harry stood up from his seat, ready to march over and stop Kyle from doing something stupid. But before he could take 2 steps, someone blocked his path. A man with a long ponytail and a spear strapped to his back stood in front of him, arms crossed. He was one of the tournament participants.
Don't stop it now when the things are just starting to get interesting,
the man said with a slight smile. At the bar, the woman opened Kyle's pouch and looked inside. Her eyebrows rose in surprise.
4 gold coins? I didn't expect you two to have this much money on you.
She was genuinely shocked. She looked at Kyle again, studying his wide grin.
This man is surely a fool. All right then, I'll call your bluff,
she said, placing her own coins on the counter. Now, every eye in the tavern was glued to the screens. Roki's match against the King Tier Beast was starting, and suddenly they all were far more interested in it than before. Harry watched nervously as Roki entered the arena. The experienced warrior moved with absolute precision. The beast arrived, and the fight began. Roki's every dodge was perfect. His every strike landed exactly where it needed to. The Firefox couldn't touch him.
He's fighting even better than before. This is bad for us,
Harry thought. Kyle's grin had faded slightly. Even he was getting nervous now. Roki hadn't taken a single hit, and his technique was flawless.
Are you getting cold feet?
The woman asked, noticing the scrunched-up look on Kyle's face.
Whatever. Just you wait,
Kyle muttered. The fight continued. Roki's movements were like a dance, beautiful, efficient, deadly. When he finally drove his sword through the Firefox's skull, the timer stopped. It was his personal best time, his fastest clear ever. The contestants in the tavern nodded appreciatively.
Impressive,
someone said.
That's going to be hard to beat.
The woman reached for the pouch of gold coins on the counter, a smug smile on her face.
Wait,
Kyle said. his hand shooting out and grabbing her wrist. She gasped. She hadn't even seen him move. 1 second, his hand was at his side. The next, it was wrapped around her wrist.
How is he so fast? Just now, and that move before when he appeared at the counter. I didn't see any of it. He may be an idiot, but he's definitely one to keep an eye on,
she thought, her eyes widening. The match isn't over, Kyle said calmly. The woman pulled her hand back and waited. Everyone turned their attention back to the screen. Ray walked into the arena. The same kind of beast appeared before Ray. The match lasted less than a minute. Ray didn't use his sword. He walked straight toward the Firefox, took its fireball attacks head-on, then proceeded to beat the beast to death with his bare hands. The entire display was brutal, efficient, and shockingly fast. When the timer stopped, Kyle's grin stretched so wide it nearly reached his eyes.
But he was doing so badly before,
one of the contestants stammered.
Why would he? How could he?
It was strange. Everyone had watched Ray struggle against lower-tier beasts for the entire day, and then suddenly this happened. Kyle walked right up to the woman and held out his hands, wiggling his fingers expectantly. The woman's jaw was tight, but she was honest to her word. She counted out 4 gold coins and placed them in Kyle's palm. Kyle held the coins up in the air, looking around the tavern at all the shocked faces.
I knew today would be a good day. Maybe I can get even more out of these suckers. If Ray gave up his sword during that fight, I have a good idea what he's planning next.
Why don't we make things even more interesting? Kyle announced loudly. He placed all 8 gold coins on the counter with a heavy clink. I bet that our little Ness will be going against the Emperor tier beast next. Harry's eyes went wide. Kyle, don't! But before Harry could finish his sentence, the woman had already slammed her own gold coins on the counter. You're on, she said quickly. Several other contestants started reaching for their pouches, but the woman had been too fast. They groaned in disappointment. None of them believed anyone would actually dare fight an Emperor tier beast. Harry buried his face in his hands. Why? Why does Kyle do this? But Harry had a different read on the situation than Kyle did. He'd been watching Ray closely all day. Ray's poor performance wasn't because he was angry or unfocused in a general sense. Instead, he was distracted because of the worry. He couldn't focus on the matches as he was feeling guilty about not contributing to the search efforts. But now, during probably the last round, Ray wanted to rush through the matches as quickly as possible so he could leave and search for the girls. If my hunch is right, Ray isn't going to accept the Emperor tier challenge. He's going to decline and leave immediately, Harry thought, watching the screen nervously. On the screen, the arena announcer's voice boomed through the speakers.
Contestant Ness, would you like to advance to the next stage and face the Emperor tier beast?
Ray lifted his hand. He gave a thumbs down. The crowd in the arena murmured in disappointment. Ray turned and walked toward the exit. No! Kyle's scream echoed through the entire tavern. He dropped to his knees, hands on top of his bald head. If he'd had any hair, he would have been tearing it out right now. Well, the woman said, laughing as she scooped up all the gold coins. You win some, you lose some. She stood up and headed toward the door. The other contestants followed, many of them chuckling at Kyle's misfortune. Harry marched over to Kyle and grabbed him by the shoulder, pulling him to his feet. What the hell were you thinking? Why did you have to be so greedy? What are we supposed to do now? How are we meant to pay the bill? Harry shouted. Kyle winced. I just thought, you didn't think. That's the problem, Kyle. Harry's voice was loud enough that it carried across the mostly empty tavern. A fairly large, bearded man behind the bar looked up sharply.
Did I just hear someone say they couldn't afford to pay the bill?
The man asked. He was the tavern owner, and Harry and Kyle had ordered a lot of drinks. Harry's face went pale. Sir, I'm sorry. We can pay, just not right now. I promise we'll give you back your money. He tried to put on his most honorable, trustworthy expression. It had absolutely no effect. The tavern owner's face darkened.
Right. Sure you will.
He snapped his fingers. 2 large men appeared from a back room.
Take them to the holding room. I'll deal with them later,
the owner said. Wait, we can explain, Kyle started. But the two men were already grabbing them by the arms. They were dragged through a side door and into a small windowless room. The door slammed shut behind them. Harry and Kyle looked around. The room was bare, except for a single wooden table and 2 chairs. "This is your fault," Harry said. "How was I supposed to know Ray would decline?" Kyle protested. "Because Ray wants to find the girls. He doesn't care about fighting Emperor-tier beasts right now." "Well, maybe you should have said something before I made the bet." "I tried. You didn't listen, did you?" They sat in angry silence for several minutes. Then the door opened. 2 men entered the room. Both wore dark robes with hoods that shadowed their faces. Harry and Kyle had never seen them before. "This is it. They're going to break our legs or something as a punishment for not paying the bills," Harry thought. One of the robed men stepped closer. His voice was smooth and calm.
We hear you gentlemen are having money troubles. Is that correct?
Harry and Kyle exchanged glances. Yes, Harry said carefully. We had a bit of bad luck with—
We're not interested in the details, the second robed man interrupted. We're here to make you an offer.
An offer? Kyle asked. The first man nodded.
How would you feel if we said we could invite you to a place where money was no problem? A utopia, if you will.
Harry's eyes narrowed. A utopia? What kind of place are you talking about?
A place where people like you, people with skills and potential, can thrive without worrying about trivial things like coins and debts.
Ray stood in the center of the arena, breathing heavily. The king-tier firefox lay dead at his feet, its head buried in a crater he'd made in the wall. Anger, sadness, fear. Ray didn't know exactly what he was feeling right now. The emotions swirled inside him like a storm. All he knew was that at this moment, all he wanted was to find the girls and make sure they were safe.
This feeling is strange. I've been away from them before. Back in the Red Wing Kingdom, we were separated for weeks, even months at more than one occasion. But just knowing they were alive was enough then. So why is this different? Why am I so worried now?
Ray thought, staring at his bloodied fists. He knew they were alive. The system showed their names still listed in the Red Wing Army. But that knowledge wasn't enough to calm the anxiety gnawing at his chest. That was the real reason he'd used all his strength to finish the fight as quickly as possible. He hadn't even been trying to beat Roki's time. He'd completely forgotten about the competition altogether.
I just need to get out of here. I need to find them,
Ray thought. The arena announcer's voice had asked if he wanted to fight the Emperor-tier beast. Ray had declined immediately with a thumbs down. He needed to leave, not fight more battles. But there was one thing he had to do first. Ray walked over to the dead firefox and plunged his fist into its chest. The crowd gasped. Then Ray accessed his system inventory, made the beast crystal appear in his hand, and pulled it out from inside the creature's body. He lifted it high in the air.
Wow, like a real gladiator! I'm really starting to like this guy!
Someone in the crowd shouted. The crowd erupted in cheers, their disappointment about the Emperor-tier beast forgotten.
They think I'm showing off. Good, that's what I need them to think.
The truth was different. When Ray killed a beast, his system automatically gave him the crystal. If the arena staff checked the firefox's body and found no crystal inside, they'd get suspicious. By making it look like he'd extracted it himself, he avoided questions he didn't want to answer. Ray walked toward the exit, the crowd still cheering. He was in a rush to leave, but there were procedures to follow. He had to wait for the audience to clear out, collect his winnings, and sign the necessary papers.
Every minute wasted here is another minute the girls could be in danger,
he thought, his jaw clenching. At the reception area, most of the crowd had left. Roki stood at the registration desk, signing up for the next day's event. He glanced up and saw Ray walk past. But Ray didn't stop at the registration desk. He walked straight past it toward the exit. Roki looked down at the registration sheet. No name that matched Ness.
Is he not planning to participate tomorrow?
Roki wondered. watching Ray's retreating back. Ray stepped out of the arena into the evening air. The first thing he did was send a message to Harry and Kyle. "Where are you guys? Where should we meet up?" He waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. No reply. Ray frowned and sent another message. "Hey, I'm done with the arena. Let me know where you are." Still nothing.
Maybe Harry and Kyle went back to the inn and fell asleep,
Ray thought, though doubt crept into his mind. He headed back to their inn, walking quickly through the crowded streets. When he arrived, he went straight to their rooms. Empty. All of them. What happened to them? Has their fate become the same as the girls? Ray muttered, checking each room again. His heart started racing. He quickly opened his system and checked the Red Wing Army roster. All 4 names, Harry, Kyle, and both girls, were still listed.
They're alive,
Ray thought, his heart settling slightly. But that didn't explain where the guys were. For the first time in a long while, Ray was completely alone in a foreign city. Some people would say this was one of the scariest things that could happen, the idea of Ray being on his own with no one to guide him or hold him back. Ray was about to leave and search the streets when the innkeeper appeared.
"Excuse me, sir."
A young girl, the innkeeper's daughter, approached nervously.
"I'm sorry to ask, but will you be staying a few more nights? If so, I need payment now. As you can see, we're getting very busy with more visitors arriving for the tournament."
Ray reached for his money pouch, then stopped.
Right. I left all the money with the boys.
Instead, he opened his hand and produced 2 intermediate beast crystals he'd earned from the arena fights. "Is this okay for now? I haven't exchanged them for coins yet," Ray asked. The girl's eyes widened.
"This is more than enough. Thank you, sir."
She bowed deeply and hurried away to update her records.
At least I have crystals, and I still have the King Tier crystal too, though I'd rather use that to make equipment. But I need money to pay someone to craft it, and the others have all the money.
Ray then quickly headed back out into the streets. Ray's search style was unusual. He activated his dragon eyes, scanning crowds for any sign of Harry or Kyle. At the same time, he stopped at inns and taverns, asking if anyone had seen them. The conversations didn't go well. Ray would grab random people, then turn to face him with no introduction and go straight to the point. "Have you seen a bald-headed man with an annoying voice?" he demanded of one person, "and a blonde, handsome boy. Well, handsome by normal human standards."
What? Who the hell are you? Screw off!
The man sputtered. Ray gripped the man's forearm tighter. Pain flashed across the man's face.
Hey, isn't that the contestant from the arena?
Someone nearby shouted, pointing at Ray.
Yeah, it is. He was just fighting like an hour ago.
"That's the guy who beat the King Tier beast with his bare hands."
Ray released the man's arm quickly. He didn't like the attention. People were starting to recognize him and crowds were forming. He moved on to another tavern, then another, but nobody had seen Harry or Kyle. Eventually, exhausted and frustrated, Ray sat down at a quiet inn. He ordered a drink and tried to gather his thoughts.
What should I do? Should I contact the others back home? Ask them to send more people to help search? Or maybe I should just ask them all to come here and start a war.
Ray's thoughts were growing dangerous. He knew it, but he honestly didn't know what else to do. He was considering his options when someone sat down across from him. Ray looked up. An older man with black hair and a graying beard sat there, watching him calmly. It took Ray a moment to recognize him. Roki. "I've been watching you for a while now. You seem troubled. I guess that's why your performance today was unexpected, to say the least," Roki said quietly. Ray said nothing. He respected the man in front of him, but right now he had bigger problems than arena small talk. Roki continued anyway. "Look, I don't know what's going on with you, but you seem young, and I think you'll be able to deal with whatever it is." He paused. "I just needed to say what's on my mind. Feel free to listen if you wish." Ray took a drink, still silent. "First, I want to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today." That got Ray's attention. He looked up. "I had been stuck.
I was not improving, but not declining either. Just stuck at the same level for years. That was until I met you. You were the first person to give me real competition, real challenge. It pushed me to improve. I've gone beyond what I ever thought I was capable of,
Roki explained. Ray listened, his expression softening slightly.
I saw that you didn't register for tomorrow's event. I'm guessing it's because of whatever is troubling you. But I want you to know something. Tomorrow is the last day. After that, the arena will be prepared for the All-Kingdom tournament. They won't hold regular events anymore.
Roki leaned forward, his eyes intense.
That's why tomorrow I will be participating. And tomorrow, I've decided, will be the day I take on the Emperor Tier Beast.
Ray's eyes widened slightly.
I want you to be there. I want you to watch me. And I want to compete with you one more time as warriors,
Roki said. Something stirred in his chest, the part of him that lived for the fight, for the challenge of facing strong opponents. If Ray hadn't been listening before, he was listening now. The man in front of him sounded completely sincere, heartfelt. The warrior side of Ray felt genuinely touched.
Right now, more than anything, I want to compete too. I want to face that Emperor Tier Beast. I want to test myself,
Ray realized. But he had his friends to worry about. The girls were missing. Harry and Kyle had disappeared.
I can't just abandon the search for a fight.
Then, in the middle of his conflicted thoughts, Ray could almost hear Harry and Kyle's voices in his head.
Don't worry about us, Ray. We can handle ourselves.
If it's just one day, they can wait, right? They're all alive. The system shows that. One more day won't make a difference,
Ray thought. Roki stood up from his seat and started walking toward the door. He clearly wasn't expecting an answer. He'd said what he needed to say. He was about to leave when Ray's voice stopped him.
I'll be there.
Roki turned around, surprised. Ray met his eyes.
I'll be there tomorrow, and I'll take on the Emperor Tier Beast as well.
A slow smile spread across Roki's face.
Good. I'm looking forward to it.
The needle pierced Slivia's skin. She watched as the strange black liquid emptied from the syringe into her arm, feeling it flow cold through her veins. Nearly everyone in the research facility had received the injection by this point. Only Roy and Martha had somehow avoided it. Slivia was the last one to get the dose.
My brother managed to extract this stuff from students before, and that black liquid seemed more violent, a stronger dose than what they're giving us now. This is a calculated risk. If it buys us time to figure out what's happening here and find a way to escape, it's worth it,
Slivia reminded herself. The young male doctor pulled the needle out and disposed of it. He was about to say something when a loud bang echoed through the facility. Everyone froze. Then an emergency alarm started blaring. Red lights in the corners of the room began flashing urgently, but strangely, there was no siren where they were. However, sounds from other parts of the facility carried through the walls. Shouts, crashes, running feet.
What's going on?
Someone asked nervously.
Are we going to be okay?
Another voice trembled. The young male doctor raised his hands.
Everyone, just calm down, please.
Then, in a much quieter tone that most people couldn't hear, he added,
And remain silent if you want to live.
Martha, standing close enough to catch the words, went pale. She moved quickly to Slivia's side.
Slivia, there's something serious going on at this place,
Martha whispered urgently.
I know,
Slivia whispered back, her eyes scanning the room. The room had gone quiet as everyone waited for instructions. The flashing red lights cast eerie shadows across frightened faces. Another loud bang shook the walls. Then the sounds started, men and women screaming. Some people in the room recognized those sounds immediately. Battle cries, the clash of weapons, moans of pain. At first, Slivia thought it might be guards fighting people trying to escape from the facility, but then a different sound cut through the chaos. A loud, inhuman growl.
A beast? Are they keeping beasts in this facility? Why?
What are they researching here?
Slivia thought, her muscles tensing. After the growl, the cries of pain suddenly stopped. An ominous silence fell. The guard stationed in their room drew his sword. The metallic scrape of the blade leaving its sheath made several people jump. A couple of other people who had weapons did the same. The scientists and the rest of the civilians moved quickly to the back wall, pressing themselves against it. It was clear they weren't fighters.
Are we going to be okay?
The soft, frightened voice made Slivia turn. A young teenage girl sat on the floor, holding her mother in her arms. The girl's face was pale with fear.
It's okay,
the mother said, stroking her daughter's hair with a shaking hand.
We're in the Empire. They have the strongest army in the world. It's why we decided to try to make a new life here in the first place.
The words were meant to be comforting, but the mother's entire body was trembling. Her fear was obvious. The young girl felt it. Her breathing started becoming irregular, short, desperate gasps that didn't seem to bring in any air.
Is she having a panic attack?
Slivia recognized the signs immediately. The girl's breathing got worse. Her mother noticed, and panic flooded her face.
What's wrong? Are you okay? I can't.
The girl's vision was fading. Her hands moved to her throat, clawing at it.
Somebody help!
The mother screamed.
Shut up!
Another person in the room stepped forward and struck the mother across the face. The mother fell back, shocked. The person who'd hit her looked terrified. Fear had taken over his mind. He was afraid the cries would attract whatever beast was outside. Martha grabbed one of the doctors by the sleeve.
Can't you help her? You're a doctor, right?
The young man looked at the girl gasping on the floor, then back at Martha. His face was filled with guilt. I'm sorry. We're not real doctors or scientists. We're just hired and given a script to follow, told to improvise once in a while. I don't know if I can do anything for her. Everyone just stood there watching the girl struggle to breathe, frozen, helpless. Slivia couldn't just stand there. She moved quickly through the crowd and knelt beside the girl, gently turning her onto her back.
Hey, I want you to breathe with me slowly, okay? Try to match my breathing,
Slivia said softly, making eye contact. The girl looked at her with panicked eyes, but she nodded weakly. Slivia began breathing slowly and deliberately.
In and out. In and out. Follow me.
The girl tried to follow. Her breathing was still ragged and desperate. Slivia placed her hand on the girl's chest. Warmth flowed from her palm. She channeled her ki carefully, letting it enter the girl's body, a calm, soothing energy. The girl felt it immediately. The warm sensation spread through her chest, and something inside her settled. Her breathing began to slow, matching Slivia's rhythm. The mother, watching this unfold, smiled with relief. Tears streamed down her face. Roy, observing from across the room, thought,
They aren't ordinary after all. They can even use ki to this level.
I learned this at the academy. The medical club taught us how to handle all types of patients. I've dealt with panic attacks before,
Slivia thought as she continued the technique. The only reason she'd hesitated was the guards. She was certain they could also use ki. If they realized she could too, they'd watch her more closely. It would make escape harder. But looking at the guards now, she realized they hadn't noticed anything. They weren't even looking at the people in the room. Their eyes were fixed on the two doors, one on the far left of the back wall, one on the far right. Both guards gripped their weapons tightly, sweat beading on their foreheads. The right door suddenly caved inward with a massive dent. Everyone in the room screamed.
Shut up!
The guard roared. Another impact. The dent grew larger. The metal of the door was buckling. A third hit sent the door flying off its hinges. It crashed to the floor with a deafening clang. Through the doorway stepped a massive creature. It was a four-armed gorilla, easily twice the size of a normal man. Black fur covered its muscular body. It walked on all four arms, its fists covered in blood. But there was something deeply wrong with it. Purple streaks ran through its black fur. Its eyes were completely dead. No intelligence, no awareness, just mindless rage. "It's infected by the shadow," Roy said quietly.
The shadow. Is the facility doing research on infected beasts, or is this how they've been extracting the shadow and getting it in the first place?
Slivia's blood ran cold at that thought. The creature in front of them would normally be an intermediate tier beast, but infected by the shadow, it would have the power of an advanced tier beast. The 3 guards spread out, surrounding the gorilla with their weapons drawn. The beast spotted one of them. It launched itself forward on all 4 arms with terrifying speed. The guard raised his sword.
Stay back!
The gorilla grabbed the blade with one massive fist, stopping it completely. Blood dripped from where the sword cut its palm, but it didn't seem to care. With its second and third arms, it grabbed the guard by the waist.
It's got me! Come quickly, help me!
Unfortunately, it was already too late. The gorilla's fourth arm, still free, pulled back and slammed into the guard's stomach. The punch shattered his beast armor like glass. The fist buried itself in his body. The guard went limp.
These guards aren't trained to fight beasts. They're just here to control unarmed people. They don't stand a chance against an infected beast,
Slivia realized. The 2 remaining guards were frozen with fear. The gorilla tossed the dead guard aside and turned toward them. The second guard tried to fight. He lasted less than 10 seconds. The third guard watched his companion die, then made a decision. He turned and ran, not toward the beast, but back toward the group of civilians.
He's running to us,
Martha thought in disbelief. The guard knew he couldn't win. His only hope was to let others die first and wait for the real soldiers to arrive. The gorilla turned toward the group of people pressed against the back wall. Immediately, everyone started panicking. People pushed and shoved each other, trying to get behind someone else, anyone else.
Move!
Get out of my way!
I don't want to die!
The guard looked around desperately. His eyes fell on the young teenage girl who'd just recovered from her panic attack. She was weak, vulnerable.
Here, take her!
The guard shouted. He grabbed the girl by the wrist and threw her forward, onto the floor in front of the beast.
No!
The mother screamed. The girl stumbled to her feet. Her eyes met the crazed, dead gaze of the infected gorilla. She couldn't move. Terror had frozen her completely. The gorilla raised all 4 fists, preparing to crush her. But then, an authoritative voice cut through the tension.
If you're not going to use that sword, then give it to me,
Slivia shouted. She spun and punched the cowardly guard across the face. He dropped his sword, and Slivia caught it. She ran forward, putting herself between the girl and the beast. The gorilla's fists came down like hammers. Slivia knew she couldn't block them. The force would break her arms. Instead, she threw the sword. The blade spun through the air. The gorilla paused, swatting the sword away, but the edge cut across its palm in the process. The beast looked surprised. It hadn't expected to be hurt. Slivia grabbed the girl and tried to pull her away, but the gorilla was faster. One massive hand wrapped around Slivia's ankle.
Slivia!
Martha shouted.
I need my bow, but I don't have it. I can't help her,
Martha thought desperately. The gorilla raised its fists again, preparing to kill both Slivia and the girl. Slivia held the trembling girl close, trying to shield her with her body as much as possible. The fists began to descend. Then a ball of red fire exploded from across the room, slamming into the gorilla's chest. The impact sent the beast flying backward, releasing Slivia's ankle. Everyone turned. Roy stood with his palm extended, wisps of smoke rising from his hand. His face showed shock at his own actions. "What am I even doing?" Roy muttered.
A mage!
Someone from the group shouted, staring at Roy with wide eyes. Murmurs rippled through the crowd of terrified people pressed against the wall. A mage was an incredibly rare sight in the current world, so rare that being one practically guaranteed a person would be set for life. Any kingdom would welcome a mage with open arms, as long as their power wasn't completely negligible. The Empire was no different. They had entire teams of mages and were always searching for anyone who showed even an ounce of magical talent.
What is a mage doing in a place like this?
Someone in the crowd wondered. But whatever the reason, they were just grateful he was here. Maybe now they had a chance of beating this beast, or at least stalling it long enough for help to arrive. Roy stood with his palm still extended, smoke rising from his hand. His mind was racing.
I can't use my full power here. I'm a tower mage, one of the 4 greatest mages at Roland Academy, or at least I was. But if I show my true abilities...
He looked at the crowd staring at him in awe. Already, they were gawking at his basic magic. If he displayed greater power, the facility would definitely try to use him for something else, something darker.
This place is clearly up to no good. I need to be careful.
The infected gorilla started getting up from where the fireball had knocked it down. Roy threw 2 more fireballs in quick succession. Each one hit the beast's chest, knocking it back down again. The attacks did minimal damage, but the force was enough to keep it away. While Roy kept the beast occupied, Slivia quickly scooped up the young girl and carried her back to her mother.
Thank you,
the mother sobbed, clutching her daughter.
Thank you so much.
The cowardly guard who'd thrown the girl to the beast was still on the floor, holding his face where Slivia had punched him. If this were any other time, he would have been raging with anger at what she'd done. But right now, Slivia was holding a sword and standing ready to fight the gorilla. He could feel a strange power radiating from her.
If we want to survive this, we need her alive,
the guard thought. The gorilla climbed to its feet once more. Roy prepared another fireball, using only the most basic fire spell in his arsenal. But the beast was learning. As soon as it stood up, it immediately rolled to the side, avoiding the fireball. Then it charged straight toward Slivia.
I think she'll be okay,
Roy thought, watching her stance. Slivia waited, watching the infected beast rush toward her like a charging bull. At the last possible moment, as it leaped forward to strike, she spun to the side. Her blade flashed. She sliced across the gorilla's stomach as it passed. The beast roared and turned, but only a shallow cut marked its flesh.
Damn it, I'm not as strong as the others,
Slivia muttered, breathing hard.
While my friends were out there fighting and getting stronger, I was sitting in a council seat. My skills haven't deteriorated, but I haven't gotten any stronger either.
The shallow wound inflicted by Slivia barely slowed the gorilla down. It turned and attacked again, swinging all 3 remaining arms wildly. Slivia parried the strikes, her sword ringing against the beast's hardened fists. But then one massive hand shot through her guard and grabbed her forearm. The gorilla's grip tightened, squeezing hard enough to render her arm useless. Slivia struggled, but couldn't break free. But then the sword flashed through the air. The blade came down on the gorilla's arm, cutting clean through. The severed limb fell to the floor.
Leave it to me, Slivia,
Martha shouted. She stood beside Slivia, holding a sword she'd taken from one of the dead guards. Her eyes blazed with determination.
I have more ki than Slivia thanks to the beasting process, and I have my wind magic too. I can do this,
Martha thought. The only problem was that swordsmanship wasn't Martha's specialty. She was an archer. If she attacked the beast head-on, it would probably dodge, and she didn't know how to deal with multiple attacking limbs. But when the gorilla had grabbed Slivia's arm, it had left itself vulnerable. Martha had seen the opportunity and taken it. The gorilla howled in pain. Before Martha could react, one of its remaining arms whipped around and struck her across the ribs. The impact sent her flying through the air. She crashed into the far wall and crumpled to the floor.
Martha!
Slivia shouted. But Slivia hadn't listened to Martha's warning. She'd seen her own opportunity.
The most vulnerable time to attack is when someone is attacking. That's when their defense is down,
Slivia thought. The gorilla was focused on Martha. Its guard was lowered. Slivia thrust her sword forward, aiming slightly left of the beast's chest. She used her keen senses to detect the heartbeat beneath the fur and aimed for it.
It might have the power of an advanced tier beast, but its body is still only intermediate tier. I just need to gather enough power.
She channeled everything she had into the strike.
I need to give it everything. Somewhere, anywhere, just give me power.
Then something strange happened. One of Slivia's eyes started to fill with black. Mixed with her ki, a dark, sinister energy joined it. She felt more powerful, much more powerful.
I don't care where it's coming from. I need this strength,
she thought. She drove the sword straight through the gorilla's heart. The beast let out one final rattling growl. Then it collapsed to the floor, dead. Slivia stood over the corpse, breathing heavily. Martha pushed herself up from where she'd fallen. Her body was stronger than most humans thanks to her partial beast transformation, so she'd survived the hit. She looked at Slivia's back.
Did I just sense something strange? For a moment, Slivia's energy felt different,
Martha wondered. She walked over.
Slivia, you did it. Is everything okay?
Slivia dropped the sword and turned around. She looked completely normal. No difference in her appearance or the energy around her.
I'm fine. What about you? You were the one who got hit. I'll live.
The door suddenly burst open. 5 guards rushed into the room, but these were different from the ones who'd been stationed here before. They wore better armor, better equipment. They looked like soldiers who could actually handle beasts. The leader was a man with sharp features and cold eyes. His nameplate read Garn. Garn surveyed the scene. The group of frightened civilians stood against the back wall. 3 people in medical clothing stood in the center of the room near the dead gorilla. 2 women and 1 man.
Report back. Tell them the beast has already been dealt with,
Garn said to one of his men. The soldier saluted and left immediately. Garn turned to another soldier.
Find out how another beast managed to escape. These incidents are getting more and more frequent. If this keeps happening, we need to be stationed in the research facility itself rather than just on call. Yes, sir.
The frightened civilians were told to remain in the room. The cowardly guard was escorted out, along with the fake scientists. A cleaning crew entered to deal with the mess. After a while, the people calmed down. Then Garn returned with a regular facility guard by his side instead of his own soldiers. He pointed at Roy, Martha, and Slivia.
You, and you. I hear you saved these people's lives. We'd like to thank you properly. Would you mind coming for a little walk?
It didn't feel like they had much choice in a facility like this. What would happen if they said no? Slivia was the first to stand.
I'd love to. Better to see what they want than to make them suspicious, she thought.
Roy and Martha exchanged glances, then followed. Garn walked ahead with 2 regular guards flanking him. Roy, Martha, and Slivia walked behind. They were led up to the 2nd floor of the facility. The hallways here were cleaner, more clinical. Through windows in some doors, Slivia could see laboratories with strange equipment.
As you can expect,
Garn began,
this place doesn't just do testing on humans. We're conducting research on beasts as well. To defeat the Shadow, we must learn everything we can about it.
Here it comes, the justification,
Slivia thought. Garn continued.
The problem is, the best results come when a subject is infected heavily with the Shadow. We feel like we're close to a breakthrough, but incidents like today will start happening more frequently as we progress, and honestly, we're down on manpower.
He stopped and turned to face them.
I heard from a scientist and the guard that you 3 aren't ordinary people. A fire mage and 2 key users, most likely experienced adventurers.
Roy's expression remained neutral, but Slivia could see his interest.
I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to join our team. Help us prevent events like what happened today. You'll be given good wages, and you'll have days off to explore the city.
Roy's eyes lit up with excitement.
This is perfect, he thought. This is exactly what I came to the city for. Another job, a way of making a living. And Garn's explanation makes sense. Maybe I was worried about nothing.
Martha glanced at Slivia, trying to read her reaction. But Slivia's expression was carefully controlled. Inside, her mind was racing.
Something still feels wrong. My brother wouldn't be investigating this facility if it were as simple as Garn makes it sound. This is a trap, I'm sure of it.
Garn led them into a room. It was white like the one they'd been in before, but this one was empty, just bare walls and a single door.
Why don't I give you time to think about it?
Garn said with a pleasant smile. He stepped back out of the room. The door closed behind him. They heard a lock click. Martha walked over and tried to handle. It didn't budge. Did we just get locked in here? Far outside the research facility, in the strange settlement surrounding it, 2 new figures arrived under the cover of darkness. Kyle looked around at the run-down buildings and suspicious-looking people.
Well, this place looks friendly.
Harry scanned the area with his enhanced senses.
This is definitely it. This is where the trail led.
All right, Kyle said with a confident smile.
Let's go find the girls.
They moved into the settlement, disappearing into the shadows. Ray woke up in his room at the inn. The bed next to him was completely empty. The sheets had been made by the maid yesterday morning, and this morning they remained untouched.
It feels quiet today,
Ray thought, staring at the empty bed. It was a strange thing to think. Outside his window, he could hear people talking, carriages rolling past on the cobblestone streets. Downstairs in the restaurant, the sounds of breakfast service drifted up, dishes clattering, voices calling orders. But despite all that noise, Ray felt alone.
It's been a while since I was completely on my own like this,
Ray realized. As soon as he woke, he checked his system to see if Slivia and Martha's names were still visible on the member list. Every time he checked, his heart would thump slightly louder in his chest. But after seeing their names still lit up, still alive, it would settle down again.
They're alive. That's something.
The problem was that communication with the system wasn't working. Whenever that happened, it meant his other abilities often wouldn't work with them either. Ray was unable to teleport to their side, unable to give or take mana from them, unable to send them messages. There had been cases like this a few times before. Ray knew the possible reasons. The first possibility was that Bliss was in trouble, the divine being who'd created the system. The system was partly linked to her, so if something happened to Bliss, the whole network could be affected.
But that can't be it. If Bliss was in any danger, my system wouldn't work with anyone. Yet it's still working fine with the Red Wing base. Besides, I don't think she will face any trouble while she is in the Red Wing's kingdom.
He'd even sent a message yesterday, asking if Bliss was okay. Their response had been yes, she was fine. Which left the other possibility, the one that was far more worrying.
It's the shadow. It has to be,
Ray realized. Wherever Slivia and Martha were, whatever they were doing, something connected to the shadow was blocking out his abilities. The shadow plague had properties that interfered with magical connections.
Which means they're in serious danger,
Ray concluded. Knowing this, Ray made himself a promise. After today's arena fight, he would turn this entire city upside down looking for them.
Or was the saying inside out? I never get those expressions right,
Ray sighed. But before he could search, he had unfinished business to attend to. One more day at the arena to gather king-tier crystals. Heading to the arena, Ray could hear and see people looking at him, pointing, whispering excitedly. It was the last day of the competition before the facility shifted focus to the All-Kingdom tournament. The arena had promoted today's event like crazy. Ray arrived a little earlier than usual. Contestants were asked to beat the crowd to avoid the chaos of fans and spectators. But today, there were already a few people standing outside the arena entrance. 12, to be exact. Each wore different clothing with distinct symbols marking their kingdoms. These were the fighters selected for the All-Kingdom tournament. They'd met with Kyle and Harry at the tavern yesterday and heard about the arena competition. After witnessing the fights on the picture show screens, they'd come to see the potential contender in person. They wanted to watch today's battle, hoping to gather information on both Ness and Roki. However, Ray didn't really notice them at all. His head was down, and he was completely focused on his internal thoughts.
Slivia, Martha, where are you? I understand Kyle is also missing, but Harry? He's the most responsible and wise amongst them.
He walked on autopilot, taking one step at a time, barely aware of his surroundings. Among the tournament participants, a woman named Savannah stood side by side with her partner. She looked at Ray carefully as he approached.
That's him, the one who competed against Roki.
By her side was Bruno, a large man with a massive axe strapped to his back. In truth, Savannah had come today hoping to meet the bald-headed man from yesterday, Kyle. She couldn't stop thinking about the set of skills he'd displayed during their conversation at the tavern.
He's the real threat. The man in front of us has raw power, but that bald one was more skillful. He has to be the trump card the Red Wing Kingdom is hiding.
With Kyle's skills, he too could have entered the tournament directly, but it was obvious they'd chosen not to, keeping him as a hidden weapon.
Smart strategy,
Savannah admitted. Disappointed that Kyle hadn't come today, she felt like all they could do was watch Ray's performance and learn what they could. However, her partner Bruno was more interested in the man walking toward them right now.
You looked pretty strong yesterday. I'm hoping you can put on the same display today so we can earn some good coins.
He chuckled, stepping forward into Ray's path. But Ray's footsteps continued without pause. His head remained down, staring at the ground.
Is he ignoring me? Is there something mentally wrong with this guy?
Bruno's smile faded. He looked at the other tournament participants. They shrugged, equally confused. Clearly, the man was acting strangely.
Hello?
Bruno shouted louder, now standing directly in his path. Ray's body bumped into something large, Bruno's broad chest. Sorry, Ray said automatically. He noticed it was a person and simply altered his path slightly, walking around him without looking up.
This guy, he's treating me like an obstacle, not a person.
Bruno felt his frustration growing. For a large man, Bruno moved quickly. He swirled around and appeared in front of Ray again, blocking his path completely.
Hey, we ain't some nobodies, all right? Not like those idiot friends of yours,
Bob said, his voice rising. Friends, Ray said. For the first time, he lifted his head. He noticed all the people around him, 12 tournament participants, all watching.
What's happening?
Ray wondered, confused.
Yeah, that bald-headed friend of yours. He was so sure yesterday that you were going to take on the Emperor Tier Beast. We took every single coin he had. Thanks for that, by the way,
Bob said with a nasty smile. Savannah could tell what Bruno was trying to do.
He's trying to provoke a reaction, make him angry.
However, her assessment was only half right. Bruno thought that if he could get the person in front of him to fight a little right now, he might injure or tire him out before his arena match. Then there would be a clear winner today, Roki.
The gold we made yesterday could be doubled. I'd never have to work again. I could return to my kingdom and live like royalty,
Bruno thought greedily. Hearing Bruno's words, bald-headed friend, Ray could only think of one person.
Kyle. They met Kyle and Harry?
A loud noise cracked through the air. It happened so fast that no one understood what was happening at first. Then Bruno screamed. Ray had instantly slammed his own foot down onto Bruno's with tremendous force, creating a crater in the cobblestone beneath him. Bones crunched and shattered. Ray hadn't held back even a single bit. His foot continued to stay on top of Bruno's, pinning him in place. Ray wasn't going to let this man escape.
He knows where they are,
Ray thought. The next second, Ray pulled Bruno's head down toward his own. Bruno was a few inches taller, so Ray yanked hard. Ray's fingernails dug right into Bruno's neck, breaking skin. Blood started seeping from the puncture wounds. "Tell me, where are my friends?" Ray didn't shout. He spoke the words calmly, almost gently, but his eyes looked dead, completely empty of warmth or mercy. Bruno tried to lift his head up. He tried to move his crushed foot, but he could do neither. The pain was overwhelming, radiating up his entire leg. The only thing Bruno could do was try to punch the man in front of him with his free hand. He drew back his fist, ready to aim at Ray's pretty face. Suddenly, a searing heat erupted on the back of Bruno's neck, where Ray's fingers touched. It was entering his body, burning from the inside. Bruno had never felt pain like this in his entire life. His vision went white. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. All he could do was scream. "If you don't tell me where they are, I will boil your blood from the inside out." Ray's voice was still eerily calm. This time, his eyes were glowing red, actually glowing with an inner fire.
I will use the dragon's truth. I'll force the answer out of him if I have to.
But that's when he noticed his surroundings had changed. He'd been surrounded. All 11 of the other tournament participants now stood in a circle around him, their weapons drawn. Swords, spears, axes, bows, all pointed at Ray.
"Let him go! This is too much!"
Savannah cried out, her sword raised but trembling. She was at a loss for words, unsure what to actually do. She thought maybe a small fight would break out, some posturing and threats, but this was different.
"Bruno can't even move. I've never seen him look so helpless. What is this man doing to him?"
We shall fight in the All-Kingdom tournament,
a calm older man said, his staff planted in the ground.
There is no need for us to get physical out here. This solves nothing.
"If you refuse to listen, then we will have no choice but to stop you from hurting that man further. I know this isn't fair. 12 against 1, but you attacked him without provocation,"
a young, righteous-looking blond man added, stepping forward. Ray looked around, quickly gauging all of their auras. There were 11 of them, and they were strong, genuinely skilled fighters representing their kingdoms.
It would be a tough fight to take them all on here,
Ray calculated, but he'd fought worse odds before.
"King tier crystal consumed. 26 of 100 points."
The system notification appeared in his vision. Ray felt the crystal's energy flooding through his body, adding new strength. His muscles felt denser, his reflexes sharper. He released Bruno's neck, but kept his foot firmly planted on the man's crushed foot. Bruno collapsed to his knees, gasping and sobbing in pain. Ray looked at each of the 11 fighters surrounding him, meeting their eyes one by one. "If none of you tell me where my friends are, then I will bury every single one of you right here." The 2 girls and Roy were trapped in a white room. There was absolutely nothing inside, just 4 blank walls, a ceiling, and a floor. The space was square-shaped with only a single door in front of them.
"This door is definitely made of glytherium,"
Slivia thought, running her hand along its surface. When they'd first been shoved into the room, Slivia had immediately started examining everything. Although the walls were painted white, they weren't perfect. Scratch marks covered the surfaces everywhere she looked. Pieces of dried blood stained some areas, and the same dark streaks marked the door.
"These marks, they're from claws, from struggling."
"Is this one of the rooms where they kept the beasts?" Martha asked quietly, noticing the same evidence.
"It has to be,"
Slivia confirmed.
If a beast with their strength wasn't able to break down one of these doors,
Slivia thought grimly,
then we stand no chance.
they had no equipment, no weapons, only their bare hands. Slivia couldn't imagine any normal human breaking through Glytherium.
Well, there's one person I could imagine doing it.
An image of Ray appeared in her mind, furious, unstoppable. The three of them searched the room thoroughly, trying to find any weakness, any way out. They checked every corner, every wall, every inch of the door frame. But it seemed completely impossible.
I think we're trapped in here,
Martha finally said, sitting down on the floor with a heavy sigh. She'd given up searching, and her feet were starting to feel sore from pacing.
You mean everything they said was a lie? They don't really want to make us guards?
Roy exclaimed angrily.
Maybe we saw too much. Maybe we weren't meant to see the beasts they keep here,
Slivia replied.
Okay, I understand that. But then wouldn't it be easier to just silence us permanently? Kill us and dispose of the bodies?
Roy said, pacing now.
He has a point,
Slivia admitted mentally. While in this room, even with his fire magic powers, Roy knew there wouldn't be much he could do. The walls were probably fireproof, and the Glytherium door certainly was. If he'd been outside, he would have at least had a fighting chance to escape. In the end, Roy too gave up and sat down in frustration, leaning against the wall.
Sorry about this. It was our fault for getting you into this mess,
Slivia said, looking at Roy with genuine regret. Roy snapped.
You're right. I don't know why I even followed you two in the first place.
But he stopped himself.
No, it's not the girl's fault. I chose to come.
He'd been experiencing a run of bad luck ever since he'd encountered that Ness person at the arena. Maybe he'd done some terrible things in his past life to deserve this karma.
But I thought saving these girls might bring something good. I thought it might redeem me, even a little.
The reason for keeping us here, this is a research facility, so maybe they plan to use us as research subjects,
Slivia said thoughtfully. The words hung in the air, heavy and ominous. This certainly dampened the mood for all of them. Martha's face went pale. Roy stopped fidgeting. Martha said slowly,
If that's the case, then they have to open the door eventually, right? To take us to the labs. Maybe that's our chance. We wait for them to open the door, then we fight our way out,
Slivia agreed. The three of them continued staying inside the room. They had no choice. To stop themselves from going completely insane, they started playing simple games with each other.
Okay, animals that start with A. I'll go first. Aardvark,
Martha began.
Antelope,
Slivia said.
Alligator?
Roy offered.
That's an A too,
Martha confirmed.
Keep going.
They moved through the alphabet, then switched to fruits, then countries, then anything they could think of. This continued for what felt like hours, though they had no way to tell how much time had actually passed.
We're losing track of time already,
Slivia noted with concern. Eventually, they all felt their stomachs growl with hunger. The sound echoed embarrassingly in the silent room. The girls were especially hungry, since they hadn't eaten the food when they'd first arrived at the facility either.
If they want to use us as experiments, they can't just starve us to death, right? They need us alive?
Martha asked, worried.
You'd think so, but I'm not sure they care about comfort,
Slivia said. It didn't make sense to starve test subjects, but nothing about this place made sense. With nothing else to do, and their energy fading, they eventually all fell asleep on the hard floor. When they woke up, nothing had changed. No one had come to speak to them. The room looked exactly the same. The only difference was that their thirst had increased, and their hunger had become a constant, gnawing pain.
I wonder if a whole day has passed,
Slivia mumbled to herself, trying to calculate time based on how hungry she felt.
Are you trying to figure out how long we're going to survive in this hellhole?
Martha asked. She was rubbing her hands against the walls again, seeing if there was anything she'd missed yesterday in her search.
There has to be something.
Some weakness, some crack,
Martha thought desperately. However, Slivia was biting her fingernails, thinking about something entirely different.
No, I'm worried about a certain person.
Suddenly, things got interesting for Martha. She stopped searching and turned around, a small smile on her face despite their situation.
Is it Ray?
Martha asked knowingly.
It is,
Slivia admitted.
but not for the reason you're thinking. She always assumes it's romantic, and mostly it is, but that's not what I'm worried about right now,
Slivia thought.
If Ray can't find us and we go missing for a few days, what do you think he would do?
Martha thought about it for a moment. Then the realization hit her, and she gulped with fear.
He would start a war with the Empire. He'd tear this city apart until he found us.
Roy, who'd been listening to all of this quietly, suddenly started laughing.
Are you too crazy? Who in their right mind would ever start a war with the Empire? Who even has the power to go up against them?
He looked at them like they'd lost their senses.
I've seen your skills. I've seen your equipment. Maybe you're here for the All-Kingdom tournament, and you think you're great warriors. Maybe your kingdom pampered you and told you you're the best.
He stood up, gesturing emphatically.
But even I know, and I'm in this mess with you. The Empire has strong people, scarily strong people who could take out intermediate-tier beasts with ease. Your friend, whoever he is, would be crushed.
You wouldn't understand,
Slivia said firmly, meeting his eyes.
It isn't about whether he thinks he would win or lose. That man will do anything for those close to him. Anything.
Even if it means certain death?
Roy asked.
Especially then,
Martha added. Roy could tell the girls were completely serious about this. They were getting sensitive about the topic, so he decided to keep his mouth shut.
There's no changing their minds. They truly believe this person will come for them.
Finally, something happened. Inside the room, a small flap on the door opened, a slot they hadn't noticed before. A small metal box was pushed through and fell to the floor with a clatter. Roy immediately jumped up and ran over to the container.
Wait,
Slivia called out.
Don't!
But it was too late. Roy had already opened it. He'd thought they were finally giving them food or water. His mouth had been watering at the possibility. But instead, all he saw were 3 syringes filled with the strange black liquid.
If you inject the needles, then we will provide you with food and water,
A voice said from nowhere. It sounded like it came from a speaker hidden somewhere behind one of the walls. The girls didn't say a word. They moved to the corner of the room and sat down together, backs against the wall.
Wait,
Roy said, looking between the syringes and the girls.
Aren't you going to take it? We'll die if we don't drink or eat soon.
You go ahead. We're not stopping you, but we're not going to give in to their demands,
Martha said coldly.
I'm not saying I'll die here, but I will wait until the very last second before I do anything,
Slivia added. Roy thought these two were absolutely crazy. They'd already checked the room several times. There was no escape. And because of the feeding flap, the guards weren't going to open the door anytime soon.
But they're not refusing completely. They're just refusing for now. They're buying time.
Then his mind went back to their earlier conversation.
It couldn't be. Are they actually expecting that guy to come and save them? Are they waiting for a rescue?
Although Roy didn't believe in this mysterious person, didn't believe anyone could possibly find them or fight the Empire, he found himself inspired by their stubborn willpower. In the end, Roy put the container down and went to sit with them.
I won't be beaten by you two. If I'm the only one who gets to eat, it wouldn't be fair, would it?
The 2 girls smiled at him, the first genuine smiles they'd shared since being trapped.
He's not so bad,
Martha thought. However, their resolve was immediately tested. Suddenly, an aroma started filling the room. From somewhere outside, probably near the door, they could smell something cooking. Meat, bread, and something savory and delicious.
They're trying to break us,
Slivia realized. In an instant, saliva started dripping from Roy's mouth. His stomach growled so loudly it echoed.
That's cruel,
Roy muttered. trying not to breathe through his nose.
Just how long can this fool last?
Both girls thought simultaneously, sharing a glance. But they had to give Roy credit. He didn't move toward the syringes. He sat there, suffering but holding firm. Outside that white room, another event was unfolding. Two boys had entered the strange facility, Harry and Kyle. They'd been told the same set of rules as the girls had been. At first, they were reluctant to hand over their weapons.
This is ridiculous. How do we know you'll give them back?
Kyle had complained.
Those are the rules. No exceptions,
the guard had replied flatly. Harry had given Kyle a look that said, just comply.
Fine,
Kyle had grumbled, handing over his sword. But what choice did they really have? When they'd first arrived, they'd known immediately they were in the right place. The reason? As soon as they'd entered the walled facility, Harry had tried to send Ray a message through the system, but the message didn't send. He tried again. Nothing.
Kyle,
Harry had whispered,
try sending a message to Ray.
Kyle attempted it, but his message also failed to send.
System's not working,
Kyle confirmed quietly. Now that they both were sure that Martha and Slivia were in the same place, they decided to continue with their investigation. However, their style of searching, though, was completely different from Slivia's cautious investigation. Kyle immediately got to work, loudly and obviously.
What are you doing?
Harry called out as Kyle started approaching random people.
What? This wasn't against any of the rules they told us,
Kyle replied innocently.
Excuse me,
Kyle said to a middle-aged woman walking by.
Have you happened to see a blonde girl and a brown-haired girl together here? They should be around our age. Pretty, well-dressed.
The woman looked confused and shook her head, hurrying away. Kyle moved to the next person.
Hey there, seen two young women, one blonde, one brunette?
Kyle, you're drawing attention,
Harry hissed. Kyle just ignored Harry's warnings and continued. He was going around asking everyone about the girls, not caring who saw him or heard him. From a guard tower overlooking the compound, two guards watched the commotion with interest.
Boss, seems like there are a couple of guys looking for those girls we brought in yesterday.
Kyle and Harry moved through the settlement compound, stopping people at random. Kyle showed no concern about drawing attention. He just kept asking his questions loudly.
Excuse me,
Kyle called a woman carrying laundry.
Have you seen two young women? One blonde, one with brown hair?
The woman shook her head and hurried past.
What about you? Two girls, maybe yesterday or today?
Kyle asked a man sitting outside his door. The man just stared at him blankly and went back inside.
Nobody's talking,
Harry observed, watching the pattern repeat. Most people genuinely had no idea who Kyle was talking about. The girls had only been at the facility for a few hours before disappearing. In a place this large, with everyone keeping to themselves, it wasn't surprising that no one had noticed them. While Kyle continued his interrogation, Harry noticed something concerning. Guards positioned throughout the compound were watching them, whispering to each other. They were pointing in their direction.
We're being watched,
Harry realized. He couldn't decide if this was good or bad. Maybe attracting attention would force someone's hand, lead them to wherever the girls were being held.
Or maybe it'll just get us in the same trouble they're in,
Harry thought. After dozens of rejections, someone finally answered.
Yeah, I saw them,
a middle-aged man said, stopping when Kyle approached him.
Really? Finally! Where?
Kyle exclaimed, his face lighting up.
His plan actually worked,
Harry thought, surprised.
Last time I saw them, they were bothering that guy who used to live over there, room 47,
the man said, pointing across the courtyard.
Used to?
Kyle caught the past tense immediately.
Yeah, he's gone. Put in his week's notice and they took him away. Saw the guards escort him out maybe an hour ago,
the man explained.
Damn it!
Kyle stomped his foot hard on the ground, frustration pouring out.
Our only lead just vanished,
Harry thought. The informant's eyes suddenly went wide, his gaze fixed on something behind them. Without another word, he turned and rushed back to his room, slamming the door.
What was that about?
Kyle wondered aloud. When they turned around, they found themselves face to face with several guards. The guards wore friendly smiles that didn't match their eyes. It was a trap. All Kyle and Harry could do now was play along and see where this led.
Hello there. We couldn't help but notice you two. You both look quite strong,
one guard said cheerfully.
We are,
Kyle replied with a confident grin, puffing out his chest slightly.
Kyle, please read the situation,
Harry thought, resisting the urge to elbow his friend. The guards exchanged quick glances.
These idiots are making this too easy,
their expressions seemed to say.
Listen, the research center is looking for strong volunteers for a new trial we're conducting. Since you're here anyway, and you'll need to do at least one trial eventually, you might as well get it done now, right?
The guard smiled wider.
Plus, I heard there are extra rewards for this particular study. Good compensation. I wanted to give you boys a heads up before we post it on the bulletin board.
Then, surprisingly, the guards simply walked away without pressing further.
That was odd. They're not forcing us, they're letting us choose.
Harry was surprised.
So, what do you think?
Kyle asked once they were alone.
About what? About what they just said. Obviously it's a trap, right? They probably did the same thing to Slivia and Martha. Come on, you had to notice everyone staring at us while we were asking around,
Kyle replied. Kyle gestured at the compound.
This whole place is fishy, like dead fish rotting in summer heat fishy.
He looked at Harry expectantly.
I thought you were supposed to be the great white knight tactician. Surely you noticed all this?
Harry was completely stunned.
Of course I noticed. I just didn't realize Kyle had been noticing too.
The whole time, he'd thought Kyle was just being his usual reckless self, not paying attention. But Kyle had been aware of the trap from the beginning.
I guess there really was a good reason he replaced Monk as Black Sash Master Knight,
Harry admitted mentally.
You're right. It's obviously a trap, but we don't have any other options. This is our only lead.
So we walk straight into it?
Kyle asked.
What else can we do? We have no idea where they're keeping the girls.
Kyle nodded.
All right then, let's spring the trap.
They headed toward the research facility building together. When they entered, Harry immediately noticed the guards' reactions. Several recognized them right away, started whispering, making eye contact with each other.
They were expecting us. This was planned from the moment we started asking questions,
Harry confirmed. The guards tried to be subtle about their communication, but for trained knights like Harry and Kyle, the signals were obvious. At the registration desk, the clerk handed them a form. Harry glanced at it, completely different from the forms other people were receiving. Standard forms had multiple trial options listed, different studies, different risk levels, different time commitments. Their form had exactly one option. Just one trial, no alternatives.
I'm so sorry,
the young woman behind the desk said with an apologetic smile.
All the other trial slots filled up just before you arrived, but someone mentioned you two specifically, said you'd be perfect for this special study. We held these last two spots just for you.
She beamed at them like she was doing them a favor.
They're using her innocent appearance to manipulate people. Does this actually work on anyone?
Harry thought with disgust. He glanced at Kyle. His partner's face was bright red, completely flustered by the pretty clerk.
It works. It definitely works,
Harry realized.
We'll take it,
Kyle said enthusiastically. Harry grabbed Kyle's arm and pulled him aside, whispering urgently.
Are you completely sure about this? They made this trial specifically for us. It's obviously dangerous. I thought we'd at least blend in with the normal trials, but this...
Stop worrying so much, Kyle interrupted. What would Ray do if he were here?
Harry paused. If Ray were in this situation, he wouldn't waste time with trials or registration. He'd probably just break down doors until he found Slivia and Martha.
Ray wouldn't hesitate for a second,
Harry admitted. Fine, let's do it, Harry sighed. They were escorted deep into the research building, through several sterile corridors, until they reached a completely white room. White walls, white floor, white ceiling, nothing else. The door remained wide open behind them.
They want us to think we can leave whenever we want. They are providing us with a false sense of security,
Harry noted.
We'll be right back. Just need to prepare the equipment,
A doctor in a white lab coat said pleasantly. He left, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Kyle looked around the empty room. So what do you think they're planning? Nothing good, Harry replied. Moments later, the door crashed shut. Heavy locks engaged with loud metallic clicks. Harry closed his eyes and shook his head slowly. Why do I let you convince me to do stupid things? Because I'm charming? Kyle offered. No. Strange mechanical noises started echoing from beneath them. Grinding gears, hydraulic hissing. Both boys immediately dropped into fighting stances. Part of the white floor began opening, panels sliding apart to reveal a dark shaft below. A platform slowly rose, bringing something with it. Get down! Harry shouted, dropping to the floor. Kyle looked at the emerging creature. Get down? Why? It's just a... Wait, is that a frog? The frog's tongue shot out like a whip, moving faster than seemed possible for something that size. Harry had already sensed something wrong with the beast, that dark, corrupted energy radiating from it. Shadow infection. They're testing infected beasts on people. The beast's tongue wrapped around Kyle's forearm, sticky and unnaturally strong. The frog pulled with tremendous force, trying to drag Kyle toward its gaping mouth. Kyle's arm jerked forward several inches, then stopped completely. You'll need more strength than that, Kyle said calmly. He channeled his ki, energy flooding through his body. Then he reversed the pull, yanking the frog off its platform and into the air. While the beast was airborne and vulnerable, Harry moved. He launched himself upward from his crouched position, fist driving up into the frog's soft belly. The uppercut connected with devastating force, sending the creature even higher. Green fluid sprayed from its mouth. The tongue remained attached to Kyle's arm. As gravity pulled the frog back down, Kyle was ready. He gathered all his strength into his right fist. When the frog came within range, Kyle's punch crushed into the creature's skull. The impact echoed through the room. The frog hit the floor and didn't move again. Intermediate tier, Harry assessed, checking the corpse. Too easy, Kyle said, unwrapping the tongue from his arm. In a control room elsewhere, a man in a white coat watched monitors showing the white room.
Interesting. These two just killed an intermediate-tier infected beast with their bare hands. No weapons, no hesitation. Where did they come from? What are they doing at this facility? Sir, the technician at the control panel asked, should we send in the advanced tier specimen?
The observer thought for a moment.
No, they'd defeat it too easily. I can tell from how they move. They're highly trained. Then what? Skip to king tier. Let's see what they're really capable of,
the observer ordered. The technician's face went pale.
Well, sir, the last time we used a king tier specimen, there was an incident. The containment breach? I'm aware, the observer interrupted. Do it anyway.
The technician swallowed hard, but followed orders.
I hope we don't regret this,
he thought. Back in the white room, Kyle and Harry caught their breath.
Well, that wasn't bad. We make a good team,
Kyle said with a grin. Before Harry could reply, the mechanical sound started again, louder this time, the grinding of much heavier machinery.
Round 2,
Harry said, taking his stance again. The floor panels opened wider than before. A much larger platform began rising. When the creature emerged, both boys felt their confidence evaporate. It was enormous, a wolf-like beast 3 times the size of the frog, but corrupted, twisted. Its fur was patchy and diseased, purple veins pulsing beneath the skin. Its eyes glowed red with shadow infection.
and the power radiating from it was unmistakable. King Tyr.
Oh,
Kyle said quietly.
Yeah.
Harry agreed. The beast snarled, a sound like grinding metal mixed with screaming. Saliva dripped from its jaws, hissing when it hit the floor.
Oh heavens, we are only 2 of us against a King Tyr-infected beast. And worst, we don't have our weapons. What are we going to do now?
The beast took 1 step toward them. The floor shook. Kyle suddenly shouted,
Harry, I think it's time we made some serious noise. Maybe Ray will hear us.
Harry was confused for a moment.
What do you mean?
Then he saw Kyle's body beginning to change. Muscles expanding, skin darkening, claws extending from fingertips. The beasting transformation. Kyle was going into his beast form, no longer holding back his power.
I have never seen anything as hideous as you know. Just want to let you know before we beat the shit out of you.
Kyle was ready, and so was Harry. A truly ugly beast stared them in the face. Its lower body resembled a giant insect, 4 segmented legs planted firmly on the ground, each ending in sharp points. But its upper body was upright, almost humanoid. From its shoulders extended 4 limbs, segmented from shoulder to elbow, ending not in hands, but in razor-sharp blades like a praying mantis. Its mouth hung open slightly, revealing hundreds of sharp, razor-like teeth. Green liquid dripped continuously from its jaws. 2 large, circular red eyes dominated its head. No pupils, no iris, just solid red. Somehow, that made it even more menacing. Its body was covered in a blue chitinous shell with a slightly brown underbelly. Both boys immediately recognized the corrupted energy radiating from the creature. A realization struck Harry.
This is why the girls came here. They were investigating Shadow's presence. The Empire must be using the Shadow Plague somehow.
The beast wasn't enormous, only slightly larger than a full-grown man, but the power emanating from it was suffocating.
King Tyr,
Harry assessed. With no weapons, there was only one option: transform into their beast forms. The creature moved first. Its bladed arm swung toward Harry, who was closer. But Harry hesitated for a split second, unsure whether they should reveal their transformations or try to hide their abilities. That single moment of hesitation nearly cost him his life. The blade arm swung faster than Harry had anticipated. Even though he sensed the attack coming and moved before it fully connected, the tip of the blade slashed across his chest. Blood immediately began flowing.
This thing is too fast,
Harry realized. He dodged again, twisting his body. Another cut opened on his shoulder. He rolled left, another slash across his ribs. Each time he moved, the beast was already swinging again, cutting him in the process.
It's toying with me,
Harry thought desperately. Finally, his back hit the wall. Nowhere left to go except down. Harry dropped, and the blade swept past his head so close he felt the wind from it. A whip-crack sound echoed through the room from the sheer speed of the attack.
If only I had my weapons, I could at least defend myself properly,
Harry thought. The beast raised both blade arms for a finishing strike. Harry knew he was too slow to roll away from this position. The creature brought its blades down. A loud metallic sound rang out. The blades rebounded off something hard, lifting back into the air. In front of Harry now stood Kyle, shirtless, his back facing the beast. His shirt had been torn completely off by the transformation.
Ha 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 ha! Fear the strength of the turtle.
When selecting beast crystals back at the academy, Kyle had gotten one of the last picks, since the others chose first. He'd been so upset about it that he'd randomly grabbed a turtle crystal without even looking. After discovering what he'd chosen, Kyle had been depressed for days.
Of all the beasts we killed, I got stuck with one of the easiest ones, and it's defensive. I wanted something offensive,
Kyle had complained at the time. But it wasn't completely useless. When Kyle activated his beast form, one specific area of his body hardened dramatically, his back. However, only his back hardened. He couldn't shift the hardening to other body parts yet, not at his current level as a basic tier human-beast hybrid. He'd also discovered an affinity for water-based abilities, though he hadn't learned any actual skills yet. So, right now, all his beast transformation did was harden his back. Combined with his key reinforcement, he'd managed to stop the beast's strike. "Ow!" Kyle suddenly shouted. "Why does it still hurt?" Harry looked down. A pool of blood was forming by Kyle's feet. The attack had still penetrated through both the hardening and the key reinforcement. Harry analyzed quickly. "We thought it was an advanced tier beast that got infected. Maybe it's effectively king tier in power, but if it cut through Kyle's defense..." Harry second-guessed his assessment. "It has to be a king tier beast with emperor tier power. We're severely outmatched." "Kyle, we can't win, not without our weapons," Harry shouted, pulling his friend away as the creature prepared another attack. "Then what do we do?" Kyle yelled back. Harry glanced at the wall where he'd been cornered moments ago. A clean cut marked the surface, not just a scratch or groove. When the beast had missed him, its blade had gone straight through the solid material. "That's it." "Come on," Harry said, running toward the Glytherium door. "Harry, we can't break that," Kyle protested, following. "It's made of Glytherium. Even we can't." "We can't," Harry interrupted, "but it can." Understanding flashed across Kyle's face. "Oh, brilliant!" The beast followed them, as expected. They were the only moving targets in the sealed room. When the creature positioned itself for another attack, both boys used everything they had: ki, beast strength, timing, and jumped to opposite sides. The beast's diagonal slash hit the Glytherium door dead center. The top half of the door panel fell away, crashing to the hallway floor on the other side. "That's our exit," Harry shouted. Now fully committed, Harry triggered his own transformation. Small scales appeared across his body, particularly along his arms and neck. His eyes changed shape, pupils becoming narrow slits. His tongue thinned and forked slightly at the tip. The snake transformation. "All right, snake boy," Kyle said with a grin. "You got this." "Don't slow me down, turtle boy," Harry shot back. They both charged forward simultaneously. Harry went first. The beast tried to attack him, all four blade arms swinging in a deadly pattern. But Harry's body was now far more flexible than before, joints bending at unnatural angles, spine twisting impossibly. He weaved through the attacks like water flowing around stones, making each blade slip harmlessly past. "The snake form gives me flexibility I never had as a human," Harry thought. "I can work with this." While Harry occupied the creature's attention, Kyle jumped through the broken upper half of the door, landing in the hallway. When Harry was ready, he performed one final full-body twist, slipping past all four arms. Then he dove through the opening. They were out. Running was their only option now. "Where do we go?" Kyle asked as they sprinted down the corridor. "We need to get our weapons first," Harry replied. They stopped briefly when they realized the beast wasn't following them. The beast charged through the remainder of the Glytherium door, smashing it completely open. The entire frame shattered. Red emergency lights began flashing throughout the hallway. Alarm sirens wailed. The two boys stood in a long corridor lined with multiple doors, all identical to the one they'd just escaped, all leading to similar white testing rooms. The beast opened its mouth wide, showing rows of sharp teeth. Then it released a cry, a loud wobbling screech that echoed through the entire facility. "What is it doing?" Kyle wondered. Shortly after, several answering cries came from the beasts locked inside the other rooms. Different pitches, different tones, but all responding to the call. "Oh no," Harry realized. "It's calling the others." The first beast approached the nearest door and slashed with its blade hand. A few seconds later, the door fell inward. A new creature emerged, some kind of wolf-like thing with too many limbs. Then the first beast moved to the next door. It's releasing them all, Harry thought with growing horror. In the control room, a man in a white coat watched the security monitors in disbelief.
This beast, he said slowly, it has intelligence. It's deliberately freeing the other specimens.
His hands trembled as he reached for the emergency communication device.
This is bad, he muttered. We need help. We need it now.
He pressed the alarm.
All security teams to sub-level 3. We have a containment breach. Multiple specimens loose. This is not a drill.
Inside the white room where Roy and the girls were still trapped, their stomachs continued growling with hunger, but not one of them had given in to the temptation yet. Roy had gotten up several times, picked up the syringe, held it near his arm, but never injected himself. Each time, he'd put it back down with shaking hands. Seeing how much Roy struggled against his natural urges, the girls felt grateful. He was a good man. They were glad to be locked in with him rather than some stranger who might have hurt them. Then they heard it. A loud, inhuman cry echoed through the facility, deep and resonant enough to reach them on the second floor. "What was that?" Martha asked, standing up. Sirens began blaring. Red emergency lights flashed through the gap under their door. The sound of numerous guards' boots thundered past their room, dozens of people running towards some emergency. "What's going on?" Martha asked. "Was there another beast breakout?" That's when she noticed Slivia. Her friend was leaning over, still sitting on the floor but hunched forward. Slivia grasped at her belly as if she were sick, her face contorted in pain. "Are you okay?" Martha asked, kneeling beside her. "I don't know. Something inside me. It's reacting to that beast's call," Slivia gasped. Her breathing was labored. "What does that mean?" Martha thought with alarm. "The injection. The black liquid they gave her." Slivia stood up slowly, shakily from the ground. Martha reached out to help steady her. "Let me—" Slivia's hand shot out and slapped Martha's away. "That's not like her. Something's wrong, really wrong," Martha realized. Slivia walked toward the door like she was in a trance. Her movements were jerky, unnatural. She looked down at the metal container on the floor, the one with the remaining syringes. "Slivia, what are you doing?" Martha said cautiously. Before Martha could move, before she could understand what was happening, Slivia bent down and picked up all 3 remaining syringes from the case. "Slivia, no!" Martha shouted, finally understanding, but it was too late. Slivia pressed all 3 needles against her arm, 1, 2, 3, and injected them simultaneously. The black liquid flooded into her bloodstream, far more than anyone was supposed to receive. "Slivia!" Martha screamed, rushing forward. Ray jumped up from his corner. "What is she doing?" Slivia collapsed to the floor again. This time it looked like she'd passed out completely from the sudden injection of all 3 syringes. "Why would she do such a thing?" Martha thought, confusion and fear mixing together. She rushed toward her fallen friend, but as soon as she got within reach, something happened. A jolt ran through Martha's body. A shiver shot down her spine. Every instinct she had screamed at her to get away, to run, to flee, to escape. Martha paused mid-step, not wanting to go any closer. "But it's Slivia. She is my friend. I have to help her." "What's wrong?" Roy asked from the back of the room. He hadn't rushed to help either. He was waiting to see what would happen, staying cautious. After all, who knew what was really in those injections they'd been so desperate for people to take? "I'm glad I didn't give in, not even for food," Roy thought, watching nervously. A few seconds passed. Then Slivia started to wake up. Small groans escaped her lips. Her arms began twitching. "You're okay," Martha said with a relieved smile. Slivia lifted her head. But then Martha's smile died instantly. She gulped hard.
No, she's not okay at all.
Slivia's left eye no longer had any white visible. It had been completely taken over by purple shadow, dark and swirling like living darkness. And it was starting to creep into her other eye, spreading slowly across her face.
Is she becoming a true infected?
Martha realized with horror.
Hey, stand back!
Roy suddenly said, finding his courage. He grabbed Martha's arm and pulled her back toward where he'd been standing. Sweat poured down Slivia's forehead. She gritted her teeth so hard it looked painful. Her whole body tensed, muscles straining. Inside her mind, Slivia could feel something trying to take control. A presence, dark and hungry, trying to push her consciousness aside, trying to take her body for itself.
No, I won't let you take control of me. This is my body.
She could tell something, some force from the shadow, wanted to control her completely. The fight continued inside her mind, a battle of wills. Back and forth, push and pull. Slivia started screaming. She pounded her fist on the floor over and over.
Did the liquid make her go mad?
Roy asked, backing further away. Martha couldn't take it anymore. Watching her friend suffer, fight, scream, it was unbearable.
No matter what happens to me, she needs someone by her side.
Breaking away from Roy, Martha dashed across the room and reached Slivia in seconds. That same dreaded feeling washed over her again, the instinctive terror, the warning that something dangerous and wrong was right in front of her. But this time, Martha did everything she could to ignore it.
She's my friend. I won't abandon her.
She went even further. She grabbed onto Slivia's hand, holding it tight.
I know. I'm here, sweetie. We all are. We can fix this. Ray will fix this,
Martha said softly. Hearing Martha's voice seemed to help. Feeling her friend's touch, her support, it made Slivia's internal fight stronger. Then Martha mentioned Ray's name.
Ray, I have to see him again. I have to stay myself.
That determination, that desire, it added fuel to Slivia's resistance. She wasn't going to let this shadow presence win. Finally, after several agonizing minutes, the sweating stopped. The groans of pain faded. Martha felt Slivia's hand relax, no longer squeezing with desperate strength.
Thank you,
Slivia said in a soft, calm voice. She smiled weakly. But it wasn't all good news. When Martha looked at her friend's face, she could still see that the left eye was completely filled with shadow. Purple darkness swirled where white should be.
Maybe we suppressed it, but for how long? Why did you take the injection, Slivia? We still can't get out of here,
Martha asked gently.
Something.
Slivia paused, trying to find the words.
Something was telling me to.
Who? Martha asked. Slivia's expression changed. Her shadow-corrupted eyes seemed to focus on the door.
Something's coming,
Slivia said urgently. She stood up and positioned Martha behind her back protectively, then took several steps back toward the wall.
She can sense it. Whatever the shadow did to her, it changed her senses,
Martha realized. Screams echoed from outside in the hallway. They didn't last long before cutting off abruptly.
Silence is worse than screaming,
Roy thought. Footsteps approached, slow, deliberate, heavy. The door, the supposedly unbreakable Glytherium door, was suddenly pulled open. Standing in the doorway was a creature unlike anything they'd seen before. It had the body and head of an ant, segmented, chitinous, alien. But it stood on two legs like a human. Its posture was upright, almost casual.
Humanoid beast,
Roy recognized immediately. The girls could clearly see shadow corruption covering its body, dark energy radiating from it in waves. The creature looked at the three of them. Then its gaze locked directly onto Slivia's eyes. Eye contact. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. All three humans felt crushing pressure descend on them, like being buried under a mountain, like drowning in deep water.
I can't breathe,
Martha thought, her chest refusing to work. The pressure was unlike anything they'd experienced before. Even Martha, who'd faced king-tier beasts, had never felt anything this overwhelming.
This thing could kill us all without even trying,
Roy realized. Then, in a blink, the shadow ant disappeared. Gone. The pressure lifted instantly. All three of them gasped for air.
I can't believe we just survived that,
Roy said, his entire body drenched in sweat.
What was that?
Martha asked, still shaking.
It was a beast, but it looked human and infected, all at the same time.
That was a humanoid beast. They're very rare, in a class of their own. Most likely that beast was even above Emperor tier, and it was shadow infected on top of that,
Roy explained, his voice trembling. He looked at the open doorway.
Even if I used all my strength and all my fire magic, I don't think I could have killed that thing. We would have just died.
The girls truly realized how lucky they were that the beast had chosen to leave them alone.
But why? Why did it spare us?
Slivia wondered. The voice she'd heard in her head earlier, she'd thought it came from the shadow itself, but had it actually come from that ant creature?
Was it talking to me? We need to go, now,
Slivia said. Not wasting any more time, the three of them ran out into the hallway. The scene that greeted them was horrific. The hallway was painted with blood. Around 10 knights lay dead, bodies torn apart, armor shredded. Not a single person remained alive. Every door along the corridor stood open.
All the test chambers are open. All the beasts are free,
Martha realized. They could hear screaming more clearly now. The sounds came from outside the building. Dozens of voices crying out in terror and pain.
Come on, let's get out of here,
Slivia said. They ran through the research facility corridors. Everywhere they looked, they saw more death. Knights, guards, doctors in white coats. Everyone was dead.
Did the shadow ant do all this?
Martha wondered. When they reached the first floor, they found dead beasts as well among the human corpses.
Something broke all the shadow beasts free,
Slivia realized, looking at the opened containment doors. They stood for a moment, taking in the carnage. Then the noise from outside grew louder. More screams, roars, explosions. That snapped their attention back. The three of them ran toward the exit. They emerged into what looked like a war zone. The entire compound was in chaos. Guards fought desperately against escaped beasts. Civilians ran screaming, trying to find safety. Some hid in buildings or behind walls. Beasts of all tiers roamed freely. Basic tier wolves, intermediate tier bears, and advanced tier creatures they couldn't identify.
This is a massacre,
Roy thought. The three survivors looked around frantically, searching for the humanoid ant beast. Most of the escaped creatures were insect-based, beetles, spiders, various types of ants. But none walked upright like humans. None carried that crushing pressure.
Hey,
Martha suddenly pointed.
isn't that Kyle and Harry?
Martha knew their beast forms well enough to recognize them despite the transformations. Right now, both boys held unconscious people in their arms, civilians they'd rescued, and they were fighting desperately against a familiar creature, the mantis beast from earlier. They still had no weapons, just their beast-enhanced bodies and their determination.
They're trying to protect those people, even though it's putting them in danger.
Roy was impressed, to say the least.
Your friends are idiots, just like you two. The beast they're fighting is strong. They'll die if they don't start thinking about themselves instead of saving others.
Before Roy could say more, Martha was already running toward the registration center, where their weapons were stored. Kyle and Harry remained in beast form, the only reason they'd survived this long. When the mantis beast had escaped its room, it had systematically freed other beasts from their containment. Kyle and Harry had used that opportunity to escape the building. But outside, they'd found civilians being slaughtered by other shadow-infected creatures. They'd saved many lives, carrying people to safety when they couldn't run themselves. The two unconscious civilians in their arms right now were the latest rescues. But the mantis beast seemed fixated on them. After freeing its fellow creatures, it had come straight for the boys.
Why does this thing hate us so much?
Kyle shouted, using his black sash footwork technique to avoid the blade strikes. But maintaining such intense movement was exhausting. His turtle-enhanced defense helped, but it wasn't enough. Harry had found a couple of swords from dead guards earlier, but the second he tried to use them against the mantis beast, they'd been cut in half like paper. Even my own weapons might not last against this thing, Harry thought grimly. Both boys were tired. Their movements were getting slower. The end seemed inevitable. Even if we drop the people we're carrying, we're too slow now. It'll kill us anyway, Kyle realized. The mantis beast raised all four blade arms for a finishing strike. Multiple objects shot past the boys' heads, slamming into the beast's body. A fireball, an arrow. The attack stopped the creature for a moment, but didn't cause significant damage. "Come on," a familiar voice called out. "Let's do this together." Kyle and Harry immediately put down the unconscious civilians, who were promptly dragged to safety by other survivors. The boys turned. Slivia, Martha, and a stranger stood there. Martha held her bow. The unknown man's hands still glowed with fire magic. The first thing the girls did was run forward and hand Kyle and Harry their weapons, their real weapons from the registration storage. "If we're together, we should be able to take down that thing," Slivia said, gripping her sword. Kyle and Harry both noticed Slivia's purple eye immediately. It was impossible to miss. The shadow corruption was obvious. What happened to her? Kyle thought with concern. But they chose not to say anything. Right now, they needed to focus on the threat in front of them. The five of them stood together, weapons ready, facing the mantis beast. The creature opened its mouth wide, showing hundreds of razor teeth. It released a cry, high-pitched and filled with rage. A vengeance cry, a promise of death. "It wants to kill us all," Slivia thought. But this time, they weren't unarmed victims. This time, they would fight back together. The battle was about to begin.
This man saw my friends. He's the only lead I have. I'm not letting him go.
Outside the arena, the Beast Hunt event was about to start in a few minutes. But before that, the crowd got to see another intense encounter between their new favorite contender, Ness, and the participants of the All Kingdoms tournament. Ray's right hand gripped the back of Bob's neck tightly. Every time Bob even thought about moving, Ray applied a slight heat with his fire magic, just enough to remind him who was in control. The other tournament participants had waited long enough. The first to attack was the young blonde man with the long sword, the righteous one who'd spoken about fairness earlier. He charged forward, sword raised high. Ray didn't move from his spot. He simply raised his gauntlet and defended against the blow. The impact was tremendous. The sword was knocked away so violently that it plunged into the ground and stuck there, embedded in the stone. Ray's gauntlet didn't have a single scratch on it.
What are those things made of?
The blonde warrior thought, staring at his trapped sword in disbelief. Before he could even recover, Ray's foot lashed out. The kick sent the blonde man flying across the arena entrance, tumbling over until he crashed into a wall.
What crazy power! I guess he really did fight that king-tier beast. I thought maybe the arena had altered what we saw on the screens, spiced it up with magic effects, but that doesn't seem to be the case at all, one of the older warriors said, watching from the back. This young man is the real deal, and if he is going to participate in the All Kingdoms tournament, it will be a difficult challenge for all other participants, the old warrior realized. 2 crossbow bolts came shooting from the side, fast, deadly accurate, but they were simple for Ray to block.
He wasn't even going to bother defending himself properly. Instead, he gripped Bruno's neck tighter, causing more blood to drip down. Then Ray lifted Bruno's massive body with just one hand and moved him directly in front of the incoming bolts. Both bolts pierced Bruno's back, going straight through his thick beast armor.
Ah!
Bruno screamed in pain. "I'm sorry," the female archer called out, horrified. "I didn't think he'd be so shameless."
He used Bruno as a shield. It's such an awful thing to do for a respectful warrior.
Another man shouted. The bolts had been made from beast crystal materials, high-quality ammunition. The bow itself was also enhanced. That's what made the attack strong enough to pierce Bruno's armor.
Even I would have been hurt if those hit me,
Ray acknowledged. Before Ray could assess further, 3 more warriors dashed in simultaneously. One held 2 short swords, a dual wielder. An old man carried a long spear, and Bruno's partner, Savannah, came in with 2 daggers. All 3 specialized in close-quarters combat. The idea of using magic flickered through Ray's mind, but then he remembered Slivia's warning.
Don't draw too much attention. Not unless we're ready to leave the Empire,
she'd said. And Ray was still planning to participate in the All-Kingdom tournament. He couldn't reveal too much yet.
Besides, it feels a lot better if I deal with the punishment directly anyway,
Ray thought, clenching his fist tighter. He watched all 3 warriors approach. With his dragon eyes, he could see where each one would strike. Their auras practically broadcast their intentions. The problem was simple. There was no way to avoid all 3 attacks while keeping hold of Bruno and not using magic.
I'll have to take at least 1 hit,
Ray calculated. The spear reached him first, having the longest range. Savannah jumped into the air for an overhead strike. The dual wielder came from below, aiming for Ray's legs.
No matter what you do now, one of us will get you for this,
Savannah shouted midair. Then, unexpectedly, Ray didn't dodge at all. He stood completely still and allowed the spear to pierce his body. It broke through his armor, penetrating several inches to his skin, then stopped.
This man's body, it's solid, nearly as strong as a beast's hide. What is this sorcery?
The old spearman gasped, pushing harder but gaining no ground.
This body is harder than advanced tier armor,
the spearman realized with growing fear. While the spear was embedded in his flesh, Ray dealt with the other 2 attacks. He stomped hard on the ground. A chunk of stone broke free and rose up, blocking the dual wielder's path from below. Then, while Savannah was still in midair, Ray channeled his ki and threw out a punch.
But his fist won't reach me from there. I have the range advantage with my daggers. Even if he's faster and can block one, I'll strike with the other,
Savannah thought confidently. The punch seemed to miss by several feet.
He miscalculated,
Savannah thought. Then the air itself moved. A loud crack echoed, like an invisible barrier breaking. Before Savannah understood what happened, something massive slammed into her stomach.
A ki blast,
she realized too late. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she crashed to the ground, unconscious.
In the past, I rarely used ki like this. Ki and mana came from the same pool. If I used too much ki, I wouldn't have enough mana for magic. But now I don't have to worry about that anymore,
Ray thought, getting ready to deal with the next attack. The remaining warriors repositioned themselves, trying to flank Ray from the side where Bruno wasn't blocking them.
There are 11 of us and only 1 of him. Even fighting 3 at once, he's taking injuries. We can win this.
The warriors were confident in their numbers. The old spearman managed to pull his spear free using his own ki. 2 more warriors joined him, ready to attack again. This time, the old man tried a different strategy. Instead of a deep thrust, he stabbed shallowly, just through the armor, barely piercing skin. Then he immediately pulled back and stabbed again, and again, and again.
Death by 1,000 cuts. If I can't pierce deep, I'll bleed him out,
the old man thought. After Ray dealt ki blasts to the next 2 attackers,
He knew he needed to stop the spear user. But the old man had anticipated this. He jumped backward, maintaining distance.
While Ray's holding Bruno, he can't move freely,
the spearman realized. Ray could twist and turn, block and counter, but running after people while holding a hostage was impossible. Still, the old man looked at the ground and saw 4 defeated warriors, supposedly the best fighters from their respective kingdoms, all taken down by one man.
And he did all this while holding Bob,
the spearman thought. Ray was bleeding quite heavily now from multiple puncture wounds across his body. The blood that dripped was a strange color, slightly red but mostly dark, almost black. In the heat of combat, the old man hadn't noticed, but now, looking at the tip of his spear, the blood coating it was definitely darker than normal human blood, much darker.
You! What are you?
The old man said, his voice trembling with fear. His eyes met Ray's. A cold chill entered the spearman's body. His forehead started sweating. Those eyes, they weren't human eyes. The intensity, the predatory focus.
This man hasn't shown us everything he has. If he wasn't holding Bruno, if he actually tried, how long would we last?
What is happening here?
A new voice called from behind. The old man didn't want to turn around. He felt that if he broke eye contact with Ray for even a second, he would be devoured right then and there. But the newcomer walked forward anyway, stepping directly in front of the spearman.
Do you not remember our promise, young man?
The person said. It was Roki, the veteran arena fighter. Roki continued, walking closer to Ray.
You said we would fight the Emperor Tier Beast. Compete together, did you not?
Roki looked at Ray carefully. The young man was standing strong, defiant, but he was covered in wounds, more hurt than he appeared.
If he's going to fight an Emperor Tier Beast, he needs to be in the best condition possible,
Roki thought sadly. A sad feeling entered Roki's heart.
He might have to withdraw from tomorrow's event. What a waste.
Let him go, Savannah suddenly shouted. She'd regained consciousness from Ray's key blast, though she could barely stand.
We don't know where your friends are. We saw them in the Flower Tavern the other day. That's the last time we saw them. We just made a stupid bet. A stupid bet!
Savannah cried desperately. Tears streamed down her face.
Please, just let Bruno go. We don't know anything else.
Ray heard her words. He looked at Roki standing before him.
If they really don't know where my friends are, then they are practically useless to me.
Finally, Ray released his grip. Bruno instantly fell to the ground like a sack of grain. He was still conscious, but he refused to get up, refused to even move.
I'm not standing in front of that monster.
Instead of walking toward the arena, Ray turned around. He started walking in the opposite direction, back toward the city. The warriors who hadn't joined the fight yet all drew their weapons out of fear, thinking he might attack again. But Ray walked right past them. When he reached Roki, he stopped briefly.
I'm sorry. I won't be taking part in today's event. I have to save them, Ray said quietly.
My friends need me. The arena doesn't matter. The tournament doesn't matter. Only they matter.
With that thought, Ray did not waste another moment. Then Ray was gone, running in the opposite direction back toward the city streets. The warriors injured by Ray began waking up from their heavy blows. The strikes had been strong, but not lethal. Thanks to their beast-enhanced armor, they'd been saved from fatal injuries. Still, their wounds needed immediate medical attention, especially if they wanted to be in top shape before the All-Kingdom tournament began. Bruno was hurt the most out of everyone, but not physically. Savannah could tell. She knelt beside him, checking his injuries. Other than the broken foot and some shallow marks on his neck and 2 punctures in his back, he wasn't actually that badly hurt. Yet he continued to stay on the floor, curled up in a ball, shivering.
Come on, let me take you to the medical center,
Savannah said gently. As soon as she reached to touch him,
Don't move me. I don't.
Bob shouted, flinching away. His body shook so violently that his teeth chattered against each other, making it hard for him to speak.
I don't want my blood to be boiled,
Bob finally managed to say. Savannah didn't quite understand.
What did that man do to him?
She wondered.
What did he threaten him with?
But it must have been something terrible during those moments when Ray held him. She looked around at the other contestants, limping, spitting blood from the key attacks, holding broken bones. It was hard to believe that all this damage had been done by one person.
And these are supposedly the strongest warriors from each kingdom. The Red Wings might be even more dangerous than we first thought.
Roki moved among the injured, placing his hand on them one by one. He wasn't infusing them with his own ki. That could cause more harm than good. Instead, he helped their natural ki circulate better through their bodies.
It will speed up their healing. It will help eliminate some of the internal injuries they can't see.
He hadn't witnessed Ness fight. He'd arrived at the tail end of things, but he could tell from the nature of the injuries that they'd been struck by a type of ki attack, and a powerful one at that. The image of Ness's multiple wounds appeared in Roki's head again. Those punctures, that bleeding.
He's in no condition to fight. I'm glad he went home. He would have been a fool to take on an Emperor-tier beast in that state. At least he has a smart head on his shoulders.
After ensuring all the wounded would survive, Roki turned toward the arena.
I will show you my determination,
he said quietly to himself. Inside the arena, the crowd was visibly disappointed. One of their new favorite fighters, Ness, wouldn't be showing up for today's event. People grumbled. Some began gathering their things to leave. When Roki entered for his first fight, it looked like even more people were preparing to exit.
The excitement of two people competing is gone. If we're just going to watch Roki kill beasts up to King Tier again, what's the point? We've seen it before.
Roki heard someone complain. But he did not let those words shake his determination. The fights began. After Roki achieved his first kill with a single strike, he lifted his sword high.
I have an announcement,
Roki called out, his voice carrying through the arena. Those who were about to leave stopped. They turned back, curious.
Today, I will be fighting until the end.
The crowd went quiet, processing this.
I will be taking on the Emperor-tier beast,
Roki shouted. The arena erupted in loud hoots and claps. The crowd went into an uproar louder than any previous event. People screamed, cheered, stamped their feet. The cheering was so loud that the very arena seemed to shake.
This is excellent. Absolutely excellent. Make sure he gets every bit of rest he needs. Water, food, medical attention, everything.
The arena owner said from his private box, rubbing his hands together. Knowing Roki's intentions, the owner ensured that Roki would be in top condition for the Emperor-tier fight. Instead of making him wait while other contestants finished their bouts, they used a rotation method. Each fighter would battle one beast, then the next fighter would go, giving everyone maximum rest time between matches. This gave Roki the maximum amount of recovery possible. Roki thought as he rested between fights,
my body feels better than it ever has before.
Each beast was killed cleanly. Not a single scratch was put on him. His movements were perfect, efficient, deadly, beautiful. After defeating everything up to the King-tier beast with ease, it was finally time. Time for Roki to face the Emperor-tier.
I'm ready,
he said, a fierce look in his eyes. Although Roki thought Ray had run away due to his injuries, it wasn't true at all. Right after dealing with the tournament warriors, Ray had suddenly felt a strong presence in the city. Even though it was quite far away, even from where he stood, he could sense it clearly. The presence of the shadow. It was present in multiple places all around the continent. That was normal. Surely the Empire would be no different,
But this presence was powerful, concentrated.
And the Empire is supposed to be the farthest nation from the Shadow Continent. Why is there such a strong shadow presence here?
Ray didn't know why or how it was here, but he was certain of one thing. Somehow, his system not working properly was all due to this strange presence. He tried to send the others messages once more, tried to teleport to their side. Nothing worked.
The shadow is blocking all my powers,
Ray realized. Ignoring his injuries completely, he decided to push forward. He ran toward the powerful shadow presence, following it like a beacon. His wounds were still bleeding heavily. The more he moved, the more they opened up. The reason was that the attacks had been infused with ki, more ki than Ray had experienced before.
The ki was laced on the tip of that spear. It alters my body's structure when it pierces me, makes it hard to heal from such wounds.
Still, he was going to find out what was happening, injuries or not. Running through the city, a trail of black blood followed a certain man, leaving people not only confused, but also concerned. Meanwhile, inside the strange secret settlement behind the high walls, the Red Wings members were busy in their own desperate fight. Now that each of them had their weapons back, fighting the beasts was easier than before, but only slightly. Martha used her king-tier bow, firing arrows at beasts attacking fleeing civilians. Every time someone screamed, she would be distracted from the main fight, choosing instead to try to save as many lives as possible.
I can't focus. There are too many people dying,
Martha thought. Kyle swung out his heavy chain weapon, the weighted end whistling through the air. It struck the mantis beast several times, leaving shallow cuts across its carapace. I might be able to tie it up, Kyle thought hopefully. That was until the beast's blade arms flashed. They cut Kyle's chain to pieces in one motion. The broken links fell to the floor with a metallic clatter.
Damn it!
Kyle shouted. This thing, it's definitely an infected king tier at minimum, but it has the strength of an emperor tier beast, Roy said, watching the battle from a safer distance. After seeing what happened to Kyle's weapon, Harry became fearful of what would happen to his own swords. When deflecting attacks, he made as little contact as possible with the mantis beast's 4 blade arms. Even so, when he looked at his swords after each parry, he could see they were chipping away bit by bit.
They won't last much longer,
Harry realized.
Just keep distracting it,
Roy called out. Roy had been gathering energy for some time now, condensing a powerful fireball. He knew that out of all of them, he most likely had the strongest attack power.
Now isn't the time to worry about being discovered. This is a life-and-death situation. I need to do something.
Harry and Kyle continued to distract the beast, dodging its relentless attacks. Whenever Martha got the chance, she would fire arrows to help, but mostly she was busy saving civilians. As for Slivia, she was dealing with her own problems. Every time she tried to gather her ki to join the fight, she could feel herself drawing dark power from something else. The shadow inside her responded to her ki use, trying to take control.
I can't risk it. If I lose control, no, I'm just practically useless in this fight.
Because of this, she stayed cautious, staying back from the battle. Without using ki, she wouldn't be helpful at all. Most of the mantis beast's attacks were being deflected by Harry, while Kyle and the others served as distractions. Martha's king-tier weapon could hurt the beast, but using just wind magic-enhanced arrows, she could only make it flinch slightly. Finally, Harry's 2 swords gave in. He deflected another massive strike. Both blades shattered into pieces.
Move!
Roy shouted. A massive fireball, bigger than any before, shot past Harry's head. It was deep red in color, almost crimson. The concentrated attack hit the beast squarely in the chest, sending it sliding back several feet. A massive explosion of flames erupted.
That fire user is incredibly strong, nearly as powerful as Ray's abilities. Who the hell is he?
Harry thought, impressed. The group waited tensely for the smoke to settle. They could see a shadow beginning to appear through the haze. Finally, the beast became visible.
No! No way!
Martha shouted in despair. The beast looked completely fine. Not only that, it looked different from before. Strange shadows shifted and moved, covering the chest of the creature where the fireball had struck.
It looks like the true infected, the ever-moving shadows, shifting to where attacks land. It's the first time I've seen something like this on a beast,
Slivia said aloud. With Roy having used his most powerful attack, Slivia unable to fight without risking shadow corruption, and the two boys without weapons, the situation seemed hopeless.
We're going to die here,
Kyle thought. However, as the last bit of smoke started to disappear, another figure could be seen standing in front of the beast. When the smoke cleared completely, they saw someone's back. Below his feet, a small pool of black blood was forming. It continued to run down the man's legs, the pool growing larger by the second.
That man, the one from the arena, the one known as Ness,
Roy thought, recognizing the silhouette.
Ray!
The others shouted simultaneously.
Sorry I'm late,
Ray said.
Why isn't he doing anything?
Harry wondered. Ray stood unmoving in front of the mantis beast as it launched an attack. The others watched, confused. They were happy to see Ray, relieved even. But if he didn't move soon, if he underestimated this creature, he would be dead. The beast wasn't going to let someone just stand there. With two of its blade limbs, it made a cross shape and struck at Ray with all its strength. Ray raised his arms to block. The impact sent Ray sliding across the ground all the way to the other side of the compound. When he finally stopped, he stumbled, falling onto one knee with one hand on the floor for support.
Ray, are you okay?
Slivia called out. Then they saw it, blood dripping onto the ground beneath him.
No,
Martha thought. Harry and Kyle were immediately worried. Just like with their weapons, had the beast broken through Ray's gauntlets? But when they looked closer, the gauntlets were perfectly fine. He wore King Tier gauntlets whose main specialty was their incredible sturdiness. There wasn't even a scratch on them.
Why is he bleeding then?
Harry wondered aloud. On closer inspection, they could see multiple puncture wounds across Ray's torso. Something had gone through his advanced tier chest armor, and they weren't small wounds either.
He's lost a lot of blood. How long has he been like this? What happened to him?
Martha was worried, to say the least.
It's coming,
Roy shouted, launching fireballs at the charging beast. But he'd used most of his mana in the previous attack. This time, the beast didn't even flinch as it ran forward. The shadow surrounding its body shifted to cover every area, blocking Roy's attacks completely.
The fireballs are too slow,
Ray said, managing to pick himself up from the ground.
Ray, you're too hurt. Let's leave this place. We can run,
Martha protested. Ray held out his hand, requesting something. Martha was confused for a moment. Then she suddenly remembered. She quickly handed him her bow, her King Tier bow.
Please select the elemental ability you would like to use.
The system message appeared in Ray's vision. Touching the King Tier weapon gave him the option to infuse any of his elemental abilities into it.
I know which one to use,
Ray thought. He chose lightning. Infusing his magic, a blue arrow made of pure lightning began to form. It wasn't stable, crackling wildly, even pushing Ray backward from the raw power. However, his gauntlets managed to absorb most of the energy feedback. Ray only felt a few tingles. Aimed and fired. 3 bolts of lightning shot out from the arrow, moving faster than the shadow could react. They struck the beast before the protective darkness could shift. The power of the King Tier weapon amplified the attack significantly. But even so, it didn't seem to do much damage as the beast remained standing, still vicious.
I only have 5 points in lightning. It's too rare to find lightning users to absorb from. That's why I hardly use this element.
Ray would have liked to create clones of himself to fight alongside the others, but he'd used up too much of his ki during his fight with the Kingdom warriors outside the arena.
And I'm low on mana too, which means there's only one option left.
The beast was close now, charging straight at him.
Fire energy skill activated. Half of mana points have been consumed. Fire elemental attribute has been doubled. 200. Dragon's roar skill activated. All stats have been boosted.
A strange energy washed over everyone nearby. The others felt a surge of new strength flowing through their bodies.
His buff skills are working again. We're stronger.
Harry noticed. But Ray knew he was running on fumes. Low on mana, low on ki, bleeding heavily.
I need to end this fight fast,
Ray thought. In the current situation, there was one other option Ray had to end the beast faster. He could use Mana Steal, the skill that would let him consume mana from everyone he'd contracted with. The thought entered his mind for a split second, but then he remembered the price all the Red Wings members would need to pay. Bliss's words rang in his mind.
Every time you use Mana Steal, you are killing them slowly.
No! Ray shouted aloud, rushing forward. I will never use that skill again.
Activated gauntlet skill.
2 red disc-shaped shields materialized from the top of Ray's gauntlets. He jumped into the air, hurling 2 fireballs toward the beast at close range.
At this distance, they'll hit faster,
Ray calculated. Still, the shadow managed to block the attacks. The beast swung its blade limbs, trying to slice Ray out of the air. Using the red shields on his gauntlets, Ray deflected the blades to the side, burning them in the process with residual fire magic.
There isn't enough shadow to cover the beast's entire body, not like a true infected, and that's its weakness.
While the shadow was busy blocking the fireballs from above, Ray had an opening. Activate Fire Blast! A stream of fire propelled Ray into a different position mid-air, moving him toward the beast's back. He used it again to shoot himself forward, throwing out a massive fist. The punch connected with the beast's back. The creature screamed in pain as the fire gauntlets seared its carapace. At the same time, Ray added ki to the strike, damaging its internal organs. The beast spun around wildly, but Ray had already moved away, avoiding the retaliatory attack. Then he stumbled again, falling to one knee.
My wounds. Moving like this isn't letting them heal like they normally would. The ki-infused injuries are too deep.
Worse, his transformation skill was starting to fail. His black hair was turning back to red. His facial structure was returning to normal. He looked at Slivia. She looked frightened as this was happening.
I won't let you see that monstrous form again. Not if I can help it,
Ray thought desperately. Whatever it took, he maintained the transformation skill on his arms, keeping his dragon-like features covered.
Wow, the guy knows magic of all types and specializes in fire. He also knows transformation skills. Without a doubt, it's him. He's the one from Roland Academy,
Roy thought, watching Ray fight. But new questions arose.
Why was he hiding there? Why was he in disguise?
Then Roy remembered the conversation he'd overheard, the girls talking about a certain man who had come to help them.
This is him. This is the man they believe in so completely.
Roy's eyes widened in realization.
Come on, we have to help him,
Kyle shouted, picking up pieces of his broken chain. The others agreed immediately. Harry charged in, holding part of his broken sword. There was no handle, so he gripped the blade itself, even though it cut into his hands. Martha continued shooting arrows, providing range support. Slivia stood toward the back, but she wasn't doing nothing.
Kyle, Harry, go in from the sides. Martha, aim for the top of its head,
Slivia commanded.
just like old times,
Martha thought, following orders instantly. Slivia was commanding them like she used to during their beast hunts. Tactical, efficient, coordinated.
Roy? Roy!
Slivia shouted.
When the other two back away, fire your fireballs. You hear me?
Roy clenched his fist. Now isn't the time to think about the past. Right now, I need to help. He did as she asked. At the same time, in the arena across the city, Roki faced the Emperor Tier Beast. He was covered in blood. His left arm hung broken at his side. A cut above his forehead bled into his eyes. He was hurt all over. But the Emperor Tier Beast wasn't faring well either. It was a plant-like creature resembling a giant sunflower, but instead of seeds at the center, there were 1,000 eyes. Instead of petals, there were rings of razor-sharp teeth. Many of the eyes were destroyed, shut, plucked out, lying on the arena floor. Its roots had been chopped off, though they seemed to be slowly regrowing.
I'm so close. I'm not going to give up,
Roki thought, gripping his sword tighter despite the pain. Back at the hidden facility, Ray was down on the floor again. His vision blurred in and out, going dark, then clearing, then dark again.
I can't remember the last time I was in this much pain,
Ray thought. But he could hear them, the sound of the others still fighting against the beast, still struggling, still trying. He looked up through hazy vision. They were all there, Harry, Kyle, Martha, Slivia, even Roy, doing everything they could despite being hurt, exhausted, and outmatched.
They're not giving up,
Ray realized. I'm not going to give up either, Ray thought fiercely. Ray charged in. In the arena, Roki charged in at the same moment. Ray ran straight into the heart of danger. He jumped up high using the last of his strength, placing every remaining bit of mana and ki into his gauntlets. He wrapped his legs around the beast's head in a vice grip.
I'm not letting go, no matter what.
The others distracted the blade arms and the protective shadow. Meanwhile, Ray used everything he had left. He started pounding on the beast's head continuously with flame-covered fists. Punch after punch after punch. The beast went wild, thrashing and spinning, trying to throw him off. But Ray held on, gripping the beast's neck with his legs while his fists hammered down.
Keep going. Don't stop. Don't ever stop,
Ray told himself. The beast became more frantic, more desperate, more wild. Ray kept punching. Finally, the beast started to sway. Its legs trembled and gave in first, buckling beneath it. Ray continued to punch. At what, he didn't even know anymore. His vision was almost completely black. He was operating on pure instinct now. The beast fell to the floor. Ray fell with it. At the same time, in the arena, Roki fell to the floor as well, too exhausted to hear the crowd's initial reaction. Then, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena.
For the first time in arena history, someone has managed to defeat the Emperor Tier Beast.
The crowd erupted in the loudest celebration the arena had ever witnessed. Back at the facility, Slivia knelt beside Ray, carefully lifting his head onto her lap. Slivia said softly, tears streaming down her face, "You can rest now, Ray. The beast is dead. You won."
His wounds are finally starting to heal.
Darkness. It was all Ray could see around him, but faint voices drifted in and out, impossible to identify. They didn't make sense as he tried to connect them together. His body felt weak. He didn't know what to do.
What do you think happened to him?
The sensation reminded him of when he'd first come into this world, when he'd been reincarnated as a human, how he'd heard his mother's and father's voices for the first time, not understanding who they were or what they meant.
What type of beast do you think was fused with him? The wounds are finally starting to heal. Let's just wait.
There would be long gaps of silence between each sentence. Then finally, the voices stopped completely, but he remained covered in darkness.
Is this death? Have I finally died?
Ray thought. However, a few moments after these thoughts, strength began returning to his body. His eyes slowly opened. The first person he saw by his side was Martha.
Hey, Martha said with a tired smile. You're finally awake.
She turned toward the door and shouted,
Guys, he's up!
Through the door, Kyle and Harry came rushing in.
Hey, he's okay,
Kyle said with obvious relief. Looking around slowly, Ray tried to lift his body up. He still felt groggy. His arms and legs felt asleep compared to his mind, but surprisingly, he wasn't in pain.
Where am I?
They were in one of the rooms at the inn. Martha sat in a chair beside his bed. Roy sat on the other end of the room in another chair, looking away. He showed no reaction to Ray's awakening.
Why is Roy here?
Ray wondered. But that wasn't the most shocking thing. When Ray looked down at his own body, he could see that his arms were showing. Not just any arms, his real arms. Dragon scales visible on his forearms, the truth of his nature exposed. Panic shot through him. He quickly activated his transformation skill, covering them up.
Ray, that's kind of pointless. You do know we've all seen them by now, right?
Kyle said gently.
They know. They've all seen,
Ray realized.
Besides, Slivia already told us what you look like underneath the transformation. Our guess is you were infused with a beast, just like us, but you're not at the basic tier level like we are. That's why you need magic to hide it, while we have to actively transform to show any beast features.
Kyle then added,
What we're confused about is what type of beast you were fused with.
Harry gave Kyle a nudge, barging into his shoulder.
We agreed not to ask him that, especially after what Slivia told us about his reaction,
Harry's look said. But Kyle ignored the hint as always.
Slivia,
Ray said urgently,
where is she?
I think it's best if we explain what happened first,
Harry said, taking charge.
After you came and saved us, you collapsed on the ground. You passed out from blood loss. Then the Empire forces arrived. They fought off the remaining beasts and allowed everyone to escape. When we were leaving, we saw Slivia's brother there. Turns out he was the one who'd informed the Empire about the facility.
The Empire claimed they knew nothing about the secret experiments, which is why they agreed to raid the place, get rid of the beasts, and capture everyone involved,
Kyle added.
Whether that's actually true or not, we really don't know,
Harry said.
We were supposed to stay with the freed people and go in for questioning, but of course we weren't going to do that. So during the chaos, we took the chance to escape while carrying you with us,
Martha explained.
They risked getting caught to save me,
Ray thought.
Slivia is currently talking to her brother, trying to get more information about what was really going on there. Why did they even have vials of shadow liquid in the first place?
Harry's brows were furrowed. It was clear that his mind was plagued with these thoughts all this time. Kyle then stepped forward, his eyes narrowing at Ray.
What happened to you, man? You were bleeding so much. We debated whether to take you to a hospital or not. We know your body usually heals from injuries, but these wounds were different. They were taking much longer than normal.
Ray was silent for a while before replying. Then he finally answered.
I was looking for you two idiots. Got into a little scuffle along the way.
The others started wondering who could possibly do such damage to Ray, and whether those people were still alive. If Ray looked this bad, they'd hate to see what happened to his opponents. Nonetheless, they were glad that eventually Ray's wounds had healed completely, and now he was fine.
Ray, is it? Or should I call you Ness?
Roy had been staring at Ray this whole time, as if he wanted to say something.
Tell me, were you a student at Roland Academy? Were you there under the name Ness?
Roy's voice was tight with suppressed emotion. Roy had been waiting for this moment. If Ray was going to lie to his face, Roy would get him to confirm the truth no matter what. He knew it was him.
I need proof of what happened that day. Proof that I'm not crazy,
Roy thought.
Yes,
Ray replied simply.
I knew you wouldn't admit it. One day I promise I will.
But then Roy paused in surprise.
Wait, yes?
Yes, it was me,
Ray confirmed.
Do you remember the shadow incident? I was there for several reasons. Originally, my goal was to speak with the divine being, but the shadow appeared unexpectedly.
Roy was stunned. He didn't think it would be that easy for Ray to just admit it.
Why? Why did you set it up so it looked like I killed you? You ruined my life,
Roy asked, his voice breaking slightly.
and you hurt one of my men. Do you not remember coming onto the field that day? You attacked one of the Red Wings members,
Ray replied evenly.
Oh, is that who this guy is?
Kyle said, realization dawning.
The teacher who hurt Jack? Well, it makes sense. If one of the King's men gets hurt right in front of his eyes, he'd have to do something.
Hearing Kyle's words reminded Roy of what the group had told him earlier. Because Roy had helped them escape the facility, they'd brought him along. They'd agreed to pay for his stay at the inn. They'd explained why they were in the Empire, that they were part of the Red Wings. Slivia had even offered an official invitation to join. Roy hadn't declined, but he hadn't accepted either. He wanted to hear Ray's explanation first for why he did what he did.
It's more complicated than you think. Ray, take it easy on him. He helped us. He possibly saved mine and Slivia's lives,
Martha said nervously, trying to ease the tension in the room. She looked at Roy.
And Roy, we were there to fight against the Shadow. Ray's situation is far more complicated than a simple revenge story. As you can see, even now we're doing everything we can to go against the Shadow. That's as much as I can explain. If we tell him Ray's a fated one, and that the Divine Being is at the Red Wing base, he'd think we're completely insane,
Martha thought.
I guess I was a bit hot-headed in those days, but I'm not saying that out loud,
Roy admitted to himself. Just then, the door opened. Slivia entered the room.
Oh, he's finally awake,
Slivia said. Ray looked at her carefully and immediately noticed something strange.
An eye patch? Why is Slivia wearing an eye patch? Was she injured while I was unconscious?
But something felt off about it.
Your eye, what happened?
Ray jumped straight to the point, not wasting time in addressing the relief that spread through his chest after Slivia's safety.
Oh, this?
Slivia touched the patch lightly.
Don't worry, it'll heal. I just hurt it a little.
She's lying,
Ray knew instantly. Using his dragon eyes, Ray could see the truth beneath the surface. Her aura was mixed with shadow plague energy.
No, not her, not Slivia. That can't happen.
You're infected, Ray said, coming out of the bed and going to her side immediately.
I told you, I'm fine,
Slivia protested, stepping back. But Ray lifted his hands and snatched the eye patch off before she could stop him. A shadow-filled eye was revealed, her left eye completely overtaken by swirling purple darkness.
Go back to the Red Wing Kingdom now. Go see Bliss and tell her to try to remove it,
Ray ordered, his voice urgent.
No, Ray, I'm fine. Look, I'm talking to you fine right now, aren't I? I'm talking to everyone normally. My body isn't being hurt. I know myself better than you do. It isn't affecting me,
Slivia said firmly.
Just like it didn't affect Gary,
Ray said, his voice rising. The room went silent.
Eventually, even he was taken over. If it happened to him, then it will definitely happen to you.
Ray was deeply concerned. Everyone could tell. It had been a long time since he'd mentioned Gary's name. Seeing Slivia like this brought everything back.
I can't let it happen again. I can't let another one of my people get taken over by the Shadow,
Ray thought desperately. Maybe Bliss could do something to remove the infection. If she could extract it from the land itself, maybe she could extract it from a person.
I'm not Gary,
Slivia said, meeting his eyes with her one good eye.
Gary and I are different people, Ray, and we don't even know if this infection is the same type. It's shadow corruption. How could it not be? Listen to me,
Slivia interrupted.
I already went to my brother. Matthew tried to remove it as they did with the infected civilians, using water magic to extract the liquid, but it didn't work.
She touched her corrupted eye.
And the interesting thing is, the other people who were injected seemed to be fine. Maybe this infection is different somehow. Well, that doesn't mean... Besides,
Slivia continued,
if I leave now or leave later, it won't make a difference. The infection isn't progressing, and I need to be here right now.
Well, what do you mean? Ray asked.
Ray, you've been unconscious for a few days,
Martha said gently.
A few days? How long exactly?
Ray was surprised as he didn't realize how long he had been unconscious.
The All-Kingdom tournament, it starts tomorrow.
Ray had been unconscious for so long that the big event, the entire reason they'd come to the Empire, was finally upon them. According to Slivia, they'd been invited to stay at the palace with the other contestants a few days ago, but due to Ray's critical condition, they'd remained at the inn instead, not giving the Empire a full explanation for their absence.
Just that we'd come soon,
Slivia had told the officials. They were free to do what they wished for the day. They only needed to arrive at the palace toward the end of the day for a dinner before the tournament tomorrow. That's when the rules would be explained to everyone. It seemed like nobody was too shocked by Ray's dragon features anymore. They were treating him as they usually would, like it was completely normal. Slivia was a little distant, but not for the original reasons. Now, it was because they were still arguing about whether she should remain on the team with her shadow infection.
I swear, you two are like a married couple, always having spats like this,
Kyle said, lounging in his chair. He gestured between them dramatically.
And what are we, the kids, supposed to do? How are we meant to choose sides?
They'd been waiting in the room for hours while Ray recovered. Honestly, Kyle was feeling extremely bored.
Harry's been practicing his sword work, and all I can do is sit here. Maybe I should go flirt with someone, anyone,
Kyle thought. When checking his system, Ray was surprised to see another King Tier Beast crystal listed, one obtained directly by the system, not stored in his inventory.
When did I get this?
Ray wondered. The only explanation was the mantis beast he'd killed, the shadow-infected creature, but that didn't make sense.
In the past, when I defeated shadow beasts, there was no crystal inside. The infection corrupts and destroys the crystal completely.
That was one of the main reasons humans fought so desperately against the shadow. Beast crystals had countless uses in daily life. They powered magical spells, heated homes, and lit cities. It was practically what ran civilization.
Was this shadow infection really different from previous ones, like Slivia said? Maybe that's why she doesn't seem as corrupted as other infected people. Or perhaps the infection was recent, not giving it enough time to fully corrupt the crystal inside the beast.
There were many possible explanations. Either way, Ray was thankful. He decided to absorb the crystal immediately.
King tier crystal consumed. 36 of 100 king tier points.
It wasn't a massive increase, but Ray had at least managed to get a bit stronger before the tournament. While checking his system, he realized he also still had the King Tier crystal he'd been given by the arena staff.
Perfect timing. The tournament starts tomorrow, and I think it's high time I create some new equipment.
Only his gauntlets were King Tier level currently. It would be nice to upgrade something else.
Where are you going?
Kyle asked, seeing Ray stand up to leave.
Going to find a forger. See if they can make something useful for me to use in the tournament.
Please take me with you. Please, I'm dying of boredom here, Kyle begged. Harry stayed behind to continue training. Roy remained with them as well. Slivia had already agreed to pay for his nights at the inn. Besides, they had an extra bed anyway, so it wasn't costing them anything additional. On top of that, they'd given Roy an ultimatum: decide whether to join the Red Wings or not before they left the Empire. Slivia had given him a convincing speech about how much better life would be at the Red Wing Kingdom than what he'd experienced at the Empire so far. Free food, housing, and purpose. No more sleeping in forests or begging for work. Still, Roy remained cautious. It would mean permanently aligning himself with the person who'd ruined his previous life in the first place.
Can I trust him? Can I forgive him?
Leaving the inn, Ray didn't do much research about forgers. He knew he wouldn't find anyone better than the blacksmiths they had at the Red Wing Kingdom.
But I don't have time to go back,
Ray thought. After looking at just a few shops and seeing which had the best equipment displayed outside, he walked into one. An old man looked up from his workbench. His hands were worn and calloused, but his eyes were sharp. He looked like someone who'd spent his entire life at the forge. "Welcome! What can I do for you?" Ray placed the King Tier crystal on the counter. The old man's eyes widened. "Ah, a King Tier crystal. I haven't worked with one of these in quite a while." He picked it up carefully, examining it in the light. "Beautiful specimen. Good quality." "What would you recommend?" Ray asked. "The best thing to make from this would be boots. King Tier boots would significantly enhance your speed and mobility. Very useful in combat," the old man said thoughtfully. "It will take me a few hours, though. You're free to stay here and wait, or go explore the city and come back later," the man then added. "I'll stay here," Ray replied. "What? Oh, come on! I would have stayed with the others if I knew we were just going to sit in a forge for hours," Kyle complained. After Ray paid the deposit, the two of them sat at a small table in the corner of the shop. Most people wouldn't choose to wait. They'd come back later, but Ray wanted to ensure nothing went wrong. The shop had one of the picture show screens mounted on the wall, the same technology they'd seen all over the Empire. Currently, it was showing highlights from yesterday's arena event. "Roki," Ray said, recognizing the veteran fighter on screen. They were broadcasting Roki's match against the Emperor Tier Beast. Only highlights, but Ray could see that Roki had fought better than he'd ever fought before, and his opponent had been incredibly tough.
You really did it,
Ray thought with genuine admiration. Somehow, a man with no magic, with a decent amount of ki but nothing extraordinary, had defeated an Emperor Tier Beast, something Ray himself had yet to achieve without using his full dragon powers.
If I used my magic and fighting abilities together, I'm confident I could do it, but with just physical combat?
Watching the fight, Ray couldn't help but think he would have been in serious trouble using only his fists and sword work. The plant beast Roki fought had many limbs, roots and vines attacking from every direction.
I could only hold off two at a time, and not being skillful with the sword would have been my downfall. I want to fight him, test myself against his skill.
Roki was genuinely strong. The competitive fire in Ray sparked to life. He's good, right? I guess I'm finally going to see you and Harry go up against guys like this, huh? Kyle said, watching the screen. Yeah, Ray agreed. Finally, after several hours, the boots were finished. All done, the old man announced proudly. Ray grabbed them and put them on immediately. Based on the measurements taken earlier, they were a perfect fit. The boots around the toes were orange in color, bright and eye-catching. Moving upward toward the ankle, two small wing-like scales extended from the sides in black. The boots faded gradually from orange to black, from toe to top. I hope you use them well, the old man said as Ray paid the final amount. I will, Ray promised. Now with everything done that needed doing, it was late evening. Time to head to the palace. Ray met with the others in front of the inn. Roy was coming along with them. Slivia had bought a new eye patch to cover her shadow-corrupted eye. Are you going like that? Martha asked, noting that Ray hadn't transformed into his nest disguise. There's no point hiding anymore. We were only doing it to gather information in the first place. Ray clenched his fist. I will let them know who they're messing with. I want them to see the face of the person the Empire has chosen to tread on. The others straightened at his words, energy renewed. That's our king, Kyle thought with a grin. It was time to head to the palace. The palace was a grand structure, built mostly with golden rooftops and round marble pillars. A high wall separated it from the main city area, creating its own exclusive district. Here, they would not only meet the other contestants, but Ray would also meet the Emperor for the first time, the ruler who'd allowed his citizens to be experimented on with shadow liquid.
The one who caused us so much trouble,
Ray thought darkly. Inside the palace dining hall, the emperor sat at his large, throne-like chair at the head of the table. The other contestants had already arrived. However, there had been one small change. Instead of Bruno sitting beside Savannah, there was a replacement, another gentleman who looked fairly older, wearing silver armor with a small goatee. Several empty seats remained at the long table. No one had touched their food yet, waiting for everyone to arrive. "Who are we waiting for again?" the young blonde warrior asked impatiently.
"Don't you remember? There are still people from the Red Wing Kingdom to come,"
the old man replied. His name was Pi, the spear user from their previous encounter. When Pi spoke those words, everyone in the room went silent. They all remembered the warrior they'd met before from the Red Wing Kingdom, the one who'd brutalized Bob, the one who'd fought all of them at once. "Does it mean he will be coming into this room?" Several participants thought simultaneously. Most of them never wanted to see such a terrifying man again. Brokey sat near the Emperor's side. He was waiting to see the contender named Ness. "Someone of that strength has to be here," Brokey thought. He didn't know for sure if Ness was a tournament participant, but something in his gut told him it was true. "I want to fight him, test my skills against his power."
"My Majesty, the guests have finally arrived,"
a palace servant announced from the doorway.
"Excellent. Bring them in,"
the Emperor said, his voice carrying authority. The large doors opened slowly. Into the room walked the Red Wing delegation. Leading at the front was a red-headed young man with scales visible on his arms. Everyone stared in confusion.
"Who is this red-headed man?"
"What happened to Ness? Where's the black-haired fighter?" Each contender in the All-Kingdom tournament was allowed to bring a small token army with them, guards who would stay by their side throughout the event. It wasn't too long ago that the Empire and the Six Kingdoms had fought against each other for territory and power. Now there was only a temporary truce, while the greater threat of the Shadow Plague loomed over them all. Next to each of the two tournament contestants seated in the dining hall, about 5 guards stood watch. This included the Allure Kingdom delegation, where Slivia's brother, Matthew Hart, acted as one of the guards. When the Red Wings entered the room, many were surprised at who had arrived. The guards from other kingdoms looked at them dismissively. "They're just kids," several thought. As for the contestants themselves, they recognized both Kyle and Harry from the incident at the inn.
"If my guess is right, then that bald-headed knight and the warrior Ness will be the 2 participants from the Red Wing Kingdom,"
Savannah thought, studying the group. However, in the 2 seats prepared for the Red Wing contestants, a red-haired young man and the blonde boy sat down. The rest of the delegation remained standing behind them.
"Him? Who even is this guy? Where's the warrior Ness?"
Savannah thought with confusion. Before the Red Wings had arrived, many of the contestants had been genuinely shaken, waiting to see who would walk through those doors. The display of power against Bob and the others had frightened them deeply. In their heads, several had already decided if they were matched against that Ness warrior in the tournament, they would simply forfeit immediately.
"The tournament is just a matter of pride, a way to show the other kingdoms our strength hasn't weakened, but nothing is worth dying for,"
many of the contestants thought. On top of that, losing to the Red Wings would just demonstrate their strength to everyone anyway. There was no shame in forfeiting against an overwhelming opponent.
"Now this is a surprise,"
a voice said from the throne. For the first time since entering the room, Ray turned his head toward the Emperor. But the man sitting there wasn't what Ray had expected at all.
"I was expecting some old wrinkly man who could barely walk,"
Ray thought. Instead, the person on the throne didn't even look old enough to be 30. He had no facial hair and kept his hair cut relatively short. He wore white robes, and on his head sat a strange, thin-looking crown. His hand rested against his face as if he were bored. A strange smile played across his lips as he looked at Ray.
When you sent word of who you were planning to send as participants, I thought it was a joke,
the Emperor said, starting to laugh. He gestured toward Ray and Harry.
but it turns out it was quite real.
The Emperor stood up from his seat and walked over to where Ray sat. His guards and the two contestants by his side didn't move from their places. The people behind Ray tensed, unsure what the Emperor or Ray was about to do.
Do these two know each other?
The other contestants wondered. They all knew about the bad history between the Red Wings and the Empire. The Empire had practically declared war against the Red Wings, sending assassins and causing trouble. Yet somehow, the Empire hadn't managed to eliminate them. The other kingdoms wouldn't have been surprised if the Red Wings hadn't sent anyone at all, but here they were. Ray stood up from his seat and walked forward as well. The two of them met in the middle of the dining hall, looking at each other eye to eye.
Please don't do anything reckless, Ray,
Slivia prayed silently. Before entering the palace, Slivia had talked with Ray. He had tendencies to act on his feelings, but right now they were deep in Empire territory. The Empire's army was about 30 times the Red Wing's size, and their fight with Gary and the Shadow was right around the corner.
We don't have to be best friends with them. Just don't make them attack us sooner than they're already planning,
Slivia had told Ray. As Ray looked straight into the eyes of the man before him.
So, this is the real troublemaker, the arrogant fool who dared to mess with the Red Wings. Me. We've gone through some strange times together, right? I think as two members of royalty, we should greet each other properly, the Emperor said casually.
He smiled wider.
The name's Alexander.
He held out his hand for a handshake. Ray looked at it for a moment. With his dragon eyes, he couldn't see anything extraordinary about this man. He was just an average human. Beyond ordinary, actually. It didn't even seem like he had any key training.
Yet he's booming with confidence. How? Why?
Ray thought. A dangerous thought crossed Ray's mind.
What would happen if I smashed his head in right now in front of everyone, paid him back for all the things he's done? Could they even stop me?
But he remembered Slivia's words. He needed to think about the bigger picture. Pulling out his hand, Ray went in for the handshake as well.
The name is Ray, he said firmly. The Great Ray. Has he ever called himself that?
Kyle whispered to Harry. Harry shook his head slightly. The others had never heard him refer to himself with that title either. In an instance like this, it seemed almost childish, as if Ray was trying to one-up the Emperor.
He's asserting dominance in his own way,
Slivia realized. Alexander headed back to his seat, still smiling. Alexander settled in his seat.
I like you, Ray. You have guts, especially for the king himself to compete in this tournament. That's something I could never do.
The king? The red-haired guy is the king of the Red Wings?
Savannah's mind reeled. Why would a king come into enemy territory personally? No wonder the Emperor was all smiles. It would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate the thorn in their side during the tournament. Still, Savannah couldn't shake a strange feeling.
If that warrior Ness isn't part of the Red Wings, who was he? And why did the bald-headed knight know him? Why were they together?
She remembered seeing Kyle's skill briefly during their encounter at Flower Tavern. He wasn't even participating in the tournament.
Is the blonde boy really stronger than him? And stronger than that monster Ness?
Nobody in that room could imagine a king being a great fighter. Kings were political figures, leaders, not warriors. Even if this Ray was strong, it was unlikely he'd be the strongest fighter in his kingdom.
They must have a champion. Someone even stronger is protecting him,
Savannah concluded. Alexander called over one of his attendants, who held out a scroll. The Emperor opened it and began reading aloud. These were the rules of the All-Kingdom tournament.
There will be one fight from each kingdom each day. A contender, once having fought, will not have to fight again until the next day. The matchup drawings will be completely random, decided on the day of the fight.
This way, nobody can prepare beforehand for their specific opponent.
Fair enough,
Ray thought. Alexander then added, "No magic is allowed. However, if a weapon has an active skill powered by beast crystals, that is permitted." Hearing this, Ray wondered about his gauntlets. The magic shields were powered by his elemental abilities. Would those be considered magic or weapon skills?
Just to be safe, I won't use them. The Empire would probably claim I was cheating and use it as an excuse to disqualify me, or worse.
Alexander then explained further. There are 3 ways to lose a fight: by forfeit, by death, or by knockout. The room went quiet at the mention of death. It's a simple knockout-style tournament. However, contestants will not be placed against someone from their own kingdom or empire. As the organizer, Alexander had even prepared special awards for the winners. The kingdoms that had hosted the tournament in previous years had done the same, but this was the first time the Empire was holding the All-Kingdom tournament. Some of the other kingdoms were expecting substantial rewards for winning. I wonder what they're offering. Probably something amazing to show off their wealth, Kyle thought. The rule explanation finished. Now they could enjoy the meal and spend time at the palace. Servants would be at their call if they needed anything. The food arrived, elaborate dishes on silver platters. The other kingdoms began eating and making conversation. But the conversation only happened between the 6 kingdoms. At the table, 2 powers were being completely left out of the social interactions, the Red Wings and the Empire itself. The Empire ruled through force, and the supposedly good relationships with the kingdoms were just for show, to keep the common people from worrying, but those at the top knew the truth. While eating, Ray looked at Roki across the table. Although Roki's ki force was strong, it wasn't anywhere close to what Ray could produce at the moment.
Which means he defeated that Emperor tier beast through sheer skill alone.
Watching Roki's arena fight had reminded Ray why he wanted to improve his swordsmanship. However, Ray didn't have his sword anymore.
I gave the Black Raven to Harry, and the Purple Crow can hardly sustain against such a powerful swordsman if we face each other in the arena.
Using the advanced tier crystals from the arena events, Ray had also made another sword for Harry. It wasn't as good as the Black Raven, but it would have to do.
So, for this tournament, I'm going back to using my gauntlets,
Ray decided. When looking at Roki, Ray's gaze shifted to the other contestant seated beside the Emperor. The man looked similar to Alexander, similar enough that they seemed to be related. But while the Emperor had blonde hair, this man had black hair.
Brothers, maybe?
Ray wondered. Using his dragon eyes, Ray wanted to get an assessment of this person's power level. However, the second he activated them, something unexpected happened.
What?
His dragon eyes were forcibly shut off. His vision returned to normal immediately.
That's never happened before. Someone blocked my dragon eyes?
Ray thought with shock. While Ray was still trying to wrap his head around what just happened, he watched the black-haired young man slowly turn and look directly at him. His lips were still stretched in a smile. His smile was knowing, almost amused. "What did you just try to do?" he asked, his voice carrying across the table despite speaking normally. The feeling Ray was getting from this person was overwhelming, unmistakable. And then the realization hit Ray like a boulder on the head.
This feeling. It is the same feeling I get from Bliss and Prince Nathaniel.
The aura Ray had sensed didn't last long, but he was absolutely certain of what he'd felt. The presence emanating from this man beside Emperor Alexander was identical to both Bliss and Van.
That's a god,
Ray thought with certainty. For Bliss, the aura she gave off was holy and powerful, because she was a divine being, one of the ancient gods. When Ray had sensed the same energy in Prince Nathaniel, he asked Bliss to explain it. According to her, it was due to there being a so-called god inside Nathaniel's body.
Strange way to refer to themselves, but there's no other explanation,
Ray had thought at the time. They were great beings that could exist forever, and if they did die, they would simply be reborn into new forms or vessels. However, during their rebirth process, they wouldn't always find a proper body of their own. They could simply get stuck inside another person, or even trapped within an object. That was what had happened to Nathaniel, the prince of the Allure Kingdom. His powers were strong, but they were borrowed from the divine being inside him. Whenever Nathaniel used such powers, the shadow forces would detect it. That was the reason they were hunting him so relentlessly.
Is the person in front of me really one of these gods?
Ray wondered, studying the black-haired contestant.
Is he like Bliss, fully aware of their own existence, or like Nathaniel, with a god trapped inside their body against their will?
Whatever the case, this being was highly aware and conscious. It had forcibly stopped Ray from using his dragon eyes, shut them down completely.
That means it's probably like Bliss, fully aware of his identity and in complete control of his powers. Is this why the Empire seems so unafraid of the Shadow? Because they have a god on their side?
But the question that bothered Ray most was, why? Why would a being of such power choose to help the Emperor in the first place? Seeing the strange smile playing across the black-haired contestant's face, Ray decided to ignore him and look away. The mysterious man spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. Only those with extremely sensitive hearing would catch it.
I know you can hear me,
the man said quietly. Ray pretended to focus on his food.
I look forward to meeting you in the ring,
the man continued. Then he turned away and started eating like everyone else, as if the conversation had never happened. The conversations around the dining table continued among the other guests. Finally, it looked like someone from the kingdoms wished to speak with someone from the Empire. It was the old spearman, Pi.
Roki, I would like to thank you for what you did the other day.
The Emperor didn't know the specific details of what Pi was referring to. Neither did the Red Wing members, but the other contestants clearly did, and the table went silent, everyone listening.
Your sword skills are truly remarkable. I can't wait to face you in the tournament, sir. It would be an honor,
a young blonde warrior added enthusiastically. Roki glanced to his right at Alexander, seeming to seek permission to respond. Alexander gave a subtle nod of approval.
Thank you for the kind words, but I still feel there are people out there who are stronger and more skillful than me. I wish that one day I could face them and test myself,
Roki replied humbly. He paused thoughtfully, then continued.
Speaking of which...
Roki turned his head to look directly at the Red Wing members, his gaze searching for someone specific.
I do not see the man who was with me at the arena over the last few days. He was a warrior who went by the name Ness. I thought he was part of the Red Wing Kingdom.
The other contestants were clearly interested as well. They'd all been wondering the same thing.
We were told he was from the Red Wing Kingdom. At least, that's what your companions informed us. We would have liked to meet this Ness warrior ourselves,
Savannah added, looking directly at Kyle. Kyle didn't know what games they were trying to play, but because of the incident outside the arena, they couldn't exactly deny knowing Ness. Too many people had seen them together.
What do we say?
Kyle wondered.
Don't worry about that. He has already left to return to the Red Wing Kingdom. He was one of our guards, but there was a bit of a problem that required him to go back early,
Slivia said smoothly, her voice calm.
A problem, you say?
Alexander chimed in suddenly, his tone curious. The other contestants seemed to believe the explanation. After all, they couldn't imagine why the Red Wings wouldn't use such a powerful warrior if he were available. But Alexander made sure his intelligence network reported all comings and goings from the city, and there was no record of anyone matching Ness's description leaving the Empire.
They're hiding this warrior for a reason, perhaps as a secret weapon? But it doesn't matter. I have Sarah by my side.
Alexander glanced at the man sitting beside him.
Yes, a problem. Speaking of problems, I heard the Empire has been experiencing one lately,
Slivia continued.
Alexander's expression remained neutral, but his attention sharpened noticeably.
I heard there was a strange facility where shadow beasts were roaming around. At least, that's what the rumors say.
Shadow beasts? One of the contestants exclaimed in shock. The table erupted in worried conversations. The kingdom representatives started speaking anxiously to each other.
Shadow beasts in the Empire? That's impossible. This is the furthest place from the Shadow Continent.
And one of the strongest military forces. If they're having shadow problems, what does that mean for the rest of us? It made them all wonder. Were the shadow forces planning a large-scale attack, or was something else happening? Slivia's brother Matthew, standing guard across from her, thought this was a clever but extremely dangerous tactic.
She's putting a target on her back. I was the one who brought this information to the Empire. They told me to keep it secret, said it was nothing, and the other kingdoms didn't need to worry.
His biggest concern remained unchanged.
Is Ray strong enough to protect her? Can he keep my sister safe?
I'll be honest with you. I've heard of no such rumors, and most likely they are just that, rumors and nothing more. Alexander's voice was dismissive and calm. He smiled pleasantly at the concerned faces around the table. People are always trying to bring the great empire down, spreading false stories. Perhaps someone simply holds a grudge against us.
Of course he'd deny it,
Slivia thought. Hearing Alexander's confident denial, the other kingdoms started to believe that Slivia had simply lied, spreading false rumors to scare them and damage the empire's reputation. They knew about the hostile history between the Red Wings and the Empire, so it made sense that Slivia would try to slander them with accusations. A battle of wits and political maneuvering was something Ray did not want to participate in. He was a warrior, not a diplomat. It matters not, Ray said abruptly, standing up from his seat.
Sit down, you ungrateful!
A guard started to shout. Alexander raised his hand quickly, cutting off the guard's protest.
What is he doing?
Several people thought. Ray hadn't realized what he'd just done. Standing up and preparing to leave before the Emperor was considered extremely rude, a serious breach of protocol. Back at the Red Wings, Ray did this all the time, but there it didn't matter because he was the king. Here, it was a direct insult to Alexander's authority. The other contestants didn't know if Ray was incredibly brave or incredibly foolish.
Probably both,
Savannah thought. Rumors or not, the Red Wing goal is simple and unchanging. We will exterminate the Shadow, Ray declared, his voice carrying clearly through the hall. He started walking toward the exit door. 2 guards immediately stepped into his path, blocking his way with crossed spears. Move, Ray said, lifting both his hands toward them.
Is he going to attack the Empire's guards? Here? In front of the Emperor? That would start a war immediately,
the contestants thought with alarm. Let him go, Alexander said calmly. Before Ray could grab the guards, they stepped aside quickly, allowing him to pass. Ray put his hand on the door handle, then paused and turned back for one final statement. Remember what I said before. We will exterminate the Shadow, and that includes anyone working with them, whoever they are, wherever they hide, Ray said, his voice hard and threatening.
That's a direct threat,
everyone realized simultaneously. With that declaration, Ray and the other Red Wing members left to find their assigned rooms in the palace for the night. Alexander sat calmly at the table after they'd gone. He lifted up a glass of wine and started sipping from it slowly. The other guests expected to see anger after hearing Ray's threatening words. After all, it was clearly an accusation. If the Empire were working with the Shadow, the Red Wings would not hesitate to fight. But Alexander just drank his wine peacefully, showing no emotion. Then, the glass in his hand suddenly shattered. Shards cut into his palm. Blood dripped onto the white tablecloth.
Your Majesty, are you okay?
One of the guards came rushing over with concern. Alexander's hands were shaking visibly now. That fool, he said through gritted teeth. A simple death is not enough for someone like him. He needs to suffer. He turned to Sarah, the black-haired man. Make sure you deal with him in the arena. Make it painful. Of course, it will be my pleasure, Your Majesty, Sarah replied with a cold smile. After leaving the dining hall, the Red Wings all let out a collective sigh of relief once they were in the corridor. The tension in that room had been absolutely suffocating. They'd been genuinely worried that Ray was going to attack someone. Ray, you nearly choked those guards, didn't you? Slivia said, half complaining, half laughing nervously. What about you, Slivia? How could you bring up the Shadow Facility incident? What if they link it back to us now that we clearly know about it? Martha countered immediately. Both Ray and Slivia gritted their teeth in frustration. At exactly the same time, they both said, I don't know, but it was just something about that guy. He annoyed me so much. The group started laughing together, the tension finally breaking completely. Trust me when I say that you two really are like a married couple, always in sync, even when you're angry, Kyle said, shaking his head. Shut up, Kyle. Both Ray and Slivia said simultaneously again. This made everyone laugh even harder. But seriously, that black-haired man sitting next to the Emperor, did anyone else feel something deeply wrong about him? Harry said once the laughter died down. I did. He gave me absolute chills, like death itself was sitting there, Martha admitted quietly. There's definitely something not human about him, Roy added from the back of the group. Ray stayed silent, not wanting to reveal what he knew yet.
They'll find out eventually, when he and I meet in the arena, if that's what he wants.
The All-Kingdom Tournament was a massive event. Usually, there would be thousands of visitors from kingdoms across the continent, people traveling from far and wide to witness the greatest warriors compete. However, that wasn't the case today. Nearly all the stands were filled with people from the Empire only. The Empire had the largest population of any nation and had implemented strict entry requirements for the tournament. Only those who were specifically invited were allowed to attend. Due to rising tensions between the kingdoms and the Empire, Alexander had decided it was best for people to stay in their current kingdoms for now. Ray and Harry were the first to leave their rooms, ahead of everyone else. They were escorted toward the arena by palace guards. Waiting outside for them was a fancy, large carriage, unlike anything they'd seen before. It looked as if someone had attached the bodies of multiple carriages together, using some strange, flexible material in between to connect them. What kind of engineering is this? Harry wondered. Once inside the carriage, they saw all the other contestants already seated, eyeing them up immediately. However, one person was missing, the black-haired contestant from the Empire, Sarah. Only Roki was present from the Empire side.
Where's Sarah? Is he arriving separately?
Ray scanned the space for the man who seemed like a real challenge to him. While Ray remained unbothered by the palpable tension and was lost in his own thoughts, Harry felt uneasy in the small space. When the hell did we get on everyone's bad side? Shouldn't the Alor Kingdom at least like us or something? Slivia's brother is standing guard for them, Harry wondered, feeling the hostile stares. Even with the extended carriage, it was a tight fit inside. Both Harry and Ray would have to sit very close to the other contestants. Ray wasn't bothered by this and was about to sit down next to one of them when Harry quickly moved in front of him and sandwiched himself between Ray and the others. Why don't I sit here? Harry said, already positioning himself next to Savannah. I have to make sure Ray won't start trouble even before the tournament begins. Slivia is not here to stop him, and I doubt my words will have any effect on him if he gets triggered by the other contestants. Opposite him sat the old man Pi, the spear user who'd done serious damage to Ray outside the arena. The carriage started moving. The tension inside was suffocating. Even between the non-Red Wing contestants, there was no casual chatting or joking anymore. Everyone was getting into fight mode, mentally preparing themselves.
We're no longer friends. We have to fight seriously now, with the intention of hurting each other,
Savannah thought, looking at the other kingdom warriors. Pai stared intensely at Ray, trying to size him up. He'd expected to see the warrior Ness, just like everyone else had.
A king who fights.
Pai finally said.
How interesting, but I see no sword. Are you not a swordsman?
I can use a sword, Ray replied, somewhat defensively. I just feel like you all deserve to be hit personally by my fists. It was a confident tone, but the others couldn't take it seriously. Very rarely did anyone see high-level warriors fight with just their fists. Weapons were simply more effective. However, Roki remembered something. There was one person he'd seen fight with their fists, someone incredibly powerful.
Out of curiosity, why would a king even bother to fight? Do the Red Wings seriously have no one skillful enough with a sword that they had to send their king?
Savannah said, her tone probing. Harry immediately recognized what she was doing.
They're taunting Ray. They're trying to provoke him,
Harry realized. They'd all seen Ness and assumed he was from the Red Wings. They knew the Red Wings weren't weak, so why question their strength now?
They must have seen something at the dinner table. They must have noticed how easily Ray gets angered, and now they are trying to use Ray's one weakness against him,
Harry thought. When a fighter was angry, they performed worse, not thinking clearly, making mistakes their opponents could capitalize on. Of course we do. Why do you think I brought him along? Ray said calmly. Ray pointed at Harry. He is the best swordsman all of the Red Wings has to offer. This statement interested Roki greatly. If what Ray said was true, then the warrior Ness wasn't their best swordsman. Instead, it was the young man beside him. Is it true? Roki asked, leaning forward. Harry's face flushed with embarrassment. He'd never been the center of attention like this before, especially with warriors of this caliber staring at him.
Well, I mean, Harry stammered, I guess it isn't not true.
Based on Harry's awkward demeanor and uncertain words, the contestants simply couldn't believe Ray's claim.
This nervous kid is supposed to be their best? This red-haired king must be joking,
Savannah thought skeptically. Ray could see the disbelief on their faces. He started chuckling loudly. The way I see it, most of you in this carriage should just go home right now, Ray said, his voice carrying through the carriage. What? Several contestants shouted in anger. Ray lifted one hand and pointed all 5 fingers out clearly. There are 14 people participating in the All-Kingdom tournament, but in reality, there are only this many people you actually need to worry about. Some of them tried to figure out who he meant. They were confused, counting on their fingers. 5 people worth watching? Out of 14? That's insulting. Savannah's eyes narrowed at Ray in disdain. But there were a few individuals in the carriage who understood exactly what Ray had said. They'd come to the same conclusion themselves.
Oh,
Pai said, leaning back in his seat with a thoughtful expression.
It looks like you might be someone to watch out for after all. If I'm reading him correctly, 2 of those 5 would be Roki and that strange man from the Empire who didn't show up today. There must be a reason they're hiding him. The 3rd person would be me. Out of everyone here, I have the most ki. However, there's one more person with nearly the same amount as me.
Pai's eyes shifted to Harry.
That blonde boy by the king's side. If I include him, that's 4. Ray himself isn't giving off much ki like the rest of us, so I hadn't counted him initially. But the fact that he's aware of this power dynamic, aware enough to state it so confidently, makes him the 5th person.
Roki had figured this out as well, coming to similar conclusions. The other contestants still sat there confused, trying to understand what Ray meant. The carriage came to a stop. It was time to enter the arena. Outside the arena, Crowds had started gathering to watch the event. As contestants, Ray and Harry were given free VIP tickets, so they didn't need to wait with the regular spectators. But they still passed through the main entrance areas like everyone else. That's when Slivia and her group appeared on the arena's massive viewing screen.
A betting screen?
Slivia said, seeing the odds listed next to everyone's names. She studied the list carefully. There were only two things people could bet on: the overall winner of the All-Kingdom tournament and whether an individual would win their specific fight today.
Strange. The contestants don't even know who their opponents are yet. You're essentially betting blindly,
Slivia thought. Looking at the list, it was typical that the Empire had given the best odds to their own contestants. However, Roki wasn't the one with the best odds. It was a contestant named Sarah. The lowest odds, meaning the most likely to lose, were given to Ray.
This is perfect! I'm going to make a hell of a lot of money! I'm going to be rich!
Kyle exclaimed, starting to rush forward. Suddenly, he felt someone grab the back of his collar, yanking him to a stop.
Hey, what are you doing? Let go!
Kyle protested.
No, no, no!
Martha said firmly, maintaining her grip.
Do you think I don't know about your terrible luck? If you bet on Ray, you'll curse him to lose. We both are aware of your legacy, Kyle. What do you mean? This is his first match we're talking about. This is an easy way to double our money. Look at the odds,
Kyle argued. He gestured frantically at the screen. Ray's odds were 2-1.
No means no, Kyle, Martha said. Fine,
Kyle pouted, crossing his arms like a child.
But it's okay if I bet on other matches, right? If I can't bet on Ray, I'll bet on something else.
Martha thought about it for a while, then turned to Slivia for guidance.
Here,
Slivia said, placing something heavy and shiny in Kyle's palm. Kyle looked down. A single gold coin.
1 gold coin. That's your limit. Not 1 copper more,
Slivia stated firmly.
Yes! Thank you, thank you,
Kyle replied enthusiastically, bowing repeatedly before running toward the betting booth.
You're going to make him an addict, you know,
Martha warned, watching him go.
Oh, don't worry. This is coming out of his salary as the Black Sash Master Knight. It's good to remind him that he owes me money,
Slivia said with a slight smile. Martha's eyes went wide.
Sometimes Slivia seems a little scary. With that eye patch, she looks even more intimidating now.
At the betting booth, Kyle had a wide grin painted across his face.
They only said I couldn't bet on Ray, but there's another person I know well who's definitely going to win his first match.
1 gold coin on Harry Delbert to win his first fight, please,
Kyle said to the betting clerk, chuckling to himself. His eyes practically sparkled with imaginary gold coins.
There's nothing stopping me from getting rich. I may consider donating some coins to the Red Wings treasury. Oh, heavens, thank you for making me a kind and big-hearted person.
On the other hand, getting off the carriage near the arena entrance, Harry suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Cold and foreboding.
What the hell was that?
Harry said aloud, rubbing his arms.
What?
Ray asked.
Did you feel that? That weird chill?
Harry looked around nervously.
Feel what?
Ray replied, confused.
Never mind. I guess I was just imagining it,
Harry said, trying to shake off the feeling. He sighed and looked up at the massive screen displaying the betting odds. His name was listed there with moderately good odds.
I just hope it isn't a sign of what's to come,
Harry thought, with growing unease. The crowd was massive. As expected, nearly everyone in attendance was from the Empire, but these weren't ordinary citizens. Slivia could tell just from looking at their clothing and their decorative pins placed on their bodies.
They are all nobles, wealthy merchants, the elites,
Slivia observed. The Empire certainly wasn't lacking in funds like the Red Wings were, that was for sure. However, there were still a few people who weren't from the Empire. In order to not feel completely alienated, they'd all been grouped together in their own section, protected by some of the best Empire guards. All visitors from other kingdoms had been placed in one designated area. They had more space than the regular crowd and weren't cramped up. The guards wouldn't allow anyone else to enter their section.
It may look like they are providing VIP treatment, but it feels more like a cage,
Matthew thought from his position. They'd been given special privileges, but in a way, it made them feel even more isolated from the rest of the crowd. However, all thoughts of isolation were quickly forgotten as the contestants walked into the arena and onto the field. The cheers erupted, shaking the entire structure. Soon, a chant rose from thousands of voices.
Rocky! Rocky! Rocky!
They chanted their champion's name over and over. The contestants were escorted out by guards and lined up in the center in 2 rows, standing side by side with their teammates. Standing at the front were Roki and another fighter, Sarah, the mysterious contestant with surprisingly good betting odds.
So that's Sarah,
Slivia thought, studying the figure. Ray and Harry stood at the very back of the formation. With Roki and Sarah drawing all the attention at the front, it seemed like there wouldn't be much focus on the Red Wing warriors. Back in the crowd, Slivia had moved to stand next to her brother Matthew, who was in charge of looking after the Allur Kingdom guests.
Do you think your participants will do well?
Slivia asked. Matthew let out a big sigh. He looked down at the 2 men the Allur Kingdom had brought. One carried 2 large ring blades, unique weapons with handles in the center and sharp edges all around. The other was a simple sword and shield user.
I'm afraid not. The Allur Kingdom has been weakened significantly due to all this mess with the Red Wings,
Matthew replied honestly. He gestured toward the fighters.
Before, when Avrion Academy was still part of our kingdom, the best knights with the most potential would be sent there. It looks like the strongest ones chose to stay at the academy rather than come back. There was the Black Rings group, the strongest guild in the Allur Kingdom. They'd been bought off by the Empire, and you guys made quite a mess of them during the Avrion incident.
Hey, they messed with us first,
Slivia defended instantly. Matthew decided not to comment on that and continued.
We still chose to invite their guild leader to participate, he added, but there's been no sign of them since, so we were left really scraping the bottom of the barrel.
The news was concerning to Slivia. To outside observers, the Allur Kingdom appeared to be complying with the Empire, doing everything it was told, not supporting the Red Wings.
But in reality, Ray and the Queen have a close relationship, so close that the Prince of the Allur Kingdom, Prince Nathaniel, is actually part of the Red Wings now. If the other kingdoms discovered that truth, they might try to absorb the Allur Kingdom while the Empire's attention is elsewhere.
Slivia was aware of the gravity of the situation, yet there was one question that bugged her mind a lot. If that happened, what would Ray do?
Round 1.
Down in the arena, each contestant's name was introduced one by one, starting with those from the Red Wings. Finally, they reached the Empire fighters. Roki got the loudest cheer by far. Sarah got the second loudest.
Matthew, do you know anything about that Sarah person?
Slivia asked, her brows furrowed in intrigue. Ray had specifically asked her to gather any information about Sarah. He hadn't explained why, just said it would be important. But from what Slivia knew, Sarah had been almost invisible until today. Yet the crowd's enthusiastic reaction proved otherwise.
I don't know. We knew Roki would be in the tournament, obviously. Our guess was that they were probably hiding their other contestants so the kingdoms couldn't gather information beforehand.
Matthew glanced at Sarah. He couldn't shake the weird feeling he got every time he looked at the dark-haired man. He frowned.
But this is the first time I'm hearing this name as well. It wasn't like we didn't have a list of suspects for who the second Empire fighter might be. This just came as a complete surprise.
The Empire would never put just anybody in the ring,
Slivia thought. Finally, Emperor Alexander arrived, and the crowd cheered even louder, welcoming their emperor. He appeared on a platform built outward from the crowd seating, positioned midway up the arena wall. The platform's top and bottom were solid, leaving an open space for him to observe the entire arena floor. With an amplifying crystal in his hand, his voice carried clearly to every corner.
We will not waste any time on the formalities. Let's get these matches underway. I will draw 2 names, and those 2 will fight immediately.
The crowd responded with thunderous cheers. There was no fancy ceremony or elaborate selection process. One of Alexander's attendants handed him a black box filled with several small balls. On each ball was a contestant's name written. Alexander would lift a ball, announce the name, and if both fighters were from the same kingdom, he'd put it back and draw again. He reached into the box and drew the first ball.
We have Pi against Cliff Bido,
Alexander announced. The other contestants moved off to the side of the arena, where a separate viewing area had been built for them. It was like a small deck where they could still see the arena floor at ground level. A large horn played, signaling the start of the match. Pi was the old spearman who'd injured Ray. Cliff was one of the men from the Allure Kingdom, the one who used the ring blades as weapons. At first, the fight started slowly. The 2 circled each other, each waiting for the other to make the first move. However, soon boos rained from the crowd, demanding action. Eventually, Cliff couldn't take the crowd pressure anymore. He charged in with his rings, slicing in an odd acrobatic style, spinning and twisting his body. Pi remained calm. He simply batted the rings away before they could reach him, his spear moving with precise economy. Watching this fight, it was clear that everyone here could use ki. Whether strong or weak, they all deserved their place in this tournament. Still, Ray knew there was a clear winner before the fight had even started. Pi began his counterattack. He shoved his spear directly through the center hole of one ring blade. Then, using his strength, he yanked the ring from Cliff's hand and threw it into the arena wall. The ring blade embedded itself in the stone. Cliff expected this counter and charged in with his remaining ring, thinking it would take time for Pi to reposition his spear, but the spear was already back in place. Just like he'd done to Ray outside the arena, Pi executed a rapid series of stabs toward Cliff's body, jabbing in and out quickly, each strike precise and painful. The pain was overwhelming. Each stab moved Cliff's body further backward. Then, finally, the last strike thrust toward Cliff's throat, stopping just millimeters from his skin.
Forfeit. I do not wish to take a promising warrior's future here today,
Pi said calmly. Cliff gulped hard. His arm had grazed the edge of the spear. That's how close it was to piercing his throat. I forfeit, Cliff said, his voice shaking. Just like that, the first match was over. There were a few more matches after that, but none of them really interested Ray, unless they involved one of the 5 people he'd mentioned earlier. Besides, Ray and Sarah seemed to be having a staring match of their own. Whenever a fight would end, they'd lock eyes. Sarah was giggling like some teenage girl with a crush. Ray was scowling like an old man telling kids to get off his lawn.
What is with this person?
Ray thought with irritation. The next match, Savannah won, showing excellent skills with her twin daggers. She was thankful she hadn't been chosen to fight against the Empire or Red Wing Kingdom yet. After that, the young blonde swordsman won his match. He was skillful with the blade, but seemed inexperienced in actual combat. He fought using the traditional form taught at his kingdom, and eventually managed to win, but not without returning with many injuries. Then the next draw was made. Alexander reached into the box again. He pulled out a ball, read the name, then reached for the second ball.
Next we have...
Alexander paused for dramatic effect. A smile appeared on his face. Harry Delbert against our very own Roki. The arena exploded. The cheers went absolutely wild when hearing Roki's name. In the crowd, Kyle slapped himself hard on the forehead. Was this really because of me? Kyle said aloud. No, Martha said, turning to look at him with dawning horror. Don't tell me. You did, didn't you? You bet on Harry to win his first match. The moment she'd heard Kyle's groan, something told her it was his doing. His curse. Kyle's gambling curse struck again. They'd all seen Roki take down the Emperor-tier beast. They knew how skillful and strong Roki was. It wasn't that Martha didn't think Harry could win. The problem is that Kyle bet on Harry getting an easy opponent for his first fight. Instead, he got the worst possible matchup. Martha shook her head. It looked like on the first day of the All-Kingdom tournament, there would be a Red Wings versus Empire grudge match, one that everyone had been anticipating. The match had been announced, and excitement filled the air. Most of that excitement came from the crowd eager to see Roki fight. They'd only seen him battle large beasts. It would be the first time in ages they'd see Roki fight another person. Based on the betting odds and general opinion, it didn't look like anyone expected much from Harry. However, there were a few people in the seats who thought differently. Hearing his own name called, Harry began to feel nervous. It had been a long time since he'd had to do something like this, face a legendary opponent in front of thousands. I'm going up against Roki, the man who defeated an Emperor-tier beast, Harry thought. Ray, standing next to him, could see Harry's tension in his posture. Harry, what happened to you? Ray asked. Harry looked up at him, confused. What do you mean? Do you not remember when we were younger? You used to have such confidence. You never doubted yourself like this. By now, Roki had already left the waiting area and was standing in the center of the arena. They were just waiting for Harry. Let me ask you something, Harry. Who do you think is stronger, me or him? Their conversation was happening in the trench-like viewing area, so all the other contestants could hear them clearly. They weren't exactly speaking quietly. Only Roki, who'd already left for the arena floor, couldn't hear them. You, Harry said without hesitation. Is he serious? The young blonde warrior thought. The other contestants felt like the Red Wings were complete idiots. They knew Roki's skill level. Any warrior who was half decent could tell that Roki was just on a different level compared to everyone else here. Though they're loyal idiots, to be able to answer their king like that without thinking twice, Savannah couldn't help but admit. Well then, Ray said with a slight smile, as a man who once beat me, you should have no problem beating him. Wait, what? The blonde boy beat their king? Several contestants thought simultaneously. No more time could be wasted. Harry had to go out onto the arena field now. Well, this should be a quick match, right? The young blonde warrior said once Harry left.
I wouldn't be so sure. These Red Wing members, there's something strange about them,
Pi replied thoughtfully. Pi could tell from that dinner with the Emperor that every single member of the Red Wing Kingdom was a Ki user. If every knight in their army could utilize Ki, then even if their army was small, other kingdoms would think twice before attacking them.
And I'm still thinking about that conversation in the carriage. If Ray's words were true, this young man is more skilled than the warrior Ness we encountered.
Savannah had similar thoughts to Pi. After seeing the bald-headed warrior's ability, this fight would most likely surprise everyone. Don't underestimate the Red Wings, Savannah thought. On the arena floor, the two fighters faced each other. Roki used a single large sword, a beautiful weapon with perfect balance. Harry carried his dual swords, one gold-colored, one silver. As he stood before his opponent, Harry recalled Ray's words. Ray, you seem to forget something. The man I fought back then and the one here now are two completely different beasts. But Ray's words did remind Harry of something important, his goal in all this, how his father had done terrible things to his family members because of the Shadow. He wanted to pay back the Shadow for what they'd done.
I even risked going through the beasting process for this goal. The man in front of me is just another stepping stone.
Fight begin!
Emperor Alexander shouted. The match started. Swooping in first was Roki. He came with a perfect thrust of his sword, perfectly timed, jumping off his back foot using a burst of ki. The movement was so smooth and so quick that it would have caught many opponents off guard and ended the match immediately. But not Harry. The moment Roki moved, Harry's body reacted instinctively. With a spin to the left, he knocked the blade downward with one sword and struck toward Roki's arm with the other.
He is fast,
Roki thought with surprise. As the sword was about to hit his wrist, Roki flicked the hilt of his sword upward with incredible precision, deflecting Harry's blade ever so slightly. It skimmed across his armor harmlessly. Roki caught his sword again mid-motion, but instead of attacking, moved backward. No one was hurt in the first exchange, but in those first strikes alone, both fighters thought the same thing. This person is good. Roki smiled widely. He was no longer upset about not fighting Ness. When it came to combat, he always preferred opponents who were skilled. Here, he'd met someone worth fighting.
Looks like the red-haired king wasn't lying after all. The Red Wing Kingdom seems to be an interesting place.
From that moment on, the fight became something entirely different. The two charged at the same time, swinging their blades at each other. Harry would parry the blows away, but whenever he tried to attack, he felt like he was in an awkward position.
He's controlling the pace, keeping me defensive,
Harry realized. Roki was attacking with everything he knew. He needed to, because there was something strange about the person in front of him. The advantage a long sword had over two smaller blades was significant. The long sword was heavier, had longer reach, and delivered more powerful strikes. Yet through sheer force and power, Harry was deflecting his attacks with a single hand. Harry had noticed it too. He didn't want to admit it, but this was only possible because he'd gone through the beasting process. It had boosted all his physical capabilities significantly.
In a way, I feel like I'm cheating,
Harry thought with guilt. But he couldn't let up. His will to win was stronger than his conscience.
Come on, Harry!
Kyle screamed so loudly that the veins on his neck were showing.
I'll kill you myself if you don't beat this guy!
With a kick to Kyle's back, Martha said frustratedly,
Your bad luck put him in this situation in the first place. Stop distracting him.
Kyle fell forward but kept cheering anyway. The fight continued between the two, and slowly, people in the crowd started falling in love with Harry's swordsmanship. Roki's sword style was clean, straight, and very honest. It looked like his attacks had been practiced 1,000 times. There were no errors in his movements, pure technical perfection. But Harry's style was more like art. His movements were like a dance, flowing and unpredictable. Before Roki knew it, something strange was happening.
What's going on?
The young blonde warrior asked, confused.
Not one of them has been hit yet, and it's been so long. Are they really equally matched?
When two highly skilled warriors fight, this is what happens. Each blow they're delivering is potentially fatal. That's why they're doing everything they can to block every single attack.
Hai explained.
But the tide is starting to change,
Ray said with a smile on his face. Pai tried to look closely at what Ray was talking about. While watching, he could see no clear victor. One didn't appear to outperform the other. They seemed in a stalemate. But after watching more carefully, Pai finally noticed it.
I can't believe it,
Pai thought.
He's drawing him in, controlling the rhythm. How could this unknown warrior be doing such a thing to someone who defeated an Emperor-tier beast?
It had taken time, but Harry's preparations were finally coming through. To many observers, his dancing style while wielding his swords looked fancy, pretty much overkill, wasted movements. But each of these movements was important. Harry had finally gotten a sense of Roki's rhythm. Now, whenever Roki attacked, it wasn't his own decision, it was Harry's. It was as if an invisible force was pulling Roki in, telling him where to strike. And this was all Harry's doing.
Just a little more. Almost there,
Harry thought. Another thrust came. Leading Roki exactly where he wanted him, Harry knew where the veteran would strike next. At this moment, Roki figured out what was happening.
He's been guiding me,
Roki realized, but it was too late. With his other blade, Harry stabbed forward. The sword pierced through the gap between Roki's shoulder armor and arm, delivering the first real blow of the match. Blood appeared on Roki's arm. Harry pulled the blade out and immediately went for a strike across Roki's neck, using brute force instead of technique this time. For the first time in the fight, Roki was forced to lift his arms defensively to block the attack. He pushed off with his legs, flinging himself away from Harry to create distance. The crowd, which had been chanting Roki's name continuously, suddenly went silent. The only person who could be heard cheering loudly was Kyle.
Ha ha ha! Suckers! Bring me the money! I'm rich! I'm rich!
Kyle shouted, jumping up and down. Kyle, sit down, Martha hissed, pulling him back to his seat. Ray had expected this outcome. Roki was good. Ray had seen that clearly when Roki defeated the Emperor-tier beast on the screens. Did Ray think Harry could take on an Emperor-tier creature? No, he didn't.
But that's not where Harry's skills lie,
Ray thought. Harry's swordsmanship wasn't well suited for fighting beasts. It was better used when fighting other humans. The tricks and techniques Harry employed wouldn't work on mindless creatures. When Ray had seen Harry walk onto that arena floor, he'd been confident Harry would win this fight. The Emperor watched this unfold from his elevated platform, his eyebrows furrowed deeply.
What the hell is going on here? Who is that blonde boy?
Alexander thought. Alexander put down the public amplifying crystal and grabbed a different one, a private communication crystal.
Roki, you have to win this, otherwise you know what will happen.
The crystal allowed his message to be sent directly to Roki. Only Roki could hear it through a small earpiece. Roki gritted his teeth after hearing Alexander's threat.
Right now, I've found an opponent who's skillful with the sword. I wanted to face him using just my swordsmanship. It's something I've dreamed of, and it's been ruined.
The Emperor's message was clear. Win at any cost or face consequences. Roki reached for something at his belt, a weapon he'd earned from the arena, his reward for defeating the Emperor-tier beast.
I guess it's time to use what I got from the arena,
Roki thought. It was time for him to use his Emperor-tier weapon. It wasn't clear to many who was winning the fight. That was, until Harry had suddenly stabbed Roki in the shoulder with his blade. The Empire's people had been relying on Roki to be their ace. When they'd seen him fight giant beasts, they'd imagined fighting another human would be a walk in the park.
How is he losing?
Several crowd members thought. Savannah took a glance at Ray in the waiting area.
These Red Wing people, they're not normal.
Sitting beside her was Bruno's replacement, a man called Gore. He was just as large as Bruno, with tattoos covering his chest all the way up to his neck.
I don't see what you all had shaking in your boots. These two aren't even that impressive. If this is the best the Red Wings and Empire have to offer, then we have this tournament won,
Gore said dismissively. Savannah didn't respond. Gore hadn't been there when the warrior known as Ness had defeated Bruno, hadn't seen him take on all of them at the same time.
He doesn't understand,
Savannah thought. The main reason she didn't snap back was because Gore actually had the skills to back himself up. In truth, he was a better warrior than Bruno. The only reason they hadn't wanted to use him originally was because of his unusual tendencies to play with defeated opponents. He was a vile human being, cruel beyond measure.
He doesn't deserve to be here, but we have no choice now,
Savannah thought. Not wanting to sour relations with other kingdoms, they'd kept him as a reserve, still debating whether to use him. In the end, they'd left the choice to Savannah, and she'd chosen not to. But now, with Bruno out of commission, they didn't really have a choice. On the arena floor, Roki had jumped back several meters, now outside Harry's striking zone. Unsure if this was part of some plan, Harry decided to stay back and wait. Then, Roki did something strange. He placed the sword he'd been using away, sliding it into the sheath behind his back. Then, from the exact same sheath, he pulled out a different blade. Wait, that's not the same sword, Harry realized. On closer inspection, it was two blades closely lined together in one sheath. Roki had been carrying two long swords all along. He'd just hidden the second one. When Ray saw the energy radiating from the new sword, he knew immediately what it was.
An Emperor-tier weapon,
Ray recognized. Of all the things the crystal could have been turned into, Roki had gotten lucky. An Emperor-tier crystal was perfect for making a longsword. The new sword looked similar to his other one, only with more polish and shine to it, clearly newly forged. A green glow pulsed through the middle of the blade, making it look like a magical weapon of legend. Roki charged in just like before. Harry responded the same way, using his skillful techniques to force the strike where he wanted it to go. I can still control the rhythm, Harry thought. This time, when Harry tried to redirect the attack, Roki spoke quietly. I'm sorry. I didn't want to win this way. Suddenly, strange roots started growing from the sword. They wrapped around Harry's wrists like living things, constricting tightly. What? Harry thought in shock. Harry tried to use his strength to break free, pulling with all his enhanced power. If only I could transform. Maybe I could slip away in beast form, Harry thought desperately. Although the roots held Harry constricted, Roki was free to move. The plants adjusted automatically when he moved his sword. He repositioned the blade, now pointing it directly at Harry's neck. Please, forfeit, Roki said, his voice pained. He doesn't want to do this, but he has no choice, Harry realized. Harry gritted his teeth. He was debating whether or not to use his beast form, to transform right here in front of everyone. But that would reveal everything, the beasting process, our secrets. I can't take that risk, not here, Harry thought. He felt like he'd been cheated. The sword's active skill was nearly the same as magic. As Harry debated internally, he received a message through the system from Slivia. You've done enough. You can forfeit. Harry looked at Roki one more time, meeting his eyes. But Roki didn't have the face of someone about to claim victory. If anything, it looked like if Harry said those words, Roki would be more hurt by them than Harry. I forfeit, Harry said aloud. The crowd erupted in cheers for Roki. In the audience, Kyle exploded. What the hell? What about my money? Isn't that cheating? He used magic! Unfortunately, it's not cheating. The Emperor clearly stated the rules. Active skills on weapons are allowed. The higher grade the weapon, the stronger the active skills usually are, Slivia replied calmly. She looked at Kyle's devastated face. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. I really think this is your fault anyway, Kyle, Martha said, trying to tease him even more. My fault? Kyle protested. How is... Your curse, Martha said with a smile. Both girls weren't actually upset, though. They had achieved what they wanted to achieve. We came here to show the others that the Red Wings are no pushovers, and we did exactly that, Slivia thought. One of their warriors had just fought using pure skill against one of the Empire's strongest. Unless the other kingdoms had armies full of people as skillful as Roki, all equipped with Emperor-tier weapons, they wouldn't welcome a fight with the Red Wings. Mission accomplished, Slivia concluded. Harry and Roki headed back to the contestants' area. They didn't say a word to each other. Roki went immediately to have his shoulder wound healed by medical staff. Harry walked straight to Ray. I'm sorry, Harry said, looking down. Don't be, Harry. I should be the one apologizing. I'll just get you your own Emperor-tier weapon next time, Ray replied firmly. The other contestants in the waiting area had gotten used to Ray's crazy words and thoughts by now. Not just anyone could kill an Emperor tier being and harvest its crystal. They considered Ray as a mad king. Now, it was time to announce the contestants of the next match. Next match, all the way from the Red Wing Kingdom, Ray Talon and his opponent, Gore Dwin. Alexander's voice boomed through the arena.
The Mad King finally enters the stage,
The young blonde warrior said.
The last match was an unexpected surprise. I hope this one doesn't disappoint either,
Pi commented.
finally.
Savannah said, anticipation and dread mixing in her voice. However, she was worried that Gore would go too far. This was a king they were facing, not just some random warrior. When she turned to look at Gore to see if he understood that, all she saw was him licking his lips hungrily.
What a tasty redhead treat,
Gore said as he started walking toward the arena floor.
He's going to do something terrible. I should have never agreed to let him participate.
Savannah realized. Standing opposite each other on the arena floor, Ray wore no visible weapons or armor. He'd been this way the whole time, but it was intentional. He had something to show the people.
No weapons or armor? It just makes it easier for me to see that sweet red blood of yours,
Gore said with a nasty grin. Ray raised his arm upward. Suddenly, equipment started forming all over his body, materializing out of thin air. In an instant, his gauntlets and armor had appeared. The eyes of the crowd and contestants went wide at what had just happened.
Is that magic?
Someone in the crowd asked.
How did he do that?
Another voice called out. What Ray had done was something only soul-bound equipment could accomplish. If equipment was bound to someone's soul, they could equip and unequip it as easily as Ray had just demonstrated. The only downside was that the equipment could only be used by that specific person. This technique had yet to be passed on to all the smiths in Bronzeland. It was rare and valuable. Seeing Ray standing there fully armored, that's when a few people started to notice something.
Wait, doesn't he look a little familiar?
The young blonde warrior said slowly. It clicked in Savannah's head suddenly. There was another person who'd used gauntlets to fight, an odd choice of weapon, which was why she remembered. Not only that, but these gauntlets looked identical.
And the person in front of me is about the same height, though the facial features are slightly different. It couldn't be, could it?
She whispered. The horn sounded, beginning the match. Taking his large axe from his back, Gore charged forward with no fear whatsoever. But Ray wasn't looking in his opponent's direction. Instead, he was staring directly at the contestants' waiting area, making eye contact with all of them.
What is he doing?
Several thought.
Fine. If you're planning to have a quick death, I won't let that happen. I'm going to make this painful,
Gore shouted. Not even for a second did Ray break eye contact with the other contestants. It was starting to scare them. That Mad King, what does he want? Why is he staring at us? They were confused. The axe swung downward with tremendous force. At the last possible moment, Ray leaned slightly to the side. With his elbow, he struck the axe shaft before it could reach the ground. The force was so strong that the axe was ripped from Gore's grip, no matter how tightly he'd been holding on. The axe went flying across the arena until it embedded itself in the wall. Then, as hard as he could, Ray stomped his foot down on the ground where Gore's foot was planted. The foot was smashed into pieces. The ground cracked and broke apart. Debris flew everywhere. Gore screamed in agony. Using his hand, Ray pulled Gore's head down forcefully and dug his fingernails into the back of his neck, exactly as he'd done to Bruno.
No, it really is him,
Savannah said, her mouth hanging open in shock. Now, all the kingdom contestants, apart from those from the Empire and Harry, were standing up in the waiting area. They'd seen this exact sequence before. Everything was nearly identical. This was what Ness had done to Bruno outside the arena.
Ray and Ness are the same person,
they all realized simultaneously. Ray's voice carried across the arena, cold and threatening.
Let me ask you something. Do you want me to boil your blood?
I'm going to crush this bug within minutes,
Gore had thought confidently when the match began. But now, with Ray's hand wrapped around his neck, that confidence began to crumble completely. Using all his strength, Gore tried to lift his head. He was roughly twice the size of the person in front of him, and he knew how to utilize ki properly.
What is going on? He's not budging. I should have been able to free myself and push this man away easily. Is my ki not working?
Gore thought with panic. But then he noticed the ground underneath his feet starting to crack and crumble. His footing was dispersing as the sheer amount of ki he was using disrupted the stone arena floor. Still, he was completely unable to move or affect his opponent in any way.
Which means only one thing. This red-haired Mad King's ki is vastly higher than mine,
Gore realized with horror.
It's going to be me, not you,
Gore shouted, trying one last desperate move. His reach was longer than Ray's. If he extended his arms fully, he could still hit Ray even while being held by the neck. Unfortunately, magic is not allowed, Ray said calmly, glancing toward the contestants' viewing area. He looked directly at the black-haired man, Sarah, who was now smiling even more than before. And it looks like someone is keeping a very close eye on me. Ray released Gore's neck and immediately punched one of Gore's incoming hands away, then the next hand. Gore felt the bones inside both arms shatter the instant he felt the impact.
My arms! He broke both my arms!
Gore thought. Then, throwing out a fist that hadn't even physically touched Gore, Ray sent him flying through the air.
A ki blast!
Gore realized mid-flight.
A ki blast! It has to be him. Their moves are too similar, unless...
Pi shouted from the viewing area. There was one more dreaded thought. Maybe Ness was just another warrior, and these techniques were standard things taught to all Red Wing members.
But that seems unlikely,
Pi admitted to himself. Gore lay motionless on the arena floor. He wasn't going to get back up again. The match was called. Ray was declared the winner. The crowd was unbiased in this situation. They clapped and cheered enthusiastically due to the sheer dominance one contestant had shown over the other. Heading back to the viewing area, Ray walked alone. Gore was the first contestant who had to be carried off for emergency medical treatment. All the other matches had ended with forfeits, including Harry's match against Roki. Before Ray could even reach the area where the other contestants were sitting, Savannah ran out and immediately bowed down to him.
King of the Red Wings, forgive me if I have ever been rude to you before. I have just one question to ask,
Savannah said respectfully, peeking up at him. She took a breath.
Are you the warrior Ness that we met before, outside the arena?
Roki, hearing this, was surprised at what Savannah was asking. Roki had mostly seen Ray use his swordsmanship, which was admittedly sloppy and unrefined. At times, Ray had used his hands, but only for a few seconds here and there. I'm unaware of what this Ness did. How have they come to this conclusion that these two are the same person? But if what they said was true, maybe there was a chance Roki could redeem himself. Redeem himself for what had happened to Harry, for being forced to use the Emperor-tier weapon instead of pure skill. Maybe I could fight a true fight, test my swordsmanship against his strength. My name is not Ness, I am Ray, Ray replied simply. When entering the viewing area, Ray walked past Pi and the young blonde warrior, Vinny, who were seated at the front. Ray casually touched his midsection. These wounds have healed nicely, he said, looking directly at Pi. Pi's eyes widened. His heart started thumping louder than before.
They're the same person. Ray and Ness are the same, and he's making me aware of it. He's basically threatening me for what I did before, for injuring him. It might be best if the other kingdoms just forfeit from this tournament entirely,
Pi thought nervously. Finally, it was the last fight of the day.
the Empire's second contestant was announced, Sarah, along with his opponent, a silver-haired man who used a strange, three-pronged small blade that looked like a miniature pitchfork.
An unusual weapon,
Ray observed. It was a strange pairing, but Ray was hoping the other contestant would be able to put up a fight long enough so he could observe what Sarah was truly capable of. When Sarah walked onto the arena floor, there were no cheers like there had been for Roki. The crowd was confused about who this man even was. Still, since he was a contestant representing the Empire, they cheered anyway out of loyalty. For those unable to sense ki particularly well, they felt like this man was nothing special. The same could be said for his opponent. And with no visible weapons or armor, he wasn't threatening at all in appearance.
This is the place for warriors. I suggest you forfeit now before you get seriously hurt,
the silver-haired man said dismissively. But Sarah just responded with a yawn. Do you think this person is strong? Harry asked Ray quietly. Very strong, Ray replied without hesitation. The others nearby heard this response, which made them pay much more attention than they'd initially planned.
So, Ray noticed it too,
Roki thought.
Let the match begin,
the announcer proclaimed. The fight started immediately. The silver-haired man with the two small pitchfork-like weapons came in lightning fast. His speed was far greater than any contestant they'd seen today. He'd moved the instant the match began. However, Sarah looked completely unfazed. Then, when the dagger was thrust toward him, something impossible happened. The dagger itself looked as if it turned around all on its own, as if controlled by invisible hands. It went straight through the silver-haired man's throat instead. Blood splattered across Sarah's face from the wound. Taking the dagger from the dying man's hand, Sarah repeatedly stabbed him in the neck, over and over. They both fell to the floor with Sarah on top. He didn't say a single word. All he did was stab the contestant's neck repeatedly. At first, there were cheers from the crowd. They saw their Empire contestant winning quickly, but soon the cheers stopped. The stabbing continued. The crowd fell into stunned silence as no one intervened in the fight, even though it was painfully clear the other contestant was already dead.
Why isn't anyone stopping this?
Martha thought with horror from the VIP section. This was because it was all on Emperor Alexander's orders. Whatever happened in Sarah's fights, the guards were to allow it and just sit there and watch. The stabbing continued for around 3 minutes until eventually Sarah stood up, threw the blade on the ground, and walked off casually. Roki, Sarah's teammate from the same empire, had wanted to come out and stop the massacre, but whenever he tried moving toward the arena floor, he felt a strange shiver all over his body.
What a freak! What the hell was that?
Kyle shouted from the VIP section.
How could the Empire just allow something like that? Why didn't they do anything?
Martha asked, horrified but unable to look away.
It seemed like a message,
Slivia said quietly.
A message to all of us. Maybe the Empire has more problems than they wish to admit. They allow such a psychotic person to sit at the dinner table and be by the Emperor's side at all times? Something is very wrong here,
Slivia concluded. The first day of tournament events was over. The participants were told to return to their accommodations and rest. There had been so many shocking things that happened during the day's events, but the one thing that stuck in everyone's minds was the last fight. Maybe because it was the most recent, or maybe it was because Sarah's blood-splattered face was seared into their memories, how emotionless he'd been while committing such brutal actions. Inside the room at the palace, all the Red Wings gathered with Ray, discussing what had happened. Roy was with them as well.
Well, it's official. I think I'll be leaving this place and joining you all after all. There are just too many things going on here. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit,
Roy said.
I couldn't agree with you more,
Kyle replied.
Slivia, it would be best if you started making preparations,
Ray said seriously. Preparations for what? Slivia asked nervously, though she suspected the answer.
For war.
The room went silent.
War with the Empire? Would it really come to that?
Martha thought. Even with their combined strength, they could never imagine winning such a conflict, and they still had the massive problem with the shadow to deal with as well. While they were all thinking about the implications, a knock sounded at the door. When Martha answered it, she was surprised to see one of the contestants waiting outside. But not just any contestant. It was Roki. "Your Majesty," Roki said in a polite and respectful manner, bowing deeply, "is it all right if we can have a talk? Just the two of us?" Slivia looked at Ray as if to say this was a bad idea, possibly a trap. But Ray didn't feel the same way. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave the room. The others filed out reluctantly. Then Ray and Roki sat down at the corner table at the back of the room. It was quiet between them for a while until Roki finally spoke. "I think it's best if the Red Wings leave now. Forget about the tournament. You've already proved your strength to everybody. Is there really a need for you to stay?" Roki said seriously. Ray was surprised by this. He knew what Roki was like. When he saw a strong opponent, he usually wanted to face them. That was why Roki had approached Ness at the arena before.
"But what has changed? Why is he warning me to leave?"
Ray wondered. "Is it because of what happened with Sarah?" Ray asked. Roki nodded before speaking. "You don't understand. When he came to the Empire, things changed completely. He's not human. He's a god," Ray finished. Roki had this look on his face as if to say, "How did you know?" Roki was too intrigued by this man. He was not only powerful and confident, but also crazy and smart. He opened his mouth to say something when his eyes landed on something that he had never noticed before. His brows furrowed before his eyes flashed with recognition. Roki's face morphed into shock as he slowly lifted his finger, pointing it at Ray. "That!" Roki said urgently. "Where did you get that?"
Ray was confused watching the color in Roki's face draining and his eyes widening. His eyes followed the direction Roki's finger pointed at. "This pendant?" The pendant Roki was pointing at was one that had been gifted to Ray by his mother. He'd worn it every day since receiving it, thinking nothing special of it. Until now. The fact that Roki recognized it brought back what his mother had said to him the last time they'd met.
She told me one day the necklace would come in handy, or bring me more trouble, depending on how I saw it.
Originally, his mother was from the Empire. All these facts Ray had only learned during their last meeting before she disappeared. "It was a gift from my mother. She told me it might be helpful one day if I got into trouble," Ray replied carefully.
"But how is that possible?"
Roki looked deep in thought, his expression serious.
"Maybe that would have been true a while ago, but not now. How much do you know about the current political situation of the Empire?"
Roki said slowly. "Not much at all. I never used to bother with politics until recently. We've had our own problems with the Shadow to deal with. Too busy to care about what the Empire does." Ray's tone became slightly aggressive. "It was you who attacked us first."
I like Roki, but he's still part of the Empire at the end of the day. I need to be careful how much information I share.
"Ray, please," Roki said earnestly. "Let me tell you, I'm very much on your side in all of this. Let me explain the Empire's history so you understand."
He leaned forward.
The Empire itself, at one point, was originally just another kingdom. In the past, there were many smaller kingdoms, more than exist today. There was no shadow plague to worry about back then. The biggest threats were either each other or legendary beasts like dragons, if you believe the tales.
Dragons. If only he knew,
Ray thought. Roki continued.
These smaller kingdoms were no match for the larger ones. As tensions raised, they could see they would soon be consumed by the bigger kingdoms, forced to work as slaves. So 13 of these smaller kingdoms came together and formed what we now call the 13 parties within the Empire.
13 kingdoms united? Ray asked.
Exactly. Trade between these 13 kingdoms opened up. They shared resources. People were free to travel between borders. Because of all this, they began to thrive and gain tremendous wealth.
Roki gestured expansively.
One major advantage was that most of these kingdoms were located along the coastline, allowing them to dominate sea trade routes. Another factor was how the 13 parties worked politically. Decisions weren't made by an overall king or single ruler, but instead by vote, a leader who represented each of these parties. As time went on, the people's loyalties to their old kingdoms eventually disappeared. They started seeing the place as one unified nation. Support for individual leaders diminished, and these 13 parties eventually dwindled down to two major political factions.
Two sides? Ray asked.
Yes,
Roki said.
The 13 parties still existed, but they had to choose to support one side or the other. These two sides had significantly different policies and visions. If they didn't do anything soon, a civil war would break out.
He paused.
The other kingdoms were watching closely. They thought such a system would collapse eventually and were ready to attack when it did. But the leaders of the old empire weren't fools.
What did they do? Ray asked.
They made a decision to crown one person as emperor, but with a critical condition. The 13 parties would still hold the real power. The emperor would have to win over 7 seats to be elected, and at any point this could change. So the emperor couldn't do as he wished. The real authority remained with the original 13. Because the leaders accepted this system, so did the people. The conflict between the two sides started to die down. To stay on good terms with the party leaders, the emperor would listen to their suggestions and take their advice seriously,
Roki explained.
So, what changed? Alexander clearly has more power than that now,
Ray asked.
2 major events changed everything,
Roki said grimly.
The first event, one day a strange ship that no one had ever seen before crashed on one of the shore borders. Technically, the borderline still existed within the empire, so what happened to the ship and the people inside was decided by one of the parties.
He leaned back.
What the others found out later was that this ship wasn't from any continent of Bronzeland. It was from far away, from the land of the dwarves.
Dwarves? This sounds similar to Rusty's story, how he first arrived, how he split up from his group,
Ray thought with interest.
The leader in charge treated them well, gave them a place to live, looked after them. In return, they agreed to build something for him.
What did they build? Ray asked.
I'll get to that,
Roki promised.
Later on, one of the kingdoms finally couldn't wait any longer. Seeing that the old empire was getting organized, they decided to strike while small internal conflicts were still happening. It was the new empire's first major battle, and we were in complete shambles.
Roki shook his head.
We learned it was hard to coordinate 13 different armies, even under 2 different banners. Only the party leaders knew their own forces well. If it continued, we would lose badly.
But you didn't lose, Ray observed.
No,
Roki confirmed.
That's when the dwarves' invention came into play. They had built a weapon that no one had seen before, something revolutionary. It changed the entire flow of battle. The war was won thanks to this weapon. The leader who owned this weapon was not on the side of the current emperor. The emperor tried his best to gain favor, but it never worked. So, in the end, he tried to abuse his powers, forcing the weapon to his side. As long as he had 7 party leaders who agreed with him, it wouldn't matter if he further upset the weapon's owner.
But? Ray prompted.
However, the leader was smart. He'd made it so only he knew how to activate the special weapon. Only he had the key. In the end, a new emperor was crowned because of this power shift.
Roki continued.
The people wanted revenge against the kingdoms that had attacked. Using the new weapon the dwarves created, they started to take over kingdom after kingdom, growing the empire's territory dramatically. As emperors changed over generations, the dwarves were eventually forgotten for the deeds they'd done,
Roki said sadly.
Later on, one particular leader didn't agree with conquering the continent anymore, so they took the key and hid the weapon somewhere.
He looked directly at Ray. Ray, the Empire didn't stop expanding and make a truce with other kingdoms because of the shadow threat. They stopped because the key to this weapon was lost.
So, the shadow was just a convenient excuse,
Ray realized.
They had become reliant on the weapon's power. They feared starting another war without it. The Emperor changed once again, and power shifted back to the old political balance,
Roki explained.
And the second event? Ray asked. Then the second biggest event in Empire history happened,
Roki said, his voice darkening.
The introduction of the black-haired man named Sarah.
Here it comes,
Ray thought.
Somehow, Alexander, who was a party leader who'd never obtained any seats before, suddenly obtained 9 of them, more than enough to become emperor with absolute authority. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it all happened when that man appeared by Alexander's side. I found out a few strange things that weren't possible for a human to do, which led me to my conclusion.
He looked at Ray seriously.
The man is either a god or a demon.
Ray sat back, processing everything. The old empire had a weapon built by dwarves, strong enough to conquer kingdoms and not worry about the shadow as a threat. However, the key was lost generations ago.
And the party leaders were worried about their lost power. Perhaps this god took advantage of that, promising them new things, showing them abilities humans were incapable of.
As Ray thought about it more, he grew increasingly frustrated with these so-called gods.
It's as if they're all children, wishing to beat each other, and humans are just their tools for playing games.
The divine being trying to control the future and the Red Wings, Sarah controlling the Empire, and whoever was behind the Shadow Plague.
They're all using humans as pawns,
Ray realized. Whatever the case, Ray didn't care if they were gods or not. He wouldn't let them have their way.
If they're the gods of humans, then I'm the god of dragons. Let's see who wins this little game,
Ray thought defiantly.
Ray, do you not understand?
Roki asked, interrupting his thoughts.
The reason why I'm telling you all this?
Ray was silent for a moment. He tried to place all the pieces together, and a picture began to form. Yet there were many questions left unanswered.
Tell me,
Ray said.
My family has been loyal to one of the party leaders from the very beginning. But one day, our current leader ran off, disappeared without explanation. My family were the ones who initially held both the weapon and the key. We've been keeping it secret for generations.
He pointed at the pendant again.
But when our leader ran off, they took the key with them. Ray, that pendant around your neck, that is the key to the weapon.
Ray's hand moved to touch the pendant instinctively.
This simple necklace is a key? And if it is, and what Roki is saying is all true, then does it mean that my mother is a faction's leader?
Surprised. That was the word Ray thought of after hearing Roki's revelation. He would have never imagined any of this to be the case.
My mother was the previous leader? How is that possible?
Ray thought, still processing. His mother had always been a secretive person. His father, too, for that matter, from Ray's earliest memories. When Ray got older, he'd always thought it didn't make sense for both of them to settle down in a nameless village with their incredible skills. His father was a powerful warrior, and his mother was one of the best fire mages Ray had ever seen.
With their abilities, they could have made a fortune anywhere. Why hide in obscurity?
Ray had often wondered. Still, just because his mother had obtained the pendant didn't necessarily mean she was the previous leader. She could have gotten it from someone else and simply given it to Ray as a gift.
I need more information before I come to any conclusion,
Ray decided.
Roki, were you alive while the previous leader was still present? Do you have any idea what she looked like, her personality? Yes, I was still around. As you can tell, I'm quite old now. The previous leader was a black-haired woman. She was a gentle, kind soul with an upbeat personality. Roki smiled at the memory. It was perhaps because of this gentle nature that she chose to run away with the key rather than use it for war. She believed violence should be a last resort. Ray didn't want to believe it, but the person Roki described sounded exactly like his mother. He thought this all might be some trick or elaborate story made up by the Empire to manipulate him.
But not many people knew what my mother looked like, and judging by my red hair, they would assume my mother had the same red hair as well, not black.
Ray lifted his hand and touched the pendant hanging around his neck, long and dark in color. He twisted it absently while lost in thought.
I have something the Empire wants, and they don't know about it. That's a favorable position to be in.
Ray, listen carefully. Don't reveal yourself or that pendant. Ever since they've had Sarah on their side, the Emperor's confidence has grown steadily. If Alexander knew you had the key, he would definitely attack the Red Wings to try to obtain it. Also, even though you have the key, we have no clue where the actual weapon is located. Roki's tone was urgent and serious. You've been searching? Ray asked. Yes. Myself and the other 4 parties that oppose the current Emperor have been looking for it for years, but we've been unable to find it. When we do locate it, then we can play our cards, use this as justification to turn the tides and elect a new Emperor. Roki's eyes lit up with excitement. Ray, you could become the new Emperor. With the weapon and the key, you'd have legitimate claim. Calm down, Ray replied, holding up his hand. That isn't my wish, at least not right now. All I want is the Empire off my back. That's why we came to the All-Kingdom tournament, to show our strength and buy time.
Though having the Empire's army would help with the war against the Shadow,
Ray admitted to himself. If he commanded the whole Empire's military forces, it would certainly aid him in the coming conflict with Gary and the Shadow Plague, but it was all too soon.
It would be too risky, trying to search for this mysterious weapon instead of strengthening my current forces. And even if I became Emperor, I'd have to deal with traitors, political factions, establishing my authority.
It could prove to be even more problematic than he was imagining. He needed to deal with things one problem at a time. This god, Ray said, changing the subject. Sarah, you said you saw him do strange things. Do you know what his specific powers are?
Understanding an enemy's abilities is crucial,
Ray thought. Bliss, the divine being at his base, was strong in magic and possessed vast knowledge in magical research, but that was due to how much time she'd spent on the continent choosing to study those subjects.
As an actual god, her true power is foresight, the ability to see potential futures.
Ray knew. Even with Ray's 1,000 dragon abilities, he was unable to see the future, no matter how much more powerful in raw magic he was than Bliss. Nathaniel had absolute control over mana itself, so much so that he could make a simple beast explode from the inside out by overloading it with energy.
Another thing I can't do. I can only use mana from inside my body, or mana I steal from nature and other living beings,
Ray admitted. And if Ray's theory was correct, the Shadow was a god that had the ability to spread its own power into any beast or person, infecting them like a virus, like some mastermind controller pulling strings.
But what is Sarah's power?
Ray wondered. That man is simply unstoppable with any weapon in his hand. Even if he's never seen a weapon before in his life, the moment he touches it, it's as if he instantly becomes a master of it. No explanation needed, no training required, Roki explained. A god of weapons? Ray asked. Perhaps, Roki said thoughtfully, but I would more accurately describe him as a god of war itself. His skills excel most when on a battlefield. He knows how to command an army perfectly, positioning, tactics, morale, and the soldiers under his command seem to get a strange increase in power. Roki's expression darkened. On top of this, the more blood that gets spilled, the wilder that man becomes. You can see it in his eyes. He starts to lose his mind more and more as the violence escalates. It's as if his power thrives on war happening all over the world.
Concerning, Ray said.
Very,
Roki agreed.
This is why I'm worried. Soon I fear he will not be able to contain himself anymore, and I start to wonder who is really the Emperor at this point, Alexander or Sarah.
Sarah. Ares. The god of war. Just like Sen and Ness. That fits perfectly,
Ray thought, recognizing the connection. With the conversation concluded between the two of them, it left Ray with much to think about. But ultimately, his original plan didn't change. He'd just learned more about the Empire's internal politics and threats. In terms of what to do next, honestly, Ray wanted to ask his mother about all this, but there was no way to contact her from here. To make sure what Roki was saying was actually true, to verify his loyalty, Ray decided to offer him a contract through his system. At first, Roki was surprised. He'd thought Ray was simply a skilled warrior. The magic appearing before his eyes was something he'd never seen before.
A contract system? What kind of power is this?
Roki wondered. Still, Roki didn't hesitate to accept the contract, which surprised Ray. It seemed like Roki really was loyal to his faction, and was absolutely certain that the previous leader was Ray's mother. After showing Roki how to use the basic system functions, they both prepared to go their separate ways. Roki promised he would update Ray whenever he learned anything important. Roki, if we meet in the arena during the tournament, I want you to use your full strength. Don't hold back, Ray said before they parted. Ray wanted to make sure Roki wouldn't forfeit or pull out of a fight just because their relationship as rivals had suddenly changed to allies.
Of course I will. I'll help you grow stronger. And if you leave this place, or when I eventually return to the Red Wings, I'll teach you how to properly use a sword. Your skills are quite sloppy,
Roki said with a cheeky grin.
Sloppy? This old man has nerve,
Ray thought with amusement. After Ray returned to the palace room where his team was staying, he called everyone back inside. He decided to tell them everything, down to the last detail, including the part about Sarah being a divine god. They already knew about bliss and divine beings in general, so it wasn't such a far-fetched idea to accept. They seemed even more stunned than Ray had been after hearing the full story.
Ray, Kyle said, shaking his head in disbelief, are you some kind of main character in a novel or something? How the hell do so many things happen to you? Why you specifically?
Well, he is the child in the prophecy. That's why you were selected for that special group at Avrion Academy as well, Martha replied, matter-of-factly. She grinned. Thank the gods you weren't the chosen one, Kyle. Otherwise, we'd all be completely doomed. The group chuckled at the joke, but there was truth behind it. All of this was happening because Ray, at one point, had been a powerful being, the great red dragon, and now, as a human, he was becoming powerful again.
Power attracts power. It pulls in conflict and change. I have some of it, but not all of it yet.
With everything discussed and questions answered, they all decided to get a good night's rest. They would continue participating in the tournament until the end, then leave, hopefully with no serious harm done.
I at least want to see the full extent of Sarah's power. I need to know if the Empire or the Shadow is the bigger threat, which to prioritize, which will attack us first.
Ray thought. Everyone retired to their rooms for the night. That night, as each of them slept, Slivia, who was sharing a room with Martha, became covered in sweat. She was twisting and turning in bed, murmuring indecipherable words. It was the first time something like this had happened since the injection. Then Slivia placed her hand over her eye patch as a sharp pain shot through her corrupted eye. Is it the shadow? Is it starting to infect me now? Am I really going to become a true infected like the others at Avrion? But I was fine before, she thought desperately. Brother said none of the other test subjects turned into true infected, so why...
Then a voice echoed in her head, dark and distant.
I'm coming.
The pain suddenly stopped. The voice disappeared along with it.
I'm coming? What was that? Who said that?
She sat up in bed, breathing hard, sweat dripping down her face.
Was that the shadow speaking to me? Or something else entirely?
The next day of the All-Kingdom tournament had arrived. 7 contestants remained in the competition. Pi, the old spearman, Savannah with her twin daggers, Vinny, the young blonde warrior, a female ranged contestant who used a crossbow, Roki from the Empire, Sarah from the Empire, and lastly, Ray from the Red Wing Kingdom. Because of the odd number of remaining fighters, it meant one of them would be lucky enough to not fight today and would automatically advance to the next round. The 7 survivors waited in the contestants' viewing area patiently. Those who had lost their fights were now able to watch from the arena's VIP section. Harry was up there now, sitting with Kyle, Martha, Slivia, and Roy. So, Ray is going to go through this whole tournament and win it, right? The Empire can't just suddenly refuse to give us the prizes they promised if we do win, can they? Kyle asked confidently.
Yeah, as long as you don't bet on anyone, we'll be fine,
Martha said pointedly. Suddenly, Kyle could feel strange heat radiating from his right side. He didn't want to turn around. He feared it was a fire he wouldn't be able to extinguish.
You bet on me? Why? Why would you put your damn curse on me?
Harry shouted. Kyle instantly backed away and protested. Hey, don't tell me you're superstitious now. You don't actually believe in that stuff, right? Originally, Harry would have said no, but with all the things happening to Avrion, the Red Wings, and Ray, it really did seem like the prophecy had laid everything out perfectly.
If I don't believe in superstitions, then I'd have to claim not to believe in prophecies either, and I've seen the prophecy come true.
Harry sighed, and after one more scornful glare at Kyle, he looked away, still fuming. Are you feeling okay? Roy asked Slivia, who sat beside him. The whole time they'd been here, she hadn't said a word. Usually she would have joined the conversation with a comment or two. Instead, she was constantly looking around the arena, as if searching for someone.
It's nothing. I'm just wondering if we've spent too much time here already. We've really completed our goal, haven't we?
Slivia replied quietly. She turned to Roy.
I think when Ray wins his next match, we should probably just pack up our things and leave.
Leave? She's never suggested that before, Roy thought. This was the first time Slivia had made such a suggestion, which made Roy think she was lying about her reasons. But he hadn't known Slivia long. It wasn't his place to interfere. She'd offer him a place to stay, and he would help her in return. Something's bothering her. But what? Roy observed. From the other side, Alexander's amplified voice boomed. The first match of the day will be between Roki and Vinny. Vinny was the young blonde warrior who'd come to the tournament with Pi. Although he looked the youngest, he actually wasn't. Ray and Harry were younger. They just looked older for their age. When they reached the center of the arena, both Roki and Vinny pulled out their longswords. Are you not going to use the blade you used yesterday? Vinny asked, noticing Roki hadn't drawn the Emperor-tier weapon that defeated Harry. The man yesterday was skilled enough to force me to use it. I believe you are not, Roki replied bluntly. Maybe to some it seemed like quite a rude comment, but Roki was just an honest person who spoke his mind.
I'll make you eat your words,
Vinny said with determination.
I'll show everyone. I'll prove I belong here,
Vinny thought fiercely. The horn sounded. The fight began. Vinny charged forward immediately. He had a determined look on his face, as if he wanted to prove something to the world, to everyone watching. During his time at the tournament, he could see it in all their eyes. They had judged him before even seeing his skills, dismissing him as inexperienced.
But I changed their opinions after my first fight.
Then the next 3 fights after mine completely overshadowed it. Everyone forgot about me. But if I beat Roki, I'll definitely be remembered. I'll prove myself. Vinny was determined. When Vinny reached striking distance, he attacked with a powerful downward strike. But at the same time, Roki executed a perfect parry. Roki deflected the sword with his own blade, then swirled it around in a circular motion. The movement was so forceful, and the strength behind it was far greater than Vinny had imagined. What's happening? Vinny thought in panic. He felt a strange energy enter his wrist. Roki's ki was flowing into his body and disrupting his own energy. He's not just skillful with the sword, he has incredible ki control too, Vinny realized. Harry, in the last fight, had never given Roki the chance to use such techniques. The ki control Roki demonstrated caused Vinny's wrist to feel weak and numb. Combined with the swirling parry motion, Roki flung Vinny's sword completely to the side. Now, there was a sword directly at Vinny's throat. Roki is the winner, the announcer declared.
5 seconds? The match lasted 5 seconds.
Ray counted. Vinny was disappointed, but walked away with dignity. There wasn't much he could have done differently.
That person is strong. It would be good if there was some way to bring him back to the Red Wings for the war against the Shadow. Without angering the Empire, of course.
Ray thought, watching Roki. This seemed difficult. Roki was clearly quite important to the Empire, important enough to be elected as one of their 2 champions. But Ray wanted Roki's skills for himself.
The next fight will be Sarah against Pi,
Alexander announced without wasting more time. It was Pi who had punctured Ray multiple times outside the arena. He was more skilled than most. Ray was expecting to see more of Sarah's abilities in this fight. When the 2 entered the arena floor and the match horn sounded, Pi immediately put his spear down on the ground.
I forfeit this match,
Pi said clearly. Just like that, Sarah advanced to the semi-finals without fighting.
Smart,
Ray thought. Pi was no fool, and none of the other contestants could blame him for quitting. All of them had respect for human life. They would try to knock out opponents or force surrenders before resorting to killing. But Sarah was different. He would look for the kill immediately, without hesitation. Although Pi was old, he wanted to live the rest of his years happily.
I'm not a worthy opponent for Sarah anyway. These 2 monsters are the ones who should be fighting each other,
Pi thought, glancing at Ray. Then Alexander moved on to the next match, calling out the names.
A fight between Savannah and Ray.
The 2 entered the arena floor. Just like in the previous match, Savannah didn't draw her daggers. She lifted her hand immediately. I forfeit, Savannah declared. Because this had happened twice consecutively, people in the crowd started booing loudly. They'd paid money to see fights, and all they'd witnessed was 1 5-second match and 2 immediate forfeits. There were no more matches scheduled. The day was already over. A brief pause occurred. The day had ended far earlier than the organizers had anticipated, and people had paid good money to watch the event. The organizers felt they needed to do something to fill the time and give the audience their money's worth. A suggestion was made. They waited to see if the last person who had yet to fight was willing to participate in their plan. Fortunately, the participant agreed. The female crossbow user entered the field, waving her hand to the crowd. This meant she would be fighting today after all. But there was no opponent standing opposite her.
Everyone, please give this warrior your cheers. She has agreed to fight a king-tier beast for your entertainment,
the announcer said enthusiastically. The crowd cheered loudly, delighted by this unexpected bonus. The female warrior loaded a bolt into her crossbow and readied herself. The gate built into the side of the arena wall opened, revealing a dark tunnel.
The lure was activated to draw the beast onto the stage. She waited patiently for what would emerge from that large opening. A minute passed. The beast had yet to appear. Everyone waited in anticipation. In the VIP section, something went wrong. Slivia started moaning in pain. She placed her hand over her eye patch and dropped to her knees.
Slivia, what's wrong? Is it the shadow?
Martha asked, kneeling beside her.
He's coming. Someone is coming. I can feel him. The voice from last night. This is what it meant.
Slivia realized. Finally, a figure could be seen walking out from the tunnel, but it was human-shaped, not the form of a typical beast at all.
Humanoid? At King tier?
Ray thought. Humanoid beasts existed, but at the King tier level, they were extremely rare. When the creature finally stepped out into the light, its full body became visible to everyone. It looked like an ant, but stood on two human-like legs. Multiple limbs extended from the sides of its body, and worst of all, a strange shadow was visibly surrounding it, moving, writhing, alive.
Isn't that what we saw at the research facility?
Roy shouted in recognition. The beast that was beyond King tier, infected by the shadow. An infected Emperor tier beast, which would bring its effective power to the next level entirely.
That's not a King tier beast. That's the Emperor tier shadow ant.
Ray thought with alarm. Ray didn't know what to do. Was this planned by the Emperor? Were they in control of it?
This doesn't feel planned. This feels wrong.
Ray's instincts told him. Up in the Emperor's viewing platform, Alexander stood abruptly.
What is that?
Alexander demanded, not recognizing it as the beast planned for the event.
We aren't sure, Your Majesty. That's not the beast we prepared.
An attendant replied nervously.
Then how did it...
A blink. A single blink was all it took for them to miss what happened. When everyone's eyes opened again, the female crossbow user was lying on the arena floor, rolling lifelessly. Her body was in pieces. One of the contestants for the All-Kingdom tournament was dead. When some time had passed, and they still hadn't seen the beast arrive in the arena, the workers started wondering what was going on. This led the original arena organizer to send his men underground to investigate. This was where the beasts were kept, King tier specimens all the way up to Emperor tier. Usually, the facility had routine checkups scheduled, but due to the beast's aggressive nature, they tried to keep people out of there whenever possible. However, when the men entered the underground pit to check what was happening, thinking perhaps their automated system had malfunctioned, a strange smell immediately hit them. It was thick and heavy, the unmistakable smell of death.
What is that?
One guard said, covering his nose. Entering the main chamber, they saw that each cage that had held beasts had been destroyed. Inside every single one, all the beasts had been killed.
What could have done all this?
One guard whispered in horror. The corpses all seemed to have two things in common. First, their heads had been ripped from their bodies. Second, there was a puncture wound in a very specific place on each corpse, right where the beast crystal would be located.
Beast crystals can be anywhere inside a beast. Even though the puncture wounds seem random, they're not. Whatever killed these knew exactly where to strike.
The lead guard realized. It made sense that something could kill the weaker beasts this way. But as the guards walked forward, the tier level of the beasts increased, and the pattern remained exactly the same.
They weren't even able to put up a fight? How strong was the thing that killed them?
One guard said in disbelief. Then they saw it. 3 Emperor-tier beasts they'd kept in captivity, all killed the same way. Heads removed, crystals extracted.
This is a massacre,
the lead guard thought. This was reported immediately. By the time the information reached Emperor Alexander's ears, he was already looking at the beast that had caused it all. The humanoid ant beast had just killed one of the contestants. From its pressure alone, everyone in the arena was struck with paralyzing fear, too terrified to move.
Hey, what do we do? Should we go down there, or let the Empire deal with this?
Kyle whispered urgently. Right now, they were in foreign territory. The Emperor was technically their enemy. Kyle was confused about what to do, but these people in the crowd were innocent as well. Everyone turned to look at Slivia for guidance. However, she was completely unresponsive, clutching her eye patch with both hands.
Hey, is she going to be okay?
Kyle asked with growing concern. Roy rushed over and snatched the eye patch off, revealing her corrupted eye. The shadow inside it was moving violently, swirling. Slowly, it looked like the darkness was creeping toward her other eye.
This is very bad,
Roy said aloud, looking at the ant beast on the arena floor.
The beast in front of us is somehow affecting Slivia. I'm starting to fear the worst.
She's connected to it through the shadow infection,
Roy realized. The shadow ant stood motionless on the arena floor. Its 4 hands, which had been clenched shut until this point, suddenly opened. Something dropped to the ground. The regular audience members couldn't tell what fell, but those who could sense ki strongly, or the contestants in the viewing area who could see better, recognized them immediately. Beast crystals. Several of them scattered across the arena floor. It was clear that some were Emperor tier level, some King tier, and a few others of varying grades.
It killed all those beasts and took their crystals,
Ray realized. Knowing this fact alone made the tense moment even more terrifying. The normally calm and calculated Alexander looked frustrated and angry. This clearly wasn't part of the show or in his plans at all.
I never thought the shadow would come for us so soon,
Alexander muttered, gripping the railing of his viewing platform.
We're the furthest away from the Shadow Continent. We've done the least to harm them. We never helped the other kingdoms fight. We've only had a few minor skirmishes with shadow beasts here and there, unlike the other kingdoms who'd gone into direct battle, especially the Allur Kingdom. Was it because of the facility? Did they find out what we were trying to do with those experiments?
It was the only explanation Alexander could think of. He grabbed the communication crystal that allowed him to speak directly to both Sarah and Roki.
That beast, you need to eliminate it now before it brings this entire empire down,
Alexander said urgently into the crystal. He turned to his side.
Tell everyone the event is cancelled. Get everyone out of here immediately.
The aide rushed off to relay the orders. The scene on the arena floor remained at a standstill. No one moved, including the ant beast. The evacuation message reached the audience's ears, and they started to leave. However, screams suddenly erupted from the exits, and some people rushed back into the arena in panic.
What now?
Kyle thought. Then, an idea came to him.
Keep an eye on her,
Kyle said to Roy, referring to Slivia. Then he ran through the crowd and rushed to the top of the arena wall. He used his black sash movement skills to scale the wall until he finally reached the highest point, allowing him to see outside the arena. On the ground level surrounding the structure, he could see several different figures approaching. They were encircling the entire arena.
Damn it, we're surrounded,
Kyle realized. The knights from the arena went out to engage with the approaching figures, but they were killed within seconds. A few swings and strikes, and the knights fell.
Great. Now all we need is the Dark Guild leader to appear out of nowhere.
He was referencing the fact that at Avrion's own tournament, something similar had occurred. History repeating itself, Kyle thought bitterly. Looking more closely at the figures, Kyle noticed he'd seen a few of them before. He started to search his memory. Where have I seen them before? Then it clicked. He looked down at Slivia in the VIP section, then back at the approaching figures, then at Slivia again. Oh no, they're from the facility, the people who were injected with the dark liquid just like Slivia. Was all of this the doing of the shadow ant? According to Slivia, she'd been injected with the shadow at that time. To her and the others, it had seemed harmless. But it wasn't harmless at all. Maybe dormant is the correct term. And now this creature has arrived, activating the infection. Oh, this is bad. Very bad. That's when Kyle saw something that made his blood run cold. Down in the VIP section, Slivia was standing. Both Roy and Martha had backed away from her. Harry had his two swords drawn, pointing at her defensively. Slivia! She's being controlled as well! Kyle realized with horror. Kyle looked toward Ray to see if he'd noticed, but Ray was far too focused on the ant beast, a more immediate pressing matter. If Ray knew about Slivia's condition right now, it would only distract him. Save Slivia first, then save the rest. It's all up to you now, great Kyle, Kyle told himself. He rushed back down to rejoin the others. In the center of the arena, the beast stood at its place, waiting. Old man, give me your spear, Sarah said, standing up with his hand held out toward Pi. For a moment, Pi didn't hear him. The only thing he was looking at was the shadow ant beast. But Sarah wasn't going to ask twice. A fist came out, punching Pi in the face and breaking his nose. Blood sprayed. Then a kick to his body sent him sprawling, and the spear was yanked from his hand. You old fool! Stop gawking at the thing. If none of you are going to fight, then you might as well leave this place. Go fight the infected outside. Outside? What's he talking about? Several contestants thought. They were confused. There are true infected outside the arena. They're approaching and have possibly surrounded us completely. The Knights of the Empire are strong, but they lack experience. They've never faced true infected before, Ray said, his voice cutting through their confusion. He looked at each of them. Go help them. His words were short, simple, and straight to the point. The contestants wanted to move, wanted to help, but they felt like they couldn't. If they moved, the beast would kill them instantly. They could feel it in their bones. We're going to die. If we move, we die, several thought. Ray sighed and waved his hand.
Skill cast. Mind calm.
Suddenly, the overwhelming pressure that had paralyzed them was gone. They could move again, think clearly. What was that? What did he just do? Savannah wondered. It was a skill Ray had unlocked after freeing those slaves back at the facility. He'd never really seen a use for this ability before. Fear is sometimes a good thing. It tells you to run when you should. But here, it was too much. They were scared to the point where their bodies had completely given up, unable to fight or flee. Now, with their minds freed from the crushing terror, most of the contestants chose to leave immediately. They rushed toward the exits to help fight the infected outside. But a few people stayed behind. Pi, who had a bloody nose, got up from the ground where Sarah had knocked him. Savannah remained as well. In truth, if these three can't kill this beast, then we're all dead anyway, Savannah thought.
It might be selfish not to help the others, but I want to witness the fight that will determine all our fates,
Pi admitted to himself. Now, walking from the contestants' viewing area, a trio that never thought they would work together approached the arena floor. Sarah, holding Pi's spear, Ray, with his gauntlets ready, Roki, gripping his sword. The battle was about to begin. No one ever thought they would see these three men working together rather than competing against each other. Still, in a way, It showed everyone just how dangerous the threat was in front of them. If this was something that could be easily dealt with, the three of them wouldn't be going out together like this. The first one to move forward was Sarah. He gripped the spear tightly and charged. Ray was about to follow, waiting for Sarah to make the first strike so he could follow up with a devastating blow. But Roki stopped him, placing his sword horizontally in front of Ray's path. The two of them stopped. Sarah was going in alone.
If those two take each other out here, then it will be one less thorn in our side for the future. Trust me, that man is someone who would be best eliminated now,
Roki said quietly. There was no hesitation as Sarah started with a thrust. Before the spear could reach the Ant-Man, the creature grabbed the spear shaft with one hand. As soon as this happened, Sarah spun his body along with the spear, creating rapid rotation. The spearhead managed to shred the ant's hand, causing small cuts. As soon as the ant let go, Sarah charged forward again, thrusting at different spots. However, this time, the ant allowed the spear to hit its body directly. When it connected, the spear started to bend in the middle.
No, the metal is giving way,
Sarah thought. The spear was made from an advanced tier beast crystal and strong reinforced metal. Bending such material should have been nearly impossible.
It shows two things. One, how strong Sarah's attack power is. Two, how much stronger the ant's natural armor is.
Ray analyzed. The weapons they were using simply weren't strong enough to pierce its hide.
If this creature is a level above Emperor tier, that would make it Legendary tier. And if it's infected by Shadow on top of that,
Ray calculated, that would make it a demigod in terms of fighting power, which meant it had the same strength as the wyvern that had protected Avrion that one time. The only advantage was that its body would still be at the legendary physical level, not fully demigod. Unfortunately, that meant the only weapon that could deal real damage to it would be the Emperor tier sword Roki held, or magic that was insanely powerful. Seeing his weapon bending, Sarah came to the same conclusion instantly.
Roki, sword!
Sarah shouted with his hand held out. He didn't even turn back. He expected the sword to be in his hand at any moment, but it never came. Instead, the shadow ant moved forward and delivered 3 punches simultaneously, so fast they seemed to blur together. Sarah was thrown off to the side like a rag doll. When the fists connected, everyone heard the sickening sound of bones shattering inside his body. When Sarah finally crashed into the arena wall, his arms and legs were crushed, his body mangled with limbs bent at impossible angles. Seeing Sarah get swatted aside like that made Pi and Savannah lose a significant amount of hope. They knew how strong Sarah was, even if the crowd didn't fully understand.
If he can't hurt it, what chance do we have?
Savannah thought. Now, the ant was looking directly at Roki and Ray.
Do you want the sword?
Roki asked.
No, it's useless in my hands. I'm not skilled enough with it. It's all down to you,
Ray replied honestly.
If this was a fight before I learned about the mana drain's effects on my own people, I would have fought differently from the start. I'd create multiple clones of myself while replenishing my mana, hoping to overwhelm the ant through numbers.
But Ray had promised himself he would never use that skill on his own people again. The cost was too high.
You ugly beast!
Ray shouted at the ant.
If I was still the dragon I used to be, you wouldn't be looking at me like that.
A yell came from the side. Before they'd even fully engaged, Sarah was already standing up again. His mangled body had healed itself in that impossibly short amount of time. His shattered bones were no longer broken. He stood perfectly fine on his 2 feet.
He healed completely in just a few seconds,
Ray observed with shock. It didn't even look like he'd been in a fight. The only difference was a little red liquid dripping from under his nose. Sarah wiped his hand underneath his nose. He saw the blood smear on his fingers. His head started shaking. His whole body trembled with rage.
Blood. My blood.
Sarah thought, his mind fracturing. A sight he hadn't seen in a long while. It had set something off inside him.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you and all the shadow!
A strange energy suddenly filled the arena. Both Ray and Roki felt it wash over them. A notification screen appeared in Ray's vision.
You are receiving a buff from the God of War. Overall strength is increased by 10%. Weapon mastery has increased. Weak point view is now active.
What? He can buff allies?
Ray was stunned. There was no question where this power was coming from. These buffs were because of Sarah, the divine being showing his true nature. Ray's eyes began glowing with a slight golden color. When he looked at Roki, the same golden glow reflected in the veteran's eyes.
Roki's receiving the same buffs,
Ray confirmed. Ray started thinking about what Roki had said earlier, that Sarah's true strength manifested on battlefields. Somehow, he could lead troops to victory in fights they should have lost.
Was this one of the reasons why? This buffing ability?
It was similar to Ray's Dragon Roar skill, but it seemed more comprehensive. When Ray looked at the ant creature in front of him now, he saw all sorts of colors overlaying its body, red to brown, with many shades in between.
It's the ant's weak points. I don't know exactly how it works, but Sarah allows us to see the creature's weakest areas. The redder the section, the more vulnerable it is. That's where we need to aim,
Roki explained, also seeing the color overlay.
Incredible. That's a massive tactical advantage,
Ray thought. But when Ray studied the ant carefully, there didn't seem to be any significant weak points on its body. There was only one truly red area visible. The eyes. Everything else was dark brown, with subtle color variations underneath.
It's like the ant is wearing beast armor, but it's just its natural hard exterior body,
Ray realized. Sarah started laughing wildly, the sound echoing through the arena. Up in the Emperor's viewing platform, Alexander looked deeply concerned as he watched Sarah below.
Your Majesty, we need to leave. We must get you to safety immediately,
one of his guards urged. Before agreeing to evacuate, Alexander looked down at Sarah one more time.
You crazy monster. You better eliminate that thing. If you can't do something as simple as this, then all the trouble I went through to keep you here would have been completely pointless,
Alexander muttered.
All those years,
Alexander thought bitterly. Alexander had wanted to become emperor. He'd had the drive for it, even some of the intelligence needed to run the empire properly. The problem was he hadn't been ruthless enough to do the dark, terrible things necessary to seize power. He'd always tried to win fairly, through legitimate political maneuvering. That was until he'd met Sarah. Sarah was a man who loved conflict, not just physical fighting, but conflict of any kind, political, personal, familial.
I thought he'd threaten the other leaders, force them to vote for me at sword point,
Alexander remembered. But Sarah had gone far beyond what was needed. He'd somehow made their own families turn against them. Wives, children, all of them. Fights broke out within their own political parties. Their closest friends tried to murder them.
And seeing all of this chaos pleased Sarah. He enjoyed watching families destroy themselves,
Alexander recalled with disgust. Eventually, Sarah had helped Alexander achieve his position as emperor. But when that conflict ended, Sarah's boredom grew. With no target to ignite fighting and strife, he started affecting even Alexander's own household.
When strange things started happening that couldn't be explained by normal means, I knew immediately it was him,
Alexander thought. To keep Sarah in check, Alexander often had to send him to battlefields to satisfy his violent urges. It was a devil Alexander should have eliminated long ago.
But I never had the chance, and now I'm stuck with this monster,
Alexander admitted. This led to Alexander's obsession, finding the ancient weapon, the item that had allowed past emperors to conquer entire kingdoms.
If I could find it, I'd have power to rival Sarah himself. We wouldn't need to rely on him anymore, and if he tried to turn against us, we could fight back.
Alexander pursed his lips, hating that he had to rely on such a man. Running faster than before, Sarah charged at the ant once again. On his way, he snatched the King Tyr longsword from Roki's second sheath. A few clashes were made against the ant. Metal rang against chitin. But still, there wasn't a single scratch on the creature's armor. Sarah fared better this time, dodging and weaving. But it was only about 5 seconds until the ant landed another hit, sending Sarah flying again. Watching Sarah crash in the wall again, Ray made his mind. Roki, it looks like we're going to have to join this fight after all. There was one word for the Empire Knights at the moment: unorganized. Knights were currently running everywhere throughout the Empire capital, heading in all directions except toward the arena. This was because several reports from high-ranking officials were being received from lower ranks about attacks happening in different areas. With a large army, it took time to mobilize correctly. Still, they had small units stationed in each district for circumstances like these. The knights positioned in those areas would respond to the closest reports first. That was keeping them busy, and no one knew what was really happening at the arena. At the moment, no one in the military command knew about the situation at the tournament. The broadcast had been paused after the remaining contestants forfeited their matches. To the viewing public, all the scheduled fights had already taken place, and it seemed normal for the coverage to stop. They never saw that one contestant was meant to fight a beast. They never saw the shadow ant entering the arena. All of this was orchestrated by certain parties at the top, people who opposed the Empire and had grudges against what Sarah had done to them. They saw this as an opportunity.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We'll use the shadow to eliminate both the Emperor and Sarah,
they reasoned. The only knights currently engaged with the true infected were those stationed at the arena itself. Each infected person was someone who had come from the strange research facility, about 100 of them surrounding the structure, facing off against roughly 200 knights. The Empire Knights were skillful, more so than average knights. They were stronger than regular knights from other kingdoms, and one could see that by how few casualties they'd suffered so far against the true infected.
But we're not winning. We're just not dying yet,
the squad leader realized. The main problem was that the enemy's numbers weren't decreasing at all. Each time a knight struck an infected body, the shadow would morph and move, covering where they'd just hit. Even though the knights weren't getting hurt due to their skill, they were exhausting themselves attacking and defending constantly while seeing no results.
It's not just physically draining, it's mentally exhausting not seeing your opponent wear down at all,
one knight thought.
Sir, not one of these monsters has been defeated yet,
a knight said, huffing and panting heavily.
I know, and I'm not sure how much longer we can keep this up,
the squad leader replied, deflecting another attack. Just then, while an infected's hand was lifted from a parry, the squad leader saw a blonde-haired young warrior rush past with his longsword. He was committing fully to the strike, going slightly right of his target instead of left.
He's aiming for the heart,
the squad leader realized. It looked like the warrior was aiming for the heart at first, but then for some reason he altered his attack mid-swing. The sword impaled the true infected. Soon after, the shadow surrounding the person fell away, revealing a middle-aged woman with blood pouring from her mouth.
Thank you,
she mouthed as she collapsed to the ground. The blonde warrior closed her eyes.
May you rest in peace.
He killed it! Finally!
the squad leader thought with hope. Not just there, but in all different directions, the All-Kingdom Tournament fighters had arrived to help turn the tide. They were warriors who had experience fighting shadow-infected enemies.
The shadow is mostly an illusion. It will shift to places to make you assume the body is somewhere it's not. Even if you cause a cut, it will make it look like you haven't.
The young blonde warrior shouted to the knights. He pointed at the corpse at his feet.
The shadow will force the infected to fight no matter how torn their body is. Using the shadow's strange properties, stab it in the heart to kill it and dispel the shadow.
The warrior raised his voice louder.
To find the real body, those of you who can use ki, focus it in your eyes. Hopefully you'll be able to pinpoint where the heart actually is. It's important that you're fully committed to killing with each strike. The longer the fight goes on, the more chance you'll have of losing.
If the blonde warrior had just come out and spouted these facts without proof, not many would have listened to him. But because he defeated one so easily first, the other knights took his words seriously.
This has to be logical. These are the best warriors from other kingdoms. They've experienced real war themselves. Perhaps the kingdoms aren't as weak as we perceive them to be.
The squad leader admitted mentally. Still, the true infected were strong, and there weren't many fighters from the All-Kingdom Tournament to help. They could only assist a few at a time as they moved around the battlefield. Inside the arena itself, Slivia was reacting differently from the other infected. Her eyes were now completely black, both of them, no white visible at all. With her sword and shield equipped, she started swinging wildly at Martha and Harry, who were closest to her. The swings were wild and uncontrolled. Her voice was slightly distorted when she made sounds, but her body was completely fine, no visible injuries.
That means there's hope. She's stronger than the others. She's fighting it,
Martha realized. Or perhaps it was because she hadn't been infected for very long yet. There was still a chance to save her. Harry tried to deflect her sword away skillfully in a way that wouldn't harm her, but when he made contact, the strength in her swing was much harder than he'd anticipated.
She's as strong as me,
Harry realized with shock. Yes, her attacks were sloppy and uncoordinated, but they were incredibly powerful. If Harry wanted to, he could hurt her, knock her unconscious through force.
But that's not what we're trying to do. We need to save her, not harm her.
Harry's frustration and worry were rising with every passing second. They needed to somehow knock her out without getting hurt themselves, which, at the moment, was proving very difficult. Slivia, with her black-filled pupils, looked at all of them as if they were prey, enemies to destroy. Suddenly, from behind, something latched onto her back. Legs wrapped around her waist. Arms held her arms up while hands locked together behind her neck.
Kyle!
Martha exclaimed. Stop saying my name and do something, Kyle blurted out, struggling. This is harder than I thought, Kyle realized. It was taking all his strength, including his ki, just to keep Slivia in that position. She shook violently, like she was trying to get a monkey off her back. Tackle her to the ground, Roy shouted from the side. Both Martha and Harry looked at him, confused. Just do it, trust me, Roy insisted. Both of his hands were starting to glow with faint light.
He has a plan,
Harry realized. Not using their swords was ideal anyway, so they listened. They started running forward with their shoulders leading.
Slivia has crazy strength now. We'll need to partially transform to match it,
Martha agreed with Harry. Both began shifting slightly into their beast forms to gain extra power. Kyle, still held on top of Slivia, could see them coming. In his head, he pictured what was about to happen to him as well.
I'm going to feel this tomorrow, if I survive, that is,
Kyle thought. Martha and Harry crashed into Slivia simultaneously. When she was lifted into the air, they slammed her into the ground, pinning her down. The impact was tremendous. The seats where they'd been sitting were completely destroyed as her body hit the floor. However, Kyle had never let go. he'd taken most of the impact from above. Luckily, he'd had a feeling his so-called friends wouldn't be concerned for his safety. Just before impact, he'd transformed and hardened his back with his turtle ability just in time.
Still hurts, though,
Kyle thought, groaning. Now, with all three of them pinning Slivia down, Roy quickly jumped on top of her as well.
Whatever you do, don't let go,
Roy commanded. He placed both hands on top of her chest armor. It started glowing slightly. The metal heated up rapidly, in turn heating up her body beneath. At the same time, an almighty scream erupted from Slivia's lungs, loud and agonizing.
You're hurting her! You're going to kill her!
Martha shouted. Harry wasn't sure this was the right thing to do either. The heat was extreme. He could feel it radiating on his face, and he wasn't even as close as Slivia was.
This is torture,
Harry thought with guilt.
This won't completely get rid of the shadow, but it will temporarily halt it from taking over any more of her body,
Roy explained, maintaining the heat. His hands glowed brighter.
As long as her mind is active, it gives the shadow, that ant thing or whatever controls it, a chance to take over completely. The shadow is what's keeping her from passing out right now despite this pain.
He looked at them seriously.
Do you think any normal person could withstand this amount of agony without losing consciousness? The shadow is forcing her to stay awake.
He's right. A normal person would have passed out already from the pain.
Martha understood now. Then, slowly, it looked like the shadow was retreating from one of Slivia's eyes. The blackness pulled back, revealing her normal eye color beneath.
It's working,
Martha thought with hope.
Who are you? How do you know all this?
Harry asked Roy, genuinely curious now.
Don't you remember? I'm a tower mage from Roland Academy. I studied shadow corruption extensively,
Roy replied, not looking away from Slivia. Ex-tower mage? Kyle managed to blurt out from beneath everyone's combined weight, still being crushed as they continued pinning Slivia down.
An almighty roar erupted through the entire arena, so loud it reached the citizens outside as well as the contestants fighting the infected in the streets. The sound was impossibly powerful. It wouldn't have been physically possible for a human to produce such a noise, yet they could see a human doing it now. What is that? Several people thought.
Dragon's Roar activated.
This was coming from none other than Ray. Luckily for him, the strange phenomenon could be explained away as advanced key techniques or amplification magic. Ray was not sure if he should use that skill while he was standing in the enemy territory. On top of that, Sarah already had sensed Ray's immense power. But given the situation and how Sarah struggled against the Shadow Beast, Ray had to make his choice. Now everyone under Ray's contract had received a significant boost of power, which included his newly recruited member, Roki.
This strength! I've never felt anything like this before,
Roki thought with amazement. After receiving the buff from Sarah, and now receiving the buff from Ray, Roki had never felt stronger in his entire life. He knew Sarah was capable of such enhancements, but Ray as well?
What is this man? The more I get to know him, the more it confirms that he is the son of our leader, and in my opinion, a deserving person to sit on the throne.
Roki's admiration for Ray only increased. Looking at the ant creature, Ray knew this was an opponent he couldn't defeat. Not with his current set of abilities and magical power, not with his king-tier gauntlets against a legendary tier beast.
I'm outmatched,
Ray admitted to himself. Ray's plan from the very beginning was to always rely on Roki and his Emperor tier weapon. That sword was the only thing that could pierce the ant's armor.
I just need to create openings. That's all I can do while Roki will need to end the beast,
Ray thought. Sarah continued fighting like a madman, getting hit, healing, getting hit again, healing again. It would have been absolute torture for any regular human to go through this cycle of their bones being crushed and instantly repaired over and over, but there was nothing but a crazed smile on Sarah's face.
He's enjoying this. The pain. The violence. He's actually enjoying it.
Ray realized with disgust. It was clear that no real progress was being made in the fight against the beast, and if this continued, then the ant would soon switch to a full frontal assault to end the fight soon. Before doing anything else, Ray decided to send a message to the others through his system. However, the messages were blocked once again.
Blocked? But I can see them right there,
Ray thought with confusion. This was strange. If he really wanted to, he could have just yelled and sent them a verbal message. They were close enough. Then a thought occurred to him. When he tried using his dragon eyes on Sarah at the dinner table, they'd been forcibly shut down. Sarah had known Ray was trying to use them and had blocked the ability.
Just maybe it wasn't the shadow blocking my abilities in the Empire in the first place. Maybe it was Sarah all along. A god interfering with another god's powers. That would explain everything. But why would he do that?
Not needing to worry about that mystery right now, Ray activated his gauntlet's special ability. The red semicircular energy shield surrounded them, glowing with power. After that, he activated fire energy. Half his mana points were consumed instantly, and his flame attribute was doubled in strength. Out of all his attribute points, fire was still Ray's most developed attribute. It was unfortunate because different beasts had weaknesses against specific elements. Something like poison would be perfect against this ant. Although Ray had stole that attribute from one of the Tower Masters of Roland, the points he had in that attribute were not enough. There were some skills he'd possessed as a dragon that would have solved this problem, skills that could adapt elements on the fly, but they couldn't work in Ray's current human form. It frustrated Ray greatly, and his hatred for human body only fueled. Blasting forward using flames to propel him, Ray fired a fireball at precisely the right moment. It was a normal-sized fireball, but it was powerful given Ray's attribute points. It should have done at least some damage. Sarah had just finished a flurry of attacks and been swatted away again, so the timing of Ray's attack was perfect. But instead of dodging or defending, the ant just stood there and allowed the fireball to hit directly. A small explosion could be heard, and a cloud of smoke rose in the air. Everyone watched in anticipation and hoped to see injured beast. But when that smoke cleared, the beast remained intact. There was no visible damage to the ant's body. It didn't even flinch from the attack.
Are our power levels really this different?
Ray thought with frustration. When one went up even a single rank in the beast tier system, this was the difference in power. Even if someone could defeat 3 Emperor tiers simultaneously, it didn't mean they could defeat a legendary tier.
And this thing is shadow-infected on top of that. It means its power can be at a level of a demigod. The wyvern who helped me during an attack on Avrion, too, has powers at the same level,
Ray remembered. Still, Ray didn't give up. He couldn't afford to. He went in close, covering both fists in concentrated flames. On one side, Sarah attacked with the stolen sword. On the other side, Ray struck with burning fists. Having 4 arms, the ant was essentially fighting 2 different opponents simultaneously. Ray's punches would be blocked, and the ant would immediately counterattack. Luckily, Ray wasn't getting hurt as severely as Sarah. He could block with his gauntlet's active shield ability. Thanks to their incredible durability, they didn't look like they were going to break.
I can never praise you enough, Rusty.
Ray was grateful that someone of Rusty the dwarf's caliber was on his side. But the blows were still tremendously powerful, sending even Ray sliding backward with every blocked punch. Meanwhile, the ant made minimal movements, efficient, precise, deadly. While Ray and Sarah kept the 4 arms busy, Roki saw his opportunity.
Now, this is my moment.
Roki understood the weight of responsibility he had on his shoulders. Thousands of innocent lives were at stake. There was no holding back anymore. Gathering all his ki, Roki was planning to end this fight in one strike. He knew Ray was counting on him.
It's the only plan we have. If I want to destroy that exoskeleton, I need perfect timing and maximum power.
Once that armor was broken, they could finally do real damage to the creature beneath. It looked like Roki was doing nothing, just standing back, and was too scared to engage. But that wasn't it at all.
I need to wait for the perfect opening. One chance. I'll only get one chance,
Roki thought, channeling more ki into his blade.
Ah!
A scream suddenly echoed from the Emperor's viewing booth high above.
What now?
Ray thought, risking a glance upward. When Pi and Savannah looked up, they could see Alexander's back pressed against the balcony railing. Several true infected had somehow gotten into the arena and were now attacking the Emperor directly.
Shit! What should we do now?
Savannah glanced at Pi, who was more experienced and older than her.
Damn it! When did they get here?
Alexander yelled, drawing his short sword. In seconds, he watched his personal guard get killed. The infected tore through the man like paper.
I'm no fighter. If my guard couldn't handle this, I definitely can't,
Alexander thought with panic. He'd been foolish. There were many strong warriors, including powerful mages, that he could have brought to protect him today. But he'd thought if any problems arose, Sarah would be able to deal with them immediately.
I never imagined something like this would happen. That Sarah would be occupied fighting something even he can't easily defeat. Jump! We'll catch you!
Pi shouted from down below. It was the only practical idea he could come up with in such a dire situation. It was quite a far drop, at least 30 feet. If they missed, the Emperor would die from the fall.
I have to choose. Trust my life to contestants from other kingdoms or face the shadow infected in front of me,
Alexander realized. Looking at the approaching infected sent a shiver down Alexander's spine. That ultimately made him choose the contestants.
Better to die from a fall than become one of those things,
Alexander thought. He jumped off the edge, closing his eyes, half expecting it to be a trick. Maybe this was how they'd pay the Empire back for everything he'd done to them. Let him fall to his death.
Please,
Alexander prayed. Alexander embraced himself for the excruciating pain followed by death, but it never came. He was caught safely by both Pi and Savannah, their combined strength absorbing the impact.
They actually caught me,
Alexander thought with surprise. When the true infected followed, jumping down from the booth as well, Savannah and Pi made quick work of them. Pi used one of the swords he'd picked up from fallen contestants. Savannah wielded her twin daggers with deadly precision. Within moments, both infected lay dead on the arena floor, shadow dissipating from their corpses.
Thank you,
Alexander said, breathing hard.
I am in your debt.
Now, it seemed like the perfect moment had arrived. Roki was ready. He charged forward, his Emperor Tier sword glowing with concentrated ki and energy. Even those who couldn't normally sense ki could see the power radiating around the blade, a brilliant green aura following its path.
This is it. Everything I have. One strike.
When reaching the ant, he swung down his sword, diagonally from the neck all the way to the lower body. There was nothing fancy about the strike, no flourishes or techniques. It was an attack designed to be the most efficient way to kill something, fueled by raw power. Pure, deadly, perfect. After delivering the strike, Roki fell to the floor on his knees, completely drained. He was huffing and panting from that single attack alone. Even if he wanted to continue fighting, he physically couldn't anymore. Every ounce of ki had been poured into that one blow.
Please let it have worked,
Roki thought desperately. Both Sarah and Ray had been knocked far away from the ant when Roki made his attack. At the same moment, the ant had sensed the incoming danger and increased its own defensive power, bracing for impact. Lifting his head slowly, Roki wanted to see the damage he'd done. Surely they'd made some real progress this time. The Ant-Man stood there, exactly as it had been standing the entire fight. On its chest, a faint white scratch could be seen, barely visible.
No, that's all? Just a scratch? That thing seems invincible. How are we going to defeat it now?
Roki thought with despair.
I'm afraid we all might die here today,
Pi said quietly from the sidelines. Emperor Alexander had a similar feeling. Yes, they had powerful mages in the Empire, but without a doubt, both Roki and Sarah were their strongest physical fighters. If they couldn't beat this creature, then who could?
We're doomed. Completely doomed,
Alexander thought. Now Sarah's wounds were taking noticeably longer to heal. He'd regenerated broken bones and torn skin so many times that he was running out of energy. He would be down for a while before he could stand again. Besides, he was fighting longer than anyone and was the first one to charge at the Ant-Man, even before Ray and Roki decided to join. Now the only one who looked like he could still stand on his own 2 feet was Ray. He charged in again because fighting was all Ray knew how to do. He changed his strategy slightly, using all the elemental attributes he could access. He attacked with lightning strikes, ice shards, poison mist, wind blades. But they all had the same effect. Absolutely nothing. The ant's armor deflected everything.
My every attribute is useless against this thing,
Ray thought with frustration. The ant then saw an opportunity in Ray's desperate attacks. It straightened its fingers, formed a hand into a blade-like gesture, and struck diagonally. Roki, still on his knees, watched in horror. It was only a hand, not even a weapon, but the strike it had just demonstrated was identical to the one Roki himself had performed.
It's learning. Even during the fight, it's copying our techniques,
Roki realized. When the strike connected, it slashed through every piece of armor Ray wore. The King Tier equipment shattered into pieces, falling away. A deep cut was made from Ray's shoulder across his chest. Dark black blood started pouring from the wound. Several eyes widened in shock at the sight of the dark blood. Not only humans, but someone else also couldn't help but notice it.
A beast?
The Ant-Man spoke its first words in a low, rasping voice.
It can speak,
Ray thought through the pain. But Alexander wasn't concentrating on the creature's words. His attention was zeroed on something that he hadn't expected to see even in his wildest dreams. With Ray's armor broken and falling to the ground, the pendant he'd been wearing was thrown up into the air by the impact. Alexander could see it clearly, dangling, spinning, catching the light.
The key!
Alexander exclaimed, taking an involuntary step forward.
The key is right there in front of me. But my enemy have it. How is that possible?
Alexander thought frantically. Alexander lifted his foot to step forward, to run and snatch that key from Ray. But the ant had turned its head. Although it didn't have a human face, Alexander could read the expression clearly. It told him not to step forward, not to move. Alexander took several steps backward instead, his survival instinct overriding his greed.
Why does an outsider have the key? Did he steal it from somewhere? But how did he find it in the first place?
Alexander thought wildly. He'd completely forgotten about everything happening around him. The shadow beast, the dying contestants, the terrified crowd. All he could think about was the pendant. Crazy thoughts entered his head, grabbing Savannah's daggers and trying to stab the beast himself, snatching the pendant from Ray's bleeding body.
I could take it. I could finally have it.
But Alexander's sanity kept him barely in check. He knew he'd be a dead man if he attempted anything like that.
The ant would kill me instantly,
Alexander admitted to himself. Now, nothing had worked. The three of them had done everything in their power to try to defeat the ant beast. But it looked as if the entire time the beast had been toying with them, as if they were mere insects.
Weak,
the ant spoke slowly, still learning how to form words properly. It knew language, but had yet to speak fluently.
It's mocking us,
Ray thought. The cut looked terrible on Ray, but he still wasn't out of the fight. It was the first real blow he'd taken. He looked at all the people in the arena. He looked at those in the contestants area. He looked at his friends in the VIP section, who were all screaming wildly.
Martha, Slivia, Kyle, Harry, I'm sorry.
There was only one thing he could do now, one desperate option. He tried sending a message through his system one more time, but once again it was blocked.
Sarah. It has to be Sarah blocking it.
His only hope was that Sarah was indeed restricting his abilities, not the shadow.
Sarah!
Ray shouted across the arena.
Are you blocking or restricting my abilities?
Sarah looked a little surprised at being called out directly.
He figured it out. Smart,
Sarah thought. Sarah had set up borders around the arena with one of his divine abilities. Ray's guess was correct. Sarah had done the same thing at the research facility before.
I can place borders in certain areas which give me specific effects and control,
Sarah thought. Right now, was it affecting Ray's ability to fight? Sarah didn't think it would matter much.
Usually the borders are designed for something else, and that something is stopping Ray from using certain abilities.
Please, Ray said, and for the first time his voice carried genuine sincerity rather than aggression.
Whatever it is, can you stop it? I promise I'll take this beast away from here.
Take it away?
How?
Sarah thought. Sarah didn't like the fact that he needed help from these people, but with this weak human body he currently inhabited, could he even defeat the ant himself?
Probably not. Not alone.
At the same time, he couldn't imagine Ray being able to do anything useful, even if the borders were removed. He looked at Ray's face for a few seconds. Ray's gaze didn't stray from the ant. It was a fierce, determined look.
He hasn't given up yet. Even now, bleeding out, he hasn't given up,
Sarah realized.
Fine. Cancel arena border.
Immediately, certain skills on Ray's system that had been grayed out were no longer blocked. They became active again.
Thank you,
Ray thought with relief. One last time, Ray charged forward, leaving a trail of black blood across the arena floor. Up in the VIP section, Slivia had finally passed out from the shadow corruption suppression. The others could finally see what was happening below clearly. They watched Ray running toward the ant with his wound fully open and bleeding profusely.
What is he doing?
Kyle shouted. Ray threw a couple fireballs at the ant, obvious, predictable attacks. Then through the dust and smoke, he appeared to throw a punch. The ant prepared to block the punch, but at the last moment, Ray slid on the ground, grabbing the ant's ankle instead. Using the grip as leverage, Ray changed direction, twisting his body around. As fast as he could move, he got behind the ant and grabbed it around the waist from behind.
A grapple? What's the point?
Pi was as confused as everyone and instinctively took a step ahead. But before anyone could figure out Ray's plan, they heard him shouting to the entire arena.
Bye, everyone!
Teleportation skill activated.
A magical circle of light beneath their feet started glowing brightly, intricate patterns appearing on the arena floor.
What is that? What the hell is he doing?
Alexander watched with wide eyes. The ant tried its best to move away from the light, thrashing and struggling. But no matter how hard it fought, Ray refused to let go.
I'm not letting you hurt anyone else,
Ray thought fiercely. He held tight, pulling strength from somewhere he never knew he had. His arms screamed in pain. His chest wound tore wider. Black blood poured over both of them. Finally, the skill completed its activation sequence. The light intensified, becoming blinding. It engulfed both Ray and the ant completely. When the light dispersed a moment later, both of them were nowhere to be seen. They had vanished completely from the arena.
Ray!
Martha screamed from the VIP section, standing and pressing against the railing. Looking at the center of the arena, everyone could see they were both gone. Not just the shadow ant beast, but Ray as well. Nearly everyone had stopped what they were doing to stare at the empty space. The immense pressure that had been suffocating them all had completely disappeared.
Ray! Ray!
Martha's shouts were the only words that could be heard clearly
while everyone else mumbled to each other in shock.
He's gone. He's really gone,
Martha thought desperately. It was eerily quiet now. Even the sounds of fighting that had been going on outside the arena had stopped entirely. The reason became clear quickly. As soon as the shadow ant had disappeared, the shadow corruption surrounding the true infected had vanished with it. The black energy just evaporated. It was the same as before, where the shadow had lain dormant in their bodies at the facility.
What did he do?
Harry said aloud, still staring at the empty arena floor. Kyle had gotten up from the ground. He was beaten and bruised from holding Slivia down earlier, and from being hurled onto the floor during the struggle.
That idiot,
Kyle said, shaking his fist.
He saved us all. He teleported that ant away along with himself.
His voice was filled with anger, not at Ray, but at the situation, at himself.
Why did I even bother going through the beasting process? It was because I wanted to help Ray, to make it so he didn't have to keep getting stronger alone, so everything didn't rely on his shoulders, so we could share the weight. But here, once again, Ray did everything and saved us all by himself.
He sacrificed himself,
Pi said quietly from the sidelines, his voice carrying genuine respect.
No, 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 no!
Alexander shouted like a madman on the loose. While everyone else was offering silent prayers to Ray, their savior, recognizing the sacrifice he'd made, Alexander was the only one screaming his head off.
He ran off with the key! With the pendant!
Alexander shouted frantically. Of course, no one except Roki actually understood what Alexander was talking about. To everyone else, he just seemed like he was having a mental breakdown. With the true infected no longer attacking, it didn't take long to get the arena staff organized again. The crowd was able to return to their homes safely, and the All-Kingdom Tournament contestants were instructed to stay at the palace until an official announcement was made. The Red Wing members who had come with Ray remained in the arena for hours rather than returning to the palace.
He'll come back,
Martha thought. They waited and waited, hoping for Ray's return. Eventually, Slivia regained consciousness. One of her eyes was still completely black from the shadow corruption, but she was back to her normal self otherwise.
What happened? Where is everyone? Ray, why is he not here? Wait, why are you guys looking at me like that? What happened to Ray?
Slivia asked, looking around in confusion. In the end, it fell to Martha to deliver the terrible news. She explained what Ray had done, how he'd teleported himself and the ant away to save everyone.
Oh, heavens!
Slivia was at a loss of words. More than the searing pain in her head, her heart ached. After the sun started setting, they were beginning to accept the horrible realization that Ray might not return.
He's not coming back, is he?
Harry was distressed. Those from the All-Kingdom Tournament believed Ray was dead. The worst thing about it was there was currently no way for them to confirm it either way. Up to this point, even when Ray was hurt or when the system wouldn't allow them to send messages, they'd been able to open part of the system interface. They could at least try to send messages. They could also see other Red Wing members' names listed there, everyone except Ray's, since he was the system's creator. But now, the whole thing wasn't working at all. They not only couldn't send messages, but the system itself wasn't functioning. There were only two things that still gave them hope. First, the Red Wing tattoo still showed on their bodies, but honestly, they didn't know if that meant anything.
If Ray died, would the tattoo disappear, or would it remain?
Martha wondered. It was a question they would need to ask either Lenny or Bliss, which meant they'd have to make the journey back home to ask in person. Then there was one more thing that gave them hope, or rather, one more person, and surprisingly, it was Sarah. When Sarah was leaving the arena, he looked toward the Red Wing group and spoke.
That person ain't dead,
Sarah said bluntly. Everyone looked up at him in surprise.
The look in his eyes said he hadn't given up. He still had a plan.
Trust me, I know more than anyone what the eyes of a dead person look like.
It was clear that Sarah wasn't the type to offer false hope just to cheer people up. He had no reason to lie. He said it because he genuinely believed it. Eventually, the Red Wings decided to call it a night as well. Standing there thinking about Ray wasn't going to make him return any quicker. All the contestants were invited to another dinner, just like the first night before the tournament had begun. The message said attendance was compulsory. An announcement would be made to them before it was released to the public.
What now?
Kyle thought with exhaustion. When the Red Wings entered the dining hall, it was a relief to see that most everyone seemed fine. There were no grave injuries among the survivors.
Only 2 deaths. The one Sarah killed, and the one the Shadow Ant killed before Ray arrived,
Harry noted grimly. Before the food was served, Alexander stood up at the head of the table and tapped his glass several times to get everyone's attention.
I've called you all here to announce that the All-Kingdom tournament will come to an end tonight. There will be no fights tomorrow due to what happened today. The Empire's people are shaken and need time to heal, as do all of us.
He paused.
The prizes that were prepared shall go to all the semi-finalists of the event.
Those in the room clapped politely. They had no complaints about this decision. Most of them just wanted to return home to their kingdoms for a good night's rest.
I don't even care about prizes anymore. I just want to leave this cursed place,
Pi thought. Food was served, and it was as glorious as ever. Top-quality cuisine fit for royalty. They all enjoyed each mouthful as if they'd never experienced such luxury again. The meal finished. Everyone was satisfied with the food. This time, the guards who'd accompanied the contestants were also invited to sit at the table and enjoy the feast, which included Slivia's brother Matthew and the other Allure guards.
At least they're treating us with some respect,
Matthew thought. Then Alexander turned to look directly at those from the Red Wings sitting at the table.
I hope you enjoyed your last meal,
he said coldly. Last? Kyle muttered, immediately on alert. Suddenly, spears and swords were pointed at their throats from knights positioned throughout the room.
What are you doing? Their king saved you. He saved all of us, and this is how you're treating them?
Matthew shouted, standing up. But Alexander didn't care at all.
Because one man from their kingdom did one thing, I'm supposed to forgive them? Don't make me laugh. They are to be arrested and held captive for conspiring against the Empire,
Alexander said mockingly. He glared at the Red Wings.
I don't know how your king got that key, but I'm going to pull the information out of every single one of you. What the hell?
Kyle said, knocking the spear away from the knight's hand with one swift motion. He punched the knight, finishing him with a single hit. But immediately, more knights pointed their blades at him from every direction.
That bald one is strong as well, just like I suspected,
Savannah thought, watching from the sidelines.
You think we're going to let you take us without putting up a fight? After what our king did for you? He saved your worthless life. That ant would have ripped your head off,
Kyle shouted in fury.
Did you see any of the other kingdoms coming to your help?
Alexander asked, gesturing around the room.
Do you really think that ant would have been able to kill everyone in the Empire? He doesn't get it. He has no idea how powerful that creature was.
Pi agreed with Kyle and understood the gravity of the danger they survived because of Ray. But he was helpless. He couldn't say anything. Not only Pi, but everyone else at the table knew that the ant would have been able to kill them all, every single person in the Empire eventually. Yet no one spoke up for the Red Wings.
If Ray was still here alive, we might have. But he's gone, and the Empire is still a powerful force, one we don't want to anger,
Pi admitted to himself.
Kyle, let's not die here. We won't fight,
Slivia said firmly.
What? We're just giving up?
The main reason Slivia made this choice was because she couldn't contact the Red Wing Kingdom. Before Ray had disappeared, he'd asked their forces to be on standby, ready to raid and start a war with the Empire if necessary. But now, they were unable to communicate with home at all.
If we choose to fight here, we'll be on our own, completely outnumbered. We'd all die,
Slivia calculated. After she gave the order, the entire Red Wing group was taken away and placed in an underground dungeon. Their weapons were confiscated. The other contestants watched silently as they were led away.
The Emperor did this because of their previous conflicts. With the king missing and their second-in-command captured, the Red Wings will be finished.
Most of these contestants shared the same thoughts. But Roki knew the real reason. It wasn't about old grudges.
He wants to know how Ray got the key. That's all Alexander cares about. The pendant, the weapon.
The Red Wings were stuck in the cold stone cell, frustrated and angry. Kyle paced back and forth like a caged animal.
We should have fought. We should have...
And died?
Slivia interrupted.
That would help Ray how, exactly?
They all couldn't stop thinking about their missing king. That's when they heard sounds coming down the corridor from their cell. Moans and grunts, followed by the heavy thud of bodies hitting the floor. Then footsteps. Someone was running toward them. What now? Harry thought, standing up. Two figures turned the corner and appeared in front of their cell, slightly out of breath. One was Slivia's brother, Matthew.
I'm not going to let them kill my little sister,
Matthew said, pulling out keys. The other was Roki, his Emperor Tier sword in hand.
It looks like my time to leave this place has finally come,
Roki said. Seeing Roki, one of the strongest men in the Empire, breaking them free came as a complete surprise to the Red Wing members. However, it reminded them of the incredible story Ray had revealed before his disappearance. It turned out there might be real truth to it after all.
Ray was right about Roki's loyalty, about everything,
Harry thought.
Brother, you can't break us free,
Slivia said, gripping the cell bars tightly.
What kind of brother would I be if I let you rot in a cell like this?
Matthew replied, giving them a small wave.
And your friends, too, of course.
At least we're an afterthought,
Kyle thought with amusement.
You know what I mean,
Slivia insisted.
If they find out what you did with your position in the Allur Kingdom army, it will make the Allur Kingdom and the Empire enemies.
Ignoring his sister's logic, Matthew opened the lock.
About that. The Queen was planning to break off her relationship with the Empire anyway. We're happy to support and form an alliance with the Red Wings.
He pulled the door open.
Queen Isabel has been worried ever since her son ran off to join you. And with Lenny there, and the others you've gathered, we aren't as short-sighted as the other kingdoms.
What do you mean?
Martha asked.
Well, maybe not now, but in the future, the Red Wings will be a force that can take on an empire, with or without a king,
Matthew explained. In his hand, Roki held additional keys. Within moments, the rest of the group was freed. Waiting down the tunnel and keeping guard were the two contestants from the Allur Kingdom. Around them lay many bodies of knocked-out guards scattered on the stone floor.
Roki really did prepare everything,
Kyle observed. With Roki's help and influence, it had been fairly easy to arrange their escape. He'd prepared everything, even procuring the strange extended carriage they'd arrived in.
With my position, anything I ask for, people do without question. Or they did until now.
A high-ranking official who was also a celebrity warrior. But after today, he would be giving all that up, leaving to join a new kingdom. And his reason for going?
I'm not even sure if Ray is still alive, but I pledged my loyalty to him. I keep my word.
The rest of the group stayed hidden inside the carriage, while Roki sat out front, driving. The guards at the city gates were happy to let him pass without question. They would note it down in their logs as required, but by the time Alexander woke up and discovered what had happened, the group would be long gone. Their destination was the Red Wing Kingdom, and it would take them a while to travel through each territory, just like they'd done on the journey here. During their journey, they got to know Roki much better. He was a kind, sweet man, an older gentleman in his 50s, though he looked younger than that. Apparently, he'd worked for the old party leader before she disappeared.
Most of my colleagues moved to other parties or were killed when the new leader, Scarlet, came to power. Then, when she ran away, my party became essentially non-existent in the Empire, Roki explained one evening. So you had no representation?
Harry asked.
We don't even get a vote anymore. No one took over the seat. I was the only loyal follower left. Alexander offered me the position, especially since he thought he had me under his control, but I refused,
Roki confirmed.
Why?
Kyle asked.
I didn't feel deserving of it,
Roki said simply.
Without my leader, I had no right to claim her position.
During these conversations, the topic of Ray came up frequently. They couldn't help but wonder, what if Ray suddenly appeared back in the Empire? Had they all just abandoned him there?
We left without knowing if he'd return. What if he needs us?
Slivia thought with guilt. With the messaging system not working, it was impossible for Ray to know how the others were doing. They just hoped he wouldn't do anything reckless when he returned. Thanks to Matthew's connections and official credentials, they were granted safe passage through the other kingdoms without issue.
His involvement might not have been revealed to the other kingdoms yet, but that doesn't change the fact that the Allur kingdom has chosen to ally with us. That's a bold move by Queen Isabel,
Slivia thought. Eventually, they reached the Allur kingdom. It was time for Slivia to say goodbye to her brother. More than anything, Matthew was deeply concerned about her shadow-corrupted eye. Even after all this time, weeks now, one of her eyes remained completely black, hidden beneath an eye patch so people wouldn't be frightened.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
Matthew asked, holding both her hands.
Don't worry,
Slivia said, with more confidence than she felt.
If there's anyone who knows how to fix this or deal with it, I have the best people in all of Bronzeland, Lenny and Bliss. I hope that's true,
Slivia thought. Matthew hugged his sister tightly.
Be safe. Send word when you can.
I will,
Slivia promised. Leaving behind the Allur kingdom, the group continued their journey. When they finally arrived at the Redwing kingdom, Roki couldn't believe his eyes. Steam-powered technology lined the streets, buildings constructed with methods he'd never seen before, yet some architectural elements looked strangely familiar to him.
Everyone's reaction is like that when they first see Avrion. All of this is thanks to our little dwarf, Rusty,
Slivia said with a slight smile.
You have dwarves here? Working with you?
Roki replied, his eyes widening.
I really did make the right decision coming here,
Roki thought with certainty. Everyone in the Red Wing Kingdom was excited to hear their story about what had happened at the tournament. However, there was a strange, tense atmosphere between both groups. Those from the Red Wings who'd stayed behind were looking at the returning group, wondering where Ray was. At the same time, Slivia and the others were scanning the crowds, desperately hoping Ray had somehow returned before them. But he wasn't there. A council meeting was called immediately. This was where Slivia would reveal everything that had happened. The secret of Ray's disappearance was kept from most Red Wing members. Only the council and those who belonged to the original Red Wings, like Sloth and Badger, were told the truth.
If word spreads that our king is missing, morale will collapse.
Wilfred was concerned. Things had been going so well for the Red Wings lately. Much of that success was because people knew they had such a powerful king backing them.
Ray's reputation alone kept enemies at bay.
To avoid another trouble in the Red Wings' kingdom, what was spread publicly was a different story, that they'd participated in the tournament and shared the semi-finalist prizes. It was strange not having clear winners, but they had to give some plausible details so others wouldn't get too suspicious.
Eventually, traveling merchants will bring the real news anyway. We're just buying time,
Slivia knew. After the meeting concluded, Slivia went to meet with Lenny and Bliss in the newly formed Magic Academy. It was small, really just a single building. This was because there weren't many students yet. At the moment, it functioned more as a research laboratory for the two of them, rather than a proper school.
I was wondering if you could do something about this,
Slivia asked, removing her eye patch to show what lay underneath. Both Lenny and Bliss leaned forward, examining the corrupted eye with professional interest. They asked Slivia numerous questions about how she'd been infected, what symptoms she'd experienced, and how the corruption had progressed. Then they compared the samples with the shadow extract they'd obtained from the shadow continent. They also needed to extract a small sample from her eye, which was an extremely painful process. Slivia bit down hard and bore through the agony without crying out.
For Ray, I need to be strong, like he would be. I want him to see me as before, the old Slivia he calls his friend when he returns.
She thought through the pain. Finally, it looked like Bliss and Lenny had some results.
First, let me give you the good news. Getting rid of the shadow in your body is possible using the same purification method we've developed for the corrupted land. That's wonderful, Bliss,
Slivia said with relief.
However, there's bad news. There is no purification solution available right now. Until we're able to create more, you'll have to live with the corruption,
Lenny added. In her mind, Bliss wished Ray were here right now. Although his blood wasn't pure dragon anymore, there was a chance it could help, especially the closer he got to becoming his former self.
But he's not here, and we don't know when he'll return,
Bliss thought sadly, as she was as shocked and worried as everyone else at the unexpected turn of events.
There's more bad news, Lenny said grimly. The shadow you're infected with and the shadow corrupting the continent are different. Although similar in nature, they clearly have different properties and different origin points.
What does that mean?
Slivia asked.
When normal shadow is removed from something, it usually rises up and joins with the nearest shadow source before returning to where it came from. But your shadow reacts differently. It doesn't like the other shadow. It actively repels it.
Bliss nodded in confirmation.
From everything you told us, if the Empire somehow found a way to create an artificial source of shadow corruption, the creature currently acting as the host would be that ant you described. That's why your body had such a strong reaction when you encountered it. Your shadow recognized its source. This is the worst news of all,
Slivia thought with growing dread. They were already having enough trouble dealing with the regular shadow plague. If the Empire had accidentally created a new enemy, a second, different type of shadow corruption, things could become exponentially more complicated. More than that, she was worried about Ray.
Where are you? I know you're alive. I know it. Just come back now. We all need you.
Deep in the shadow continent, far from any kingdom or civilization, a figure stood alone in a dark castle chamber. He wore a gauntlet on one hand, ornate, powerful, gleaming faintly in the darkness. He stared at a large clock built into the crumbling wall, watching the hands move with agonizing slowness. The room was empty except for him. He just stood there, waiting.
Almost time,
Gary thought. The clock continued its steady tick-tock. The final hours of the year were counting down. The bell chimed, deep and resonant. The sound echoed through the empty castle. A new day had begun. Soon, a year would finally pass.
Ray, a year is about to pass. Soon it will be time we meet again, my dear friend,
Gary said aloud to the empty room, a smile spreading across his face. The latest two members of the Red Wings had settled in nicely with everyone. Roy, for one, was a welcome addition to the ever-growing magic team. If anything, he was inspired to see Lenny there, another former Tower Master from Roland Academy.
Two of us are in the same place. What are the odds?
Now that he was on good terms with the Red Wings, Lenny and the others had even offered to talk to the Academy and explain Roy's situation. There was a chance Roy could get his old job back. However, Roy refused the offer.
The role never really suited me anyway. I was never there for the students. I just wanted a place where I could further my own magical abilities,
Roy explained to Lenny.
And the Red Wings offer that?
Lenny asked.
Seems like it,
Roy replied with a shrug.
Not that I'm doing anything particularly beneficial,
Roy admitted to himself. The other Red Wing members quickly realized that Roy was quite the lazy type. He would lie down and sleep most of the time, only doing things when specifically asked.
How did he even get his strong powers in the first place?
It takes hard work and dedication to grow magical abilities, several people wondered. Still, one person could always get Roy to snap into action: Bliss. She had no time for his nonsense. When Roy learned that she was actually the divine being, not just some powerful mage, he chuckled nervously. That day was burned into his mind forever. There were many things Bliss did as proof of her divine nature that scarred Roy for life.
Never anger a god, especially not that one,
Roy learned. As for Roki, he was also settling in well. The Red Wings offered him the role of combat instructor in the city, but he politely declined.
You already have the best teachers you need here. I don't want to step on anyone's toes,
Roki said humbly.
I have seen how Harry and Kyle are skilled. They are the best ones to teach the Sash Knights. Even Dan and the others show great skill. They don't need me to replace them.
What Roki did offer, however, was to spar with other Red Wing main members from time to time, hoping to improve everyone's skills through practice. Harry, Kyle, Dan, Badger, Sloth, even Slivia and Martha would train with him regularly. The older Master Knights would participate as well, such as Sir Kay and Wilfred. During the time since their return, the Allure Kingdom also made a public announcement. They would no longer treat the Red Wings as outsiders. They didn't disclose the full closeness of their alliance, only that they wouldn't follow the Empire's commands regarding the Red Wings and would reopen trade with them. The other kingdoms, along with the Red Wings, watched closely for the Empire's reaction. But there was nothing. No messages, no news. It was as if the Empire didn't care and had ignored the announcement completely.
This is very odd. The Alexander I knew would never let this just go by,
Roki thought. According to Roki, this silence was extremely uncharacteristic. After the All-Kingdom Tournament incident, Alexander should have responded aggressively. As soon as one kingdom didn't follow their commands, others would follow suit.
Something serious must be happening in the Empire,
Roki concluded. With no information coming out of the Empire, they could only speculate. So much time had passed. So much had happened. Now there was only 1 week left until the fated year, the agreed time with Gary. Yet there was still no sign of Ray returning, and the system remained down between all Red Wing members. Because of what was happening, Bliss decided to do something she absolutely hated doing. She was going to attempt to look into the future once more.
I don't like using this power. The future is meant to remain unknown, but this situation is an exception. The whole future relied on one man, and with him gone, I need to see what the future holds.
Before, her visions had shown their chances of winning relied on 3 people: Ray, Nathaniel the Prince, and herself. They'd obtained some allies she hadn't seen in previous visions, which meant somewhere along the way things had changed. But the biggest change of all was that Ray wasn't here. Preparations in her research room had been made. A complex magic circle had been drawn on the floor. Instead of activating it remotely or using a crystal conduit, she herself stepped into the center. Once seated in the circle's center, she activated it. Energy began channeling through her body. Her eyes started filling with an intense blue glow. Images flashed through her mind like lightning. The grand Red Wing city was no longer standing. It was completely destroyed, reduced to rubble and ash. Gary was smiling, standing amid the ruins. Nathaniel was captured, bound in shadow chains, and handed over to the enemy. The vision ended abruptly. The spell collapsed. Bliss huffed and panted, feeling sick to her stomach. Sometimes, experiencing potential futures felt more real than she would have liked.
No, this can't be the only path,
Bliss thought.
The future, it became worse,
Bliss said aloud to the empty room. As soon as Bliss informed Slivia of what she'd seen, an emergency meeting was called. The council room filled once again with the Master Knights, Lenny, Bliss, and all council members. Slivia finished explaining to everyone what Bliss had witnessed in her vision. The room fell into heavy silence.
The Divine Being's future sight shows only one possible path, correct?
Humphrey said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. He was the leader of the White Sash Knights and the healing division at Avrion.
one of the only old council members from before Ray's arrival.
Doesn't that mean there's a chance it won't happen? That we can change it?
Humphrey continued.
Oh, please, Lenny interrupted, unable to contain himself. Do you remember that Bliss here is the actual divine being? If you'd gone to that crystal before and she'd told you this through her visions, you would have all been quaking in your boots, begging for something to be done.
He gestured emphatically.
Nothing has changed except your almighty God taking the form of a human instead of a crystal. No offense,
Lenny added, glancing at Bliss.
None taken,
Bliss replied calmly.
He's right to call them out. They're treating my warnings less seriously now that I look human,
Bliss thought.
Did the impact of Ray not being with us really change the vision that much?
Jack asked. He had been busy training the werewolves who'd decided to join the Red Wings. They were now settled into the kingdom, though it hadn't been without challenges. There had been a few incidents here and there. Jack made a simple rule that everyone had to follow. They were not to transform while in the city. During hunts or wars, transformation was understandable, but if they ever broke this rule and transformed in the city, there would be harsh punishment. Of course, there were always some who tested boundaries. Jack had to make an example of one in front of everyone, punishing him publicly. Many people knew what Jack was now, but it still reinforced the image that a human could handle these half-beast creatures.
It would appear so, Wilfred added gravely. At the end of the day, Ray was the prophecy child who was meant to stop this war along with Prince Nathaniel. If one piece is missing, what are we supposed to do?
We can't just give up,
Slivia shouted, slamming her fist on the table hard enough to make everyone jump. The others turned to look at her with concern.
Slivia seems to be getting angrier, more short-tempered as the days grow closer,
Sir Kay observed. The problem was they weren't sure why. Was it because Ray hadn't returned? Was it the shadow corruption inside her body affecting her mind? Or was she just nervous about the coming battle?
Maybe all three,
Martha thought sadly.
I have a suggestion,
Vaughn said calmly. He was Ray's former martial arts teacher and also a former council member. He acted as Slivia's advisor, giving her guidance from time to time. When she was away, he took over her position as head of the council.
Many of you may not like what I'm about to say, but I'll speak anyway.
Everyone leaned forward, listening.
The vision being shown will come true if we continue doing what we're doing now. I truly believe that. To change the current future, we need to do something unpredictable, something Gary won't expect,
Vaughn explained.
He's right. The future isn't fixed. Actions change outcomes.
Bliss tapped her chin thoughtfully, waiting for the old man to continue.
I've been thinking this entire time. Why has the Shadow agreed to wait a full year? The Shadow has never been known to keep its word, yet it has done so this time, perfectly.
Vaughn stood, pacing.
Not once in this entire year has the Shadow directly stepped out of the Shadow continent to attack us. There have been incidents here and there, but none leading to a grand battle. Even now, they've kept their word perfectly, not even attacking a day earlier than agreed. If you understand my point, I believe the Shadow themselves are waiting for something. Even now, they're still not ready for a war. They won't be ready until next week.
Many had thought about this before, and wondered why Gary gave a year's time before the war.
Before, we had to worry about the Empire stabbing us in the back. But now that the Allur Kingdom has allied with us, the Empire would have to get through them before even touching us.
Vaughn gestured to Roki.
And based on what Roki has told us, it seems the Empire might have troubles of its own to deal with. They're distracted.
So, what are you suggesting?
Slivia asked. Vaughn took a deep breath.
My suggestion is this. Along with Prince Nathaniel, we take the attack to them. We attack the Shadow Continent early.
The room erupted in shocked murmurs.
We leave tomorrow. We go to war now, before they're ready,
Vaughn declared. After much deliberation from the council members, Vaughn's suggestion was accepted. They made preparations for 1,000-strong army to march toward the Shadow Continent. At the moment, all of Avrion's military forces only consisted of around 2,000 troops total, so sending half their force was already a massive commitment.
We're betting everything on this,
Slivia thought. For those who would stay behind to defend the kingdom, it would be Slivia, Wilfred, and the other council members. Most of the troops remaining were former Black Ring members who were still training and becoming skilled in battle. It was clear that their best fighters were being sent on this mission. While everyone else was called to action, Lenny was put in charge of the magical division, which consisted of only 10 students, including Roy.
Still incredibly small compared to other kingdoms, but we work with what we have,
Lenny thought. Jack brought along some of the strongest werewolves from the encampment. The younger wolves had wanted to come with him, but Jack firmly refused.
"You're staying here," Jack had told them. "That's final."
Instead, he brought 5 experienced werewolves, each wearing the prototype yellow armor that Rusty had managed to complete. Sir Kay had temporarily gained control over the Black Knights. Kyle was put in charge of the Beast Division, which really only consisted of 2 students, Flynn and Wendy. They were the only students who would participate in this war. Martha led the Green Sash Knights as head of archery. Harry commanded the White Knights, who were the strongest fighters in the kingdom. While organizing troops, Wilfred had sung praises about one person Ray had brought back from the city of Zeray, Katie. She was one of the first slaves Ray had saved. She was decent with a sword, having been a former knight of another kingdom. However, what impressed everyone most was her ability to win people over.
"There are many in the army who would do anything if she asked,"
Wilfred had noted. She had a way with words and people, a soft, gentle, soul-like presence. This was why she'd been given command of her own group of 50 soldiers, which included some of the other freed slaves. Leadership is not just about strength, and Katie proved that. Most importantly, a special team called the Dragon Knights had been revived, named after the legendary Dragon Knights of old. Their duty was to protect Prince Nathaniel at all times. Nathaniel carried a piece of the former divine being crystal, a power source that would let him channel and use his abilities without the shadow detecting his location. At all times, Badger and Sloth, Dan, Roki, and even Bliss herself would be there to protect him. Although Bliss was also an important figure, the divine being herself, she didn't need such active protection from others, since her true identity was known only to the main members. Regular soldiers didn't know who she really was. It was information that would seem unbelievable to most anyway. The army traveled light. None of them wore their armor initially, only carrying weapons on their backs. This was thanks to Rusty's special soul-bound forging technique. He'd created gear that could be summoned at will. At any moment, they could think of their equipment, and it would appear on them. It helped greatly during travel, preventing them from tiring while marching for hours. There weren't enough special carriages or vehicles, and they didn't have sufficient horses, so most were required to walk. At the moment, the only one riding was Nathaniel, who had a horse to himself and was surrounded by 3 Dragon Knights at all times. Right now, this large force was heading toward the Shadow Continent. Nathaniel was feeling extremely nervous, fidgeting on his horse.
Everyone's counting on me, and I don't even know if I can use my powers properly. Am I able to do it? I don't want to let them down.
Nathaniel looked pale, as if he might throw up at any moment.
So, he's the one we have to rely on to save our kingdom now that Ray is gone?
Flynn asked loudly, saying it with clear disbelief.
"Hey, Ray's not gone. He's missing. There's a difference,"
Kyle replied sharply.
No difference to me,
Flynn shrugged.
Either way, our main attack force has weakened. So if he's the prince, does that mean he's king now?
No, you've got it all wrong,
Wendy chimed in, trying to explain.
He's the prince of the Allure Kingdom, not the Red Wing Kingdom. Ray is still considered alive, so there's no one to replace him.
They're talking about me like I'm not here,
Nathaniel thought miserably. All the whispering and stares could be felt. The pressure was starting to overwhelm him. He'd never experienced war before. Now he was heading into territory where everyone would be hunting him specifically.
I wish Ray was here, or at least Max, but he's still finishing his studies at Roland Academy. With either of them by my side, I might have felt better.
The piece of divine crystal was located in a black pouch at Nathaniel's side. While everyone marched, he was supposed to practice harnessing his power to control mana. Apparently, it was meant to be easier using the crystal as a focus.
But I still haven't figured it out,
Nathaniel admitted to himself. With everyone relying on him, he was too embarrassed to tell them he couldn't actually use his powers yet. They would lose all hope, he feared. While on horseback, Nathaniel decided he should probably get to know the people who'd be protecting him, particularly the new warrior who joined recently, Roki.
I heard that you were one of the most skillful fighters in the Empire. I'm confident with you by my side,
Nathaniel said, trying to remember his royal manners when speaking to someone. Of course, Roki replied with a warm smile. You're a friend of my leader. I heard Ray did much to try to save you. I shall do the same. Looking at Roki's bulging muscles and the confident way he carried himself, Nathaniel had initially been afraid. But after speaking with him, it calmed Nathaniel's heart a little.
I was also worried he might be working for the Empire, and might be planning to assassinate me, but I can't imagine this man doing that.
The large army continued marching. As they passed small towns along the way, people waved and cheered them on. During this journey, a few villages and nearby towns officially joined the Red Wings. They knew of the army's task, but were told not to spread any news. It was good news, since they needed all the help they could get. The main members of the Red Wings, along with Katie's group, walked at the front of the formation. They would relay information once battle was underway. Besides, they were hoping Jack's keen werewolf nose might detect danger before anything happened.
There's an important matter we all need to discuss,
Sir Kay said seriously, breaking the relative silence. Everyone turned to look at him.
I know you might have been ignoring this fact, but it's crucial. There's a real chance that both Gary and Monk have been completely consumed by the shadow. I know they're your friends,
Sir Kay said, looking at Kyle, Martha, and Jack specifically.
They were both my students, so believe me when I say I don't say this lightly.
He paused.
But if it comes to it, we might not be able to save them. You need to be prepared to kill them both. If you can't do that, then there's a good chance everyone in the Red Wing Kingdom will die.
Not just the Red Wings. The whole of Bronze Land could fall,
Bliss added quietly. The words hung heavy in the air.
Kill Gary and Monk? How can we do that?
Martha thought, her heart breaking. In truth, this whole time, everyone had been operating under the assumption that they were going to save their friends. Martha and Kyle desperately wanted to bring Monk back, no matter what. And Jack, even though he'd argued with Gary plenty of times, wanted nothing more than to see the three of them together again, along with Ray. Lenny, who'd caught up to Nathaniel's horse, reached up and gave the prince a friendly slap on the back.
With Ray gone, missing, you might be the one who needs to pull the trigger.
Me?
Nathaniel said nervously, his voice cracking slightly. He didn't know Gary, and he didn't know Monk, which might make it slightly easier, in theory. But still, he'd have to kill former humans, something he'd never done before.
In my head, I was only supposed to fight beasts, or shadow creatures, not people,
Nathaniel thought. Hearing Gary and Monk's names mentioned repeatedly, Nathaniel could tell that everyone in charge of protecting him deeply cared about these two.
Could you tell me a bit about them? They were here before I arrived, correct?
Are you sure? Knowing about them will only make it harder to complete the task if it comes to that,
Kyle asked. Nathaniel thought about it for a while, then nodded slowly.
I need to prepare myself. I need to understand what I might have to do.
Sure. You see, Gary and Monk were Ray's best friends. Kyle began telling the story to Nathaniel, how they'd all been at Avrion Academy together, the things they'd been through, the bonds they'd formed. For everyone else, it was a trip down memory lane, painful but precious memories. For Roki and Katie, it was a chance to learn more about the person they'd chosen to follow, to understand Ray better through his friendships.
These kids went through so much. No wonder they grew up so fast,
Roki thought. After hearing everything, the laughter, the battles, the sacrifices, Nathaniel was certain now. He clenched his fist with determination.
I promise you all, I will do everything in my power to bring them back. I want to see the smile on Ray's face when we return with them,
he said, his voice stronger than before. He looked at each person.
Just like Ray helped me when I had nothing, I will help him get his friends back. I won't let him down. I won't let any of them down.
Nathaniel was certain now and more confident than before. The army marched on toward the Shadow Continent, unaware of what was about to come.
After leaving the wooded valley, the army decided to set up camp in a large, grassy field by the road. Tents were erected quickly, fires were lit, and fresh meat was being roasted for all the soldiers. The Red Wing Kingdom's important figures sat on logs around a large burning fire, waiting for their meals to cook. Jack kept looking in the direction of the regular soldiers, his nose twitching.
"What's the matter?"
Sir Kay asked, noticing Jack's distraction.
"I just have this odd feeling that something or someone is going to do something,"
Jack replied, sniffing the air.
"I can smell it."
"You mean you think there are spies among our men?" Kyle asked.
"Aren't you all just being paranoid? I mean, with all this talk of Gary and Monk potentially being enemies, we're just hurt. We think betrayal will happen again,"
Martha said, looking at each of them. She sighed.
"Now we can't use the system. We can't really check who's part of the Red Wings anymore unless we physically look for tattoos."
The system. It has been so long that it has stopped working. It might as well have been our imagination at this point, Harry thought. The system they'd relied on for so long barely functioned anymore. Parts of it would sometimes work when Ray had first gone missing. Now, nothing worked at all, as if the magical power used to maintain it had completely vanished.
"If there are spies, let them spy on us. And when we find out who they are, we'll deliver appropriate punishment. We can't start accusing each other now, not when we're this close to war,"
Sir Kay said firmly. The group fell silent, lost in their own thoughts. All that could be heard was the crackling of flames. The mood was terrible, not one befitting people about to march into war.
"We need something to lift spirits,"
Sir Kay thought.
"I was just wondering,"
Flynn suddenly said, breaking the silence. Flynn's random interjections could be annoying sometimes, but in this case everyone welcomed the distraction.
"Who's the strongest out of all of you?"
Flynn asked. The question was unexpected, but made them all think.
"With Ray gone, who is considered the strongest?"
Several wondered simultaneously. There was Sir Kay, the former Black Sash Knight Master, Kyle, the current one, Harry, the White Sash leader and All-Kingdom tournament participant, Jack, who was undoubtedly the strongest during his time at Avrion Academy. One couldn't forget Martha, who wielded a king-tier bow and was unrivaled in archery. Even Badger and Sloth were said to be unstoppable when fighting as a pair. Then the newcomers, Lenny with his mysterious giant form and unique magic, Roki the skilled swordsman from the Empire, and Roy the fire mage, a former tower master of Roland Academy.
"Looking at all these people, we really have some of the strongest and perhaps strangest warriors in all of Bronzeland,"
Flynn thought. Flynn's eyes swept across the group.
Did I forget someone?"
He was looking straight at Dan, having no clue who he was or what he did around here. He was a forgotten soul who never got a chance to be of much use during the problems.
"You see, Flynn,"
Martha started to explain in a motherly tone,
"things like who's strongest don't matter when you get older. We all have our unique strengths, and—"
"You're looking at the strongest right here, Flynn," Kyle interrupted, pointing to himself.
Or have you forgotten who your teacher is? I'm confident that if I fought each one of you here, I could hold my ground."
Then Kyle's eyes turned to Jack, and he remembered the werewolf's inhuman power. Even with his beast shell's defensive ability, Kyle could imagine those claws ripping right through it.
Maybe not, Jack,"
Kyle admitted. Smart, Jack thought with amusement. Roki, hearing this debate, became interested in Jack. He could sense the strong presences gathered here. As someone aiming to become the best, he was naturally drawn to questions of strength.
"The Red Wings certainly have more skilled fighters than most kingdoms. Even for such a small army, the quality is remarkable."
Roki was impressed.
"I would say Kyle's claim was true," Harry commented dryly, "but only if you bet on your opponent winning against you in every fight. Even if you tried to throw the match, the curse would kick in and make you lose."
Harry was still upset about what had happened at the Empire tournament. He'd been hoping to at least get through the first round.
"Damn Kyle's gambling curse,"
Harry thought, glaring at his friend. What they didn't realize was that their discussion of strength had spread to the other camps. Now, regular soldiers were debating and talking about it as well. But the only person they'd actually heard speak so far was Kyle.
"That Black Sash Master is a fake. I heard the person who originally would have been chosen was possessed by the shadow,"
one soldier said loudly enough to be overheard. They were talking about Gary. Many had predicted he'd become the Black Sash Knight Master if Ray hadn't taken him from the kingdom.
"Then the one after that joined the Dark Guild,"
another soldier added, this time referring to Monk. The truth was harsh. Kyle really had been the last choice to become Master Knight of the Black Sashes. In the end, there had only been 4 candidates total. "Shut up!" Flynn shouted at the group near them. They could clearly be overheard and weren't mincing their words. It was a blatant disrespect toward Kyle, something Flynn had witnessed on more than one occasion. Because other knights often talked about Kyle as the fool, regular soldiers thought they could do the same.
"If you really think you're any better, then why don't you prove it?"
Flynn challenged. At the end of the day, Kyle was Flynn's only Black Sash teacher. It was because of Kyle that Flynn was in the position he held today.
"I won't let them disrespect him,"
Flynn thought fiercely.
"Maybe that's not such a bad idea,"
Sir Kay said thoughtfully. He walked into the nearby woods. When he returned, he carried 2 long sticks. Sir Kay shouted to all the soldiers,
"This is your chance. Kyle, the Black Sash Master, is offering to duel any of you one-on-one. If you manage to beat him, his position is up for grabs. We shall also reward you with riches, 1 gold coin."
The soldiers cheered in unison at the announcement. Lenny was amused by Avrion Elder's smart brain. With a slight smile on his lips, he understood what Sir Kay was trying to do.
"This is brilliant. Sir Kay is killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Many soldiers thought this might be their actual chance to prove their worth and get noticed by those above. Everyone knew the Red Wing Kingdom would soon be wealthy. It was clear from the way they spent gold coins not only for building and developing the city, but also to reward those with commendable achievements. They'd also seen the incredible inventions being produced. Any one of those would sell for a high price elsewhere. Every person present there wanted to be part of that prosperous future, and this came as a golden opportunity that they couldn't miss.
"I'll go,"
a large man said, picking up a stick from the ground. As Sir Kay returned to his seat, he whispered in Kyle's ear,
"Don't go easy on him."
"Understood," Kyle thought. The fight started. The first clash of sticks happened right in the center, with neither overpowering the other initially. The large man was one of the better White Sash Knights, so he focused on pure swordsmanship. He struck with his stick each time more accurately and perfectly. But each time, Kyle slipped through his attacks like butter, flowing around them effortlessly. When the moment was right, Kyle seemed to vanish from in front of the man. Suddenly, he was behind him with his stick pressed to the challenger's neck.
"I lose,"
the man said, lowering his weapon. Is there anyone else? Kyle offered, looking around. A few more soldiers tried their luck. Each one fared well at the start, showing genuine skill, but toward the end, Kyle would unleash black sash techniques to finish the fight decisively. The complaining soldier from earlier said.
If he didn't have that fancy footwork, most of those knights would have beaten him.
Still making excuses, Flynn thought with disgust. What is wrong with you? The black sash footwork is just another skill we have to learn. It takes us years to perfect, just like your sword skills. Why can't he use it?
Flynn complained loudly. Kyle pointed his stick directly at the complaining man. Come on, I won't use any fancy footwork and I'll still put you on your backside, Kyle challenged. The provocation worked. The man's face reddened, and he grabbed a stick to start the duel. You'll regret that, the soldier muttered. As soon as the match began, their sticks clashed violently. To prevent the wood from breaking, both fighters infused ki into their weapons. But Kyle started using significantly more ki this time. Let's end this, Kyle thought. When the sticks clashed again, one wielder's ki completely overpowered the other. The soldier's stick broke cleanly in half, the pieces flying into the woods. The man stood there, stunned and weaponless. Kyle smirked at the man, but the latter couldn't even meet Kyle's gaze. With his head hung low, the man walked away. He no longer spoke after that. How could he?
Mission accomplished,
Sir Kay thought with satisfaction. The demonstration had served its purpose. Kyle was meant to lead these people, and Sir Kay couldn't have them looking down on one of their commanders.
They need to know they can rely on their leaders. Trust is essential in war. If they didn't learn to respect Kyle, how were they supposed to follow his orders?
You did well, Kyle,
Martha said as he sat down next to her, slightly out of breath. Thanks, but these guys aren't worth my time. He stared into the fire, his expression growing serious. The victorious smirk on his face faded, and something dangerous flashed in his eyes. The person I have to defeat is Gary, Kyle said quietly. Later that evening, most of the knights were sound asleep in their tents. However, a few Red Wing leaders remained awake by the dying fire. Nathaniel had taken out the divine crystal he'd received, a gift from Bliss, which had originally come from the divine being herself. A crystal that held immense power, one that had once contained Bliss's consciousness, was now in his trembling hands.
Somehow, I'm supposed to harness this power to help defeat the shadow.
He closed his eyes and concentrated. Doing a little practice before the big confrontation, the crystal started to glow with soft white light. To avoid waking the sleeping soldiers, Nathaniel cupped his hands around the edges containing the illumination. Breaking his concentration, the light dimmed gradually.
The key to us winning all of this,
Nathaniel whispered to himself.
Don't put too much pressure on yourself,
a voice said from behind. Nathaniel jumped slightly, turning around. He could see Roki had just returned from the forest, likely from a patrol.
I just don't understand how I got involved in all of this. I'm just a prince who can't even use his powers properly,
Nathaniel admitted quietly.
You don't need to understand,
Roki said, sitting down beside him.
If you think about it too much and make yourself go mad with the pressure, it won't change anything. It won't change your past or even your present. Your circumstances will remain as they are right now. So instead of worrying too much, just focus on what you can do in the moment.
For some reason, Nathaniel felt comfortable around Roki, despite the little time they had spent together. The old man's wise words helped him calm down a lot.
Thank you.
Nathaniel smiled before they both retired to their respective tents for some sleep. The next morning, the weather was miserable. A sudden downpour began.
cold rain pelting the tents and soaking anyone who ventured outside.
This is to be expected as we get closer to the Shadow Continent,
Martha thought, pulling her cloak tighter.
The weather is never nice near that cursed place.
They couldn't be sure whether it was the shadows doing, or if the region had always been like this. There weren't many alive who could remember times before the shadow existed. Finally, they stepped foot onto the dark, dead land of the Shadow Continent itself. The trees were weak-looking and showed no signs of life, skeletal branches reaching toward gray skies. Rivers flowed with what looked like molten lava rather than water. A few buildings could be seen in the distance, all crumbled and torn down.
No sign of human life for miles,
Jack observed, his enhanced senses scanning the desolate landscape. Eventually, they needed to set up camp. The Shadow Continent was mostly a wasteland, posing a significant challenge. There was nowhere truly safe to establish their position. In the end, they simply placed their tents where they stood. The rain continued pouring down relentlessly, and the knights were ordered to stay inside their shelters for the night. Roy, who excelled in fire magic, was finally proving useful. He was asked to help start fires in every tent to provide warmth. For this expedition, Sir Kay and Harry had been put in commanding positions. The leadership group would mostly decide things together, as usual, but if forced to make quick decisions, it would fall to them. Right now, in the large command tent, the Red Wing leaders had gathered. Lenny felt he had a pressing matter to discuss.
I fear the Shadow may already know we're coming early,
Lenny announced. Everyone fell silent, looking at him. What makes you think that? Martha asked.
Think about it. A large army like ours has been traveling through Shadow territory, yet we haven't encountered a single beast. Incidents used to happen at the border constantly, even more so when we started clearing the corrupted land. Yet right now, nothing,
Lenny explained. Can Bliss not look into the future again? See if things have changed? Kyle asked. I can, Bliss replied carefully, but we shouldn't rely on that ability. Even the visions I see are just one of many possible futures. Perhaps what I witnessed is the result of the very actions we're taking right now. It's best we don't try to get ahead of the future.
We should continue to proceed as planned. There might be other reasons why it's quiet. Maybe they're gathering forces for a massive attack. Maybe something else entirely, Sir Kay said firmly. He looked around at each leader. But if we're prepared for a trap or an ambush, then it won't really be a trap or an ambush, will it?
The words Sir Kay spoke were simple, but gave them confidence. Listening to him reminds me of our academy days, back when things were simpler, Harry thought. For many of them, it brought back memories of Avrion Academy. They never imagined they'd be traveling by Sir Kay's side to fight the Shadow itself. However, one person was keeping a secret from everyone. Nathaniel didn't know why, but he thought it best to stay quiet. Ever since stepping his foot on the Shadow Continent, his crystal had been pulsating with strange power, stronger than ever before. Why is it doing this? What does it mean? He was unaware of the reason, but the sensation gave him confidence in his potential strength. Maybe I can actually help, Nathaniel thought hopefully. That night, as they all tried to sleep, Harry struggled with his own thoughts. Gary was someone he'd seen as a rival. Ever since losing the Avrion tournament to him, Harry had strived to become better, to grow stronger. Gary was always one step ahead, Harry remembered. But Gary was also the person who'd comforted Harry when he'd had no choice but to kill his own father. It was a strange, complicated relationship. Other than Jack, Harry didn't feel a deep connection with the others. He just felt distant somehow. We've already lost 2 people to the Shadow. Monk and Gary went over to the other side. It looks like there's a chance Slivia might as well with that corrupted eye. I'm just hoping this trip doesn't send any more of us over, Harry prayed silently. In the middle of the night, Harry suddenly awoke to find himself pinned down by a heavy weight. He tried to move his arms and legs, but couldn't budge them. When he tried to make a noise to alert the others, nothing came out, not even a whisper.
What? I can't speak,
Harry thought in panic. Hovering above him was a strange, dark beast covered in shadows. It had pointed ears and glowing red eyes. Sharp white fangs protruded from its mouth.
I can't shout. Is it some kind of magic from the beast, paralyzing me?
The beast itself wasn't much bigger than Harry, but it was able to keep him completely immobilized. From the corner of his eye, he looked desperately toward the others sleeping nearby.
No one's awake. The beast chose to attack only me. No one's around to see,
Harry realized with growing terror. The beast's jaws opened wide. Its large mouth started moving toward Harry's exposed neck. If he didn't do something now, the beast would end his life right here.
I can't die like this. I need to figure out why. Why my father chose to help creatures like you.
The anger within him rose like a tide. He started focusing that rage into his ki, channeling every ounce of willpower.
Move! Move!
He could shift slightly now, but not enough to break free completely. Concentrating all his energy into his fingertips, he barely managed to reach into the pouch at his belt. His fingers closed around the only thing he could grab, a gold coin.
Please work,
Harry prayed. He flicked it as hard as possible with his thumb. The coin went flying through the air, striking Nathaniel, who was sleeping beside him. Nathaniel leapt to his feet, startled. Upon seeing the beast on top of Harry, he yelled out instinctively,
Beast! Shadow Beast!
It was pure panic, a reminder of terrifying times when he'd been here before.
The crystal,
Nathaniel realized. The pulsing in his pouch became intense. White light shone through the fabric, growing brighter by the second. Nathaniel pulled out the divine crystal. As his fingers touched it directly, a white beam of pure light erupted forth. The beam hammered into the beast, blasting it off Harry. The creature writhed and cried out in pain, as if the light were burning it alive. The beam eventually stopped. The beast could be seen crawling desperately toward the tent exit, smoke rising from its body. Harry drew his sword immediately, ready to chase after it and kill it before it could harm anyone else. But when he exited the tent, he saw the beast's body slowly disintegrating, burning away into ash, leaving nothing behind.
What power,
Harry thought, staring at the remains. When everyone had gathered back in the command tent, Harry recounted what had happened and what he'd felt during the attack.
This is a serious problem,
Sir Kay said, his hand on his chin. His eyebrows furrowed deeply with concern.
This tent is located in the center of the entire encampment. For that beast to reach us, it would have had to pass all the other tents first.
Which means? Kyle asked.
It means this wasn't a random attack. The beast was deliberately aiming for this tent specifically. And if that's the case, we must ask ourselves another question,
Bliss explained. She looked at Nathaniel.
Why did the beast choose to attack Harry instead of Nathaniel?
Everyone turned to look at Harry, but even he didn't have an answer.
Why me? What did the shadow want with me specifically?
Harry wondered.
Thank you. You saved my life,
Harry said to Nathaniel.
Thanks, but it wasn't really me. It was this. I just held it,
Nathaniel replied, looking at the crystal in his hand.
Well, at least we know one thing. That creature was what's known as a mind-eater. It's silent when hunting. When prey is sleeping, it emits a paralyzing mist from its body to immobilize enemies,
Lenny said. He paused for effect.
Although small in size, it's actually considered a king-tier beast.
The implications sank in slowly. Now the others were beginning to understand Nathaniel's true importance in all this. With a single beam from the crystal, he'd easily eliminated a king-tier threat.
He'll be a tide changer in the war. Maybe we actually have a chance,
Martha thought. The big question on everyone's mind, including Harry himself, was, why Harry? Out of everyone present in that tent, there were far more valuable targets the Shadow could have attacked. Nathaniel, for instance, the Shadow had actively hunted him before, and he now held the powerful divine crystal. He'd been sleeping only a few feet away from Harry. Then there was Bliss, the divine being herself, physically present in the same tent. Why not attack them? Why choose me? Harry wondered, staring at the campfire. The only explanation Harry could think of was that perhaps those two simply weren't viable options for assassination. The Mind-Eater beast would have been killed immediately, attempting to take on either of them. But that brought him right back to the original question. Why him specifically? Am I connected to the Shadow somehow? Is it because of my father? Because he worked with them before I killed him? The thought made his stomach turn. His father had been a Shadow collaborator, working to undermine the Avrion from within. Harry had been forced to kill him when the truth came out. This disturbing question would have to stay in the back of his mind as they continued their journey. There were more immediate concerns to address. The next day, the army awoke and started traveling as planned. They marched steadily through the desolate Shadow continent, still not seeing much of anything or any signs of life. Suddenly, without warning, the landscape and weather took a dramatic turn. "Snow?" Martha said, stopping in her tracks and pointing ahead. The land in front of them was completely covered in pristine white snow. It seemed like an impossible phenomenon, because where they currently stood, there was no snow at all. The ground remained the dark, corrupted earth of the Shadow continent. Yet just a few meters ahead, it looked like a full blizzard was taking place, a clear wall of white. When they reached the exact edge where the landscape changed, Bliss stepped forward and used a wind spell to push some of the accumulated snow aside. Underneath, the dark, corrupted earth of the Shadow continent could still be seen. Knowing they were at least heading in the right direction toward inhabited areas, they decided to continue forward into the snow. The footing in the deep snow was extremely difficult. At times, the weather would be relatively peaceful, making the exhausting walking the only real challenge they faced. But at random, unpredictable intervals, fierce blizzards would suddenly descend upon them, severely impairing their vision and making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Still, the Red Wing Army was strong and well-trained. Each member knew how to utilize their ki effectively for endurance. They were able to trudge through the heavy snow without major physical trouble, though their visibility remained dangerously compromised during the frequent storm intervals. I was thinking, where are we even going? How do we know where to go exactly? We're not just randomly walking through endless snow looking for their fortress, are we? Kyle said, breaking the tense silence as they marched. When the Shadow continent consumed the northern kingdoms decades ago, they also took over their cities and castles. Although most civilian structures were completely destroyed, the military castles usually remained standing, altered and converted into shadow fortresses. Bliss gestured ahead into the white expanse. Not all castles were occupied by shadow forces, but those that are serve as command centers led by shadow guards and commanders. Those specific castles are where we're heading. So there's actually a good chance they might not even be at the specific place we're heading to right now? Kyle said, his voice edging toward complaint.
I think the fact that Harry almost got killed by a targeted assassination last night is a pretty good sign we're on the right track. They wouldn't bother sending a king-tier beast if we were headed in the wrong direction, Lenny pointed out logically. Bliss cleared her throat before revealing important information.
A bit of history for you all. In the northern part of this continent, before the Shadow even existed, one of these kingdoms is where I and the great dragon Sen once fought our legendary final battle.
If it were anyone else saying this, they would have dismissed it immediately as mythology or fantasy. But it was the divine being herself stating this as a historical fact. Hearing this historical detail reminded Harry and Martha of what Ray had confided to Slivia, that he claimed to be the great dragon Sen reincarnated as a human.
What if it was all actually true? Is that why Ray sometimes seems dislike Bliss? Did they really fight each other in a past life?
Harry almost chuckled at the far-fetched idea, but stopped himself.
After everything we've seen, maybe it's not so far-fetched at all.
The group eventually reached a significant geographical problem. They'd come across a massive frozen lake blocking their path. The lake was enormous and extremely wide, stretching far in both directions. If they were to travel around its entire perimeter to avoid crossing it, the detour might take several extra days of hard marching. What worried the leadership most was that taking extra days might mean the specific date Gary was waiting for would pass. The entire strategic point of this expedition was to meet Gary before the set date, to disrupt whatever plans he had in place. Well, we need someone to test the ice first, right? And we obviously can't all go on at once. For proper testing, we need our two largest people to walk on it, Kyle said practically. Everyone's heads turned automatically to two soldiers in particular. The first was Lenny, so impossibly tall that some soldiers genuinely believed he was part giant. He had the massive body of a warrior, but moved with the awkward clumsiness of a scholar more comfortable with books than battle. The second was Jack, also very tall, though not quite as tall as Lenny, but by far the heaviest among them all. His body was pure dense muscle, thick and powerful from years of training. If it can hold those two walking together, it can safely hold any of us, Kyle concluded with simple logic. The two men stepped onto the ice simultaneously, their combined weight pressing down on the frozen surface. They walked carefully but steadily toward the center of the lake. No cracks appeared. The ice seemed completely solid.
"Try jumping up and down,"
Martha shouted across the distance, her voice echoing. Both men jumped simultaneously, landing hard. As they landed, everyone watching from the shore squinted, expecting the ice to shatter spectacularly under the impact. Nothing happened. The ice held firm. Returning carefully to the others on the shore, they confirmed the ice was remarkably sturdy. However, it looked extremely slippery and extended even farther than they'd initially estimated.
Just in case something goes wrong out there, the Black Sash Knights, including Kyle, should go first with me. We'll warn the rest of you immediately if there's trouble ahead. It will also be best to split the entire army into groups of no more than 100 soldiers each. Otherwise, the combined weight concentrated in one area might become too much for the ice to support,
Sir Kay said, quickly formulating a plan. The plan was set in motion immediately. The Black Sash Knights went ahead onto the ice first, along with Kyle and Sir Kay leading them. When they gave the all-clear signal from a safe distance, the next group would advance, the Red Wing leaders and Beast Division. Finally, Katie would organize and lead the remaining army in carefully spaced smaller groups. Everything seemed fine initially. No problems arose during the first crossing groups. Harry, leading the second group as planned, stepped confidently onto the ice with everyone following behind in formation. Then, without warning, one of the sudden fierce blizzards appeared again, reducing visibility to almost nothing in seconds. Using his hand to shield his eyes from the stinging snow, Harry tried desperately to see what was happening ahead with Kyle's group. All he could make out through the white curtain was a vague, dark figure jumping up and down frantically, waving both arms.
"What does that mean? Stop? Come forward? Danger ahead?"
Harry wondered urgently.
Kyle, head back now. We'll deal with this. Get back to the others and warn them,
Sir Kay's voice shouted through the howling wind. Kyle started running back toward them as fast as he could on the treacherous, slippery surface. The group could see a black dot getting rapidly bigger, approaching them at speed. But above Kyle, arcing through the sky, a massive chunk of ice was being thrown like a boulder, tumbling downward like a frozen meteor.
"Scatter! Everyone move!"
Harry shouted at the top of his lungs. All the soldiers jumped out of the way in different directions, trying desperately to avoid the massive projectile. It smashed into the ice with tremendous destructive force, tearing completely through the thick frozen surface and revealing the deadly dark water beneath.
Everyone, they have a catapult somewhere ahead. Head back to shore until Sir Kay deals with it,
Kyle shouted breathlessly as he reached them. But more enormous chunks of ice were already being hurled over continuously, one after another in rapid succession. The urgent message reached those groups still at the back, and they'd already started retreating quickly based on Katie's immediate orders. But for the second group caught in the middle of the lake, it was extremely serious trouble. The blocks of ice being hurled through the air were absolutely enormous. Even if Harry could somehow cut them with his swords, doing so would just break more sections of ice underneath them, and he wasn't even certain he could cut through projectiles that massive and moving that fast. They were doing remarkably well, avoiding all the impact zones, until one particularly large block of ice struck the tail end of their scattered group directly. The impact cracked the lake's surface dramatically, with fracture lines spreading rapidly outward like a spider web. And the broken section took one of their men with it into the freezing water below. That man was Lenny.
No!
Harry shouted, his voice raw with anguish. Harry immediately started to dive in after him, but more ice blocks were being thrown their way. He had to dodge desperately or die. Then, suddenly, the bombardment stopped completely. Sir Kay and his team had successfully eliminated whatever was launching the projectiles. The group rushed over to where Lenny had fallen through the ice. They waited there desperately, staring at the dark, jagged hole in the white ice, hoping to see something, anything. But there was nothing.
I'm going in,
Harry declared, starting to remove his armor with shaking hands.
You can't,
Martha said firmly, grabbing his arm hard.
It'll be freezing down there, pitch black. It'll be impossible to find him. If he hasn't come up by now, then—
She couldn't finish the terrible sentence.
It's been too long. No one could survive underwater this long in freezing water,
Martha thought with crushing sadness.
If I don't bring him back, Ray will kill me when he returns,
Harry said, his voice breaking with emotion.
If we don't bring you back alive, Ray will kill all of us too.
Harry felt completely torn, conflicted between duty and friendship. At the same time, they desperately needed to keep moving forward. These small, calculated attacks from the shadow were clearly delay tactics designed to slow them down.
Lenny is one of the cleverest and most resourceful mages I've ever known. He will survive this, I promise you that. I know him. He's prepared for anything,
Roy said, stepping forward. His usual lazy demeanor was completely gone, replaced by uncharacteristic seriousness. He looked directly at Harry.
For now, let's concentrate on completing the mission and not get distracted. That's exactly what Lenny would want us to do. Honor him by finishing what we started.
It was an incredibly tough decision to make, one of the hardest of Harry's young life.
Lenny or the mission? Friend or duty? What would Ray do? Ray would finish the mission,
Harry realized.
He'd trust Lenny to survive and push forward.
In the end, they decided to move forward. Every moment they delayed gave the shadow more time to prepare defenses, more time to complete whatever Gary was planning. The army began moving again, crossing the remainder of the frozen lake carefully. Harry looked back at the dark hole in the shattered ice one final time, memorizing the location.
Lenny, meet us soon. Please survive.
The blizzard seemed to settle after the ambush. While crossing the remainder of the ice lake, they encountered no further problems or attacks. Sir Kay continued to scout far ahead with his black sash knights. When Harry and his group finally caught up, they could see what had caused all the destruction. A large catapult had been constructed on the far shore, crude but effective. Nearby lay 3 bodies, a single human confirmed to be a true infected,
and 2 intermediate beasts also corrupted by shadow. It had delayed them significantly and caused them to lose 1 man, 1 valuable man. Lenny had been highly knowledgeable, someone who'd helped Ray greatly when learning about the shadow and the Dragon Hammer artifact. He'd even assisted with the dangerous beasting process that had transformed Kyle, Harry, and the others.
His knowledge of unusual magic was incredible, just as great as Bliss's, maybe even better in some ways, and that's why he is a valuable resource for the Red Wings,
Harry thought, his fists clenched tightly by his sides. Bliss's magic seemed focused in one specific direction, whereas Lenny had been happy to experiment with numerous options and theories. His main reason for joining had been a deep, burning hatred for the shadow. The reason why, no one knew, and now they might never know. They continued across the lake and received no further ambushes. This time, Sir Kay and the Black Sash Knights went much farther ahead to confirm there was nothing dangerous waiting. It took slightly longer, but they wouldn't make the same deadly mistake twice.
We can't afford to lose anyone else,
Sir Kay thought grimly. Eventually, they left the frozen lake behind and were on solid land once again, heading forward through the endless white. Although the blizzard had died down somewhat, its effects on the terrain ahead caused them to struggle significantly. The snow was now impossibly deep and thick, hard to trudge through even with concentrated use of ki.
Hey, if they're controlling this weather, then they're doing a great job of making us exhausted before we even reach them. My legs are killing me,
Kyle said, breathing hard. Martha glared at Kyle, pursing her lips.
Kyle, I don't think the other soldiers need to hear this right now. If they hear you complaining out loud like that, a Red Wing leader, then they'll start thinking they can complain as well. It's important we put on a brave face for them.
After several more hours of grueling marching, everyone was clearly exhausted. Their movements slowed noticeably. If they were to encounter the Shadow Army now, in this condition, they would be slaughtered.
We're in no shape to fight,
Harry realized with concern. In the end, they decided it was best to rest for the night. They pitched their tents in a defensive formation, and a leadership meeting was called immediately. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. We've already lost Lenny, and the men are completely exhausted. I feel like even if we ran into shadow forces now, we wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight, Kyle complained, slumping down. He looked around at the others. It might have been best to just stay in Avrion and fight them off with our full force at home, defended from fortified positions.
I disagree,
Bliss said firmly.
The Shadow has attempted to slow us down 2 times already, first by trying to assassinate Harry, now with this ambush. It's absolutely clear we're disrupting their plans, whatever those plans are.
The room was split in their decision on whether to turn back or continue forward. Arguments went back and forth. In the end, the group voted to continue forward, with the decision passing by only a narrow margin.
The main reason is that we feel Lenny's death would have been completely wasted otherwise. We have to make his sacrifice mean something,
Martha thought determinedly. Later that night, as they all lay sleeping in their tents, they expected nothing out of the ordinary to happen. Outside, they'd significantly increased security, guards posted at every angle, just in case they had any unexpected visitors. They certainly did have an unexpected visitor. Someone entered the command tent, silently. But it wasn't an enemy this time. It was a friend. Hearing the heavy footsteps on the tent floor, everyone awoke quickly. They were extremely on edge from the previous night's events, plus the constant awareness that they were deep in shadow territory. Roy quickly conjured a flame, lighting up the room with an orange glow. They could see that the large figure was Lenny. His clothes were completely soaking wet, dripping water onto the ground. His face and eyes looked cold, unnaturally cold.
He was shivering violently, and actual icicles had formed on his body and in his hair.
How is he even alive?
Kyle thought with shock.
Lenny! We need to warm you up immediately, but not too fast or you'll go into shock,
Martha exclaimed. She and Roy went to him straight away, carefully beginning to raise his body temperature with controlled fire magic. How did you survive? We thought you drowned. It's been over a day, Kyle asked urgently. But Lenny just continued to look forward blankly, his body stiff and his actions strange. Most people would have died from staying in freezing water that long.
Sure, there's magic, but if he'd used warming magic, he'd look to be in better condition than this,
Harry thought. When looking directly into Lenny's eyes, Harry came to his own disturbing conclusion.
Do you think he's infected by the shadow?
Harry whispered urgently to Sir Kay, Bliss, and Nathaniel.
It certainly seems that way. That cold blank expression. The shadow would enhance one's body, which would explain how he survived the icy plunge.
I saw it,
Lenny said suddenly, his voice hollow and distant. Everyone fell silent, staring at him.
I saw the future you spoke of, Bliss,
Lenny continued. Bliss immediately ran to Lenny and grabbed him by both shoulders, shaking him slightly.
What do you mean? What exactly did you see?
It was like I was dreaming when I was under the river. I saw the shadow forces, Gary leading a massive army, destroying everything, killing everyone in their path,
Lenny explained in a monotonous way. He paused.
Nathaniel with the white divine crystal, crushed to pieces in his hands, shattered and useless. And Ray was there as well, but he was covered in blood, completely drenched in it.
After speaking these ominous words, Lenny's large body started to sway unsteadily. Then he collapsed forward, passing out cold. Jack and Kyle caught him before he hit the ground.
What does this mean? Is this the same vision you saw?
Sir Kay asked, looking at Bliss.
No,
Bliss said, her face troubled.
The vision he described is different from mine. Originally, I just saw the shadow taking over everything, total darkness consuming the world.
She paced.
Then it changed. I saw Ray, Nathaniel, and me fighting back together against the shadow. Then in the most recent version, there was no Ray at all, but Lenny saw Ray present, yet we still apparently lost. But Ray isn't with us now. Doesn't that mean things could still be different from what Lenny saw?
Martha pointed out.
The future can always be different. My guess is this is just another one of the Shadow's psychological tricks to get us to turn back, to make us doubt.
Bliss went to check on Lenny's physical condition, examining him with magic.
Is she right? Or is she refusing to see the truth?
Roy wondered.
Are you sure we're doing the right thing? It seems to me that you've convinced yourself that no matter what evidence appears, continuing forward is correct, even though there have been numerous signs telling us otherwise,
Roy asked aloud. They didn't want to admit it. After all, they'd gotten this far thanks to the divine being's guidance. The whole of Avrion Kingdom had been built on trusting Bliss.
But what Roy's saying makes a lot of sense,
Harry admitted to himself. The next day, despite Lenny's strange actions and disturbing words the previous night, he seemed to be back to his normal, quirky self. His pale, deathly color had returned to normal. His cold, blank eyes were warm and expressive again. When the others asked if he remembered what had happened, Lenny had absolutely no recollection of saying anything about visions. He didn't even remember how he'd gotten back to camp. After thoroughly examining Lenny with every diagnostic spell she knew, Bliss announced she could sense no shadow corruption in him whatsoever. He really did seem like he returned to his regular old self completely. Their travels continued. They could feel they were getting closer and closer to their destination, some instinct telling them the fortress was near. Unfortunately, as Bliss had predicted, they were approaching the ruins of the old northern kingdom. The blizzard seemed to be reacting to their proximity, getting even more fierce and violent. Even though it was still technically daylight outside, visibility was almost zero. They had no choice but to set up camp early and wait it out. That night, while everyone slept in their tents, nothing out of the ordinary came to disturb them. However, Harry was tossing and turning violently in his sleep, more so than ever before, as if now possessed by something dark. In his dreams, he could see everything. The same vision Lenny had described played out before Harry's eyes in vivid, terrible detail. The white divine crystal Nathaniel carried was destroyed, shattered into countless pieces on the ground. Bliss hung up, suspended by shadow tendrils, held captive by Gary, who stood before her with a cruel smile. As for Ray, he was covered in blood, absolutely drenched in it, but it wasn't Gary's doing. Harry could sense it, something far more terrifying than Gary, more dangerous than the shadow itself. A third power was present in the war. A power that was somehow stronger than the original dragon hammer, stronger than the white divine stone given to Nathaniel.
What could be stronger than divine artifacts?
Harry wondered in the dream. This power took form, a strange and horrible beast, one with unimaginable strength radiating from it like heat from a sun.
Is it the beast from under Avrion, the one that escaped? If yes, then how did it come here into this war?
The creature was looking down at Ray, who appeared far too injured to defend himself against it. Blood poured from multiple wounds across Ray's body. As the beast lunged forward with killing intent, so did Ray, making one final desperate attack. A deathly image appeared behind Ray, something massive and terrible.
What is that? What's behind him?
Harry strained to see. But before Harry could make out what the shadowy form was, he woke up abruptly. He was covered in sweat, his heart pounding wildly.
What the hell was that all about?
Harry whispered to himself in the darkness.
It all felt too real, too vivid to be just a simple dream or vision.
Some time had passed since Monk had joined the Dark Guild. So far, he'd yet to do any tasks that required him to kill, steal, or murder anyone.
The Dark Guild has done none of the horrible things they worried us about. All the terrible deeds the old Avrion and Allur kingdoms told us Dark Guild members committed when we were growing up as students.
Since joining, Monk hadn't met up with Morfran even once. Instead, he'd been placed under the supervision of a man named Sergio. They were part of a group that regularly traveled between all the hidden Dark Guild bases scattered throughout the various kingdoms. They acted as escorts for beast crystals and valuable items, supplies for the Dark Guild's operations. Often on the road, they would be attacked by wild beasts or desperate bandits. It was their job to protect the goods at all costs. From time to time, when resting in towns, they would complete additional quests for extra gold coins to supplement their income.
The work is dangerous, but it's not evil,
Monk thought. The Dark Guild bases they visited were always located in sweet-looking, innocent towns. Certain inns were secretly under Dark Guild control, and while traveling with them, Monk started learning the hidden signs to identify these places. The marking of an eye underneath a rug, sometimes carved into toilet walls, hidden behind other markings and graffiti.
They're not obvious at first, but once you know what to look for, they're everywhere.
At the moment, Monk was having a drink with Sergio in one of these taverns, a Dark Guild safe house disguised as a normal establishment. Monk wasn't much of a drinker. He thought he was too young and had a small body to handle the after effects of alcohol. So he ordered his usual drink, a tall glass of milk.
Drinking that won't make you any taller, you know, Sergio said with amusement, taking a swig of his own ale.
I'm not trying to grow taller, Monk replied defensively. He took a good long drink of the milk before slamming the glass down on the wooden countertop.
I just don't like the taste of alcohol.
Aye, and neither do I, truth be told, Sergio admitted. Monk looked at him in confusion.
Then why drink it?
Because it's the best problem solver in all of Bronzeland. It makes me forget what we do, who we really work for, Sergio said, staring into his mug. He looked at Monk seriously. I'm no fool, boy. Even though the tasks we do now seem small and insignificant, we're helping those above us. And at the end of the day, the Dark Guild works for the Shadow. This was the first time Monk had heard anyone speak badly about the Dark Guild itself, which was surprising. But more than that, it was the revelation of who they ultimately served. You're skilled, Monk. You protected us well on these missions. We would have lost far more men without you. Any kingdom would be lucky to have you in its army. Sergio leaned closer. So I hate to think how someone as young and talented as you ended up here. Listen to me. While you still don't have blood on your hands, while you're still clean, I want you to get out. Escape while you still can. Just then, the tavern doors burst open violently. A Dark Guild member came running in, panic clearly written across his face. He ran straight over to Sergio and whispered urgently in his ear. Sergio's face went pale. He stood up abruptly. Everyone! A member of the Shadow Guard has arrived! Be respectful at all times! Show absolute deference! Sergio shouted to the entire tavern. The way everyone was acting suggested this was an even bigger deal than if the guild leader himself had arrived. Fear rippled through the room like a physical wave. Shortly after, a man in a full set of black armor came walking through those same doors with measured, confident steps. On his head sat a ferocious helmet that looked like it had been forged from dragon scales. Over his right arm, he wore an ornate gauntlet with gems shining with inner light. Finally, around his waist hung a strange sword that also contained the marking of the eye, the Dark Guild symbol. Everyone in the tavern immediately bowed down as the Shadow Guard member entered. The energy and sheer power could be felt seeping off him like heat from a forge. But more than the person themselves, it felt like the overwhelming presence was coming specifically from the gauntlet on his arm.
What is that thing?
Monk wondered with growing unease. The Shadow Guard walked forward, completely ignoring everyone's subservient bows. He went directly to the back counter.
Another glass of milk for myself,
the armored man said.
Milk? That's unusual for someone so intimidating,
Monk thought. Lifting his head slightly to get a better look, Monk noticed something. The sword at the man's waist. It was something he'd seen before, and that voice was strangely recognizable.
I know that voice,
Monk realized.
I've been looking for you,
the armored figure said, turning to look directly at Monk.
Care to have a drink with an old friend?
As he spoke these words, he reached up and removed the dragon scale helmet.
Gary!
Monk exclaimed, unable to hide his shock.
Gary! It's really him after all this time!
Gary's face was older, harder somehow, but it was definitely him. Gary ordered the rest of the men in the tavern to continue their business, but warned them not to interfere with two old friends speaking who hadn't seen each other in a long time.
When did Gary become so commanding, so powerful?
They gave each other brief introductions of how they'd both come to be where they were, the paths that led them here. Then, suddenly, a serious look appeared on Gary's face.
I'll cut to the chase, Monk. When I heard you'd joined the Dark Guild, I came here personally to ask you something important.
Gary leaned forward.
I want you to come with me and become the leader of my Shadow Battalion, an entire army I control in the Shadow Continent.
What?
But, Gary, I'm with the Dark Guild now. I can't just leave. They won't let me.
Monk protested.
You fool,
Gary replied, though not unkindly.
The Dark Guild is under my command now. When I was appointed Shadow Guard by the Shadow itself, I was given control of the Dark Guild since they operate under human leadership.
He took a drink of his milk.
Morfran and I are seen as equals in the hierarchy. If I want you on my side, I can simply take you. No one will object.
He controls the entire Dark Guild? How powerful has Gary become?
Monk didn't really know what to say. His feelings were conflicted. He was meeting an old friend, someone he'd thought lost forever. What was even worse was that Gary felt completely sane. He didn't feel like someone infected by shadow corruption, controlled by evil forces.
Avrion. They're sending an army to my fortress as we speak. I felt you were important to helping me achieve my goal, so I ignored it and came here to find you first,
Gary informed.
Avrion is attacking? Are the Red Wings coming here?
Monk thought.
The Knights of Avrion. They're strong. Do you really think you can beat them?
Monk said carefully.
We,
Gary said sternly, emphasizing the word and making it clear he was adamant that Monk would join him.
Yes, we can beat them, because I have this.
He lifted up the gauntlet. Monk could immediately sense the overwhelming power emanating from it. Slowly, something started seeping into his mind, an energy he'd never felt before.
What is this feeling? It's like it's calling to me.
Just seeing the artifact in front of him, Monk knew instinctively it contained such immense power that Avrion stood almost no chance against it.
Allowing them to have a quick death would be doing them a favor,
a dark voice whispered in Monk's mind. But then images started flickering through his consciousness. Faces of those at Avrion appeared. Harry, Kyle, Jack, all his old friends.
Martha,
Monk thought, her face appearing in his mind.
You'll have to fight Ray,
Monk said, trying to break free of whatever influence the gauntlet was having on him.
You know as well as I do that he's gotten significantly stronger during this time. He protected Avrion from the shadow attack before. Why can't he do it again?
This gauntlet is not the only power we have. The shadow has given me a special gift, a secret weapon specifically designed to deal with Ray.
Gary paused.
Honestly, if we can manage it, I don't plan to kill Ray at all. I wish to capture him alive. It would be wonderful if he could come over to our side, see what you and I see now, understand what we understand.
Gary's expression darkened slightly.
But I doubt that very much. Ray's too stubborn.
If Ray refuses to join, what then?
Monk asked.
Then I will have no choice but to kill him,
Gary said simply, as if discussing the weather. Looking at the gauntlet once again, feeling the energy continuously emitting from it, Monk certainly believed Gary could do it. The longer he stared at the powerful object, the more he thought it was completely hopeless to try fighting back.
Why resist? Why not join them?
The voice whispered. Before Monk even fully realized what he was saying, the words came out.
I'll join you. Did I just agree? Why did I say that?
Monk thought with confusion. A smile appeared on Gary's face, genuine pleasure at his friend's acceptance. After resting that night in the tavern, they prepared to travel. They went to the border to travel by ship across the dark waters. With Gary came a small army of his own forces. It was difficult to tell if they were human or beasts. The shadow corruption made them look distorted, wrong. There were definitely some true infected soldiers on board the ship, but they would all listen to Gary's commands without question, instant, absolute obedience. Monk observed as they sailed.
It's strange. You were once a squire who trained specifically to fight against the shadow, and now shadow creatures follow your every order without hesitation.
Not just my orders,
Gary corrected.
They'll follow yours as well now. Both of us hold high positions in the Shadow's military hierarchy.
He looked at Monk.
Believe me, it's not so strange when you think about it. Even Ray, who was a squire alongside us at the academy, has become a king of his own kingdom.
A king? Ray's actually a king now?
Monk said, genuinely surprised. It seemed there was a tremendous amount for him to learn about what had happened during his time isolated with the Dark Guild. After traveling by ship for several days across cold, dark waters, they eventually reached the coastline of the Shadow Continent itself. The land was covered in thick snow, which Monk wasn't expecting at all.
The Shadow Continent has snow? I imagined it would be all darkness and fire.
Now they needed to march overland, traveling onward through the frozen wasteland to reach the fortress and prepare for the coming Great War. Finally, after days of hard marching through the snow, they arrived at Gary's fortress, a large, vast, dark castle rising from the white landscape like a black tooth. Looking at the imposing structure, Monk started to wonder about something that had been bothering him since their conversation.
What secret weapon did the Shadow give Gary? What could possibly be strong enough to fight against Ray? And when the battle comes, will I really be able to fight my friends? Will I be able to kill them?
The Red Wing Army continued traveling further and deeper into the Shadow Continent, trudging through thick, heavy snow. The further they went, the more committed they became, and the harder it would be to turn back.
We're probably already beyond the point of no return,
Harry thought, scanning the horizon. According to Bliss, they were getting much closer to their destination. They had entered a mountainous area that sat between the borders of two former kingdoms. In the past, those two kingdoms were constantly at war. Both built their castles within these mountains, making it difficult for either side to attack the other. The army was now walking up a steep, deep slope. Up ahead, several odd-looking mounds dotted the white landscape. They'd walked past similar mounds on the way here and thought nothing of them, just rocks and boulders covered with accumulated snow. At first, there had only been a few scattered here and there, but now there were many, far too many.
That's strange. There's something off about these,
Jack thought, his nose twitching.
Stop!
Bliss shouted suddenly, raising her staff. The entire column ground to a halt. She was staring at the mounds, increasingly worried about their positioning and the way they were arranged in suspicious patterns. Moving carefully toward the nearest one while keeping a safe distance, she began chanting a spell under her breath.
Gustonte!
A powerful gust of wind erupted from her staff, blasting the snow away from the nearest mound. To her disappointment, it revealed exactly that, just an ordinary boulder. She'd suspected it might be a beast in disguise.
Oh, it's just a rock,
Bliss thought with relief. Then the snow beneath the boulder shifted. "Move!" Kyle shouted. He lunged forward, reaching Bliss just in time and shoving her sideways out of the way. A spear came shooting up from beneath the snow at the spot where she'd just been standing. Kyle had his back turned toward the spear's trajectory. A loud metallic clang rang out as his beast shell armor collided with the weapon. The spear deflected harmlessly.
It's an ambush! Prepare for battle!
Harry shouted.
They are either a high-level humanoid beast, which is very unlikely, so they are maybe humans. Human soldiers are buried in the snow,
Dan thought, preparing his own spear for an attack. The Red Wing Army drew their blades swiftly under Katie's barked commands. The Dragon Knights immediately tightened their protective formation around both Nathaniel and Bliss. Out from underneath the snow all around them, black armor emerged, warriors wearing the emblem of the Eye. Dark Guild members, dozens of them, rising from their hidden positions. But that wasn't their only problem. In the distance, large white gorilla-like creatures could be seen charging toward them. They had thick white fur and 4 powerful arms each, moving through the deep snow with alarming agility. In total, approximately 20 of the creatures advanced in their way. The Dark Guild members numbered around 200. Even though the Red Wings significantly outnumbered them, they were struggling with the treacherous terrain, and the beasts were extraordinarily agile.
Advanced tier beasts infected by shadow. That makes them as strong as king tier,
Sir Kay recognized grimly. By far, it was the largest and most dangerous force the shadow had sent after them yet. "We're on to them," Bliss said with fierce determination, firing off several energy blasts in rapid succession toward different targets. Her magic wasn't the most destructive, but she had precise, excellent control. Most of the Red Wing leaders were handling their opponents adequately, dealing with the Dark Guild soldiers in front of them without too much difficulty. These were skilled fighters from the Red Wings, and Dark Guild members, despite their numbers, were not extraordinary warriors. But the gorilla beasts seemed to intentionally bypass the stronger Red Wing leaders entirely. They went straight past them, targeting the main army in the back that was being led by Katie. "Their goal was never to kill us in this attack," Kyle said, spinning to kick one Dark Guild soldier away, then immediately turning his back to block a spear thrust from another. "It was to weaken us." Leaving the other stronger members to hold the Dark Guild soldiers back, Harry sprinted ahead to help the main army with the gorilla beasts. Katie had just barely blocked a hammering blow from one gorilla using her shield. Her arms shook from the impact. The raw strength was terrifying. She stabbed one of its hands before it could retreat, but it felt almost useless. The creature still had 3 other perfectly functional arms ready to strike. The gorilla raised its remaining fists and hammered down one after another. Katie rolled desperately out of the way into the thick snow. The blow she narrowly avoided continued downward, striking one of the Red Wing soldiers directly on top of the head. The force was devastating. The snow around the fallen soldier began turning red. A few seconds later, a figure came leaping up onto the back of the gorilla, stabbing it repeatedly through the head with twin blades. The beast's massive body started to sway. Harry jumped clear as it toppled into the snow. Katie wanted to thank Harry immediately for the intervention, but he'd already moved on, sprinting toward the next gorilla without breaking stride. Turning her head, Katie could see the full battlefield picture now. It was a strange and disturbing sight. A small group of Red Wing leaders was holding back nearly 200 Dark Guild soldiers on one end. On the other end, 1,000 Red Wing soldiers were being severely overwhelmed by only 20 gorilla beasts. "I nearly forgot these people work for the Shadow," Kyle shouted, kicking one Dark Guild soldier away and ducking under a slash from another. "It was always a concern. We aren't just going up against Gary. He has the entire Shadow backing him, and that includes Morfran and all his Dark Guild forces," Martha replied, releasing arrows in fluid succession. "We underestimated the scope of this. We focused on Gary and forgot about his army," Martha thought. Amid the chaos, Nathaniel hadn't done much fighting. He couldn't. Badger, Sloth, Dan, and Jack had formed a tight protective circle around him, intercepting every threat before it reached him. "I feel completely useless," Nathaniel thought, watching his protectors fight on his behalf. Then, something warm pulsed against his leg. Looking down, he could see the divine crystal in his pouch, pulsating in and out with white light. "The crystal!" Nathaniel exclaimed, pulling it out. He quickly tried to do what he'd done before, focus his energy, and aim at the Dark Guild soldiers surrounding them. He concentrated hard. Nothing happened. "Come on! You worked before! Why won't you work now?" Nathaniel shouted in frustration.
"Boy, the crystal is a pure source,"
Lenny shouted from nearby, his voice cutting through the battle noise.
"It may only work against those infected by the Shadow. These Dark Guild men are perfectly sane people who chose to follow the Shadow of their own free will. They're not corrupted."
He knew immediately what to do. Nathaniel broke free from the protective circle suddenly, darting in the other direction, away from the Dark Guild soldiers and toward where the main army was struggling against the gorilla beasts. The two closest protectors, Badger and Sloth, immediately moved to cover him, matching his pace. Arrows flew toward them. Daggers were thrown. Badger and Sloth moved in perfect tandem, blocking and deflecting every projectile with remarkable coordination. When it came to the king-tier gorilla beasts, however, they weren't fully prepared. "Please work!" Nathaniel shouted, focusing all his mental energy on the crystal and pointing it directly at one of the shadow-infected gorillas. Just like before, a powerful beam of pure white energy erupted from the crystal, striking the gorilla directly. The creature began to burn, writhing and shrieking, until nothing was left but a pile of ash. "It worked! It really worked!" Nathaniel thought with exhilaration. The Red Wing soldiers around him erupted in cheers. The sight gave everyone immediate hope. "All I need to do is get close enough, and the soldiers and Badger and Sloth will help me do that," Nathaniel whispered as he moved on to his next target. The army rallied around Nathaniel, working together to clear paths and get him within range of each gorilla. Whenever they managed it, he would fire the crystal's beam and reduce another beast to ash. "I'm actually helping. I'm actually making a difference." Nathaniel's confidence grew with every kill. The power in his hand felt extraordinary. He'd never imagined he'd be eliminating king-tier beasts in seconds. These were creatures that armies struggled to defeat. "As long as we have this crystal, we can't lose this war," Nathaniel thought. Before Nathaniel had broken free to help, Harry had been fighting without pause. His body was growing dangerously tired, and the mental strain of leading everyone in battle was heavier than he'd expected. "I've never been in anything like this before. This is real war," Harry thought, breathing hard. He could see that a significant portion of their forces were being overwhelmed, taking care of the gorillas. So he lured two of them away from the main group, drawing them toward him deliberately. Small cuts appeared on the gorilla's hands from Harry's blade work, but he couldn't land killing blows. Still, he was hurting them. "Today is not the day I die. But why do I feel so weak? Was I always this limited?" He'd never been in a war before, not truly. This was the closest thing to it. Sweat soaked through his clothes. His breathing came in ragged gasps. "Something isn't right. Ever since that vision, something has been off." Another attack came. Harry blocked it, but the impact sent both swords flying from his grip. They disappeared somewhere deep in the snow. "No! No, no, no! My swords!" With only his bare hands, there was nothing he could do. All he had left was to transform. "Come on! Transform! Now!" Harry urged his body. But it refused to respond. The transformation that came naturally in practice simply wouldn't activate. Why? Why won't it work? Panic began settling in Harry's heart. One of the gorillas came charging directly toward him. Harry wanted to run, wanted to jump clear, but his legs wouldn't obey either. "I can't move. My body isn't listening at all," Harry realized with horror. He braced for impact. But before the beast could reach him, an extraordinarily wide man stepped directly in its path. He swung a massive axe in a powerful arc, straight through the gorilla's skull. The creature dropped instantly. The other gorilla hesitated, then quickly retreated. Harry stared at the stranger, breathing hard. "Who is that? I've never seen him before." Harry wanted to speak, to ask who he was, to thank his savior. The strange man stepped toward Harry, getting closer. Then, with the flat of his giant axe, he swung it hard against the back of Harry's head. "Ah!" Harry cried in pain. His vision went white, then black. He slumped forward, unconscious before he even hit the snow. The strange man caught Harry's limp body, hoisted him easily over one broad shoulder, and disappeared into the blizzard. Harry was kidnapped. It had been a tough battle. 20 advanced tier shadow-infected beasts alongside 200 Dark Guild soldiers. But when the dust finally settled and the fighting stopped, the Red Wings tallied their losses. From their 1,000-strong army, only around 50 men had died. At first, the Red Wing members and leaders felt genuine relief. 50 casualties from an army of 1,000 was an incredible achievement. They'd foiled what appeared to be the Shadow's plan to weaken their forces significantly. But then, they came to a disturbing realization.
I can't find Harry anywhere,
Martha said, her voice tight with worry.
Katie said he saved her during the fight, then went to deal with some beasts, deliberately luring them away from the main army.
She looked at the others.
When I reached that spot, I found 2 dead beasts and red blood in the snow.
The silence that followed was heavy.
Then I fear the Dark Guild was actually successful in their true plan after all. They've either captured or killed whoever they originally came here for,
Lenny said gravely.
What makes you so sure of that? We attacked and fended them off. I'm sure they never expected us to eliminate so many of their people while losing so few of our own,
Dan replied, his brows furrowed.
We were blind,
Bliss said quietly. She sat down heavily in the snow. She looked defeated and exhausted, something none of them had ever seen from her before. In truth, they all did. The main Red Wing leaders had been the ones fighting the Dark Guild soldiers directly. They'd come through largely unscathed, but that was due entirely to their own exceptional skill, not any lack of ability from the Dark Guild.
The Dragon Knights were too focused on protecting Nathaniel and me. We didn't even think to watch over Harry. They had already targeted him once before. We should have kept eyes on him at all times.
Bliss tucked a strand of her black hair behind her ear, her gaze downcast. The others felt the same. They'd simply never imagined that someone as strong as Harry, stronger than most of them, would need to be specifically protected.
We need to make a decision,
Sir Kay said, his voice carrying the weight of command.
Do we carry on moving forward, having lost one of our key commanders? Or do we head back to Avrion and make our last stand there?
He looked at each leader carefully.
The Shadow has achieved its goal of taking Harry. So far, we have run into bad luck after bad luck. If we continue forward, I fear we may all lose our lives.
We can't go back,
Bliss shouted, surging to her feet.
That's exactly what the Shadow wants us to do.
We have to face the facts,
Roy said firmly. He rarely spoke up in group decisions, but when he did, people listened.
They were completely prepared for our supposed surprise attack. It was a reckless gamble heading into their territory in the first place.
He crossed his arms.
We'd be far better off fortifying our own defenses at Avrion and setting up defensive traps along approach routes, just like they've been doing to us.
So we're just meant to leave Harry with the Dark Guild? I may not always agree with Bliss's decisions, but I absolutely cannot leave without knowing what happened to him,
Martha declared her decision.
And risk more lives. Following this divine being blindly might be exactly what causes the terrible visions she keeps seeing. Just because she's a god doesn't automatically mean she always gets everything right,
Roy argued, glancing at Bliss.
Roy's going too far, but he's not entirely wrong either.
Kyle felt conflicted. The tension within their own group spiked dangerously high. It was understandable. They had the lives of their soldiers on their hands, and had now lost someone deeply important to them.
Kyle,
Sir Kay said, deliberately shifting focus.
I've yet to hear your thoughts. What do you think of all this?
Kyle was quiet for a moment, genuinely wrestling with the question. Then he finally admitted,
I feel conflicted. Like Bliss says, they're trying extremely hard to stop us from reaching the fortress. That means something important is there, maybe something we can actually do something about.
He paused.
If we turn back now, I think Avrion is finished without Ray. We'd just be waiting to die defensively.
His eyes moved to Jack.
What I'm more concerned about is why Jack and his group didn't transform during the battle. If they had, they could have dealt with those beasts far more efficiently. Harry wouldn't have needed to lure them away, and he wouldn't have been left isolated and vulnerable.
Jack stood silently with his hands in his pockets, looking at the ground. He'd fought hard during the battle, that much was true. But Kyle's point was valid. Jack had specifically told his werewolves and himself not to transform during the fight. Ever since Ray hadn't returned from the Empire, Jack had felt the burden of something settle on his shoulders. If anyone could face Gary in direct combat, it would need to be him.
I know how strong Gary was before. I can only imagine how much stronger he's become.
Because of this, Jack had been carefully conserving every last bit of energy and power he had, reserving it specifically for that final confrontation with Gary. He'd been holding back in every encounter since.
But now, Harry's gone. My caution cost us someone I care about. Was it worth it?
Jack realized.
I'm sorry, Jack said finally, looking up. I made a choice to preserve my strength for Gary. I thought it was the right call.
He looked around at the group.
But I agree. I don't want to leave without getting Harry back. None of us should.
Then it's decided, Sir Kay said with a quiet smile that surprised everyone. Despite the circumstances, he felt a surge of pride at these former students of his.
The right decision isn't always the logical one, but it's the human one,
Sir Kay thought.
We proceed forward, with the primary additional goal of finding and recovering Harry,
Sir Kay announced. He knew it perhaps wasn't the most strategically sound choice, but he also suspected that the Shadow's specific reason for targeting Harry was more significant than any of them had fully realized yet, possibly even more significant than Bliss had calculated. The constant jolting sensation of his body banging against something hard finally woke Harry. He opened his eyes slowly. Below him, passing by in an endless blur, was snow, and the back of a pair of large boots.
I'm being carried over someone's shoulder,
Harry realized. His hands were bound behind his back with glytherium chains. He knew immediately what they were. Even with powerful ki flowing through him, glytherium was specifically designed to suppress and restrain that power. Breaking free was impossible.
My swords! I lost them somewhere in the snow,
Harry thought, with a sudden pang of guilt. The purple crow, Ray's gift to him, was also gone.
I'm sorry, Ray,
Harry whispered to himself.
Sorry for losing your gift, but sorry for more than that. With you gone, I felt responsible for looking after Avrion, for filling your position, and here I am, captured.
Outside it was dark. He had no idea how long the man had been walking or in which direction they were heading. Eventually, the sounds of laughing and people talking emerged from the darkness ahead. Harry was unceremoniously thrown off the man's shoulder and dumped onto the ground near a large fire. Blinking and looking around, Harry assessed his situation. He was in a temporary camp. Roughly 50 Dark Guild members were gathered around fires, eating, drinking, and celebrating with the easy comfort of people who hadn't fought hard today.
50 men in just this camp, and they hadn't even fully deployed their forces against us. This is only a fraction of what Gary has. It was a mistake to come to the Shadow Continent. We underestimated everything,
Harry thought grimly. The large man who'd carried him, his captor, dropped to sit by the fire with a long, satisfied sigh.
I'm tired,
the man announced, to no one in particular. He turned to look at Harry with flat, emotionless eyes.
Listen here. Don't try to escape. I captured you once on his orders, but if you try to run, I won't bother capturing you again.
He leaned closer.
No way am I lifting your body up a second time. You'll be dead in a body bag. You hear me?
Harry said nothing. The man apparently took his silence as acknowledgement and moved over to join his comrades around the fire, accepting food and drink with the relaxed manner of someone returning from a routine task. Harry sat frustrated, watching the camp. Whatever the Dark Guild had planned for him, he wanted no part of it. He would rather die than help them achieve anything.
But with these chains suppressing my ki and my swords gone, what can I actually do?
Listening to their conversations around the fire, Harry gradually pieced things together. The man who'd captured him was named Mukdad, apparently the leader of this Dark Guild platoon. Dark Guild ranks mirrored those at Avrion. A guild master here held the same rank and corresponding strength as a sash master back home.
Which means Mukdad is at Sir Kay or Wilfred's level,
Harry realized. That thought provided a strange kind of comfort.
At least I wasn't knocked out by a nobody. My pride can survive this.
As the laughter and celebration gradually died down, the camp grew quieter. Men stared into the fire, and conversations became softer, more personal. Harry listened carefully, hearing them talk about families back home, their children they missed, villages they came from, small, ordinary things.
They're just people like any of us, not monsters, just humans who chose the wrong side.
This gave Harry an idea. He watched Mukdad for a long moment, assessing him.
Maybe I can reach his softer side. It's worth trying.
Why? Harry said. Mukdad looked up.
Why have you kept me alive?
Harry asked. Mukdad regarded him for a moment, then grunted.
I ask myself that same question, boy.
He took a slow drink.
Best you ask the leader himself when you meet him.
The Dark Guild leader? Morfran?
Mukdad shook his head.
No, we work for someone else now. Someone you apparently should know well.
He looked directly at Harry.
Someone who used to be on your side, until recently.
Who? Harry wondered. But somewhere deep down, a cold understanding was already forming.
Gary. He's talking about Gary.
The next day, the Dark Guild soldiers continued moving through the thick snow. Harry was no longer bound like he had been before.
They've untied me. Why?
Harry observed. He assumed it was because he had no weapons on him. To them, an unarmed prisoner posed little real threat. Mukdad seemed perfectly confident he could handle Harry personally if needed, and the crossbow users stationed throughout the group would shoot Harry down before he could take 10 steps. At least now he had some idea of why they'd kept him alive. Apparently, Gary still saw Harry as a friend, someone they might convince to switch sides.
But that answer doesn't quite feel right. There's Jack. There are others they could have tried to recruit. Why specifically me?
Harry thought skeptically. His relationship with Gary had always been complicated. They were rivals before they were friends. A disheartening thought surfaced.
Did they choose me because they think I'm the most likely to switch sides?
Thinking back, someone in their circle had once worked against them from within. His father, Knightmaster Delbert. Maybe because his father had been influenced by the Shadow and Dark Guild, Gary thought the same weakness existed in Harry.
I hope you'll have made up your mind by the time we reach Lion's Mouth,
Mukdad said as they walked.
Lion's Mouth?
Harry asked.
The fortress. That's its name.
It is the same fortress the Red Wings are marching toward. I'm being taken directly into the place my friends are trying to attack.
Harry was alarmed.
I need more time to think,
Harry replied carefully. Mukdad let out a short laugh.
I hope you don't say that when you meet him. It's quite simple. You refuse, and you die.
As Harry journeyed with Mukdad's group through the snow, he made careful observations. These Dark Guild members were clearly of sound mind. They weren't ravaged by shadow corruption or acting like mindless servants. Some were partially infected, a few perhaps more so, but they'd chosen this path willingly.
The same was true of my father. That's why no one suspected him. He made a conscious choice.
This realization made Harry genuinely curious. Maybe understanding why people like Mukdad made this choice could help him understand his father's decisions as well.
Tell me something. Why does the Dark Guild work with the Shadow? Why do you work with them? You don't seem like a senseless murderer to me.
You seem like a decent man.
Muckdad glanced at him, seemingly surprised by the directness of the question. Then he nodded slowly.
And I am a decent man. It seems Avrion has filled your head with certain ideas about us. Those who joined the Dark Guild may have done so initially because of grudges against Avrion, and those grudges came from Avrion's own foolish ways. Make no mistake about that.
He continued walking.
We know full well the extent of the Shadow's power. We want to resolve this whole situation more peacefully than anyone on your side does.
Peacefully? Harry said, unable to hide his disbelief.
By helping the Shadow achieve its goal, we've struck a deal. We believe we can live side by side with the Shadow afterward. Coexistence rather than endless war.
That's completely crazy. How can you trust something like the Shadow? What if it goes against its own word when you're no longer useful?
Harry asked.
It hasn't gone against its word so far, and we haven't been harmed. In our eyes, you people are truly the foolish ones, resisting with force, sending people into war who have no real desire to fight, only prolonging the suffering.
Muckdad said simply. He looked at Harry.
Did your side ever truly consider that there might be another way? A peaceful resolution? Or were they simply afraid of something new appearing, something they didn't understand, and chose war out of fear?
Harry had no immediate answer.
You're a smart young man. The very fact that you ask these questions, rather than just screaming and branding us all as enemies, tells me that clearly. But your people have blindly followed the divine being. We follow a different leader. Which side is evil? Which is right or wrong?
Muckdad shrugged.
That's all a matter of opinion. To me, none of that truly matters. What matters is choosing the winning side, and I'm quite certain I'm on the winning side.
The rest of the walk passed in silence as Harry processed everything Muckdad had said.
He was talking about the old Avrion, the old council, the blind followers of the divine being. That's not who I am.
Harry had never pledged loyalty to the divine being the way the old council had. That blind obedience had ultimately led to their deaths.
I follow Ray. That's the side I've chosen. Not a god, a person, my friend.
That distinction mattered more than Muckdad knew. Eventually, through the snow and mountains, they reached Lion's Mouth Fortress. Harry stopped walking when he saw it. The structure stood 40 feet tall at its outer walls, crafted entirely from a strange black material that Harry didn't recognize. Beyond those walls lay the castle itself. But what was truly impressive wasn't the fortress itself, it was where it sat. The fortress had been built within the mountain. An enormous cave had been carved out of the rock, and the structure occupied it entirely. The approach was a single steep slope leading upward, flanked on both sides by two massive mountain faces. Standing atop the outer walls, archers, shadow-infected beasts, and buckets of what appeared to be strange, unidentifiable liquid waiting to be poured down. Images appeared in Harry's mind. The Red Wing army walking up this slope. 1,000 soldiers were trying to advance up that narrow approach, while everything above rained death down on them.
The terrain is completely in their favor. Even reaching the walls would cost us hundreds of lives, maybe more.
Harry could already picture the blood staining the snow red.
Do you still think you've chosen the correct side in this fight?
Muckdad said, glancing back with a knowing smile. Harry said nothing. Once they passed through the main gates, the other soldiers who'd accompanied them dispersed to take their assigned positions and report on what they'd observed. Inside the walls, Harry was surprised by what he saw. Men and shadow-infected beasts working side by side, coordinating, moving supplies, performing tasks together. The beasts seemed to possess some level of intelligence, or the shadow was directing their actions with incredible precision.
Muckdad and Harry followed a different path from the others. Passing beyond the outer walls, Harry could see the actual castle, but it appeared largely empty. Soldiers were stationed on it, but only as an elevated attack platform, not as living quarters. They approached a large door in the castle's base. Harry expected stairs leading upward. Instead, a staircase led downward, deep into the earth beneath the fortress.
This is the Shadow Continent. The truly powerful beasts live underground here, not above. What you've seen on the surface is only a fraction of the forces stationed here,
Muckdad explained, staring down the steps. They descended further. When they arrived at the bottom, Harry saw several large tunnels branching off in multiple directions, leading to different parts of the underground complex. Down below, the beasts outnumbered the human soldiers significantly. They were moving supplies, transporting weapons, and preparing for war with focused efficiency. Everything was heavily equipped. And for the first time, Harry saw something that made his stomach turn. Beasts wearing actual armor.
It's an entire city underground,
Harry realized.
Come on, keep moving,
Muckdad said, leading the way.
There's no turning back now. Even if I wanted to run, there's nowhere to go. I should have tried my luck much earlier,
Harry thought in frustration.
It's impressive, isn't it? Rumor says these tunnels weren't made by man or beast. The kingdom that once occupied this land worked closely with the dwarves,
Muckdad said as they walked through wide underground passages. Harry stopped walking for a moment.
Dwarves? Just like Rusty back in Avrion.
The architecture, the precision of the stonework, the way the passages were constructed, suddenly made sense. It looked similar to things Rusty had built back home.
If the Shadow took over this old kingdom, then they might have inherited dwarf technology, weapons and tools that other kingdoms haven't encountered in warfare yet. Things we won't know how to counter.
This thought settled over Harry like a dark cloud.
You don't have to work against us. Remember that,
Muckdad said quietly as they walked.
He's still trying to turn me,
Harry thought. A disturbing thought occurred to him.
Is this what happened to Monk? Did someone like Muckdad talk to him, gradually convince him, make it sound reasonable?
At that moment, a shadow-infected beast with wild, crazed eyes lurched out from a side passage directly beside Harry. Drool dripped from its snapping jaws as it lunged. Harry's heart nearly stopped. A soldier grabbed the beast's restraining chains, yanking it back hard before it could reach him.
Easy,
Muckdad said calmly, watching Harry compose himself.
I know you have doubts, but remember, we work with these beasts, not for them. There's a difference.
He gestured forward.
Anyway, we've spoken enough. The person awaiting you is just ahead.
They were led to what appeared to be the underground forgery, a massive chamber where weapons were being hammered, shaped, and finished by dozens of workers. The heat coming through the door before they even opened it was immense, pressing against Harry's face like a physical force.
Of course, the demon possessing Gary grows stronger near heat. This would be the natural place for him to operate.
Harry remembered something Ray had once mentioned. Muckdad stopped at the door and simply nodded toward it. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. The sound hit him first, hammering, the hiss of hot metal, the roar of forges. Then the heat, thick and heavy. Workers filled the room, bent over anvils and furnaces, producing weapons on an industrial scale. At the very back of the chamber, two figures stood talking to a soldier. As Harry entered, both turned to look at him. One was Gary, the other was Monk. Both alive, both here.
"We've been waiting for you,"
Gary said with a calm smile. When Harry entered the room and set eyes on both Gary and Monk, it felt like looking at two completely different people from the ones he'd known. They were no longer the students he'd attended Avrion Academy alongside. They'd carried themselves with a different kind of weight now, and air of authority, almost like royalty. The equipment they wore reinforced this completely. Carefully crafted, made from high-quality beast crystal, king-tier gear at minimum, possibly even higher. At first, Harry wondered if Monk was in a similar situation to himself, captured, forced to cooperate, perhaps working as a spy from the inside. But when he looked into Monk's eyes, that hope dissolved immediately. Monk's eyes were gone. Not literally, but whatever had made Monk himself, whatever light had been in them, had been completely extinguished.
Possessed,
Harry thought with dread. Comparing the two side by side, Gary's eyes still held color, still looked human, still carried some flicker of the person Harry remembered. But Monk's eyes were blank, lost entirely.
Is it too late to bring them back? Is there still hope for one of them?
Harry thought, clenching his fist.
It's been a long time, Harry. Welcome to Lion's Mouth. I was hoping one more person would join us tonight, but it seems no one knows where he is,
Gary said with a relaxed smile.
He's talking about Ray. If Gary doesn't know where Ray is, maybe the theory is true. The two shadow sources aren't working together, which might mean Ray wasn't defeated by the shadow ant. He could still be alive somewhere,
Harry realized. And if that was the case, then Harry was determined to try anything just to stop the two before him.
Monk, Martha would be disappointed to see what you've become.
Harry deliberately shifted his gaze. By mentioning possibly the person closest to Monk's heart, Harry wanted to see whether there was anything left inside him, any reaction, any hesitation.
Perhaps,
Monk replied coolly.
But whether Martha is pleased or not is no concern of mine. Besides,
he gestured around at the underground fortress.
Look at all of this. I am second in command of a massive army.
Either Monk was the most convincing actor in all of Bronzeland, or he was truly beyond saving. As Harry watched, he noticed something strange. Monk kept glancing repeatedly at the gauntlet covering Gary's arm, as if drawn to it, as if somehow controlled by what it radiated.
So why did you bring me here?
Harry asked.
I believe my men already answered that question,
Gary replied, one eyebrow raised.
Or are you not smart enough to figure it out? I want you to join us, of course. You're far stronger than Avrion gives you credit for. Stronger than even you realize. Here you would have room to truly grow.
He actually means it. He wants me specifically. But why?
The question nagged at him. Did Gary really mobilize entire units just for one person? It didn't make strategic sense.
In Bliss's vision, I never played an important role. None of this makes sense.
Is that why you sent those creatures after me at the camp? Because it felt more like you were trying to kill me,
Harry said, almost sarcastically.
I knew you would survive. If you couldn't survive that much, then what would be the point of trying to recruit you? Many people will die in this war, Harry. I don't want you to be one of them,
Gary replied simply. Harry made a decision. If he couldn't reach Monk, maybe there was still something of Gary left beneath the demon's influence.
What about Ray? How would he feel about all of this? Seeing you on the other side, going against the people he promised to protect. He wanted to protect you two as well. He still does.
Then where is Ray?
Gary suddenly shouted. His eyes blazed. The gauntlet on his arm lit up, crystals beginning to glow with dangerous energy. The temperature in the room seemed to spike. Then, just as quickly, he caught himself. The light faded. His breathing slowed.
Something in that name shook him. The real Gary is still in there, somewhere,
Harry noted. Monk smiled at the gauntlet's reaction.
Ray was the reason for all of this,
Gary continued, voice controlled again.
If he hadn't gone looking for the dragon hammer in the first place, I would never have sought out its power.
Don't you remember what actually happened, Gary? That gauntlet attached itself to you. You were willing to do anything for Ray, so much so that you risked your own life trying to help him. You grabbed the gauntlet off that strange man to protect Ray, and the power latched onto you. You never sought it out.
It took you." Harry was desperately hoping to knock some sense into Gary. Gary stopped. He hesitated.
That got through. Something I said contradicted whatever false memory the demon implanted.
Harry thought, watching carefully.
Lies. I remember exactly what I did. After removing the hammer from the man, I picked it up and chose to let it attach to me,"
Gary said, though his voice was slightly less certain. It was difficult to press his case because Harry hadn't been there that day. He only had Jack's account to go on. But that brief hesitation told him everything. Somewhere inside Gary, the truth was still fighting to surface.
"I think you have my answer, Gary. I refuse. My loyalty lies with Ray. But not only Ray, with you and Monk too. The real Gary and the real Monk. The ones who saved Avrion from the evil growing within it. Those are the people I serve. If you wish to kill me for that, then so be it."
Harry made it clear.
"Oh, I won't kill you,"
Gary said softly, with an unsettling smile,
"because I know you'll come to our side eventually, just like your father did."
He looked directly at Harry.
"The Gauntlet has already told me you will. It will be Monk and Ray as my left and right-hand men."
"Wait, he said Ray. Not me, but Ray."
He replayed the words in his mind. Gary hadn't said Monk and Harry. He'd said Monk and Ray.
This whole time, even while possessed by the demon, the real Gary just wanted Ray back by his side, like the old days. He was never truly after me. He's been searching for Ray all along, and when he couldn't find him, he settled for me as a substitute.
Harry realized slowly. I'm not the main character in this story after all. Harry mumbled to himself with quiet realization.
"I'm sorry," Harry said aloud, "but what you're wishing for will never happen. Ray will never stand by your side, not unless you return to us, to who you actually are."
Gary's expression hardened. Rage began building behind his eyes. Turning abruptly, Gary spotted a forge worker nearby, hammering away at a blade. With the gauntleted hand, Gary seized the large man by the throat and lifted him effortlessly into the air, as if the man weighed absolutely nothing.
Look at this. Look at this power I now possess. All of these lives belong to me. They mean nothing. I can do as I wish with all of them," Gary said, his voice dangerously quiet.
"Kill him,"
Monk said flatly. Harry stared at the worker struggling in Gary's grip. The man's feet kicked uselessly in the air. The other forge workers tried desperately to keep working, to look away, but it was impossible.
"If you think this is how you'll convince me to join you, you're wrong. Do you kill innocent people now? Because soon your own army will turn against you if you do,"
Harry said steadily.
"Kill him,"
Monk repeated, louder. Gary's grip appeared to tighten. The worker's face was turning purple, his struggles weakening. The other workers exchanged horrified glances. This wasn't the kind of leadership any of them had signed up for. Morfran, the actual Dark Guild leader, would never have done something like this. He was still fully human and genuinely cared for his people. But Gary was something else now, a demon wearing a young man's face.
"Stop!"
Harry shouted. He ran forward without hesitating. No weapons, no plan, just movement. Monk immediately went for the dagger at his belt. He drew it and lunged in a single fluid motion, striking toward Harry's midsection. Harry ducked underneath the attack without breaking stride.
"Monk, you would have become so much stronger if you had stayed at Avrion. You have no idea what we've been through, what we've learned, what we've survived together,"
Harry shouted as he crossed the distance. With his full body weight, Harry slammed directly into Gary, a shoulder charge that knocked him sideways and forced him to release the worker. The man crashed to the floor, coughing violently. A nearby worker dragged him away from the confrontation. But Monk had recovered. He stood behind Harry now, dagger drawn, arm raised, ready to open Harry's throat.
"You think I'm weak? Let's see you say that again with your throat ripped out,"
Monk snarled. The dagger descended, then stopped. Gary's gauntleted hand had shot out, grabbing Monk's wrist with an iron grip, the blade hovering inches from Harry's skin.
Do not kill him,
Gary said firmly. Monk stared at Gary with genuine confusion.
He needs to see the truth. He will join our side, eventually.
Gary released Monk's wrist and looked at Harry with absolute calm.
Tomorrow, the Red Wing Army will arrive at Lion's Mouth. I want you to watch what happens when they do. Watch us win this war without losing a single soldier of our own.
Before the Red Wing Army set off for the day, all the soldiers were told to gather together, each unit in their assigned formation. The Red Wing Dragon Knights and leaders stood at the front, facing the assembled force. They stood tall and bold, not a single trace of fear visible on their faces. Facing opposite them, with Katie positioned at the very front of the ranks, stood the entire Red Wing force, 1,000 soldiers who'd marched through blizzards, survived ambushes, and crossed frozen lakes to be here today. Everyone knew what day it was. They had endured a brutal journey, but after a full night's rest, today was finally the day they would reach Lion's Mouth Fortress, the day when many lives would be lost and blood would be shed, all in the hope of building a better future for those they'd left at home. Each soldier here was protecting someone, a family, a village, a future. Nathaniel stood in the center of the Red Wing leaders. Sir Kay was positioned beside him, ready to speak. He looked out at the gathered soldiers. He was doing his best to take in every face, really see them. He didn't want a single one of their lives to be lost and forgotten after today. Some of them had no family. This was the reason they'd chosen to fight. They had nothing to return to. He tried desperately to memorize their faces. It was impossible. There were too many, but he kept trying anyway.
I will not lie to you all.
Sir Kay's voice erupted like a thunderclap, his key amplifying the sound to reach every soldier in the formation. The army fell completely silent.
The shadow is strong, and this will not be an easy fight, but we will also not make it easy for them.
He let that sink in for a moment.
In the past, attacks against the shadow have never succeeded. Not once has any army ever taken back land from the shadow. But at Avrion, the Red Wings achieved something that had never been done before in human history. We successfully defended against a direct shadow attack.
A ripple of pride moved through the ranks.
On that day, we made history. Today, we will make history again. We will be the first kingdom to take back land from the shadow itself.
The army erupted in cheers, raw, genuine, powerful. Sir Kay looked over at Nathaniel and gave him a quiet nod.
My turn,
Nathaniel thought. He reached into the pouch at his side and pulled out the divine crystal. He raised it high so every soldier could see it clearly.
We have powers the shadow is afraid of. You all witnessed the crystal's power when they tried to ambush us in the mountains. Their shadow-infected beasts were burned to ashes instantly.
He looked across the assembled faces.
We will do the same to their fortress. Today, we fight together.
He raised his fist. The army answered with one enormous unified cheer. The sound rolled up the mountains around them and echoed back from every direction. After the speech, the march through the snow began. With their spirits lifted, the deep snow seemed lighter than it had felt on any previous day. Each step felt purposeful now. The leaders walked at the front, leading the charge. As before, Nathaniel and Bliss remained heavily protected, the strongest Red Wing members forming a protective layer around them, along with Jack's werewolf force and the two student warriors, Flynn and Wendy.
Please remember, Prince Nathaniel, the white crystal will only work against creatures infected by the shadow. There are human enemies that it will not affect, and it will be the rest of our job to deal with those,
Bliss reminded him as they marched forward.
Understood,
Nathaniel replied. Several paces ahead, Kyle gripped his chain weapon tighter. Everyone who's tried to reach Gary has either not come back or ended up joining him. Ray isn't here. Harry's gone. Maybe we're all being foolish in thinking Gary can be saved. The thought had been building for a while, but Kyle finally let himself think it completely. If Gary can't be saved, then someone has to be prepared to kill him. He'd been building the image in his head for weeks now, the act of stopping Gary permanently. He'd been forcing himself to get comfortable with the idea. Gary is no longer alive. You would just be killing another monster of the shadow, Kyle told himself quietly, so only he could hear.
Actually, this is not the first time Avrion and the Allure Kingdom have fought at Lion's Mouth.
Sir Kay's statement made several heads turn in surprise.
When the shadow first began advancing, we recognized that this mountain fortress would be a critical strategic point. We wanted to stop their advance early, so the Allure Kingdom and the Avrion Knights teamed up with the Old Kingdom that occupied this land.
He paused.
We fought hard, but the shadow was far stronger than we'd expected. Avrion had only sent limited support. We had no choice but to retreat and regroup. A larger, more prepared force was sent the second time, but by then, the castle had already been fully converted into a solid fortress. It ended in complete defeat.
Yes, in fact, I'm from that old kingdom. We were known for our fire mages. It was considered our greatest military advantage,
Roy added unexpectedly, drawing looks from several nearby soldiers. He looked at the distant fortress ahead.
When we returned the second time, we discovered that the castle gates and walls had been coated in a strange substance. It made the material completely fire-resistant. Our entire main weapon was rendered useless before we could even deploy it.
It wasn't Sir Kay's intention to dampen the army's mood. He wanted them to know what to expect, to prepare rather than be shocked.
But soon it won't matter anyway. What's ahead will speak for itself,
Sir Kay thought. The army was finally ascending the slope. After cresting a gentle rise in the snow, the entire force stopped almost simultaneously. The fortress of Lion's Mouth stood before them. It was exactly as massive and foreboding as Harry had described to himself when he first laid eyes on it. 40-foot black walls carved from the mountain itself. The two enormous mountain faces on either side funnel every approach into a single narrow slope. Only one way in. And everything above it pointed down. Even those who'd fought in previous wars had never faced terrain like this. Archers lined the top of the walls. Strange, dark shapes moved behind battlements. Buckets of unknown liquid sat positioned along the ramparts. The image that entered many minds was identical. Arrows, boulders, fire, all raining down on them as they tried to climb this slope. Death from every direction, and nowhere to retreat to. It was a mistake to come here, more than a few soldiers thought quietly.
This is actually perfect,
Lenny said suddenly, looking at the fortress with an expression of genuine enthusiasm. Several people looked at him like he'd lost his mind.
Think about it. With that mountain blocking them on both sides, they have nowhere to run either. If we defeat them here, we eliminate them completely. No retreat for their forces.
That's one way to look at it. An extremely optimistic way,
Martha thought. It was the only hope they had, so they clung to it. When the two armies were separated by only a stone's throw of open slope, both sides stopped advancing. It was customary before major battles for each side to send out a messenger, to state terms, make demands, give the opposing force the chance to surrender without bloodshed. Many commanders had turned from certain defeats this way. Sometimes just seeing the opposing forces was enough. For the Red Wings, Jack volunteered himself immediately.
"I'll go,"
Jack said simply.
Are you sure?
Sir Kay asked.
"If they decide to attack me, I can get out of there alive. I can't say that with confidence about anyone else."
No one argued because Jack made a valid point. He was given one of their few horses and rode forward alone, entering the range of the fortress archers. At any moment, they could have released a volley, but they didn't. From the fortress side, their own messenger emerged, also on horseback. The two figures approached each other from opposite directions until they met in the middle of the open slope. The opponent sent out an impressive figure. The man was enormous, even taller than Jack, encased in thick, heavy black armor. A helmet with long, curved horns sat on his head. Strapped to his back was an axe as large as his entire body.
But Jack doesn't lack in the impressive department either,
Kyle thought with private pride. Jack sat on his horse with carved muscle and complete stillness, like a statue built for war. Some things weren't achieved through training alone, they were simply given to a person by fate. The two messengers talked for what felt like an eternity. Back with the Red Wings, the soldiers were growing restless. Nathaniel was staring up at the fortress gate, watching the beasts pace along the walls above.
At any moment, I could use the crystal. Get the first strike in before they do.
But he waited. It wasn't the right moment yet. Seconds stretched into minutes. Minutes felt like hours. Sir Kay watched the archers on the wall continuously, tracking their movements, ready to act.
If they strike Jack while his back is turned on the return, I will be there.
Finally, Jack turned his horse around and began riding back toward them. The archers didn't move. No arrows flew. Jack crossed back into safe ground and pulled his horse to a stop in front of the gathered leaders. He looked around at each of them.
You're not going to believe this, but they've said they wish to surrender.
Total silence. Nobody spoke for a full 3 seconds.
Surrender,
Bliss repeated slowly, her voice flat. She looked at the fortress, then back at Jack.
It has to be a trap,
she said. Her eyes scanned the fortress walls, the archers, the beasts, the waiting darkness beyond the gates.
Why would Gary surrender? What does he gain by appearing to give up? What is waiting for us inside those walls?
The battle they'd waited and trained for an entire year, the one they'd crossed frozen lakes and survived ambushes to reach, suddenly wasn't going to happen. When they arrived at Lion's Mouth, the enemy claimed they wanted to surrender. For most of the soldiers, it simply didn't make sense. But as Bliss checked the date carefully, something clicked into place.
We arrived a day earlier than the set date, a day before whatever Gary was planning.
That confirmed her suspicions completely. The ambushes, the delays, they'd been trying to slow the Red Wings down to buy time. By arriving early, they disrupted whatever the Shadow wanted to accomplish.
If we fight now, with Nathaniel and the crystal, we can win,
Bliss thought.
Did they state a reason for the surrender?
Sir Kay asked.
Apparently, Gary is waiting on orders from the Shadow itself. He claims he no longer wishes to fight, but because of Gary's position in their hierarchy, his subordinates won't take a direct surrender order from him alone. He's waiting for confirmation from those above him,
Jack replied.
Maybe Harry was able to reach him. Maybe he convinced Gary. Maybe the real Gary came back,
Martha said, hope brightening her voice. Somewhere in their hearts, everyone wished for the same, but the doubt kept creeping in despite the hope.
I still think it's a trap,
Bliss said firmly. She gestured toward the fortress.
Look how prepared they are, even supposedly caught off guard. And don't forget all the attacks we faced on the way here. If they truly wanted to surrender, why not send someone to intercept us days ago and tell us to stop marching?
The group fell silent, considering both possibilities. Finally, Sir Kay spoke.
But are we meant to start a fight against people who claim they're not willing to fight?
Sir Kay said slowly, wrestling with the dilemma.
If we can leave this battlefield without spilling blood on both sides, it would be an enormous relief, a far greater victory than we ever imagined possible. But can we trust it? Can we risk the lives of these soldiers on Gary's word?
Sir Kay's mind was conflicted. It was an impossible decision. but the group needed to choose its next course of action. Inside the fortress, deep beneath the castle, Harry, Monk, and Gary continued their conversation as they walked through the underground tunnels. They'd left the forge area behind and were now heading somewhere else entirely.
By now, I'm guessing the Red Wings have reached the fortress gates. Our side should be offering surrender right about now,
Gary said casually.
Surrender? Harry said incredulously. Don't be an idiot. They're not fools. They'll never believe such an obvious trap.
You underestimate the burden of command, and you underestimate Avrion's principles. With you absent, Sir Kay will be leading them. Avrion knights have been taught never to wage war against those unwilling to fight. At the same time, he won't want any of his own soldiers hurt unnecessarily.
Gary smiled.
Besides, it doesn't matter whether they believe the surrender or not. The goal is simply to buy time.
Buy time? Buy time for what?
Harry demanded. At the end of one particular tunnel, they entered an area completely void of workers or soldiers. The three of them stood before a large, imposing door marked with a symbol Harry had seen repeatedly since arriving, the strange eye emblem worn by Dark Guild members and carved into powerful artifacts. Gary placed his gauntleted hand on the symbol. The gauntlet began to glow with inner light, and the door opened smoothly. The moment it did, Harry felt like it hit him like a physical wave. Regret, sorrow, sadness, despair. A suffocating mix of negative emotions poured out of the doorway.
What is this place?
Harry thought, his stomach turning. Looking at the others, Gary wore a wide grin, clearly unaffected or perhaps energized by the feeling. But even Monk seemed disturbed, taking an involuntary step back.
Come on, we're almost there,
Gary said. They moved forward into a chamber with nothing in it except a massive pit in the center, an enormous hole descending into darkness. Harry approached the edge cautiously and looked down. It was impossible to see how deep the pit went. A strange fog obscured everything beyond the first several feet.
Nothing good is down there,
every instinct told Harry.
There's a reason this place was the #1 priority for the Shadow to capture. Here is one of the few natural teleporters in the world. It links our realm to his,
Gary explained, staring down into the darkness.
To his?
Harry repeated, confused.
Of course. I'm talking about the source, where the Shadow originally comes from. Through this pit, we can connect directly to the Shadow, feel his power, request more of it. This is why we fight. This is why we will never ever surrender this place to you.
Gary turned his face to Harry fully.
I want you to come down there with me.
Harry stared at him.
Go down there? Are you insane? You can go yourself, you crazy fool.
Harry pointed at the abyss. The sick, oppressive feeling was still churning in his stomach. He wanted nothing more than to get out of this room, away from whatever horrible thing was down in that pit.
There is no way I'm going down there,
Harry thought.
Have I not treated you well, Harry? You're not tied up like a prisoner. I've offered you strength, power, safety. Your life is in no danger from me. So why not do this one small favor? Just trust me.
Gary asked, his voice suddenly reasonable.
Trust? You want to build trust? Then tell me, what do you plan to do down there? Why do you need to go into that pit at all?
Gary opened his mouth to answer. Then the look in his eyes changed completely. The human quality vanished. Whatever was looking at Harry now wasn't Gary anymore.
He's gone. The demon has complete control,
Harry realized with horror. Behind Gary, Monk started backing toward the door slowly. His survival instincts had apparently overridden whatever loyalty the gauntlet had instilled in him.
That's the right idea,
Harry thought, glancing at the exit. He took a single step toward the door. Gary's gauntlet erupted with life. He slammed his fist into the stone ground with tremendous force. Chunks of earth tore free from the floor and began levitating around him. 5 massive pieces of stone floating in the air, rotating slowly. Monk was already through the door and gone, fleeing down the corridor. Gary's attention was now entirely focused on Harry.
"Harry,"
Gary said, his voice no longer his own,
"if you won't join me willingly, then you need to die."
He moved his fist. The rocks obeyed, launching toward Harry with killing velocity. With no weapon, all Harry could do was evade. He ducked under the first boulder, twisted away from the second, rolled aside from the third.
I can't keep this up. I need a weapon, anything.
But there was nothing. No swords, no metal, nothing he could use. And then he realized something worse. The gauntlet gave Gary complete control over the floating rocks. They weren't just attacking once, they were circling back for another pass. All 5 massive pieces now orbited Harry like predatory birds.
How do I get out of this?
Harry thought desperately. One boulder shot forward. Harry bent sideways, narrowly avoiding it. But then another struck him hard in the leg. He stumbled, dropping to one knee. A third rock slammed across his face before he could recover. Blood filled his mouth. Before Harry could stand, he felt himself being lifted into the air, not by rocks this time, but by Gary's gauntleted hand around his throat. Gary held Harry above his head with one arm, the enhanced strength making it effortless.
"If I wanted to know why I needed to go into the pit so badly, why didn't you just agree to come with me? Now it's such a shame, because if you won't come with me willingly, you have to die instead."
The grip around Harry's neck tightened. Gary could crush his throat instantly if he wanted. Instead, he chose to make Harry suffer, slowly suffocating him, watching the life drain away.
This is it. This is how I die,
Harry thought as his vision darkened. His vision faded to black, then returned briefly, then faded again. In that flickering consciousness, Harry thought he saw something, another presence entering the room.
Am I hallucinating? Seeing things as I die?
Harry wondered. When his eyesight returned for one brief second, he opened his eyes. He could see something red. Hair. Long red hair belonging to someone he'd never seen before.
A man.
But I don't know anyone with red hair like that. From behind, Harry couldn't identify the figure's size or features. The hairstyle was unfamiliar.
"You want someone to go into the pit with you?"
a voice said, strong, confident, familiar somehow. Before Harry could place it, Gary's grip on his throat was suddenly broken by a devastating punch from the stranger. Harry dropped to the floor, gasping, air flooding back into his lungs.
I can breathe. I'm alive,
Harry thought, coughing violently.
"Then you and I can go down there together, dear friend,"
the red-haired man said to Gary.
That voice. I know that voice,
Harry thought. The stranger grabbed Gary firmly. Then, without hesitation, he jumped directly into the pit, pulling Gary with him. As they fell into the darkness together, disappearing into the strange fog, the red-haired man said one final thing.
"Thank you for looking after the Red Wings, Harry."
Harry stood frozen at the edge of the pit, trying to process what had just happened. A few seconds ago, he'd been about to die, strangled by someone he'd once trusted, someone he'd called a friend. There had been no escape, no hope of survival. Then, at the last possible second, an unknown stranger had appeared and saved him.
Or at least, that's what I thought at first,
Harry realized. Slowly, the pieces started coming together in his mind. The long red hair, the familiar voice,
and when Harry had looked into the pit for that brief moment as they fell, he'd caught a glimpse of the man's face. Was that Ray? Harry thought, his heart beginning to race. The excitement built rapidly. Ray was alive, but something was wrong with what he'd seen. Why did he look so different? Ray's hair had grown significantly, almost down to his shoulders, and his face, although recognizably Ray's features, looked older, like a middle-aged man rather than the young warrior Harry remembered. I saw him at the All-Kingdom tournament just a month or so ago. He couldn't have aged that much in such a short time. But then Harry remembered. There had been times before when Ray's appearance changed dramatically. Each time he returned, he was stronger, more powerful, like he'd unlocked something. Maybe this is another one of those transformations, Harry thought. The initial happiness and excitement quickly dwindled as reality reasserted itself. The two of them had fallen into the pit together, deep into the shadow's source. Even just peeking over the edge from where he stood, Harry could feel the absolute horror emanating from that darkness, pure corruption seeping upward like toxic smoke. If I got any closer, I'd go mad, just like Monk, just like Gary, Harry thought. Any thoughts of following them down vanished instantly. But I need to warn the Red Wing Army. Tell them the surrender was just to buy time. Bliss was right. They need to attack now. Getting out from the center of enemy forces without being seen would be nearly impossible. But it has to be done, Harry thought, turning toward the door. As the two figures continued falling through the thick fog, Ray hadn't released his grip on Gary for even a second. He held on tightly, pulling Gary closer. Gary, were you really going to kill him? What happened to you? Ray shouted over the rushing wind. Strange, distorted laughter erupted from Gary's throat. I knew you would show up eventually, Ray, Gary said, his voice carrying an unnatural echo. And what happened to me? More like what happened to you. His eyes locked onto Ray's. Before, when I looked at you, I could see it. You had a deep hatred for this entire world. But now your eyes tell a completely different story. You're not the Ray I used to call my friend. Using the dragon gauntlet, Gary released a surge of strange energy. A shockwave erupted outward, forcibly pushing Ray away. But Ray wasn't helpless in midair. Using controlled fire blasts from his palms, he maneuvered freely through the fog, darting from position to position with incredible speed. Each time he repositioned, he struck Gary before the possessed warrior could even react. A punch to the ribs, another to the shoulder, strike to the face. Gary attempted to blast Ray with the force emanating from his gauntlet, but Ray was simply too fast. Gary couldn't track his movements at all. You've gotten significantly stronger in this past year, Gary observed, frustration creeping into his voice. I haven't gotten stronger, Ray replied, continuing his rapid strikes. I've just regained some of the power that was once lost to me. Ray opened his hand wide. Gary immediately felt an irresistible pulling force. Even suspended in midair, his body was being dragged forward like iron to a magnet. Skill, attract, Ray called out. Feeling himself pulled inexorably forward, Gary lifted his gauntleted arm, the only weapon he could rely on at this moment. He began firing blast after blast of destructive force at Ray. Ray raised his other arm smoothly. His own gauntlets activated, creating an energy shield that absorbed every single attack without breaking. Finally, Gary was pulled within grabbing range. Ray seized Gary's shirt and yanked his face close, so close their noses almost touched. You've grown weak, relying entirely on the power of that gauntlet. You would have been far stronger if you'd continued practicing the swordsmanship you were gifted with, Ray shouted directly into his face. No, Gary started to protest. Before he could finish the word, his body slammed into solid ground with devastating force. The impact was so powerful that the stone around him shattered, cracks spreading outward in a spiderweb pattern. Gary's eyes rolled back. His body went completely limp. This outcome surprised even Ray. The fog had been so impossibly thick during their descent that it was nearly impossible to see anything, including the ground rushing up to meet them. In that brief moment before impact, Ray had reinforced his entire body with ki, absorbing almost no damage when he hit the ground. Beyond that, his body was well beyond what could be considered human anymore. Even without ki reinforcement, he would have survived easily. The fog remained oppressively thick even on the ground. Ray found it difficult to navigate. When he activated his Dragon Eyes ability, everything appeared to be part of the shadow, making it impossible to distinguish Gary, who lay directly in front of him, from the corrupted environment.
My eyes are useless here,
Ray realized. After a few moments, Gary began to stir. He slowly pushed himself up from the ground to find Ray standing over him, watching. "Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now, Gary, just like you were about to kill Harry," Ray said flatly. But then Ray noticed something. Gary's eyes. They weren't filled with menace and coldness like before. In fact, they looked natural, emotion swirling in those orbs. "Wait," Gary said urgently, fear clear in his voice. "Ray, it's me, Gary. It's really me this time." Ray's hand shot out, ready for a strike, but the tremor in Gary's voice and the tears at the corners of his eyes made him pause. "Ray, please believe me. It's me, your friend Gary. Please listen to me first. It's urgent. We don't have much time, and I can't fully explain everything, but listen. When you knocked me unconscious, I think it suppressed the demon. He's gone to sleep somehow, but he could wake up at any moment," Gary said rapidly. "Suppress the demon?" Ray's head tilted as he watched Gary trembling in fear. "Yes, it has happened once before. An accident. Now that the demon is asleep, I have my senses back."
Is this real or another trick?
Ray wondered. It was nearly impossible to tell if this was an elaborate act or the truth. But deep in his heart, Ray wanted to believe Gary could be saved, wanted to bring his friend back from the shadow's corruption. When they were younger, Gary had saved Ray's life. If not for Gary's intervention back then, Ray wouldn't be standing here now. "While I'm not trying to kill you, let me explain," Gary pleaded, speaking quickly. "Do you remember the powerful beast that was unleashed under Avrion before Monk disappeared? The one that killed Dark Guild members and slaughtered beasts throughout the area?" "I remember," Ray said carefully. "This gauntlet I wear holds many powers, but the main one is control over that beast. I'm not proud of what I've done since then. I couldn't help myself. The demon controlled me, and through me, it controlled the beast." Gary looked down at the gauntlet. His whole body shivered in a mix of rage and fear. "When we eventually came here to the Shadow Continent, I used the last bit of my willpower to force the beast back into this pit and seal it away, hopefully forever. This whole time, I've allowed the demon to control my body, but I've never let it return to this pit to summon the beast back out. The demon knows it's gradually taking me over completely, though. It plans to release the beast to destroy the Red Wing army." Gary looked directly at Ray. His eyes were filled with tears now. "The seal is weak. It will only last a year at most. I need to redo the seal while I still have some control. Otherwise, the beast will be released." He stood slowly, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Please, Ray, if you don't believe me, then come with me. Help me reinforce the seal. And if it breaks, or if the demon tries something, then kill me or fight the beast alongside me. Whatever you think is right."
Is this the truth?
Ray wondered. He tried scanning the area with his senses, but could detect nothing conclusive. If he attempted to find the seal or where the beast was supposedly contained within this fog, he'd have no chance. He would have to trust Gary completely. "Fine," Ray said simply. Gary stood fully, relief visible on his face. The two of them began walking together through the heavy fog. The gauntlet continued glowing as they moved, providing the only light source. "I need the gauntlet to navigate, but I promise, it's me using it, not the demon," Gary explained, noticing Ray watching it. Eventually, they reached a strange stone podium rising from the ground. Beneath it, an intricate magical circle had been carved into the stone. "This is the place," Gary said, stopping at the circle's edge. "Ray, just in case I'm wrong about the demon being asleep, you should stand outside the circle. If I feel the demon trying to take control, I'll shout a warning.
then you break the circle immediately. That should disrupt whatever it's trying to do.
Gary sounded completely sane, nothing like the possessed monster from before.
I want this to be real. I want my friend back,
Ray thought. He positioned himself just outside the magical circle. Gary moved to the podium and placed his gauntleted hand on top of it. Slowly, the gauntlet began glowing brighter. The podium responded, light spreading from the contact point. Then, the worried lines on Gary's forehead vanished, and he smiled. A cold feeling spread through Ray's chest.
You're not the man I thought you were, to be fooled by such a pathetic act,
Gary said, his voice shifting back to the demon's tone. The light beneath the podium intensified dramatically. Something began rising from the ground, forming an enormous magical summoning circle, far larger than the one carved into the stone. The brilliant light temporarily blinded Ray. When his vision cleared, he saw Gary standing triumphantly atop an absolutely massive creature that had emerged from beneath the earth. It was easily as large as a building, covered in dark scales that seemed to absorb light, ancient, powerful beyond measure.
Behold,
Gary shouted, arms spread wide in victory.
The greatest enemy of mankind, a creature that even the gods of this world feared.
The beast beneath him stirred, beginning to wake.
With this, the Red Wing army will be utterly defeated.
He looked down at Ray with cruel satisfaction.
For I have a dragon.
After nearly being strangled to death, Harry no longer held any hope that Gary or Monk could be brought back to their side.
It's too dangerous. They're both far too gone, too infected or influenced by the shadow to care about their past friends.
The moment Harry left the room containing that massive pit, he felt immediately better. The oppressive shadow presence and the deep, sick feeling in his stomach disappeared. The further he walked from that cursed place, the better he felt. Right now, Harry was on a critical mission. Return to the Red Wings and warn them about the fake surrender. A massive weight settled on his shoulders.
If I fail, everyone dies. The entire Red Wings army will walk into a trap.
Then a thought occurred to him.
Wait, they didn't tie me up when I came down here. Maybe they don't think I'm a prisoner. As long as I don't act suspiciously, I should be okay.
In addition to appearing natural, there were certain people Harry desperately wanted to avoid. Monk topped that list, since he knew exactly what had happened in that chamber.
If Monk sees me, he'll know I shouldn't be walking around freely.
Walking through the underground tunnels and back through the main chamber, Harry's plan appeared to be working. He passed several soldiers and workers. None of them questioned him. Those who recognized him from earlier didn't seem to think he was a prisoner at all.
Just act like I belong here. Confidence is key.
Prepare for war at any moment.
A voice echoed down from one of the connecting tunnels.
With our new weapon, we shall crush the Red Wing army. Show them they are no match for us.
Harry recognized that voice immediately.
Monk,
Harry thought with alarm. He wished desperately to avoid that tunnel. It sounded like Monk was rallying troops for battle. He'd already fled the chamber before Ray arrived, so he had no idea whether Harry was even still alive.
Perfect. Let him think Gary killed me. Let's find another way out,
Harry muttered to himself, turning down a different passage.
Another way, huh? And why would you need to do that?
A voice said from directly behind him. Harry spun around, his heart nearly stopping. Standing there was one of the only familiar faces he knew in this entire fortress, Muckdad, the Dark Guild leader who'd captured and brought him here.
Shit! I'm caught! What do I do now?
Harry thought, swallowing hard. His mind began racing, calculating his limited options, but then Muckdad said something that made Harry freeze in place dumbfoundedly.
Here,
Muckdad said. He held out 2 long items wrapped in cloth, offering them to Harry. Harry recognized them almost instantly. His 2 swords, the ones he'd thought were lost forever in the snow during the ambush. My swords, Harry whispered in disbelief.
If you want to get out of here, take that tunnel over there. Then the second passage on the left. You should see soldiers beginning to head up to the surface from there. Just follow them and you'll be fine,
Muckdad said, his voice low. Harry took the sword slowly, hesitation clear in his movements.
This could be a trap for all I know. But if it were, Muckdad could have just killed me while I was unarmed. Why give me my weapons back if he wanted me dead?
Why are you helping me? Harry asked directly. Muckdad was quiet for a moment, looking back toward where Monk's voice could still be heard rallying troops. Muckdad said finally,
Maybe it's because I no longer believe in what we're doing here. Maybe it's because I think you're a decent kid who got caught up in something terrible. Or maybe...
He paused.
Maybe it's because I don't like our current leader. Gary is far too connected to the shadow itself, not like our own Morfran, who at least maintains his humanity.
Harry wanted to laugh at that distinction. To Harry, Morfran, the Dark Guild leader, and the Shadow were equally evil. After all, Morfran was part of the Shadow Guard that worked for and protected the Shadow directly. But Harry stopped himself from saying anything that might offend his unlikely savior.
Thank you,
Harry replied sincerely, turning to leave. I promise I'll return this favor someday.
Go, before Monk realizes you're gone.
Muckdad gestured to him to hurry. Harry ran. Before the ancient beast had even been fully summoned, before the light began shining from the magical circle, the first thing Ray noticed was a terrible stench filling the chamber.
What is that smell?
Ray thought, nearly gagging. It was like something had been left to rot on a hot, humid day, the overwhelming odor of death and decay. When Ray looked up at the creature Gary claimed was a dragon, his stomach turned.
This is no dragon,
Ray thought immediately. At least it was no dragon Ray had ever seen before, not in this life or his previous one as the great dragon Sen. The creature was holding pieces of its own decaying body together with visible shadow corruption, the dark energy wriggling through its form like parasitic worms. The overall shape did resemble a dragon, wings spread wide, spiked scales running down its back and tail, but looking at it, Ray felt like he was staring directly at death itself, given form. "What have you done, Gary?" Ray shouted, genuine anger in his voice.
Are you frightened, Ray?
Gary asked with cruel amusement, still standing atop the creature.
An ancient beast that hasn't been seen on this land in so many years has finally returned. At last, this dragon can have its revenge against all the humans who killed it.
Ray looked into the creature's purple, dark eyes. He didn't feel fear looking at those eyes. Instead, he felt something unexpected. Pity.
Gary forcefully awakened a dragon from death, dragged it back from whatever piece it had found, and is forcing it to fight even though it's already passed on.
This was no dragon, not in any way that mattered, not as Ray understood dragons to be. Ray examined it more carefully. The scales were black in color, quite rare for dragons, even in the age when they'd been numerous. Suddenly, Ray's head erupted with pain. He dropped to one knee, trying to stop the agony as images began flooding his mind unbidden.
What's happening?
Ray thought through the pain. The images flickered rapidly. The dragon settlement hidden in the valleys, a secret place far from human civilization. All the dragons there looked peaceful, living in harmony. Then the image changed violently. All the dragons were dead, slaughtered. Blood stained the valley red. The exact events of what happened that terrible day remained unclear to Ray. It had been so impossibly long ago. But he remembered that day with crystal clarity, because after the dragon settlement was destroyed, that was the day Ray had sought revenge on all of humanity.
That was the day I became a monster. The day I stopped being Sen and became something else. But why am I seeing this now?
When the image returned to the settlement before its destruction, Ray noticed a single dragon standing alone at the edge of the group, one with black scales. A juvenile compared to Ray's ancient form, barely more than a child. The images stopped abruptly. The ringing in Ray's head ceased.
Looking at this corrupted creature reminded me of that day. I can't let what happened to my old family happen to my new home, not to the Red Wings.
Ray's resolve was fueled with new determination. Gary, I can't believe you stooped this low, lying to me like that, using my desire to save you against me, Ray said, standing back up.
Did it really come as that much of a surprise?
Gary replied, laughing.
You see, Ray, why do you think this weapon has the name Dragon in it? The Dragon Hammer? The Dragon Gauntlet?
He held up his armored hand.
It was never because it was made from dragon parts. It's because it contains the power of dragons, the ability to control them, to use them as weapons. These artifacts were originally created by humans and dwarves working together with the gods to hunt dragons.
Gary's smile widened.
And the divine being was part of it all, the very being you serve now.
What? That can't be true,
Ray thought. Gary continued.
You see, the gods believe they were at the top of this world's hierarchy, stronger than anything else. But there was one being whose power they feared more than anything, the dragons.
He gestured broadly.
So they gathered together and formed a plan to eliminate all dragons permanently. After all, the gods were actually weaker than dragons individually. They needed help. So they spread lies and rumors to humans about dragons' supposedly evil deeds. They turned humanity against dragonkind. In the end, the dragon weapons were created, and this gauntlet is one of them.
His expression turned vicious.
Oh, how I would love to see the look on the divine being's face when she realizes the very weapon she helped create to eliminate dragons is now being used against her and her followers.
Is any of this true?
Ray wondered. He'd always suspected the divine being was hiding something from her version of history. She'd consistently tried to link the shadow as the reason dragons were killed. The shadow had only appeared after all the dragons died, after all.
But what if it wasn't the shadow that killed us? What if it were the gods themselves?
If the gods had really conspired to eliminate dragons, something still didn't add up in either story.
If both versions are partially true, then what is the shadow? Is it not just another god, something they created, or something that appeared in the void left by dragonkind's extinction?
Ray couldn't ignore those questions. And how did Gary know all this information? Was it whatever intelligence was trapped inside the dragon hammer speaking to him? Or was it the shadow himself, feeding him carefully selected truths mixed with lies?
I can see it now clearly, Ray. You have no real friends. Everyone around you has been lying to you your entire existence. I am the only one who has been completely honest.
Gary pointed at the surface far above.
Don't get in my way. Let me finish them off for you. Let me kill the people who worship the very gods that destroyed your kind.
The corrupted dragon flapped its massive wings, creating a wind that nearly knocked Ray over. It began hovering in the thick fog, then flew directly past Ray without attacking him. The dragon looked upward, out of the pit, toward the surface where the Red Wing army waited. Ray stood frozen, doing nothing to stop it.
Am I really going to let this happen?
Ray thought. Ray was genuinely conflicted, completely unsure what to do. Who could he believe? Everyone had apparently been lying to him, or at least it seemed that way.
The divine being, Gary, the shadow, the gods. Everyone has their own version of the truth. How do I know what's real?
Then, seemingly out of nowhere, a figure emerged from the fog. Walking steadily toward Ray, the form became clearer. On his black chest armor, he wore the symbol of the Eye, the Dark Guild emblem. Ray recognized him immediately. They'd met before. They'd even fought to the death once.
Morfran, what do you want?
Standing just outside Lion's Mouth Fortress, the Red Wing army remained silent as they watched the evening sky darken. Night was approaching rapidly. They'd been standing in formation for hours now.
How long are we supposed to wait?
Many soldiers wondered. Soon, the soldiers on the fortress walls began lighting torches and activating light crystals. The Red Wing army did the same, creating pools of warm light in the growing darkness. A request had been made to speak with the fortress's leader. Their hope was to meet with Gary directly. Instead, another familiar figure arrived, Monk. The moment Martha saw him walking their way, her heart twisted painfully. She didn't know what to feel. A part of her wanted to run toward him and pull him into her arms, tell him how much she had missed him. But looking at the coldness in his dark eyes sent a chill down her spine.
He is not the monk I cared for.
The Dark Guild wanted to discuss terms. Sir Kay had requested a formal meeting to determine whether this surrender offer was genuine. Although they'd agreed to talks, Monk refused to see anyone except his former teammates. Only Martha, Kyle, and Jack were permitted to meet. They decided the meeting would take place at the fortress wall itself. Monk descended from above and walked out through the partially opened gate to meet the three of them. They could see immediately that Dark Guild soldiers treated him with significant respect.
He's become a leader, something similar to Gary's position. This is really happening. We've truly lost him,
Martha realized with a sinking heart. Above them, dozens of archers stood with arrows nocked and aimed. Through the partially open gate, they could see the dark shapes of shadow-infected beasts waiting. If fighting broke out now, it would be catastrophically unfavorable to the three Red Wing warriors. When Kyle looked Monk directly in the eyes, all he saw was coldness, a hard face devoid of warmth or recognition. This isn't the look of someone ready to surrender. This is the face of someone preparing for war, Kyle thought. It was immediately clear to Kyle that the whole surrender offer was an elaborate act. The three watched Monk carefully as he approached, how he walked upright with perfect posture, how he conducted himself with quiet authority. He was still physically small, but somehow he felt imposing, larger than life. Is this really the same Monk we knew? Jack wondered. Martha looked the most hurt by what she saw. Sadness was written clearly across her face. She seemed too stunned to even speak to him initially. Jack sniffed the air subtly, trying to catch any trace of Harry's scent. They were certain Monk's forces had captured him. It was one of the main reasons they'd continued marching forward despite the risks. Nothing. I can't smell Harry anywhere. Out of frustration and anger, Jack fixed Monk with a hard stare. So, you're working as a pawn for the Dark Guild now, Jack said, his voice cold. I see you've made it big here. Important. I wonder what made you give up everything and betray your friends. He paused meaningfully. And loved ones. Monk smiled back, completely unruffled by Jack's words.
It feels really good to be on this side. Here, I'm free to do as I wish. People actually listen to me. And most importantly, I'm on the winning side,
Monk replied simply. Getting a better hold of her feelings, Martha took a deep breath. Ignoring the ache in her heart, she said suddenly, her voice stronger than she felt, I want you to surrender, Monk. And I mean actually surrender, not this fake offer. Truly surrender and come back with us. She's right. This act isn't fooling anyone. The only reason we agreed to this meeting is that we don't want to see blood spilled on either side if it can be avoided, Kyle added.
What if I do want to see blood spilled? Did anyone ever stop to think about what I want, what I need?
Monk replied, his voice turning cold.
This is useless, Kyle snapped. Just tell us, are you actually going to surrender, or are we going to have to storm in there and teach you all a lesson?
Jack and Martha both shot Kyle warning looks. He'd been more aggressive than usual this entire journey. They thought maybe it was simply due to talking with someone he'd cared about deeply. Both Monk and Gary had been former Black Sash Knights, after all, Kyle's predecessors.
He's taking their betrayal personally,
Martha realized. Monk glanced at the soldiers behind him on the wall, then let out a heavy sigh.
Unfortunately, what I want and what Gary wants are two different things. Gary actually doesn't wish to see unnecessary bloodshed, just like you.
I don't understand his reasoning, but I serve him, so I must follow his orders," Monk said.
Gary doesn't want to fight? Then why all of this?
Martha thought with confusion.
"We agree to surrender," Monk continued, "but there are conditions, of course. If you cannot accept these conditions, then fighting will begin immediately."
"We'll hear your terms,"
Martha said quickly, before Kyle could say something aggressive again.
"The soldiers are frightened they might be harmed while retreating with weapons in hand,"
Monk explained.
"Many have families inside the fortress. What we propose is this. Allow the soldiers to leave this outer fortress section and enter the castle interior. They'll leave their weapons inside the castle proper, then they'll return outside unarmed."
He gestured to the walls.
"While moving into the castle, we hope the Red Wing Army will be civilized enough not to attack us. So, as a security measure, we ask to carry our weapons until we're safely inside."
"What if it's a trap?" Jack asked immediately.
"Think about it logically,"
Monk said with a touch of condescension.
"We'd be giving up our primary advantage, our defensive position on these fortress walls, with height advantage over your forces. If we were planning an ambush inside the castle, we would have simply stayed there and made you fight through our fortified gates."
He looked at Jack directly.
"Use your brain for once."
Jack gritted his teeth, barely holding back.
"And the second condition?"
Martha asked, keeping her voice steady.
"For the punishment against Dark Guild members to be relatively light. We don't wish for mass executions. We understand we're technically enemies, but if we're sentenced to death regardless of surrender, we might as well fight with our lives on the line right here and now,"
Monk answered, but without sparing a glance at Martha. It hurt. A lot. The three Red Wing warriors looked at each other and began whispering urgently, heads close together.
"What do you think?"
Martha asked quietly. "It sounds fair on the surface, but my gut says something's wrong," Jack said. "Everything about this feels wrong, but we can't just attack people who claim they want to surrender." Kyle made a valid point. They eventually reached a conclusion. "What you've suggested sounds fair, but understand this. When you return inside the castle, you have exactly 1 hour to disarm and come back out showing you're unharmed. Otherwise, we storm the gates immediately. And there will be a fight whether you're armed or not," Kyle announced.
"Excellent. We have an agreement,"
Monk said with a slight smile. With that, the supposed surrender was officially in motion. The three warriors returned to the Red Wing Army and explained the conditions and timeline. Shortly afterward, they could see the fortress gates beginning to open wider. Dark Guild soldiers and workers started retreating back inside the castle in organized groups.
"This seems almost unreal,"
Katie said, watching the orderly retreat. The tension in her body was beginning to ease for the first time in days.
"After preparing for so long, traveling so far, our battle ends like this?"
"I would be extremely careful. I still think it's a trap. Victory should never be this easy," Kyle warned. Bliss stood nearby, and she couldn't agree more. She had a sick, churning feeling that something terrible was about to happen.
"This feels wrong. Everything about this feels wrong."
"You hold on to that crystal tightly, young man," Lenny said to Nathaniel, positioning himself closer to the prince. The massive black gates were being slowly pulled open by teams of soldiers. The opening widened gradually. Then, just when the gap was barely wide enough for a person to pass through, a tremendous bang echoed across the entire battlefield. Several soldiers operating the gates fell backward onto the ground. A massive dent had appeared in the black material of the inner gate, the one leading to the castle proper.
"This is not good. That wall is as hard as Glytherium itself,"
Bliss said, her voice tight.
Who could do that?
Someone asked.
A beast?
Another soldier suggested. The Dark Guild soldiers who'd been opening the gates from the outside just moments ago were now in complete panic. They scattered in all directions, abandoning their posts. Another tremendous bang struck the gate from inside. Then another. The dent grew larger with each impact, the metal groaning under impossible stress.
Prepare your weapons!
Sir Kay shouted. The entire Red Wing army drew swords, nocked arrows, and readied spells. Finally, one last deafening bang, louder than all the others combined. The massive black gates exploded outward with catastrophic force, torn completely off their hinges. Chunks of metal weighing hundreds of pounds went flying through the air. The soldiers who'd been standing behind those gates were sent tumbling down the slope. A few rolled all the way down and crashed directly into the Red Wing front lines. It was dark now, and difficult to make out details. But as panicked Dark Guild soldiers ran closer with their torches, the light revealed something that made everyone's blood run cold. Scales. Dark scales covering a massive body. A long spiked tail. Enormous wings folded against its back. With just a couple of wing flaps, soldiers standing near the creature were knocked flat. The torch flames were extinguished by the powerful wind. The creature took flight, rising smoothly into the night sky. Its serpentine body was silhouetted against the moon, impossibly large, ancient, terrible.
A dragon!
Jack shouted, his voice carrying across the battlefield.
How? How can this be possible?
Bliss whispered, her face pale with shock. The dragon circled once overhead, then dove. Swooping down from the sky with terrible speed, it showed no discrimination between Dark Guild soldiers and Red Wing forces. The dragon was ready to kill any living human it could find, and there were thousands of them standing in the open. The black, shadowy dragon swooped down from the night sky, moving at such terrifying speed that it was nearly impossible to track its movements in the darkness. Cries and screams erupted from both Dark Guild soldiers and Red Wing forces alike as the dragon tore through their rank. It climbed back into the air, circled once, then dove again.
It's not distinguishing between sides. It's killing everyone indiscriminately,
Sir Kay realized with horror. This time, the dragon aimed for those closest to the shattered gate. As it passed overhead, strange barbed projectiles shot out from between its scales. Shadow-formed stingers that pierced soldiers with surgical precision. The stingers ripped through whatever armor the victims wore. When the barbs touched exposed skin, bodies immediately went limp, collapsing like puppets with cut strings.
It seems to be some type of poison,
Bliss said, kneeling beside a fallen soldier. Strange foam appeared at the corners of their mouths. The dragon hovered slightly above the ground, and dozens of bodies could be seen impaled on the stingers protruding from both sides of its massive form. Seeing such a terrifying beast, and unable to determine whose side it was on, Dark Guild soldiers began fleeing in complete panic. They retreated back through the gates toward the castle proper, the very place they'd been evacuating from moments ago. Those stationed on the walls scrambled to climb down using ropes and ladders. Others simply jumped, choosing broken bones over being taken by the dragon before reaching the ground. The shadow-infected beasts, however, seemed completely unaffected by the chaos. They had only one goal: destroy the Red Wing army. They climbed, jumped, and stormed directly through their own fleeing allies, letting nothing slow their advance.
Everyone, ready your weapons. Focus on the enemies directly in front of us. Deal with what we can control.
Sir Kay shouted, his voice cutting through the panic.
We'll have to try doing something about that dragon,
Lenny said to Nathaniel, who was shaking visibly, riddled with fear. The divine crystal was clutched so tightly in the prince's hand that his knuckles had turned white.
The crystal! Can it even hurt a dragon? What if it doesn't work?
Nathaniel thought frantically. No time for holding back, Jack shouted. He transformed immediately, his body shifting into werewolf form, and charged directly into the oncoming shadow beasts without hesitation.
Finally, no more conserving energy. Everything I have,
Jack thought as his body changed. Deep in the fog below, Ray stared at Morfran, the Dark Guild leader standing in silence, waiting. He hadn't spoken a word yet, as if expecting Ray to make the first move. The last two encounters flashed through Ray's memory, once in the arena, another time in the underground tunnels beneath Avrion. A man who wielded lightning, one of the most powerful elemental abilities a mage could possess. Back then, Ray had barely managed to match him, but with all the improvements Ray had made since, he wondered if he even needed to be cautious of this man anymore.
I can't say I'm surprised you ended up down here,
Morfran finally said, breaking the silence.
Ever since the day you kids ruined my plans at the academy, I knew something wasn't normal, that someone powerful was behind it all.
He looked directly at Ray.
I can see it clearly now. You're the same person who stopped me at the arena. No, I can feel it. You know why I know?
Ray said nothing.
Because down here, in the Shadows domain, I'm being surged with extra power, far more than before. So if you had any thoughts of comparing me to what I was previously, forget them. I'm nothing like I was before when I'm in this realm.
Who even are you? Ray said flatly. You're not the one I want. You're less than a pebble in my path. There are people waiting for me up there who actually matter.
Huh! You think I'm lying?
Morfran shouted, anger flashing in his eyes.
I can tell. You can feel the Shadows' power in this realm just like I can. Just surrender. Work under us. Stop this pointless resistance.
All this time, you've been following the Shadow's orders. Does the Shadow really want me on their side that badly? Enough to send everyone after me rather than just killing me outright?
Ray asked calmly. Morfran paused for a split second. Had the future actually changed because of Ray's involvement? Had Bliss succeeded in altering destiny? Maybe that was why the Shadow was desperately trying to recruit him rather than eliminate him.
They're afraid of what I might do,
Ray realized. Not wanting to waste any more time with this nobody, Ray started moving forward. The instant he did, a lightning bolt struck the ground just inches from his foot, a clear warning shot. Ray immediately spun around and fired his own lightning power. Morfran responded with an identical attack. The two bolts collided in midair, neither overpowering the other, crackling between them with equal force.
But how? My power should be significantly stronger in this realm.
Morfran was genuinely shocked.
I don't have many points invested in lightning. My attacks are relatively weak, but you're going to change that for me.
Ray's lips curved a little in his signature smile that was enough to make people tremble in fear. Morfran tried to move, attempted to transform his body into lightning to escape, the ability he'd always relied upon, movement at the speed of a lightning bolt. But when he looked down, he realized both his feet were completely frozen to the ground, encased in ice.
When did he...
Morfran thought with panic. He blasted his own frozen feet with lightning, hoping to shatter the ice. Chunks fell away, but the ice simply reformed instantly, spreading further up his legs. Ray slowly walked toward Morfran, each step deliberate. Morfran's entire body began shaking as the figure approached through the fog.
I'm still weak in many ways, but you're just weaker.
Ray placed his hand directly on Morfran's head.
Skill, Mana Eater,
Ray said quietly. The absorption began immediately. The rare lightning attribute points started transferring from Morfran's body into Ray's. Morfran screamed in absolute agony.
It feels
feels like my soul is being torn apart.
Morfran thought through the pain.
Plus 50 points in lightning attribute.
With just one person's absorption, Ray's lightning attribute had become his second strongest element. It showed just how incredibly powerful Morfran's lightning abilities had truly been. The energy felt like it was draining from Morfran's very core. As a desperate last effort, he brought both hands together, forming a complete magical circle between his palms and Ray's chest.
Goodbye!
Morfran shouted. He unleashed everything he had left. The massive lightning blast struck Ray's chest point blank and sent Morfran flying backward through the fog from the recoil.
Did I get him?
Morfran wondered as he tumbled through darkness. Eventually, the lightning dissipated. There was a burn mark on Ray's bare chest where the armor had been blown away. His skin looked slightly raw and red. Ray touched the injury gently. It tingled a bit. It was nothing to worry about. The damage was superficial at best. Ray scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of the Dark Guild leader. It would be useless trying to see if Morfran returned through this fog. Ray's dragon eyes couldn't penetrate the shadow corruption well enough. Judging by the fact that Morfran hadn't immediately come back for round 2, he was either too weak to continue or smart enough to know he couldn't win with his current remaining strength. Now that Ray was done with one trouble, he decided to reach the ground above to help his army. Without wasting any time, Ray continued moving through the shadowy fog. But as he walked a few steps, he could hear something. Strange noises began echoing around him, voices he recognized. People from the academy. Even Amy's voice called out to him.
Ray? Ray?
Even after years, Ray hadn't forgotten the voice of his first-ever friend. Amy's face appeared before Ray's eyes. But how was that possible? Amy was dead.
Illusions. They can't be here. This is the shadow trying to break me.
Ray knew immediately. But knowing they were illusions didn't make them any less disturbing. Eventually, the sounds and whispers transformed into full visions. Ray could see his parents, Scarlet and Jack, from when he was much younger. He saw images of time spent with Amy. Happy memories turned into weapons against him.
Please, Ray, why did you let me die?
Amy's voice said.
You can't save anyone. You're useless.
Another voice accused. The happy images twisted and darkened. He watched them melt or burn away, screaming as they died. They are not real. Don't pay attention to them. They are all illusions. Ray powered through them, trying to find the correct path out. Then the visions began to lessen in intensity. When they cleared slightly, Ray found himself back at the podium where the dragon had first been summoned.
Oh, I'm going in circles,
Ray realized with frustration. He attempted to travel through the fog again in a different direction. The voices immediately returned, transforming back into disturbing visions. That's when Ray understood the trap.
The worse the visions get, the closer I am to the exit. The fog is designed to make people instinctively move away from the worst areas, but those are actually the right direction.
His mind had been naturally leading him away from the most disturbing visions and sounds, but he'd been going the wrong way.
The more I see, the closer I am to escaping,
Ray thought. He turned and headed directly into the worst concentration of nightmares. I have seen far more death than this in the real world, Ray said aloud, pushing forward. I know that if I don't do something right now, there will be more death and pain than these illusions could ever show, and I won't be the only one forced to deal with them. He walked through burning villages, through fields of corpses, through the screaming faces of everyone he'd ever failed to save.
Keep moving. Don't stop. Don't look away.
Ray commanded himself. Eventually, Ray's hand hit something solid. The actual wall of the pit itself. He looked upward. The fog still blocked most of his view, but he could sense open air far above. How long will it take me to climb up there? Ray wondered aloud. He remembered the fall with Gary. It had been incredibly long, and without wings of his own, he had only one option: climb the wall with his bare hands.
The hard way, then,
Ray thought. He grabbed onto the rock face and began pulling himself upward, scaling the wall. But he didn't climb slowly or carefully. He was in a desperate rush. Hand over hand, finding holds, pulling with all his strength, moving as fast as humanly possible. "Don't die up there!" Ray shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping somehow, impossibly, that the others far above could hear him. "Or I'll kill you all myself when I get there!" It had taken a long time. Ray honestly didn't know how long he'd been scaling the wall, climbing with nothing but his bare hands and sheer determination. Every step of the way, he focused on only one thing.
Faster, quicker, I need to reach the top,
Ray thought, pulling himself upward. He hadn't protected these people, trained them, led them this far just to have them all killed without him. If he was fighting by their side and they died together, then fine. But he couldn't be absent again. Not again. Last time, the same thing had happened. Humans had attacked the dragon settlement while Ray was away, and now history was repeating itself with cruel precision.
I couldn't save them as a dragon, and it looks like I won't be able to save them as a human either.
But finally, he pulled himself out of the pit and made it to solid ground. He rushed from the chamber and entered the main tunnel system. From here alone he could see bodies of dead Dark Guild soldiers slumped along the walls, blood pooling beneath them. Then his eyes landed on an unexpected figure, Gary. He was slumped against the tunnel wall, barely moving. Ray quickly ran to where Gary sat and dropped to his knees beside him. The impressive armor Gary wore, which had to be at least Emperor-tier quality, was split completely open, torn apart by something with incredible force. Ray placed his hand on the ground to steady himself, only to find it incredibly wet.
What?
He lifted his hand. It was covered in red.
Blood. Gary's blood.
Ray realized. Gary was sitting in a pool of his own blood, the crimson spreading across the stone floor. Despite everything they'd been through, despite what Gary had done, Ray's heart began to ache at the sight of his fallen friend. "What happened?" Ray asked. Gary tried his best to look at Ray, but his eyes told the entire story. He was in immense, overwhelming pain. "Of course," Gary said weakly, a bitter smile on his lips. "Of course, I would see you before my death. Fitting somehow. Gary." "It was the dragon," Gary continued, each word clearly costing him effort. "I couldn't control it, Ray. When it fully emerged, it started attacking everyone, me included. Some of my own soldiers, too. It doesn't distinguish friend from foe." He coughed, blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. "What about you? Since you're standing here unharmed, I assume Morfran didn't manage to deal with you." "He's either dead or he knows better than to fight me again," Ray replied. "Well, now's your chance. If you kill me here, it'll be a significant blow to the Shadow's forces. One of their commanders gone," Gary said, looking at Ray with dark humor.
Even now he's speaking like the demon. Has it completely taken over his mind?
Ray thought with sadness. "You know, I never planned to kill you. You were one of the first people off my list.
I plan to kill many people in my time, but not you, Gary. Never you, Ray said quietly. Gary couldn't help but chuckle, though it clearly sent waves of pain through his body.
I guess I should be happy about that.
The dragon. Do you know how to send it back? How to stop it or destroy it? Ray said, refocusing. Gary's face became serious.
Ray, I don't want you to die either. Just stay down here where it's safe. The dragon is far too powerful for anyone to defeat. What I told you about the gods fearing dragons, it's true. I wasn't lying about that.
He grimaced.
Maybe if all humans banded together like they did in the ancient past, there'd be a chance. But alone, there's no hope.
Yes, you're right. Dragons are incredibly strong. No human can defeat a dragon alone. Never could, never will, Ray replied calmly. He stood. For a person to beat a dragon, another dragon is needed. It's simple logic.
And I know that better than anyone,
Ray thought. Letting out an immense groan, Gary suddenly stood and rose to his feet. His body swayed dangerously for a moment, nearly collapsing. The stones embedded in his gauntlet began glowing with dark light, somehow healing him, knitting his wounds closed through shadow power.
Ray, you're staying here,
Gary said, his voice taking on the commanding tone of before.
When I was briefly in control of the dragon, I gave it one absolute order. Kill every member of the Red Wings. Since you're their leader, that includes you specifically.
Ray looked at the bodies scattered around them throughout the tunnel, all Dark Guild soldiers, killed by their own weapon. Clearly it's not following your orders at all. It's killing all humans indiscriminately. Yours, mine, everyone. I'm going to deal with this. Ray started walking toward the end of the tunnel, toward the surface. The ground suddenly exploded right by his foot, chunks of stone flying upward.
Didn't you hear me, Ray? You're not going anywhere,
Gary said, his gauntlet still glowing. Outside of the fortress, the first wave of shadow-infected beasts charged at the Red Wing army. But equally, to meet them head-on and give the soldiers confidence, Jack and his werewolf unit transformed and charged forward. Climbing on top of a jackal-type beast in his full werewolf form, Jack placed both massive clawed hands into the creature's jaws and ripped it apart in two clean halves.
We're this war,
Jack growled in his transformed state.
We will win this war,
Kyle shouted, translating for Jack's incomprehensible growling. Don't attack the werewolves. I know they look like terrifying beasts, but they're on our side. The Red Wing Knights held their ground, fighting with everything they had. With Dark Guild members scattered and focused on avoiding the dragon, the battle felt more like a large-scale beast hunt than actual warfare, which the Red Wings found significantly easier to handle. However, more beasts soon joined the fight. Minotaurs covered in shadow corruption emerged from the shattered gates. A few old enemies appeared as well, including the slime snakes that had given them so much trouble in the past.
There is no wyvern to save us this time. We're truly on our own,
Martha remembered. Many of the beasts hissed out some type of strange poisonous mist. As soon as it hit the front row of Red Wing soldiers, several of them went slightly mad, swinging blindly as if they'd lost their sight completely.
Aim for the poison clouds! Hit them before they reach our lines!
Roy shouted, directing the mages. With Roy's guidance and several other mages coordinating, they started targeting the poison projectiles mid-flight. Fireballs and energy blasts intercepted them before they reached the soldiers, dispersing the clouds harmlessly.
However, not all news was positive. The enemies that proved most difficult were the corrupted minotaurs. Some possessed elemental abilities on top of their immense brute strength. One particularly massive minotaur stormed through the lines, lifting a red-winged soldier into the air with one hand. It strangled the man to death in front of everyone, his legs kicking uselessly. The sight sent fear running down many soldiers' spines, the brutal reminder that death could claim any of them at any second.
Don't give up. Keep fighting. If we don't fight them here, then who will?
Katie shouted, her voice cutting through the fear. She pointed toward Avrion, far behind them.
Think about if they reached our gates. Think if they were holding your family like that. We're fighting for them, for everyone back home.
Boy, you need to act now, Lenny urged, standing protectively near Nathaniel. Many of the stronger forces, the Beast Team, the Dragon Knights, were assigned to protect Nathaniel and Bliss. It was incredibly difficult for them to remain in position when they could see dozens of places across the battlefield where they could provide crucial support.
We could be helping. So many are dying,
Dan thought with frustration, blocking another beast. But they knew how vitally important Nathaniel and Bliss were to winning this war.
Use the crystal! Kill that dragon! It's infected by shadow, so the crystal should work on it,
Lenny said. Fumbling to reach the pouch at his side, Nathaniel pulled out the white divine crystal with shaking hands. He concentrated all his mental energy, and white beams of light erupted from the stone, firing at the dragon circling above.
Please work,
Nathaniel prayed. He was completely unsure whether the white stone would even affect something as powerful as a dragon, but he had to try. He had to do something. However, he couldn't tell if his attacks had any effect at all. The dragon moved far too fast, diving and circling unpredictably across the entire battlefield. Every beam Nathaniel fired missed by wide margins.
I can't hit it. The dragon is too fast. I'm useless if I can't aim perfectly,
Nathaniel realized with growing panic. It was a bizarre sight to witness. Dark Guild soldiers and Red Wing members were working together spontaneously, trying to survive against the dragon that killed both sides equally. Watching the dragon slaughter people while feeling completely powerless brought genuine pain to Nathaniel's heart. Wherever the dragon swooped, whatever section of the battlefield it passed through, it left only corpses behind.
Ah! Just hit it! Please kill the dragon!
Nathaniel cried out in frustration. He fired more beams of white light, each one missing as the dragon banked and dove. While Nathaniel focused entirely on the airborne threat, he remained completely unaware of enemies specifically targeting the crystal he held. Bird-like shadow creatures had joined the battlefield. One swooped down silently, talons extended toward the glowing stone. Before it could reach Nathaniel, Bliss blasted it away with a concentrated energy bolt.
Hold that crystal as if it were your heart. Don't let anything take it from you,
Bliss said firmly. Small groups of beasts broke through the protective circle around them. Dan, Sloth, and Badger, along with other Dragon Knights, intercepted each one, doing everything possible to keep enemies away from Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that dragon already!
Dan shouted as he knocked an ugly-looking hound out of the way with his shield.
I know! I'm trying! I can't hit it!
Nathaniel shouted back, tears of frustration streaming down his face.
I'm failing everyone. I have all this power, and I can't use it.
Nathaniel thought desperately. More and more dead bodies piled up across the battlefield. Above them, the dragon roared, a sound that shook the earth itself.
Nathaniel!
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 Constantly across the battlefield, he could hear his name being shouted. More and more soldiers were dying, and more people were desperately asking him to do something about it.
But what else can I do?
Nathaniel thought, tears streaming down his face. He was firing energy from the white crystal as much as he possibly could, but with the dragon moving the way it did, diving, circling, unpredictable, he couldn't land a single hit. He was just as frustrated as everyone screaming his name.
I'm trying. I'm trying so hard.
Then he realized something crucial. Because of the dragon knights surrounding him in a protective formation, his movement was severely limited. He could only shift position slightly, trying desperately to get a clear shot at the dragon. And with the knights actively fighting off beasts, they couldn't respond or reposition quickly enough. Trying his best to at least do something useful, Nathaniel climbed down from his horse and started moving on foot. He continued firing beams of white light, attempting to predict where the dragon would fly next, trying to guide his shots toward intercept points. Then he saw it. A chance. A perfect angle on the dragon as it banked.
This is it,
Nathaniel thought. He pushed through his own dragon knights, breaking formation, and held out the crystal with both hands. It began glowing intensely, ready to fire the most powerful blast yet. At that exact moment, a hound-type beast leaped through the air with perfect timing and grabbed the white crystal, clenching it between its jaws.
No!
Nathaniel thought with horror. The hound landed in the snow and immediately fled as fast as its legs could carry it, leaving shadowy smoke in its wake.
Everyone!
Nathaniel cried at the top of his lungs, panic in his voice.
They've taken the stone! The crystal!
Sir Kay turned around sharply, looking for the prince. But Nathaniel wasn't where he should have been. The prince had broken out of the protective Dragon Knight circle, the formation specifically designed to protect him and Bliss. The knights had been too busy fighting to keep constant eyes on Nathaniel. They hadn't noticed when he'd broken formation.
You fool! There's a reason the Dragon Knights were formed in the first place, to protect you!
Dan shouted, his voice carrying across the chaos.
Jack!
Kyle shouted desperately, trying to get the werewolf's attention.
He's the fastest one here, especially in beast form,
Kyle thought. But Jack and the other werewolves seemed completely lost in their transformed state, causing maximum damage to the enemy forces, deep in the feral battle mindset that came with the transformation. Honestly, it was only because of the werewolves' devastating attacks that the Red Wing army wasn't being completely overwhelmed at this moment. Martha, transformed into her harpy state, was keeping an eye on things from above, but vulture-like shadow beasts were keeping her busy and occupied in aerial combat, so she couldn't chase the crystal. Kyle had no choice. He had to go himself. Using his black sash footwork technique, he navigated through the battlefield far more smoothly than normal soldiers could manage. He avoided direct conflict wherever possible, weaving between fighting groups. While Kyle ran, someone, a Red Wing soldier, managed to strike the hound down with a clean blade slash. But the momentum knocked the crystal upward, spinning through the air. Before the crystal could land on the snow, a massive minotaur caught it mid-flight. "No, not one of those!" Kyle shouted in annoyance. The moment the minotaur grabbed the crystal, it immediately started running deeper into the battlefield. It was absolutely clear they were being controlled by direct orders from the shadow. They knew exactly what power the white stone held. Which just proves Nathaniel is essential to this war, but he's useless without that crystal, Kyle understood. However, something completely unexpected occurred. As the Minotaur took several lumbering steps, The dragon suddenly swooped down near it with terrifying speed. One of the barbed stingers extending from the dragon's side impaled the Minotaur directly through the temple, an instant kill. When the dragon rose back into the air, the dead Minotaur slid off the stinger and collapsed into the snow, the crystal still clutched in its massive hand. Another Minotaur spotted the glowing crystal. It pried the stone from its dead companion's hand, then opened its palm and placed the crystal carefully on a nearby flat rock, one of the few places with solid ground showing through the snow. The Minotaur lifted its enormous club high, preparing to smash the crystal into pieces.
No! The hope of the Red Wing army is about to die,
Nathaniel thought, closing his eyes. The club came down with devastating force. It was suddenly split cleanly in half, both pieces falling harmlessly into the snow. A moment later, the Minotaur's head followed, tumbling from its shoulders.
I think I made it just in time,
Harry said, breathing hard. With all the chaos caused by the dragon's rampage, it hadn't been difficult for Harry to escape from the castle interior and make his way to the battlefield, and it looked like he'd arrived at exactly the right moment to save the crystal. Harry reached down and picked up the glowing stone with his bare hands. But then a deafening roar split the air. Harry turned around. The dragon was diving directly toward him, moving at incredible speed. A barbed stinger extended, aimed straight at his chest. The dragon was too fast for Harry to retaliate or dodge the attack. He braced himself for the worst, but then something unexpected happened. Before the stinger could reach him, a beast-like figure threw itself between Harry and the dragon. It was someone they all knew well. "Jack!" Harry shouted. The stinger drove completely through Jack's chest, piercing him. The dragon rose back into the air, and Jack slumped forward.
No, no, no!
Harry quickly rushed by Jack's side. As the poison entered Jack's body, his transformation began reversing. He started returning to human form, the werewolf features fading. He looked groggy, hurt, and pale as the paralytic poison took hold. Before he completely lost all his enhanced strength, Jack grabbed the crystal from Harry's hand with his arm, still partially in beast form, and threw it with everything he had toward where Nathaniel stood.
"Kill that damn dragon!"
Jack shouted, then collapsed. The other werewolves immediately moved to where Jack had fallen. They would protect him with everything they had. Their loyalty wasn't primarily to the Red Wings or even Avrion. It was to Jack personally. It was a difficult catch for Nathaniel. The crystal spun through the air at high speed. But Martha, still in harpy form, swooped down and intercepted it mid-flight. She grabbed it with her talons, circled once, and landed gracefully beside the prince, handing it over directly.
"You have to do this, Nathaniel. No one else can,"
Martha said, looking him in the eyes. Nathaniel clutched the white crystal with a firm, determined grip. He wouldn't leave the Dragon Knight's protective circle this time. He would stay exactly where he was meant to be and eliminate the beast from here. Then everything went dark. A deep shadow fell over them all. When Nathaniel looked upward, he could no longer see the sky. The dragon had descended, hovering directly above them, so close they could see every corrupted scale, every shadow tendril.
"Protect him!"
Bliss shouted. She fired an energy blast more powerful than any she'd produced before, but it was completely useless. The attack couldn't even reach the dragon's armored scales. The strange shadows surrounding its body blocked all incoming magic. The other Dragon Knights joined in, firing everything they had. But they were all terrified to commit to close physical attacks. They'd seen what the stingers could do. One touch meant instant death. While everyone did what they could to slow the dragon's descent, Nathaniel focused everything he had on storing attack power in the crystal. He pulled mana from the air around him, from his own reserves, channeling everything into one devastating shot. Nathaniel was ready for a crucial attack. At that moment, he felt a sharp, terrible pain lance through his back. When Nathaniel looked down, he could see a blade protruding from his chest. It had been driven completely through him from behind. Sir Kay suddenly appeared at Nathaniel's side, striking down the Dark Guild member with a single efficient blow. But the damage was already done. The sword was embedded deeply in the prince's body.
If I pull it out now, it'll only make things worse. He won't survive until we reach proper medical care.
Sir Kay was worried. Slowly, Nathaniel's vision started fading at the edges. The snow around him turned red as blood pooled beneath his feet. But he could still see the dragon clearly in front of him, hovering so close.
Perfect opportunity. It's right there,
Nathaniel thought through the pain. Part of the problem with firing at the dragon before had been distance and movement, but now it was stationary, almost within touching range. The attack had to hit.
I can do this. I have to,
Nathaniel thought. But the glow from the white crystal started dimming. Nathaniel couldn't supply enough mana, couldn't pull it from the air fast enough. He could feel himself slowly dying, his life fading with each heartbeat.
If only I had a little more strength,
Nathaniel whispered, blood on his lips. His wish was granted, as if destiny heard him. At that exact moment, a strange, familiar energy surged through his body. Not just him, but everyone across the entire battlefield. A warm, powerful presence flowed into them all.
This, Kyle said, his eyes widening. I've only felt this when Ray uses it. The system connection. Does this mean... Ray's alive! He's returned!
Martha shouted.
Ray, thank you.
Nathaniel smiled through the tears. But most importantly, the extra energy Nathaniel desperately needed flooded into him through the restored connection. He channeled it all into the crystal, everything the system could provide. The stone blazed with blinding white light. Nathaniel fired with everything he had. The dragon seemed almost confident it wouldn't be harmed. Its shadow shield had blocked every previous attack. But when the enhanced light beam struck, everything changed. It pierced directly through the shadow protection and touched the dragon's actual scales. The moment it made contact, the ancient beast began burning from the inside out. The dragon tried desperately to fly upward, to escape the purifying light consuming it. But the damage was already irreversible. It managed to gain perhaps 50 feet of altitude before the burning became too severe. The great dragon fell from the sky, crashing into the snow with earth-shaking impact. Its body began disintegrating immediately. Flesh, bone, shadow, everything turning to ash and dust, scattered by the wind. Cheers erupted across the battlefield from both Red Wing and Dark Guild soldiers alike, all of them simply grateful to have survived. With relief washing over him, Nathaniel collapsed, the crystal falling from his hand. The dragon was finally gone. But there was still one more threat. What of Gary? And where was Ray? Underground in the tunnel, Ray could sense the power in the dragon gauntlet rising once again as Gary unleashed blast after blast of destructive energy. But Ray was simply too fast, moving fluidly out of the way of each explosion before it could connect.
He's getting more desperate,
Ray observed.
Gary, I'm going to rip that cursed thing right off your arm,
Ray shouted. Now, instead of avoiding the attacks,
Ray charged directly toward Gary. One of the energy blasts struck him head-on, but Ray lifted his arms in a cross-shaped guard. Smoke rose from the impact point. When it cleared, Ray's face appeared directly in front of Gary's, close enough to see his shocked expression. Ray grabbed onto the gauntlet with both hands and truly tried to tear it from Gary's arm.
Wait, Ray, you crazy idiot! This thing is fused to my hand, permanently bonded,
Gary shouted, panic in his voice. Then I'll just take your entire hand off along with it, as long as you return to normal, Ray replied, pulling harder. As Ray pulled with increasing force, genuine pain showed clearly on Gary's face. A strange, sharp sensation started spreading through his chest. Gary held his free hand directly over his heart, his face contorting.
Ray, you're killing me,
Gary groaned.
Has it really already fused completely with him? Is there no way to remove this thing without killing him?
Ray wondered with alarm. At that moment, the gauntlet gave out an enormous pulse of dark energy, blasting Ray backward. He slammed into the tunnel wall with tremendous force. The gauntlet continued glowing with aggressive power, crackling with energy. Then, several figures entered the tunnel from deeper within. When Gary turned to look at them, the gauntlet's power suddenly calmed, the glow dimming.
Fighting him like this might be making it worse. It will irritate him more and allow the demon power to consume him faster,
Ray realized. When the two of them stopped their brief scuffle, Ray noticed something else. From above, through the tunnel ceiling, he could no longer hear the intense sounds of battle that had been constant before.
Did something happen up there? Is the fighting over?
Ray wondered. The newcomers fully emerged from the deeper tunnel, 5 figures total. Each was enormous in size, covered head to toe in thick, heavy black armor. Shadows swirled visibly around their entire bodies. On their chest plates, the Dark Guild symbol, the single eye, was prominently displayed. These men were so large that their helmeted heads nearly touched the tunnel ceiling. It was difficult to even classify them as human. They were nearly as massive as the minotaurs Ray had seen on the battlefield. The figures paused when they spotted Gary. Then their attention shifted to Ray standing beside him.
Never mind him. Just ignore Ray. What are you here to report?
Gary said, irritation clear in his voice.
I'm afraid I bring terrible news, sir,
the lead figure said, his voice deep and distorted by the helmet.
The dragon has been killed.
What? But how? Dragons are among the strongest beings in existence. No human should have been capable of killing one,
Gary said, genuine shock in his voice.
They did it. They actually killed it.
Ray felt pride blooming in his heart. He couldn't help but let a small smile graze his lips.
Unfortunately, what you feared has come true, the armored soldier continued. The man you captured earlier, the one you brought here, managed to stop the crystal from being destroyed. They retained its power. The prince with divine power inside him successfully used the crystal to destroy the dragon.
The soldier paused.
If there is one consolation, the prince appears to be badly injured. He could die at any moment.
Nathaniel,
Ray thought with concern.
What do we do now, sir?
Another armored figure asked.
Most of the soldiers have already retreated through the deeper tunnels, heading further into Shadow territory. They're hoping to reach one of the other fortresses and join the other Shadow Guard.
The soldier's voice dropped.
I'm afraid to say, they no longer appear loyal to you, sir.
Gary laughed, a strange, unhinged sound that echoed through the tunnel. He leaned his back against the wall casually.
I assume that includes Monk. I knew he would betray me eventually. And what about you 5?
Gary said.
We are prepared to fight until the very end. If you wish for us to go out and battle until this fortress is taken, then we shall do exactly that,
the lead soldier said firmly.
Then that is precisely what we shall do,
Gary said, pushing off the wall and walking down the tunnel toward the surface.
He glanced back. Coming, Ray, to witness my final stand?
In my eyes, the war is over. Following behind. It's clear who won.
But Ray wanted to see Gary's next move.
5 men and Gary couldn't realistically be called an army. Ray felt confident he could defeat all of them himself, including Gary in his current state. But he was still struggling to find a way to remove that gauntlet without killing his friend. Above ground, once the dragon had been defeated, nearly all the Dark Guild soldiers had fled into the castle, escaping through underground tunnels that led to various locations throughout the Shadow Continent. The Red Wings didn't pursue them. Their objective was this fortress, and only this fortress. Mission accomplished. Nathaniel was being treated urgently by the healers, the sword wound in his back stabilized. Jack seemed to be recovering remarkably well from the stinger poison due to his unique werewolf physiology. If anyone else had been struck by that weapon, they probably would have died instantly. When Gary emerged from the tunnel entrance with 5 massive armored figures surrounding him, everyone tensed for another battle. Then they spotted someone else walking behind the group, completely unharmed. "Ray!" Martha shouted, recognition and joy flooding through her.
No,
Kyle said, his voice dropping.
Don't tell me Ray is on their side now.
Please, no,
Martha thought desperately. The others feared the worst when they heard Kyle voice what they were all thinking. It made horrible sense. Ray was unharmed and apparently walking with the enemy, and the last time anyone had seen him, he'd been meant to fight the Shadow Ant.
If Ray joined them, this final battle would be far harder than anything we've faced,
Sir Kay thought. But when Gary's group stopped walking, Ray continued past them, crossing to the Red Wing side. He gave his old colleagues a friendly wave. "Ray, you're not with the enemy?" Martha said, relief washing over her.
Of course not, Ray replied, smiling slightly. I created the Red Wings specifically because I hate the Shadow. You're all contracted under me anyway, remember?
How did you survive the confrontation with the Shadow Ant? What happened to you? Harry asked.
That's a long story. One I'll tell another time. This war isn't quite over yet,
Ray said. He looked toward Gary, standing across the battlefield. The gauntlet was glowing with immense power, energy crackling around it. When it was called the Dragon Hammer, there were rumors that it could destroy an entire city in one attack. Perhaps Gary was still confident in defeating the whole Red Wing army by himself, but Ray would never allow that to happen.
Gary, have you come to surrender? If you do, we can help remove that gauntlet from your hand. There must be a way,
Sir Kay called out, his voice carrying authority.
You would like that, wouldn't you? Make me powerless. Strip away everything I've gained. No, I am here with my army to fight until my last breath,
Gary replied.
That's completely insane,
Kyle shouted.
That's no army you have. We've clearly won. But for some reason you want to continue fighting? Risking more lives? Not just ours, but those standing beside you who are still loyal? Well, please feel free to try defeating this army of mine, Gary said calmly.
The Red Wing leaders looked nervous. They all turned to Ray for guidance, for an answer.
What do they want me to do? I was hoping seeing everyone might spark some change in Gary, but it hasn't,
Ray thought.
Very well, Gary said after a moment. What you say makes some logical sense. Rather than risking all these lives unnecessarily, I shall risk only my own. If one person can defeat me in single combat, then I will surrender peacefully.
This is nonsense, Gary,
Sir Kay started.
We have nothing to gain from...
Ray stepped forward.
Fine, let's duel. Wait until you hear my specific conditions first, Gary interrupted, a slight smile on his face. I wish to duel someone in a battle of pure swordsmanship. No magic, no special abilities, just skill with a blade.
He looked directly at Ray.
If you don't accept these conditions, Feel free to return to the full warfare solution.
If he couldn't use magic and it came down to pure sword technique, Ray wasn't confident. And Gary was possibly the best swordsman Avrion Academy had ever produced.
I'm willing to fight,
Roki said, stepping forward confidently.
Huh? Who are you?
Gary said, looking at the unfamiliar figure. Before Roki could reach the front line, Kyle stopped him with an outstretched arm.
No, this is personal. You didn't know Gary in the past. You don't understand what this means. I need to fight this battle,
Kyle said firmly. He looked at Gary.
But one absolute rule. You can't use the power of that gauntlet during our duel. You have to suppress it somehow or remove it. That's impossible, Gary replied. It's permanently fused with me. But...
He concentrated.
I can make it go dormant. Put it to sleep.
The crystals around the gauntlet's knuckles began dimming. The aggressive energy radiating from it faded until it was barely perceptible. Then Gary drew his sword, the special blade he'd acquired, the one with the Dark Guild's logo engraved on the hilt. Ray instantly recognized that sword.
That sword. Everything seemed to change the day Gary obtained that weapon. Was it cursed too? Another trap from the shadow?
When Gary drew the strange sword, it brought back a flood of memories for Ray. That sword, Ray thought with unease. The blade had been found deep underneath the Avrion tunnel system. It possessed abilities that even Ray's dragon powers couldn't replicate. Certain beasts had incredible regeneration capabilities, wounds that closed in seconds. When cut with this sword, their healing was completely negated. It was nearly impossible to classify what tier the weapon belonged to when it could slice through absolutely anything it touched. When Gary first started using the sword regularly, he'd begun acting slightly unstable, gradually going mad. Ray had suspected shadow corruption, but when he examined the blade carefully, he could find no trace of it.
Still, because of how the sword seemed to be consuming Gary, I asked him to get rid of it, to destroy it or seal it away,
Ray remembered. But Gary never did. He brought it on every journey, used it whenever combat demanded it. Eventually, the sword ended up saving the group multiple times. Gary seemed to maintain control rather than being controlled, so Ray had stopped objecting.
But the sword's true origin remains a complete mystery, and that scares me more than the dragon hammer and gauntlet combined. At least those we know something about,
Ray thought. You can't use that sword to fight, Kyle said, recognizing the blade and knowing some of its horrifying effects. It's not as if I can use magic in this duel. This will be purely skill-based combat. This is the only sword I will use, Gary replied calmly. Kyle didn't like it, but he had no real choice but to accept the terms. As Kyle walked forward to the dueling space, many Red Wing members began whispering among themselves, questioning whether Kyle was truly the best choice for this. Roki is known as the best swordsman in the entire Empire. If anyone could match Gary, it would be him, several soldiers thought. They understood that perhaps Roki wouldn't fight with the same emotional intensity. He didn't know Gary personally, didn't understand what this meant to them. But if not Roki, then why not Harry? After Gary, Harry is considered the best swordsman. He proved it at the All-Kingdom tournament. Many of them wondered. The reason Harry wasn't volunteering himself was simple. He physically couldn't. Every time Harry looked at Gary standing there, his hands started shaking uncontrollably. He didn't fully understand why, but it was likely because his life had hung by a thread while in Gary's grip not long ago. He'd felt that pure, overwhelming power at Gary's fingertips, ready to end his life. Even if I wanted to fight, I'm too afraid I'd freeze up at a critical moment, Harry admitted to himself. Harry, do you mind if I borrow your sword? Kyle said, walking over. Harry handed over the purple crow without hesitation, the weapon Ray had gifted him. Kyle didn't have a sword of his own, since his primary weapon was the heavy chain.
This fact made many observers doubt Kyle's abilities even more.
Kyle, you were always a slacker, even when we were both Black Sash Knights training together. The only thing you could beat me in was a competition of running your mouth, Gary said with a slight smile. I'm surprised you can even remember something like that. I thought the real Gary had disappeared completely and forgotten everything that happened at Avrion, Kyle replied. Oh, I'm very much aware of everything, Gary said, his expression darkening. Everyone seems to think I'm being forced to do all this, that I'm just a puppet. But they're wrong. You'll all understand soon enough. When you're given power like this, why would you ever listen to what others tell you to do? He raised his sword. Anyway, are we going to keep talking, or are we going to fight? Kyle started with an overhead strike. Harry's sword was significantly lighter than he'd expected, and his strike came faster than anticipated. Gary seemed surprised by the speed as well. He lifted his own blade at the last possible second, barely managing to parry the attack away. Gary was thrown slightly off his stance. Kyle pressed the attack immediately, not giving him time to recover properly. But Gary regained his footing with practiced ease and prepared a devastating counter. Whatever attack Kyle threw at him next, Gary planned to strike a fatal wound in response. However, the frontal attack never came. Using his black sash footwork, Kyle suddenly appeared behind Gary and struck diagonally, aiming for the neck, a killing blow. Gary lifted his shoulder at the last instant. The blade struck his armor and clinked harmlessly off, doing no damage. Gary instantly created some distance between them. It looks like you've been training during your time away, he said, reassessing his opponent. And it looks like you haven't touched your sword once this entire year, Kyle shot back. Do you have any idea what the Red Wings have been through? Every single day we face some crisis, some new threat we had to overcome. His strikes came faster, more aggressive. Even if I haven't been specifically practicing sword work, I've had to fight. I've had to constantly train my black sash techniques and pass them on to the next generation of knights. Shut up! Gary shouted. He swung his sword in a wide, powerful arc. When Kyle tried using his footwork to evade, the blade seemed to follow him impossibly, as if it knew where he'd move before he did. What? Kyle thought with alarm. The sword cut through his light armor like it wasn't there, slicing into his shoulder. It stopped partway through the bone, and Gary dragged it out, tearing the flesh. But Kyle didn't scream. Instead, he channeled the pain, using it to fuel his counterattack. He unleashed a flurry of strikes from multiple angles, using his footwork to make every movement unpredictable. I've never seen Kyle this skilled with a sword before. Was he always this strong? Martha said, watching with wide eyes.
Kyle has always just needed the right motivation,
Sir Kay replied, a slight smile on his face.
Don't you remember the tournament incident? There was one time Kyle was trying to impress a specific girl. He won that fight in nearly an instant. The truth is, whenever Kyle becomes genuinely serious about something, I have never seen him lose a fight,
Dan added. He watched Kyle press the attack relentlessly.
And it doesn't look like he'll lose this one either.
Eventually, the continuous assault became too much for Gary. He was no longer his former self, the legendary swordsman of Avrion. Not using the blade for an entire year had severely affected his skill and timing. Kyle executed an unexpected crouching strike, sweeping Gary's legs out from under him. Gary hit the ground hard. When Gary was on the ground, vulnerable, Kyle moved in to finish it. He thrust the sword toward Gary's throat. The fight was over. All that remained was to end Gary's life. But at that critical moment, Kyle hesitated. His blade slowed dramatically. It looked like it would stop completely before penetrating Gary's neck. I can't kill him. He's my friend. Seeing this hesitation instantly, Gary took full advantage. He swept Kyle's legs, toppling him. Kyle's body fell to the ground beside Gary. The tides had completely turned. Now it was Gary's chance to kill Kyle. When Gary swung his blade downward toward Kyle's exposed neck, he did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. No mercy, Gary thought. Many people closed their eyes, unable to watch. They couldn't believe the sudden turnaround and were about to witness another friend lost. Duels were sacred across all kingdoms. The Empire and even the Dark Guild respected them absolutely. No matter the circumstances, outside interference was forbidden. A duel continued until death or surrender, nothing else. When Kyle volunteered himself, he'd known the consequences. He'd known what accepting meant. This is my choice, Kyle had thought then. But then a powerful wind force erupted from nowhere, pushing Gary's descending sword away from Kyle's neck. Gary himself was blown backward, his feet sliding across the ground. He tried looking up and walking forward, but the wind was impossibly strong, like walking into a hurricane. Squinting through the gale, he could see who was generating it.
Ray!
Gary shouted over the wind.
You cannot interfere in a duel. You've broken sacred tradition and rules that have existed for centuries.
These rules were made by humans for humans, Ray shouted back, pushing with even greater force.
I am neither.
To the others watching, it looked like Ray simply had his hands extended forward, but the power radiating from him was unlike anything they'd seen before. Realizing the wind was too powerful to overcome, Gary stopped struggling and sheathed his sword. The dragon gauntlet on his arm began glowing with dark energy once more.
Fine. If this duel is void, then I'll deal with you directly, Ray,
Gary shouted. The gauntlet blazed brighter as Gary's anger intensified.
This fight is over,
Ray shouted back. The wind stopped abruptly. Instead, blue lightning began crackling up both of Ray's arms, running from his hands to his shoulders and beyond. Ray walked forward, lightning flowing around his entire body. The energy was so intense that stray bolts struck the ground randomly, destroying rocks and creating small craters.
It looks like I can't save you after all, Gary. You were about to take the life of another Red Wing member. I can't keep giving you second chances anymore, Ray said, his voice heavy with sadness and finality. Lightning crackled more intensely around him. I tried to bring you back. I really tried. But I can't forgive you for attempting to murder Kyle. Ray thrust both hands forward with all his accumulated mana. An enormous, concentrated lightning bolt erupted from his palms and struck Gary directly. Gary lifted the gauntlet desperately to block the attack, but it was far too powerful. The lightning flung him into the air like a rag doll. The lightning continued striking him, conducting through his body, sending him flying backward. He was thrown with such force that he crashed completely through the castle's thick stone walls, disappearing into the fortress interior.
This magical power,
Roy said, his mouth hanging open in disbelief.
It's stronger than anything any of the Tower Masters could ever produce. It's completely inhuman.
That's because he's not human. He's a dragon. And not just any dragon. The king of dragons himself,
Bliss thought, watching Ray. After witnessing their leader blasted away like an insignificant insect, the massive armored Dark Guild soldiers no longer wished to continue fighting. They surrendered immediately, dropping their weapons, removing their helmets.
We have no leader, no one to protect. We have no reason to die here,
they thought collectively. Soon after the surrender, the main Red Wing leaders stormed into the castle while regular soldiers remained outside to recover. Many were injured and needed immediate medical attention. Beyond that, they had a solemn duty, collecting those who had died, not just from their own side, but from the Dark Guild as well. When the leaders entered the castle, they could clearly see where Gary had been thrown through the wall and where he'd landed initially. But there was no sign of him anywhere in the debris.
He got up and ran, but where?
Martha was worried that Gary wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal of destroying the Red Wing's kingdom. When they descended beneath the castle into the tunnel network, They initially assumed Gary might have fled down one of the passages deeper into Shadow territory. However, this seemed increasingly unlikely. It appeared the Dark Guild soldiers had deliberately sealed the tunnel entrances after their own escape. That's when a second theory emerged. The only other possibility was that Gary had jumped through the massive pit, the portal connecting this world to the Shadow's realm. Under Bliss's guidance, they decided to seal the portal permanently. She explained that most of the Shadow-infected beasts and corrupted land actually originated from portals exactly like this one, scattered throughout the continent. They sealed it with earth and stone, filling the pit completely until it was blocked solid.
There can't be many portals like this remaining. Sealing this one deals a significant blow to the Shadow's ability to reinforce their armies,
Bliss said. They stayed several days at Lion's Mouth Fortress, primarily ensuring those who were injured were fit to travel again. They also buried those Dark Guild soldiers who had died on the battlefield, saying prayers over each grave. Harry had insisted on this after learning how genuinely human most Dark Guild members really were. They had been fighting for peace in their own way, similar to the Red Wings, just believing in different methods. At the end of everything, they all had families who would miss them too.
They're not monsters. They're people who made different choices,
Harry had argued to those who protested. While staying at the fortress, what Bliss predicted proved true. The land surrounding the castle and the immediate area began changing noticeably. The shadow corruption gradually started leaving, transforming into mist and drifting back toward the deeper shadow continent.
The land is healing,
Martha observed with wonder. Before departing, several complex magical circles were drawn throughout the castle by both Bliss and Lenny, working in coordination. The circles served multiple purposes. One enabled mass teleportation of their entire army, and others functioned as sensors and trap spells in case the Dark Guild or Shadow forces decided to return. Although Bliss thought an immediate return was extremely unlikely, the precautions were necessary.
Never leave a fortress undefended,
Sir Kay had taught them. With everything secured, they were finally ready to return home together. Later, they would send permanent garrison forces to Lion's Mouth and officially claim it as part of Red Wing territory. When they finally returned to Avrion, they were welcomed with thunderous cheers and wild celebration. Now that Ray's system was functioning again, they'd been able to inform Slivia of their success immediately. The news had spread rapidly, not just throughout the Red Wing Kingdom, but to neighboring kingdoms as well. After all, it was the first time ever that anyone had successfully reclaimed land conquered by the Shadow. The achievement seemed impossible. The soldiers who had died in the war were buried with full honors in the city cemetery. The entire kingdom held a moment of silence for them, thousands of people standing completely still, remembering the fallen. The day of the battle would be remembered forever and celebrated annually in the Red Wing Kingdom, a new national holiday commemorating their impossible victory. Finally, everyone who had participated in the war was invited to the grand dining hall for a massive feast celebrating their triumph. At the front of the hall sat what was now officially known as the Red Wing Leaders' Table. It contained those closest to Ray, as well as council members, the Beast Unit, and even the two young students, Flynn and Wendy, who'd proven themselves in battle. Before anyone could begin eating, Slivia stood to address the assembled crowd. She still wore the eye patch covering her corrupted shadow eye. Before speaking, she looked back at the others at the table, drawing strength from their presence.
First, I'll start with difficult news so we can address it and move forward,
Slivia announced, her voice carrying through the hall.
Tonight is meant to be a celebration, but this is something everyone must hear. Even though we defeated the Shadow forces at Lion's Mouth, the Shadow itself still exists out there.
The room grew quiet, attentive.
I'm sure many of you have heard the disturbing rumors. The Empire has completely closed its borders. Before doing so, there were reports of shadow-infected individuals roaming their cities.
Slivia continued providing more details about the Empire's situation, information they'd gathered from various sources.
I heard Alexander himself has been infected,
Kyle whispered to those near him at the table. Roki, sitting at the Red Wing table as an honored guest, felt unexpectedly saddened by this news. Ray had insisted Roki sit with them since he'd contributed greatly to the war effort. Even though Roki was now part of the Red Wings, he still felt concern for his former homeland.
The Empire is strong. I think it will take tremendous effort for the Shadow to fully conquer them. If they've closed their borders, perhaps it's because they don't wish to harm neighboring kingdoms, stopping the spread while dealing with it internally, Ray said quietly, noticing Roki's expression.
True,
Roki replied, somewhat comforted.
They're stubborn and proud. Perhaps they didn't want more news escaping, admitting they needed help.
Finally, now that the difficult news is addressed, we can move to congratulations and recognition,
Slivia said, her tone shifting to something more upbeat. The mood in the hall immediately brightened.
In this war, I would first like to publicly thank Sir Kay for leading our army with wisdom and courage.
The entire hall erupted, clapping, cheering, some soldiers even whistling loudly for their beloved commander.
There are also specific individuals who achieved far more than expected,
Slivia continued.
Without them, many more would have died. First, Harry, Master of the White Knights, who not only served as sub-commander, but also saved the Divine Crystal from being destroyed.
Bliss thought with genuine admiration.
I didn't realize how crucial his role was. If he had survived and recovered that crystal, the dragon would still be alive. Next, the person who defeated an actual dragon, who shall henceforth be known by the title Dragon Slayer, Prince Nathaniel.
Nathaniel received the loudest applause yet. Many soldiers present had witnessed the dragon's terrifying power firsthand. They'd seen Nathaniel stand before that ancient beast without losing composure, firing the white crystal's purifying light until the monster burned away to nothing.
Another person who fought the enemy leader one-on-one, who inspired us all and always cared deeply for those around him, Kyle, the Black Sash Master.
Kyle received cheers equal to Nathaniel's, which shocked him completely.
Why? I would have lost that duel if Ray hadn't intervened, Kyle asked those nearby, genuinely confused.
Don't be stupid,
Harry said firmly.
We all saw that you won the duel. You chose to spare Gary's life because you're human, not a heartless killer. Watching you fight with such passion inspired everyone.
Harry's voice softened.
Honestly, Kyle, I was too afraid to fight Gary myself, but you weren't afraid. You stepped up when it mattered most.
Hearing those words from Harry's mouth made Kyle finally appreciate the recognition. Standing up slowly, he bowed deeply to everyone in the hall.
Maybe I did do something worthwhile,
Kyle thought.
Finally,
Slivia said, her voice rising with emotion,
a man you all know well, a man who saved Harry's life, who literally blasted the enemy leader through a stone wall, the man who brought all of us together in the first place.
She paused for effect.
Your king, Ray Talon.
Speech, speech, speech!
The crowd immediately began chanting. Those at the Red Wing leaders' table joined in enthusiastically. Ray looked around at all the expectant faces. When he finally stood, the hall fell completely silent. A slight smile appeared on his face.
Time for truth,
Ray thought.
In the past, I failed to protect those I cared about. Even though I possessed tremendous power, I couldn't save everyone. I was genuinely afraid the same thing would happen to all of you.
He looked at his friends at the table.
But I've made some incredible friends who were able to protect you in my absence.
His expression grew more serious.
You know, when I first came into this world, I hated humans, despised them. I never thought I would grow to care for anyone again. But now I feel like I've found a group of truly respectable humans, and I'm genuinely happy to say, I like you, all of you.
His voice strengthened with conviction.
I wish to protect you all, and I wish to completely vanquish the shadow once and for all."
The army and those at the Red Wing table began whispering among themselves, confusion spreading.
Why is he talking about humans in the third person?
They wondered.
"I wish to continue fighting alongside you all, but I need to be completely honest with everyone here. I am not who you think I am,"
Ray said. At that moment, Ray began removing his disguise. Slowly, starting from the bottom and moving upward, his true form revealed itself. A long red tail emerged, swaying behind him. Spikes pushed through his clothing, protruding from his back. Scales covered his arms, and his hands transformed into clawed appendages.
"What is happening?"
the crowd thought with shock. Standing before them was something that looked more beast than human, a humanoid creature of obvious draconic heritage. Complete silence filled the hall. No one moved. No one breathed.
"My real name,"
Ray said in his true voice, deeper, more resonant,
"is Sen. I am Sen, the Great Red Dragon."
A dragon? Our king is a dragon?
They all thought. The dining hall wasn't filled with gossip or excited chatter. There were no cheers following Ray's dramatic speech. Instead, everyone simply sat there in complete silence, processing what they'd just heard. If Ray had simply made this outrageous statement without the visual transformation, perhaps they would have laughed it off as some elaborate joke. But standing before them at this very moment, Ray looked anything but human. If someone were commissioned to paint what a humanoid version of the legendary Red Dragon Sen would look like, the result would be identical to what stood before them right now.
His form has changed so dramatically. He's progressed far more quickly than I ever expected. His body must be beyond King tier now, maybe even higher. Did all this transformation happen after the All-Kingdom tournament? It's the only explanation for how he returned so impossibly strong. His magical powers must be extraordinary, yet I didn't sense any change in him whatsoever when he first returned. How did he mask it so completely?
Bliss thought with shock. Slivia stood frozen at the podium, her eyelid twitching involuntarily as her mind spiraled through conflicting thoughts about what to believe.
Compared to what I saw before, Ray certainly looks far more dragon-like now.
She remembered when she'd first asked Ray about his unusual appearance when they were in the Empire. He'd told her the same thing then, that he was Sen, and now he was announcing it to the entire Red Wing Kingdom.
But why?
Slivia wondered. First, if this were a lie, why choose this particular story? There were countless better lies he could have used to explain his beast-like form. Second, and more importantly, why tell everyone at all? Why reveal something this monumental?
Unless it's actually the truth. He really is the Great Dragon Sen,
Slivia realized slowly. While Slivia struggled to accept the reality, many people at the Red Wing leaders' table were already starting to believe. To them, this revelation answered numerous questions they'd carried for months.
That's why Ray can use such incredible magical powers, powers beyond even Tower Masters, despite training as a knight his entire life at the Academy,
Kyle thought.
Some of his skills were beyond anything I'd ever witnessed. If someone had said he had a god living inside him, I would have believed it. But this is different,
Roy remembered. When Nathaniel had been cut during battle, his blood had bled red like every other human, but Ray's blood was black like a beast's. Jack had been by Ray's side practically since meeting him, apart from after the All-Kingdom tournament. There had been no opportunity for Ray to undergo the beasting process.
It all fits,
several people realized simultaneously.
Wait,
Kyle said suddenly, as if puzzle pieces were clicking into place.
The Red Wings, and our symbol, the Red Dragon.
He looked at Ray with new understanding.
That's why you chose that symbol, because you were this. You were the Red Dragon Sen all along.
At that moment, Lenny began chuckling at the table. The others looked at him with confusion. This seemed like an extremely serious moment, hardly appropriate for laughter. If this person really is Sen the Great Dragon, at one point he tried to exterminate all of humanity. We've all heard the stories of what that dragon did. Perhaps he even killed the ancestors of the people in this very room. What is the true goal of the Red Wings? Are we just as dangerous as the Shadow without realizing it? Many thought with growing concern. This was the primary fear for many who were starting to believe Ray's claim.
I just found it funny that Ray hasn't really been hiding any of this from us the entire time after all,
Lenny explained, still smiling. What do you mean? Harry asked, genuinely confused.
Well, think about it. What is the name Ray uses when he disguises himself as a mysterious warrior?
It took them a moment, but comprehension slowly dawned on their faces. The warrior name Ray always chose was Ness, the same identity he'd used as a student at Roland Academy.
Ness,
Martha said slowly.
Is Sen spelled backwards?
He was telling us all along, they realized. Roy suddenly felt significantly better about his previous defeat and lack of skill compared to Ray. After all, Ray was the Great Dragon, not a human competitor. His fire powers might actually still be the best and strongest among humans in all of Bronzeland.
At least I can keep that pride,
Roy thought.
I can see that many of you are confused, undecided whether to believe I am telling the truth or not. So I will share with you everything I have experienced up to this point, everything I've witnessed with my own eyes,
Ray said, his dragon voice resonating through the hall. He raised one clawed hand.
I cannot share the ancient memories I possessed as a dragon, but you can live through my life from the day I was reborn as a human.
Ray threw his hand upward dramatically. Little golden glowing particles spread across the entire room, drifting down like luminous snowflakes.
Memory sharing! Just how much of his original power has he recovered?
Bliss exclaimed with genuine shock. Hearing Bliss say this out loud, confirming she'd known Ray was Sen all along, provided the final piece of evidence many needed. She was the divine being herself. She too had lived for thousands of years, and also shared a history with the Red Dragon Sen. So she must know if Ray was telling the truth. Slowly, everything was falling into place. When the golden particles touched their skin, they passed through as if being absorbed directly into their bodies. Simultaneously, Ray's entire life began playing in their minds with perfect clarity, every single detail, every thought, every emotion. From the day he was born as a helpless human baby to his current moment standing before them, his burning desire to destroy the human race for killing him in his previous life, his elaborate plots and plans for revenge, Amy's tragic death, his first human friend who'd shown him unexpected kindness, Gary, his second human friend who had literally saved his life at great personal risk. Through these shared memories, they began understanding the complex emotions Ray had experienced throughout his journey. Tears ran down the faces of many soldiers and leaders alike as they lived through years of Ray's experiences in mere minutes of real time. But what shook them all to their core was one particular memory Ray had shared, the death of his father, Jack Talon.
Ray, he killed his own father to save us. His father's name was also Jack. Is that why he felt a bit more caring toward me?
Jack was stunned. He had noticed Ray staring at him when he thought Jack wasn't noticing. During that time, was Ray thinking about his father and how he had to kill him himself? Everyone now realized what kind of sacrifices Ray had made to save their lives, despite his urge to destroy humanity.
Sen,
Bliss said, addressing him by his true name. Everyone else in the room remained in a trance-like state, unable to respond while experiencing the memories.
What is the meaning of this? Why would you reveal your true identity to everyone?
Why can't I? Is anything I'm showing them a lie? When I went missing after choosing to fight the shadow ant alone, I realized something crucial.
Ray looked at Bliss directly.
I care about the Red Wings just as much as I once cared about the dragons. I didn't understand why or how that was possible until I reviewed everything that had happened since my rebirth.
Ray's expression grew more complex.
I still think humans are fundamentally flawed. They lie, cheat, steal, and compete unnecessarily for superiority. They build social systems specifically designed to keep some people on top while others remain below.
He paused.
Yet, for some reason, I cannot completely abandon them. I feel compelled to teach them how to change, to become better than what they are. The Red Wings have proven that such a change is possible. We don't face the same internal conflicts as other kingdoms. Perhaps that will change as we grow larger. Perhaps it only works because I'm here guiding them.
His voice grew more intense.
This is the problem I realized. What would have happened if I died fighting the shadow ant? What if I'd perished that day? No one would have learned the truth of who I was. They would have risked their lives for a false leader hiding behind a fake name.
Ray looked across the hall at all the people experiencing his memories.
No. It's time to be completely transparent about everything. When my time comes to eventually leave them, I want the Red Wings to pass on their teachings to help others, to spread what we've built here.
Within the shared memories themselves, everyone had now witnessed everything, experienced everything Ray had gone through up to the point of the All-Kingdom tournament. This was when Ray had changed most dramatically, when he disappeared for so long to fight the shadow ant. In the arena memory, Ray assessed the situation rapidly. It was absolutely clear that the shadow ant, with his current available strength, could not be killed, not even with all three of them, Sarah, Roki, and him, fighting together at full power. Images flashed through Ray's mind, visions of everyone dying. The entire crowd was massacred. The fighters were slaughtered. That included Slivia. Once again, thinking about Slivia's potential death, Ray's heart began to ache with unexpected intensity.
I care about her. When did this happen?
Ray realized in that moment. Without overthinking it further, Ray acted purely on impulse, all to protect those he cared about. He grabbed the shadow ant tightly and activated one of his newly acquired system skills, Teleport. But this wasn't the normal teleport ability that would transport him to a Red Wing member's location. No, this particular skill teleported both him and his held target to a completely random destination anywhere in the world.
It's the only option I have. Maybe I'll die, but at least I'll be the only casualty,
Ray thought as he activated it. With that acceptance, he felt he could die happy, knowing he'd saved everyone else. The two figures, Ray and the shadow ant, vanished from the arena in a flash of light. They reappeared in a swamp-like environment, surrounded by murky water and twisted trees. The shadow ant immediately began struggling to break free. But at that exact moment, Ray received a notification from his system, one he hadn't expected. Ray read the notifications with growing understanding.
Maybe I won't be dying today after all,
Ray thought with renewed determination. Teleporting the shadow ant out of the arena was a last-ditch attempt. If they were going to die anyway, then Ray at least wanted to annoy the shadow ant a little by making it harder to achieve its goal. He had never expected what was to come from teleporting the ant out of there. As soon as they entered the swampy area, both of their feet sank into the strange water-like mud up to their knees, and then a message appeared in front of Ray.
252 of 1,000 tasks complete. New skills have been acquired.
It was the system. The system only completed tasks when he saved a life, and in return, he gained a new skill every time he did. There were times where he saved people's lives, and he never received a new skill from it. This was because the system was originally created by Bliss, who could see the future. For each life he did save, the system could already tell whether or not Ray had affected their future enough to know they had survived. In the arena itself, there were thousands of people watching. If the Shadow Ant was able to continue the fight, then the others would have done their best to try to defeat it, to allow as many people from the arena to escape as possible. If Ray's theory was right, then he quite possibly had just saved the lives of around 200 people by simply teleporting the ant away. A smile appeared on his face. It was only a quarter of the skills he used to have when he was a dragon, and his body was still in a humanoid shape, but he was slowly getting back to what he once was. For a moment, he thought everything was lost, and he was sure he was going to die. However, after realizing this fact, he had a new energy and once again was ready to fight. Standing opposite the ant, he was still in his human form.
"Let me just make myself a little more comfortable,"
Ray said. His transformation was cancelled, and on his arms the scales were starting to appear.
"You are not human,"
the ant said, but it wasn't spoken. The voice was sent straight into his mind.
"What gave it away?"
Ray replied with a smirk. He was ready for an attack, and so was the ant beast. But before the ant knew it, two water-like serpents had appeared from the swamp and lashed toward the ant like a whip. Two of its hands smashed into them, getting rid of them. When its eyes were focused on what was in front of it, the area around the ant was already starting to freeze. In an attempt to move out of the way so that the ant wasn't stuck in one place, it seemed to step on a part of the land that started to light up, and a giant explosion appeared soon after. Ray took advantage of the situation and was now behind the beast. He gave it a strong kick, and several more glowing lights in the swamp's water started to light up, blowing up one by one. When the water fell back down and the mist started to settle, he found that the ant looked unharmed by the attacks from the swamp creatures and him. Its strong armor was still intact. However, there were just a few marks here and there. The beast was fuming in anger.
"You could never—"
"Shut up!" Ray snarled, firing a fireball into the ant's mouth, and continued the barrage of attacks. Although these attacks were ineffective and didn't hurt the ant beast, the variation in skills used by Ray made it nearly impossible for the ant to fight back. It could never get its footing. Each time the beast adapted, formulated a counter strategy, anticipated Ray's next move based on what had come before, Ray shifted tactics entirely, as if reading its thoughts. The ant staggered beneath the relentless onslaught. Ray's magical powers seemed infinite. This was because of a new skill he had acquired called Mana Nature. Similar to Mana Steel, it allowed Ray to steal the mana from living plants around them, and the swamp had plenty of green life. This skill wasn't as effective as Mana Steel, but he had a clearer conscience doing this rather than affecting those he cared about.
"At least I'm not killing my close ones to become powerful and handle my troubles."
However, even if Ray had tried to use Mana Steel, he wouldn't have been able to do it at that point, and he would realize that later on. The fight between the ant beast and Ray seemed to go on without any clear winner. They both were powerful and not ready to back down. Realizing its situation, the ant beast made a decision that surprised Ray. It backed away from Ray, creating a decent distance between them. It stood on a large boulder in the swamp, alert but with no intention of continuing the fight.
"I don't know why a beast such as you would want to work with pathetic humans. I'm sure you know what they have done with us, how they have wronged us. And yet here you are fighting to save their unworthy lives. But I no longer wish to waste my time. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. But before that, I want to know your name."
The ant beast's strange voice rang inside Ray's mind.
"Ray."
Ray opened his mouth to reply, but then paused for a second. Ray was his human name, but right now he was dealing with a beast, and a strong one. Now that Ray was more like his old self than before, After all the evolutions and acquiring new skill sets, he was finally confident enough to use his old name again.
Sen. Sen. I will remember that.
After that, the shadow ant was gone. Even using his dragon eyes, Ray was unable to see where the beast had gone. It had certainly disappeared, or at least traveled a long distance away. Now that he had dealt with his enemy for now, Ray heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes scanned his surroundings, and he took notice of the place for the first time since arriving here.
Where am I? What is this place?
The place was unfamiliar. Ray had never been there, nor had he heard or read about it anywhere. Ray found the tallest tree nearby and wasted no time. He climbed to the top of it, reaching the topmost branch. From here, he had a better view of his surroundings, but he couldn't locate any human settlements or structures nearby. Only vast land spread till his gaze could travel. He activated his Dragon Eye skill to have a better look. What they showed him was an unbelievable number of beasts roaming around the place, and these beasts were more powerful than he expected. Ray quickly climbed back down and tried to hide his presence as much as he could. Fighting the ant had actually taken a lot of his stamina and mana. His wounds were yet to heal completely. It was best for now if he found a quiet place to rest and heal up before deciding his next move. After searching for some time, Ray finally found a decent place to rest. During this time, he couldn't help but think about one thing in particular.
Is this a new continent? Am I no longer in Bronze Land?
There were a few things that made Ray wonder about it. First of all, his system. Every function of the system worked fine, except his ability to communicate with the Red Wings members. If the system was facing any errors, then it was understandable since it had happened before. But since the system was still working, Ray figured that perhaps the distance from the Empire was too great. The second fact that made Ray doubt was that he didn't recognize any of the land for miles around him. When he was a dragon, he spent all of his time on Bronze Land, never traveling too far outside the continent. He had never seen the different lands he saw around him before. The third reason was the level and strength of the beasts around this place. With a simple look, he could see that the beasts were far stronger than those on Bronze Land. Besides, they were plenty in number. There was no way humans would have left so many strong beasts on their own when they needed powerful beast crystals from them. Finding such a place and killing these beasts could make a guild more prosperous than even some kingdoms. The weakest tier beast Ray could see around him was king tier beasts, and he even saw a demon tier beast at some point. This label was given to the immensely powerful beasts, such as dragons. Although Ray was also a dragon, he was even above the demon tier beasts, since he was the leader and most powerful of his kind. Having already used the regular teleport skill, Ray was unable to see if the teleport skill to head back to a Red Wing member would work. He would have to wait a while before he could teleport again. Having nothing to do for a while, Ray couldn't help but think about the beasts he had found in this strange place.
On a brighter note, I can use it as an opportunity to grow. Where can I find such powerful beasts elsewhere? I need to get stronger and faster. Gary will launch the attack at any moment. There are not enough beasts for me to kill at Avrion or the Empire, but here I can kill as many as I can.
Ray thought that maybe he was not yet strong enough to face Gary, and maybe this was what he needed, an opportunity to grow in a short time. So he decided to stay. After his wounds were healed and his body felt better, Ray began his hunting expedition. He started with the king-tier beasts. Handling them was not much of a struggle for him with the help of his newly acquired skills. Soon, with every kill, the system awarded him points to rank up his body to the king tier.
Stronger. I need to get stronger than this.
Next, Ray needed to defeat an emperor tier beast. With no forger around, he couldn't improve his equipment using the beast crystals he had collected so far, but with his new set of skills, he didn't really need to. Ray was able to defeat beast after beast. He lost track of the time. His mind was filled with only one goal. His body progressed impressively from Emperor tier to even the Legendary tier. Every time he ranked up to the next stage, his body went through a painful evolution process, but he could bear it because he knew he was inching closer to getting his body back. More and more of his dragon features would appear on his body. His body itself felt stronger, faster, and better. Now, at the Legendary tier, Ray only needed to evolve twice, the Demigod tier, and then to the Demon tier. During his time in this new continent, he hadn't tried fighting the beasts from these two tiers, for he knew that even with all his abilities, these two tiers were out of his league. More importantly, he had gotten carried away with hunting. He had no clue how much time had passed, and now he was worried about his friends.
Shit. How can I forget about them? Maybe they are all still stuck in the Empire. What did Alexander must have done with them? Did the shadow attack again? They all must be worrying about me. I need to get back to them. If they are still waiting for me in the Empire, then who better to teleport next to than my partner at the All-Kingdom tournament?
Let's meet again, Harry. The shared visions finally ended. Everyone in the dining hall slowly came back to awareness, blinking as their minds returned to the present moment. They had all lived through those brief minutes and witnessed everything Ray had experienced. They'd understood his actions completely, felt all the thoughts flowing through his mind, and experienced the same emotions he'd felt. We know him now, truly know him. After sharing such intimate memories, Ray had genuinely expected many would choose to abandon him. After all, he still harbored desires to harm certain humans. They should have learned that clearly through his memories. But Bliss, observing from the side, understood something Ray himself didn't quite grasp yet.
The humans understand his emotions better than he understands them himself,
Bliss thought with a slight smile. It was absolutely true. Everyone in that room, whether human or otherwise, now comprehended how deeply Ray cared for the Red Wings. As long as they stood with him, he would do literally anything to protect them. Those who had experienced Ray's memories directly were now able to fully accept who he really was. However, the news soon spread beyond those who'd experienced the memory sharing, reaching citizens throughout the city, including soldiers' families. Worry began spreading like a contagion through the streets. The soldiers tried desperately to explain what they'd witnessed, how they could still trust such a being after learning his true nature. But it proved nearly impossible to convince those who hadn't experienced the memories firsthand. Because of the growing unrest, Ray made a difficult decision. He would leave Avrion. The newly conquered fortress at Lion's Mouth needed permanent protection anyway. It was now officially part of the Red Wing Kingdom. While everyone's nerves remained unsettled about his revelation, Ray decided it would be best to relocate to Lion's Mouth, bringing a substantial force with him. Katie, along with approximately 500 soldiers from the army, volunteered to accompany him. Several important members of the Red Wings leaders' table also decided to make the journey. Jack would come, though he'd leave the other werewolves behind to help protect Avrion. Martha, Kyle, Harry, and Lenny also volunteered immediately. Meanwhile, Slivia, Bliss, Roki, Roy, Dan, Badger, Sloth, and the retired Master Knights, Wilford and Sir Kay, would remain behind to govern the city in Ray's absence. Slivia had tried arguing passionately that Ray should stay. She didn't care what he was. She'd said that before, and she meant it. He wasn't a monster in her eyes.
If you stay and help the city directly, the people will understand what you're truly like. They'll warm up to you. I know they will,
Slivia had argued. But Ray could feel it. More than that, he could actually hear the fearful thoughts of many citizens throughout Avrion with his enhanced dragon senses.
They're terrified, and my presence is making it worse,
Ray knew. If he didn't implement this drastic change immediately,
there was a genuine chance that many people would flee the city entirely. That would create an opportunity for rival kingdoms to attack while they were weakened and divided.
This is the best decision, for the city's safety and for mine.
While Ray and his group were preparing to relocate, Bliss made an extraordinary discovery. Now that Ray's transformation had progressed significantly, he was actually considered more dragon than human genetically. Using his blood, she found she could create a far more effective solution for clearing shadow corruption from the land. While traveling to Lion's Mouth once more, they set an ambitious goal: clear the corrupted land along their entire route. The solution worked remarkably well. Even better news came shortly after. The dragon blood solution was also able to completely remove the shadow corruption from Slivia's eye. Her infection was gone entirely. To her, this was the final confirmation. Ray truly was a dragon. By the time she'd confirmed it, however, he had already departed for Lion's Mouth. She hadn't even had time to tell him how she really felt about everything.
I should have said something before he left,
Slivia regretted. But there was so much going on that Slivia didn't get the time and courage to say anything to Ray. The dragon blood solution underwent several additional tests. When clearing corrupted land, significantly more solution was required compared to Bliss's original formula. However, now that they had an unlimited supply of dragon blood available, the concentration issue didn't matter at all.
We can produce as much as we need,
Bliss realized. Unexpectedly, though, when testing the solution on shadow-infected beasts, it failed to remove their corruption. The beasts remained fully infected despite treatment.
It's not strong enough yet,
Bliss concluded. Slivia began realizing how fortunate she'd been. She'd gotten off relatively lightly due to being only partially infected rather than fully consumed. It had been several weeks now since Ray had relocated to Lion's Mouth Fortress. Currently, both he and Kyle were deep in the underground tunnel system, conducting an investigation. Red Wing members had been ordered to systematically clear and map the tunnel paths where Dark Guild soldiers had escaped. Eventually, they would discover exactly where those passages led. The reason Ray and Kyle were down in these particular tunnels right now, however, was far more disturbing. They were examining 2 dead Red Wing soldiers lying on the stone floor. Both had their throats slit cleanly. "Well, it's definitely clear a beast didn't do this," Kyle said, his sword drawn and slashing the air in aggressive practice swings. He was imagining cutting down whoever had killed these soldiers. Ever since his duel with Gary, Kyle's weapon of choice had permanently changed from the heavy chain back to a regular sword. In his hands now was Harry's sword that he had decided to gift to him as a reward for his courage. "You can put that sword away. There's no one else down here currently," Ray said calmly. "And how can you be so absolutely certain about that?" Kyle asked, still gripping his weapon. Ray simply pointed at his own eyes. "Oh, right, dragon eyes. Forgot about that," Kyle said, sheathing his blade. Ray could now be completely open about the abilities he possessed. There was no longer any need to hide anything now that everyone knew the truth about his nature.
"It's actually a relief not to have to constantly conceal what I can do,"
Ray admitted to himself. "Well, it either has to be Monk, who's presumably now leading Gary's former army, or one of the other shadow guards, right?" Kyle asked, analyzing the situation. It seemed logical that Monk would now command Gary's forces since he'd been second in command. Although after such a devastating defeat, perhaps Gary's army and Morfran's had been disbanded entirely and absorbed into another Shadow Guard's forces. Both Morfran and Gary should theoretically be sealed away in the portal realm. Morfran had been too severely injured by Ray to escape before they sealed it, and Gary, with no viable escape route, had chosen to jump into the shadow portal himself.
"But that's all just theory. I won't truly believe they're gone until I see their corpses with my own eyes,"
Ray reminded himself.
If it is Monk down here, Kyle said, swinging his sword through the air again dramatically, I'm going to show him a few new techniques I've been practicing. He continued his practice swings until the blade suddenly clashed against something solid in the darkness. What? Kyle thought with alarm. Did Ray not specifically tell you to put that sword away? Harry's voice came from the shadows. Harry stepped into the torchlight, placing his own sword back at his side with practiced ease. That little victory of yours, defeating Gary, has really gone to your head, hasn't it? If you're looking for someone to fight, I'm happy to have a friendly sparring match with you anytime. Bring you back down to reality. No thanks. I don't want to accidentally hurt my friends. I'm too scared I might not be able to hold myself back properly. Would hate to embarrass you in front of everyone, Kyle replied quickly. He's impossible now, Harry thought with frustration. Harry shook his head with obvious disappointment, but decided to let the matter drop. He remained genuinely unsure whether Kyle's newfound confidence was ultimately beneficial or detrimental. Kyle did seem to genuinely wield the blade with improved technique, so Harry would tolerate the attitude for the time being, even if it was driving him slightly insane. Ray, Harry said, refocusing on why he'd come, I actually came down here to tell you we've discovered something important. We wanted you to examine it personally. Oh? What would you need me for exactly? Ray said, sounding genuinely surprised at being specifically requested.
Usually they handle discoveries themselves,
Ray thought. Well, we thought you might be particularly interested. We want you to examine what we believe could be dragon bones, Harry explained. Hey, don't go showing Ray his dead relatives. How do you think that makes him feel? Have some sensitivity, Kyle blurted out tactlessly. No, you idiots, Harry said with exasperation. I'm talking about the shadow dragon that was defeated during the battle, not ancient dragon remains. Wait, Ray said, his interest immediately piqued. Wasn't that dragon completely burned to ashes by Nathaniel's crystal blast? It seems the body was only partially destroyed. After we cleared the shadow corruption from the surrounding land, we managed to discover skeletal remains buried deep within the snow where it fell, Harry explained. When Ray had unlocked numerous ancient skills from his dragon heritage, he demonstrated he could accomplish many extraordinary things. Some abilities didn't even seem like traditional magic. They were just outright unsettling to witness. That's why I thought of Ray. Maybe he can learn something from examining them. After finding out Ray's true identity, Harry felt the need to help Ray with all his plans. He also wanted to show Ray that he cared and understood him. As for Ray, he was naturally interested in the bones regardless. He wanted to know if they genuinely came from a true dragon, and if so, what kind.
More than that, ever since encountering that corrupted dragon, I've been having increasingly vivid dreams about the dragon settlement I created long ago.
Just as he'd done with the Red Wings, gathering humans and creating a safe haven for them, Ray had once done the same with dragons. He'd gathered scattered members of his kind and established a protected sanctuary for them.
But why am I thinking about that settlement so much now? Why are these specific memories surfacing repeatedly?
Something about those bones was calling to him. Something important. Let's go examine these bones immediately, Ray said with determination. Before heading to examine the dragon bones, it was crucial that they first investigate the two knights lying dead in the tunnels. The method of their deaths was unmistakable. An assassin had slit their throats with professional precision. But the question that troubled them most was, why? Why simply kill two ordinary soldiers not closely related to any leadership positions? Had someone from the Dark Guild managed to infiltrate Lion's Mouth and was now roaming freely through their fortress? If so, they were an extraordinarily skilled assassin, skilled enough that even Ray's enhanced dragon senses couldn't detect their presence.
And that's what worries me most,
Ray thought. While examining the bodies carefully, Harry appeared increasingly impatient, as if wanting Ray to hurry through the investigation. But what Ray was attempting would take considerable time. Ray was casting one of his more complex skills, one that would reveal the last few moments before a person's death. It would raise their body in a spirit-like form and replay exactly how they'd been killed. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the skill was proving extremely difficult to activate with these two corpses. Perhaps the shadow corruption still surrounding them was interfering.
The shadow is blocking me. It is actively preventing the skill from working,
Ray realized with frustration. Ray focused harder, trying to figure out how to dispel the lingering shadow presence first, then activate his resurrection vision skill.
There has to be a way. I just need to find it.
At that moment, additional footsteps echoed down the tunnel. Martha and Lenny appeared from the darkness, Lenny's massive frame looking even larger in the confined underground space. If he raised his hands, he could easily touch the ceiling.
"Have you discovered anything yet?"
Martha asked, looking between the investigators.
Not quite, but Harry wants us to examine some dragon bones after this. If you ask me, that sounds significantly more interesting than staring at corpses,
Kyle replied.
"Always looking for excitement,"
Martha thought with mild exasperation.
"I know dragon bones sound fascinating, but it's important we determine what the shadow is planning. Why would they attack us now? After all, we know Monk is behind these killings,"
Martha said, her voice carrying sadness.
Our spies have confirmed it. It appears Monk has officially assumed Gary's former role as Shadow Guard, which also means Gary and Morfran are both probably gone, truly sealed away, or dead,
Lenny added gravely. He looked at each of them seriously.
I would strongly suggest you all prepare yourselves mentally for the worst. I know you understand what I mean by that.
A heavy silence fell over the group.
"He means prepare to kill Monk,"
Harry thought. What Lenny meant was unmistakable. Be prepared to kill their friend. It was clear to everyone that Monk was already too far gone now. After what had happened with Gary, attempting to redeem him and bring him back to their side was pointless. The others began watching Ray more carefully. They could see his face twitching with intense concentration. The wounds on both knights' necks began responding. Strange shadow tendrils started lifting and crawling up Ray's arm like living things. But when the corruption reached his elbow, a brilliant red force erupted from Ray's body, colliding with the shadow and forcing it back down toward the wounds. After several more failed attempts, Ray finally stood and shook his head with disappointment. "I can't activate my skill on them. Something is actively blocking it. The shadow won't let me see what happened."
A power that not even a dragon can overcome? What exactly is the shadow? It seems far too strong to be a single god. Perhaps multiple gods working together to create something greater?
Lenny said with genuine fascination.
Or something worse,
Lenny thought privately.
"We can ask philosophical questions like that after we eliminate it. If there's nothing else we can learn from these bodies, we should bury them with honors. We'll ensure the guards and knights are on maximum alert for this assassin,"
Harry said impatiently. He turned toward the deeper tunnel.
"If that's everything here, let's go examine those dragon bones."
Harry had already started walking before anyone else could respond. Soon after, Kyle and Ray followed behind him.
"Why don't you go along as well, Lenny? Your extensive knowledge of beasts will surely prove helpful. And while you're there, keep a close eye on Harry. He's been acting strange these past few days,"
Martha suggested.
I was already planning to do exactly that,
Lenny replied, stroking his long beard thoughtfully as if contemplating something deeper. On their way to see the dragon bones, Kyle seemed unusually excited about the prospect.
"Hey, Ray, do you think we could potentially use the bones to forge a weapon? I know there's no beast crystal, but I've heard dragon bones are as strong as glytherium itself,"
Kyle said enthusiastically.
And you want to end up exactly like Gary did?
Lenny said sharply.
Remember, Gary's weapon was originally called the Dragon Hammer. Perhaps that artifact was also crafted from a dragon infected by shadow corruption.
Kyle fell silent, the implications sinking in. Harry led the three of them through several more winding tunnels until they eventually entered a large chamber illuminated by dozens of light crystals. On a massive stone table in the center, the dragon bones had been carefully laid out for examination. Most of the Red Wing army was still stationed underground through the tunnel network. This was because much of the castle interior above had been severely damaged during the battle and remained in poor condition. Fortunately, extensive infrastructure had already been built throughout the tunnel system by the fortress's previous occupants. The army could theoretically survive underneath the castle for an extremely long time. However, some soldiers felt they were gradually going mad, living in perpetual darkness. They ventured outside whenever possible for sunlight and fresh air. Meanwhile, construction crews worked frantically building new structures on the surface, hoping to evacuate these oppressive dark tunnels as soon as possible. When Lenny first laid eyes on the dragon bones, the immense power radiating from them made him physically uncomfortable. His skin crawled with wrongness. Kyle was faring slightly better, but only because he couldn't properly sense the malevolent energy emanating from the remains.
Ignorance is sometimes a blessing,
Lenny thought. It took only a single glance for Ray to confirm these were genuine dragon bones, no doubt about that. But what he'd witnessed during the battle was definitely not a real dragon.
It was a corpse, animated by the shadow.
Harry walked directly up to the table and began running his hand across the bones slowly, almost reverently. He focused particularly on a large piece that had chipped off. It already resembled a crude blade in shape.
The way he's caressing that thing is honestly a little disturbing, don't you think?
Kyle whispered to Ray.
Very disturbing,
Ray agreed silently.
Let me speak plainly for all of us, Lenny announced. These bones should be destroyed immediately. Significant power still lingers within them. If we don't want what happened to Gary to happen to any of us, it would be extremely wise to eliminate them.
I thought the same thing initially, Harry replied, not looking away from the bones. But then my perspective shifted. The shadow possesses tremendous power. We haven't even begun to face its full force yet. We merely fought one of its guards. There are more shadow guards out there, and the Red Wing army remains relatively small. He finally looked up at them. Perhaps we need to start relying on outside sources of power, any advantage we can get.
Did you even listen to a single word I said, or have you already been possessed by this cursed thing?
Lenny asked, his voice rising.
Hey, I can see you two are about to get into a serious argument any second now, Kyle said, stepping between them. But we have someone here who will ultimately decide what we do anyway.
Everyone in the chamber turned to look at Ray expectantly, waiting for his judgment. Ray approached the dragon bones slowly, examining them from multiple angles. Finally, he placed his hand directly on top of the skull, the section that seemed most heavily infected with shadow corruption.
Let me see. Show me your memories,
Ray thought. He was hoping to extract something from the remains, perhaps view the dragon's final will or access past memories from when the creature was still alive. Just like before with the two dead knights, dark shadow energy began seeping out of the dragon's skull, crawling up Ray's arm like living smoke. His red dragon aura emerged, attempting to collide with and dispel the corruption as it had before. But this time, the shadow was far stronger.
Too strong,
Ray realized with alarm. It engulfed Ray's red aura completely and continued traveling upward toward his head.
Ray, are you okay?
Kyle shouted with concern.
It's the shadow. I warned you those bones were infected. We have to do something, now!
Lenny yelled. Kyle instinctively moved to approach Ray, but the shadow tendrils seemed to reach toward him as well, sensing another target.
Stay where you are,
Ray commanded, his voice strained.
I won't die from this. Don't worry, just don't get closer.
I can't let it spread to them,
Ray thought, fighting to contain it.
Oh.
Harry, suddenly realizing his terrible mistake in bringing them here, drew his sword and prepared to destroy the bones at their source. He swung down with all his strength, aiming to shatter the corrupted skull. His blade bounced off harmlessly, as if striking solid glytherium.
Oh no! I can't break these bones! Shit! What have I done? Ray, how should I help him?
The shadow corruption crept higher, reaching Ray's face, then his eyes. His vision went completely black. He now stood in a pitch-black void. Across from him, he could perceive strange shifting shadows taking form, materializing into the same corrupted dragon that Gary had summoned during the battle. Then the shape began changing, shifting into something else entirely. A more humanoid form, though lacking fine details, just an outer silhouette made of living darkness.
A person? Or is it something that wears a person's shape?
Ray wondered.
Now, Sen,
the shadow figure said, its voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously.
I'm finally happy that we can talk like this, face to face as it were.
It knows my real name,
Ray realized with shock. Who are you? Ray demanded.
What do you mean?
The shadow replied, sounding almost hurt.
I'm rather upset you don't remember me, Sen, after everything between us.
The darkness around the figure seemed to pulse with emotion.
I'm what you've been trying to eliminate this entire time. I am the shadow that humans fear and hate so desperately.
Ray had never met the person behind the shadow before. Not one in the Red Wings knew who was infecting the beasts or controlling the Dark Guild. There were countless theories. Some wondered if it was even human at all. A god? A demon? Something worse? People speculated endlessly. What surprised Ray more than anything, though, was that this being knew his real name. They'd referred to him as Sen directly. No hesitation, no uncertainty.
I only recently revealed who I truly am, and only to those belonging to the Red Wings.
Technically, no one outside their organization should know his real name or his true dragon form. How do you know who I am? Ray had demanded in that dark void.
Don't worry. I know you cannot see the real me yet, so I'm not expecting you to remember. What I am surprised about is why there's so much resistance from you.
The shadowy figure had replied. The shadow had moved closer.
Wasn't your original goal to destroy all humans? I am simply accomplishing that mission for both of us.
It was true. At one point I believed all humans deserved to die,
Ray admitted to himself.
But not anymore.
Everything had changed since his reincarnation as Ray Talon. The humans are corrupt, but they can change. They're capable of growth, Ray had said carefully.
Change?
The shadow figure's voice had risen sharply.
Even if they change their ways now, that doesn't forgive what they did in the past. The atrocities, the genocide.
When the shadowy figure grew angry, its form had begun flickering violently. The human shape started changing into something else entirely, something Ray couldn't quite make out. It was as if the figure had deliberately chosen to appear human, but that wasn't its true form at all.
What are you really?
Ray had wondered.
Sen,
the shadow had said, its voice returning to calm.
I was hoping you and I could work together toward our shared goal. But I'm warning you now, if you continue getting in my way,
I will have no choice but to kill you as well.
The shadow figure had begun blowing away, as if dispersed by a strange wind. The dark room had started collapsing, breaking apart like fragile glass. When it finally shattered completely, Ray snapped back to reality. "Ray? Ray!" Kyle was shouting, shaking him roughly.
"I'm okay,"
Ray said softly, his head still disoriented and not quite in the right place. "Okay?" Kyle exclaimed. "Your entire body was frozen completely stiff. We genuinely thought we'd lost you to the shadow."
How long was I gone?
Ray wondered, reorienting himself. Clenching his fist several times to confirm his body was responding normally, Ray looked at the dragon bones laid out before him. Without hesitation, he lifted his hand and slammed it down on the skull with tremendous force, shattering it into dozens of pieces. "That damn shadow! It took over my mind completely, invaded my thoughts," Ray complained, noticing his body was still trembling slightly.
I evolved twice. I've unlocked a quarter of my original dragon skills. I thought no one could match me now,
Ray thought with frustration. Yet shadow corruption from some fake dragon bones had managed to penetrate his defenses and invade his consciousness. It frustrated him immensely. However, what frustrated him even more was that this being seemed to know him intimately, while Ray knew absolutely nothing about his true enemy.
Who are you? How do we know each other?
"I'm so sorry, Ray. I examined these bones constantly by myself over several hours. Never once did the shadow rise from them. I truly thought they were safe to study," Harry said, genuine guilt in his voice. "It's not your fault, Harry. The message was only meant for me specifically. It wouldn't have activated for anyone else," Ray said, forcing his trembling to stop.
As I said before, we should destroy these bones immediately, before anything else happens to anyone,
Lenny repeated firmly.
"I'll deal with their disposal personally,"
Harry said quickly. Kyle and Lenny exchanged a quick, concerned look, silently questioning whether they could fully trust Harry at this moment. He appeared to be his normal self now, but he'd certainly been acting strange before the incident.
"Keep watching him,"
Lenny's expression said.
"Agreed,"
Kyle's look replied. There was no reason for Ray to return to the surface. There wasn't much of anything up there yet besides construction. Instead, he returned to the center of the massive cavern system that housed most of their forces. Several areas had been converted into proper living quarters. Numerous tents were pitched throughout, allowing soldiers their own private spaces away from the oppressive stone walls. The Red Wing leaders who accompanied Ray to Lion's Mouth also had designated tents. Entering his own, Ray decided to contact Slivia with an update, as he did every day, part of the agreement for him relocating here.
"I don't know why I comply so readily, but I stick to the schedule. Every day at this time. For some reason I can't bring myself to ignore Slivia's demands. Why?"
Ray thought. After Ray explained the events of the day in detail, Slivia's message came through.
"Harry is a strong person, but so was Gary before his corruption. You have every right to monitor him carefully. I'm confident Lenny will spot any signs of shadow influence before anyone else does."
Then came another message.
"You have good people by your side. Sen."
Ray noticed she struggled slightly saying his true name at the end.
"She's been calling me Sen in messages rather than Ray. Something no one else does,"
Ray realized. This was Slivia's proof to him that she didn't care about his past, her way of showing she was closer to him than anyone else. At this moment, though, no one else knew about this private detail between them.
"You were once infected by shadow corruption. Do you have any theories about what it could actually be?"
Ray wrote back.
"Nothing beyond what the divine being and common scholars have already discussed. A powerful god, multiple gods working together, a demon from another realm, or a highly strong beast like a—"
Slivia replied.
Like a dragon?
Ray finished for her.
Yes, haha,
Slivia wrote.
but I don't know of any dragons besides you who possess this level of magical power. Surely their legends would have been passed down through history like yours have been.
If it's a dragon, that would explain how it knows me, but it doesn't explain this strange power at all,
Ray thought. Slivia was absolutely right. If another dragon during his ancient era had possessed power like this, Ray would have known about them. Dragons didn't hide that kind of strength. It was a source of pride.
Some dragons did have unique traits, special abilities others didn't possess, but I don't recall anyone having anything like shadow manipulation on this scale.
Inside the tent, Nathaniel sat cross-legged, turning the divine crystal over in his hands repeatedly. Bliss had told him to keep it permanently. After all, it wasn't truly part of her anymore, only a fragment of what had been used to seal her divine power originally. He gripped it tightly, fully realizing how genuinely important it was.
This killed a dragon, and in the future we'll probably rely on it even more.
I'm glad I decided to follow you, Ray, Nathaniel said aloud. Suddenly, Lenny burst into the tent. He immediately began searching methodically, checking corners, examining shadows, inspecting everything.
What are you doing?
Nathaniel asked, confused by the behavior.
Do you not know? There's an assassin loose in these tunnels. My life is relatively safe due to my size and strength, but both of you are extremely valuable targets. You should be exceptionally careful around here,
Lenny replied, still searching. He pointed at the crystal.
Especially while you possess that artifact. Remember, if you use your divine powers without the crystal filtering them, every beast and shadow entity for miles will know exactly where you are. They'll come for you.
Nathaniel looked down at the crystal in his hands, and terrible memories suddenly flooded his mind from the past.
How I let Amy die that time I was too weak, too slow,
Nathaniel remembered with crushing guilt. He swallowed hard, and the confidence he'd just been building in himself started shrinking again.
Am I really strong enough for this?
Nathaniel wondered. Lenny, perfect timing. Can you call all the leaders here for a meeting? Ray said, snapping out of his thoughts. A smile appeared on Lenny's face as he agreed immediately. It was extremely rare for Ray to call formal meetings. Usually, Harry or Martha seemed to run operations around Lion's Mouth. It was never Ray's style to command people directly or boss them around.
He must have something important to announce,
Lenny thought. Inside the largest tent, all the leaders had gathered quickly. Martha, Jack, Kyle, Harry, Lenny, Katie, and Nathaniel stood in a loose circle. These were the individuals the 500 soldiers with them would follow orders from without question. We've been stationed here a considerable time now. I know everyone is uncomfortable living underground, but I've made a decision, Ray began without preamble. Everyone leaned in slightly, listening intently. I've decided we will continue advancing deeper into Shadow territory. We're going to attack and capture Minedown Fortress next. It's the closest Shadow stronghold to our current position, Ray announced. Another war? So soon after Lion's Mouth? Kyle blurted out.
This has something to do with those bones. I know it does. Something that Shadow said to him,
Kyle thought. Martha then asked diplomatically, Have you discussed this with Slivia yet? We'll need additional soldiers to garrison Lion's Mouth properly, while also maintaining defenses at Avrion. Although recruitment has been going well, we still don't have enough thoroughly vetted people for another major offensive. Ray realized he hadn't actually consulted Slivia about this, or thought through the logistics. He was simply feeling impatient and aggressive after what had happened with the Shadow encounter.
I want answers, and sitting here won't get them.
We're plenty strong enough. The attacking force doesn't have to be massive, and I believe we'll perform far better now that I'm directly involved in combat, Ray said confidently. If anyone else had spoken those words, they would have sounded impossibly arrogant. But coming from Ray, from Sen the Great Dragon, it was simply objective truth.
When we took Lion's Mouth, we didn't even have Ray with us. With his power fighting alongside us, it might actually be significantly easier.
Kyle remembered.
We'll follow you, but I strongly suggest you discuss this with Slivia first. Proper coordination is essential,
Lenny said, speaking for the group. Having spoken with Slivia just moments ago, Ray felt slightly awkward making this request so soon, but he sent the message anyway, explaining his plan to advance on Minedown Fortress. He received a reply almost instantly, faster than he'd expected. The others could see a strange, confused expression forming on Ray's face as he read.
"What's wrong, boss?"
Jack asked, concern in his voice.
It's about Minedown Fortress,
Ray said slowly, still processing.
Slivia says it's already been captured, recently taken over.
What? Another kingdom actually fought the Shadow and won? Who? Kyle was already on his feet, his eyes widened.
No,
Ray said, reading further.
Not another kingdom.
He looked up at them before revealing the truth.
Apparently, it was the Empire. They've taken Minedown Fortress.
After reading Slivia's message more carefully to everyone, Ray clarified what she'd actually said. All they knew for certain was that one of the fortresses located in Shadow territory had been destroyed recently. By whom remained anyone's guess. But there weren't many forces with the power to challenge the Shadow successfully in the first place, so Slivia assumed the most likely suspect was the Empire.
It looks like Slivia wants us to leave soon to investigate. If the fortress has already been captured, there's no need to bring a massive force,
Ray announced.
Not necessarily, Lenny replied thoughtfully. Unlike our attack on Lion's Mouth, they knew we were coming. My guess is the Shadow forces had absolutely no warning this assault was happening, which is probably why the attackers succeeded, or at least part of the reason.
He stroked his beard.
If that's the case, the Shadow will definitely send someone to investigate what happened. Someone important.
Someone like Monk?
Martha added.
His forces were stationed closest to that region, and he's apparently taken over Gary's role, commanding the human elements. There aren't many who work for the Shadow with authority to conduct that kind of investigation.
Monk. We might face him sooner than expected,
Kyle thought grimly. It was a difficult decision to make. Unlike Gary, they had absolutely no idea what power Monk currently possessed, though they could tell he'd been influenced and partially possessed by the Dragon Gauntlet's corrupting aura.
Did the Empire finally stop focusing its efforts against us?
Nathaniel asked with genuine curiosity.
Have they decided to fight the Shadow instead?
That would be a welcome change,
Nathaniel thought. He was particularly interested in matters concerning the Empire. Their actions affected all kingdoms, including the Allure Kingdom, which had recently allied itself with the Red Wings. Martha stood thoughtfully with her finger on her lip, considering the implications.
If I remember correctly,
Martha said slowly,
there were rumors the Empire was having significant internal problems with Shadow infiltration. Perhaps after dealing with that crisis, something inspired them to take the offensive against Shadow territory. I thought they'd been completely overrun by Shadow corruption. That's what the report suggested,
Harry added.
We don't actually know if that's true or not. If they were fully compromised, I seriously doubt they're the ones behind this fortress capture,
Martha replied carefully.
Then for now, it's best we treat them as another independent group. They're neither with us nor against us until we gather more concrete details,
Ray decided. Privately, Ray was trying to figure out how any force could successfully defeat one of the Shadow fortresses. Each fortress typically contained at least one Shadow Guard member as its commander.
Both Morfran and Gary were Shadow Guards. I know their strength personally. I even fought the Grand Mage Wiz, one of the most powerful mages to ever live.
Although Wiz himself didn't possess overwhelming raw power, his unique abilities gave him extraordinary strength in combat. It demonstrated what caliber of warriors the Shadow commanded.
In my assessment, there are only two ways they could have taken a fortress. Either they found the grand weapon Roki mentioned and somehow activated it without the proper key, or this has something to do with Sarah. Roki said Sarah shines brightest when leading an army into battle.
A couple of days passed while the army made preparations to move out. A massive force wouldn't be assembled, but Slivia also refused to allow Ray to depart with only a handful of companions. No matter what they encountered, Slivia was certain they'd be confronting some kind of army, whether led by the Empire, Monk, or some unknown force remained unclear. At the moment, inside one of the smaller quarters carved into the tunnel walls, 4 young knights were engaged in conversation. These were members of the Beast Squad. There was Flynn, a former Black Sash squire, Wendy, a skilled archer. Both had undergone the beasting process and been transferred out of their original Sash groups when their transformations manifested. The 2 additional people in the room had grown quite close to Flynn and Wendy during their time stationed at Lion's Mouth. Although these 2 had no need to undergo the beasting process, they were already part beast by nature. One was a girl named Claire, who was close to Jack. Both had left the werewolf town of Zeray together after its liberation.
I still struggle to talk to most people, even after all this time,
Claire admitted to herself. She'd found it harder than expected to speak comfortably with others when first arriving at the Red Wings. But with Wendy, conversation came easily. Perhaps because Wendy was part beast as well, Claire felt a natural connection with her. Plus, they were similar ages. The other werewolf was named Dale, quiet by nature, but one who showed his caring side at unexpected moments.
He's kind, in his own way,
Claire thought. During the war at Lion's Mouth, Dale had consistently stayed by Claire's side throughout the fighting, although his presence sometimes made her think of Zink, a werewolf who'd chosen to accompany Stephen, Jack's brother, on a different path.
Zink and the others went searching for the wild werewolves, the ones who supposedly hate humans. I'm glad we haven't encountered them on our journey so far.
Claire couldn't help but keep thinking about Stephen and Zink.
It looks like we might be going into another war. I saw all the knights gathering. I think we'll be moving out today,
Flynn said, his hand trembling slightly.
It's not confirmed yet,
Wendy replied, trying to sound reassuring.
Remember what they said. Another group already dealt with this fortress. This is just a simple investigation mission.
I hope she's right,
Flynn thought. After the brutal battle at Lion's Mouth, they were no longer squires. They were full-fledged knights now. They joined the main fighting force and wouldn't be carefully supervised by Harry or Jack anymore. At that moment, Kyle burst into the room to check on them, as he was currently in charge of supervising these groups of young knights. They all bowed respectfully as he entered. "All right, grab your equipment. It looks like we're heading out in an hour or 2. We are currently busy with the final preparations," Kyle announced. "Here we go," they all thought simultaneously. While watching the young knights pack their belongings, Kyle noticed Claire moving unusually slowly compared to her normal efficiency, as if something heavy weighed on her mind.
"Sir,"
Claire said suddenly, hesitation clear in her voice,
"is it true what Jack said? He told us it's possible that Harry has been possessed by the shadow, that we should stay alert and watch out for ourselves."
"Jack told them that?" Kyle thought with surprise and concern. He and Lenny had their suspicions about Harry, certainly. Lenny had mentioned he would warn a few key people. But for it to reach these young knights? Kyle was genuinely unsure if that was wise or not.
If there's a chain of command, Harry comes right after Ray. If soldiers start doubting their direct commander, morale could collapse.
Whether it's true or not, you have nothing to worry about with me by your side, Kyle said confidently, drawing the Black Raven sword. He swung the blade through the air several times, cutting precisely. The sound was clean, sharp. You all witnessed my skills against Gary, the best swordsman Avrion has ever produced, Kyle continued. Even if Harry has been infected by shadow corruption, I'll be there to protect every one of you. He flashed a reassuring smile.
I need to squash their fears. They just became knights. They're barely experienced. If they're terrified of their own commanders, they'll be useless in combat.
Kyle understood the importance of keeping everyone's fears at bay. These young knights had minimal involvement in the last major battle, but with a smaller, more elite group being selected for this mission, they could very well be relied upon heavily.
They need confidence, not paranoia,
Kyle thought.
Who exactly did you say you could beat in a sword match?
A voice said coldly from behind. Harry entered the room, his presence immediately changing the atmosphere.
It seems that a single victory against Gary has made you extraordinarily arrogant. Oh, wait. It wasn't even a victory, was it? Ray had to save you at the last moment. Isn't that correct, Kyle?
Harry continued, his tone sharp.
Something's wrong, Kyle realized immediately.
When the others looked at Harry properly, he didn't appear like his normal self at all. His skin was significantly paler than usual, almost gray. His tone sounded aggressive, hostile even, when speaking to Kyle.
This isn't right,
Flynn thought with growing alarm. I was just joking around. You know me, Harry. But seriously, are you all right? Your skin, it's so pale. Almost gray, Kyle said, forcing a laugh. Harry lifted his hand and examined it for several seconds, as if seeing it for the first time.
Ah, this, Harry said dismissively. It happened when I was disposing of the dragon bones. I don't know exactly how, but I feel perfectly fine. He doesn't look fine,
Claire thought. Are you absolutely certain? Kyle pressed. Maybe you should speak with Lenny immediately. Have him examine you. Those bones even affected Ray severely, after all. Kyle's voice grew more serious. Are you completely sure you actually destroyed the bones, that they're gone? When Kyle asked this direct question, Harry's expression transformed instantly. His face twisted with rage. He glared at Kyle with what could only be described as a death stare.
He's been affected, just like those bones affected Ray, in the same way. Gary was corrupted by the dragon hammer. It's happening again. We're losing another friend to cursed dragon artifacts.
Kyle thought. Are you questioning me? Harry said, his voice dropping dangerously low. He stepped forward aggressively. Kyle instinctively stepped backward, glancing quickly at the young knights. Each of them looked nervous and uncertain about what to do.
We can't interfere. Technically, both Harry and Kyle are our superiors. We can't go against either of them.
They all thought. Even if they all suspected Harry was under shadow influence, he showed no definitive signs beyond heightened aggression and the disturbing skin discoloration.
You said you could beat me in a duel, correct?
Harry said, pulling out both his blades with smooth, practiced motions.
Then why don't we test that claim right now? Let's have a proper match.
On seeing Harry draw both his blades, Kyle's natural reaction was to draw the purple crow as well. While Harry appeared completely calm and controlled, Kyle's hand was shaking nervously. I am not nervous because I'm scared of fighting, because I don't know if Harry is truly under the Shadow's influence or not. Should we do something? Flynn asked, worry clear in his voice. He was concerned for his old black sash master. They were supposed to be on the same side. He couldn't understand the sudden need for drawn weapons.
Harry, please forgive Kyle. I believe he only said those things because he wanted to encourage and cheer us up,
Wendy said, trying to defuse the situation. Harry shot them a single glance, just one quick look. All 4 young knights immediately stepped backward. It felt like, if they even attempted to help Kyle, Harry would attack them next without hesitation. Immediately, Dale positioned himself in front of Claire, ready to protect her. He held his hand up defensively, and his eyes began shifting and changing as his werewolf nature activated slightly.
What is wrong with you? You've really gone completely mad if you're threatening kids with your key like that,
Kyle snapped, his hands no longer shaking.
So that was his key? It felt so crushing, so strong,
Claire thought with shock. She'd never known ki could be weaponized this way, used to intimidate opponents before combat even began.
Great, Harry said with a disturbing smile. Now it looks like you're finally ready to fight properly. Let's see if you can actually back up those arrogant words from earlier.
Focusing his ki, Harry sent out a powerful force wave toward Kyle. Using his black sash footwork, Kyle moved and dodged the attack smoothly. But it had been a simple bluff. There was no actual blade strike, only a force of compressed ki. Kyle realized his mistake too late. Harry's real attack was already in motion. Both of Harry's blades had consumed Kyle's sword's position, trapping it. With a swift, twisting motion, Harry disarmed Kyle completely, flinging his sword into the ground where it pierced the floor, right beside the young knight's feet.
You bass!
Kyle threw a wild fist at Harry, anger consuming his judgment. But the rage had overtaken him, making him predictable. The punch was wild, easy to avoid. Harry slipped behind Kyle effortlessly and placed a blade against his throat.
And look how easily the greatest swordsman in the Red Wing army was defeated, Harry said mockingly.
At that exact moment, the massive form of Lenny stepped through the doorway, his frame nearly filling the entrance.
What is the meaning of this, Harry?
Lenny demanded, both his fists beginning to glow with magical energy. It was a unique technique Lenny used to strengthen his fists and pound his enemies. On the battlefield, soldiers had witnessed him kill numerous king-tier beasts with his bare hands. Harry immediately dropped the blade from Kyle's neck and started walking toward the exit as if nothing had happened.
Don't worry, I'm just teaching people their proper place. We'll be going into another war soon. Everyone needs to know the hierarchy, Harry said dismissively.
That's not Harry talking, that's something else,
Lenny thought. If Kyle had been merely hesitant about whether Harry was possessed before, he was absolutely certain of it now.
The dragon bones corrupted him, just like the dragon hammer corrupted Gary,
Kyle knew. The planned journey to the fortress was delayed indefinitely. Just before they were scheduled to depart, 2 more knights were discovered dead in the tunnels. Both were Red Wing veterans who'd fought in the war at Lion's Mouth. These weren't weak soldiers by any measure, and with no one having heard or witnessed anything suspicious, the command decision was made to postpone travel. They would have continued with the mission regardless, but Martha could tell it would be a catastrophically bad decision. With 4 knights now assassinated and no leads, they couldn't have their leader, Ray, and several other strong fighters suddenly leave the fortress vulnerable. Fear and paranoia were spreading rapidly through the army like a disease. Some soldiers were openly suggesting they should abandon Lion's Mouth entirely and return to Avrion.
This place is cursed. It hasn't been completely cleared of shadow corruption,
some whispered. Of course, many were vehemently against abandoning their hard-won fortress. So much blood had been spilled claiming this place. To abandon it now would make those sacrifices meaningless. The division didn't stop at words. Small physical fights began breaking out between soldiers advocating the 2 different courses of action. Meanwhile, inside a single tent away from the leader's quarters, the young beast students had gathered to discuss what had happened during the confrontation.
I think it might actually be true. We all saw how Harry acted that day. Maybe if Lenny hadn't walked in when he did, Kyle would be dead right now, Claire said quietly. I think you might be right, Wendy replied, her voice subdued and sad. Harry had saved her multiple times in the past, when they'd been out gathering beast crystals for training, and even during the war itself. He'd sacrificed himself to help everyone, fighting until he was captured. He was a hero, but now that I look at him, all I feel is fear, Wendy thought. You don't think? Flynn paused, considering whether he should voice what was on his mind. Dale gave him a nudging look. Go ahead, say it. You don't think the assassin could be Harry, do you? Flynn finally said. He would certainly be skilled enough to defeat those knights that easily. Clean throat cuts like that. No, Wendy said firmly. I can't believe he would do something like that. I won't believe it. When possessed by the shadow, they can make people do absolutely anything, even things they never normally do, Dale said quietly. Dale rarely spoke, but whenever he did, his words hit the others hard with their weight and truth. As a way to combat the growing paranoia and prevent the soldiers from going completely mad, training was significantly increased for all knights. It gave them something productive to focus on, instead of sitting around all day imagining threats. Eventually, another meeting between the Red Wing leaders was called. Harry stood among them, still displaying his unnaturally pale skin. Kyle kept glancing in his direction repeatedly, unable to help himself. He still looks wrong. Why isn't anyone else seeing this? Kyle thought. After the confrontation, Lenny had spoken privately with Ray, and Ray had apparently spoken with Harry directly about his behavior. However, it seemed like absolutely nothing had changed. Harry appeared exactly the same as before. Perhaps Ray is losing his touch, Kyle thought critically. Now that Ray had regained tremendous dragon power, small changes might seem insignificant to him beneath his notice. During the memory-sharing experience when they'd all lived through Ray's life, his thought processes had seemed strange and alien. Maybe that's what happens to those who've lived thousands of years alone. Their perspective becomes incomprehensible to normal people, Kyle considered. Lenny stood beside Ray as he provided an important update to everyone on the investigation into the destroyed fortress.
It appears the fortress was obliterated using some tremendously powerful force, rather than conquered by a traditional army, possibly some type of weapon, similar in nature to the white crystal Nathaniel wields, Lenny explained. Hearing this made Ray think immediately back to the special dragon weapon that required the key hanging around his neck to activate.
Had they really found a way to activate it without the proper key? Is that even possible?
Thinking about the weapon also made Ray think of his mother, the dragon who'd created it.
If only she had accepted my contract offer. I could have messaged her directly and asked questions about it, about everything.
At the same time, after revealing the truth to everyone else, Ray felt she deserved to know the truth about him as well, about his reincarnation, and about what had really happened to his father.
Could it be another dragon weapon? Something we don't know about yet?
Jack asked.
At this point, we're not ruling out any options whatsoever. Spread throughout the continent are countless strange and powerful artifacts. The very crystal Nathaniel is holding is one of them. Perhaps someone discovered and activated another,
Lenny replied seriously. He paused.
Slivia has instructed us not to eliminate any possibilities, even an attack from the shadow itself against its own forces. Back when she was being controlled by shadow corruption, she noticed her shadows were being directed by the shadow ant. It wasn't the usual shadow we've encountered. Maybe there's even infighting among shadow forces, Lenny suggested. Speaking of infighting brought Kyle's primary concern back to the forefront.
Has there been any progress whatsoever in finding the assassin?
Kyle asked pointedly, hoping desperately that some evidence had pointed toward Harry.
I tried searching for proof myself, but found nothing concrete, Kyle thought.
That day, after the confrontation, Kyle had attempted his own investigation, but couldn't find anything definitive. If Ray wasn't going to act on suspicions alone, then Kyle needed to find actual proof and get the other leaders on his side. Lenny is cautious but uncertain. The others don't believe my account when I tell them what happened, Kyle knew. No concrete leads yet, Ray replied, but I have been conducting my own surveillance using methods even you don't know about. So even if one of us is the assassin themselves, I will be able to catch them eventually. He's taking this seriously. He hasn't dismissed my concerns, Kyle realized with relief. A smile appeared on Kyle's face. Ray hadn't completely disregarded his report after all. Ray placed his hand flat on the stone ground. A small magical circle appeared beneath his palm, glowing softly. From it, an old friend materialized. A black-furred wolf with a large, distinctive horn protruding from its head.
Noir! Jack shouted with genuine excitement. But wasn't she significantly bigger before? Like, much bigger?
Just like me, Noir has also drastically improved her abilities and strength. One of the skills she acquired is the ability to change her size at will, from massive to compact. Her speed is even more impressive than before, Ray explained. He looked at each leader seriously. And I guarantee you, she is now stronger than any Emperor-tier beast you've encountered. Those words genuinely scared them. They looked at Noir, who was happily licking Ray's hand with obvious affection. She didn't seem like a deadly apex predator, but they'd seen her do terrifying things in the past. We will waste no more time. We're moving out to investigate the fortress immediately. Noir will help us detect any assassins or threats along the way, Ray announced decisively.